The man had just signed a contract for 10 divine-level magical beasts, but because the energy contained within the beasts was too terrifying, the man was consumed by this energy. However, at that moment, the energy within him suddenly exploded. His consciousness gradually blurred, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself back on the day of awakening his talent. In this life, I have returned with 10 divine-level magical beasts, destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Just as I was rejoicing, my girlfriend Wang Qian's voice rang in my ears. Chen Feng, we're breaking up. You must have seen it too. I have awakened the B-level beast taming talent. From now on, we are no longer of the same world. Don't come looking for me again. Just as Wang Qian was feeling pleased with herself, a male student beside her chimed in. Chen Feng, if you still love Wang Qian, let her go. With her talent, she has a chance to participate in the city-level beast taming competition. Don't hinder her future. These words made Wang Qian's head tilt a bit, and she also felt that she and I were now from different worlds. The male student who chimed in was Du Fan, Wang Qian's loyal follower. Bro Feng, let's go. At this moment, another girl interrupted my thoughts. She spoke with a hint of avoidance in her eyes. I turned to look at the girl. Her name was Wang Yuyan, usually reserved and not good with words, but her talent level was indeed A. Looking at Wang Yuyan, I nodded. Chen Feng, what do you mean? You don't want me to give you a chance? Wang Qian watched as I and Wang Yuyan left side by side, suddenly feeling resentful. Chen Feng, are you still a man? How dare you favor Wang Yuyan? I remained calm in the face of their words. We have already broken up, as you said. So, anything I do has nothing to do with you, Wang Qian. And as for you, Du Fan, I've already trained your car for you. Whether you can drive it is your own problem. I won't indulge them, who have come from another time. There are more important things to do now. I remember that because I didn't awaken my beast-taming talent at school, my mother took the initiative to sell my father's token of affection. It was a very rare unknown beast bone. After selling the beast bone, she bought me a bottle of low-level awakening potion. When I was reborn, I no longer needed to awaken the beast-taming talent because there were 10 terrifying monsters inside me, each of them being top-tier beings. In the previous life, after reaching the 10-star beast tamer level, the era of demon taming arrived. I was pushed back by the monsters of the beast domain and had no choice but to directly sever the contract with my 10 beast-taming beasts. There was no other way. It was either death or changing the contract with the monsters. Those beast-taming beasts not only had feelings for me but were also connected to me by blood. Killing them was like cutting off my own limbs. So, enduring the dual physical and mental injuries, I became the most ruthless person in the beast-taming world at that time. No one knows what I have lost, but since then, everyone has only seen a ruthless Chen Feng who can stand up to gods. I originally planned to register for a beast tamer license, go to the beast domain alone to make money and take off, but now in order to quickly get money to redeem the beast bones, I decided to apply for the special enrollment of the Beast Tamer University to secure the supply. After passing the exam, I will receive a scholarship of tens of millions. The special enrollment center is a stadium with a structure similar to the bird's nest, and you arrive at the registration room through a long corridor. Hello, I want to participate in the special enrollment assessment for beast tamers. I looked at the teacher in the registration room who was preparing to leave work and said, this year's special enrollment registration has ended. Come back next year. The registration teacher didn't even look at me. He didn't want to work overtime. Just as I was about to say something, I heard a voice behind me getting closer and closer. What? You forgot to make an appointment for me. It's already 3:55. What if that teacher leaves early? There is a brother in front of me. I don't know whose family he is from. The signal is not very good. I'll hang up first. The voice of the person making the call was clearly heard by the registration teacher. Bro, what's going on? You're also coming so late? The young man came up behind me, looking very familiar. I turned to look at him, and then my heart tightened. I knew this kid too well. Even though he looked younger now, I still had a deep impression of him. His name is Eryang, the youngest son of the Li family. In our past life, the time when our destinies intersected was during a beast hunting activity. Both of us loved to show off. At the beginning, Eryang, with his prominent family background and the highest S-level talent, always outshone me, but we also had a mutual respect for each other. We were both young at that time and often discussed our experiences of showing off. By now, the teacher at the registration desk had sat back down at his desk. You too, come and take the test. There's another teacher for assessment who hasn't left yet. You've come at the right time. The teacher's expression was calm, and Eryang heard him loud and clear. He didn't want to lose his job, as it was his means of retirement with excellent benefits. I entered the registration room first, and Eryang regained his composure and quickly followed. After the two of us filled out the forms, the registration teacher carefully examined them. Chen Feng, right? D-level beast tamer talent. Are you challenging the highest difficulty assessment? The teacher looked at my registration form and double-checked. Yes, I nodded calmly. The highest difficulty assessment is extremely dangerous, requiring you to withstand attacks from a high-level 4th-tier beast for 5 minutes. You have a D-level talent, and your beast tamer might be killed instantly. Do you understand? The teacher reminded me. In previous years, there was no lack of second-generation geniuses who thought they had good talent, thinking that they had contracted very strong imperial beasts and thought of plating the highest level of gold. But without exception, the attacks of the 4 1-star high-level demonic beasts were simply not something they could fight against. It says that it is a 1-star high-ranked demonic beast, but in the eyes of the reporting teacher, that every one of them is the strength of a 2-star early-ranked demonic beast. This top-level examination was simply the strongest card face officially arranged. The purpose is to tell this group of second generation, don't be crazy, you're not the strongest. No problem, but if my imperial beast accidentally kills them all, do I have to pay for it? Chen Feng asked rhetorically. Some things are better to ask ahead of time. Don't let him pay for it when his own magical beast accidentally kills the demonic beast of the test. Ha, that's not necessary. If you can really fight 4 against 1, that's your skill. The teacher did not show any intention of laughing at Chen Feng. He had already treated Chen Feng as a certain family's great young man at this point, and there had been a previous enrollment teacher who had laughed at a second-generation braggart in public just for doing so. He was fired the next day for stepping into the office left foot first. Since then, the teachers at the registration desk have had a mandatory lesson, professionalism without laughter. That's good. Chen Feng nodded his head, revealing an expression of serious contemplation. Being a demon sentinel himself, he only needed to keep letting the demonic beasts devour the demonic beasts to feed back and grow. It seems that today, I can take this opportunity to make my first magical beast half full, and I can almost recover to the strength of a 1-star low-rank imperial magician. Damn, this kid is too much of a dick. Look at the way he's seriously thinking. The whole thing is like the real thing. Does he still really want to fight 4 against 4 and fuck the 4 top-tier demonic beasts to death? Eryang stood next to Chen Feng, his face unchanged, for big words surfaced in his mind at that moment. Fellow travelers, repeat pretenders. Teacher, I want to take the highest difficulty test too, Eryang said, directly pulling his enrollment form from the enrollment teacher's hand. Grabbing the pen on the table, he swished and crossed out the intermediate difficulty he had written before and changed it to highest difficulty underneath. Then the sign-up sheet was shoved back into the teacher's hands. Eryang, the second son of the Li family. The teacher glanced at the enrollment form, then looked up at Eryang and said, aha. Eryang followed the dangling pattern of Chen Feng when he tapped him on the shoulder earlier, and in passing, he was about to tap the opposite teacher on the shoulder, only to find the two of them across a table, out of reach. The hand, half raised, dropped awkwardly. Alright, I'll contact the assessment teacher to prepare the two of you to fight against the demonic beasts, so you two go to the sparring mat to get ready. After the reporting teacher finished, he immediately picked up the phone and began to contact the. He didn't care if these 2 Tiger Bees imperial beasts would be wiped to death by 4 1-star high-level demonic beasts. Just have to hold back the laughter during this process, and he'll still be the one sitting in this office next year. Eryang, right. Someone just informed that they let you take the test first. On the Imperial Beast Master's sparring seat, the examination teacher held a scoring sheet in his hand as he scanned Chen Feng and Eryang. Bro, you D-ranked talent, step back a bit and let me. An S-ranked talent, come first. Sorry about that. Eryang knew that it must have been his grandfather who had greeted him for him, but he was still dickish enough to want to pretend in front of Chen Feng. Without waiting for Chen Feng to reply, he took 2 steps to the edge of the sparring ring. Looking down at the empty field below, he bellowed, "Come out, Purgatory Demon Bear." Eryang's words fell. On the battlefield below, a light door connecting to the Imperial Beast space appeared. The giant bear that was 5 meters tall slowly walked out, sounding like a man. The giant bear's brown fur was tinged with flaming red stripes, and its huge body was porous and powerful, looking unusually extraordinary. In fact, it was not necessary to summon the Imperial Beasts and shout it out so loudly. Eryang shouted it out so much purely for the sake of pretending. His Purgatory Demon Bear wasn't said to be ranked at the top among the 1-star Imperial Beasts, but it was at least on the top of the list. Shouting it out like that is trying to get the word out. Old me, this is the Purgatory Demon Bear. Bullish. Chen Feng, on the other hand, looked at the Purgatory Demon Bear below with interest. He could tell that although this Purgatory Demon Bear had a top bloodline, it hadn't fully grown yet, and was currently at the level of a 1-star middle stage. With the appearance of the Purgatory Demon Bear, 4 tall demonic beasts slowly walked out of the beast cage on the other side of the battlefield. 2 bear-shaped demonic beasts, 1 tiger-shaped and 1 wolf-shaped. The 4 demonic beasts were all more than 6 meters tall, looking more powerful than the purgatory demon bear demon. However, Chen Feng was astonished. This was because he could tell that these 4 demonic beasts were just looking at the He-Man, and although they were all 1-star high ranked, in a one-on-one fight, they really wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat a 1-star mid-ranked purgatory demon bear that possessed a top bloodline. Drainage. This is properly a water release. It seemed that this examination teacher had already been arranged by Elderly, but even with the water release, it was very difficult for Eryang's purgatory demon bear to hold on for 5 minutes. The chances of defeat are greater. Unlike Chen Feng, Eryang's face was excited at this moment. He shouted, "Purgatory demon bears! Finish them off for me!" The purgatory demon bear sniffed, its huge head slowly turning. It glanced at the excited Eryang. "If you're good, you go." The voice of the demonic bear resounded in Eryang's heart. This is a spiritual communication between the Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beastmaster. Upon hearing the demon bear's private chat, Eryang suddenly blanched, then hurried back to normal. He secretly said to the purgatory demon bear in his heart, "Can it work? Brother Xiong? They're all watching. Give some face." Eryang subconsciously looked at Chen Feng and the examiner teacher respectively. "Can't line a little bit. Today lousy whole bad will have to become purgatory demon bear cake," said good intermediate level examination. How to become top level? There was a little accident. Brother Xiong want you to delay a little, try it. Hold on for 5 minutes on the line. Go back and I'll let my old man find 3 female bears to give you a reception. Eryang negotiated with the demonic bear in his mind. Of course he couldn't say that he had temporarily changed the difficulty of the test in order to play hard to get him not lose face. "I'll give it a try. If I can't hold on, make sure to take me back into the Imperial Beast space at the first opportunity. For female bears, I want 3 Arctic ice bears." "Why an Arctic ice bear?" Eryang was astonished. "Grass. Don't you like white silk too?" After the purgatory demon bear finished speaking, the bear roared from the field. "Let's not talk about whether or not we can beat them. We must not lose our momentum. Wang Qian right, old brother Dufan is very talented. You're still a good match for him. He's destined to be a young genius who can make it big in the municipal royal beasts competition or even the provincial competition in the future." Inside the special enrollment room, an inch-headed youth said to the duo of Wang Qian and Dufan behind him. The youth wore a gold necklace the thickness of his pinky finger around his neck and high-grade sunglasses on his chest. Obviously some prominent status. "Okay, Brother Lu." The qualification certificate in Wang Qian's hand was still there, but she had already put away the condescension in her heart at this time. She knew that this Lu Yu in front of her was the real genius. The real genius with S-class Imperial Beast talent. Dufan was considered Lu Yu's little brother in school, and now that Lu Yu had awakened his S-rank talent, Dufan looked up to him even more. This is not just separated from Chen Feng. After he chased Wang Qian, he brought Wang Qian to find Lu Yu on the pretext of dispersal. The purpose is simple. Borrowing the prestige of Lu Yu's special recruitment test to give himself face. The teacher of the application was still the same person who had enrolled Chen Feng's duo before. Just now he got another notice from above to work an extra shift because another child was going to be enrolled. After filling out the information, Lu Yu's 3 men passed through the tunnel one after the other to the sparring table. At this moment, within the battlegrounds, Eryang's purgatory demon bear was being beaten up and down by the 4 examination demon beasts. It couldn't be helped. The assessment teacher had already done his best. The ones he had arranged for Eryang were already the 4 most vegetable of the 1-star high-level demonic beasts. However, the level suppression and the number are placed there. The purgatory demon bear bloodline is bullish, but also can't boast the level to fight against 4. Look, someone is already taking the test. It should still be an acquaintance, Lu Yu said as he pointed at the snuffling purgatory demon bear below. Hiss, what kind of level of examination is this? To have 4 fight 1. Dufan sucked in a breath of cold air as he looked at the intense battle below. Wang Qian was also attracted by the opposing battlefield below as she stared, only to see the purgatory demon bear use its thick paw to slap the pouncing wolf-shaped demonic beast away. Then it ran and dodged in the square without looking back. Several times, he narrowly dodged the pincer attack of the other 3 demonic beasts. This was thanks to the existence of Eryang, the Imperial Beast Master, who, with his third perspective, could always command the purgatory demon bear in his mind to avoid dangers from the blind spot of his vision. It should be the highest difficulty test. Those 4 demonic beasts down there are all first-order high-ranking demonic beasts comparable to a 2-star. And that bear-shaped Imperial Beast, he's only a 1-star middle rank. Lu Yu shook his head repeatedly as he looked at the tragic battle below. This was because at this time, the purgatory demon bear had already been beaten by the 4 demonic beasts and its entire body was cracked open with several large arm-thick slits. Blood stained the brown fur. Eryang, you're too self-important. Before the three of them could walk onto the sparring mat, Lu Yu had already opened his mouth. Lu Yu? Lao Tzu, this is top difficulty. What are you talking about? Eryang's gaze was still fixed on the battle within the arena, and he didn't dare to avert his gaze. It was now 4.5 minutes later, and as long as he held on for 30 seconds, his highest-ranking walk-on would be in hand. What an honor that would be. It's not just the $10 million scholarship, but more importantly, after earning the highest guaranteed status, he won't have to take high school classes for the next 6 months. Instead, they were trained directly by the university in secret. And finally, before the university started, they skipped the high school group school-level Imperial Beast competition, the municipal-level Imperial Beast competition, and directly participated in the provincial-level Imperial Beast competition, and then the national competition as a seeded player. What an oxymoron this is. Moreover, he had heard his old man say that if he ranked high in the national tournament, when he went to college, he would be directly selected into the university's core seed Imperial Beast varsity team, skip the national Imperial Beast contest and just prepare for the Worlds. Just thinking about it made Eryang's blood boil. Ha! Chen Feng, why are you here? Lu Yu and Chen Feng were from the same school, so he knew Chen Feng, just not well. Chen Feng, Du Fan instantly gritted his teeth and said, Chen Feng? Wang Qian, on the other hand, was surprised in her mind for a moment, and she did not open her mouth. In her eyes, the two were not of the same world now. The school couldn't awaken my qualifications, so I had to be forced to take the special recruitment test. Chen Feng said this to Lu Yu. That's a very pretentious thing to say. Translated, the school was crap and couldn't teach me, so I went straight to college. Oh, well, good luck with that, but you might have to wait a bit, because I'm next in line for the test, Lu Yu said with a smile. In the same way as Eryang, the elders of the Lu family had similarly greeted him. Doesn't matter. Chen Feng shrugged. There is no way. Other people's father Dick. This aspect of Chen Feng thought that he could not compare. Compared to the two, Eryang was not relaxed at this time. Brother Xiong, let's surrender if we can't. Eryang looked at the purgatory demon bear under the field, which had already been scratched and covered in blood, and transmitted his voice. How long is left? The purgatory demon bear walked with a limp as he continuously slapped the 4 demonic beasts that were taking turns to approach it with his bare paws. Palms are used with all their strength, but it was now almost as if every slap it made was rewarded with 3 new wounds. 12 seconds to go. Eryang said with clenched fists. Damn. Put up a fight and go back and add another earth black bear to my list. Bear even likes black silk. Eryang spat a word. Whose imperial beast master is so full of crap. After the purgatory demon bear finished speaking, its feet suddenly launched itself into a chokehold against the demon wolf that lunged at it head-on. It locked itself around the demon wolf's neck and kept using the demon wolf as a shield against the attacks of the other 3 demon beasts. But it didn't last long. Just after resisting 3 or 2 times, the demonic wolf broke free from its bindings, and in the process, left 2 bloody marks on the purgatory demon bear's body. Time flies. Chen Feng had been staring at the countdown on the field looking at the cards. 4.56, 4.57, 5.00. Grass. This even dares to operate in the dark? In Chen Feng's eyes, he only saw that when he was originally 3 seconds short of 5 minutes, the time unexpectedly jumped directly to 5 minutes. Stop the attack. The test is passed. The examiner's teacher gave a shout with an unchanged face and raised the small yellow flag in his hand above his head. Those 4 demonic beasts were very humane and had obviously been trained, immediately stopping their attacks upon seeing the yellow flag. The purgatory demon bear then instantly leaned back. It's hurt too much. Quickly put the purgatory demon bear into the imperial beast space. Seeing that Eryang actually froze at the critical moment, Chen Feng shouted to remind him. Upon hearing this, Eryang was instantly awakened from the euphoria of having passed the examination, and heeding Chen Feng's words, he took the first opportunity to put the purgatory demon bear into the imperial beast space. The imperial beast space could recover the imperial beast's injuries on its own. However, the inferno demon bear's injuries were too severe, still requiring urgent treatment. Dude, I'm going to go to the medical room and I'll be back to cheer you on in a few minutes. Eryang nodded to Chen Feng and trotted off to the medical room. Luckily, Chen Feng had reminded him just now that his imperial beast was too heavily injured, and a little bit of late income into the imperial beast space could have caused the purgatory demon bear to develop irreversible and permanent dark injuries. Good. Chen Feng also nodded in response. The next step was Lu Yu's test. The examination teacher turned his head to look at Chen Feng and then at the 3 Lu Yu. Lu Yu, isn't it? A medium difficulty test that involves defeating a 1-star medium rank demonic beast. Release the imperial beast. Lu Yu nodded at his words. His imperial beast was a 1-star mid-stage dragon blood firebird. It was also considered rare. and was on the same level as the Purgatory Demon Bear. The one he was battling against was a snake-type 1-star mid-stage demonic beast. The two beasts are inherently incompatible. Just after entering, the Dragonblood Firebird defeated the snake demon beast in 3 strikes. After all, it is a rare bloodline and a natural restraint, basically invincible in the same class. But after passing the test, Lu Yu's trio didn't leave because Du Fan said he wanted to see Chen Feng's test. The same goes for Wang Qian. Du Fan wanted to see Chen Feng make a fool of himself. He and Chen Feng had just finished attending the school's awakening ceremony together in the morning, and knew Chen Feng inside out. Even if he, Chen Feng, drank the awakening potion, there was no way he could contract a royal beast in such a short period of time, right? What the hell? He could still be born again crossing over. And Wang Qian was equally curious as to how Chen Feng had dared to come to the bonding test. She didn't even dare, and neither did Du Fan, who possessed A-grade qualifications. Next, Chen Feng, Imperial Beast Qualification, Grade D, difficulty of the test. Supreme? The examiner was so confused that his tone went up. He rubbed his eyes to make sure he was seeing things right. Only AD? Du Fan instantly laughed out loud as he listened to the words of the assessment teacher. He had thought that Chen Feng had awakened some bullish talent, causing him to be on edge just now. He was afraid that Wang Qian would break the mirror with Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you dare to report for the highest level examination even with D-level talent. With a level talent, don't even consider myself qualified. How did you dare? Is it because Chanshan dumped you and was irritated? Du Fan pointed at Chen Feng and scoffed. Student Chen Feng, your joke has indeed gone too far. It's already off time and the assessment teacher needs to get off work and rest. Lu Yu said seriously. What Lu Yu said was actually normal. As the world knows, a 1-star Imperial Beast Master with a D-grade Imperial Beast talent. The highest grade Imperial Beast contracted is a 1-star middle rank. And what was the situation of Chen Feng's family? All 3 of them knew very well that it was an ordinary family, likely Eryang's Purgatory Demon Bear. A head was worth over $1 billion, and it was simply not something that Chen Feng's family could afford. Teacher, please start the examination. Please arrange 4 of the strongest 1-star high-level demonic beasts for me. Chen Feng ignored the words of the 2 men as he spoke word for word to the examination teacher. At the moment he had his hands in his pockets, not caring in the least about the taunts of outsiders. Everything speaks with strength. The examination teacher was also very hesitant. In fact, he could already tell that Chen Feng's family was ordinary, and he was probably just an ordinary family. Years of examination experience told him that the kid in front of him, with a high probability of having a major illness, had brought his imperial beasts to give away his head. Chen Feng, I know you're irritated because we broke up you. I can give you a chance, but wait until we go to college, okay? I really don't want to see you like this right now. Don't be doing such childish things. It's so embarrassing. Wang Qian, who had been silent, finally spoke. There was disappointment in her tone. Condescending. Sin, you guys are broken up. You don't have to be like this. Chen Feng, you punk better hurry home. Don't disgrace Chanshan. When Du Fan saw that Wang Qian was still going to give Chen Feng a chance, he was anxious. The boiling goat nature is exposed. Student Chen Feng, you can choose to withdraw from the examination now, and the reporting center will not pursue you for any responsibility. The examiner heard a generalization. He now only thinks that Chen Feng, because he was dumped, has a breath in his heart and wants to prove himself, so he came to apply for the examination in a brainstorm. Teacher, please arrange the demonic beasts. Thank you. Chen Feng didn't want to take care of Wang Qian's trio at all. He didn't even look at them and directly walked to the edge of the sparring table, waiting for the examination teacher to release the demonic beasts. Chen, the appraisal teacher is still trying to be persuasive. He was a person who had been there before, and he knew that royal beast masters with ordinary qualifications like Chen Feng were able to contract royal beasts so quickly because their families had put in the blood. He tried to persuade again. Teacher, arrange an examination for him. At that moment, a voice came from behind Chen Feng. It's Li Eryang. He came to Chen Feng's side and stood side by side with him, looking at the empty battlefield. Brother Chen Feng, are you sure you still want to challenge? My 1-star medium-ranked Purgatory Demon Bears have all suffered heavy injuries, and even in the Imperial Beast space, they will have to recuperate for at least a week. Li Eryang said seriously to Chen Feng. Yoko, do you believe in miracles? Chen Feng said, his eyes looking towards the opposing sides of the stage, his right hand subconsciously trying to pull out a cigarette. He pulled out a blank, and without waiting for Li Eryang to answer, he continued, I am the one who created the miracle. The Imperial Beast Masters of this era are too ordinary and comfortable. Chen Feng had a feeling. During the Imperial Demon era, the magical beasts had already invaded the human territory, and the humans lived in war every day. How could they be as comfortable as they are now? Teacher, arrange an examination for him, at the highest level of difficulty, as he requested. Eryang sighed. Dude, I can't stop you from this wave of pussy, rat tail juice. The test begins. With a shout from the examining teacher, the iron cage under the field opened again. What came out was the strongest combination of demonic beasts. 3 1-star high-ranking land demonic beasts and 1 1-star high-ranking bird-like flying demonic beast. The 4 demonic beasts could be called the best combination. Among the land demonic beasts were the earth grizzly bear that acted as the front row, the black-spotted saber-toothed tiger that had speed and strength online, and the cobra demon king that could spray venom from a distance, and the one in the sky is even a pure-blooded steel-feathered peacock. This combination could even kill Eryang's purgatory demon bear in seconds. Hey! Eryang sighed as he looked at the steel-feathered peacock in the sky with a wingspan of more than 15 meters. Just that peacock soaring in a circle over the examination ground already made people feel like they were covering the sky. Now it's not a question of hitting or not hitting. It's a question of hitting or not hitting. Ridiculous. 2 words popped out of Luyu's mouth behind him. He smiled contemptuously. Candidate Chen Feng, please summon the imperial beasts as soon as possible. The assessment teacher urged. He had the yellow flag pinched in his hand, ready to be raised. He was waiting for Chen Feng's imperial beast to be killed in seconds. Eryang, I'll show you a real imperial beast. Chen Feng bellowed. He really wanted Eryang to see his imperial beast. In his last life, he had often lamented that Eryang had died too early and hadn't experienced the imperial demon period. His wish in this life could be considered fulfilled. Then the crowd only heard Chen Feng let out a loud shout. Prison doors, open, only to see a 100-meter-tall prison gate emerge opposite those 4 demonic beasts. Thick purple chains were wrapped around the blood-red pillars of the prison gates, and the tiles at the top of the gates were blood-red. In the center of the prison gate was a purple aura, mixed with a little scarlet floating out. It was quite appalling to watch. The crowd looked up at the prison gate that covered the height of the steel-feathered peacock's flight, and all of them, including the examination teacher, swallowed their saliva in unison. A strong feeling of suffocation came over me. They had never seen this kind of royal beast appearance before. It's so awesome. He even has skin on this thing. Comparing it to his own light gate that summoned the imperial beasts, Eryang was greatly shocked, and even the knowledgeable examination teacher had not searched his memory for any information related to the prison gate. It is indeed too beyond the pale. Everyone stared at the prison door with wide-eyed death stares, except for Chen Feng. Only Chen Feng's tone was flat, and he still had his hands in his pockets at this point. Spoke to the prison door. Dinner is served. The words fell. 2 automobile-sized scarlet rays emerged from the prison gate. It brought out a rustling sound, with a hint of chains knocking in it. Wow! The 3 1-star high-level demonic beasts outside the prison gate were ready to fight. However, their bodies were all trembling violently, as if they had encountered a natural enemy. The steel-feathered peacock in the sky flew up a few more meters, its eyes looking warily inside the prison gate. This is the scent that belongs uniquely to the wraith. Next moment, a huge purple figure poked out of the prison gate. Sharp beak and fangs, just showing a head. It was the head of a centipede, but just the head had actually taken up half of the space of the battlefield. You know, this pair of battlefields is less than the size of 10 soccer fields, but at this point a centipede head actually took up most of it. The 4 demonic beasts were trembling. They weren't even as big as 1 fong of the centipede. The purple body bubbled with blood and looked rather sinister. If the steel feather peacock spreading its wings just now was considered to be covering the sky, then at this moment, the centipede was an existence that could devour the heavens and the earth by merely revealing its head. No one saw it move. In the next moment, the 4 trembling demonic beasts disappeared into thin air and were swallowed into its stomach. You don't even have to chew. This was Chen Feng's first imperial demonic beast, the 10,000-foot demonic centipede emperor. The 10,000 foot, and it doesn't mean 10,000. It means million. It was enough to rival the length of half a city if its entire body came out of the prison gate. As the 4 demonic beasts disappeared out of thin air, the 10,000-foot centipede emperor revealed its complete head in 2 sections of its oversized shell. Each of the tapered feet below its shell was entwined at the joints with a thick purple chain visible to the naked eye. The purple chains extended all the way into the prison gate, like a vicious dog on a leash. It added a bit of hideousness to the 10,000-foot demonic centipede emperor. Chen Feng, I'm not full yet. Not enough to stuff my teeth. The 10,000-legged demonic centipede emperor turned around as it raised its body and leveled its gaze at Chen Feng in the stands. There's been some changes. Be content, you're the first to eat. Chen Feng replied in his mind. What do you mean? The demonic centipede emperor was first stunned. Then he was shocked after sensing Chen Feng's strength. Why are you retraining again? Nope, Chen Feng, you can't be like this. I've been fighting for you for hundreds of years and you've actually retrained again. The demon centipede emperor was dumbfounded. It felt Chen Feng's strength drop to 1 star and instantly trembled all over. This is all forewarned. It was now terrified. The demonic centipede emperor was the first magical beast to be contracted by Chen Feng. It deeply knew where Chen Feng got this strength from, and how his former royal beast predecessors died. Now that Chen Feng was recultivating again, that meant that it was no longer valuable enough to become Chen Feng's imperial beast. Just waiting for Chen Feng to find the next 10-star high-level magical beast would be his demonic centipede emperor's time to die. Then, he thought of the 4 1-star trash demonic beasts he had just eaten that weren't even as big as its teeth. And he came to an epiphany. It's a broken meal. Old ancestor Chen Feng. Brother Feng. Master. You can't be like this. Little centipede, I've been fighting with you for hundreds of years. I've done hard work even without merit. The devil centipede emperor had a heck of a face. Or rather, it didn't have a face at all. And its terrifyingly large mouth let out a huge wail. It shook the entire Colosseum. What are you thinking? I'll explain to you later. I won't kill you. Go back first. Good boy. Chen Feng shook his head with a speechless expression. This demon centipede emperor. What about that pretentiousness at the beginning? Goons. The demon centipede emperor still wanted to explain. Go back. OTT. Hearing Chen Feng's angry shout, the devil centipede emperor obediently retreated back to the prison gate. Each of Chen Feng's magical beasts were vicious, but facing Chen Feng they all wimped out like a schoolboy standing in front of his homeroom teacher. There was no way that Chen Feng had once been more vicious than them. The prison doors are completely closed. The confrontation field was once again restored to its original state, only leaving behind dozens of 2-meter deep pits within the field where the demonic centipede emperor had trampled. Those were the footprints of the demon centipede emperor. Teacher, it's time to announce the results of the examination. Chen Feng turned his head and reminded the appraisal teacher who was caught in a stupor. Teacher, it's time to announce the results of the examination. Chen Feng turned his head to remind the assessment teacher who had fallen into a stupor. The examining teacher had frozen in place by now. He himself was a 3-star imperial beast master, and had once been someone who had experienced big, brutal scenes in the beast domain. But he never remembered that there was any imperial beast in this world that was that ferocious and terrifying. The demonic aura that came through that breath still gave him palpitations, and likewise could not recall anyone summoning the imperial beasts in a way that passed through that horrible red prison gate. Simply unheard of and unseen. Well, okay, the examining teacher replied mechanically in a stuttering tone. Forcefully pressed down the excitement in his heart. He did not ask Chen Feng about the terrifying imperial beast. He knew that there were things that were no longer his right to know. I announce that student Chen Feng has passed the highest level examination. Congratulations. When he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the 4 people behind him who were also in a daze. Ahem. He roused the 4 with a light cough. Eryang was the first to come to his senses. He had only one thought at this point. Chen Feng, this kid is too awesome. This leg must be hugged. Also, I want the Lightgate skin. Jailgate, right? So damn handsome. And the royal beast. Just poking my head out. I'm catching up with the size of the test field. Which is if the whole body comes out. Eryang didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He decided to hang out with Chen Feng well in the future. Opportunities were reserved for those with vision. And vision is something he happens to have. Compared to Eryang, Lu Yu was also considered a second generation who had seen the world. At this time he was wearing sunglasses on his face, which did not have only one function of playing handsome. It's a high-tech that can scan the details of any imperial beast. But Lu Yu was shocked to find that the sunglasses that he had tried 100 times did not work, displaying unknown imperial beasts with no matching information. What kind of imperial beast is that? What grade? And why would it kill 4 1-star high-grade demonic beasts in a single move? He didn't even see how Chen Feng's imperial beast struck. But he's smart. Never make an enemy of Chen Feng. One must even cling fiercely to Chen Feng's thigh. Thinking of this, he suppressed his curiosity. Taking 2 steps to Chen Feng's side, he spoke with a gentle smile. Brother Chen Feng, it's my oldest brother who is blind. If we meet in the future on the field, please be magnanimous. I'll go out in a while to be the host and treat you 2 brothers to dinner. Lu Yu kid also have a time to wimp out? Let's in here to set close. Tonight this meal must be arranged by me. No one can rob it. If there is no brother Chen Feng to remind me, my imperial beast must have suffered irreversible dark injuries. Eryang rushed forward. He blocked Lu Yu's hand and pulled Chen Feng and said, I'm going to go get my reward and then I have some errands to run. Chen Feng hurriedly said, he's still got to ransom the beast's bones. It was mom's love token. As for these 2 now, they were actually old acquaintances from his last life. In the future, the world will definitely be infested by wraiths, and more friends will be more powerful. Moreover, He would need strong teammates for the various Imperial Beast competitions that were to follow. Brother still has something to do? That's just right. I have a car here. I'll give brother a ride. Lu Yu didn't care what Li Eryang's attitude was. That's a big leg he'll hold. Lu Yu, didn't you bring your good friend here? Brother Feng, take my car. My car is spacious, Li Eryang said, glancing at the Wang Qian duo. Then he pulled Chen Feng directly towards the prize collection office. At this moment, Wang Qian and Du Fan both had their heads down. Wang Qian was thinking about how to get back together with Chen Feng. As for Du Fan, he was of course thinking about how he could stop Wang Qian's little mind. Du Fan, you two go back first. I'll accompany brother Chen Feng to take care of something later. Later, just keep in touch less in the future. I might be busy in the future. Lu Yu finished his speech and jogged towards Chen Feng and the two of them to chase after him. Too realistic. The examiner glanced at the direction in which Chen Feng's trio had disappeared. All three were seen with their hands in their pockets, leaving long backs. The examination teacher swept his eyes at the discarded Wang Qian duo again and shook his head. Chen Feng was accompanied by Li Eryang and Lu Yu to receive the $10 million bursary, and I was told to report in front of the reporting center tomorrow morning. Participate in a secret special training organized by the Imperial Beasts University in northern Longxia. The goal: to prepare for the provincial Imperial Beast Master competition in the high school division. Those like Chen Feng who passed the highest difficulty test would go out of the school independently. They were uniformly trained by the four major Imperial Beast universities in the east, south, west, and north of Longxia, and then participated in the Imperial Beast Master competitions at the provincial level and above. The rewards and privileges were quite plentiful, and even the current Chen Feng would covet them when he looked at them. After that, Chen Feng contacted Chen's mother and successfully asked for the location of the redeemed beast bone. The three of them went forward in Li Eryang's car. Oh, still provincial competition, with brother Wind in. Participate in any competition is not pure hanging. Wind brother, I Li Eryang to follow you. The two of us team, will be a strong team. Li Eryang held the steering wheel with one hand and grinned broadly. The tone was as if Chen Feng had already agreed to team up with him. Chen Feng was sitting in the passenger seat, and before he could speak, Lu Yu in the back seat hurriedly picked up the conversation. Wait, what's strong and powerful? It's strong and powerful, because I'm fixated on brother Feng too. He had his gold chain stowed away in his clothes at this point, just to give Chen Feng a good impression. What status do you have to team up with the two of us? You passed the intermediate level test, and you still have to compete in the municipal competition. Li Eryang swept Lu Yu up and down through the rearview mirror, his eyes disgusted, like an old sister-in-law looking at an ugly man in disgust. I'll go back and tell my dad. Get me a transfer. Lu Yu was in a hurry, and he directly brought out his old man from the organizing committee of his tournament, because basically no one could pass the top-level examination. Every year, the special training for colleges and universities was to select those with strong talent and imperial beasts from among the students who had passed the intermediate level examination, and form a seed team. Although he hit the big time this year and came out with two that really passed the top-tier examination, Lu Yu also has great potential because of his S-rank talent and the bloodline of the Imperial Beasts. What's more, he's got a tournament organizing committee pops. With the multiple additions, he really did have a chance to mix in with Chen Feng's team. You're a bully. You've got a dad alright. Lao Tzu, this is talent. Without talent it's useless to have a father. Lu Yu returned the favor. He thinks he's still working hard. What's his gift? At this time, inside the special recruitment office of the Northern Imperial Beast University, a middle-aged man looked at Chen Feng's sparring video and asked the question in his mind. He was the director of special recruitment for this class, and the future mentor for Chen Feng's class of students. 8-star Imperial Beast Master, Zhang Daoyuan, D. Another teacher replied. Class D? How is that possible? He filled it out himself, didn't he? Zhang Daoyuan said in surprise. Yeah. That teacher looked at the crooked words on the information sheet. Indeed, the student wrote it correctly. Usually those who are gifted in royal beasts are ugly in writing when they are young. The video of this student's assessment and personal information is classified as highly confidential, and you don't need to bring it with you for this period of student training. I'll go myself. After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, he took the information in that teacher's hand and put it into his own purse. He had another identity, a former senior commander of the official Beast Realm Pioneering Corps. With his eyesight, he couldn't even tell what exactly Chen Feng's Imperial Beast was. He knew that he could only ask Chen Feng himself in person if he wanted to figure everything out. Director Zhang. That teacher was a little upset because he had lost the opportunity to train his students. It was a great gold-plated opportunity that he didn't want to let go. Hey, it's not that I won't let you have it. It's that you might not be able to subdue this kid. So it's decided. You're out. Zhang Daoyuan sighed once again as he finished speaking. The more you know, the more you think. That strange way of summoning the goblin, that unknown huge goblin. Is he really a 1-star Imperial Beast Master? And what level is his Imperial Beast? 2 stars? Or 3 stars? But whether it was 2 stars or 3 stars, it made Zhang Daoyuan think of a possibility. That is, an Imperial Beast Master can actually break through the Imperial Beast level limit and contract an Imperial Beast higher than his own at 1 star of his own. After that teacher went out, Zhang Daoyuan sat alone in his chair as he pondered for a while. Then he picked up the phone and dialed a number. The sun rises early in winter. The first time he fell asleep after being reborn, Chen Feng didn't hear the sound of his mother's upside-down spoon, and no nagging from my mother, to be able to sleep so well. Only because Mother Chen was in a good mood today. Last night Chen Feng ransomed her and her husband's betrothed beast bone. At this point the animal bone was placed at the foot of her bed. It had an extra layer of meaning, not just a token of love, but also a proof that her son Chen Feng had grown up. My son has been guaranteed admission to Imperial Beasts University, and the beast bone is back in his hands. Chen mother tiptoed out of bed and started cooking for Chen Feng. She tried her best to control the noise so as not to disturb Chen Feng's rest. Of course, this compassionate mother experience card Chen Feng could experience for a maximum of 3 days. Hungry. Ooh. Instead of being woken up by his mother, Chen Feng was instead woken up by the demonic centipede emperor in the Imperial Demon Space. The voice was faint and long, interspersed with segments of wailing. The demon centipede emperor was indeed starving. It was originally a 10-star high-level magical beast with a huge body size, although it could go without food for a long time by feeding once. However, it needed to feed on at least 100 demonic beasts at a time to be able to do so, and they were at least 3-star ranked and upwards. If it was a 1-star demonic beast, it could only be said that the level was too low, a meal of at least 1,000 upwards. Those 4 yesterday weren't even enough for it. However, it was afraid of Chen Feng, so it could only weakly wail with a crying voice. You can imagine how hungry it is now. As hungry as a grown man who ate only 4 small shrimp the day before. Ah, convinced. Chen Feng instantly sat up from the bed. Don't scream. Bear with me for a while. When I make money, I'll definitely be the first to buy you demonic beasts to eat. Chen Feng could understand the demonic centipede emperor. After all, they had all accompanied each other for hundreds of years. Why don't we just go to the beast's domain and eat at the buffet? The demon centipede emperor asked in a small voice. In the past, when it and a few other magical beast big brothers were hungry, it was Chen Feng who took the initiative to take them to the beast domain for a buffet, because brother crossed over and was reborn. It's not that war-torn era now. Can't you see I'm younger? Chen Feng explained. Oops, tough one. At this time, Chen Feng had also discovered the drawbacks of the Imperial Demon Masters, especially him, an Imperial Demon Master with all 10-star magical beasts. 10-star magical beasts were indeed powerful, but the amount of food they ate each time was also quite astonishing. Mainly they were magical beasts, not demonic beasts. While demonic beasts could grow by eating human-formulated Imperial Beast meals, magical beasts had to eat demonic beasts in order to do so. How much does the Imperial Beast meal cost? Tens of thousands to millions. As for the demonic beasts, this period of time, the official control is strict, and ordinary demonic beasts have to be 5 million upwards. Chen Feng had ransomed the beast bone, and the remaining money was only enough to buy a demonic beast, which wasn't enough for the demonic centipede emperor to stuff his teeth with. Maybe just a little bit of flavor, and then it's gone. As fast as Porky Pig ate the ginseng fruit, it was gone in his mouth. So, what should I do then? The devil centipede emperor was dumbfounded when it heard this, and it didn't care at all about crossing over and being reborn. All it wanted now was dry rice, and Chen Feng's words sounded to it like no rice ow. Let's starve 3 times a day in the future, or 9 times in 3 days. What can I do? Wait for my brother to make money to support you. Just got into the Imperial Beast University guaranteed student yesterday. In the future, my brother will take you to the tournament and support you. The tournament rewards for the demonic beasts, all for you to eat, and the money will also give you to buy demonic beasts to eat. I'll give you all the food and money to buy demonic beasts to eat. There was no way around it. Chen Feng could only draw big pies now. Reality is cruel. But there are 9 others who can eat as much as I can, the demonic centipede emperor weakly reminded. The devil centipede emperor said, his mind recalling 9 big brothers of devil beasts that were even more loser than it. All of them were magical beasts contracted by Chen Feng, and the last one was rumored to be in existence beyond 10 stars, but it had never seen it. Because of that Chen Feng casting Rebirth battle, the demonic centipede emperor was not allowed to participate by Chen Feng because it was too good. Let's just say that the demon centipede emperor is the most appetizing, and the other 9 are one more loser than the other, but also one more edible than the other. I'm Nima. Get out of here. Chen Feng leaned back towards the bed. the small quilt going over his head as he chose to escape for the time being. Rebirth is a real labor of love, and the future acquisition of any demonic beasts and activities regarding money can't be spared. Actually, there's a bit more to it than that. Each wraith gives the sentinel a skill of its own. These skills vary depending on the strength of the magical beast, its bloodline, and so on. So the Imperial Demon Masters and Imperial Beast Masters themselves aren't the equivalent of the skinny summoners in the novels. They have strong attacks of their own. And Chen Feng, the Imperial Demon Master, was even stronger than the Imperial Beast Master, crushing data in every aspect. However, the problem was that Chen Feng's magical beasts were all 10 stars, with strong skills, but also strong consumption. This resulted in the fact that whenever Chen Feng used a skill, it would definitely consume a large amount of royal magic power. While other people's skills were normal attacks, Chen Feng's skill was a big move that cleared the royal magic. And summoning magical beasts to fight is likewise a constant drain on imperial magical power. Little wind, get up and eat. Mother Chen's voice interrupted Chen Feng's thoughts. Coming. At 9 o'clock, Chen Feng came to the entrance of the application center. By now a small group of young men and women had gathered outside. Several luxury cars were also parked in the roadside parking lot. Most of these people are rich kids with exceptional talent. Just as he stood still, Chen Feng heard a voice coming from behind him. Chen Feng, right? Chen Feng turned his head and realized that it was a middle-aged man in a trench coat with a scarred face. You are? My name is Zhang Daoyuan. I'm your lead teacher. Please come with me first. There's something I need to check with you. Zhang Daoyuan held Chen Feng's data card in his hands and said seriously. Chen Feng nodded. The duo went to a separate office in the enrollment center one after the other. Zhang Daoyuan sat straight into the chair inside the desk. Sit down first. Let's get straight to the point. You say. Chen Feng had expected this scene. He had thought that he would be questioned when he exposed the magical beasts. He just didn't expect it to be so soon. Well, your imperial beast. It's a magical beast, isn't it? After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, his eyes stared sharply into Chen Feng's eyes. He was an 8-star imperial beast master and could easily tell if the other party was lying. Yes. Chen Feng shrugged. Where did the wraith come from? Zhang Daoyuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A heartfelt sigh of relief. My father came back a couple years ago and he brought it back. This was the rhetoric that Chen Feng had thought of long ago. Chen Feng's father was also from the Beast Realm Exploitation Corps, and Chen Feng didn't know exactly what kind of troops he belonged to. In his last life he never found out what happened to his father until he died. But Chen Feng knew that his father was definitely not simple. Oh, where is he now? Zhang Daoyuan asked curiously. I don't know. He came back once a few years ago and hasn't been heard from since. And my mom and I can't reach him, Chen Feng said, his expression becoming frustrated. Then how did you contract this magical beast? And why did it get so big? Doesn't it have a growth cycle? He got this big after the deed. As to how it was done, Chen Feng chose to directly tell Zhang Daoyuan about the way to contract a magical beast, or the way to become an imperial demon master. This was no loss to Chen Feng, and even if the whole world started practicing imperial demons instead now, it wouldn't matter to him, because his magical beasts were already the strongest batch in the world, and besides, the beast domain was still full of demonic beasts. There simply weren't that many magical beasts for them to contract. After Lin Lin finished his speech, Zhang Daoyuan sent Chen Feng out of the office. 30 minutes after Chen Feng left the office, Zhang Daoyuan came out alone and gathered all the students. In fact, there were only 11 people in total, also including Chen Feng, Li Eryang, and Lu Yu. After the group gathered in one of the halls of the registration center, Zhang Daoyuan first introduced himself. Then he stepped to the point. Students, according to previous years, you so-called geniuses would have been trained individually in special training to directly prepare for the municipal and provincial imperial beast competitions. But this year is different. As agreed upon by the higher-ups, this year you all will be experiencing an individual ranking battle with all the senior classmates in Lin Province who have awakened the talent of the Imperial Beastmaster. Based on the rankings of the ranking battle, the top-ranked ones will not only receive a second-order extreme bloodline demon beast, but will also be given the privilege to prioritize teaming. You have to know that a second-order extreme bloodline demon beast is equivalent to 10 first-order high-grade ordinary demon beasts. That's quite precious. I hope everyone will fight for more. This time, there are more than 500 Imperial Beast Masters from the province participating, so I'll reveal the rules to you in advance. This is a survival battle in one of the northern Beastlands, and you have no map of the Beastlands. No food is allowed. You may use the Imperial Beasts, but you may use your own skills. The main purpose is, firstly, to compete for the rankings to pave the way for future competitions and obtaining official resources, and secondly, to allow ordinary students to have Imperial Beasts as soon as possible as well. Don't worry about safety. We've applied for death quotas for everyone. If anyone is unfortunate enough to die in the beast domain, it's fine. The officials will compensate your families with a sizable pension, Zhang Daoyuan said as he swept a circle towards the crowd. Okay, you have 10 minutes to call your families and say goodbye, so remember to think of your last words. We leave in 10 minutes. When Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, he instantly caused a commotion among the students. The students here are from fairly privileged families, and not many of them would give up their prosperity to go out and fight for their lives. It's not that they're cowards, it's that this is normal human thinking. The richer you are, the more afraid you are of death. Doesn't it smell good to enjoy life? Besides, they are so young, all the more reason they should have the right to enjoy themselves. Report. Teacher, I want to quit. Report, I want out too. Instantly a couple of young men wanted to quit. Zhang Daoyuan sniffed hee and spoke directly. You all don't have the right to quit. I've just contacted your families and they've all signed life and death warrants for you. At this time, Chen Feng's cell phone dinged twice, coming with 2 messages. Chen Feng silently pulled out his cell phone to check. One is $1 million more in bank card balance. The other was from Chen Feng's mom. Son, pay attention to safety outside. You turned too much for me last night. Mom turned back some for you. Want to eat some? What to eat some? What want to buy? All buy a buy. Want to experience? Also go through a little? Don't have regrets. Love you and have a safe trip. Ah, what a word. The bus to the beast's domain was traveling on the highway. Chen Feng was currently sitting in the last row of the bus. He was sitting in the window seat, next to Li Eryang then Lu Yu. A small black book lay in his lap. There were 2 rows of names written in the book. Yu Yan Wang, Eryang Li, Yu Lu. The handwriting was scrawled but heavily stroked. Chen Feng looked out the window and froze. Li Eryang had just been fighting with Lu Yu. Noticing that Chen Feng was somewhat quiet, they subconsciously looked at him, and at the same time, he was attracted to the book on Chen Feng's lap, because it has their name on it. Brother Feng, is this Wang Yuyan's sister-in-law? Li Eryang said, pointing to the name on the book. He wasn't in the same school as Chen Feng, so he didn't know Wang Yuyan. Ha, there's a foreign name in there? Who is this Elena? Lu Yu saw that behind his name was the name of a foreign girl, and he also asked curiously. Chen Feng turned his head when he heard the duo's voices and closed the book. All just better friends. He shook his head in reply. Then, in that case, the 2 of us are also Brother Feng's best friends. Lu Yu did not expect Chen Feng to really take the 2 of them as friends. After all, the 3 of them have not really been familiar with each other for a long time. I don't know if you are or not, but Brother Feng and I are definitely the most ironclad. He saved my imperial beast and it makes sense for me to hold on to his thigh, Li Eryang said, leaning toward Chen Feng and commandeeringly pushing Lu Yu outward. Without waiting for Chen Feng to speak, Lu Yu spoke again. Brother Feng, you'll definitely win first place in this individual tournament. As soon as that imperial beast of yours comes out, everyone gives way. You'll have to remember to pick me when you choose your teammates. There's still me. When we enter the beast domain, the 3 of us will directly embrace the group. And with those little trash in front of us and those ordinary students who don't even have a beast to defend, the 3 of us will push them sideways. Li Eryang hurriedly followed the conversation. Well, it's true that you can just hug it out. The rules don't say you have to go solo. Chen Feng stroked his chin in contemplation. At that moment, Zhang Daoyuan interrupted the 3. He stood in front of the 3 men. I'm sure you've all thought of illegal grouping, but you don't have to hope for that. Let me give you a detailed overview of the individual battles in this beast domain. First of all, you will be randomly transported when you enter the beast domain. This is a medium-sized beast domain space. The highest grade demonic beasts in it are 2-star, but their numbers are sparse, and the probability of you encountering them is almost 0. Zhang Daoyuan paused and continued, and compared to the more than 500 students this time, there are several times as many first-ranked demonic beasts in there as there are students. So those ordinary students will also be able to take advantage of the opportunity to contract the imperial beasts and start a confrontation with you. The ranking battle will last for 3 days, and the exit is at the very center of the beast domain, so you will need to keep exploring towards the center. The ranking battle is a point system. Killing a 1-star low-ranked demonic beast earns you 1 point, 5 points for the middle rank, and 20 points for the high rank. As for 2-star demonic beasts, killing one is 50 points, but your current level is simply unable to defeat 2-star demonic beasts, and if you really want to team up to kill them, you'll need to have the luck to run into them. After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, he swept a glance at Chen Feng intentionally or unintentionally. Well, get out of the car. We're here. As the bus came to a stop, Chen Feng's trio slowly got off the bus after the others. The passageway entrances to the beast realm were guarded by specialized troops. After getting out of the car, Chen Feng looked around. It's a small square in a barracks. He hadn't been to this beast domain before, so he guessed that the level was too low. More importantly, Probably because of the butterfly effect, the events of the timeline were now completely different from his last life. There was no official ranking battle organized in the last life. Is it because of Zhang Daoyuan? It seems this teacher is not a simple person. Everyone go line up and get ready to enter the beast domain passage. Zhang Daoyuan turned to Chen Feng's group of people. This spreadsheet synchronizes your point rankings, and the ranking battle is live-streamed by a drone. So try not to hurt other students while you're in there. But if you meet the ungrateful ones, you will decide for yourselves depending on the situation. And you will have your teachers to take care of you if anything goes wrong. But one thing is that you have to be reasonable in everything you do. Zhang Daoyuan lowered his head and whispered to the crowd. The passageway to the beast domain was a door of light, and it was soon Chen Feng's turn for them to enter. Brother Feng, if we can meet, we must form a team. After saying that, Eryang and Lu Yu took the lead to enter the light door. Definitely. Chen Feng replied affirmatively. Then, he also took a step inside the light door. Line of sight changes. Chen Feng opened his eyes again and was already on top of a plane. The sky was in a cloudy state, kind of like early morning, when the sun is just coming up. The time in the beast's domain is constant, either in a constant state of dawn, or in darkness, or in the evening. This includes seasons and landforms, which in general vary. Chen Feng lifted his wrist to look at the electronic watch that Zhang Daoyuan had sent. It shows a countdown of 2 days and 23 hours. Rankings are not available at this time. There's also a countdown timer, which is nice. The heaviest thing right now is to discern the direction. This was not hard to defeat Chen Feng at all. He tilted his head to the sky, eyes narrowed slightly, focusing on the distance. Only behind the fog, there was a hidden cyclone floating in the air. All the fog slowly converged in that direction. That was the highest point in the core of this beast space. It's to the east of Chen Feng. Identifying the direction, Chen Feng's figure abruptly disappeared, running up quickly through the grasslands. Grasslands in beast domains like this were usually infested with herbivorous demonic beasts. I hope I'm lucky enough to come across it. It was just as well that the demon centipede emperor was hungry. It had a buffet to eat. However, Chen Feng did not directly release the demonic centipede emperor to catch up, as he would need to consume imperial magic power at all times if he kept continuously summoning out the demonic centipede emperor. Although summoning the demonic centipede emperor once now could last for half a day. However, he wanted to get closer to the center of the beast domain before releasing the demonic centipede emperor to start showing off. After all, there were many high-grade demonic beasts over there, so he could let the demonic centipede emperor show off enough at once. He was now a 1-star low-ranked imperial demon master, and his physical strength was already comparable to that of a 1-star low-ranked magical beast. Attention! It's a magical beast, not a demonic beast. This is the strongest point of the imperial demon master, so his speed wasn't slow, and by advancing with his physical body, he was only expending his stamina at most. After going full speed for over an hour, Chen Feng finally stumbled upon something alive, bumped into someone, to be precise, and an acquaintance. Chen Feng? Wang Qian's eyes carried delight, and by her side was boiling Goat Dufan, who had written his displeasure on his face. The duo was currently gathered in front of a huge skeleton. Observing it, Dufan had also just met Wang Qian and had been elated to finally be alone with her. I didn't expect this damn Chen Feng to come back. He turned his head to see Wang Qian's elated look, and his heart involuntarily snapped. Chen Feng glanced at the duo as he ignored them. In fact, he recoiled at the sight of the duo. Chen Feng took 2 steps forward and first looked at the huge skeleton at his feet. It was a horse-shaped demonic beast that had been dead for a long time. Looking at the size of the skeleton, it was at least a 2-star demonic beast before death. Chen Feng squatted down and picked up a meter-long leg bone with his hand. Since the skin and flesh had weathered away long ago, Chen Feng easily removed this huge leg bone from the skeleton. There is a long crack in the top of the leg bone and the knuckle at one end is broken off. It seemed that the demonic beast had gone through quite a battle before it died. Chen Feng swung hard along the crack, striking the leg bone onto the other leg bone at his feet. Click! The sound of shattering. Chen Feng continued to knock. After a few consecutive strikes, the leg bone was directly broken by Chen Feng, dropping a piece of bone about a meter in length. The bone splinter blades weren't exactly sharp, but the spikes at the ends were slightly chilly. Chen Feng knocked off one end of the spikes and held it in his hand and gestured twice. Very smooth. Don't look like this thing could be easily cracked by Chen Feng, but its hardness was absolutely fine against 1-star demonic beasts. Chen Feng, we found this first. What do you mean by that? Dufan could see that Chen Feng wanted to use this bone fragment as a weapon, and he picked a fight. Chen Feng, feel free to take it if you need it. Let's team up. Also, let's get back together. Wang Chen's attitude took a 180-degree turn. She actually had the face to talk to Chen Feng about getting back together. This makes Chen Feng greatly shocked. To say control emotions, but also you Wang Qian love when you say you love, and immediately stop loving when you say you don't. But that's going to make boiling goat Duvan anxious. Before Chen Feng could say anything, he jumped the gun. Qian, this kid green you think about that Wang Yuyen, have you forgotten? After saying that, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Chen Feng again, reaching out and pointing at him. You scummy guy, hurry up and get lost. Don't hang around in front of our eyes. Du Fan didn't know where he got the courage from. He actually dared to talk to Chen Feng like that. This gave Chen Feng a laugh. What kind of a thing are you to talk to me like that? Chen Feng's face changed as he said that the bone knife in his hand was swung. The bone knife prongs instantly cut through Du Fan's sleeve, leaving a large gash on it, revealing the white underwear inside. Chen Feng, what are you doing? There are drones in the sky watching. Du Fan was instantly scared shitless. Chen Feng's movement of swinging the knife was so fast that he didn't even react just now. Once again, the way Chen Feng summoned the imperial beasts that day surfaced in his mind. Du Fan was instantly terrified afterward, but he still forced himself to be calm. Before they left, his homeroom teacher had likewise hinted that they could hold out for special measures if they encountered a special situation, since they can all kill depending on the situation. Then Chen Feng, as a guaranteed student, thinking of this, cold sweat broke out behind Du Fan's back. It's not like I'm trying to kill you. Why are you more of a coward than a real boiling goat? Chen Feng was speechless. In the next moment, he took a step and grabbed Du Fan's scratched sleeve and yanked it. Chabla. The sleeves were directly ripped off by Chen Feng. Taking the sleeve, Chen Feng quickly rolled it around the bone blade so that a cloth hilt was ready. Du Fan was instantly furious at the sight. He felt degraded. You know, there are drones in the sky watching. It's all videotaped for him. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Du Fan didn't dare to curse out, but still yelled, trade you the sleeve for Wang Qian. She's yours now, Mr. Boiling Goat. Chen Feng came fast and disappeared fast. Only Wang Qian, who had a dumbfounded look on her face, and Du Fan, whose expression kept changing, were left behind. In the next moment, Du Fan seemed to have figured something out as he raised his head to look at Wang Qian. Sin Wei. Before he finished speaking, Wang Qian directly reached out and interrupted. Get lost. Chen Feng, wait for me. I've realized how much I like you. Wang Qian trotted after Chen Feng in the direction he had disappeared. Qian, wait for me. I just want to say we can team up. Du Fan shouted after Wang Qian. Wang Qian hadn't caught up with Chen Feng's speed after all. At this time, Chen Feng had already reached the edge of the grassland, and in front of him was a forest. But unfortunately, he didn't come across the buffet all the way. The demonic centipede emperor within the imperial demon space said in response, brother, why don't you let me out and let me dazzle myself? Wait, there are demonic beasts coming through the forest. Chen Feng interrupted the demonic centipede emperor. It seemed to be to verify Chen Feng's words. In the next second, a wolf-shaped demonic beast suddenly rushed out from within the forest. It's a one-star demonic beast. Chen Feng was elated. It's a real stepping stone. He instantly gripped his bone blade and went up against the wolf-shaped demonic beast. That wolf-shaped demonic beast carried blood on its forehead, as if it had a big battle before. It didn't even notice Chen Feng. One man and one wolf charged each other head-on. Chen Feng approached the wolf-shaped demonic beast with a sidestep before plunging a bone blade into the wolf-shaped demonic beast's neck and reversing his other arm to clamp down on its neck. However, this wolf-shaped demonic beast was also considered to be huge in size, probably more than 2 meters tall. The huge body swooped directly towards the ground due to inertia. Chen Feng hung onto its neck in death, holding the bone knife and stirring it frantically. He's going to churn its throat and arteries, brave and bloody. In the next second, a wolf and a man landed at the same time, and Chen Feng dodged and jumped behind him to pull away, lest he be counterattacked by this wolf-shaped demonic beast in its death throes. It is now in a situation of certain death. Just wait for it to slowly break. There's another one? Without waiting for the wolf-shaped demonic beast to break, Chen Feng heard rustling sounds coming from the forest once again. In a flash, as the wolf-shaped demonic beast jumped out of the jungle just now, once again, a fierce tiger demonic beast that was a few points larger than the wolf-shaped demonic beast rushed out of the forest. Wind-whistling three-striped tiger. Chen Feng looked at the green-patterned tiger skin in shock. This tiger's bloodline wasn't simple, although it wasn't as good as Eryang's purgatory demon bear, but according to the specific ranking, it could also reach the quality of an A-class bloodline. The purgatory demon bear was an S-rank bloodline quality. Well. Regardless, Chen Feng's bone blade was once again gripped tightly, and everything happened in the blink of an eye. Without waiting for the tiger demonic beast to land, Chen Feng made a sliding shovel, holding the bone blade high in both hands, and following the wind-whistling three-striped tiger's abdomen was a large gash. The wind-whistling three-striped tiger was only focused on chasing after the wolf-shaped demonic beast, and by the time it realized Chen Feng, a huge gash had already been cut underneath its body. Viscera extrusion. It fell through the air, then lay on the ground whimpering twice and died. A wolf and a tiger, one after the other, died. Chen Feng touched the wolf with one hand and the tiger with the other. In his heart, he said boldly to the demonic centipede emperor, "Let's eat." In the next moment, the two corpses directly appeared in the imperial demon space where the demon centipede emperor was. "Thank you, master." The devil centipede emperor was in tears. Finally fucking eat. Counting the days, he hadn't eaten in a month. Before crossing over, Chen Feng had led a team of men in the highest-ranked beast domain to fight against that magical beast for a full month. It was also so hungry for a month. Chen Feng was just about to paint another picture to the demonic centipede emperor when he heard a heartbreaking cry come out from the forest. "It's as sad as a dead mom." "Ah, who was it? Who killed my royal beast?" The sound hurt to hear, not just psychologically, but mentally tearing. Well, that wind-whistling three-striped tiger shouldn't be. Forget it, slip away. In order not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings, Chen Feng chose not to show up at someone's saddest moment. He had experienced what it was like to be killed by a royal beast, and experience it 10 times. It's better to hurry up and go, so as not to be touchy, and I don't know if that tiger just now counts as points, Chen Feng muttered, not bothering to look at the points on the spreadsheet before diving headfirst into the other direction of the forest. After Chen Feng left, a silhouette sprang out of the jungle. It was a youth with a broken cap hairstyle and a mutated coyote demonic beast in his arms. His eyes were red and he was sweating. If Chen Feng was here, he would definitely have an impression of him, because this youth was also one of the people in Zhang Daoyuan's bowling team. The youth sat paralyzed on the floor, looking at the two patches of still warm blood. "Who the hell is it? Come out to me if you can. Don't hide when you've done something bad." But he yelled for half a day, but there wasn't even a single person. Who on earth is so heartless to even earn points from the imperial beast? It's still a minor tiger. After a little while longer, the youth was tired of shouting and crying, and he lay down on the ground, sputtering feebly. At that moment, two steps came from the distance. The youth rushed to his feet and wiped the tears from his face with his sleeve. He couldn't disgrace the family. The visitors were a man and a woman. It was Wang Qian and Du Fan. Seeing this, the youth directly bit his finger, then pressed it on the head of the mutant coyote in his arms. Demon beast cubs can be directly contracted, while adult demon beasts need to be fought and subdued before they can be contracted. It's actually a mutated tsunami moon demon wolf. Ordinary whistling moon demon wolves were only of A-rank bloodline quality. However, the mutated ones are usually between A-rank and S-rank bloodline qualities. Picked up a treasure. The youth put the Sailor Moon demon wolf into his royal beast space, which contained a large amount of food that could help the royal beasts grow. In less than half a day, the whistling moon demon wolf would be ripened to its youthful age. Looking up, he saw that the first two were nearly upon him, and he patted the grime off his body. "Hello classmate, I'm Du Fan from Lin City 3rd Middle School, and this is my classmate, Wang Qian." Du Fan was the first to speak after standing still. He saw that the youth in front of him was dressed in gold, and secretly said that he might be from a big family. Fang Tianhao. After the youth finished speaking, Du Fan and Wang Qian were instantly shocked in their hearts. Who hasn't heard of the Forest City House family? The Fans started out in real estate, and almost all of the high-end developments in Lin come from the Fans. Unlike Lu Yu's father who served on the tournament's organizing committee, Fang Tianhao's family was quite wealthy, and it could be said that in Lin City, his family was the richest of the rich. So its brother Sky. Wang Qian's eyes instantly narrowed into peach blossoms. She seems to have a new goal. No need to be so polite, just call me Tianhao. Fang Tianhao was in a much better mood when he saw a beautiful woman calling him that. "Brother Tenho," Wang Qian called out sweetly. "By the way, do you guys know of any other students in the neighborhood?" Fang Tianhao changed the topic. "Shanqian and I just got here too, and we've only met one of our classmates." Du Fan was jealous when he saw Wang Qian and Fang Tianhao looking at each other, and he intentionally called Wang Qian Qian. He's powerlessly swearing sovereignty. "You've actually met? Then how come you're not together?" Fang Tianhao's eyes lit up. "That person is called Chen Feng. He's a scumbag. He cuckolded Shanshan and robbed us of a piece of beast bone. His character is extremely bad. He's been ahead of us all this time. It's logical that you should have met him first," Du Fan said with a look of indignation. "Chen Feng? Good. Looks like it must be you." Fang Tianhao's quick thinking. This beast domain was so big, and in such a short period of time, the probability of wanting to stumble upon a fourth person again was extremely small. The name Chen Feng struck him. Being on the same bowling team as him, only the ones on the bowling team had the strength to sneak up and kill his imperial beasts in seconds. It must be this Chen Feng. Damn thing. There wasn't much difference between killing a royal beast and breaking someone's arm. Fang Tianhao thought darkly. "What? Do you have a grudge against Chen Feng, brother Tian?" "Well, he robbed my demonic beast. Fang Tianhao was all about face. He didn't say that Chen Feng had killed his imperial beast. What? It's so detestable. We also have a grudge against him. Let's work together. When we both contract the imperial beast, let's call more people and settle the score with him together. Du Fan said with a clenched fist. Well, let's first try to find my brother, Fang Tianhai. We're more certain with him, Fang Tianhao said through gritted teeth. Entering the depths of the forest, the density of demonic beasts here was indeed much higher than in the grasslands. Chen Feng had directly hunted down 7 or 8 one-star demonic beasts, but they simply couldn't catch up with the speed at which the demonic centipede emperor ate them. It couldn't be helped. With this kind of first-rank demonic beast, the demon centipede emperor would need to eat at least 1,000 at a time in order to manage to get full. The demonic centipede emperor silently urged Chen Feng within the imperial demon space. It wants to come out and eat by itself. And now Chen Feng was faced with only one problem. That is, if the magic centipede emperor is released to show off the buffet as he pleases, will it attract the attention of the officials? The answer is yes. The drones in the sky are not for show. Chen Feng thought for a long time. Hey, I'd like to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. He let out a long sigh. No more pretending. Showdown. After all, my brother is the kind of person who likes to show his sainthood in front of people. He can't change. After all, with his current strength, it was a joke to think of hunting demonic beasts on his own to feed the 10-star demonic centipede emperor. In the next second, Chen Feng shouted, "Prison door, open." In an instant, a 100-meter-tall prison gate appeared in the forest. Ha ha, finally we can eat. The 10,000-legged demonic centipede emperor excitedly poked its head out of the prison gate. It couldn't wait long ago, but the human condition it understands. The first thing it did when it came out was to first turn its head and bend down in front of Chen Feng. Gestured Chen Feng to come up. In the next second, Chen Feng stomped the ground with both of his feet, and with a few borrowed strength, jumped to the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. Then, the body of the demonic centipede emperor began to climb out of the prison gate. The process lasted 20 seconds. That tall figure was 100 meters tall even when it was lying on the ground. The length of the body is not to mention that it stretches for kilometers directly through the forest. The appearance of the demonic centipede emperor caused all the demonic beasts to tremble, while also causing all the nearby students participating in the ranking tournament to tremble. Even if you can't see it, you can hear a loud rumbling sound. What the fuck is that? The end of the world? A hidden boss? Mom, I'm quitting the race. Some of the students were so scared they peed their pants, and the devil centipede emperor looked like he had amazing speed. Where it walked, the trees underneath it were directly broken, and the ground was even plowed with 4 long, nearly 3-meter deep pits. The large crater was neat, as if it were a man-made masterpiece. It carried the sound of wind whistling around it as it moved, and Chen Feng could even look down at least 30 kilometers below as he stood atop the head of the demonic centipede emperor. But with his current strength, it was hard to see the situation from that distance, and this seemingly amazing speed was actually just the demon centipede emperor taking a stroll. The air outside is damn good, the devil centipede emperor said silently in his heart. It's already on snake mode. Under his huge eyes, all the demonic beasts in the surrounding area had nowhere to hide. None of them escaped as fast as the demonic centipede emperor walked. On this side, the demon centipede emperor was happily eating a buffet. On the other side of the drone camera, beside Zhang Daoyuan, teachers from various high school schools were unable to sit still. They were in the tent outside the beast domain's light gate, all of them looking at the general monitoring screen on the wall with horrified faces. The sudden appearance of the demonic centipede emperor made them feel bad. All of them are sweating now. What's going on? Quickly activate the emergency program. There's an invasion of high-star demonic beasts. Terminate the match immediately. The lead teacher of Lin City No. 1 Middle School looked at the demon centipede emperor who appeared in the camera and instantly got up. Somewhat balding, he was sweating profusely at the moment. The devil centipede emperor's huge body looked even more terrifying under the camera. The main thing was that the drone hanging high in the sky couldn't actually take a picture of the complete body of the demonic centipede emperor. How big this has to be. Quickly, notify the beast domain guard units in the barracks that all 3-star or above imperial beast masters are mobilized. In addition to immediately reporting to the higher-ups, saying that a high-star demonic beast has appeared in beast domain 105, and that it is visually estimated to be at least 5-star or above. Immediately apply for support from the imperial beast guerrillas. Behind the group of teachers, the one who spoke was a middle-aged man with a stalwart face. He was the supreme commander in the 105th beast domain guard. Originally, he felt that it was a good thing that the ranking tournament was being held in his beast domain, but now the appearance of the demonic centipede emperor had put him on pins and needles. In the 105 beast domain now, there were all the young imperial beastmaster hatchlings in Lin province. Let's not talk about the centipede demonic beast in case it went berserk and turned on killing mode. It was that even if they didn't go crazy now and just move so normally, it wasn't something those students could resist. If you don't get it right, you'll get stomped. Anyone in a bad frame of mind has to be scared to death on the spot. All teachers gather. You have been temporarily requisitioned to immediately support the 105 beast domain, with the goal of rescuing all students. They are the hope of Long Xia, the middle-aged commander bellowed. Instantly, all the teachers had serious faces. They were all leading teachers, and their highest rank was only a 3-star Imperial Beast Master. But that centipede demonic beast looked like it was at least 5 stars up. Scared? Definitely. And scared to death. Allow me to send a message home. A dozen teachers pulled out their cell phones and stood in line while editing messages to send to the most important people. Zhang Daoyuan, on the other hand, was unmoved. He was also shocked by Chen Feng's demonic centipede emperor. More than shocked. His eyesight was already higher than anyone here. At this point, his heart wasn't in the right place. A great sense of imbalance rose. What's going on? Why does it feel as if he, an 8-star Imperial Beast Master, can't quite beat this centipede demon beast? But he had to stop these teachers now and explain things. What a fucking headache. Chen Feng, this kid should not go to school. Should directly send him to the front line of the beast domain. There's no need to be alarmed, teachers. It's just the Imperial beasts of the students of my bonding team. Zhang Daoyuan exclaimed. Hearing Zhang Daoyuan's words, instantly everyone went quiet. What? Say that again? You said that was your student's Imperial beast? Damn. Are you kidding me, friend? A teacher exclaimed. Whose kid is he? How dare he be so awesome? Mr. Zhang, say something? The teachers were talking to each other. The teachers were shocked. How many stars does this kid have? And how did he contract such a high-level Imperial beast? Originally, they were unconvinced by Zhang Daoyuan, thinking that if the students from the guaranteed class really bullied the students under them, they would directly embrace and try to find a way to get back at the future competition. The bowling team has been suppressing them for so many years, and they have a mouthful of resentment in their hearts. Damn! All the bullish students have been absorbed by the bowling team, but now that they saw Chen Feng's demonic centipede queen, they were confused. Is this student going against the grain? Not to mention letting those ordinary students hug and beat him. Even their group of teachers hugging and beating him seemed to be unable to do it. Look at that screen. That centipede is like TM gluttony in the forest. One bite of a 1-star demonic beast. Hit the J8. Ahem. This matter is said to be confidential above, so I can't explain the specifics to everyone, but I can prove that that centipede is indeed Chen Feng's Imperial beast. Everyone relax. It's not a big problem. Zhang Daoyuan felt isolated when he arrived. There's no way around it. His bowling team absorbed all the top students in the province and recruited hate normal, but now he suddenly had a bit of a dark heart yet. Damn, this kid is a force to be reckoned with. It's a shame to have you guys isolate my old man, and I have no right to know? At this moment, the top general of the 105 Beast Region's garrison force looked at Zhang Daoyuan gravely and asked in a concentrated manner. Zhang Daoyuan first froze at his words, then locked eyes with him. He scanned the rank on the other man's shoulder. Very high indeed. Sorry, neither can you. Zhang Daoyuan shook his head. After saying that, he hesitated and gave a military salute to the middle-aged man. A very standard military salute. This made the middle-aged man instantly understand what was going on. It seems that the level of secrecy has gone ridiculously high. I know. The middle-aged man returned a military salute. Just keep playing this image called Chen Feng. Teachers know that they can't ask, but they can watch. This stuff is always unclassified. In fact, one of their teachers had an impression of Chen Feng. That was the high school teacher who had awakened Chen Feng's talent, but he didn't dare to say anything. Not even the general of the guards here had the right to ask questions, let alone a little teacher like him, if he dares to tell. Oh, the crime of espionage is understood. The final image does keep playing Chen Feng's perspective. In fact, this beast domain is actually quite large. At this point in time, Chen Feng on the screen had already taken his gluttony snake and eaten no less than 100 1-star demonic beasts. There were also more advanced ones, but there was no difference between a 1-star low rank and a high rank for the demonic centipede emperor. The number 1 ranking is secure. Standing on the head of the demonic centipede emperor, he felt the rising sliver of imperial magic power in his body. Chen Feng looked down to check the ranking situation on the spreadsheet. First place, Chen Feng, points, 243, and it keeps going up. The difference between him and second place is huge. Second place, Fong Tin Hai, points, 83. Third place, Young Yun Jae, points, 72. Both of them Chen Feng didn't recognize, but they should both be on the bowling team. Fourth and fifth place went to Eryang and Lu Yu, respectively. Eryang was 59 and Lu Yu was 58. It seems likely that these two boys are teamed up. Suddenly, a voice in the distance pulled Chen Feng out of his thoughts. Help. Chen Feng looked over at the sound. In the forest to the left of the demon centipede emperor, a monkey demonic beast was chasing after a teenager wearing a school uniform. That monkey demonic beast was very fast and had already immediately chased after the school uniform teenager. It still had blood on its paws. The teenager wasn't very tall and walked with a limp, so it looked like he was injured. The monkey demonic beast was probably frightened by the demon centipede emperor, and it carried a shrill cry in its mouth, externalizing its fear and wanting to take it out on the human in front of it. To help him? The demonic centipede emperor asked. Well, help. Don't hurt the human, Chen Feng said with his hands in his pockets and his eyes fixed on the man and beast below. With Chen Feng's command, the demonic centipede emperor instantly turned his head. With just a small acceleration, its large mouth had appeared behind the monkey demonic beast the next moment. Then, the huge fangs directly snapped the monkey demonic beast into two sections, and blood splattered all over the teenager's body. The monkey demonic beast's corpse was obediently sucked into the mouth of the demonic centipede emperor. Compared to the monkey demonic beasts, the teenager was even more chilled at this moment. The huge mouth of the demon centipede emperor that was even bigger than his body was too scary. In the next second, the sharp fangs and several thick mouthparts in the demon centipede emperor's mouth caused him to faint on the spot. The demon centipede emperor's foot stepped past the teenager. It didn't expect the human to be so vulnerable. He seems to have fainted. Damn monkey demonic beast. It must have given him a fright. The devil centipede emperor gritted his teeth at Chen Feng in his mind. Chen Feng was speechless. It's obviously because you're scared out of your wits. Okay? Are you playing Teletubbies with us? I'll go down and have a look. After Chen Feng finished speaking, the demonic centipede emperor obediently bent down and stayed close to the ground. What am I in for? By the time the teenager woke up, it was 6 hours later. He was confused and only felt vibrations beneath him. Subconsciously, he turned his head to look around. Ah! He yelled out. It's so damn exciting. There was just no cover around them, as if they were standing on top of a mountain. But the question is this really the top of the mountain? Of course not. As he looked backward along the demon centipede emperor's spine, the purple back armor that stretched for several kilometers undulated very regularly, which instantly made him feel paralyzed in his legs. For a moment, he was too frightened to move. Class, you're awake. Chen Feng's voice came from beside him. The teenager turned his head to look. I saw a handsome bee with his hands in his pockets and a branch in his mouth, which carried 2 bottle capsized green leaves. Masters. Ah. Hello big man, the teenager said, trying to get up in a hurry, but his legs wouldn't work now, and just as he got up, he sat down again. It's okay, just sit down and wake up. We'll find a safe place for you to get off in a few minutes, Chen Feng said with a smile on his face. That big brother got to him. Okay, the teenager nodded meekly, not daring to squeak. Holy shit, this big guy looks young, but the imperial beast is really scary. The hand supporting his body silently felt the feel of the demon centipede emperor's head armor underneath him. He also just touched it gently and moved his hands a bit, not daring to make too much movement. Heart pounding, he swallowed carefully. The demonic centipede emperor's outer armor was like cold rock, but it was unexpectedly smooth to the touch. Well, you can go down here. The neighborhood has been cleared by me for 15 kilometers, Chen Feng said with a cocky voice. Oh, the teenager's eyes were a little dull as he looked down. There are billions of points high, and still can't seem to move my body. The teenager blushed and lowered his head, not daring to speak. What's wrong? Chen Feng was uncertain when he saw that the teenager did not make a move. Then he looked to the teenager's stifled red face, and that's when something occurred to him. Ah, sorry, I forgot you were too weak. Chen Feng slapped his head and took a step to the teenager's side. With one hand, he picked the teenager up by the waist. The demon centipede emperor was very eagle-eyed and bent his head low once again. In the forest, a teenager was seen jumping straight down from the head of a giant beast with another teenager in his arms. One wore a trench coat and smiled self-consciously, while the other was red-faced and buried his head down in silence. Chen Feng landed on the ground with the teenager in his arms, put the teenager down, and turned around to make a few jumps back to the demonic centipede emperor's head. The teenager, on the other hand, sat paralyzed on the ground, trying to look up at Chen Feng's back. The devil centipede emperor stared at what was in front of him with wide eyes. It's 10,000 feet at this time, regularly raised and fell like waves. Knock, it murmured in its mind. Humph, kowtowing to everything will only harm you. Chen Feng snorted coldly in his heart and said coldly to the demonic centipede emperor. The devil centipede emperor had followed him for so many years, and he knew exactly what Chen Feng was thinking. The rot is in the bone. No. The devil centipede emperor hastily weaseled his way out. Let's go and continue with the buffet. After Chen Feng finished speaking, The shouts of the teenagers came from his ears. "Big brother, will I ever see you again?" Chen Feng nodded as he stood tall and looked down at the teenager when he heard the words. "That's the attitude of a strong man." The teenager looked away, and he saw Chen Feng nod his head. I must become as strong as Big Brother. I want to contract such a cool imperial beast too." Unlike teenagers, Chen Feng's kind demeanor made the teachers watching the live broadcast outside the beast realm feel much better. Not bad. Although this student's imperial beast is strong, the young one was not consumed by the powerful force. He harnessed it. The general of the guards inside the tent praised. "A good student with good character indeed." All teachers gave the same comment. "Teacher Zhang is so lucky to have taken in such a good student." Someone said enviously to Zhang Daoyuan. "Ahahaha, not really, it was just a fluke." Zhang Daoyuan was humble on the surface, but inwardly he was very flattered. His old face had several folds of laughter by now. This felt even better than when he killed an 8-star demonic beast. There are 1 day and 6 hours left before the end of the ranking battle rolls around. And I don't know where Yu Yen is. Sitting on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head, Chen Feng thought of Wang Yuyen. The world line had now been altered due to Chen Feng's rebirth, along with the teenager in distress that he had just encountered. He was really afraid that Wang Yuyen, this stuffy person, would meet with any accidents. Earlier on the bus, he made a list of all the names of his best friends he was going to save in this life. Wang Yuyen is one of them. "Don't go into the core area yet. Let's drive around outside," Chen Feng said to the demonic centipede emperor in his mind. "Okay." The devil centipede emperor sniffed and reversed his direction, beginning to hunt in the outer regions. At this point, Chen Feng's rank was on the verge of breaking through to a 1-star mid-stage demon imperial master, and it was estimated that when the demon centipede emperor ate a few more demonic beasts to feed back, he would be able to make a complete breakthrough. The imperial magic power that the demonic centipede emperor fed back was constant according to Chen Feng's level, and while it seemed slow now, in actuality it was as fast as it could be compared to others. What's up ahead? At that moment, Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He found at least 7 or 8 demonic beasts gathered 1,000 meters away. "There seems to be humans," the demon centipede emperor replied. "Go over and look." After Chen Feng finished speaking, the demonic centipede emperor adjusted his direction and headed towards the beasts. "Wang Yuyen, it's fine if you want to join our team, but first come, first served. It's your turn to act as bait." In the forest, outside a grotto, Du Fan said to Wang Yuyen with a contemptuous face. "Yeah, Yuyen, you want a contracted imperial beast too, right? As long as you help me lure out the earth demon bear inside, we'll help you find a contracted imperial beast next." Wang Qian scanned Wang Yuyen up and down as she smiled and persuaded. But Wang Yuyen wanted to say that she hadn't contracted a royal beast yet. Shouldn't something like baiting be done by those contracted with defense attribute imperial beasts? "There's no buts. I'm in charge here. My team doesn't just quit when they want to. Since you're joining you have to obey the arrangement." As Du Fan spoke, he first turned his head to look at Fang Tianhao behind him, and seeing that Fang Tianhao didn't say anything, he puffed out his chest in a fox-like manner. This feeling of making random decisions about other people made him drift a bit. "It doesn't matter, Yu Yen, just stand at the door and shout for help. If that earth demon bear comes out, Brother Tianhao will be the first to strike and injure it. There will definitely be no problem." After Wang Qian finished speaking, her eyes looked at Wang Yuyen sincerely. Some little girls are just soft and don't know how to say no. Wang Yuyen's family is not good. Since childhood, her parents have told her to listen to teachers outside, get along with classmates, and not to fight. Even when she was bullied by her classmates when she was young, her parents and teachers would say, "A slap in the face is not enough. How can you fight with your classmates? It's too unintelligent." She grew up with this kind of big talk. The so-called "we're doing it for your own good too." "Okay, fine," Wang Yuyen said with her head bowed. It was with great courage that she had followed the duo to Chen Feng the day before yesterday. "It's the same now. I'm sure I can. I'll be the next one to contract a royal beast." When I finished contracting the imperial beasts, I went out and inquired about what university Chen Feng had enrolled in. "When I go to college, I'm going to enroll in the Imperial Beast Meal Blender program, and then I'll be able to spend every day with him, and then together, we'll open a little royal beast diner." Wang Yuyen kept thinking about the future in her head, and she overcame the fear in her heart with this beautiful fantasy. She stood frozen outside the cave. At this moment, Du Fan's group had already retreated into the distance. "Brother Tianhao, let me take the first wave of strikes." Du Fan first glanced at Wang Qian as he said to Fang Tianhao. Fang Tianhao first froze at his words. "Are you sure you can protect that girl from getting hurt?" He didn't want to make a scene, and the reason why he agreed to let Wang Yuyen be the bait was that he was sure that he could save Wang Yuyen. The earth demon bear is very cunning, and it usually only hunts prey it thinks it can defeat. Wang Yuyen's thinness is appropriate. Brother Tian, don't worry. I didn't contract the imperial beasts here as well. Dufan smiled and pointed at the one-star low-ranked gray-faced demonic goat behind him. This was the imperial beast he had just contracted, and it fit his temperament well. Okay, then you take care of the girl, Fong Tianhao instructed. According to the previously agreed plan, Wang Yuyan stood at the entrance of the cave. She started yelling for help. The earth demon bear in the cave was somewhat intelligent, and it could hear the emotional state of its prey by its tone. When it heard Wang Yuyan outside shouting for help, it first walked slowly to the entrance of the cave and carefully surveyed the outside surroundings. There were no other demonic beasts, only this weak human. It's practically food delivered to your door. Roar! A cold light flashed in its eyes. The earth demon bear wanted to quickly kill this prey. It was afraid that Wang Yuyan's voice would attract other demonic beasts, only to see its four hooves stomping hard on the rocks under its feet. Its body instantly rushed out of the cave, and with its bloody mouth open, it pounced on Wang Yuyan. Ah! Help! Seeing this, Wang Yuyan wanted to turn around and escape, but she had underestimated the fear that the earth demon bear had brought to her. The massive body was several times her size, and under the immense pressure, she actually lost the ability to move temporarily. Make a move. When Fong Tianhao saw this, his face changed dramatically. This Dufan actually didn't order the imperial beast to bail out the girl yet. He shouted anxiously. And at this time, Dufan's face changed greatly on the surface, but in his heart, he was slow to give orders to the imperial beast. Wang Qian's face contrasted with a smile. Damn green tea. Let you pretend to be soft to seduce Chen Feng. Hurry up and die. She had planned this scene for a long time, but the exact process was proposed by Dufan, and she was just taking the opportunity to agree to it. When we get out of the beast domain, if the teacher looks for trouble, just say that everything was Dufan's idea, and it's none of her Wang Qian's business. I just don't believe that someone can still come and save you instantly, she sneered in her mind. Seeing that the bear's paw was about to close in on Wang Yuyan's face, only then did Dufan give an order to his imperial beast. After getting the order, the gray-faced demonic goat topped its large head, and it used the large horns on its head to aim at the demonic bear and charged across. But it was too late. Wang Yuyan's head being smashed by the bear's paw was already a doomed end. Chen Feng, Wang Yuyan was in tears at the moment, and her already soft and weak self cried out before the bear's paw descended on her. In the moment of life and death, what flashed back in her mind was not the cozy scene of having dinner with her parents, but the bits and pieces of her encounter with Chen Feng. At the end of the school day, Chen Feng lent her an umbrella in the pouring rain. When he was late for school early in the morning, he was stopped by the doorman along with Chen Feng, who was also late. After playing in the cafeteria, she found that her meal card had no money, and Chen Feng helped her out, to a chance encounter between the two in a library some time ago. And the other day she sneaked to an internet cafe and pretended to look up information just to see Chen Feng. Finally, yesterday, she gathered the courage to follow Dufan and Wang Qian to find Chen Feng. She hadn't been hanging on to her likes, and with her low self-esteem, she had just been trying to get closer to Chen Feng in her way all the time. Lean into him. Farewell, Chen Feng. Once again, I'm getting along with my classmates. Mom and Dad. Wang Yuyan knew the end. She closed her eyes and teardrops slipped from the corners of her eyes. The next moment, the bear's paw slapped down. There's no pain. I heard you. You called me? The voice was familiar. Yes, it's Chen Feng's voice? Wang Yuyan slowly opened her eyes. Chen Feng's figure was so close to her. He held a bone knife in one hand and plunged it into the neck of the earth demon bear, while his other foot stepped on top of the horns of the gray-faced demon sheep. The gray-faced demon goat's head was pressed against the ground, and it kept struggling to get up, but it realized that the human in front of it was actually stronger than him. Four hooves stomping about. Chen Feng, why are you here? Am I dreaming? Wang Yuyan even forgot that she had just been scared and cried. It wasn't a dream. I heard someone calling me, so I came. Chen Feng blocked behind her and said gently. In the next moment, Wang Yuyan cried tears of joy as she jumped into Chen Feng's arms and wrapped her arms around Chen Feng's waist. You? Chen Feng. Woo. I thought I was dead. The feeling she had at the moment was just like in a novel where the heroine was in danger and the protagonist appeared at the most critical juncture on a seven-colored auspicious cloud. The small face was pressed against Chen Feng's chest. Chen Feng's fluttering heartbeat gave her a huge sense of security. The feeling was more reassuring to her than lying in her bed at home. Go ahead and cry. Just cry it out. You won't die. I'm still planning to take you with me to rule the world. Not stand on top of the world yet. Chen Feng smiled as he drew out the bone knife that was stuck in the neck of the demonic bear, and added another smooth slash to the neck of the gray-faced demonic goat that was still struggling at his feet. Damn thing, looks like a boiling goat. In the next moment, a discordant voice broke the duo's atmosphere. Ah, Chen Feng, you dare to kill my royal beast. Luckily, the contract wasn't too long, and the death of the Imperial Beast didn't make Dufan feel too much of a mental tearing sensation. Otherwise he wouldn't even be able to call out now, "Chen Feng, you killed my Imperial Beast. I'll make you pay for it." This was said by Fan Tianhao. There were 8 or 9 people in Feng Tianhao's group, and they all walked out from behind the tree at the same time. "Tsunami Demon Wolf, tear him apart," Feng Tianhao ordered loudly. The whistling moon demon wolf sniffed and leapt out from behind him. It was extremely fast and directly pounced on Chen Feng, who was still holding Wang Yuyan in his arms. "Humph, are you the ones who made Wang Yuyan commit a crime? Daring to harm people at a young age? Won't she grow up to become a scourge in the royal beast masters?" When Chen Feng saw this, not only was he not afraid, but he even snorted coldly. But the cameras in the sky are still watching. According to Chen Feng's previous behavior, these few people would have died 800 times already. But not anymore. Now it's time to slam the other side on the side of justice and then let them die 800 times over. The other side of the camera. At this time the many teachers sitting in the tent were all stumped for words. This kid, how did he get over there? It's too fast to catch it, right? Or will he instantly move? Must be too fast for the cameras to track. Instantaneous transportation is ridiculous. When the crowd finished, they simultaneously focused their eyes on Zhang Daoyuan. I hope Zhang Daoyuan can give a clear answer. "Ha? What are you looking at me for? Watching the video? Don't ask me. Asking is keeping it a secret," Zhang Daoyuan said in a superficially calm manner. He was sitting on a simple bench at the back of the crowd at the moment, calm on the surface, but inwardly confused as hell. "Shit, is it a transient old man? How do I know? I don't know him very well." In Du Fan's opinion, it was already too late for Chen Feng to summon the Imperial Beast at this point. This was because Feng Tianhao's whistling moon demon wolf would pounce on Chen Feng in the next second. Just when he was filled with joy and felt that Chen Feng was nothing more than that, the unexpected appeared, only to see the space in front of Chen Feng crack open, a huge opening out of nowhere. That large opening was at least 100 meters high. It was actually a spatial rift. The cracks spread outwards, and fragments of the originally muddled space continued to fall, like broken mirrors. Again, like the soil that is constantly being riddled by moles. It all happened in the blink of an eye. In the next instant, a huge head suddenly poked out of the crack. The huge mouth it opened was dozens of times the size of the Tsunami Moon Demon Wolf's body, and the Tsunami Moon Demon Wolf was simply too late to dodge. It pounced directly into the mouth of the demonic centipede emperor, didn't even come close to screaming out a single sound. This was Chen Feng's first 10-star high-grade magical beast, the 10,000-foot demonic centipede emperor. Full name, Rift 10,000-foot demon centipede emperor. The purple shell on its body means it possesses an extremely powerful toxin. In addition to its toxin ability, it can dig through space like a moth, getting from one place to another immediately. This was also the reason why Chen Feng could suddenly appear in front of Wang Yuyan. This was the first skill he had obtained through the demonic centipede emperor. Instantaneous shift. You can use the skill by consuming the royal magic. The farther the distance, the greater the consumption. Kill. Chen Feng felt Wang Yuyan in his arms as he looked across the room with cold eyes and said coldly, he doesn't care about good and evil. Chen Feng, who has lived for 1,000 years, has only one truth: I am justice. As for whether the teachers out there will be looking for trouble when it's over, well, wait until they can beat themselves. And there are cameras in the sky. We'll decide who's right and who's wrong in this case. The world of the Imperial Beastmaster doesn't need assholes. And the rules of the world of the Imperial Beastmaster are different from the rules of the world of ordinary people. In order to prevent the emergence of evil goblins, the goblins have the right to monitor each other and discipline each other. And if any old assholes jumped out, it just so happened that the Demon Centipede Emperor wasn't even half full right now. In the end, it's all about strength. Chen Feng, what do you mean? Teachers also look at. Du Fan stood at the front of the crowd, and he wasn't even able to finish his sentence before the Demonic Centipede Emperor swallowed him. Wang Qian is next. Then came all the other people's imperial beasts. The Devil Centipede Emperor both swallowed them in one gulp. Okay, let's go. Chen Feng mainly wanted to address the people who were targeting Wang Yuyan. Since Du Fan and Wang Qian had been settled, there was no need to hurt anyone else. The crime is not punishable by death. As for Feng Tianhao, Chen Feng had already recognized him by his voice. Last time, he was the one who accidentally killed his imperial beast first, and to be honest, Chen Feng felt a bit guilty in his heart. Let him off the hook this time. After all, he's not the mastermind. With Chen Feng's order, the demonic centipede emperor once again shattered space. Then it directly appeared from under Chen Feng's feet. It carried Chen Feng and Wang Yuyan on its head. The body snaked its way out of the three spatial cracks caused just now, until finally his tail crawled out of the space rift separately. The space only slowly healed, but the space crack that was 100 meters high, It's really scary to watch. At this time, Fang Tianhao and the people who survived were already sitting on the ground in shock. Some even pee their pants outright. It's horrible. At the end of the day, they're just students who haven't seen the world and have just come of age. The crowd looked at the direction in which the demonic centipede emperor had disappeared. Trees fell in rows and huge craters were placed one next to the other. Although the demonic centipede emperor was far away, they could still feel the earth tremble. Fang Tianhao sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes dull as he looked numbly at the direction in which the demonic centipede emperor had disappeared. What kind of geniuses are we with him around? He muttered to himself in his mind. Likewise, the teachers outside watching the entire broadcast were not calm. They all stood up and argued with each other. That's a spatial ability, isn't it? He killed my student. Should this kind of student really be allowed to continue in the competition? It's too strong. He killed my student. Teacher Zhang Daotian. Is he a certain bigwig from the Longxia kingdom who disguised himself to abuse the trumpets? He killed my student. Wang Qian and Dufan's homeroom teacher kept interjecting, but no one paid any attention to him at all. This was because the teachers were all shocked by Chen Feng's demonic centipede emperor. As for Wang Qian and Dufan, their recap of the recorded video had been tuned out in the form of a small picture played in the lower corner of the screen. To summarize, the heart is not right and deserves to die. Even if the duo survived this time, they would be expelled from school after leaving the beast domain. There is no room for sand in the world of the Beastmaster. At least that's the way it's regulated in the land of the Dragon Summer. Simply because Imperial Beastmasters were too powerful. Even a one-star Imperial Beastmaster was not something an ordinary person could deal with. Back to Chen Feng. He was able to contract a high-star demonic beast at the one-star Imperial Beastmaster rank, which the teachers could grudgingly accept. But now this high-star demonic beast also TMs as a spatial ability. Doesn't this stuff only exist in legends? They had seen demonic beasts that played with fire, magma, water, and even metal. But this spatial ability, one-star Imperial Beastmaster, 18 years old, can teleport. Damn you, are we living in a metaphysical novel? I really wonder if he's open. Teachers at this time and their hearts are rising, an extremely unreal feeling. Guys, if you'll excuse me. Zhang Daoyuan looked at the teachers who were still talking. He was now numb. It was out of his hands and he had to report it to his superiors. That's a spatial ability. He got up quickly, walked out of the tent, pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. Chief, yes, something very important to report. Aha, it's about that Chen Feng. His imperial beast. No, his magical beast actually knows spatial skills, specifically breaking through space to travel between two places. How far can it travel? I don't know. He's still playing. Okay, I know. I'll have them turn off the live video. Okay. I'll definitely tilt the Imperial Beast resources towards him. Does he need to be sent to the front to see you? Oh, that's fine. Then let the kid play in the World Series first, which is exactly 2.5 years away. Let him play in this year's? Got it. I'll get right on it. After Zhang Daoyuan finished his call, he pulled out a red ID from his pocket. Hey, this kid is evil. He pushed open the tent door and stepped inside. Everyone, in my capacity as the 8-star Pathfinder leader of the Imperial Beast Bureau, I'm informing you that you should now immediately turn off the live streaming screen, sit down in place, and when the match is over, all of you should come with me to the Pathfinder Regiment's military headquarters to sign the secrecy ordinance. Zhang Daoyuan held up his credentials and said slowly. After that he turned his head back to the Supreme Commander here, the middle-aged man. He was looking at Zhang Daoyuan with a surprised expression. Well, you don't have to stare at me. You have to go too. Zhang Daoyuan said seriously. The division of forces in the Dragon Summer Kingdom of the Imperial Beast World is actually quite simple. First up is the regular Sentinel Force. They were stationed in all parts of Longxia, including the guards at the entrances to the major beast domains. The next level up is the Imperial Beastmaster Guerrillas. They are a presence dedicated to supporting the guards. On the way up were the pioneering teams, who were the most dangerous and needed to enter the major newly emerged beast domains to open up the land. Of course there are also some teams of folk sentinels. Something like a squad of 4 formed in school, or a slightly larger group of a dozen or more imperial beasts. In his previous life, Chen Feng was the one who formed the Imperial Beast Corps. Chen Feng, don't you not have a talent for royal beasts? Above the head of the demonic centipede emperor, Wang Yuyan asked Chen Feng curiously. The duo was already on their way to the core area of the beast domain at this time. The demon centipede emperor then continued to turn on his gluttony mode. Awakened after returning home, Chen Feng replied, "And is it your royal beast?" Wang Yuyan said, turning her head to look along the body of the demonic centipede emperor. It's too long to look at. Not only was the body long, but just the head of the demon centipede emperor was bigger than her family's rural yard. That's enough to build a house on your head. Wang Yuyan fantasized. Well, father left it to me. Then your father must be very good. Wang Yuyan felt that the imperial beasts under her feet must be Chen Feng's secret, and she did not choose to pursue it further. She didn't care why a one-star imperial beast master could contract a demonic beast so much more powerful than herself. She only cared about Chen Feng as a person. Very impressive indeed. Chen Feng replied. Yeah, pretty awesome. So awesome that I haven't found any trace of him in 1,000 years of searching. If it weren't for his occasional trips home when my mother was alive, I really would have thought he was long dead. Where are we going next? Wang Yuyan loved the fact that she was now able to spend time alone with Chen Feng, though the centipede at her feet scared her a little. But once she thought that this was the Chen Feng imperial beast, her heart instantly felt less afraid. Go to the center area. First I'll help you contract a royal beast. Then I'll find Eryang and Lu Yu by the way. What kind of royal beast do you like? The 2 men and 1 beast had just arrived at the center area of the beast domain, and before Wang Yuyan could find a suitable imperial beast for her, she ran into the 2 men, Eryang and Lu Yu. First, Feng. The 2 of them had already recognized that it was Chen Feng's imperial beast just by seeing the massive, densely packed centipede feet from afar. Go to the location of those 2 first, Chen Feng said to the demonic centipede emperor. After picking up Eryang and Lu Yu, the 4 of them stood on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. Eryang was the first to speak up. Brother Feng, this imperial beast of yours is really pulling its weight. I used to think that it must be huge, but now I realize that before it was my imagination that was too small. This isn't huge. It's this away from Dapu that's huge. Indeed. This doesn't look like a 1-star imperial beast at all. Brother Feng, just how many stars are you an imperial beast? Does it have 5 stars? Lu Yu asked tentatively. He scanned the top of the demon centipede emperor's head. Damn, a royal beast head is bigger than the size of my villa. 10 stars, Chen Feng said casually. His expression was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Oh, so it's 10 stars? Huh? What? 10 stars? Holy shit. Eryang stumbled. Wind. Brother Wind, can we teach my brother how you contracted a 10-star imperial beast? If you can teach me, I'll kowtow to you. If you don't mind, I, Lu Yu, will willingly recognize you as my righteous father in the future. Lu Yu salivated with gluttony. This is outrageous. Wind's imperial beast is actually 10 stars. Dad. No. The strongest old man in his own family's imperial beast. The highest rank is only 6 stars. Right? Don't. I'm not your righteous father. It's not that I won't teach you too. It's that I don't know how it works. This imperial beast was contracted for me by my father. Chen Feng hurriedly raised his hand to explain. He really didn't want to be Lu Yu's righteous father. Lu Yu. Well, how can I put it? He does have some Lu family blood in him. If I remember correctly, it seems like Lu Yu's mom's last name is Lu. Wang Yuyan watched the 3 of them as they had a conversation between you and me. Even when she heard that Chen Feng's imperial beast was 10 stars, she didn't move any sound. She had already inexplicably substituted into the image of that kind of virtuous wife and mother-like, stable backbone in anime heroines. Do you 2 want to move up in the rankings? Chen Feng changed the topic. Now that there were still 7 hours left before the finalization of the list, Chen Feng's points were as high as over 400, and there was no doubt that he was ranked number 1. Eryang and Lu Yu, on the other hand, remained in 4th and 5th place. It seems that Feng Tianhai and Zhang Yunjie also have some strength. Still mentioning what Brother Feng is ranked number 1. When the time comes, directly select the 2 of us as and Yuyan's sister-in-law. Pick the 3 of us as teammates and it's over. Eryang said with a face full of unconcern. Right. When the ranking battle is over, Brother Wind, you can just directly select the 2 of us and be done with it. With Brother Wind and Sister Wind leading the flight, for the future matches, the 2 of us will just follow the lay throughout. Lu Yu concurred. The duo's words made Wang Yuyan bury her head into her collar. But she was a bit of an airfield, so she couldn't bury it at all. It didn't help that she hadn't had anything nutritious to eat at home growing up, and she was lucky to be so cute and have such good skin. Of course, this is also significantly related to the fact that Wang Yuyan is only 18 years old. Alright, don't talk nonsense. Since both of you don't care about the ranking, let's help Yuyan find a suitable imperial beast together. You 2 should be the first to enter the center area. Have you seen any suitable contracted demonic beasts? Chen Feng asked with a smile. Brother Feng, you're asking the right person. We both really ran into each other. Eryang said. Right. Before the 2 of us stumbled upon an S-class bloodline fire feather phoenix, the 2 of us chased it all the way. We didn't expect to run into Feng Tianhai and Zhang Yunjie on the way, and the 4 of us even fought over that fire feather phoenix. Lu Yu clenched his fists and said indignantly. And then what? Chen Feng asked. And then that fire-feathered phoenix flew away chanting, and on its way out it even descended a fire feather that burned through my clothes. You see. Saying that, Lu Yu tugged at his lapel and displayed it to Chen Feng. It did burn a big thumb-thick hole out. You're lucky. That fire feather just fell on the ground and splattered sparks onto your clothes. If you really took a hit from it, you'd be burned to ashes. Eryang gave Lu Yu a blank look. And where is this fire-feathered phoenix now? Do you know? Chen Feng was instantly interested. The fire-feather phoenix is perfect for Wang Yuyan. This demonic beast could carry a sentinel beast master in flight. Its attack ability was extraordinary, and its flight speed was also extraordinary. If it could become Wang Yuyan's imperial beast, then Wang Yuyan's safety in the beast domain would increase drastically in the future. Flying imperial beasts were one of the types of imperial beasts that every imperial beast master must contract, and Chen Feng's magical beasts also had the ability to fly. That was contracted when he was a 2-star. Of course we know, we watched him escape to the top of that hill, Eryang said, pointing to a high mountain in the east. Good, then let's go over there right now and contract that fire feather phoenix to Yuyan first. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he controlled the demonic centipede emperor to reverse its direction and head straight for the large mountain that Eryang had pointed to. On the other side, Feng Tianhao finally met up with his brother. Feng Tianhai, what did you say? Your imperial beast was killed twice by that Chen Feng? Feng Tianhai exclaimed loudly. Yes, that Chen Feng is too strong. Brother, listen to the rumbling sound coming from the ground right now. It's the sound he makes when he walks with his imperial beast. Feng Tianhao explained. He now had no desire to retaliate against Chen Feng at all. Totally not in the same order of magnitude. Couldn't beat it at all. Okay, I know. It's okay, old brother. The imperial beast is gone. Brother, help you catch another one back. Previously, your political brother and I stumbled upon an S-class bloodline fire feather phoenix. We didn't succeed in capturing it at that time, and it escaped to that high mountain in the north. So my brother is going to go help you capture him for you to contract. Feng Tianhai patted his brother's shoulder and comforted him. Thank you, brother. Feng Tianhao with a sobbing voice. He really felt aggrieved. His first imperial beast was first inexplicably killed by Chen Feng, then the second was swallowed by Chen Feng's demonic centipede emperor. As for himself, he couldn't fight, and that Chen Feng, even if he didn't summon the imperial beasts, just with his slash to settle the earth demon bear and his foot on the gray-faced demon goat, the flesh is not something you can fight against yourself either. Damn. How does this kid practice like that? It's not a big deal. Gluttony, quite a gluttony. A man's life is basically obsessed with only two things. Women, power. Women he, Feng Tianhao, did not lack, and strength he had thought that he, with his S-class talent, would not lack either. But after he saw Chen Feng, he was a knife to the ass and opened his eyes. That's called real power. You're welcome, come up, let's go in my imperial beast. Riding on the back of his imperial beast, Feng Tianhai held out his hand to his brother below and said. Feng Tianhai's imperial beast was also a wind-whistling 3-striped tiger, and it was a pair with Feng Tianhao's wind-whistling 3-striped tiger. 6 hours left until the end of the personal battle. At this moment, Chen Feng's 4 men were standing on a rock at the top of the mountain. Beneath their feet was a volcanic crater. The top of this mountain is actually a dead volcano. Eryang looked down into the crater and said in surprise, not an extinct volcano, but an active one that has been dormant for a long time. The fire-feathered phoenix usually inhabits within volcanic craters, so it seems that this is its home. While ordering the shrunken demonic centipede emperor to crawl into his sleeve, Chen Feng opened his mouth to explain. Well, it's not going to erupt, is it? Lu Yu was a little worried. The probability is very small. Looking at the way the mountain looks, it is estimated that this volcano has been dormant for at least 100 years. Go inside. Don't be afraid. I'll stay close to me. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he led the way and jumped off the rock. The stone walls inside the crater are lined with naturally occurring stone steps that intersect and overlap to form a rotating stone staircase. Chen Feng walked at the front. Wang Yuyan was in the center, and at the end were the 2 Eryang brothers. The 4 advanced slowly. This crater is so deep that it unconsciously creates a sense of suffocation when looking down. It seems like it could fold down at any moment. Wang Yuyan subconsciously grabbed the corner of Chen Feng's coat, silently following behind Chen Feng. The 2 Eryang brothers didn't dare to be careless. The 2 held hands. They were both scared too. The 4 men went down deeper for half an hour and finally reached the interior of the mountain. The first thing you see inside the mountain is a cavern, and opposite the cavern is an opening that slopes down to continue deeper into the mountain. Look, it's the fire-feathered phoenix. Eryang pointed to the red fire-feathered phoenix lying on the opposite side of the cavern, at the entrance of the cave, and said, the fire-feather phoenix was currently lying at the entrance of the cave, its body protecting the entrance to death. Is there something in there that it needs to guard? Chen Feng had seen a lot of things and could tell at a glance. The fire-feathered phoenix was resting on the ground, which was a strange thing to see, because their mode of attack was the fire feathers on their bodies. All such demonic beasts cherished their feathers. They generally prefer to lie down in nests made of relatively soft grasses or twigs. First, let Yu Yan contract it. Together. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he rushed towards the fire feather phoenix with a catapult. This thing could fly, and he had to be close to it at the first opportunity. Otherwise, when it flies, it won't be easy to catch. Release the imperial beast. Eryang and Luyu looked at each other and directly released the imperial beasts. The fire feather phoenix was worthy of its S-class bloodline, and it was very vigilant. Before Chen Feng could get close, it had already raised its head to discover Chen Feng's figure. It rose instantly, and after a chirp, fluttered its huge red wings and instantly rose into the air. At the same time, it brought up a gust of wind and sand that blew towards Chen Feng. This wind and sand was not too lethal to Chen Feng, but it gave his forward motion a lurch. Brother Feng, we're here to help you, Luyu bellowed from the back, directly giving orders to his Dragon Blood Firebird. The Dragon Blood Firebird was currently a 1-star mid-stage, with a rank equal to that of the Fire Feather Phoenix, and they're all fire attributes. The two large birds twisted together momentarily in the air. Eryang's imperial beast had been injured during the previous examination and hadn't fully recovered by now, so it couldn't intervene at all. One can only bide one's time below. However, Chen Feng was not idle. By this time he had already taken an arrow step and leapt high, borrowing a force from the raised stone wall on the side, and leaping 2 by 2 under the two birds in the cavern's air. He grabbed one of the fire feather phoenix's feet with both of his large hands, trying to make it lose its balance. The fire-feathered phoenix fell violently by the sudden force of the crash, then slammed heavily to the ground. It waved its wings frantically in shock. It didn't understand where this human had gotten so much strength from. Chen Feng was afraid of being scratched by the fire-feather phoenix. As he raised his foot towards the fire-feather phoenix's head and was about to deliver a jab, can appear unexpectedly. A strangely green voice came to his ear. Let go of that demonic beast. We injured it first. In a flash, Chen Feng only felt a strong wind coming from behind him. Subconsciously dodging, his entire body jumped several meters sideways to the side, turning his head to follow the sound. 3 more figures appeared at the mouth of the cavern. It was none other than the 3 of them, Fang Tianhao, and the astral wind just now was the wind blade attack emitted by the wind-whistling 3-striped tiger. Chen Feng, it's actually you. Fang Tianhao was startled, then directly said to his brother, Brother, why don't we just leave first? Fang Tianhao was a little timid. The shock that the demonic centipede emperor had given him was too great. Go what? He is indeed powerful, but this fire feather phoenix is cherished, and we were the ones who injured it first, so it is ours in all senses of the word. After Fang Tianhai finished speaking, he directly commanded his demonic tiger imperial beast to pounce on the fire feather phoenix on the ground. That tiger demon sentinel beast swung its 2 claws up in the air, and it appeared that it was attacking Luyu's dragon blood firebird along with it. Bear, go help! Eryang was certainly not idle. With a command, his purgatory demon bear charged horizontally at the wind-whistling 3-striped tiger's flank. At the same time, he shouted angrily at Fang Tianhai. Fang Tianhai, you're too shameless. This firefeather phoenix was obviously discovered by us first. Fang Tianhai was so shocked by the situation that he didn't even listen to Eryang's rebuttal. Yunjia, make a move, he exclaimed. This firefeather phoenix. He was determined to win, and he had to help his brother take it. Zheng Yunjie snorted coldly at his words as the light gate floated in front of him, and a full-bodied, magnificent gray-eyed elk rushed out horizontally. The gray-eyed elk was extremely large in size, and was actually on par with Eryang's purgatory demon bear in size. It lowered its head and charged across the room towards the purgatory demon bear. The purgatory demon bear was already injured, and this would definitely add to its injuries if it was hit solidly. Eryang just wanted to remind the purgatory demon bear. Suddenly, a strange change reappeared. The phoenix that was originally pressed by the dragon blood firebird somehow suddenly struggled and flew up. It chirped up to the sky and its eyes became blood red. Pieces of red and gold patterned feathers began to slowly float down. Each feather that fell turned into a burning flame. Not good. It's going to explode itself into nirvana. Quickly retrieve the imperial beast. Chen Feng's eyes widened at the sight and he exclaimed. This was a skill that could only be evolved by a 2-star fire feather phoenix. It's only 1 star now, and forcing it would only blow itself up. Not nirvana. Unable to care about anything else, Chen Feng's body frantically retreated in the direction of Wang Yuyan's trio. At the same time the demonic centipede emperor in his sleeve drilled out. The figure kept getting bigger. In the end, they directly surrounded the 4 Chen Fengs in the center. It became a ball of purple centipede. Older brother, let's run too. although Feng Tianhao didn't know what was going to happen. But seeing that Chen Feng was all this nervous to deal with it, he directly shouted. He pulled his brother with one hand and Zhang Yunjie with the other to desperately run outside the cavern. He could feel the temperature inside the cavern rising. Boom! In the next moment, Feng Tianhao, who had just retreated to the outside of the cave, felt unprecedented suffocation. Terrifying heat waves swept out from the cavern, and the three of them were directly lifted out, almost fell into the volcano below. Without waiting for the three to react to rise from the ground, Feng Tianhao heard an ear-piercing bird call. The voice was extremely sad and angry. He could be certain that the chirping sound was by no means from the fire-feathered phoenix just now. Retreat first. The three of them, Feng Tianhao, rolled and crawled towards the outside of the crater. As for Chen Feng, the four of them were currently staying in the centipede ball that the demonic centipede emperor had shrunk into. All he could hear was a clanking noise from outside, but he didn't know what was going on. What's going on out there? Chen Feng asked the demonic centipede emperor. It's fine. It's just that there's a 3-star fire-feathered phoenix tickling me. So when the temperature outside drops in a little while, I'll be releasing you guys and eating it on the way. It should be a pair with the 1-star one just now. The demon centipede emperor added. So there must be something they hold dear in that cave. And for the sake of that thing, the 1-star flame plumage phoenix actually chose to blow itself up so easily without even caring about its life. Chen Feng pondered. The probability that what could make the demonic beast fight for its life so easily was that there were its cubs inside. A hint of realization flashed under Chen Feng's eyes. A moment ago, he had sighed that the fire-feathered phoenix was too rigid and actually blew itself up directly, but now he understood that it turned out to be guarding its cubs. This is good. Yu Yan's first imperial beast is considered to have landed. Eggs can also hatch. Over here, the 3-star fire-feather phoenix was continuously attacking the shell of the demonic centipede emperor. It used all its strength in every strike, but it just couldn't break through the demonic centipede emperor's defense. And inside the cave, next to the fire-feathered phoenix egg, there was a not-so-hidden passage. The passage was somewhat dark. There were constant footsteps coming from inside. There's definitely a treasure in this place. The next second, a teenager with a broken cap haircut came out of it grinding and touching the stone wall. He was already going to pass through the passageway of the beast domain and give up the ranking match, but when he reached the foot of the mountain, he realized that there was actually a strange cave covered by vines. He did read the novel. According to the plot, in the novel, such hidden caves usually contain unexpected treasures. Then he thought of the terrifying centipede imperial beast that the mysterious big man had summoned when he saved him earlier. The heart of a betting dog is instantly ignited. So here he is. True treasure. Web novels honestly don't lie. And there's actually not a single demonic beast guarding this place. He ran to the bird's nest in 3 steps and tapped the fire-feathered phoenix egg twice with his hand. It's like the hero who picks up the slack in a novel. Ha ha, this bird's egg looks like it was conceived by a demonic beast of advanced bloodline. It must be blessed by a big brother. At this point his mouth was crooked with laughter. Rushing out of his school uniform, he rapped on the bird's egg that was half the size of his body. Pack it up. Take it away. Carrying the bird's eggs behind his back, he got up and explored again in the direction of the cavern. In the next moment, he slumped behind a stone wall, and in his vision, he saw a fire-feathered phoenix attacking a purple spherical object with deadly force. So it's the fire-feather phoenix's egg, but what's it doing there if it's not hatching eggs? Sharpening its claws? The teenager was a little confused. He scratched his head, only feeling that there was something familiar about the purple orb, but he couldn't recall exactly what was going on for a moment. Never mind. I'd better slip away. The teenager ambled his dog Sneaky as he slowly retreated back into the dark cave until his figure disappeared. The heat dissipated. The floor inside the cavern was scorched black. The demon centipede emperor finally stretched out his body. He couldn't wait to leap straight up and wrap himself around the 3-star fire-feathered phoenix that had gotten the better of him. Then it just casually injected a mouthful of venom into the fire-feather phoenix. And the toxin of the 10-star magical beast instantly disintegrated the fire-feather phoenix's vitality. It fell straight to the ground and died. The devil centipede emperor once again grew a bit larger in size and swallowed it in one bite. At this time, Chen Feng had already broken through to a 1-star middle-ranked imperial beast master. But he wasn't too elated. Still need to upgrade to 2-star as soon as possible to do so. Because for the next plan, a 10-star magical beast might not be able to handle it. The 10-star magical beast was indeed strong, but Chen Feng was brittle. He could hang on to the same level royal beast master, but if the other party was a high-star royal beast master, they would directly sneak attack with 5 or 6 royal beasts at the same time. Chen Feng also had a hard time coping. Only with 2 10-star magical beasts attacking and releasing did Chen Feng dare to act in a more high-profile manner. As for now, it's better to develop in an obscene way. Go inside. Chen Feng reached out and beckoned, and the demonic centipede emperor reshrunk his body and climbed out of his hand and into his sleeve again. The four of them entered the nest of the fire feather phoenix. Where are the eggs? Chen Feng used his hands to frantically rummage through the large nest made of tree branches. That's strange. It shouldn't be. He was a little confused. Could it be an error in judgment? Brother Feng, look, what's this? Eryang's voice came from beside Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned his head to look. In front of Eryang was a faintly glowing red magma pool. The waist opening is that big, but the liquid inside didn't look like real magma, but a mysterious liquid that glowed with the color of flames. There's no burning sensation of lava. Chen Feng took 2 steps forward. He bent down and hung his hand above the mysterious liquid to feel the temperature. He wanted to be sure what the hell it was. This is the Phoenix Flame Marrow. Chen Feng is experienced. He named the liquid Phoenix Flame Marrow? What's that? Wang Yuyan asked curiously. An innate elixir that allows fire attribute imperial beasts to recover from their injuries, Chen Feng said indifferently. Then he turned to Eryang. Isn't your imperial beast still recovering from its injuries? You can let it out to drink some. This stuff can even heal dark wounds. Ah, that's what I'm trying. Eryang sniffed and couldn't wait to release the purgatory demon bear. Then, the purgatory demon bear's eyes glistened like an old lady seeing wild gold bars. It quickly popped down on the edge of the pool and lapped at it with its tongue. It's so good. It really works. Eryang could feel the injuries on the purgatory demon bear's body recovering rapidly, and he excitedly said, of course it works. This stuff is worth $100 million a bite outside. It's an unattainable fire-type imperial beast healing medicine. Chen Feng looked at Eryang speechlessly. This kid has a nice family. Why does he act like he's never seen the world? Not at all as erudite as in his last life, when the two met after college. What? $100 million a sip? Come on, don't fucking drink it. You'll be fine with that injury. Just shut up, you bastard. When Eryang heard that the medulla was worth 100 million, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. The purgatory demon bear was like drinking yogurt at this moment, and the spirit liquid in the spring was falling crazily. Hey, an extra sip is a sip. Damn, still playing mind games with me. Eryang cursed and forcefully took back the purgatory demon bear, whose injuries had long since healed, into the imperial beast space. Although they didn't get the fire feather phoenix's egg in the end, several people had filled half a vial of medulla oblongata, and it was estimated that each of them would be able to obtain a windfall of around 100 million when they went out. This income is simply a huge amount of money, especially for Wang Yuyan. Not to mention her parents had never seen so much money in their lives. I'm sorry, Yuyan. I didn't contract a suitable imperial beast for you. Chen Feng sighed inside the cave. He planned to give his first place imperial beast reward to Wang Yuyan. It doesn't matter. Didn't we all get this Phoenix Flame Marrow? Wang Yuyan smiled. She carefully shielded the bottle containing half a vial of Phoenix Flame Marrow in her arms. Sister-in-law, you can have this one of mine. My purgatory demon bear has already drank too much Phoenix Flame Marrow. You should have this one of mine. Eryang scratched the back of his head. He felt that he had already taken advantage of today. Just call me Yuyan. I don't want your Phoenix Flame Marrow. Just now all of you made an effort and I was the only one who didn't help. You guys are already working hard to help me contract the imperial beasts. I'm already satisfied to get the Phoenix Flame Marrow. Wang Yuyan first blushed, then carefully swept a glance at Chen Feng. Only when she saw that Chen Feng had no expression on his face did she secretly let out a long breath. She felt that she was a bit unworthy of Chen Feng. He was so strong, while he himself needed the help of others to even contract the imperial beasts. She didn't want to end up not even being friends with Chen Feng because someone else forced her relationship with him. Wang Yuyan silently clutched and rubbed the bottle of Phoenix Flame Marrow liquid in her hand. She has some low self-esteem. Let's explore a little further this way. Maybe there's something inside. Chen Feng pointed to the other side of the bird's nest, the dark cave, and said. The four set off again. By the time they came out the other side, they found that they had reached the foot of the mountain. That's when the alert came from the watch as well. The ranking war is over. The standings set the table. First place, Chen Feng, with 753 points, which included 300 points for killing the third-level fire feather phoenix. Second place, Fong Tin Hai, with 105 points. Third place, Young Yun Jae, with 102 points. Fourth place, Eryang, with 97 points. Fifth place, Lu Yu, with 96 points. The four of them chose to ride Lu Yu's Dragon Blood Firebird to the Beast Domain passage 3 kilometers away. At this time, there was already a line of students outside the passageway connecting the Beast Domain to the outside. One by one, they lined up to return to Blue Star. Chen Feng's 4 men were also in the group. While talking and laughing, Chen Feng only heard a shout from behind him. Big brother. There was something familiar about that voice. All 4 of Chen Feng turned their heads to look back. only to see a gray-haired teenager with a broken cap hairstyle and a large package behind him scurrying out of the forest. "It's you!" Chen Feng brought with him a masterful demeanor as he smiled. "Biggie, why are you in line here?" the teenager asked as he wiped the dust off his face with his sleeve. "Because I'm also a student in this competition," Chen Feng said flatly. "What? You? Could it be that you're the #1 ranked Chen Feng?" The teenager looked surprised. This is also too strong and perverted. How can a bigot be a student? It seems like his own homeroom teacher can't beat him either. The teenager thought to himself. "Brother Feng, who is this?" Lu Yu asked curiously. He saw the teenager in a state of disarray, with something wrapped behind him in his school uniform, and felt something interesting. "His name is..." Chen Feng's words were stuttered, and he didn't know what the other party's name was. "My name is Han Xiaoli. When I was chased by a demonic beast before, it was Brother Chen Feng who saved me." Han Xiaoli scratched his head and introduced himself. "Oh, Brother Han, what are you carrying back here?" Eryang asked curiously. "That, is a fluke to say the least." Han Xiaoli's words stuttered as he first swept his eyes left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he leaned toward the four men. In a low voice, he said, "I was separated from Brother Feng before and thought about how I could find a demonic beast to contract with. But I'm on my own and I've been chased by demonic beasts all the time. Just when I finally wanted to give up, I didn't realize that on the way back, I saw a hidden cave and I felt my way in to take a look. Hey, guess what? There's actually a demonic beast egg inside, the one behind me," Han Xiaoli said, holding the school uniform wrapped around the beast's egg in front of him, opening a small slit for the four to view. "A cave?" Lu Yu looked at the beast egg with a strange expression. "Yes, it's the cave. You guys don't know. It's actually the egg of a fire-feathered phoenix. When I went there, I saw that fire-feathered phoenix sharpening its claws on a purple stone ball. That fire-feathered phoenix was at least 3 stars, and it scared me so much that I turned around and slipped away right then and there." After Han Xiaoli finished speaking, he hurriedly carried the beast egg back behind his back. He planned to hatch the beast's egg when he returned and contract it as his own imperial beast. "I'm so lucky, and I owe this to Big Brother Chen Feng's blessing," Han Xiaoli added. Chen Feng's 4 men froze. After all, it was your boy who stole the house. But now the 3 of them, Wang Yuyan, suddenly didn't know what to say again. Although people stole the beast eggs, but also with the ability to steal the main this Han Xiaoli and Chen Feng still know, and he himself does not know is under the hands of the 4 people to steal the beast eggs. That's going to be hard to mess up. Moreover, looking at Han Xiaoli's appearance, he was also in great need of this beast egg. "Those students, don't dawdle, it's your turn." At this moment, an official royal beast master urged Chen Feng's 5 people. The 5 subconsciously headed for the passageway. Chen Feng waited for Wang Yuyan after all 3 of them entered the light door. With a beat in his step, he first turned his head and patted Han Xiaoli's shoulder. This made Han Xiaoli instantly straighten his back and stand upright. "Brother Feng." He thought Chen Feng had something he wanted to explain to him. In the next moment, Chen Feng spread his hands. The Devil Centipede Emperor, who had shrunk into a spherical shape, then appeared within Han Xiaoli's line of sight. Han Xiaoli looked at the purple centipede ball in Chen Feng's hand, and he instantly widened his eyes. "Stay where you are." Chen Feng, on the other hand, did not say anything and took the demonic centipede emperor back into the imperial demon space. He turned and walked through the door of light and out of the beast's domain. The guards' camp square. The top 10 people on the leaderboard, including Chen Feng, stood on the podium. Compared to the rest of the 9, it was Chen Feng who had the most talk on stage. At 753 points, it's more than 7 times as many points as the second-place finisher. "Everyone, the following is the beginning of the distribution of rewards for the top 10 ranked students. Because of special reasons, your lead teacher has some temporary matters to deal with. The rewards will be distributed by me to everyone." After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, he began to give out rewards to the top 10 in order. As for the other teachers, they had just been pulled away by the military vehicles of the pioneering forces. It's like hauling a truck full of pigs. Here are the prizes for the top 3. After distributing the rewards to Eryang, only Chen Feng, Fang Tianhai and Zhang Yunjie were left on the stage. Third place, Zhang Yunjie, reward, 1-star to 2-star S-class bloodline imperial beasts of your choice. Prize money of 50 million Longxia coins. Second place, Fang Tianhai, reward, 1 to 2-star S-rank bloodline imperial beasts of your choice. Prize money 100 million Longxia coins. Finally, first place, Chen Feng, reward, 1 to 2-star S-class bloodline imperial beasts of your choice. Prize money 100 million Longxia coins. Zhang Daoyuan's words stuttered as he said this, and the stage are beginning to whisper. The problem is very simple. Chen Feng's first place reward is actually the same as the second place Fang Tianhai's. It was important to realize that Chen Feng's points were as much as 7 times that of Feng Tianhai's. That would be very unfair. Ahem. Quiet. I'm not finished. In addition, given that Mr. Chen Feng's performance in this ranking battle was extremely outstanding, almost to the point count that could go down in history, he has been promoted to the Northern Dragon Summer Imperial Beast University, and skipping his freshman year and becoming a sophomore directly at the beginning of the school year. He will also skip the selection and participate in the World Reincarnation Challenge 2 months later as a seeded player of the Northern Imperial Beasts University, which is an unprecedented honor, and the only one in history to break into the sophomore class, the youngest seeded player, the youngest to qualify for the World Challenge. Let's give him a round of applause. Congratulations to him. Zhang Daoyuan's words were like a heavy bomb. The stage instantly applauded. Over 500 students cheered in unison. Both Feng Tianhai and Zhang Yunjie looked at Chen Feng in unison. Both of them had envy in their eyes. Chen Feng's wave can be said to be a flying one. It was conceivable that those truly great families, including foreign consortiums that had imperial beast masters, would surely find a way to fight for Chen Feng. However, according to the rules of Longxia, if you want to become a foreign aid of other countries, you have to withdraw your nationality from Longxia. I just don't know what choice Chen Feng will make, and although they hadn't seen Chen Feng's imperial beasts head-on, there was one thing that convinced them. That was the fact that Chen Feng had actually managed to survive that nirvana fire within the cavern, and he had even preserved the other 3 without suffering the slightest harm. It's too strong. Eryang Luyu on the stage also applauded in unison, their hands clapping red. Brother Wind is awesome. Eryang whistled and yelled from the stage. Wang Yuyan was different from them. Her small face was red at this time, and her hands were also clapping movements. However, her feelings were extremely complicated. There was elation, envy, and a hint of inferiority from the bottom of her heart. She had previously thought of waiting to graduate from high school, secretly enrolling in the same university as Chen Feng, and then chasing after Chen Feng, who had no talent for imperial beasts, in reverse. But now she realized that not only did Chen Feng have a talent for beast royalty, but he had suddenly become so dazzling. She felt as if a whole world separated the two of them now. It's close, yet it feels untouchable. Wang Yuyan was in the end only an 18-year-old, and somewhat inferior little girl. Her family has given her a personality that is mixed with paranoia and self-absorption, but at the same time she has a know-it-all that doesn't belong to her age. At the tender age of 18, she had already planned her future to live an ordinary life with Chen Feng. 2 people, a small store, a world. But the current Chen Feng was too dazzling to fit into the mundane world she fantasized about. What do I do? Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. While Wang Yuyan was rambling, a timid voice jerked her away. She looked back. Something wrong, Mr. Han? Wang Yuyan asked. The visitor was none other than Han Xiaoli, who was carrying a large beast egg on his back. This is for you. I just realized that the original 3-star fire-feathered phoenix attacked you guys, Brother Wind. So this beast egg should have been yours. Sister-in-law, Han Xiaoli said weakly. He stuffed the beast egg holding the school uniform behind him into Wang Yuyan's arms. On the back of the uniform were the words Han Xiaoli, traced in black neutral pen. Wang Yuyan was instantly confused. She wondered how Han Xiaoli knew, but at the moment a myriad of thoughts were born in her mind. Should I take this beast's egg or not? This was a beast egg with an S-class bloodline. If he took it, then maybe he would have a chance to catch up with Chen Feng. That would give me a chance to be with him. But Han Xiaoli also knows Chen Feng. So how will Chen Feng look at himself when he finds out? Must be particularly disappointed in my character. After all, this beast egg should belong to Chen Feng. But if he missed out on this beast egg, going out, and even if he used all of the 100 million Longxia coins from the sale of the Phoenix Flame Marrow to buy imperial beasts, he wouldn't be able to buy an imperial beast with an S-rank bloodline. Then one would forever be unattached to Chen Feng and would never be able to catch up with him. What the hell, what am I supposed to do? Wang Yuyan was immediately caught in a dilemma. I really super want to be with him. Sister-in-law, what's wrong with you? When Han Xiaoli saw that Wang Yuyan was hesitant to accept the beast's egg and instead began to fret, he spoke up and asked. And Chen Feng on the stage took it all in. Next, please invite the first place winner, Chen Feng, to give his acceptance speech. Zhang Daoyuan smiled and handed the microphone to Chen Feng. He wanted Chen Feng to say something. Chen Feng hurriedly took the microphone. He was satisfied with Han Xiaoli's character, although he thought that if he were Han Xiaoli, he would definitely choose to leave the beast egg behind. The reason for this is simple. The Sentinel's climb is brutal, bloody, and always puts itself first. Only when you are strong do you have the right to help others. Otherwise you will only get yourself into trouble if you force yourself to help. And people like Han Xiaoli, though great, often end up being buried by the times. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Feng. Chen Feng took the microphone and spoke. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Zhang Daoyuan for his teaching, and secondly I would like to thank a few students here. Originally, I was planning to team up with them when the competition was over, but now it seems that I'm afraid I won't have the chance. It's also because of them along the way that my points have risen so quickly. Strength is important, but friendship is equally important. Thanks to my partners, Li Eryang, Lu Yu, Wang Yuyen, and Han Xiaoli. At the same time, I would also like to give my right to obtain the S-rank bloodline imperial beast of my choice to my good friend, Wang Yuyen-san. Chen Feng smiled on the stage. Because I already have very suitable imperial beasts. I want my friends, my teammates to become as strong as me. I don't want to leave my life with regrets. The world of imperial beast masters is already suffering, and even fewer can climb to the heights. I don't want me to wait until I'm old and have no friends around me. I don't want my future to be full of regrets, and I can only stand in front of my best friend's grave and drink wine and sigh. After Chen Feng finished speaking, his eyes swept over the crowd on stage. Instantly, all the students on the stage were surging with emotion. Chen Feng's words infected them. Everyone knows that the Beastmaster may seem strong and life-changing, but it's a high-risk profession. Many aspiring Imperial Beastmasters in their youth came to the end of their lives with no friends at all, and most of them died in battle in the Beast domain or in the undercurrents abroad. Chen Feng! Chen Feng! Chen Feng! The stage shouted Chen Feng's name, and Wang Yuyen was in tears at this point. Chen Feng! She pushed the Beast's egg to Han Xiaoli and followed the crowd chanting Chen Feng's name. I will catch up with you. Chen Feng! Wang Yuyen made up her mind. Han Xiaoli also wiped his tears. He had just experienced a life and death moment in the Beast domain. That's why he feels it the most. Yeah, if it wasn't for Windy, my name would have been in the death quota today. Alright, thank you for Chen Feng's speech. Long Xia is honored by you. The following is the selection of the team members in order of the rankings on the leaderboard. Zhang Daoyuan took advantage of the high emotions on stage to start the next session. Due to the direct jump to sophomore year, Chen Feng naturally did not need to participate in the team formation session, but it was just as well. In the end, Li Eryang, Lu Yu, Wang Yuyen, and Han Xiaoli, the four of them were perfectly teamed up, but because they weren't an all-day talent lineup, they were relegated to start at the city tournament. After the assembly, Zhang Daoyuan directly vaporized after informing all the students that there would be a bonfire party at the camp tonight. He was on his way to the pioneering army station in Lam province to pick up the teachers he had sent to sign a confidentiality agreement. The nightly bonfire was a great time for everyone. With beer, roasted lamb, and friends, Chen Feng didn't drink too much, and he chose to return to his temporary dormitory during the second half of the bonfire party. After washing up, he leaned against the bed. Pull out the black notebook in your pocket. Open the page for writing your name. Elena. He drew a circle around the name. Looking at the name, Chen Feng let out a long sigh. Chen Feng's regrets are actually many. In his last life, he formed a super powerful Longxia Countryfolk Imperial Magician Organization as an Imperial Magician of all 10-star magical beasts. The name of his organization is simple. Nightmare. An organization that has made every major national institution other than the Dragon Summer terrified. There weren't many people, but each one was strong to the point of perversion. The actual interpretation is in two parts, powerful and perverted. The origin of the Night Demon's name was also very simple. Each of their members were poor people who had been saved from the darkness by Chen Feng, and they had been officially defined by other countries as imperial demons who must be prioritized to be killed upon encounter. Each one is bloodied and good and evil. It was such a group of people who, under Chen Feng's leadership, formed the Night Devil. Elena, with whom Chen Feng had spent the most time, what she remembers most is her body covered in white bandages, revealing only one grayish-white eye and long blonde hair spilling out of the cracks in the bandages. 100 years with her. Chen Feng remembered that during the first few hundred years, she would lock herself up alone in her bedroom almost every night and start screaming in heartbreaking agony, accompanied by continuous thrashing noises that didn't stop until the latter part of the night. But the next day you'll just see a cold, smart, unfazed and emotionless bandaged gray-eyed Elena. N.A., please call someone to clean up my bedroom. She was codenamed in Nightmare Secretary, practically one of Chen Feng's close guards. As Chen Feng's close guard, she was in charge of all of Chen Feng's work and rest, including what he ate for 3 meals a day, and she would even personally test the poison for Chen Feng after the meal was ready. In her words, I should have gone to hell long ago with this life. It was you who brought me out of the darkness of the night, so my life is yours, my body is yours, and my mind is likewise yours, and in the future, I will definitely die before you, and any guy who wants to hurt you must first step over my corpse. You did it, Elena. Thinking of Elena's words, Chen Feng on the bed replied with a sentimental remark. Elena did die in front of Chen Feng, although the two deaths were separated by less than 3 minutes. Chen Feng woke up very early today because he had something important to do. He had little baggage, and after a morning wash, he stood alone at the gate of the guards' barracks. After waiting for an hour, it was 7 o'clock when Zhang Daoyuan arrived back in a military truck. Behind the military truck was a bus full of teachers who had signed non-disclosure agreements. Seeing Chen Feng leaning alone at the post, Zhang Daoyuan greeted the driver. He got out of the car alone and came to Chen Feng. Just because this kid's performance in the ranked battle was so brave, his chief, who was far away from the front line, praised him fiercely last night. Don't look at old Zhang, who was also in his 40s, but also happy as a baby to be praised by his own chief. Happy as can be. What's the matter, boy? Something on your mind? Zhang Daoyuan extinguished the cigarette in his hand, walked over to Chen Feng, and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. This kid was so happy on stage yesterday. Why is he so sad today? Could it be that the little ninny called Wang Yuyan had cheated him out of his money and ran away with his S-rank royal beast reward in her hand? Old Zhang, take a vacation from you, Chen Feng said seriously. Take a vacation? Take what vacation? We can go back to Forest City this morning, and when we get back you'll be free until noon tomorrow. Zhang Daoyuan thought that Chen Feng was in a hurry to go home. He said with a smile, "No, I need to take 3 days off. I'm leaving in a little while. I have some important things to take care of. I'll see you in 3 days. Chen Feng explained a sentence. No, absolutely not. No matter what. Zhang Daoyuan directly rejected it with a stern voice. If you want to leave early, then you can go back to Lin City on your own now. I'll give you that right, but you have to meet me at the reporting center at noon tomorrow. You are now a seeded player in the Northern Imperial Beasts University's preparations for the national tournament, and we have to report to the Northern Imperial Beasts University tomorrow night. Your teammates are waiting for your assistance. They, on the other hand, will have to deal with the invitations of the Neon and Kimchi Kingdom's Imperial Beast teams for a private cut tomorrow. Saying it's a duel is actually just to brush up on their grades. Several of the seeded teams from our Northern Imperial Beast University are Imperial Beast Masters who have just been promoted to 2 stars. They haven't even had the chance to contract a second Imperial Beast yet. If it wasn't for you, they'd definitely lose in this duel. Zhang Daoyuan believed that Chen Feng knew the importance of lightness. After speaking, he looked towards Chen Feng. I'm sorry, old Chang. That's out of my hands. I have to leave for 3 days, and all I can do is promise you that I'll be back as soon as I can. Chen Feng didn't want to make things difficult for Zhang Daoyuan either, but this time out concerned Elena. For Chen Feng, nothing could be more important than Elena for the time being. However, Chen Feng could also understand Zhang Daoyuan's feelings as he once again opened his mouth to add, it's really not possible. If they really lose, when I'm done with my business, I'll just bring them to fight back. At that time, even if I'm allowed to lead the team to beat all the seeded battle teams of the 2 Imperial Beasts Universities of Neon, it's just a matter of a word from you, old Zhang. Chen Feng's words were considered to have given Zhang Daoyuan enough face. However, Zhang Daoyuan did not appreciate it. Not if I say no. Go back. You can't leave. Zhang Daoyuan was also on fire. Damn it. I'm an 8-star Imperial Beast Master. I still can't control you. I have to go. It's a notice, not an application with you. And if you think it's really hard, then I can give up my chance to go straight to sophomore year. It didn't matter to Chen Feng. There's nothing more overwhelming than having regrets that you still can't make up for even after you've been reborn. He didn't want to see the bandaged Elena wailing in pain every night again. You can't leave. I'm an 8-star Royal Beast Master. Even in the whole of Longxia, there are not many people who have the ability to run away from me. They can't, and you, a 1-star Royal Beast Master, can't even more. Zhang Daoyuan was completely on fire. This kid is so fucking screwed up. Are you an ox? Just because they can't get away doesn't mean I can't. And I must remind you that my Imperial Beast is a 10-star high rank and no spatial skills. Old Zhang, your 8-star Imperial Beast Master is indeed powerful, but you can't stop me. Chen Feng spoke in a calm tone. No longer talking nonsense with Zhang Daoyuan, he was straight about to walk out of the camp gate. There are things that he has to do. Shit, you kid. UTM, I give you face. You wait. Hey. Zhang Daoyuan really wanted to fight Chen Feng, but when he thought about the fact that Chen Feng's Imperial Beast was actually 10 stars, he was a bit abashed again. It would naturally be best if they fought, but in case they didn't and let Chen Feng run away, where would he put his old face then? This kid is a fucking shaft. Wait. Do you have to go? How about not going? Zhang Daoyuan looked at Chen Feng's back and gritted his teeth. Must go. Chen Feng was decisive. You have to tell me what the hell you're going to do. For the first time, Zhang Daoyuan felt somewhat powerless. He felt that the face of Chen Feng is the same as the face of his father. Fight and not necessarily beat, but also die stubborn. Just to have no regrets in this life. Chen Feng's figure lurched. leaving behind only a sentence and a dashing back. There was also Zhang Daoyuan, who was messing up in the wind. Well, you're playing deep with me, aren't you? Just to have no regrets in this life. The old man gets it. You bully, when you are caught by me in the future, I will definitely put more small shoes on you than your centipede beast's feet. And the old man has no regrets. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Chen Feng arrived in Lin City and he went straight to the airport, bought a plane ticket for a direct flight to a Tibetan province. 5 hours later, at 2 in the afternoon, Chen Feng traveled across the entirety of Longsha and arrived in the Tibetan province. Then he rolled all the way to a small city located in the Tibetan province near the border, which was close to a 2-star beast domain. 2-star demonic beasts were the lowest level of existence in this beast domain, and it was rumored that there were 10-star demonic beasts here as well. However, Chen Feng knew that not only were there 10-star demonic beasts here, there were also 10-star magical beasts in the future. If memory serves, she should have landed with her mother today in the only upscale hotel in this small city. The only upscale hotel wasn't hard to find, and Chen Feng quickly inquired about the exact location through his cell phone. He started by buying some fancy liquor-scented chocolates outside the hotel and then entered the hotel. From memory, that was Elena's favorite food. Every now and then, in the midst of battle, she fished one out and popped it in her mouth. After booking his room, Chen Feng didn't go back to his room to rest. He chose to sit in the hall to see if he could wait for Elena to show up. At 4 in the afternoon, Chen Feng saw a familiar tall figure, a head of blonde hair, 2 long legs, and a body that was extremely similar to Elena's in her last life. Only the development was obviously not as top, but it also completely surpassed Wang Yuyan, who was still in the tender stage. It's Elena all right. There were 4 of them, excluding Elena, and 1 woman and 2 men. The female looks similar to Elena, and is totally a super developed and mature version of Elena. Excessive convexity in front and excessive curvature in back. As for the 2 males, one was full of folds, with a long scar on his face that was obviously scratched by a demonic beast, with a large beard around his mouth, looking to be in his 40s, a standard image of a middle-aged man from the British country. The other was young, with short white hair, tattoos covering his neck, and round earrings, looking more like a foreign rapper. Hey Elena, we're staying here tonight. I booked the 2 most expensive rooms. The young man smiled at Elena. His eyes swept greedily over Elena. Thank you then, cousin. Elena smiled a somewhat distant smile as she answered politely. Chen Feng knew that the young man was called Andre. As the 4 of them passed by Chen Feng, Elena subconsciously glanced at Chen Feng, who was sitting on the sofa in the hall. Chen Feng then smiled and nodded in response. This caused Elena to subconsciously follow suit in response. Would you like a rose-flavored, wine-scented chocolate? A beauty from England, Chen Feng said to Elena in fluent English as he brushed past her. At this time, Chen Feng was handsome and young. This, coupled with the fluent and authentic British language, instantly made Elena stop. Thanks. Elena took the liquor-scented chocolate in her hand. Rose-flavored, it was her favorite flavor and her favorite food. Elena didn't say much as she took the chocolate and followed her mother upstairs, and Chen Feng had no intention of continuing to talk to Elena. Looking at Elena's tall back as she left with a smile on her face, Chen Feng's memories were stirred up again. You see, her smile is now sunny and confident. It was very different from the last life when the 2 had just met, when Elena was all tattered and broken. The 2 first met in the basement of an estate in the British nation 25 years later. Elena at the time was abused all over the place by that cousin Andre, who she had just described as her cousin. She was naked, skinny to the bone, and her hair was covered in dried blood clots. None of her skin was in good shape. It was full of marks from whips, razor blades, and various other things that had bruised her. The eyes were also empty and lifeless. At that time, the relationship between England and Longxia was not good, and the organization run by that cousin of hers, Andre, often secretly entered the beast domain of the country of Longxia to wreak havoc. So Chen Feng came inside the manor as a covert liquidator. When he grabbed Andre's head and came down to the basement, he was shocked to see Elena without a trace of human form. He felt that what he was carrying in his hand was not a human at all, but a beast. After he ordered the imperial beast to undo all the chains that bound Elena. At that moment, Elena was like a vengeful demon climbing out of the abyss as she staggered and pounced on Andre. Rip Andre's skin off with a hard, muscular hand. Finally pulled out his throat and heart. Do you need hot water, sir? The hotel attendant politely put a cup of hot water in front of Chen Feng. These words interrupted Chen Feng's memories. No, thanks. Chen Feng smiled and refused as he got up and took the elevator back to his room. The next day, Chen Feng woke up early, and after he cleaned up a bit, he bought some food and some tools for making a fire in the supermarket downstairs. After loading it into the duffel bag he had just bought, he took a cab to the 2-star beast domain here. After checking and verifying Chen Feng's identity as a royal beast master, the garrison guard force let Chen Feng enter the beast domain. This beast domain doesn't randomly teleport, so it was still a garrison camp for the guard forces when they entered the beast's domain. Compared to the ranking battle's beast domain, the environment of this 2-star beast domain was much harsher. It's covered in snow and ice. Temperatures reached -30 degrees. It's colder than outside. As far as the eye could see, it was all white. Chen Feng stood alone at the post at the entrance to the campground. He was waiting for Elena and the others. According to the conversation with Elena in her previous life, her purpose of coming to this beast domain in the Dragon Summer Kingdom this time was to contract a 2-star iceling leopard of S-class bloodline. But she didn't realize that his uncle and his cousin had killed her mother in this beast domain in order to compete for the position of the family's administrator. And because of his total sadistic tendencies, Andre saw that Irina looked good, so he took Irina back into captivity after killing Irina's imperial beast. And that imprisonment was 25 years. Elena was also abused for 25 years in a dark basement. Waiting for someone, my friend? The imperial beastmaster in the post saw that Chen Feng was excessively young, and he asked curiously, "Aha." Chen Feng replied, "It's cold outside. Why don't you come in and warm up?" "No, the man I'm waiting for is here." Chen Feng smiled as he saw Elena and 3 other figures appear within the camp. The 4 Elenas talked and laughed as they approached. All 4 saw Chen Feng at the post. "Hey, Long Xia's friend? What a coincidence. So you're also a royal beast master." Elena was cheerful and she greeted Chen Feng. It was an extreme mismatch with her character in her last life. "Elena, don't bother with irrelevant people. We have business to attend to." Andre looked at Chen Feng, the little white Long Xia man, and frowned tightly. "Damn it, I can't let this Lonhart white boy spoil it for me. Father said that when he became head of the family, he would let me do as I pleased with Elena." "Well, are you here to contract a demonic beast?" Chen Feng once again took out a wine heart chocolate and handed it to Elena. "Yes, oh my god. I can't believe you still have it. I ate all my chocolate on the way there. Thank you so much. It must have been heavenly." Elena sighed and took Chen Feng's chocolate. "You look so young. Are you here to contract demonic beasts as well?" "No, I'm here to save my friend from falling into darkness again." Chen Feng smiled and said in a high and deep voice, "Keeping a friend from falling into darkness? Is he blind? That's a really cool way of putting it." Elena said, "It's true that she's about to lose her sight, but luckily, with me here, it's not too late." Chen Feng said, grabbing 2 more chocolates from his pocket and stuffing them into Elena's hands. "Take this. It's got wine in it and it's very warming." Elena sniffled, then nodded. "Thank you, friend of the Dragon Summer. When I return I hope we meet again." "Come on, Elena, don't be saying anything more to this Longshanks," Andre urged. "Well, surely we'll meet again," Chen Feng said as he looked at Elena who was being pulled away. After Elena's 4 seemed to have walked away, Chen Feng also followed the footprints of the 4 silhouettes as they disappeared outside of the camp. Walking out of the confines of the camp, Chen Feng summoned the demonic centipede emperor. For the sake of concealment, at this time, the demonic centipede emperor did not return to its normal size. It was just the right size to carry Chen Feng at this point. "You can see those 4 in front of you, right?" Chen Feng pointed to the white snowy field in front of him and said. The visibility was extremely low because of the snowflakes that were now drifting through the beast domain. Ordinary people can only see a void. "It can be seen." The devil centipede emperor's eyes flashed with purple splendor as it replied. "Well, follow them and notify me in time when those 2 females are in danger," Chen Feng said. The demon centipede emperor sniffed. "Master, is that girl Elena? The young Elena? The one wrapped in bandages?" The devil centipede emperor, as the oldest devil beast that had been with Chen Feng for the longest time, he did recognize Elena. He knew best what Elena was like in her last life. She is indeed the Elena of her youth. "Master, Elena is so beautiful now. It's hard to imagine her turning into a cold mummy in the future. She has an extra sense of alive now." "Hey, yeah," Chen Feng responded with a sentence. He knew that the devil centipede emperor's so-called alive meant vitality. After all, when she met Elena in her last life, her heart was already dead, though she also ended up becoming an imperial demon master living into a 1,000-year lifespan. Her heart was always dead. We're almost at the target location. Snowcapped in the beast's domain. Andre's bearded father, Flick, reminded with a map. The 4 were in a 2-front, 2-back formation at this point. Flick and Irina's mother, Angry, rode together on Flick's 6-star lion imperial beast. The 2 walked ahead while Elena followed behind in a deer-shaped imperial beast with Andre. That deer-shaped imperial beast is Andre's. Andre's heart thumped with excitement after he heard his father say he was almost at the target location. His eyes blazed to Elena, who sat beside him. "Elena, we're almost there. We'll definitely help you contract the 2-star demonic beast this time, Andre said. Thank you, cousin, and Uncle Flick, Elena thanked politely. In fact, her father had disappeared a few days ago, and Flick, being her father's best buddy, had been helping them investigate news of Elena's father, but there had been no results, which had put Elena in a very bad mood in recent days. No need to be polite. We are family. I believe that when this trip to Longxia is over, we may have news of your father when we return. Andre was superficially reassuring. Of course there will be news of your father, and after father and I kill your mothers, I will tell you myself how that old man Blanche, Elena's father, was killed by us. He called out your name before he died. Elena, thank you for your blessing. Andre, although there have been rumors out there that our fathers were at odds with each other, and even that my father's disappearance had something to do with Uncle Flick, I know that those are just rumors spread by our enemies, Elena said slowly, looking at Andre. Flick, the one on the lion in front of him and Anina's father are two different branches of the same family. They all live under the same consortium family in the British nation. The two branches have been helping each other for many years, and in a few days it will be time for the consortium to change its patriarch, with Flick and Aaron's father running together. But a few days ago, Elena's father suddenly disappeared. Elena's mother has some tricks up her sleeve, too, and she's been working on it, but the results of the investigation told her that the incident had nothing to do with Flick. This made the mother let her guard down. It just so happened that Elena had been promoted to a 2-star beast master, and the news of the existence of an S-class bloodline 2-star high-ranking demonic beast here reached their ears. So they came. Look, it's that cave. That's the location where the informant found the 2-star demonic beast. Niece Elena, you'll soon have a 2-star high-level imperial beast. Soon you'll be a true 2-star imperial beast master, just like your father was when he was young. Flick said kindly to Elena behind him. He jumped off the back of his own lion. The way of upgrading the Imperial Beastmaster is simple and easy to say, but also very difficult to say. A 1-star Imperial Beastmaster could only contract a 1-star Imperial Beast, and in order to be promoted to 2-star, he only needed to train and promote this 1-star Imperial Beast to 2-star. The 2-star Imperial Beast then feeds back to the Imperial Beastmaster, so that the Imperial Beastmaster is also promoted to 2 stars and can contract a new 2-star Imperial Beast. And the same goes for promotion to 3 stars. As long as one of the Imperial Beasts is promoted from 2 stars to 3 stars. However, because it was particularly difficult for Imperial Beasts to be promoted, the resources consumed were extremely huge, and this was even more so for Imperial Beasts with S-class talent, where promotion required devouring quite a few demonic beasts, or heavenly treasures from the beast domain. As a result, most people tried their best to have a royal beast with a good bloodline in the early stages, and then only cultivated that one, and then directly contracted high-star demonic beasts when their star level was high. Like Flick, he was the one who had only contracted 2 6-star Imperial Beasts, and the other 4 positions, all of which were temporarily vacant. Thank you, Uncle Flick. Elena nodded. She planned to stop contracting other Imperial Beasts for the time being after contracting this S-rank bloodline Iceling Leopard, focusing on cultivating these 2 Imperial Beasts and quickly advancing her own star level. That's what Flick did, so he upgraded quickly. Elena's mother sniffed and gave Elena a kind look. After her husband's disappearance, her daughter is her only psychological comfort. The 4 of them entered the cave, and with Flick's 6-star sentinel rank and Angry, a 5-star sentinel, it could be said that the trip was safe. However, just after entering the cave, Angry was just about to turn her head and say something to her daughter. Instead, she saw a scene that shook her pupils tremendously. Elena, look out! She yelled a warning, but it was already too late. Elena's neck had been pressed against a cold saber. Only Andre stood behind her with one hand on the knot of her throat and the other holding the knife against Elena's artery. Hey Aunt Angry, don't move and you, Elena, don't even think about summoning the Imperial Beasts or any other action. I promise you'll die horribly that way, Andre said with an evil grin. His hand was dead center around Elena's throat. He would crush the knot in Elena's throat and slit her arteries at the slightest hint of movement from Elena or Angry. And Flick took an arrow step at that moment, grabbing Angry by the hair and punching her in the stomach. Angry was a 5-star sentinel, and her physical fitness was far beyond normal, so in order to make her lose her ability to resist, Flick, after punching her, directly lifted her head and slammed it continuously towards the stone wall inside the cave. Stones were flying, and blood flowed profusely from Angry's forehead. The large swaths of blood on her face and her disheveled hair instantly obscured her aura of being an aristocrat of the British nation. She's a mess. Flick, Andre, you guys, Angry, still in Flick's grip on her hair, said resignedly, "Humph, don't you mother and daughter want to know about that old guy Blanche, Elena's father? I'll tell you right here. He actually went to hell a long time ago, just a few days ago. He was also killed by me slamming into the wall like that, one at a time, and by the way, he was screaming your name, Elena, before he died. Flick chuckled as he looked over at Elena. Father, is Elena mine now? Andre couldn't wait. His fingers touched Elena's skin, pinching the knot of her throat. The agonized way Elena's throat welled up at this point, but she couldn't speak. Sadistic as he is, he's excited. Humph. What's your hurry? She's all yours. Now leave me alone and let me enjoy Angry the bitch first. Blanche is always bragging to me about how beautiful and smart his wife is. I can finally feel it for myself now. I'm going to see what she's so good at. When Flick finished, he yanked Angry by the hair and dragged him deeper into the cave. He had finished exploring this cave long ago. There were no two-star demonic beasts here at all. And this was the execution ground he had prepared for Elena's mother and daughter. Don't even think about summoning the imperial beasts. Bitch, be good and I promise I won't kill your daughter, Flick said, punching Angry in the stomach again. Angry looked at the blade on her daughter's neck. She didn't know what she was going to do now. She thought she would just have to wait for Flick to foul and find a chance to get him killed. As long as Elena wasn't hurt. She thought so. Elena, let's get started too. Let me enjoy myself first. Don't worry. I won't kill you. I'll take you back. I've got a sturdy birdcage ready for you, my canary, Andre said, the hand around Elena's throat loosening as his hand began to remove Elena's cold weather clothing. But his knife never left Elena's neck, and he even pushed a few times harder. Andre the pervert is cautious. All Elena felt now was a deep sense of powerlessness. She closed her eyes, not daring to make the slightest move. Being held by the blade against her neck was very frightening to her. What do I do? Somebody help me, she prayed. Andre's hands had unbuttoned her chemise, revealing the plain clothes with body heat inside. She could feel the hand about to probe into her dress. Humiliation and resentment rose from her heart at the thought of what was going to happen in a few moments, and of her mother being dragged away by Flick. Damn it, I shouldn't have brought my mother to her doom for that so-called two-star imperial beast of S-rank bloodline, but she couldn't even fight back now. Please, God, anyone, please come and help me. Desperate, Elena kept praying in her mind. It's no use. Little Elena, I can already feel your whole body trembling, Andre said, putting his head to Elena's ear and inhaling greedily. That smells good. You're mine. Those words added to Elena's fear and despair. But in the next moment, she felt the hand that invaded inside her shirt suddenly give a start. She slowly opened her eyes as a man stood abruptly in front of her. She hadn't even heard the man's footsteps, and she had no idea how the man had appeared here instantly. He was carrying a black duffel bag and just stood calmly beside her. The dagger held in the teenager's hand was already in Andre's neck. Take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. Standard British accent. At the same time, Chen Feng's hand kept twisting the dagger that was stuck in Andre's neck, while his other hand pushed away the blade in front of Elena's neck. Andre's eyes widened. So is Elena. Neither of them knew how Chen Feng had suddenly appeared here. It's unbelievable. Then, Chen Feng was first interested in signaling Elena to be silent. He put his finger to his mouth. Shoo! Elena nodded curtly. The corners of her eyes still bore the traces of tears, and makeup from crying. Chen Feng held Andre's back and slowly lowered the sleeping Andre to the ground, trying not to make a sound. After doing so, Chen Feng used his clothes to wipe off the blood from the dagger. He pointed with his hand to the ground and then to the depths of the cave. That meaning is obvious. Stay here and don't move. I'm going to save your mother. Elena nodded again as she read Chen Feng's sign language. Seeing this, Chen Feng held the dagger carefully as he continued to walk towards the cave. No! Flick! You devil! Please spare us, mother and daughter. Ingrid's cries came from inside the cave. A series of pleas for mercy and the sound of clothes being torn to shreds reached Chen Feng's ears. He narrowed his eyes. Flick was a 6-star sentinel. To be honest, the two of them fighting in close quarters, Chen Feng did not have any certainty. The difference in rank is just too great. With Chen Feng's current physical qualities, a hard-hitting 2-star high-level Imperial Beastmaster could suppress a small head, and 3 stars upwards, he would have to take a beating as well. Moreover, his teleportation needed to consume Imperial magic power, and his current Imperial magic power was only enough for him to teleport a distance of 10 meters twice. However, Chen Feng, as a 1,000-year-old ancestor, certainly had some tricks of his own. This game is solvable. Angry, don't struggle. That Blanche fellow is dead. He kept praising you as a virtuous wife and mother before. I'd like to try and see what you're virtuous at, Flick said with an evil grin. He was unusually excited at the moment. Angry was in her late 30s, nearly 40, but she was well maintained. Whether it was her body type, her skin, or anything else, it was especially Angry's aura. That feeling of nobility, that was the biggest motivation for Flick to want to conquer her. Just as he was about to take the next step, he suddenly felt his brain spin. Who? Flick said. he didn't die right away. He just felt a little dizzy. Flick turned his head. Inside the dimly lit cave in his sight, a teenager appeared before him. It's you, Longshanks. How did you get here? Flick punched out angry, feeling that he needed to dispose of the dragon summer teenager in front of him first. And I don't know how he got in. However, in the next second, he only felt the sky spinning. He planted himself helplessly, not breathing. On the floor was Flick, who had a bloody hole the thickness of his pinky finger in his temple. Blood trickled out. Along with the blood, there was a purple centipede crawling out. Blah blah blah, garbage stuff. It's not good at all. The demon centipede emperor spat. Just now, Chen Feng made use of one of the stunts that he had often used in his previous life. Because the demonic centipede emperor was originally a 10-star magical beast, although it didn't have any other dangling skills, its spatial skill was a solid stance. And this stance coupled with his 10-star magical beast's perverted defense and its terrifying venom. In a fight, besides getting bigger and pretending to scare the enemy, it also had a trick where Chen Feng threw it out. Its fangs are sharp. In the air it can use its space skill to accelerate closer to the enemy and then pierce them. This move was often used by Chen Feng in his previous life against experts of the same level. 100 tries. Seeing Flick die, Chen Feng let out a long breath. As a matter of fact, he was sweating in his heart just now. He knows his current situation very well. Attack is high, but defense and range are shortcomings. Because the level was so low, both he and the demon centipede emperor would quickly consume the imperial magic power in their bodies whenever they used their skills. And if more than 2 to 3 imperial beasts surrounded him at the same time, it was fine for him to try to escape. But if he was trying to save someone, or kill them back, let's just say it depends. 50-50 at best. Chen Feng is 5, and so is the enemy. After killing Flick, Chen Feng didn't move angry. She was now disheveled. It was better to let Elena, his daughter, help her organize. Chen Feng turned around and walked outside. Elena was obedient. She remained where she was and didn't move. She was curled up, sitting on the floor, staring blankly at Andre's body, wondering what she was thinking. Behind her was her 2-star imperial beast, also a deer-shaped imperial beast with an S-class bloodline. Hearing footsteps, she subconsciously turned her head, and her imperial beast instantly blocked in front of her. It's me, Elena, Chen Feng said. Where is my mother? Elena pushed aside the imperial beast road that was blocking her way. It's in there. Go fix her clothes. She's not doing anything. She's just unconscious. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he once again turned around and walked towards the cave. Elena hurriedly jogged to keep up. There wasn't much of a height difference between her and Chen Feng. Ahead to Chen Feng's forehead position. However, she was like a small child at this moment, running to keep up with Chen Feng as she took the initiative to grab Chen Feng's hand. Compared to the imperial beasts, she felt a bit more secure with Chen Feng. Thank you, Elena said. She wasn't sure what to say now. Go ahead and fix your mother's clothes. I'll get the fire going. It's down to minus 40 degrees out there now and it's snowing hard, so it looks like we're going to have to rest here until it stops snowing, Chen Feng said, putting down the backpack behind him and turning towards the outside of the cave carrying Flick's body. The body can't be left here. It's an eyesore. When he came to, he saw dry trees right at the entrance to the cave. By the time Chen Feng returned again, Elena had already buttoned up her mother's clothes. Chen Feng raised the fire, took out food from his bag, and distributed it to Elena. How did you find this? And why do you know my name? Elena had already calmed down a long time ago. She felt that it would be too unbelievable if Chen Feng happened to come to her rescue. And why he knew his name, having encountered him twice before, and twice pulling out his favorite liquor-scented chocolates. It now seems that this is no coincidence at all. More importantly, how did this Longxia teenager kill the 6-star Imperial Beast Master's Flick? He looked so young, like he wasn't even my age. It should be known that it was very difficult for Imperial Beast Masters of the same level to succeed in sneak attacks against each other. And the main problem was that it was not good at breaking defenses. The only way a sneak attack could be successful was if the two Imperial Beastmasters were particularly familiar with each other and completely abandoned their defenses. Well, you wouldn't believe me if I said I happened to be passing by. Chen Feng rubbed his chin and said, of course I don't believe you. Too many coincidences are premeditated. But regardless, you did save me and my mother. And from now on, I, Elena, swear that my life is yours, and my body is yours. My, Elena, the blonde, wanted to continue. She wasn't a love brain or an impulsive person, but she knew that if she didn't have Chen Feng today, then both she and her mother would be plunged into darkness. With the tactics of the Flick father and son, if there were no accidents, it would be impossible for the two of them to turn over in their lifetime. Stop, 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 no need, just stop it. Damn, Why was that word exactly the same as what she had said in her last life? What? Don't you want to get my body? Those noble gentlemen in England are very flattering to me. Elena straightened her blonde hair and said as she looked at Chen Feng fondly. The next moment, something that had shocked Chen Feng for 100 years happened. Only to see that Elena had the audacity to grab Chen Feng's hand and then directly roll over and ride on top of him. This move? No. This pose? Chen Feng was shocked. Elena, your life is your own. I just want you to live it well. So when you said earlier that you were here to save a friend from falling into darkness, that friend was me? You just called my name. Elena pressed her hands on both sides of Chen Feng's neck as she pressed her mouth close to Chen Feng's ear. The scent from her long hair soaking into Chen Feng's nostrils, the hot air blowing on Chen Feng's ear tickling him. The fire crackled. The stone wall a few meters away reflected the shadows of the two in ambiguous poses. Chen Feng's entire body was paralyzed for a moment. Damn! Why didn't I see this little ninny with this talent in her last life? Back then she was all talk and no action. Chen Feng cursed. He didn't know that in her last life Elena did want to give herself to him, but she had low self-esteem. She felt that her imprisoned and tortured body of 25 years was too dirty, too ugly, too broken, so she could only repay Chen Feng with her life or in any other way. She had even thought about grabbing some beauties back for Chen Feng. Unfortunately, it was stopped by Chen Feng. Okay Elena, come down. Your mother is still here. Stop playing. Chen Feng sighed with complicated eyes. I'm obviously just trying to erase the regrets of my last life. But your hand is still on my ass? Elena said with a blush. Ahem, get used to it. Chen Feng hurriedly raised his hand. The two separated, and Chen Feng hurriedly changed the topic. He was going to be leafless. It's actually hard to believe this, but I did come here to save you, to sort of make up for my regrets, and to sort of make up for yours. He sighed. You mean we're actually friends? Or lovers? Elena said tentatively. Then, she contradicted herself. No, it must be more than just a friend. If it was a friend, it wouldn't make you have such great regrets that you would actually risk fighting against a 6-star Imperial Beastmaster to come and save me. But I'm sure I've never lost my memory and I've never seen you before, so there's only one possibility. The future, right? You have the skill of predicting the future? Elena asked. Elena, your brain has always given out. Chen Feng complimented. In her last life, she was smart as hell, and she got a lot of credit for making the Nightmare organization big. Why else would she get the code name of secretary? But the truth is so outrageous you wouldn't believe it, and I was just trying to make sure I had no regrets. And now that you're saved, and with your family's power, there's nothing in England that can threaten you, and when the snow stops, we'll go our separate ways. A hint of relief flashed in Chen Feng's eyes. The regrets he had for Elena in his last life were completely resolved today. He felt the stone in his heart that belonged to Elena being lifted. No, I believe. Please tell me, at the very least, you must tell me your name. Elena trailed off. Those so-called English noble gentlemen usually surrounded her like flies swirling around, but none of them appeared when she was in danger, just craving her body. And this long handsome guy in front of her, he not only risked his life to save himself, but even refused her unsolicited offer. He's the real gentleman. Never let him go. Well, it's probably just that I had a dream that we met in the future, and then went through a series of difficulties, met a bunch of awesome partners, built an organization that was awesome in the world, and finally accomplished something super awesome. Chen Feng said vaguely. And when did we meet? Elena's blue eyes stared earnestly at Chen Feng's face as she pursued. 25 years later, in the basement of the Andre estate. A flash of long-ago memories flashed in Chen Feng's eyes as he slowly said, 25 years later? And what was I like then? Elena's face held surprise as she continued to wonder. You really want to know? I advise you not to listen. After all, it was just a dream. Chen Feng shook his head. So can you tell me your name? Andre's perversion. Elena had heard about it long ago, and she had already realized where she would have ended up if she didn't have Chen Feng today, so she changed the subject and asked, well, Elena, you keep an eye on your mother, and I'm going to go outside and find some more wood. Chen Feng shook his head. There were too many regrets, and he couldn't take in one person for everyone he completed. In the last life they had already followed themselves through life and death, and in this life he, Chen Feng, had the ability to carry it all alone. Chen Feng went out and never came back, and there was enough wood in the cave. He's just looking for a reason to leave. Outside the cave, Chen Feng summoned the demonic centipede emperor. Master, is it true that you won't take Elena away? The demon centipede emperor has feelings for Elena. No need. In the last life they have already fallen into darkness. In this life I want them to always be in the light. I will stand on the demarcation line between light and darkness, and keep the darkness from descending for them. After Chen Feng left, Elena appeared at the cave entrance at an unknown time. That position was the dividing line between the blizzard and the cave, and the snow fell right at her toes. Holding onto the stone wall, she stood inside the cave and watched Chen Feng gradually disappear against the raging wind and snow. The purple centipede imperial beast. She remembered every purple pattern on the demonic centipede emperor's armor in Chen Feng's face to death. Clutched in his hand was the plastic wrapper of a wine heart chocolate. I will find you. The demonic centipede emperor's speed was so fast that the wind and snow couldn't stop it at all. However, Chen Feng did not return to the Blue Star at the first opportunity. Instead, he discerned a direction deeper into the beast domain. Each person only has 3 chances to enter the beast domain each year. There was still more than a day left until the end of his leave of absence, so Chen Feng didn't want to waste any opportunity to improve himself. Not to mention that the demon centipede emperor was only half full last time. Finally I can eat my fill. It's still you, master, who is good to me. The demon centipede emperor was grateful. I didn't expect Chen Feng to think about it. Well, be careful when going deeper into the beast domain. In the last life this beast domain had a large number of 10-star demonic beasts inside, and there are also magical beasts in the innermost part. Chen Feng reminded. Then let's go in and kill a few 10-star demonic beasts and come back? The devil centipede emperor. As a magical beast, belligerence was engraved in its bones, and it asked tentatively, "No, you just eat around here. Although the 10-star demonic beasts can't beat you, but in case you run into several of them at the same time it's not easy to deal with them. Mainly there might be the official Imperial Beastmasters topiary team inside. If they find out the whole thing is not good enough they'll be captured and filled up with soldiers." Okay, the demonic centipede emperor replied. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since Chen Feng had taken his leave. It was now noon on the 3rd day, but Zhang Daoyuan made several consecutive calls to Chen Feng, and all of them showed that the phone was turned off. Zhang Daoyuan was now like an ant on a hot pan. Yesterday Neon's big board seeds went 1 through 3 and beat all 3 of his seeds by himself. It's safe to say that the top horses are sweeping the lower medium horses. Luckily, he used the excuse that it was too late to buy time for Chen Feng. This last one he set for 6 o'clock this evening. Damn! This Chen Feng, why isn't he back yet? Zhang Daoyuan paced back and forth in the competition lounge of the Kyoto Coliseum. The Northern Dragon Summer Imperial Beasts University is located on the outskirts of Kyoto, right next to this Coliseum. Mr. Zhang, is that Chen Feng still unreachable? In the restroom, on the seat, a young girl looked at Zhang Daoyuan and asked. In the lounge, excluding Zhang Daoyuan, there were a total of 2 men and 1 woman. The one who spoke just now, named by Crescent, a very nice name, the recognized school flower of the Northern Imperial Beast University, and she's really white. I think it's better not to get in touch. It's just a 1-star middle-ranked guy. No matter how talented he is, he can still beat someone else's 2-star high-ranked Imperial Beast. The man who said this was named Gao Liang, a generic name, and he wasn't tall at all. Teacher, do you trust that Chen Feng that much? What exactly is so great about him? Even though you said that he was first in the individual ranking match and had a huge difference in score with the 2nd place, he's still a high school student after all. Just like Gao Liang said, he's only a 1-star middle rank after all. No matter how strong he is, he can't beat a 2-star Imperial Beast, right? The last person to speak, who was a little bit handsome and had designer clothes, was called Song Yi. All 3 were geniuses carefully selected by Zhang Daoyuan. Originally, old Zhang was actually leading Chen Feng's class, but because Chen Feng was specially recruited to skip a grade, he was also placed up after Chen Feng. Humph, what do you guys know? When that kid comes back, you'll know. Zhang Daoyuan snorted coldly as he did not speak to the 3 about Chen Feng's details. Mainly he had anger in his heart that this kid Chen Feng didn't listen to him and forced him to take a vacation. You want me to introduce him? He's a human being? What serious students with teachers forced leave and bragging about how no one can keep him if he wants to leave. It's great to have a 10-star beast. I'll send you to the front when you graduate. The front line is full of 9 and 10 stars. Fight away. One without a squeak. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Daoyuan's phone finally rang. Picking it up, Chen Feng called. Hey, you kids finally called back. Zhang Daoyuan hurriedly picked up the phone. Hello? Who are you? He said in a nonchalant tone. Chen Feng. You ask if it was defeated? 3 2-star Imperial Beast Masters. Put together 4 2-star Imperial Beasts, and 3 of them are low-ranked. You say defeated or not? Zhang Daoyuan's tone was very bad as he spoke, his sight sweeping towards the 3 by Crescent Moon people. It's a hateful thing to do. The 3 were swept by Zhang Daoyuan's eyes and all of them bowed their heads, not daring to meet their eyes. Come on, don't get close to me. Where are you? Hidden province? You went that far? Hurry up and get on a plane and come back. Well, come to Kyoto. Kyoto Grand Coliseum. Come straight over. You have to be there by 6. After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, He directly hung up the phone. The time rolled around and it was already 5:40. Zhang Daoyuan brought the three of them, by crescent moon, to the Colosseum and ascended to the Imperial Beast Master seat. There wasn't much of an audience because it was a private cut and thrust exchange. However, a lot of students from the Northern Imperial Beast University had come. After all, it was a battle for their school's honor. Seeing Bai Crescent's trio enter, the students in the stands instantly exploded. They're coming. I thought they were great and some kind of geniuses, but they got beat by trashy Neon, a string of three. Hey, I don't blame them. They've also just ascended to the second star and haven't had the chance to contract a 2-star high-level Imperial Beast yet. And the Neon Kingdom's big board seed team came here because of that. Damn. It's so damn disgusting. Tomorrow Kimchi Kingdom is going to continue the challenge, not giving White School Sister and the others a chance to go out and contract Imperial Beasts at all. Most of the students in the stands understood what was going on. They all held their breath in their hearts. I don't know if the last seeded player from our school will be okay today. Line what? You have not heard of it. A star in the middle order is said to be broken up by the school. 1-star Imperial Beast Master at most a 1-star high-level Imperial Beast. Do you think a 1-star high-level Imperial Beast can beat the 2-star high-level? It's over. This is definitely a loss. Compared to the students in the stands, the three of them, by Crescent Moon, were also in a bad mood. All three of them were filled with rage as they glared at the 5 neon ghosts next to them. The one who strung the three of them together yesterday was called Jiro Shimada. This Shimada Jiro was very bad. Possessing a 2-star high-ranked Imperial Beast, he not only made the White Crescent trio lose, but also severely injured all three of their Imperial Beasts. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was to delay the trio's growth. After all, the World Reincarnation Challenge would begin in 2 months. It would take time for their Imperial Beasts to recover from their injuries, and it would take time for them to accept the challenge from the Neon and Kimchi countries. With this back and forth, maybe 7 days have passed. Shit, they're so disgusting. Gao Liang slammed his fist on the iron railing in front of the Imperial Beast Master's seat. He was angry when he saw those 5 demons full of smugness. When I've contracted a 2-star high-grade Imperial Beast, I'll make sure to whack all their Imperial Beasts to death during the round-robin tournament. Gao Liang gasped. It's 5:50. Why hasn't that 1-star kid arrived yet? Hurry up and come. Hurry up and lose so we can go back. I don't want to continue to disgrace myself here. The 3 who could stand here were all geniuses among geniuses. Not only did they have a high talent for Imperial Beasts and powerful contracted Imperial Beasts, but more importantly, they all had a good combat talent for cooperating with Imperial Beasts. Gao Liang felt that he couldn't afford to lose this person, and he felt humiliated even if he stayed for 1 more minute. The other 2 felt the same way, and they both grimaced, not saying a word. Mr. Zhang Daoyuan, where is your last student and why hasn't he arrived yet? My student is ready. The teacher of the Neon Country's big boarding team said in broken Ryosha language. Ms. Sakata, my students will be here soon. I guess there's a bit of a traffic jam on the road flying. Traffic jam. Zhang Daoyuan knew that Chen Feng should be arriving soon, so he wasn't in a hurry at all. Just 40 minutes ago, Chen Feng had called him to tell him that he had gotten off the plane. It's okay, Mr. Zhang Douan. Although we are the most punctual in Neon, the spirit of the samurai tells us that the strong should be as tolerant as possible to the weak. So it's okay if he's a little late, Sakata said with a look of contempt. Mr. Sakata, we have a word in China called the finale, which means that the strongest people tend to come out last. So don't renege if you lose later. Zhang Daoyuan's face was gloomy as he looked at Sakata and said, okay, then I'll expect your last student to surprise me with a string of 4. This string of 4 Sakatas was said heavily and meant simply. You can't beat the 4 of us with 1 student. Each of his students had 2 2-star Imperial Beasts, and 4 of them were all 2-star high rank. He really couldn't think of what this Daoyuan would take to win against him. Sakata even started making phone calls in front of Zhang Daoyuan. Hey, is this the leader of Kimchi Country's Park Junam? I'm Sakata from Neon Country. The race? It's almost done. And tonight when you arrive, I'll buy you victory drinks. I know a really good Neon cuisine restaurant in Kyoto. Longxia. What? You guys are already at the airfield? Give us 10 minutes and I'll have the students finish the fight quickly. Game time's coming up. I'll hang up now. See you in 10 minutes. Sakata hung up the phone, and he intentionally glanced at Zhang Daoyuan. Zhang Daoyuan just had an ironic expression on his face as he turned his head to the side, hoping that Chen Feng would hurry up and come. Kid, you better not be late or I'll put you in shoes tomorrow. Just as Zhang Daoyuan was thinking about how to put shoes on Chen Feng, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Here comes the savior. Old Zhang. I'm back. Old Zhang. I'm back. Listening to that familiar voice, Zhang Daoyuan felt for the first time that he missed someone so much. Finally, if you kids don't get here, I'm gonna want to run that Shimada's mouth through a toilet plunger. It's not too late. Hurry up and summon the Imperial Beasts. Don't keep the Neon Kingdom's leader waiting. Zhang Daoyuan snorted coldly and held a face. Keep a low profile, don't make such a big deal out of it. I know that your magical beasts can change in size, and there's still Kimchi Kingdom tomorrow. He whispered in Chen Feng's ear. Zhang Daoyuan didn't just want Chen Feng to scrap the Daban team. He even wanted to scrap the Kimchi Nation's first ear team as well. Chen Feng nodded at his words. I'm the best at pretending to be a tiger. He gave an okay sign to Zhang Daoyuan. You're that one-star kid? Hurry up and admit defeat. Don't let the Imperial Beast get hurt. Let's go back and upgrade properly and fight back when the rounds are over. Although Song Yi spoke in a bad tone, he was actually looking out for Chen Feng. He was indeed afraid that Chen Feng's Imperial Beast would be injured. The student named Shimada is sinister, specializing in hitting their Imperial Beasts towards serious injuries. You are? Chen Feng asked as he looked at Song Yi. My name is Song Yi, your teammate and also your captain. Alright, all three of you. Stop talking and hurry up and let this kid have a good game. You're done watching. Zhang Daoyuan waved his hand. Bai Xinyua and Gao Liang had wanted to say something as well, but seeing that Zhang Daoyuan was so insistent on having Chen Feng participate in the competition, they did not say anything more. Hey, I don't know what's wrong with Mr. Zhang today. Must have been drinking fake booze. Prison doors, open. Chen Feng stood in the seat of the Imperial Beast Master and bellowed. The voice was mid-range and powerful. However, the next moment, everyone was confused. Where's the beast? You're shouting with such vigor. Where's the Imperial Beast? Neither the spectators nor the Neon Kingdom Imperial Beast team present, including the three of them, including White Crescent Moon, saw Chen Feng's Imperial Beast appear. Zhang Daoyuan was the only one squinting. He stared into the arena. His eyes narrowed to the limit. So small, so thin, thinner than a toothpick. He glanced at Chen Feng with some surprise. I didn't realize that this kid could actually make the Imperial Beasts tiny to this extent. But that's pretty damn low-key. I told you to keep a low profile. I didn't tell you to keep too low a profile. My name is Jiro Shimada. Your Excellency may release the Imperial Beast. Jiro Shimada clasped his fists at Chen Feng and said, It's been released, so hurry up and release yours. Chen Feng said helplessly with both hands. I did. You didn't see it. Available. Said released. How do you force lie? You hurry to release the Imperial Beasts. I still want to go back to eat dinner. Just got off the plane and rushed over. I'll rely on you guys. Chen Feng touched his parched stomach and took out the last piece of Oreo from his pocket, licking the sandwich inside with tears in his eyes. As he licked, he glanced at Zhang Daoyuan with tears in his eyes. Humph. Zhang Daoyuan snorted coldly and turned his head around. It's no use pretending to be pathetic. You'll get your shoes. Then I'll release the Imperial Beast. Shimada said, summoning the Imperial Beast directly from the field. It was a 2-star low-grade snake-type demonic beast. At 10 meters long, it was quite appalling. It had 2 heads, half erected, and looked rather spooky. This is one of my Imperial Beasts, a 2-star low-grade 2-headed snake. Then the match can begin. Old Chang, Chen Feng said, placing his palm across his neck with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Can Old Zhang be killed? Old Zhang shook his head, left hand knocking on the right arm. Can't kill, but can maim. Chen Feng nodded. Game on. The referee spoke up. The 2-headed serpent had long ago used all 4 of his eyes to look for the Imperial Beasts he was fighting against. But it now saw nothing but a very, very tiny, flat, purple centipede. Am I fighting this centipede? Big question marks hung over both of its heads. All 4 eyes were puzzled. With the referee's order, the demon centipede emperor crawled towards the 2-headed snake without slowing down. It's just like a really normal centipede passing by, as if it's taking a walk in your own backyard. Well, I was passing by and my house is right here. The demonic centipede emperor swaggered and crawled towards the 2-headed snake as if he hadn't seen it. Totally human and weak to look at. This is a demonic beast? How come there's no breath at all? It should just be an ordinary bug. The 2-headed snake directly ignored the demonic centipede emperor on the ground, and it looked around with 4 alert eyes. However, in the next second, the demonic centipede emperor climbed onto its body. That's where the 2-headed snake turns half erect. The devil centipede emperor followed the cracks in its scales and drilled in. Then the 2-headed snake felt a pain in his lower back, but the pain passed quickly, because it felt numb. Literally went numb. The snake went numb. Then it went bang and slumped to the ground. 2 snake heads flashed great doubts. And then it passed out. What's going on? Shimada gripped the bars in front of him as he tilted his upper body down onto the field. 2-headed snake. 2-headed snake. He kept screaming at the 2-headed snake in his mind. However, the 2-headed snake slept soundly. You lose. Chen Feng said quietly. What did you do? You cheated. I didn't even see your Imperial Beast. You're so despicable. Shimada angrily pointed at Chen Feng and questioned. A loss is a loss. Your garbage Imperial Beast can't even see where my Imperial Beast is, so tell me yourself if your Imperial Beast is garbage. Chen Feng returned the favor. Then, without waiting for Shimada to speak, he didn't know when Chen Feng had bought a loudspeaker, the kind of horns you use for collecting rags. He eased the tuba out of his backpack. Power on. Put the tuba to your mouth. A loss is a loss. The trash Imperial Beast from the Neon Kingdom collapsed without even seeing the shadow of my Imperial Beast, and when I said that his Imperial Beast was trash, he actually said that I cheated? Aren't they bullying honest people? I'm just an honest Long Xia person. Do you think it's fair for them to bully me like this? The voice drifted directly into the referee's microphone, and the sound was amplified by the microphone, causing all the students in the arena to hear it. Little Neon is too damn bullying. They beat us yesterday as normal. We beat them and say we cheated. That's right. That's right. Have you seen his Imperial Beast? Didn't see it. I didn't see it either. Everyone was confused. They hadn't seen Chen Feng's Imperial Beast either. All that was seen was the two-headed snake holding itself up and turning its head and slumping there. But this way they felt that Chen Feng was even more of a dick. It's unknown, but it feels awesome. Seated Team Bull. Get these little neons. Rubbish. Losing without even seeing our seated team's Imperial Beasts. Ha? Did you see his Royal Beast, brother? I didn't. But doesn't it seem imposing to shout like that? Makes sense. Fine. Hurry up with the next one. I won't hold back this time. Shimada's face was blue. He was really angry. He was going to summon his 2-star high-grade Imperial Beast and get Chen Feng's Imperial Beast killed. Two-headed snake must have been careless. He does. Taking the two-headed snake back into the Imperial Beast space, he summoned another Imperial Beast. Golden-eyed poisonous frog. The main thing that this golden-eyed poison frog has is good dynamic vision. And it can see anything that can move. Where it doesn't move, it can occasionally see it. The main attraction is a dynamic vision pull full and normal vision full. Game on. The referee gave a shout. GoldenEye, do you see any other Imperial Beasts on the field? Shimada asked cautiously in his mind. Nothing else? Only saw a purple centipede that crawled very slowly. The golden-eyed poison frog said as his eyes stared at the demon centipede emperor. That could be it then. Damn it. His Imperial Beast is actually a small centipede. Get it dead, Shimada said fiercely. In the next second, the golden-eyed poison frog stared at the demonic centipede emperor that was slowly crawling towards it with a tongue. This is its means of attack. Not only does its tongue come with mucus, but it also contains a powerful poison. Audience. The crowd only saw the huge golden-eyed poisonous frog staring at the ground in the distance, instantly sticking out its tongue, then quickly retract it. It saw that player's Imperial Beast? Should be, after all. It's a 2-star high-rank Imperial Beast. That's finished. It seems that this brother's Imperial Beast is a bug type, with the advantage of being small and good for sneak attacks. It's not just the audience. The three of them, Gao Liang, thought the same thing. They had originally seen Chen Feng inexplicably defeat the two-headed snake, and a glimmer of hope had risen in their hearts. What if we win? But now they also reacted. It was assumed that Chen Feng's Imperial Beast was of the poisonous insect type. But the bad thing was that Shimada's 2-star high-ranking Imperial Beasts just happened to be frog types, so they were naturally restrained. Oops. Still lost. The trio's mood sank to the bottom once again. I just hope that kid's Imperial Beast doesn't get eaten. Just as everyone was pessimistic, the next moment, the golden-eyed poisonous frog with its tongue originally sticking out suddenly stopped moving, including its halfway retracted tongue that stopped halfway. Then it started foaming at the mouth. Eyes rolled back. Limbs became flabby, and he slumped to the ground. Bad. Master. Its tongue is scraping on my fangs. It seems to be dying of poisoning. The demon centipede emperor apologized to Chen Feng. Chen Feng was speechless. He didn't see it coming either. That two-headed snake is only paralyzed in the lower half of its body. This golden-eyed poisonous frog, he was trying to repeat the same trick. I didn't expect it to have its own bad luck and scrape its tongue on the poisonous fangs of the magic centipede emperor. Chen Feng turned his head to look at Zhang Daoyuan. Zhang Daoyuan didn't know that the golden-eyed poison frog died immediately after being poisoned by the devil centipede emperor. He thought Chen Feng was inquiring if he had hit him too hard. Referee, announce the results. Zhang Daoyuan said with a cocky voice. I declare Chen Feng victorious in this round. May I ask the leader of the Neon Nation if he will continue the challenge? The referee's mouth turned up. He smiled at Chen Feng and nodded. It was so relieving that Shimada, who had been flaunting his power just a moment ago, turned directly into a frosted eggplant. What's going on? Another win? Seems like it. The students in the audience had been completely messed up. What kind of Imperial Beast is this? And why is it so brave? You don't see the beast, just the power? You guys saw that? Song Yi was also wide-eyed as he poked his body out of the Imperial Beast Master seat. He carefully scanned the Colosseum below. No, but either way, it's too strong. What exactly is his Imperial Beast? He's only a 1-star Imperial Beast Master. This is too outrageous. Gao Liang and By Crescent Moon also said with surprised faces. The eyes of the three people looking at Chen Feng changed at this moment. Is this the last teammate of their team? It's too strong. A 1-star sweep of 2 stars is the kind of thing that could totally be written in a textbook. Shimada, what's going on? Sakata asked in a whisper to Shimada Jiro. He hadn't seen Chen Feng's Imperial Beast until now, so he wanted to ask Jiro Shimada if he knew something. Easy to set up the play later. That's a centipede Imperial Beast. It's probably highly poisonous, and my golden-eyed poison frog was actually poisoned over by it. Jiro Shimada said. I see. Since it's only a centipede Imperial Beast with a high level of poison, let Ono Taiji, who has a long-range attack Imperial Beast, clean him up. Then, Sakata nodded and spoke to the referee. Let's get on with the match. And the next one out is Ono Taiji. As Sakata finished speaking, a scrawny yellow-haired man stepped out of the neon ranks. He is Ono Taiji. Ryushas, I will use my Imperial Beasts to crush your pretentious Imperial Beasts into smithereens, and I will make you see how you howl in pain in front of me. Feel the pain of losing your Imperial Beast. Ono Taiji looked at Chen Feng and said sinisterly in broken Longxia language. He raised his middle finger at Chen Feng. Arrogance is his modus operandi. He's always been like this in Neon, and this arrogance has made him sought after by countless delinquent fanboys. Imperial Beast, out. Anadeji took 2 steps forward as he directly summoned his 2-star high-level Imperial Beast. It's actually a 2-star high-ranked Ghostface Spirit Spider. The three of them, White Crescent, all stood up in shock upon seeing Ono Taiji's Imperial Beast. The Ghostface Spirit Spider was a royal beast that ranked in the top 50 of the S-rank bloodlines. It comes with a skill, Toxic Web Projection. Moreover, its movement speed was very fast. As high as 5 meters it could even use its fast wandering pull to kill some ordinary 3-star low-level demonic beasts. Its battle power was famous in the Imperial Beast realm. It's over. Chen Feng's Imperial Beast is in danger. His Imperial Beast is a bug type. This ghost-faced spirit spider is long-range and a natural bug catcher. Why don't we talk to Teacher Zhang and tell Chen Feng to concede? After Gao Liang finished speaking, he turned his head to look at the two of them, by Xin Yue and Song Yi, asking what they meant. Indeed it is too dangerous. Just now Chen Feng's Imperial Beast defeated the golden-eyed poison frog most likely by fluke. This time against the top 50 Imperial Beasts in the bloodline ranking. Chen Feng's Imperial Beast is afraid that it will fall fast. Song Yi also stroked his chin and said seriously, Teacher, why don't you? Bai Xinyue directly turned back to Zhang Daotian and opened her mouth, but halfway through her sentence, she was stopped by Zhang Daotian. Only Zhang Daotian raised his hand, stopping Bai Crescent Moon from speaking at the same time. He also revealed a look as if he was facing an enemy. Watch the game. Zhang Daoyuan gritted his teeth. Unlike the surface, he was already happy in his heart at this time. He forced himself not to laugh and held his face red just to let Chen Feng cripple a few more Imperial Beasts from the Neon Kingdom team. As for the leader of the Neon Kingdom, Sakata saw Zhang Daoyuan looking like this, and his heart was instantly relieved. Yoshi, it seems that this leader of the Dragon Summer Kingdom has panicked. Teacher Zhang, we've already agreed to the match. Yulong Xia Kingdom can't back out, Sakata said as he looked at Zhang Daoyuan with a smile on his face. Humph, you just compare. It's not certain who will lose or win. Zhang Daoyuan tried to hold back his laughter. He turned his head to the side, afraid that Sakata would see the corners of his mouth, which were already crooked to his ears. But just as Sakata wanted to continue taunting for a couple of minutes, Shimada Jiro beside him suddenly covered his head and yelled. Then he fell straight to his knees, his whole body canine into a shrimp shape. What's wrong with you, Shimada-san? Sakata couldn't be bothered to continue taunting Zhang Daoyuan as he hurriedly turned around and crouched down to check Shimada's condition. The same goes for Shimada's 3 teammates. Ono Taiji in particular, who was close to Shimada, walked quickly to Shimada's side with the same look of concern. Sensei, he killed my Imperial Beast. My head hurts so much. Ah! Shimada pointed at Chen Feng as he screamed in pain. What? Which Imperial Beast did he kill? Sakata rose instantly as he asked anxiously. One had to know that every 2-star high-level Imperial Beast with an S-class bloodline was worth a lot of money. For example, the country of Longxia, there were 1.3 billion ordinary people and 100 million Imperial Beast Masters, but there were only 100,000 or so Imperial Beasts with S-class bloodlines. This might seem like a lot, but when you break it down, there are only 1 in 1,000 Imperial Beast Masters with S-class bloodline Imperial Beasts. Not to mention that it was a 2-star Imperial Beast with an S-class bloodline. The Neon Kingdom was already small, and to produce an S-class bloodline would be a stroke of luck. That's why Sakata is now worried that the one who died was the golden-eyed poisonous frog. Yes, it's a golden-eyed poisonous frog. When Shimada said this, these 4 people from the Neon Kingdom instantly exploded. He actually killed your 2-star high-ranked golden-eyed poison frog. Sakata instantly froze in place. Their Neon country is a small place, so there are very few beast domains, and this golden-eyed poisonous frog was contracted in the United States of America after he brought Shimada across the ocean. Quite cherished. Oh no, take revenge for me. Make sure to kill his imperial beast, Shimada said fiercely with scarlet eyes. I will kill his imperial beast, and not only his imperial beast, we will have to kill him one day. Ono looked sinister as he looked towards Chen Feng and whispered to Shimada. Halt! The match is suspended. Your player killed Shimada's goblin. Sakata. As the leader, he rushed to call a halt to the match. As a private exchange match, theoretically this time it was not allowed to harm the lives of both imperial beasts. What? The referee looked towards Chen Feng with an inquiring look in his eyes. Zhang Daoyuan also looked at Chen Feng with a confused expression. Besides them, the spectators in the stands were confused. He's so cool? He killed all the 2-star high-level imperial beasts? That's a relief. Good kill. Well what? This situation can only open up a revenge match. Now that Chen Feng's imperial beast is in danger, the rule of not killing the opponent's imperial beasts has been broken, and now either the Nico Kingdom will voluntarily admit defeat or open a revenge match. What's a revenge match? A freshman in the audience asked. A revenge match is when one side kills the other side's imperial beasts. The side that was killed gets to choose whether or not to turn on the revenge mode, and they have absolute say over whether or not to continue the match until they run out of imperial beasts or voluntarily stop the match. In other words, Chen Feng can't admit defeat even if he wants to right now. He has to fight until Neo Nation voluntarily applies to stop the match. At this moment, all the people in the audience were looking at Chen Feng with worried faces. The 3 White Crescent Moon people were even more so. It's completely over. The 3 of them looked at each other and all of them sat back down powerlessly in the chairs behind them. Leader Sakata, do you want to continue the match? Open the revenge match if you continue the match, the referee said with great reluctance. Sakata's eyes rolled as he sniffed. He turned to Ono first. Oh no, can your imperial beast see his centipede imperial beast? Mr. Sakata, just leave it to me. I'll make my ghost-faced spirit spider eat his imperial beasts one bite at a time in front of him and all of the Dragoncia present. Anadeji said with a cruel smile as he narrowed his eyes evilly. Good, then it's up to you. Oh no, to avenge Shimada-san's death. Sakata cracks Ono with a couple of heavy shots to the body. The loss was too great this time. And if Ono could kill Chen Feng's imperial beast, he could still take less responsibility back in Neon. And on Chen Feng's side, Zhang Daotian, who hadn't said anything, suddenly got up. He walked to Chen Feng's ear with a serious face. Anyone could see the worry written all over his face at the moment. It looked like it was tempting to end the fight, but there was nothing that could be done about it. He leaned over to Chen Feng's ear. Kid, tell that wraith of yours to act woefully out of character. There's the Kimchi Kingdom tomorrow. Try to kill as many of them as you can. Zhang Daotian whispered. His expression was still one of worry. Highly skillful acting. No one in the room saw it coming. Chen Feng cursed in his heart after hearing this. Old Zhang's heart is so black. Look at his face. Who can tell it's an act? However, on the surface, Chen Feng still had a grave expression on his face as he nodded. Eyes glanced at Ono in horror. This instantly set Ono and Sakata's minds at ease. It seems that this kid's imperial beasts are really afraid of ghost-faced spirit spiders. Steady. The two thought so. While Zhang Daoyuan slowly retreated back to his seat, he lowered his head and covered his face with his hands, like it's trying to contain the sadness. Actually, he really had to stifle a laugh. He saw Chen Feng's abashed expression. Boy, you're a better actor than I am. In his heart, he was immediately impressed with Chen Feng. Since the beginning of time, strong people have been total actors, with black hearts. Chen Feng was very much to his liking. Humph. Mr. Zhang, it's too late to stop the match now. Referee, quickly announced the start of the match. Sakata hurriedly urged. His words drew instant hostility from all the spectators present. They all felt that Sakata was too sinister. This was to push Chen Feng to his death. The referee also gave Chen Feng a sad look as he sighed. Hey, I call the game. As the voice fell, the ghost-faced spirit spiders in the field instantly formed their webs quickly. Then he kept throwing the poisonous net towards the demonic centipede emperor's position. In the ghost-faced spirit spider's perspective, the small centipede on the ground was in such a sorry state that it kept dodging, unable to pose any threat to it at all. The ghost-faced spirit spider rushed to tell its master. Oh no Taiji, this news. Anadeji's heart was delighted at his words. Sakata-sensei, my imperial beast says it's now beating that kid's imperial beast to a standstill, and his imperial beast is only barely holding its own. He turned to Sakata. Good. Student Ono, I'll go back and apply for a beast bone with a higher star rating that can increase the defense of imperial beasts for you, so that your ghost-faced spirit spider's strength can be taken to the next level. Sakata promised happily. Master, do you think I can act? The demonic centipede emperor in the field kept on tossing and turning. Its appearance was extremely wretched, and every time, it managed to dodge the poisonous web of the ghost-faced spirit spider. It looked rather strained, as if it was in danger of being captured at any moment. Well, you fight a little longer and then come up with a close one, to be able to afford to sell out the old one. Yes, master. After the demonic centipede emperor replied, he looked at the incoming spider web. It wiggled its tiny body and scrambled to the side, but it was still a step too slow, and the edge of the spider web hung up at his tail. It hurriedly controlled its body to shake all over in struggle. It's as if he almost couldn't withstand the poisoned web, nearly dying. Seeing this, the ghost-faced spirit spider weaved its web even faster. Poor little worm, I'm going to torture you to death. It thought so. However, a minute passed and the crowd in the stands was sleepy. They could only see the ghost-faced spirit spider constantly weaving and throwing webs. Weaving and throwing webs. But you are netting something. By now the playing field was white in the east and white in the west. It's all the web of a ghost-faced spirit spider. The ghost-faced spirit spider was also confused. It felt like it was being drained. But the centipede didn't seem to be having a good time either. It's almost there. It must be its survival instinct. Too bad you're still going to die under my poison net. It watched as the demonic centipede emperor's movements had gradually slowed down. The doubts were immediately put behind him. Ghost-faced spirit spider, what's going on? Ono saw the delay and it asked. It's okay. It's getting worn out and I'm teasing it. The ghost-faced spirit spider, who had always wanted to be strong in his life, said, it's so damn close every time. But in the next second, it realized that the small centipede that it had dodged in a sorry state before had actually crawled towards it. It made its eyes light up. Come on, get closer to me so I can finish the fight faster. I'm going to eat you bite by bite. As it continued to cast its net, however, it realized that the centipede on the ground was crawling faster and faster. Soon, the centipede crawled under its body. It tried to back away, but it was too late. The originally clumsy centipede suddenly accelerated under his nose. The ghost-faced spirit spider only felt a heat underneath its stomach, a churning in his belly. Then its eyes closed and it straightened up for the rest of its life. The devil centipede emperor hurriedly crawled out after piercing through its abdomen. It only broke a small hole in the stomach of the ghost-faced spirit spider, and then crawled in and just bit it gently. Ah! With the ghost-faced spirit spider lying limply on the ground, it was as powerless as if it had been drained. Anadeji screamed in direct pain, holding his head as he fell to his knees. That look was the same as Shimada's earlier. Oh no! Oh no! What's wrong with you? What the hell is going on? Sakata was confused. Hadn't he just been fine and full of 10% confidence? What the hell happened? Avenge! Avenge me! His imperial beast is dying. After Ono finished speaking, he simply fainted. The ghost-faced spirit spider had a good bloodline and had been contracted to him for a long time, so his pain was simply unbearable. Call the ambulance from Ryusha. Sakata yelled. Well, Dragon Summer Trash. Sakata, swear that I won't go back to Nico until I've crushed all of your imperial beasts. Sakata gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Feng as he swore. Sakata, right. I must remind you that your temporary visa expires in 4 days. Zhang Daoyuan said to the sinister-looking Sakata. You. Sakata was so angry that he couldn't say 3 U words in a row. His hand trembled as he pointed at Zhang Daoyuan. He's dead. Sakata turned the tables on the culprit. Chen Feng. Seeing this, Chen Feng was filled with disbelief. He shrugged as he gripped the broken horn in his hand. Fingers happened to hit the horn switch. Collecting rags. Chen Feng hurriedly pressed the off button. Shut down. You, baka. Sakata had the feeling of his fists hitting cotton as he listened to the sound of Chen Feng's horn. He was going to make Chen Feng pay. Let's continue the revenge match. Tengu. On. Straight away. Use your 2-star high-ranked Imperial Beast to get rid of that kid's Imperial Beast. Sakata said shamelessly. He's not acting either. I'm just going to get your Imperial Beast. He looked at Chen Feng with cruelty in his eyes. Don't worry, teacher. Tengu directly summoned the Imperial Beast. A huge crocodile over 20 meters long and over 2 meters tall instantly appeared in the field. This is the 2-star high-level giant-tailed demon crocodile I contracted over in the Nile Kingdom. Referee, call it a start. Tengu urged. Humph, game on. The referee grunted. Keep playing, 20 seconds to end this time. Chen Feng said to the demonic centipede emperor in his mind. The demon centipede emperor responded. Then it looked at the giant-tailed demon crocodile and began to tremble, like meeting a natural enemy. The giant-tailed demon crocodile looked down at the demon centipede emperor for a moment. Don't worry, master. His Imperial Beast is no longer capable of fighting. Now that Imperial Beast is looking at me, it's already all trembling with fear. It reported back to Tengu about the battle. Ha ha, well, giant-tailed demon crocodile, take it down for me. No, torture it for me first. I'll make that Long Xia man look at his Imperial Beast being mercilessly tortured but not be able to admit defeat. I'll make him live in remorse and pain for the rest of his life. After Tengu finished speaking, he looked towards Chen Feng, who was full of sorrow in the distance, and sneered. The giant-tailed demon crocodile received the order, and it quickly crawled up to the top of the demon centipede emperor. Then the huge body pressed directly into the ground. My Imperial Beast. Seeing this, Chen Feng anxiously shouted. I'm sure he's in a hurry by the looks of that. Jia. Long Xia people, you have to pay for your stupid behavior. Tengu laughed louder. Can't we just admit defeat? The one who said this was actually by Crescent Moon. She was really cried out by the urgency. She felt that Chen Feng was too pitiful. He did his best. I should have talked him into voluntarily admitting defeat long ago. New Moon. Stop it. The other students are still watching. We have to be strong and find a chance to get our revenge back later. Chen Feng, he has already killed two of the other party's 2-star high-level Imperial Beasts by fluke. We've earned it. Song Yi patted Bai Crescent's shoulder regretfully. Bai Crescent Moon could still say something. But, there's nothing but. Don't cry. Chen Feng, he must be in a very bad mood at this time as well. Don't affect him from commanding the Imperial Beasts in battle. Gao Liang also spoke out to Bai Xinu. He handed White Crescent a tissue. Bai Crescent twisted her head as she silently wiped her tears. The sparring on the field was unusually intense, or a one-sided crush. The giant-tailed demon crocodile was rolling around on the demon centipede emperor with its huge body. It could even smell the flavor of the devil centipede emperor's internal juices that it had crushed out. Quick look! There's a puddle of green liquid in the shape of the giant-tailed demon crocodile. It's over. That one is Chen Feng's Imperial Beast. It's definitely going to be crushed to death. The students in the audience were very disturbed to watch, but they couldn't step in to help. That's enough. Sakata, tell me how the hell I can spare his Imperial Beasts. Zhang Daoyuan acted in a full set. He had already given birth to up to 10,000 words of black-hearted plans in his mind at this time. He yelled at Sakata with surface anxiety. Teacher Zhang, let me put it to you this way. This student of yours Imperial Beast is dead. It must die here today. Just prepare to collect the corpse of your student's Imperial Beast. Sakata laughed. A loud, unrestrained laugh. He looked at the angry-looking students in the audience, and he felt good in his heart. It was literally the highlight of his life. Sakata, you bully me too much. I, Zhang Daoyuan, am now making a date with you. Regardless of today's result, next month I will take my team and challenge the 2 top-seeded teams of your Neon Nation. Do you take it or not? Zhang Daoyuan stated his true purpose. When he saw Chen Feng acting so vigorously, his heart came completely alive. He felt that if he could wipe out both of Neon's top 2-seeded teams early in the season, he'd have something to brag about. His status and reputation would definitely be taken to the next level, but only if he had to rely on this bug kid. Chen Feng. Well, it looks like we can't put shoes on him for a while. Zhang Daoyuan. You're the most arrogant and ignorant Long Xia person I've ever met in the country of Long Xia. Well. Sakata, will take your appointment here today. Don't you regret it? Sakata said with a big smile. He felt that Zhang Daoyuan must have been enraged, but it was better this way. When it was a month later, he could just beat Zhang Daoyuan's team to death, keeping them out of the World Challenge in 2 months. 20 seconds went by quickly. The demonic centipede emperor ended up spitting a mouthful of green saliva onto the ground. It feels like such a little showman. Chen Feng was also super speechless in his heart at this time. The Dragon Summer Kingdom has always prohibited Imperial Beasts from performing, but you can't stop an Imperial Beast. It takes the initiative to perform. You see, it's still enjoying itself. After the demon centipede emperor spat out the last mouthful of saliva, he bared his 2 large teeth and uttered a mouthful at the giant-tailed demon crocodile's white belly. The giant-tailed demon crocodile was rolling along happily. As a result, he suddenly felt dizzy. The poison came so fast, it didn't even react. Tengu, who originally had an evil smile on his face, suddenly crouched down with his head in his hands, then falling sideways to the ground. He howled in agony and came up with a plum. He's dizzy too. What's going on? At that moment, 3 surprised voices were the first to sound. Sakata, Chen Feng, and Zhang Daoyuan, respectively. The 3 of them all stood up, looking at the giant-tailed demon crocodile that had passed away in place in the field with a stunned expression. But what the 3 had in mind was completely different. Good job. And act like that next time. This kid is acting really well. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Somebody tell me. A confused Sakata scanned the equally confused students in the audience. Ha? Winning? Well, it seems like it. Ha ha, bull. This kid's name is Chen Feng, isn't it? I'm powdered. Chen Feng is awesome. They were yelling and whistling like crazy. What's more, some even shouted. 3 fighting 1 and still being countered. Will you be able to imperialize the beast? Go back to Neon. Don't lose face in Long Xia. Baka, baka, baka. Sakata's face was red as a monkey's ass with anger. He kept slamming his fists into the empty space beside him. Ahem. Sakata-sensei, you have to pay for damaging public property in our Ryusha. The referee, also trying to relieve his anger, said silently. Baka, how much can a broken chair be worth? So what if I smash it? Sakata said angrily. Mr. Sakata, it's like this. We have a total of 89,000 seats in this coliseum. They're a set, a unique limited edition. If you break one, you'll have to accompany a set, so I'm also looking out for you, the referee said with an expressionless face. Ha! Sakata withdrew his fist and sneered. Wait, why hasn't your ambulance arrived yet? Suddenly, Sakata realized that Shimada was lying upright in his chair with a pained look on his face, while Ono and Tengu were also lying across their chairs, bowed into shrimps, not saying a word. Both passed out. The problem was that more than 20 minutes had passed since the end of the first game. I've already reported for you. This thing has to be reported at all levels. Don't worry about it first. When the procedure is finished, the ambulance will arrive soon. By the way, do you still want to continue the race? The referee explained carefully. Compare what? No more. Sakata said through gritted teeth as he turned around and saw 3 of the 4 men in his group lying down. He's really afraid to take any chances now. And doesn't he still have Kimchi Nation tomorrow? So let them get on with it. Anyway, on Zhang Daoyuan's team, 3 of the team members' Imperial Beasts had already been crippled by him, and the last one, well, it should be crippled as well. Okay, I declare the game over. Northern University seeds, the winners. After the referee finished speaking, no matter if it was the students in the audience or the 3 of them, White Crescent in the Imperial Beast Master seat, they all cried tears of joy. Chen Feng, you're fantastic. Bai Xinyue trotted to Chen Feng. She hugged Chen Feng and wiped her tears while saying, Kid, you are very strong. In the future you are my Song-Yi's brother. In Kyoto, the shopping mall's under my Song family's name. The hotel in the future you are totally free of charge. I said. Song-Yi laughed out loud. He was truly relieved. He was disgusted by these grandchildren from Neon before. My name is Gao Liyang. You're very strong. It's me who underestimated you. Gao Liyang went up and grabbed Chen Feng's hand and shook it. Come on, let's go back. Don't get too happy. There's still the team from Kimchi Kingdom tomorrow. They're ready to play team battle with us. Chen Feng, your accommodation is with them. Let them take you there. Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking and led the way, leaving behind only the big board team still waiting for the ambulance. Let's go. Brother Chen Feng, you must not have eaten my treat tonight, Song-Yi said to Chen Feng with a smile. The 4 of them quickly walked out of the Colosseum. Give me a minute. I'll call home first. Standing at the entrance of the Colosseum, Chen Feng said to the 3. He walked around a corner, dialed Chen's mother. Hello. Why hey, don't you know how to go home either? You don't want your mom at all, do you? Chen's mother's complaints came over the phone, but listening to her tone, she was clearly happy. Things got a little full and I left in a hurry after the rankings. I won first place in the rankings. Mom. I know. Mr. Zhang told me. Ha ha, can really give mom face? When to get mom a daughter-in-law back? Have object yet? Mom, I'm only in college. I don't have a date. Then you can hurry up. When you graduate, it's not going to be easy to find. Chen's mother is a person who has been there before. She deeply understands that although people after graduation still yearn for love in their hearts, they can't resist the punches and kicks of reality. Everyone begins to carefully weigh the pros and cons instead of boldly charging for love. This is the sorrow of Chen Feng's generation, which is caused by the times and has nothing to do with this generation. I know. I'm going to have dinner with my classmates, and I'll bring you good food when I get home from vacation. Chen Feng coaxed his mom. Come on. Save that for your girlfriend. I don't need it. I'm used to being alone. Chen's mother grumbled. Chen Feng sniffed and hurriedly hung up the phone. With his understanding of his mother, she would definitely start remotely scolding Chen Feng's old man in the next sentence. Go. Chen Feng returned to the Song-Yi trio and said. After the evening meal, the 4 returned to their lodgings. The 4 of them had a simple place to stay. 2 villas located in the northern part of the Imperial Beasts University. Chen Feng and Song-Yi, Gao Liyang a building, and Bai Xinyue lives alone in a building. The 4 of them exchanged ideas until very late in the evening before Bai Crescent Moon went back alone. mainly to discuss tomorrow's group battle against Kimchi Kingdom. They needed to understand Chen Feng's fighting style and imperial beasts, yet Chen Feng's answer was simple. You guys hold steady, I'll wrap see. As by crescent moon left, Chen Feng returned inside his bedroom. This was a bedroom on the first floor of the villa, and it was closer to Bai Crescent's villa. Chen Feng could even hear Bai Crescent's footsteps going home. Hello, beautiful. I'm the captain of the Kimchi Nation's first ear team, Park Jae-woo. A broken Longxia language passed through the window and entered Chen Feng's ears. Sorry, I don't know you. White Crescent Moon's tone was icy cold. I know you're White Crescent from Northern Seeded Team. I've seen your picture and I wanted to say that I like you. Can you have a drink with me? The broken Longxia language rang out again. I need to get back to resting, and I don't really want to be friends with you. White Crescent Moon didn't sound too good. Humph. Our captain just wanted to call you for a drink. Why are you Longxia women so rude? The other voice had a rude tone and sounded like it was in league with Park Jae-woo. It's none of your business if I have manners. Do I know you guys? Get out of my way. I'm going back to rest. White Crescent was equally nonchalant. White Crescent Moon. You guys will be crushed under our feet tomorrow. Let me get this straight. If you promise to be my girlfriend, I'll have my brothers go easy on you tomorrow. I know that all of your imperial beasts are not lightly injured, right? Besides, you don't want your imperial beasts to be killed alive tomorrow, so that you might not get to the worlds in 2 months. Park Jae-woo threatened. At this time, the moon was dark and windy outside, and White Crescent Moon was facing 2 lewd men covered in alcohol alone, and her heart was a bit scared, but she believed that even though there was no surveillance here, it was also in Longxia's school. Park Jae-woo shouldn't dare to move himself. However, in the next moment, she miscalculated. She didn't expect Park Jae-woo to be of such poor quality, only to see that Park Jae-woo actually took the initiative to reach out and grab onto Bai Crescent's hand. Your little hands must be freezing cold. Let brother cover them for you, he said with greed in his grease. Fuck off. Bai Crescent Moon was furious. She was a 2-star Imperial Beast Master anyways. Although she hadn't been on the battlefield and hadn't experienced any life and death battles, she was also a genius among geniuses. Bai Crescent opens Park Jae-woo's reaching salty hand with her arm. Well, you're toast. With that, Park Jae-woo gave a wink to his companion at his side. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, surrounded at Bai Crescent Moon. This is going to get rough. White Crescent Moon was startled, and she just wanted to yell for help. However, the next moment, she saw 3 pitch-black figures appear behind the 2 Park Jae-woo. 2 of them took the marijuana bags and lashed them at both Park Jae-woo. The 2 Park Jae-woo, whose heads were trapped, were confused. What was going on? Then they felt a flurry of punches and kicks. And it's all coming at the face. That's a tough call. The 2 men simply couldn't free their hands to fight back. Couldn't even rip the sack off his head. They were kicked senseless. Shit. Who the hell is that? Park Jae-woo 2 people are clearly 2-star Royal Beast Master. Under normal circumstances the sack cannot bind the 2 of them, as long as a force of 2 people will be able to break the sack. However, now the kicks were being used with no force at all. Yasi, Shimada-san, harder. This little Nishihachi actually dares to steal the woman I'm looking at. Baka, standard Neon language. It's the Imperial Beastmaster of the Neon Kingdom. Park Jae-woo was shocked. I didn't realize that just a moment ago they were drinking together and in the blink of an eye they were tripping over them. If you want to rob a woman, why do you have to resort to such underhanded tactics? However, are things really as Park Jae-woo thinks? Of course not. It was Chen Feng who set them up. It's also Chen Feng who speaks Neon. His authentic Neon language made the 3 Bai Crescent Moon's ears flutter, especially Gao Liyang, who had looked up at Chen Feng several times. Dude, you're not a spy, are you? After fighting for almost half an hour, the 4 saw that Park Jae-woo and his 2 men were not moving. What now? It's too cold outside, and they're afraid they'll freeze to death out there if they lie like this all night. Gao Liyang frowned as he looked down at the 2 men set in the sack. Bai Crescent Moon likewise didn't know how to deal with it. She didn't say anything and also frowned at the 2 people on the ground. Well, let's see. Sonny rubbed his chin and said, according to his daily doings, all these things should be handled by his men at home, and he usually fights outside regardless of the fights. Why don't we throw $2 million at them, and leave them to fend for themselves? He thought so. Listen to me, Crescent Moon. You call old Zhang right now and tell him that you saw Park Jae-woo and his teammates from Kimchi Nation lying outside, and ask him to notify Kimchi Nation's leader to come and get them. Gao Liyang, you go to the house to get 4 bottles of it, 4 bottles of Ergwo. Fill them both with it. They drank it before, and when it's done, tomorrow they'll be designated broken. Dunking finished, the 3 of us also hurry back to drink. Pack back the peanuts and rice. Small skewers take out and set up. We continue to drink. Remember, In a while our villa will surely come to people. At that time, just chant, tomorrow's game will surely lose. Must act like pouring wine on sorrows more sorrowful. There's no surveillance in this place, so we've actually been drinking. These two have nothing to do with the three of us. After Chen Feng finished speaking, all three of them moved quickly. As for the only physical evidence of the sack, Chen Feng directly summoned the demonic centipede emperor and corroded it away with a mouthful of venom. All done. The trio poured 4 bottles of 2 pots of wine into both Park Jae-woo, ensuring that they would break the next day after. White crescent moon stood in front of the two of them waiting for Zhang Daoyuan, who arrived immediately. As for Chen Feng, the three of them, holding 4 empty bottles of erguotu, returned to the living room within the villa. Chen Feng threw the bottle of erguotu on the coffee table and pretended that they were drinking it. Then 3 new bottles were opened, and the three of them jerked small skewers and drank small drinks, waiting for Zhang Daoyuan and the leader of the kimchi country to come to the door. Soon, the three heard a footstep outside. Then there was the sound of a conversation between Zhang Daoyuan and the leader of Kimchi Nation. It definitely wasn't those boys that did this. Crescent, you tell Leader Park what happened from beginning to end. Zhang Daoyuan thought by Xin Yue was too kind. What do you care? They're freezing to death. But there's nothing to be done about it now. Oi, the kindly unlucky child. Thus, Bai Crescent Moon began to narrate the words Chen Feng had taught her. I don't know. I just came out of Sony in their villa, thinking of going back to sleep. When I saw the two of them tripping on the ground, I wanted to wake them up, but I realized that they had injuries on their bodies, so I rushed to call Teacher Zhang. That's all I know. White Crescent said silently. Humph. Who knows if your team is afraid of being defeated by us tomorrow, so you're using underhanded tricks ahead of time. No, I want to see the other 3 people on your team, and the security cameras. Leader Park's heart aches because Park Jae-woo is his nephew. He now suspected that the 2 Park Jae-woos were beaten by the 3 Song-ees. The video shouldn't be there. This area hasn't had time to install surveillance because it's a newly built villa. So let's go check on my 3 team members, or clear our suspicions. Zhang Daoyuan was annoyed with this park leader, and he wanted to get it over with as soon as possible. Don't, teacher. Bai Crescent suddenly looked anxious as she tried to block it. This was what Chen Feng had taught her. Something's definitely up. Mr. Zhang, it looks like it's pretty simple. Once we see the other 3 on your team, things will fall into place. Leader Park grunted coldly. He thought that White Crescent Moon was revealing a crack. Okay, well, they're staying in this cottage, Zhang Daoyuan said with some hesitation. He's very confused right now. Did 3 people really do this? If so, it must have been that Chen Feng kid who started it. It's a bit of a big deal. It's not good. The implications of a bad fix are too great, and could be made to rise to the level of an international issue. Zhang Daoyuan's brain was a bit numb. The 3 came to the door of the villa. White Crescent took the initiative to go up and knock on the door. The door didn't open. Zhang Daoyuan's heart thumped. The heart said, bad. It must be them. Not even daring to open the door. Mr. Zhang, it seems I need to ask for an explanation from your country. Leader Park said. Poof. Zhang Daoyuan snorted coldly, pushed Bai Xin Yue away, and punched the door lock. Then he yanked the door open with all his might. The next second, the pungent odor of alcohol washed over him and he nearly folded on his heel, only to see the 3 Chen Fengs in the villa's living room, their faces red from drinking, a few small skewers, and leftover peanut rice on the coffee table. 7 or 8 empty 2-pot bottles were scattered on the floor. Mr. Chang? Chen Feng flushed red, squinted his eyes, and slapped his face. Teacher, you surrendered too. Can't beat it. Really can't. Yeah. The 3 of us analyzed it, and we're going to lose tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll just surrender. The 3 of them spoke with a glance at each other. Zhang Daoyuan went straight to his head. He was furious. You 3 losers, drinking so much before a match. I said why White Crescent Moon stopped me from coming. I said why no one opened the door. So you guys actually broke the school rules. Zhang Daoyuan said angrily. He pointed at Chen Feng's trio's noses and cursed them. And the more you curse, the dirtier it gets. Leader Park was confused as he saw the bottles of wine beside Chen Feng's trio and the disheveled appearance. The heart felt funny. It doesn't seem to be them. It's too drunk to get up. And it doesn't look like they have the balls to hit anyone. It doesn't seem to be the 3 of them. I'll leave now. My team can't keep lying out there. Remember to make sure you attend the game tomorrow. Leader Park said and hurriedly exited the villa. He was happy in his heart at this point. Look what I found. Seated by the Northern University in the country of Longxia, the team was scared out of its wits by our first-year team before the game. I can only drink to my sorrows. He thought of an idiom from the country of Longxia, a wine bag and rice bag. Well, talk about them. Looks like someone else beat up his nephew. Leader Park is gone. Inside the room, Chen Feng and the three of them continued to drink, seemingly not caring in the slightest about Zhang Daoyuan's words. It's like being deaf from drinking. Bai Crescent Moon covered her small mouth and stared blankly at the three men, especially Chen Feng. So, that's it? She now felt that Chen Feng was too powerful. It turns out that the three of us are the ones who are simply college students. And Chen Feng, he's the cunning high schooler. Come on, don't even pretend. People are leaving. After a long time, Zhang Daoyuan, whose face was furious, suddenly changed his expression as he said. He signaled Bai Crescent to close the door, while he himself took 2 steps to the coffee table and copied the still half-remaining bottle of erguo to tun 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 and drank it all in one go. Ah, this thing is so charged. He sighed, then continued. Chen Feng, it's your brat that's up to no good. Don't pretend. You can fool anyone. You can't fool me. Ha! Still squinting his eyes, Chen Feng burped and played dumb. Pretend it is. I was thinking of taking you guys to get Imperial Beast skills at the end of the tournament tomorrow, and help the three of them get suitable Imperial Beasts in the meantime. But now it seems that it's better to forget about it. Hey, drinking is a mistake. It's hard to become great. Zhang Daoyuan sighed. Don't. Old Zhang. It's still you who's smart. You have a good brain. Chen Feng hurriedly handed Zhang Daoyuan a skewer of cashews. At this point it was not at all obvious that he was the slightest bit drunk. Ahem. All stop acting. We've been seen through by old Zhang. Only after Chen Feng coughed lightly did Song Yi and Gao Liang scratch their heads awkwardly. Back to normal. What exactly is going on? Zhang Daoyuan asked. He knew that with Chen Feng's strength, there was no need for scheming. There had to be some other reason here. Hey, what can I do? Crescent Moon, you're the one involved. Never mind. Let's talk about it. When he finished listening to Chen Feng, Zhang Daoyuan slapped his thigh. Good job. Damn. 2 little colorful cubs. Don't look at who's people. Again next time, I'll directly take off their fish roll blessing bag. It's okay, let's just forget about it. If that future park leader dares to find trouble, I'll take care of it for you, Zhang Daoyuan said, picking up another bunch of cashews and taking a bite. It's all cold. Leader Park carried the duo to the school's infirmary. Fortunately, both Park Jae-woo were unharmed. Jae-woo, do you know who hit you guys? Leader Park asked as he looked at the 2 men who had just woken up. No, I don't know. My head is still spinning and I don't remember any of it. Park Jae-woo was talking with a drunken odor at this point. He felt his stomach spasm. How much did I really drink before? Looking at Park Jae-woo, Leader Park sighed. Looks like this one will just have to eat its words. And I don't know who messed it up, but he always felt sure it had something to do with Long Xiao's team. Can we still compete tomorrow? No, I'll go talk to Zhang Daoyuan and postpone the match for a day. Leader Park said. No need. We're both 2-star Imperial Beast Masters now, so this superficial wound won't bother us. Park Jae-woo shook his head. Unlike the darkness of Dragon Summer, the other side of the blue star, it's still noon in the British Kingdom and the sun is hanging high. Inside an estate. Mother, I must find out about him. I'm going to find him. Elena crossed her long legs and sat on the big plush couch. She was wearing a pink nightgown. Those long, white, smooth legs slowly upended. 2 tender, alabaster-like feet. One stepping into the plush of the carpet. One cocked in front of her calf. Then we can only utilize the forces we have set up in the Dragon Summer Kingdom. If there's no news in the near future, we'll make plans after I gather Frick's forces together. I also want to see what kind of handsome Long Xia guy you're talking about is actually like. To actually be able to charm my family's noble little Princess Elena like this. Angry said with a look of interest. Humph. He's just very handsome, and smart, and gentle, and powerful. And I was with him in a previous life. Elena spoke at great length. Her eyes full of the way Chen Feng had looked that day in the cave when he had saved her, especially when she had just opened her eyes. The way Chen Feng had swung the knife into Andre's neck. He also gently told Andre, take a deep breath. Dizziness is normal. He was too gentle. Come on, Elena, I think you're falling in love. But it's so rare that he actually saved us and then didn't ask for anything in return. But just by the fact that he was able to single-handedly kill 6-star Imperial Beastmaster Flick, I think he must not be an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster. Dressed in a gold nightgown and holding a small glass of red wine between her fingers, Angry said slowly as she squinted her eyes out the window at the estate's green space. Of course he's not ordinary. I love him and I must have him. We were lovers in one life and we will be in the next. Elena had turned completely flamboyant. She had been turned into a love brain by Chen Feng. In fact, she had only slightly liked Chen Feng in the beginning. But ever since Chen Feng left, his figure could not be erased from just Elena's mind. I think about it when I eat. I think about it when I sleep. And I think about it when I'm bored. Usually smart girls like her don't usually move. And when they do, They're quick to self-strategize and then go deep. Well, I don't want to hear you ranting about it, which you've been repeating on the plane, or wait until we find him. Angry gave Elena a breathless look. Hey, my little princess already has a sweetheart. The night turns. The following day, 1 p.m., Chen Feng and the four of them followed Zhang Daoyuan to the Colosseum. The match between the two sides was postponed to 1 p.m. because of the Park Jae-woo duo drinking and getting whacked last night, which is now. At this point, both sides arrived at the Imperial Beast Master seats. Park Jae-woo and his teammate had gauze wrapped around their heads. His nose was swollen up and his eyes were blue. Swollen eyelids allowed the duo to squint at the world at this point. As soon as the Pickle Country head earthers came out, the duo's appearance caused a stir. What's going on? Are they fighting? Could it be Chen Feng and the others? Don't talk nonsense. How could our Long Xia seed team do such a thing? The students in the audience kept talking to each other. Leader Park, your crew. Zhang Daotian wanted to say something polite. Park Jae-woo and the two of them look so miserable. Chen Feng, this kid's hands are quite dark. He has the style I had back then. Teacher Zhang doesn't need to say much. Let's have a serious match. We won't keep our hands off, Park Jae-woo said. He remembered the conversation he had last night with Neon Sakata over drinks. Park-san, now that the Long Xia's team, 3 of them had their Imperial Beasts severely injured by us, and the last one is probably not much better. So I'll leave the battle after that to you guys, and we'll return to the country first thing in the morning. Don't worry, Sakata leader. This time our 2 teams will join forces and will definitely abolish this Imperial Beast team from the Northern University of Long Xia country. You guys go back to your country at ease and leave this place to us, Leader Park said with bravado over the drinks. Let's get started. 1 game to win. 4-4. Leader Park couldn't wait. He had explained in advance when he arrived that there was no need to keep his hand in this match. Try to nullify all the Imperial Beasts on this team of Long Xia. Kick them out of the World Series early. Moreover, the United States of America's Imperial Beast team promised to reward their team with a 2-star mid-ranked Imperial Beast of S-Class bloodline if they succeeded this time. Leader Park can't wait to get his hands on this valuable gift. In fact, in previous years, the Neon Nation and Kimchi Nation teams were not strong, and at most a 2-star middle-ranked Imperial Beast would be burning high incense. But this year they have the implicit support of Team USA. The strength is comparable to a first team. Yes, Zhang Daoyuan responded. Then he looked at the 4 Chen Feng. Release the Imperial Beasts, old Zhang. Still, Chen Feng turned his head to ask Zhang Daoyuan if he still had to hide his strength for a bit. After all, he still had to go to the Neon Kingdom to beat his face on the door afterwards. No, fuck him, live or die, Chen Feng asked tentatively. Tighten up a little bit and let them have 3 moves. Zhang Daoyuan thought about Chen Feng's strength of that Imperial Beast as he pondered. Chen Feng nodded. In the next moment, 3 Imperial Beasts suddenly appeared in the field. It was the Imperial Beasts of the 4 Chen Fengs. There was no audience to cheer them on though, for 3 of the 4 Imperial Beasts under the field were carrying serious injuries, and the last one, remained invisible. But the referee was well prepared today. Only a high-definition drone was seen hovering in the sky. The drones had a camera that was specially prepared for Chen Feng, and it was constantly scanning the field. The next moment, 4 Imperial Beast images appeared on the screen above the arena. The first image is of White Crescent's 2-star, low-level Stormbird. It looks like an enlarged version of a light blue eagle. It looks very impressive, but it wasn't really in good shape. A large chunk of feathers had been missing from one wing, and it struggled to hang on and flap its wings. The second image was Gao Liang's 2-star low-grade gray rock Vajra. On the surface, this huge Vajra did not look injured, but in fact, it had suffered a laceration wound to its chest muscles. The third image was Song Yi's 2-star low-ranked blue-eyed Greenox. Because of the previous thanks to Shimada, at this time, one of the horns of the blue-eyed Greenox had already been broken in half. All 3 Imperial Beasts were carrying open and concealed wounds, and the last image of the Demon Centipede Emperor. In the picture, it's not nearly as thick as the weeds off stage. It was hard not to worry if it would be accidentally trampled to death by a melee of Imperial Beasts in the middle of a sparring match. The 4 Imperial Beasts stood together without the slightest bit of aura. It can only be summed up as a disabled patient with no air. Jae-woo, you guys release the Imperial Beasts as well. Get rid of them quickly. Leader Park looked at the crooked people on the field, and his heart gave a reassuring thump. That's it? However, in the next moment, Park Jae-woo began to act out again. Wait, I have something to say, Park Jae-woo said and grabbed the referee's microphone. Then as everyone watched, he slowly pulled out a rose from the back. With a gauze-wrapped pig's face, he trotted over to White Crescent. Suck the moon. Nest System Fantasy you. As long as you do my girlfriend, Nest will tell them to stay their hands, or your Imperial Beast. Park Jae-woo didn't continue, but it was clear to all viewers. Threats. Naked threats. In an instant everyone was furious. It's not your turn to get your hands on our long Xia's cabbages. You pig head. Damn. This pig-headed Park Jae-woo was so hateful. Who can fuck him up? He's already threatening our Crescent Moon sister here. That's right. Sister Crescent Moon is the recognized schoolflower of our Northern Imperial Beast University. Who does he think he is? I'm sorry. I don't know you. Please go back to focusing on the game. White Crescent Moon frowned as she slowly said. She didn't realize that this Park Jae-woo was drunk out of his mind and still pining for her. Even had the nerve to threaten her in front of everyone at the track. This is just too arrogant. Oh, Park Jae-woo, right. You've become a pig's head. You'd better stop embarrassing yourself here. Take your flowers and roll back. The one who spoke was Chen Feng, who coldly smiled and blocked in front of Bai Crescent. It made her feel especially secure. Chen Feng, who has lived for 1,000 years, has a thought that has never changed. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. The cabbages of my Long Xia kingdom are not for you to come and get your hands on as a pig's head in a bullet-ridden land. The phoenix daughter should be matched by the dragon son. Those who eat pickles, get back to eating pickles properly. You still dare to think of climbing the high branch of my Long Xia? You are also worthy? Chen Feng once again spoke out of turn, not giving Park Jae-woo the slightest bit of face. Face? Why should I give you face? Who does he think he is? Park Jae-woo? You? Chen Feng, isn't it? This is you bringing the team into the abyss. Don't regret it. Park Jae-woo was instantly enraged as he left a harsh message and returned within the group. His pig-headed head, angry, turned even more purple. Kimchi Country's team, please release the Imperial Beasts as soon as possible. The referee frowned and prodded. He can't see Park Jae-woo either. If it wasn't for his professionalism, he would have wanted to call a loss for Park Jae-woo's team on the spot. Release the Imperial Beasts and show the trash of the Dragon Summer Kingdom what a true Imperial Beast is, Park Jae-woo said fiercely. In the next moment, the first ear team led by Park Jae-woo directly released the Imperial Beasts. In the middle of the field, 4 giant birds flew out of the light gate. Its wings stretched out, blocking out half the Colosseum's sunlight. Hiss! It's actually 4 bird-like Imperial Beasts, and they're all 2-star high-ranking. Where on earth did they get so many high-ranking ones? Doesn't Kimchi Country only have 2 beast domains? It's over. Not only are Senior Chen Fengs and their Imperial Beasts all injured, but their own strengths are also too different from theirs. So this battle seems to be without suspense. The students in the audience all sang their praises. It's actually 4 moon-chasing wind spirit birds. This isn't the kind of Imperial Beasts the Pickle Country should have. Chen Feng squinted his eyes at the 4 white-feathered giant birds in the sky and said slowly, "What should we do? They actually have 4 flying Imperial Beasts. Senior Song and Senior Gao's Imperial Beasts definitely can't touch them." Chen Feng, can your Imperial Beasts attack them? White Crescent Moon said, turning her head to look at Chen Feng. That's okay. It should be fine. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. I wanted to let them have 3 moves, but now I'm afraid I can't. He hadn't told the 3 of them the true strength of the demonic centipede emperor last night, but Zhang Daoyuan had explained that he had told Chen Feng that he had to give everyone a surprise. It's all because our Imperial Beasts have low levels and no skills. If our Imperial Beasts had learned skills they wouldn't be as passive as they are now. Song Yi gritted his teeth in anger. Why don't we admit defeat? After all, the gap is here. There's no shame. There's no worry about staying green. After Gao Liang finished speaking, he looked towards the 3 Chen Fengs. His face was also very hesitant at this time. He was actually unwilling to admit defeat like this. But the strength is there. It's time to wimp out. It doesn't matter if you fail once. You can fight back when you are stronger in the future. Only admit defeat. No. Watch me later. Chen Feng sighed and his expression changed as he stuck his hands in his pockets and looked at the 4 moon-chasing wind spirit birds in the sky and said slowly, I'm not going to pretend. I'm going to show my cards. So, all 3 of you, put your hands in your pockets and I'll take you on a bee. Chen Feng looked at the moon-chasing wind spirit bird in the sky and said to the 3 of them, Ha? Are you kidding me, brother? It's about time. Don't joke around. Gao Liang was dumbfounded. Chen Feng, don't joke around at this time. It's better to think about how to lose less badly. Song Yi advised. Let's just have a good game. There might be hope if we put up a fight. Bai Xinyue thought Chen Feng had given up. She discouraged a word. Isn't it bro? Get it? You guys are the ones who gave up this chance to pretend. Don't regret it. After Chen Feng finished speaking, not wanting to delay any longer, he looked at the stage and shouted, Great! The voice came out of the dantian and was extremely loud. It drew a turn of heads from the neighborhood. What's wrong with this kid? What's all the shouting about? The students in the audience looked at Chen Feng curiously. Several people from the park leader were also attracted to Chen Feng. Is that Team Long Xia kid stupid? What's all the shouting about? Park Jae-woo's words just came out. In an instant, a huge figure rose from the ground. Everyone saw the magic. Underneath the field, where the demon centipede emperor was originally located, a terrifying purple centipede rapidly grew larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its size instantly surpassed the White Crescent Moon Trio's imperial beasts. Without stopping, the size of the demonic centipede emperor was still getting bigger. Grass. Look at that. What a big centipede. Boy, is this the centipede goddess? It's so scary. You guys, look at its body. The dense legs. How many of those are there? The students in the audience all dropped their jaws. Some of them were even scared and trembled all over. Half of the air in the Colosseum was originally occupied by the 4 moon-chasing wind spirit birds. However, now just the head of the demonic centipede emperor was catching up to the size of them all together, directly occupying half of the Colosseum. The 4 moon-chasing wind spirit birds trembled all over their bodies as they forced themselves to control their bodies and hovered in the air. He did not dare to approach the demonic centipede emperor in the slightest. They had never seen such a royal beast before. And White Crescent's 3 imperial beasts weren't much better. The 3 imperial beasts were originally 2-star low-ranked, and they were still promoted up from 1-star. How have they ever seen this scene? They were surrounded by the huge body of the demonic centipede emperor in a narrow open space, shivering, surrounded by the legs of the demon centipede emperor. The demon centipede emperor sensed the fearful emotions of the 3 little wretches. It turned its head to look beneath it. Those 2 huge eyes were facing the 3 little wretches. Don't be afraid. Call Big Brother. The demonic centipede emperor said in beast language. Big brother, big brother, big brother. 3 big brothers were called out, and the demon centipede emperor was very flattered. It nodded and once again looked at the 4 moon-chasing wind spirit birds. Although it was now quite large, compared to a normal-sized demonic centipede emperor, there was still a world of difference. Chen Feng, is this your imperial beast? By Crescent Moon had already scared her little face white as she stuttered and asked. She was originally a girl, afraid of snakes, insects, rats and ants, and now such a big centipede. Who would not be afraid? It's all good if you didn't cry out. Song Yi and the 2 of them also looked at Chen Feng with wide eyes. It's like saying, dude, you're freaking us both out. Why didn't you do it earlier? Yes, don't be afraid. It's good centipede. Chen Feng comforted. The 3 of them were speechless. This thing was even good or bad? It's standing there not moving. It can scare people to death, okay? And at this point, Park Jae-woo was already stunned. He had a purple pig's head and couldn't get a word out even after half a day of gurgling. So did his 3 West A teammates. They were dumbfounded. Admit defeat. Leader Park reacted the fastest as he yelled. What in the world was this imperial beast of the Dragon Summer Kingdom? He had actually never seen it before. Humph. Eat them. Chen Feng didn't wait for the referee to announce the end of the match and directly gave the order. In the air, a residual shadow flashed past the demonic centipede emperor who raised his body. When he saw it again, where in the sky was the moon-chasing wind spirit bird still present? Not even a bird feather. For screams, 4 people who groveled like shrimps. It's neater than yesterday's Neon Nation big board team. Let's just say that 2 countries deserve to make a living from the sea. Lying on the ground, they all look like prawns. I declare the Dragons higher team the winner. It was then that the referee raised his little flag and announced the result with a grimace. As the referee finished announcing the results, the audience instantly boiled over. Chen Feng is awesome. The centipede imperial beast is invincible. I love you, husband Chen Feng. This is my Longxia's seeded team. This is my Longxia's imperial beast genius. Brothers, who has Chen Feng's contact information? My sister said she wants to adopt him. Rolling. My sister is Xiao Luo. She's already blocking him at the entrance to the Colosseum. Unlike them, it was at this point that Leader Park was truly mad. Zhang Daoyuan, you guys cheated. Leader Park yelled with red eyes. He quickly stepped in front of Zhang Daoyuan and was directly about to strike at him. He was truly upstaged by Chen Feng's hand. It's totally crushing. Who believes that centipede is a 1-star imperial beast? Not to mention 1 star. It's not even a 2-star. Definitely not. Leader Park. Meals can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. Zhang Daoyuan directly stood up, and he heavily tapped 3 times on Leader Park's shoulder. Each stroke was as much as Leader Park could take. Leader Park just felt paralyzed by the shot. He was instantly awake. Sanity is back on the high ground. You, Zhang Daoyuan, this isn't over. Leader Park dropped a harsh sentence, turned around and ran back to Park Jae-woo's 4 men, crouching down to check the injuries. Meanwhile, he was already cursing Sakata in his mind. Are these the 4 seriously injured imperial beasts you're talking about? He now wondered if the Neon Kingdom had long ago conspired with Longxia to specifically set up a scheme to trap their kimchi country's imperial beasts. At that moment, Park Jae-woo, who was confused by the pain, suddenly remembered what happened last night. He remembered that he seemed to be in a sack. "Uncle, I remember. Last night it was Shimada who led the men to beat me up." They were speaking standard Neon. Park Jae-woo instantly fainted after saying that. Well, Longxia has already cooperated with Neon. I said why Sakata had to leave early this morning. So he was afraid of my retaliation. We also need to return home as soon as possible. Longxia can't stay any longer. Leader Park watched as the doctors carried the 4 Park Jae-woo away as he silently pondered. Chen Feng, your centipede imperial beast getting bigger. Is that an imperial beast skill? Bai Xinyue was so elated that she ran to Chen Feng and asked with eager eyes. Song Yi's ears twitched as the two of them looked at Chen Feng as well. Well, pretty much, Chen Feng replied. In fact, changing big and small was the Magic Centipede Emperor's talent, and the Magic Centipede Emperor's skill. It was spatial shuttling that was correct. Talents are generally skills that come with a demonic or magical beast. Only demonic beasts with rare bloodlines would appear, like the Fire Feather Phoenix, which is a Fire Feather skill at 1 star and Nirvana when promoted to 2 stars. Skills, on the other hand, are different from talents in that they can be learned later in life, spawned from the corpses of those high-star demonic beasts, or killing low-level demonic beasts that possessed skills also had a chance of spawning. Usually skills are attached to the bones of the beast. Feed the beast bone to the imperial beast to eat it, and you will have a chance to gain the skills on the beast bone. Among them, there were also some beast bones that could enhance the physique of imperial beasts, or open up special bloodlines. However, skills can only be learned 1 per imperial beast, so care must be taken when choosing skills. That's awesome, I want the imperial beast skill too. Little stars twinkled in White Crescent's eyes. She thought that Chen Feng had allowed the demonic centipede emperor to defeat the 4 moonchasing wind spirit birds across levels because of this skill. It had to be said that she was still too narrow-minded at this point. Can't read. If you want skills, I'll just take you to the beast domain. And it's about time you contracted 2-star high-level imperial beasts, so you can acquire skills along the way. Zhang Daoyuan walked in front of the 4 and said with a smile. Yeah, the 3 White Crescent Moon people shouted out in joy. The beast skill is something that every 2-star or higher beast master dreams of. Imperial beast skills are quite valuable, and the battle power of an imperial beast with an imperial beast skill can be vastly different from that of an ordinary imperial beast. Realize that skills are the equivalent of giving imperial beasts guns, and without skills, the imperial beasts would have to physically fight. As a result of today's victory, Chen Feng's 4 were given a day off by Zhang Daoyuan. The day after tomorrow the 4 of them set off to the high-grade beast domain in search of beast bones, and tonight, they were going to relax. Song Yi became a slaughtered landlord of the land because he was the 2nd generation of Kyoto, and he was happy to do so. In his words, it doesn't matter, it's all my dad's. As the 4 walked through the school, they became famous in one battle, attracting countless students to watch. There were even some bold schoolgirls who directly asked Chen Feng for an autograph. This was a treatment that Chen Feng had struggled for 50 years to enjoy in his previous life. In this life he finished at 18. Thus, Chen Feng came without fear. Autographs, right? Come on, I've got some private photos here. Want one? With abs. This easygoing attitude directly made Chen Feng burst out of the circle on the campus forum. Shocking, our school's genius, Chen Feng, is actually so approachable. Brothers, I got Chen Feng's private photos. Sisters, I announced that Chen Feng is my husband. All stay away from my husband. Attached evidence. 1 photo with husband. However, Chen Feng didn't know about this at this time. He had already gotten into Song Yi's stretch Rolls Royce, and the 4 of them headed straight to the Kyoto Underground Coliseum. There's a big official fight here this evening. The beast fighting competition was simple to say. It was to catch 2 demonic beasts in the wild and put them in a cage to fight. Prior to the game, spectators participate in placing bets, and the officials only charge admission money, while the entire country's internet users can participate in placing bets via the internet. Kind of another lottery. The main thing about this is that it's relatively fair. It's all caught randomly in the beast domain, and in order to adequately judge the winners and losers, you have to be extremely knowledgeable about demonic beasts. So it also disguised the craze of learning about demonic beasts. Some people, you see him as a gambler on the surface, but actually his is an encyclopedia of demonic beast knowledge. Chen Feng's 4 men got out of the car and walked into the underground coliseum. Because the beast fighting tournament was particularly hot, Chen Feng had occasionally played it in his last life, and it looks like he was actually involved in betting on tonight's game. Who won in the last life? Let me reminisce. Chen Feng sat in the audience and tried to remember. He had exactly 100 million in his pocket right now, the reward from the last ranking tournament. How about, stud it up? Take this opportunity to double a few times and get rich in a big way. It was just the right time to think about buying some ingredients and mixing up some potions that could accelerate the transformation of imperial magic power for the demonic centipede emperor. The speed at which he was recovering his strength right now was too slow, and this was still only a 1-star middle stage. By the time you get to 2 stars and 3 stars, without the help of potions, the ones that want to recover their strength will be even slower. But from memory it looks like there's only one brawl tonight. That's a bit of a shame. Chen Feng, it's about to start. Do you want to have some fun? I have money here. Song Yi thought that Chen Feng had fallen into silence because he wanted to place a bet but didn't have the money. No need. I have a bit here, Chen Feng said with a smile. In a moment, it will be a battle between 2 3-star high-level demonic beasts. The red fox horse versus the civet leopard. Song Yi said as he looked at the list of matchups. What's the need to choose? Just directly and brainlessly choose the beaver leopard and it's over. The beaver leopard is a meat-eating demonic beast while the red fox horse is a grass-eater. The result is obvious. Gao Liang said, directly through the cell phone to buy $300 beaver leopard win. Aren't you going to play New Moon? Song Yi saw that By Crescent Moon didn't do anything. He asked, Nah, I don't like to play that. By Crescent has no interest in gambling. Her father was the one who got his leg broken because he owed people money for gambling. So she's naturally resistant to this stuff. Well, then you're just watching the fun. After Song Yi finished speaking, he fiddled with his own cell phone and hurriedly placed his bets as well. I'll bet on the beaver leopard to win as well. Let's just bet $30,000. Song Yi said to himself. Captain Song, you are really rich. Gao Liang said enviously. Chen Feng, what did you pick? Although By Crescent Moon didn't play, she was curious as to what Chen Feng, who hadn't made a choice, would bet. Well, I'll take a tie, Chen Feng said casually. Then he typed a bunch of zeros into his cell phone under White Crescent's watchful eye. Bet successful. Draw at odds of 120. White Crescent was confused. Did I read that right? She rubbed her eyes with her hand. Turning his head, he looked at Chen Feng's face and then at Chen Feng's cell phone screen. 1, 2, 3, 4. She counted the zeros on Chen Feng's screen in her mind. Chen Feng, did you place the wrong bet? And did you press too much for the amount? She asked questioningly. There were just too many zeros there, and it was a little hard to see. Let me see what's going on. Song Yi is a warm-hearted person. He hurriedly came to Chen Feng's body and looked at Chen Feng's cell phone. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 100 million? Chen Feng, you bet 100 million? It's still a draw. You made a mistake, didn't you? Song Yi's entire face had a capitalized dumbfoundedness written on it. No. Which one of us is the rich kid? Play. Who's going to bet $100 million? No. He's an old betting dog. Holy shit. Chen Feng, what kind of family are you? $100 million? And betting on a draw. Do you know that there hasn't been a draw in almost a year? These two demonic beasts have to attack each other at the same time and die at the same time after hitting each other to be considered a draw. I'm a little confused in my head. Is your hidden identity Fu? Gao Liang looked at Chen Feng with a look of a fool, but there was shock in his big eyes. How much more luxurious is this? Starting with 100 million. I looked at the odds more than I bought. New Moon you want to buy. 120 odds oh. Win directly doubled 20 times. Win me is 2 billion. Chen Feng said with a smile. By Crescent was confused. You want to give money to people yourself and you want to bring me along? I believed you. Forget it. He's pretty pathetic too. I'm going to go with 50 or not. 50 seems a little low, but my allowance for the month is only 2,000. So, I'll go with 200. I'll go with 200. By Crescent said weakly. Then, without waiting for Song Yi and the two to persuade her, she silently took out her cell phone and placed a bet of 200 on Ping. You two are really good. I think you two should make a pair. One is really daring to talk and the other is really daring to listen. When did you two become so familiar? Gao Liang was completely defeated by the two men's brains. One betting dog comes up and bets $100 million, and the other calls right in just because of the other's words. Okay, I don't have any money. I'm poor, okay? You two are too impulsive. But unfortunately it's already too late. It's closed. Let's watch the game first. Hey. Song Yi was also in love. His mind was in a daze at this point. Originally he was prepared to directly use this 30,000 huge money to pretend to be AB. After all, he is the second generation. More down is normal, in line with the identity. But he didn't expect to actually run into Chen Feng, the gambling dog. It's like, you dragged your poor brother to the lottery station, and you bought $100 ticket straight away, looking to put on a show. I didn't expect your brother to come straight up and sweep $1 billion to the lottery store owner. And it also buys the hardest numbers to win. The boss is numb and so are you. The brawl has begun. The auditorium was full at this point, and the shouting continued. The vast majority of people are dreaming of coming to overnight wealth. Bai Xinyue sat beside Chen Feng. It was her first time participating in something like this. She was gripped at this point, for the battle under the field was not going well. Only the beaver panther was seen chasing the red fox horse all over the field. The difference is too obvious. The two demonic beasts were frantically chasing each other in the field at the moment. The red fox horse was soon overtaken by the beaver leopard. It kept scratching the two hind legs of the red fox horse with its sharp claws, trying to use this to slow down the red fox horses that were running for their lives. It instantly split its skin and flesh, and the red fox horse neighs, not daring to turn back to fight hard with the civet leopard at all. That's the plot. Chen Feng in the stand secretly nodded his head. Everything is the same as in the previous life. In my previous life, before the game started, many people said that today's game was a welfare game. So all of Long Xia's betting dogs were out in force, all placing heavy bets on today's match. They all thought the beaver panthers would win. Of course there are those who choose to take a chance and bet on the red fox horse to win, just in case they do, but no one expected that it both ended up in a tie. At this moment, Chen Feng was like an old monk in meditation as he sat steadily in the audience seat, leisurely watching the chase scene under the field. He had even begun to calculate that he would go buy some potion materials first thing in the morning and then go to the school lab to make some low-level potions out of it. Unlike him, Bai Crescent Moon's small face was tight at this time. She had her cell phone in a death grip in her hand, and on it was the notification screen for Bet 200. It was a tenth of her entire living expenses for a month. His father divorced his mother because of gambling. It was just her freshman year of college and she was on a roll. It's genius. After all, part of the scholarship the school gave her was used to buy a Mikado, and the rest was taken out by her pre-divorce father to cover his debts. But soon her father joins the family of gamblers once again. The mother couldn't take it and opted for a divorce, taking her out to live alone. The mother and daughter rented an old house of 60 square feet, after which her mother kept working to pay for her schooling. And since she's been so busy training to join the seeded team, she hasn't had time to work outside of class to earn money. So the $200 was really a lot of money for her. With that $200 less, she'd probably have to starve for at least 4 or 5 days. How can I play this kind of thing? White Crescent Moon, are you worthy of your hardworking mom? Too impulsive. Serves you right for going hungry. White Crescent Moon. She bit her lip and secretly regretted it, constantly cursing herself in her mind for being impulsive. Then, with an extremely pitiful look, she swept a glance at the leisurely and calm Chen Feng beside her. That grudging little eyes were foggy, like Chen Feng had done something to her. It's not his fault. I blame myself for being impulsive and thinking of empathizing with others and sharing their emotions when I don't have any money. If it wasn't for his appearance this time, my imperial beast would have definitely been struck down on the field by the abominable Kimchi Kingdom. I should have thanked him. White Crescent, she admonished herself in her mind. As a result, the look she gave Chen Feng became even more sultry, at least in Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng also realized that Bai Xinu was looking at him. But what's with the sultry little eyes? I didn't do anything to her. Are all girls so sensitive? Where the hell did she get this emotion from? Chen Feng was dumbfounded. White Crescent Moon, who was in a daze, noticed Chen Feng looking at her, rushing to look away. He secretly wiped a couple of tears from his eyes. Outsiders looked as if the young couple was sulking. The movements and eyes of the two were seen by Song Yi and Gao Liyang. They both looked at each other and began to make eye contact. What? There's a problem. She gave it to him? Who knows? This kid isn't a scumbag. Is he? Gao Liyang shrugged. It's none of our business. Song Yi gave Chen Feng a big meaningful look before leaning his body towards Gao Liyang. It's better to stay away from small couples who are angry. Chen Feng had long since realized that the two were eyeballing each other. No. Did you two misunderstand something? He looked at Song Yi beside him in confusion. There was helplessness in his eyes. Song Yi, on the other hand, gently touched Chen Feng with his arm and nudged it by Xinyue again. It's obvious. What did you do to yourself? You're responsible for it. Come on. Elder Ancestor Chen was dumbfounded, and White Crescent Moon was gradually breaking down emotionally at this time as she looked at the red fox horse in the field, which was gradually falling to the brink of defeat. Over and over in her head she thought of her mother being bullied by her father, and when she got out she was bullied by her boss at her workplace. You may also be ostracized by your colleagues. And he himself actually took his mother's hard-earned money to gamble, going down the old path of Bai Jianhai, Bai Crescent's father. White Crescent Moon, you're so inhuman. She cursed herself in her mind. The poor little girl, who by now could hardly hold her breath, rushed to cover her face with her hands. Small sobs. Fear of being discovered by others. No, brother Chen Feng, what the hell did you do? Quickly coax ah. Song Yi really couldn't help himself and whispered to Chen Feng. Ha? Chen Feng was dumbfounded. What did I do? I had a fucking poker game. It wasn't her money I was using. I don't know why she's crying. However, the two Songyi were looking at him with a strange look. It's like saying, scum, why don't you take charge? Come on, you two don't look at me. I have great love for old ancestor Chen, so I'll take it as caring for my granddaughter. Great-granddaughter. Chen Feng sighed silently in his heart. In the next moment, By Crescent Moon, who was still sobbing silently, suddenly felt something being forced into her hand. Based on the feel, it's two tissues. She instantly turned her little face red, not daring to put her hand down. She moved her pinky slightly, creating a small gap. Look in the direction of the stuffed tissues. He saw himself crying? However, Chen Feng intentionally leaned his body forward in order to take care of her emotions and give her face. It was just enough to block the line of sight of the two Songyi. He himself didn't look at White Crescent Moon, but instead had a relaxed expression as he watched the match in the field. It's as if the tissue wasn't stuffed by him. White Crescent isn't stupid at all. How could she not see that Chen Feng was taking care of her face? He's so nice. She secretly wiped her tears with a tissue. It's the gambling that's a bit annoying. Aren't you two friends? He's already gambling. Go and take care of it. What do I care about him? It's not like he has anything to do with me. No. He's your teammate, White Crescent. You have a reason. But he came up with $100 million. Can you really do it? By XINU. I have to say, a girl's mind is always elusive. Silently diluting the tears from her face with a tissue, By Crescent Moon stopped sobbing. She lowered her hands slowly. Pretend nothing happened. The already wet tissue was balled up by her and held in her hand next to Chen Feng's. She had been clutching it silently, too embarrassed to throw the ball of paper on the floor, but she had put it in her pocket and was afraid that it would be too big of a move for anyone to notice. How embarrassing would that be? And her eyes were still red at this point. Hey, that's silly ninny. Chen Feng took it all in. He silently snatched the ball of paper from White Crescent's hand, clutched in his own hand and then very naturally slipped it into his pocket. Everything flowed smoothly, during which Chen Feng did not look at Bai Xinyue. He only felt the coldness of Bai Crescent's small hands, and White Crescent Moon was touched by Chen Feng's hand for a moment. Her whole body involuntarily tightened. It was only a momentary contact though, but she could feel Chen Feng's hand, the heat that was unique to boys. It's like a little fireplace. Almost all girls have aspired to have a hot boyfriend to hold her little cold hands and keep her warm on a cold winter day when her hands and feet are cold. White Crescent is no exception. But what struck her more? It was the dominance that Chen Feng carried when he snatched the paper ball from her hand. It made her feel her heart slam. Chen Feng's hand had long since retracted, and her brain was still reeling from the sensation she had just experienced. Like an electric shock. It was like someone had forced their way into her heart. It's like an anime where the hero wallops the heroine. It's that heart-thumping feeling. Illusion. Wake up, White Crescent. He's just helping you out. She touched her burning face in comfort. Without realizing it, she turned her head at a small angle to glance at Chen Feng with her afterglow, and then quickly turned back. Look, he's watching the game carefully. He's really just helping you out. Don't think too much. Disconnected little thoughts washed away the self-doubt that had been in her mind earlier. It's okay, it's only $200. We can sneak over to the apothecary tomorrow. Maybe there's an hourly job. That way we can make the money back. She consoled herself. As he was thinking about it, he heard a shout from the referee on the field. The beaver panther is going extinct. With a jolt, she instantly turned her head and looked down the field. With the referee yelling, the audience was quiet for a moment, and everyone held their breath as they looked into the arena. By this time the beaver panther had recoiled from the side and pounced on the neck of the red fox horse. The red fox horse, on the other hand, was neighing in shock. Done. Work the job, White Crescent, she said darkly in her mind. She also gave Chen Feng another look in passing. He's so calm. Is he the legendary super rich second generation? Compared to him, it seems like he's the one who bet $100 million. White Crescent spat in her mind. Looking at Chen Feng again at this point, the corners of his mouth were already crooked to the sky. He kept shouting furiously in his mind. Money come! Open book exams are so easy. In the next moment, the beaver leopard in the field had already pounced on the neck of the red fox horse. Its sharp claws swung with all its strength, and if this hit, the red fox horse's throat would definitely be shattered. However, right at this moment, the red fox horse, which was originally waiting to be slaughtered, suddenly raised its front hooves, which it had never lifted before. A head kick misses from Beaver Panther. Everything happens in a flash of lightning. In the next instant, the Beaver Panther did break the red fox horse's throat, but it was kicked in the head by the red fox horse itself. Red fox horse fell to the ground on the spot, while Beaver Panther flew to the sidelines with his skull caved in. It crashed into the stone wall of the Colosseum 10 meters away. Its body slowly slid to the ground. motionless. What? In the audience, everyone instantly rose to their feet and let out a gasp in unison, including both Song Yi and Gao Liang. They were wide-eyed. It was outrageous. How is this possible? A tie hasn't happened in at least a year. Replay. We want to see a replay. Someone shouted reluctantly. On the big screen in the arena, a replay plus slow mo showed the final images of the two beasts battling each other. The image shattered the last vestiges of luck for the betting dogs. This game, a draw. The referee gives the result straight after showing the matchup. Congratulations, White Crescent. You won $4,000. I told you it was right to bet with me, Chen Feng said to By Crescent Moon, who was in a daze. Ah, did we really win? White Crescent was unbelievable. Of course. Try withdrawing cash from your cell phone quickly, Chen Feng said with a smile. By Crescent Moon really had a feeling of a village in the dark. She hurriedly looked down and operated her cell phone to start withdrawing cash. Really, Chen Feng? We really bet on it, eh? The withdrawal was successful and $4,000 arrived. She excitedly grabbed Chen Feng's hand. However, she instantly realized that something was wrong, so she hurriedly let go of Chen Feng, her head buried into her chest, her pretty face once again crawling with redness. Believe in Brother Feng and gain eternal life, Chen Feng cockily said. Aha! White Crescent nodded repeatedly. Hey, you don't have to work. To heyo. Tonight's spending will be paid for by Mr. Chen. Song Yi pounded his fist on Chen Feng's chest as he gritted his teeth. Damn, he really bought it. 2 billion. Holy shit. I only live on a few tens of millions a year. Yes. Hit the dirt and fight the landlord. Treat. Gao Liang also swung his fist and said, let's go. Tonight's consumption. Mr. Chen will pay for it. Chen Feng waved his hand. He doesn't care. He has 2 billion today, though buying potion ingredients tomorrow will definitely cost a lot. But compared to what the four of them will spend tonight, well, it's only a couple hours of play, so how much can you spend to death? Long summer's night, England's day. Early in the morning, Elena got the news she had been waiting for. Long Xia had the information of the centipede Imperial Beast Masters, and all that could be passed back was passed back. Elena was currently holding her tablet, lying on the couch and swiping from one to the other. Displayed on the tablet was the information on the Imperial Beastmaster that had just been sent. There are tens of thousands of copies. There's too many. Have to sift through them first. Screening by age first. Sifting out those over 30. Elena's slender jade finger moved slightly, ticking off the age. The information was instantly missing by more than 4,000 copies. Still, more than 6,000 copies remain. Looking at him, he seems to be around 20, so let's narrow it down to 25 or less. Elena checked the age box again and filtered through. Yet after this screening, more than 3,000 profiles still exist. She had no choice but to sort the profiles by age, from youngest to oldest, and start going through them one by one. She sipped her coffee as she slid carefully through the information on the couch. It's kind of like we're playing with some kind of social software. Slide through the profiles and match your heart's desire. With each slide, Elena expected the next one to be the man she was looking for, her future boyfriend. It had been skating like that for an hour, and she was getting bleary-eyed. Just as she was trying to get a fresh cup of coffee, a familiar face appeared in her eyes. Name, Chen Feng. Age, 18. Imperial Beast, unknown species, purple centipede. Royal Beast level, 1-star medium. Other information, not yet available. Note, any information on this person is unavailable. He only recently appeared on the seeded team of the Imperial Beast University in northern Longxia. As the team was losing against Neon, this person appeared in the public eye as the last member of the seeded team and saved the day. After which his Imperial Beasts defeated the 4 2-star high-ranking Imperial Beasts of the seeded team from Kimchi with just one move. This person's identity is suspicious. It is estimated that the official intention is to protect his information, but then he is allowed to bring an unknown breed of Imperial Beasts to manifest in front of the people, which is difficult to figure out the specific purpose. Focused observation is recommended. This note has been prepared by members of the Order for the offering and is intended to be viewed by internal members only. So much for Chen Feng's profile. There were pictures of Chen Feng on it, as well as pictures of the Demon Centipede Emperor when he was in the Colosseum. That's enough. Elena rose instantly in excitement. Focused observation, my ass. He's my future husband. Elena spat a word. She didn't have an ounce of ladylike qualities in her at the moment. Instead, she looked like a child who had been given candy. First, he took out his cell phone and dialed angry. Hey, mother, I found my savior. His name is Chen Feng. I'm going to find him. Right now. Immediately. No. I must leave now. I can't wait. I miss him so much. I'm going to surprise him. By the way, Please transfer me to the Northern Dragon Summer Imperial Beasts University. And also, please use all your connections to make me join the Dragon Summer Kingdom seeded team. I want to be in the tournament with him. Elena's tone was agitated as she spoke frantically to her mother on the other side of the phone. What? I don't care. I just want to be with him. Then I'll change my nationality. I'm going to join the Dragon Summer Kingdom. As long as we send the hidden information we have on the United States of America to the officials of the Dragon Summer Kingdom, they will definitely agree to this matter of me changing my nationality. No, 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 mother, this isn't considered backstabbing an ally. We have the right to repay our benefactor. And you're just helping your future son-in-law. We can send this information to the Longxia officials in Chen Feng's name. Elena has become fully love brain Elena. She's already starting to elbow her way out. That's how crazy she is. It's just like the last one. After hanging up, Elena ran back to her bedroom barefoot. She found her suitcase and began to quickly pack her clothes in. Especially the type of sexy lingerie she thought Chen Feng would like. She couldn't wait. I don't know what kind of girls he likes. Whether he likes imperial ladies, or cute ones, or any other type. Whatever. Take all these underwear and outerwear. And if it doesn't work out, then we'll buy new ones then. Elena kept packing her clothes. And her heart, long ago, had drifted across the ocean. At 6 in the morning, the sleeping Chen Feng was awakened by the ringing of the phone. It's Zhang Daoyuan calling. Chen Feng tapped the connect button. Chen Feng, notify Song Yi and the others to gather urgently. I want to see you all standing in front of the villa at 7 o'clock. Your vacation is cancelled. Zhang Daoyuan's tone was serious and sounded eager. This instantly energized Chen Feng, who was originally in a daze. What happened? Okay, I'll call them. Chen Feng replied with a cry. The other parties simply hung up. There does seem to be something urgent going on. Chen Feng put his clothes on and jogged upstairs to wake up the sleeping duo. Wake up. Mr. Zhang informed us that our vacation ended early. He told us to meet downstairs at 7. Chen Feng said to the duo. Afterwards the three brothers washed up together and had a simple breakfast. Near 7 o'clock, the three of them, Chen Feng, stood neatly at the entrance of the villa. Next door, White Crescent Moon also stepped out of her villa. The four of them waited in place for Zhang Daoyuan. Look, helicopters. Gao Liang pointed at the distant sky and said, it's true. There are actually 2 helicopters. They look like military versions. Is there a military operation near our school? Song Yi analyzed. The military helicopters of the country of Longxia are usually not often seen over the cities. Only special operations will go out. Why do they seem to be running towards us? By Crescent Moon said as she looked at the 2 helicopters that were gradually approaching. It's still true, Go Liang said. The 2 helicopters approached from a distance and finally literally hovered over the heads of the 4 as the helicopters slowly descended. Because there is no tarmac around the villa and no flat land like a park, so the 2 helicopters hovered in the air as they descended to the height of the villa's roof. Such a big battle? Chen Feng raised his head and observed the 2 military helicopters with surprise in his heart. We're just going to contract the Imperial Beasts and find the right skills for them. It's normal to fly in airliners, so how could you possibly go to the expense of using military helicopters? This is not in keeping with Longxia's style. The next moment, a figure jumped down from the helicopter. It's Zhang Daoyuan. In the air, he was in military uniform. His face was serious. Even the aura on him was very different from yesterday. That was the unique temperament belonging to the pioneering troops. A temperament honed with sweat and blood on the front lines of the beast domain. This is too cool for Mr. Zhang, Gao Liang commented. Without waiting for the others to say anything, Zhang Daotian was already standing firmly in front of the 4. He looked toward the 4 Chen Fengs. It's urgent, so I'll get straight to the point. Originally, this time I was going to take you guys to 2 different beast domains to obtain 2-star high-level imperial beasts suitable for your S-rank bloodline respectively. But due to some accidents, we must now split up. Chen Feng, you take by Crescent Moon and go to the beast domain in Halian City, Liao Province to obtain imperial beasts and skills. Song Yi, Gao Liang, you 2 come with me. We'll go to the beast domain in the Dragon Province. As for the reason for being in such a hurry, Zhang Daoyuan's words stuttered, then continued, the news received from above. Worldwide, a part of the beast domains have undergone a fusion situation for unknown reasons, and all of Longxia's beast domains will most likely undergo a military blockade in 3 days' time. That's why we have to hurry up this time, or we won't know when the next time we want to enter the beast domain to enhance our strength. After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, he gave Chen Feng a deep look. Without giving anyone a chance to interject, he added to Chen Feng, Chen Feng, can you protect by XINU? No problem. Chen Feng nodded and replied. Zhang Daoyuan's words sent a huge shock through Chen Feng's heart. It turns out that the beast domains have started to merge so early. Then have the magical beasts been officially discovered long ago as well? Yes, Old Jean was directly pointing out the identity of the demonic centipede imperial magical beast before. Chen Feng's heart moved slightly. The beast domain was originally a separate space, but over time, they actually merged at the end into an oversized, gigantic world bigger than Blue Star. After the fusion of the beast domain, the demonic beasts descended and the era of the demonic beasts fell. It also meant that the profession of the Imperial Beastmaster was soon to become the Imperial Demon Master. Okay, here's the map. One for each of you in Crescent Moon. It's labeled with the distribution of resources within the beast domain of Halian City. This is confidential. Don't show it to a third person. Zhang Daoyuan gave a cautious command. Chen Feng nodded and received 2 copies of the resource map, distributing one to Bai Xin Yue. After everything was arranged, Zhang Daoyuan waved his hand at the helicopter in the sky. 2 rope ladders were dropped from each of the 2 helicopters. The 5 of them split up to this point, running towards 2 different beast domains. Time flashed by, and at this time, the 2 of them, Chen Feng and Bai Crescent Moon, had already arrived at the guards' barracks outside of the beast domain gate in Halian City. The 2 men got off the plane and identified themselves at the first opportunity. Not wanting to delay, they entered the beast realm light gate one after the other. Chen Feng felt that the sensation of passing through the light gate this time was not quite the same as usual. It was a bit dizzying, and the teleportation seemed to take so much longer than usual. Light flashed before his eyes, and the blinding light caused Chen Feng to subconsciously close his eyes. Then, he felt that his feet were suddenly like an earthquake. In his ears was the sound of crashing boulders, rumbling with an extremely heavy timbre. Already a little dizzy, the sudden jolt that came over him made him nearly lose his balance. He rushed to open his eyes, wanting to see exactly what was going on. As a result, in the next moment, he felt something running at him in a hurry. Then, the 1-star magical beast physique felt a sudden stabbing pain in his back, and in the next instant, a powerful electric current stirred within him. The current was so strong that it actually prevented him from moving the slightest bit for a moment. Yes, who? Chen Feng's voice trembled. Death and unease flooded the mind. The powerful current actually made it impossible for him to even open his eyes for a moment. The brain keeps sending commands, but the body just won't listen. Then he felt as if something had been put over his head and as if he had been stabbed in the arm. It's anesthetic. Chen Feng was shocked. The maneuver. It was so professional, so expert that it felt familiar to him. Wasn't this the basic skill he had learned after joining the Dragon Summer Force in his previous life? It seems to be the work of Long Xia soldiers. First, he paralyzed his brain so that he couldn't communicate with the Imperial Beast space and release the Imperial Beasts. Then a shot of anesthesia rendered himself immobile. And even with the anesthesia, Chen Feng could still feel the high voltage current that was constantly coming from behind him. White, Crescent Moon. Chen Feng's throat surged and trembled. He tries to call out to White Crescent. There was no one to answer him. He could only feel himself being lifted up, and the natural sense of fear made Chen Feng, who had been as steady as an old dog for many years, constantly sigh. Worthy of being a Long Xia troop. It's really too professional, when it's really well trained. The earth trembled and rumbled. Teleporting into the beast domain took a second longer than usual. Beast domain fusion? He immediately thought of the possibility. Yes, I'm really on point to catch the beast domains that are merging. The teleportation is only chaotic when the beast domains merge. Only then will they randomly teleport. One was by no means in a position to enter the beast domain normally at this point. White Crescent must have been randomly teleported as well. Bad. This is a high-star beast domain, and it's in time for fusion. In case she was transported directly to a high-star demonic beast, a magical beast, or even another beast domain that was fused with this one. With her strength, she will surely die. But now the primary lifts the strong control of the moment. Electroshock, anesthetic, headgear. The streak of moves is flowing. The odds are that it's a Pathfinder unit, and only the elite of the Pathfinder unit can do something so specialized. And it must be Long Xia's pioneering troops. After all, this set of combos, Chen Feng himself would know. As Chen Feng was thinking, he suddenly felt someone rummaging through his clothes. Someone's taking my papers? Take it, harm, and clear up the misunderstanding early so that you can go save by Xinu. Chen Feng heart helpless, although he can now directly force instantaneous transfer away. But the consumption is huge. I believe that the other party read the documents, will be able to interrupt continuous moves. After all, his Imperial Demon Master was still very different from the Imperial Beast Master itself, or at least much more powerful. It's us Long Xia people. Stop the current output. The familiar Long Xia language instantly set Chen Feng's mind at ease. Misunderstanding cleared. He let out a long breath. In the next second, Chen Feng's eyes lit up. Someone ripped the black cloth covering off his head. The current input had also stopped, and now Chen Feng could summon the Imperial Beasts at any time. But the effects of the anesthetic were still there. he was unable to act for the time being. Sorry my friend, we were also acting out of caution. You suddenly appeared in our barracks and we thought you were from the Pathfinder force of the Kimchi Kingdom. The speaker was a small, inch-haired man, looks to be in his 20s, pretty young, but the strength of the anesthetic was still there, and despite the surge of Chen Feng's throat, he did not make any sound, or a general anesthesia. Chen Feng was speechless. As expected from the Longxia pioneering force, things are just cautious. Look at that. They actually managed to keep the dosage at a level that would put you under general anesthesia, but not put you to sleep. That's awesome dosing accuracy. Wait a little while for the medicine to wear off. About 10 minutes. The inch-haired boy rushed to say. What Chen Feng wanted to know the most right now was Bai Crescent's situation. The longer it takes, the greater the danger. But it can't be helped. The anesthetic hasn't worn off yet. The two just stared at each other as time passed. Say 10 minutes. 10 minutes to go. Chen Feng felt his body begin to gradually regain control. Ahem. He tried a light cough. Have you guys seen a girl? We're members of the seed team from the Northern Dragon Summer Imperial Beast University. And this time we both came to contract Imperial Beasts. But we were randomly teleported apart just as we came in. Chen Feng hurriedly said. I'm sorry. Your name is Chen Feng, right? We didn't see any girls. You were the only one who appeared in the barracks just now. The inch-haired youth's face stiffened. I can't believe there's someone else. This is going to be a problem. Then we need to go out and find her now. She's in danger right now. She's only a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. And on top of that, her Imperial Beast is injured. Chen Feng was anxious to get up. Since Bai Crescent wasn't here, he had to act quickly. 1 second later, something could have happened to White Crescent. Wait, I'm sorry, you can't go out right now. You're grounded. And as for the girl you said, we'll find her for you. The inch-headed youth stopped Chen Feng and said, Why am I grounded? Did you fight with the pioneering forces of another beast domain? Or was it something else? Chen Feng asked. This was what he had just analyzed. The fusion of beast domains at the general border would inevitably bring about a fight for resources between the two countries. It's not like we're in Blue Star anyway. So let's fight. Whoever wins the fight gets the resources. You know about beast domain fusion? The inch-haired youth was startled in his heart. It's confidential. I know. My teacher told me. But first I want you to help me find my teammate as soon as possible. Her name is White Crescent. Chen Feng first nodded before adding. Okay, I'll convey it now. The young man with an inch head responded. He hurriedly pulled out his walkie-talkie. Protecting ordinary people and ordinary sentinels was something engraved in their bones. Cave youngest, this is Jackal. Target has awakened. Confirming identity, Chen Feng, citizen of Longxia, member of the seed team of the Northern Imperial Beast University. Reliable identity. Roger that. Chen Feng said that one of his classmates was also randomly teleported into the beast domain. Please notify the whole channel. Her name is Bai Crescent, a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Roger that. Immediate all-channel notification. The youth codenamed Jackal got a reply and put the walkie-talkie back into his pocket. Don't worry. We will find your classmates soon. This is a special time. You need to stay inside this house for a while. It's safe. And when we find your classmates, we will escort you back safely. Jackal said, patting Chen Feng's shoulder. He was a bit envious of Chen Feng. Seeing Chen Feng reminded him of himself during his student days, but he felt what he was doing now made more sense. Explore the Beast Realm and wrestle a future for all of Longxia's Imperial Beastmasters and commoners alike. This is a map of the distribution of resources retrieved from your pocket. Please keep it. Jackal handed the resource distribution map back to Chen Feng. There are a few resource points in this map that he was still involved in labeling. It gave him a sense of accomplishment. I'll be out then. I'll be at the door. Just call me if you need anything, Jackal said, about to turn and walk out the door. But just then, his walkie-talkie went off again. Calling Jackal. There's a message from Miss White Crescent. Roger, go ahead. Jackal hurriedly took out his walkie-talkie and replied. White Crescent appeared at the front line. She was teleported into the battlefield between the frontline troops and the pioneering troops of the Kimchi Kingdom. When the other party said this, he suddenly gave a start and lost his breath. When Chen Feng heard this, he was immediately startled in his heart. Troops from the Kimchi Kingdom. Crescent is in danger. I have to save her now. Thinking of this, Chen Feng wanted to move immediately. Jackal, on the other hand, froze slightly as he settled for a couple of seconds and put the walkie-talkie to his mouth again. Copy that. Jackal spoke up. At that moment, the other party's voice sounded again. Fox is escorting her back. You should also prepare to escort Chen Feng to evacuate. The tone of that voice was clearly off. The change is very noticeable. Normally every member of the Pathfinder force speaks in a neutral tone. The Jackal seemed to be understanding the hidden meaning as he glanced at Chen Feng. Again, He turned back silently and pretended that nothing had happened. What happened? Chen Feng was a person who had lived for over 1,000 years, so of course he could tell that the jackal was not in the right mood, and he hurriedly asked, "Nothing has happened. I'll send you out of the beast domain first in a while. As for your classmate, she's on her way here now. Let's go first." Jackal put the walkie-talkie back inside his pocket again as he pretended to be relaxed. The front line was defeated, right? Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. No comment on that. All you need to know is that your classmate is safe, and we have a radio intercom to keep you informed of her condition, so you don't have to worry too much, Jackal said, once again patting Chen Feng on the shoulder. Just then, a sharp whistling sound came from outside. The sound was extremely harsh, like the crack of a missile. Then, a sound like broken glass exploded from the sky. Jackal ran quickly to the house. Chen Feng followed closely behind. This voice was too familiar to Chen Feng. It's the sound of an EMP jamming bomb from the United States of America punching through the air. The beast domain nerfed the power of guns, tanks and such though, but more portable tech weapons like jamming bombs can still be disassembled and sent into the beastlands for use. Its main function is to interfere with the other party's electromagnetic equipment, such as walkie-talkies. Sure enough, a wave of blue light in the sky was like a wave, cascading and spreading from the very center of the blue light. The jackal's walkie-talkie bared and was instantly disabled. Chen Feng looked at the sky. He instantly realized the gravity of the situation. This time, the beast realm fusion. The pickle country was definitely prepared, and odds are that there is an imperial beastmaster from the United States of America involved. This jamming bomb is proof of that, and since the other side is firing jamming bombs, it means they must be close to them already. That white crescent. A bad feeling of foreboding enveloped Chen Feng's heart. Let's get out of here. I'll walk you out first. Jackal also knew what the jamming bomb indicated, and he gritted his teeth. But when he turned his head to look at Chen Feng, where was Chen Feng's figure behind him? Just as he wanted to enter the house to look for Chen Feng, he suddenly felt a gust of dust and dirt riding the wind from outside the barracks and blowing in his face. Jackal subconsciously turned his head to look. Then he froze on the spot. Only a red prison gate that was 100 meters tall rose up from the ground. In the line of sight, a purple centipede so huge that it was suffocating quickly crawled out of the prison gate. The thick centipede feet moved forward in a rhythmic rhythm. The ground was shaking once again. Trees that were originally more than 20 meters tall were casually stepped over by it, and the dust accompanied by the rumbling sound made the jackal's heart tremble. What the hell was that? And Chen Feng was standing on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. White crescent. Wait, I'm coming. Let's push back the clock a little bit. It was probably the point in time when Chen Feng had just entered the beast domain. Lin Municipal Airport. Elena had blonde hair and wore a large dark black sunglasses. Luggage in hand. The statuesque woman has just stepped off the plane, causing many passers-by to give her sideways glances. She wasn't in a pretty mood right now, though, or very anxious. She had just received word that Chen Feng had gone to the beast region, and a girl. But the more serious problem was that she had gotten news of the fusion of the beast domains. The source of the message, from the United States of America official. They invited Elena's forces to participate in the battle for the beast domain after this fusion. To show their sincerity, they told Elena that the United States of America had sent a 10-star Imperial Beast Master to participate this time, just to fire the first shot in the battle for the beast's domain, to deter Long Xia. Hey, have you contacted the Long Xia officials yet? Elena took her cell phone and called as she walked out of the airport. Send them the information on that 10-star Imperial Beast Master in the United States of America. Also, if they ask why, well, just tell them that Chen Feng and I are a couple, and that my request is to ensure Chen Feng's safety in the beast domain. And at the same time, I want to be on the seed team of the Northern Long Xia Imperial Beast University. If they agree to these conditions, tell them that I have a top secret plan here about the Neon Kingdom and the United States of America secretly formulated, targeting the Long Xia Kingdom, and my request is to be on the same team as Chen Feng. A pickle country would definitely not dare to invade Long Xia's beast domain. There must be the shadow of the United States of America behind the other side. Chen Feng stood atop the demonic centipede emperor's head as he continued to clear his thoughts. The demonic centipede emperor kept moving forward quickly. It was probably just a minute or so. Ahead of him, a giant bear over 50 meters tall suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. With Chen Feng's eyesight, he could tell that this giant bear was at least 8 or 9 stars upwards. How did such a high-level imperial beast appear? Chen Feng was slightly startled in his heart. Although the demonic centipede emperor was a 10-star magical beast, the problem was that Chen Feng was still only at the 1-star middle stage. If the other party released 2 high-star imperial beasts at the same time, along with the imperial beast master himself, targeting Chen Feng together, it would be difficult for him to deal with it as well. It couldn't be helped. Chen Feng was too low-leveled. Moreover, The demonic centipede emperor was not a purely attack-type magical beast. Its biggest role was to escape, and the usual devouring of demonic beasts to transform their power and give Chen Feng a quick upgrade. In the next moment, the demonic centipede emperor and the giant bear met. The originally massive giant bear's flesh was slightly stunned. Its bare mouth opened wide. Such a large centipede was truly beyond its cognitive range. Chen Feng stood atop the head of the demonic centipede emperor looking down. It was a masterful gesture. Not to mention that he was originally an imperial demon ancestor who had lived for 1,000 years, and now he was just returning to his original state. If the opponent wanted to look at him now, he had to tilt his head, plus this huge body of the demonic centipede emperor. I'll ask you if you dare to move. The imperial beastmaster of Long Xia? An exclamation of surprise came. It's pickle talk. Chen Feng's ears twitched slightly. With a twinkle in his eye, a bad smile emerged from the corner of his mouth. The next moment he said in kimchi, loyal, brave, descendants of the sun. This was what he had learned in his last life. The coded language of the high-star imperial beastmasters of the Kimchi kingdom, usually used for two imperial beastmasters lurking in another country to confirm each other's identity. On the giant bear was a middle-aged man, a Kimchi country combat uniform. He was trying to raise his head upwards, trying to observe Chen Feng. I didn't expect the other side to call out their code words. This coded language was a top secret in the Kimchi kingdom, known only to imperial beastmasters of 8 stars or higher. There was a flash of joy in his eyes. Irony. Justice. Take it all back. What unit are you from? Chen Feng condescended. Song Zhongji Troop, number Sun, 8-star Imperial Beastmaster. Song Yijian, sends his regards. Song Yijian replied excitedly. Well, this time our cooperation with the United States of America was very successful. I've already cleared out the troops of the Long Xia country. You don't need to go any deeper. Let's go back to our country first. It's not convenient for me to disclose my name, but I can tell you that I'm from the Elder Group, Chen Feng slowly said. The Genro Group, an official and secretive organization of the Kimchi Kingdom. Only Imperial Beastmasters of 9 stars or higher are allowed to participate. Yes, Song Yijian's heart instantly trembled when he heard that Chen Feng was actually from the Elder Group. He had only heard of such a great man and had never even seen him. In fact, Song Yijian was not a fool. The reason why he could be so simply fooled by Chen Feng could only be blamed on the fact that Chen Feng knew about the top secrets of the Pickle Country, which were just too many. For example, the code words, and then the metagroup. Just those two, are not things that other countries know about. Together with the demonic centipede emperor at Chen Feng's feet, Song Yijian knew that Long Xia's imperial beast experts all had their own bones. They didn't even bother to use other identities to deceive people. They never struck with a thunderous blow. By the way, do you know there's a little girl from Long Xia who teleported to the battlefield? Chen Feng once again condescended. A little girl from Long Xia? I have some impression. Just now when I was chasing and killing a person from the Dragon Summer Pathfinder Force, his imperial beast was a fox. I remember that he was holding a little girl in his hand. I wonder if it's what you're looking for. Song Yijian said carefully. What? One of Ryusha's imperial beastmasters ran away? Why didn't you say so earlier? Ashiba. Chen Feng looked like he was angry as he cursed. Song Yijian was directly confused. Yeah, I'm sorry, I've embarrassed Pickle Country, but that imperial beast fox of his is running too fast, and my giant bear isn't the speedy type. Song Yijian hurriedly bowed his head and nervously admitted his mistake and explained. Humph, how can you leave behind a problem? What direction did he run off in? Lead the way. Let's go get him back. Chen Feng snorted coldly, and there was a wave of disappointment in that tone. This caused Song Yijian to bow his head in shame. I haven't disgraced the Kimchi Kingdom. I've killed 3 guys from the Longsha Pathfinder unit. Sir. What? To actually dare to kill my Dragon Xia's Imperial Beastmaster. Despite having anticipated it, Chen Feng still had a monstrous rage rising in his heart. You, lead the way. Chen Feng gritted his teeth. Song Yijian nodded, controlling the giant bear to find a direction, and walked ahead. One person and one bear completely exposed their backs to Chen Feng and the demonic centipede emperor. Kill. In the next moment, the devil centipede emperor's huge mouth opened and directly contained the giant bear's head. This also included Song Yijian, who was standing on his head. The giant bear's head was directly ripped off by the demonic centipede emperor. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. The giant bear's figure completely disappeared. They were all swallowed by the demon centipede emperor. A stream of pure imperial magic power fed back to Chen Feng. The speed of the feedback was directly pulled to the maximum, and that was the maximum speed that Chen Feng could withstand at this stage. In an instant, Chen Feng upgraded, 1-star high rank, and even just a foot away from advancing to 2 stars. This caused Chen Feng to feel a small excitement in his heart. Finally upgraded. Before, the demonic centipede emperor had been underfed. so the upgrade speed was quite slow. As long as it's upgraded to a 2-star, then there's a lot of room for maneuverability. At that time, even if I run into a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster, I'll still dare to take a small touch. The demonic centipede emperor moved quickly, heading straight in the direction of White Crescent Moon. Little girl, hide yourself here. I'm going to lure them away, or they'll search here soon. Inside a cave under a cliff, the fox tries to turn the intercom on, but the only sound from the intercom was the sound of bared current. He sighed. You be careful. Bai Xinyue looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, her tone filled with worry. Just now, it was this Imperial Beastmaster of the Dragon Summer Kingdom who had spared his injuries to save her from the battlefield. She was transported to the battlefield at that time, surrounded by tall and ferocious high-star Imperial beasts battling against each other. Gorgeous skills all over the place. Just as she was about to be hit by a wave of skills, a fox Imperial Beast saved her. After that, a black-skinned Imperial Beastmaster appears in the Kimchi Nation's team. The fox told her that it was a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster. From the moment the 10-star Imperial Beastmaster appeared, the battle in the arena began to go sideways. In the end, only the fox escaped with the White Crescent Moon. The others died on the road. Don't worry, I'm also a 7-star Imperial Beastmaster, so as long as I don't run into that 10-star guy, I won't have any problems. The fox struggled to smile, his expression far-fetched. He was just trying to reassure the poor schoolgirl in front of him in this way. Fox, go away. The only person left in the cave was White Crescent Moon herself. She walked to the innermost part of the cave and hid alone. As for the fox, he covered the opening with a branch after he came out of the cave. After doing so, the fox's figure quickly disappeared into the forest. After probably running to a relatively long distance, the fox then summoned the Imperial Beast. His royal beast is also a fox. Sitting down on the Imperial Beast, he found a direction and his figure quickly disappeared. After the fox left, a huge chimpanzee imperator came running from the distance. The chimpanzee was followed by 7 or 8 slightly shorter Imperial Beasts. At the head of the chimpanzee stood a tall, dark-skinned human. He was that American 10-star Imperial Beastmaster, Nico Martyr, and behind it, at the head of the Imperial Beasts, stood the Kimchi Kingdom Imperial Beastmasters. The chimp stood still and sniffed at the air. That fox is running east. After him, Cabinet bellowed, controlling the chimp as he jumped and left quickly. The Imperial Beasts behind him also showed their abilities, and the ones that ran and flew had followed them away. The fox's sentinel speed wasn't really slow, but it was because it had been punched by a 10-star chimpanzee from the cabinet earlier. It had suffered internal injuries, so it didn't run for long before it spat out a mouthful of blood. This alarmed the fox. How are you? Fox asked with concern. Can't run away, but I can stall you for some time. The three-tailed white fox at the fox's feet hadn't finished speaking. One person and one beast only felt the ground suddenly tremble. The next moment, a chimpanzee fell sharply from the air. Of Long Xia, surrender and don't kill. The cabinet sneered. It seems that both of us can't run away this time, the fox said helplessly. But he was also a little thankful that at least the innocent little girl would be able to escape for a while. She's still so young. On the other hand, Chen Feng stood atop the head of the demonic centipede emperor. Master, there is the scent of a White Crescent Moon. The devil centipede emperor's body passed by the cliffstone wall as it slowly said. Can you sense the exact location? It's probably around here somewhere. I'll go down and check it out. I guess it should be hidden, Chen Feng said, jumping down from the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. Then, without waiting for Chen Feng to do much searching, he then heard a familiar cry. Chen Feng, I'm here. It was White Crescent's voice. Chen Feng was overjoyed. He followed the voice. Only White Crescent Moon was standing at the entrance of a cave. The location of that cave entrance was obscured by tree roots and branches, and by Crescent Moon used her small hands to constantly push against the branches that were in the way. It's great that you're fine. Chen Feng let out a long breath. He walked to the cave door and moved the branch out of the way a small crack. White Crescent drilled obediently. Her expression wasn't much happier though. What's wrong? Chen Feng asked suspiciously. There was an Imperial Beastmaster from the Dragon Summer Pathfinder Force who used himself as bait to lure away the Imperial Beastmasters from the Kimchi Kingdom and the United States of America in order to save me, White Crescent said, slowly lowering her head, tears welling up in her eyes. How many stars is he an Imperial Beastmaster? And what are the ranks of the Imperial Beastmasters in the Pickle Country and the United States of America? Tell me, Chen Feng asked. I'm sure the United States of America is behind this. He's a 7-star Imperial Beastmaster. The black guy from the United States of America is a 10-star, and the other 7 or 8 from the Kimchi countries are estimated to be at least 6 or 7 stars. Chen Feng, let's get out of here. Go back and call someone. We must avenge him. White Crescent clenched her fists. The tone was all exasperation. It seemed as if there was anger spewing out of her eyes, but her expression, however, revealed helplessness. Looking at by Crescent Moon's appearance, Chen Feng's heart also ignited a heavenly rage. AI. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. Crescent Moon, go back to the cave and hide for a while longer. I'll be right back. Firmness permeated Chen Feng's eyes. You're going to help? No, Chen Feng, you can't go. Their level is too high. You're just sending them to their deaths if you go. Let's go back first. Go back and find help. Then we'll get stronger together. With our talents, one day, we'll all be able to sweep across the Kimchi Kingdom, sweep across the United States of America, and kill any enemy that dares to set foot on Dragon Summer's territory. White Crescent Moon's tone was equally full of determination. This little girl, she's so smart and sensible when it counts. It's just a little lower in strength. Crescent Moon, let me just tell you, my Imperial Beast is also 10 stars. What you just said, I can do it right now. Just wait, I'll go and come back. It's just a 10-star Imperial Beast Master. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he glanced at by Crescent Moon, who had fallen into a stupor. He jumped directly on top of the demonic centipede Emperor's head. Go get him. First, I'll swallow 2 random 6 or 7-star Imperial Beasts so that I can ascend to 2 stars, Chen Feng said to the demonic centipede Emperor in his mind. But, will your body be able to withstand this? With a forced breakthrough, you won't be able to absorb Imperial magic power for the next month. The demonic centipede Emperor asked tentatively. You were my first magical beast and have been with me for hundreds of years. You should know me. A great man has something to do and something not to do. It's just that I can't absorb Imperial magic power for a month. I have 2 10-star magical beasts at the same time. Do you think that as far as the present time node is concerned, there can be a few people in this world who are my rivals? Chen Feng said as a hint of ruthlessness flashed under his eyes. In his last life, he had some enemies, just in time to take advantage of the next trip to Neon, and take care of some of it first. I see. After the demonic centipede Emperor finished speaking, he instantly accelerated. Its ruthless master is coming back. Previously, when the demon centipede Emperor saw Chen Feng being so low-key every day, he thought that he had changed his nature after being reborn. I didn't realize it was just obscene development. Hey, 9 is coming back. The once ruthless old man of the royal devil is also coming back. The devil centipede Emperor let out a long sigh in his heart, and the white crescent moon inside the cave, looking at the disappearing demonic centipede Emperor, she was able to snap out of her stupor. He's a 10-star too? Master, there's a group of Imperial beasts in front of us. It looks like that Long Xia Imperial Beast Master who had protected by Xin. You should have been caught up, the Devil Centipede Emperor said to Chen Feng. Go over there and swallow the 2 most vegetable ones first, so that I can ascend to 2 stars, Chen Feng said coldly. He had the huge chimpanzee in front of him. The huge body is kind of like King Kong in the movies. However, when compared to the demonic centipede Emperor, it looked like the aura was obviously a head lower. The Devil Centipede Emperor was extremely fast. The 10,000 feet underneath it moved in a rapid rhythm. And in the next second, it appeared directly behind the cabinet gang. The cabinet was at that moment working on how to get the trace of that Ryusha girl out of the fox's mouth. He likes the girls of Long Xia. This time, he had received orders before he came out that here in the beast domain, he could disobey any international conventions. It made him unusually excited. The women in Long Xia country are generally petite and have more delicate faces, unlike the United States of America, where they are a hodgepodge. That's the difference between a pure-blood nation and a nation cobbled together by pirates and cotton workers. Your Excellency is a Dragon Summer expert? The cabinet controlled the chimpanzee to turn around as he looked at Chen Feng and asked. He was also muttering in his heart at this time. The other party looked like he was not to be messed with. That's a little fast for Long Xia support. I haven't gotten that little girl yet. And the other 7 pickle countries 6, 7-star Imperial Beast Masters also turned around. However, in the next second, before the 7 people could react, the Devil Centipede Emperor went straight up and swallowed 3 of them. Not speaking of martial virtues at all. This is too good to swallow. It's much more stupid than the enemies I encountered in my last life, the Demonic Centipede Emperor exclaimed. There's no comparison. The world was in chaos during the Imperial Demon period. Any power meeting was to see who would make the first move and who would have the highest rank. Everyone tore their faces off. And right now everyone is just still testing each other. After all, none of them know each other's specific undercard. Chen Feng felt the imperial magic power that was forcefully transmitted into his body as he slowly said as he endured the tearing pain within his muscles. Fark, get on, don't let him get away. Even if he's a 10-star Imperial Beast Master of Long Xia, he's only one person. Let's go together. Cabinet bellowed as he took control of the chimpanzee underneath him and jumped straight into the air. The chimpanzee formed a fist with both hands in the air and smashed at Chen Feng with a titanic momentum. The two huge fists instantly turned red, and there was a constant drip of lava. That's its skill, magma attachment. It's kinda like the game comes with a red buff. Don't underestimate this simple skill. 10-star Imperial Beasts. The damage added to any skill is a horrible existence. Although the Devil Centipede Emperor is a 10-star devil, it is not a fool. Nothing to fight hard with food that is not a fool. Drag it for 3 seconds. Chen Feng said as he felt the imperial magic power that was constantly being forcefully injected into his body. The Devil Centipede Emperor sniffed and directly shifted the front half of its body sideways as it changed directions, instantly dodging away from the chimpanzee's smashing attack from the sky. Rumble. Magma splashed everywhere, and two huge fists smashed into the ground like small mountains. The trees on the ground were instantly set ablaze by the spattering lava. The wave of air caused by the fist, on the other hand, brought the surrounding trees uprooting. As for the attacks sent out by the remaining 4 6, 7-star Little Western Eights, the Demon Centipede Emperor didn't care at all. Those skills couldn't damage him and only needed to protect Chen Feng from being attacked. Fox had originally seen that there was a Dragon Summer expert supporting him, and his heart was overjoyed. However, seeing that Chen Feng could only be passively beaten without any intention of fighting back, his heart gradually became anxious. What to do, now that his own Imperial Beast was also injured, and the 10-star seniors officially sent by Long Xia were being held back by the guys from the United States of America. The problem is that no one knows if the United States of America has any other backhanders. Elder, be careful, they still have support. Quickly summon the other Imperial Beasts. Second, the Imperial Beastmaster on top of the chimpanzee's head first. The fox also warned out of the goodness of his heart, but his words instantly made the cabinet react. Thanks for the heads up. The cabinet finished with a big hand. Beside the chimpanzee, a black-skinned lizard that was also 100 meters tall appeared at once. This was the only 10-star Imperial Beast in the cabinet. It was the one he had just succeeded in promoting by spending a lot of resources. Dragon Summer's Imperial Beastmaster. If this is the only 10-star demonic beast you have, then I'm sorry to say that you're dead. Cabinet shouted with a big smile. Looking at the rampant cabinet, Chen Feng cursed a fox idiot in his heart. You're really taking me for a master. But there's still a second and a half to wait. Humph. My support is here. Brothers of Long Xia. Together. Chen Feng stood above the head of the demonic centipede emperor and suddenly shouted with a cold smile. Cabinet sniffed and instantly turned back, subconsciously controlling the giant lizard to block behind him. However, there was nothing behind it but a large forest, and a few high mountains in the distance. Tricked. Cabinet turned back around angrily. This back and forth was a second past. The imperial magic power within Chen Feng's body soared. The 2-star Imperial Demon Master unlocks the next Imperial Demon Space. The cabinet is still trying to talk back. However, in the next second, Chen Feng coldly spoke first. You think you're the only one with a second 10-star Imperial Beast? Then, Chen Feng let out a loud cry. Prison gate. Open. In an instant, a huge prison gate with pitch-black colored pillars rose from the ground. The pressure of death permeated from within it. This prison gate was likewise 100 meters high and loud. Cabinet looked at the prison door, and his heart couldn't help but panic. But he didn't know why that was. The chimpanzee at his feet also subconsciously took a step back. The giant lizard, on the other hand, looked at the prison gate of the black pillar with wary eyes and kept spitting out letters. In the next second, a sharp and incomparable voice came out from the prison gate. It was a human language, but the timbre didn't sound like something a human should have. Master, you finally remembered me. I've been hurt a bit badly this time. Well, we have to eat at least 10 or 8 of its 10-star demonic beasts before we can do so. As the voice fell, a huge black shadow slowly floated out of the prison gate, 100 meters high, covering the sky. It has no feet and no flesh. The whole body was made up of black aerosol. It's as if it's a giant 3D version of Shadow. Its 2 arms were set with 2 huge shadow blades, while each of its 2 wrists were wrapped in 2 huge black chains. The black chains went right through the prison gate, adding to its hideousness. A black misty vortex could be seen slowly turning at the heart. The mouth was jagged and the eyes were replaced by 2 huge spectral auras. As soon as it appeared, the air around it instantly lowered a few points. Ha, Master, you're recultivating again? Do you need me to help you slaughter this little centipede first? I happen to not have eaten centipede legs for a long time. The dark figure first gave a surprised cry. Then, it greedily looked towards the demonic centipede emperor at Chen Feng's feet. The ghostly aura at his eyes flickered continuously, and the shadow blades on his arms flung out. The devil centipede emperor subconsciously tightened his chrysanthemums, and his countless legs contracted after him. No, let's clear the room first. I'll explain the rest to you later. By the way, that fox demon beast and that guy in the Long Xia uniform are on their own. After Chen Feng finished, he barked another sentence. He was afraid that this second imperial beast of his would go crazy, killing his own people in the process. This was his second imperial demon, 10-star Shadow Demon. Very common name. But the battle is not ordinary at all, because the Shadow Demon didn't even look like a creature that should exist in this world. It was like a soul, a spirit-like being, immune to all physical attacks, and his attack was straight to the soul. But his biggest hobby at one time was to cut 2 centipede legs for snacks if he had nothing else to do. And the demonic centipede emperor still couldn't do anything with it. Every time, they cried and complained to Chen Feng, begging him for justice. What kind of imperial beast is that? The cabinet looked across at the huge black shadow, trembling in his heart. His brain was numb at this point. The fear that comes naturally from facing the unknown. He had never seen such a sentinel beast, ever, including in the secret information of the United States of America's military. Is this really something that should be on Earth? Humph. You're just food. What's with all the questions? The Shadow Demon snorted coldly, and in the next moment, its figure appeared directly on the side of the chimpanzee. The huge numbered shadow blade on the Shadow Demon's arm had passed through the chimp's neck. The chimp didn't react at all. Seeing this, the gargoyle also tried to attack the Shadow Demon to help the chimp out and save his master. Cabinet. In the process, however, it overthinks it. The Shadow Demon figure flickered again. It appeared high above the giant lizard's head, the shadow blade on its arm stabbing downward. Quietly, the giant lizard stared wide-eyed as the 100-meter-tall one slumped helplessly to the ground. It did not understand what kind of demonic beast was attacking it. The chimpanzee's expression was similarly set in a look of surprise. The two beasts slowly fell to the ground. Cabinet popped his head and yelled, falling over the chimp's head. The Shadow Demon stood in the void. His arm swung, and the sharp blade passed through the falling body of the cabinet. Like eating Western food, it picked the cabinet at the tip of the blade and eased it into its mouth. It was like eating peanuts as the cabinet's body sank into the darkness of the Shadow Demon's mouth. Yet all of this was just a mere breath of time. The 4 Kinchi Kingdom Imperial Beastmasters who were preparing to help the cabinet were completely flustered when they saw this. In their eyes, the huge black shadow only flashed twice, and when its figure settled again, it was already the way it was when it was eating the cabinet. Come on, run! The 4 Imperial Beastmasters' livers cracked as they commanded the Imperial Beasts under them to flee in all directions. Each one is a direction: north, south, east, west, and north, as a way to increase the chances of survival. But it was all in vain. Without waiting for the Shadow Demon to strike, the Demon Centipede Emperor directly used the spatial wormhole skill, like an open-ended gluttony. The first Imperial Beastmaster of the Kinchi Kingdom who escaped only felt the space behind him shatter, and a huge suction pulling him and the Imperial Beasts to escape. Then, the huge body of the demonic Centipede Emperor rushed out from the broken void, swallowing the man and beast in front of him in one bite. Turn on the skill again. Second, third, fourth. It had to be said that this skill of the Demon Centipede Emperor was simply a divine skill for escape and pursuit. Shadow Demon did not even look at the Magic Centipede Emperor. With many years of the old Magic Beast combination, the basic tacit understanding is still there. The first 9 old brother to kill. Magic Centipede Emperor. This little old brother pick the most vegetables, pick leakage. Every time the Demon Centipede Emperor gets a mouthful of soup like this. The battle ended with the Shadow Demon cutting and splitting the 2 10-star Imperial Beasts with its massive shadow blade. It's really as elegant as eating Western food. As it continued to bring chunks of meat into its mouth, the vortex of shadow mist at the heart of his chest continued to rotate faster and expand. It's like a human heart that beats stronger. Master, after enjoying the food, the Shadow Demon said respectfully to Chen Feng. Didn't eat enough. Chen Feng cared a word. Yes, the main reason is that it takes too much energy to recover from injuries. If there are 10 more 10-star demonic beasts, it should be about the same. The Shadow Demon raised his arm and flipped it at Chen Feng. The arm formed by the original Black Shadow actually had a skeleton tens of meters long. It's a penetrating wound. Well, your injuries were pretty light. The little dragons in them were hurt the most, but we ended up contracting that thing. Chen Feng looked at the wound on the Shadow Demon's arm and slowly said, as for the other questions, let the Demonic Centipede Emperor tell you. I'm going to take a look at that Imperial Beastmaster from Longxia, Chen Feng said, jumping off the top of the Demonic Centipede Emperor's head and walking slowly towards the fox. The fox was of course terrified. The inch-old man had never seen such a terrifying Imperial Beast before, and still 2 at a time. He was asking himself over and over in his mind at that moment, who am I? Where am I? Is he really the Imperial Beastmaster of Longxia? And that centipede in shadow? What kind of Imperial Beasts were those? And why could they instantly second the 2 10-star Imperial Beasts of the inner cabinet? Was the gap between 10-star Imperial Beast Masters so big now? This is outrageous. It's like killing a chicken. The 3-tailed white fox beneath him was also trembling continuously. It instinctively tried to take a defensive stance, but the four white fluffy legs that trembled violently exposed its panicked heart at the moment. Both the man and the beast knew that Chen Feng was on the side of the Dragon Summer Kingdom and was a friendly force, but they just couldn't suppress the fear in their hearts. It's paradoxical to feel safe and uneasy intertwined. Seeing Chen Feng approaching, the fox hurriedly put the imperial beast into space. "Are you alright?" Chen Feng walked up to him and said with concern. He patted the fox on the shoulder. "No, it's fine, senor." "Sir," the fox stammered in reply. Being patted on the shoulder by Chen Feng flattered him. "Don't be nervous. What's your name?" Chen Feng looked up and down at the inch-haired middle-aged man in front of him, feeling somewhat amused. "Am I that scary?" "Reporting, sir. My name is Zhang Tai, codenamed Fox, and I'm the squad leader of the 5th Squad of the Pioneering Unit, Beast Domain 210. C Company." Zhang Tai stood upright, standing straight as he called out his name to Chen Feng. "Well, where are the others?" "You're retired from the front line, right? No need to be so formal. Take your time." "Yes, sir, the front line. The front line has been occupied by the Kimchi Kingdom and the United States of America. A large number of unknown demonic beasts have appeared there, and I suspect that they are magical beasts. First, all classes from 1st to 5th were killed in battle. I only became a deserter in order to protect a student who mistakenly entered the battlefield. Please punish me, sir." Zhang Tai said as bean-sized tears spurted out. He clenched his teeth, his mind full of images of his teammates' heroic sacrifice. "Sir, the student was hidden by me in the cave. She's safe now." Zhang Tai added another sentence. "Okay, I get it. Just go pick her up in the cave and return to the nearest station." Chen Feng waved his hand and nodded his head in command. "What about you? I'll go and retrieve it for you, and from now on, this fusion beast domain will be spoken for by Long Xia." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he turned around and jumped on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. "Sir, it seems like they still have 10-star Imperial Beast Masters present." Zhang Tai knew that he could not help the expert in front of him, so he hurriedly reminded a word. "This beast domain is spoken for by Long Xia. Sir is really overbearing. Long Xia would be fine if they were all hawkish 10-star Imperial Beast Masters like Sir. Then they soon won't have any." Chen Feng replied with a cold snort of dominance. He stood atop the head of the demon centipede emperor, while the shadow demon floated behind him. The two beasts and one person just disappeared from Zhang Tai's sight. "Wait for Chen Feng to leave." Zhang Tai instantly sat paralyzed on the ground, breathing heavily. Too strong, too oppressive. He raised his tingling arm and slowly touched his chest. Simply conversing with Chen Feng just now had caused his nervous heart to tremble as he, a once incredibly proud Pathfinder Force powerhouse, only now did he realize what a true 10-star Imperial Beast Master was. What is a true patron saint of the Dragon Summer? Would love to know what his title is. Zhang Tai thought silently in his heart. Each Dragon Summer 10-star Imperial Beast Master had their own title. It's the highest honor bestowed by the state, and it comes with the privilege of killing. First to file, officially licensed. It was rumored that there were 20 10-star Imperial Beast Masters on the bright side of Long Xia, and they were guarding the borders of each part of Long Xia. Chen Feng had already arrived at the frontline battlefield where Zhang Tai and the others were fighting the United States of America and the Pickle Country at this time. The ground was a glowing gray, all charred trees and pitted gullies from the battle. Those gullies are now blood canals. It's burnt red inside. This battlefield had to be several thousand meters in size. The bones of Imperial beasts could still be seen on the ground occasionally, but the bones of the beasts with the skills attached have long since been dug up. It looks like the other side has already cleaned up the battlefield and left. Chen Feng stood atop the head of the demonic centipede emperor as he looked out towards the campsite in the distance where the smoke from the cooker rose. That was the camp that the United States of America and the Kimchi Kingdom Royal Beastmasters had just constructed. "Shadow Demon, go take care of it. Be safe. They're probably eating. No need to leave them alive." Chen Feng looked coldly in the direction of the campsite and added, "Use your skills. Deal with it quickly and we'll go for a stroll in Kimchi Kingdom." "Humph. Still thinking about eating when you're dead." The shadow demon snorted coldly, and in the next moment, his figure had appeared over the camp. His shadow blade raised high into the sky and plunged into the clouds. In an instant, the sky darkened for dozens of miles around. The area had already covered Zhang Tai's side, who had just joined up with White Crescent. Both of them looked up in horror at the instantly blackened sky. The rumbling was deafening, as if thunder was constantly striking the clouds. The sound was constant, each rumble shaking the heart. Darkness hangs over the Pickle Country campground. As the shadow demon continued to gather power, the aura that covered the sky continued to emanate. The people left behind in the Pickle Nation camp also sensed the anomaly. In the next second, two 9-star Imperial beasts instantly rushed out of the camp. They attacked straight at the shadow demon. but shadow demons were inherently immune to physical attacks, and the two 9-star Imperial beasts went straight through the shadow demon's body, landing on the ground. They were flabbergasted. Look at each other. What's going on? You didn't get it? Doubt rose in the minds of the two Imperial beasts. It was also the first time they had encountered such a situation. Try it with a skill. A shout came from inside the Pickle Nation camp. That was the voice of their Imperial Beast Master. The eyes of the two 9-star Imperial beasts lit up at the words. The energy in his body began to converge. In the next second, a huge fireball and a stone arrow attacked the shadow demon together. Humph. It's just a trash skill. The shadow demon snorted coldly and spat out human words. What's going on? What the hell is this thing? Why is it speaking Longxia? The Kimchi country's Imperial Beast Masters in the camp were surprised. The fireballs and stone arrows were very fast, and they even brought up a wind whistling sound as they flew. No matter what you are, it's impossible for you to remain intact under the attack of two 9-star Imperial Beasts. The 9-star Imperial Beast Master inside the Kimchi Kingdom's campground grunted coldly. He's also considered a top expert in the Kimchi Kingdom. The shadow demon's look was terrifying, and it was the first time he'd seen it, but it couldn't break the confidence he developed from his long-time top existence. But the next second, this confidence of his was gone, only to see that the fireball hit the shadow demon, and although it exploded straight away, it was just like tickling the shadow demon. The stone arrows, on the other hand, pierced right through the shadow demons and rushed into the clouds. Oh, what are you going to do besides get me covered in flames? The shadow demon's skills had converged and its idle hand slapped the remnants of the flames off its body. The 9-star Imperial Beast Master of the Kimchi Kingdom reacted quite quickly. Seeing that the blow didn't cause any damage to the shadow demon, he knew that he couldn't be defeated. Run! The 9-star expert shouted as he unexpectedly led the escape directly. Humph! Feel what it's like to have thunder condensed by darkness. The shadow demon grunted coldly, and his arm hanging in the sky fell straight down. The shadow blade on his arm was like a switch, cutting through the black sky. Rumble! With a loud bang, a black lightning bolt struck the fleeing 9-star Imperial Beast Master in the sky above the Kimchi Kingdom's camp. He, who was originally fleeing desperately, was directly split into flying dust by this black thunder that fell from the sky. Then, this black sky was like a leak, and countless thunderbolts poured madly into the Kimchi Nation camp in the next moment. The black thunder was as dense as raindrops, and the rest of the Imperial Beast Masters of the Pickle Country had no way to escape. After a few breaths, the darkness faded. Light returns to the earth, but the once pickled state land is bare, as if it never existed. It followed the fading darkness into this world. AI. The injuries are too severe for more powerful moves to be used. Shadow Demon sighed as he looked at the black scorched earth on the ground. Chen Feng had also stood on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head at this time and came in front of the shadow demon. It's okay. When we go back, I'll try to get you some medicine that speeds up the recovery of your injuries. Chen Feng comforted a sentence. If only there were magical beasts. That would be a real tonic. The shadow demon nodded before muttering to himself. There should be magical beasts in this beast domain, but it's just at the stage of fusion, and the location of the magical beasts could be in any corner of the beast domain. This thing still depends on luck. Let's go. Let's continue exploring towards the Kimchi Kingdom. This camp is only temporary. When we encounter the real Kimchi Kingdom camp in a while, with any luck, there might be some healing medicines for recovering injuries inside. Chen Feng said. Shadow Demon nodded. The two beasts and one man were once again heading deeper into the Kimchi Kingdom. The other side. Shadow Demon unleashes his skills with a rail bang. Not only did Long Xia's side discover it, even a group of expert squads from the United States of America and the Pickle Country deep within the beast domain discovered it as well. However, they were busy besieging a 10-star magical beast just now, so they didn't rush back at the first opportunity. There are 3 people in the squad. They were actually all 10-star Imperial Beast Masters. 2 blonde hunks from the United States of America, and a diminutive Kimchi Nation hypocrite. At least his reddish painted lips make him look like a pseudo-feminist indeed in all probability. The 2 blonde hunks clearly disliked the man, so they stood a bit far away. Could this be the magical beast that the information said? A round-faced blonde man stood in front of the 10-star magical beast that they had surrounded and killed and said seriously, "That should be it. This thing is really hard to kill. If we didn't have a total of 5 10-star Imperial beasts, we really wouldn't be able to kill it." The square-faced blonde man replied, "Both of you, I don't think now is the time to talk about this. We should dig up the beast bones as soon as possible and return to the campsite. It looks like the 10-star Imperial Beastmasters of the Longxia Kingdom have already counterattacked back." Kimchi Nation hypocrites said. It seems like the cabinet has most likely been killed by the Dragon Summer Kingdom's 10-star Imperial Beastmaster Powerhouse Kong. The round-faced blonde man analyzed. If he's dead, he's dead. This guy is not in his element in the United States of America. and the higher-ups mean to try to let him die here this time. The square-faced blonde hunk didn't even consider the cabinet a teammate. They all despise the cabinet because the cabinet often goes to the store in the United States of America and buys for $0. Even though he was already a 10-star Imperial Beast Master, he still couldn't change this stinky problem. Becoming stronger will only increase his courage to go $0 shopping. It cannot change his determination to go $0 shopping. Let's go. Go back to the camp first. In Long Xia's words, we're called keeping watch. This time, I also invited a title level 10-star Imperial Beast Master friend, who is probably waiting for us at the campsite at this time. The round-faced blonde man finished speaking and led the way in the direction of the real camp of the Pickle Country. The other two followed close behind. They had already put in their blood this time just to seize this beast domain. 5 10-star Imperial Beast Masters were actually deployed at once, and there was also a title level 1 among them. One must know that there were only 32 10-star Imperial Beast Masters in the United States of America on the surface. 25 of them are title level. What is the designation level? Reaching the title level was simple. Having 3 10-star high-ranked Imperial Beasts at the same time could be assessed as title level. That's a pretty sick rule. However, title level Imperial Beast Masters were also top-notch existences in all of humanity. Like the cabinet, he just had 2 10-star low-level Imperial Beasts. Among the 10-star Imperial Beast Masters in the United States of America, he wasn't at the bottom of the list, but he was definitely at the bottom of the list. At this time, inside the real camp of the Pickle Country, as a title-level Imperial Beast Master of the United States of America, Veen had a high status. He sat inside the camp. According to their plan, the cabinet was nothing more than an outcast to lure Long Xia's 10-star Imperial Beast Master. Throw in the cabinet an inferior horse, and draw in one or both of Longchamp's medium or superior horses, then round them up inside the beast domain. This is the ploy of the United States of America. The next moment, Vern's ears twitched slightly. It came sooner than expected. He stood up slowly, looked to the far side of the forest. There was a huge object approaching there. Well, better be careful, Ven mused, reaching into his pocket for a flare. This group of people in the United States of America have discussed this before. The cabinet was the outcast, and the 2 blondes were the vanguard for exploring the unknown areas after the fusion, as well as supporting Vern and encircling the Long Xia Masters. If the Imperial Beast Masters of the Dragon Summer Kingdom arrive early, use a flare to notify them, just in time for the 2 blonde men to come back, directly in a wraparound position, leaving the Long Xia Imperial Beast Master with nowhere to run. A flash of red light bloomed in the sky. It's the flare that Vern put up. After the flare's light faded, the huge Imperial Beast in the distance had also approached the camp. Vern also summoned his Imperial Beast, which was a giant elephant that was also 100 meters tall. Standing on top of the giant elephant's head, Vern squinted ahead. Only one? He said in surprise. When did Long Xia officials get so cocky? Forget it, one is one. Just so you can easily kill it yourself. There was no need to worry about the other side coming with too many experts and putting themselves in a bitter fight. Thinking of this, Vern summoned his second 10-star high-level Imperial Beast, Flaming Lion. This Flame Lion specializes in flame skills, with powerful skills that are good at storing up momentum-type skills. It had its eyes fixed ahead, the mouth opened slightly, and flame energy gathered in the mouth. Just waiting for his opponent to get close, he went over with a flame blaster. The viewpoint turned to Chen Feng's side. At this moment, Chen Feng saw the giant elephant that suddenly appeared in the distance, as well as the giant lion that appeared afterward. He instantly recognized that this was 2 10-star high-level Imperial Beasts on the other side. Master, that lion seems to be using a storing skill. The ghostly light in the Shadow Demon's eyes flickered as he said to Chen Feng, a skill that uses its mouth to store up power. Its owner doesn't have to be very smart. Go make him a braised lion's head so that his owner will learn a lesson. Chen Feng was speechless to the Imperial Beastmaster in front of him. This kind of stored power skill was indeed powerful, but when it came to a well-experienced and assassin-type wraith like himself, let's just say that the other guy is too young. You think I'm air when you're storing up power in such a bright manner? It just so happens it's been a long time since I've had braised lion's head, the Shadow Demon said, and his figure directly disappeared. In just one breath, only a few consecutive flashes of the Shadow Demon's figure were seen. It had appeared above the head of Ven's giant lion. A huge black shadow loomed over the back of the lion's head. A cold aura flashed. The shadow blade stabbed directly through the back of the giant lion's head and then out of its mouth. Boom! The stored flames exploded in the giant lion's mouth. Braised lion's head was born. Shadow Demon cuts off the lion's head directly with another shadow blade. Gave it a guillotine. Then, the Shadow Demon's shadow blade with a skewered lion's head on it flashed back to the already approaching Chen Feng. Put the charred, blackened, meat-scented lion's head in your mouth and slowly savor it. Vern was confused at this point. He looked at Chen Feng's 2 Imperial Beasts. It was a breed he had never seen before. Meanwhile, beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. His giant lion is dead. His head hurt, but he needed to endure it, killing his 10-star high-ranking giant lion with a single strike. This strength completely exceeded his imagination. He was the one who was careless. Shields, he said to the giant elephant in his mind. At this point, you can only seek stability. He still had a 10-star Imperial Beast left. That was his bottom card, saved for a final counterattack. And Blondie and the others were already on their way. Drag. Stall until your teammates get back. He didn't believe that 7 10-star Imperial Beasts still couldn't kill this Imperial Beast master of Long Xia in front of him. Vern thought darkly. He's been able to grow to where he is now, and besides being able to sell his teammates, he's solid. He will never fight alone if he can fight in a group, and he will never challenge those who are higher than him if he can bully those who are lower in level. You're the Imperial Beast master of Long Xia? How come I haven't seen you before? Vern asked tentatively. He's trying to stall in that way. It doesn't matter. You'll never see me again. Shadow Demon. Kill. Chen Feng didn't talk nonsense with Vine at all. Chen Feng had the same principle for fighting. Kill if you can. Run if you can't. Never be more. Villains die from talking too much. So whoever talks too much is the villain. Lion's head is delicious. An elephant's head shouldn't taste too bad. The Shadow Demon flung his Shadow Blade and in the next second appeared directly next to Vane's shield. Shadow Blade swung and black mist splashed everywhere. The shield did defend against a brief attack from the Shadow Demon. However, it was clearly broken. It was estimated that it wouldn't take more than a few hits for the shield to be broken open by the Shadow Demon. This is too slow. Demon Centipede Emperor, you go too, and directly tear through the space to get in, Chen Feng said, jumping down from the top of the Demonic Centipede Emperor's head. Let the Demon Centipede Emperor attack alone. After all, his body was too fragile, and in case there was an aftershock wave from the Demon Centipede Emperor's fight that affected him, he was afraid that he would just cool off. The Demonic Centipede Emperor sniffed and directly used his skill. The space in front of him shattered again. Correspondingly, the space within Ven's shield, likewise, began to shatter in one spot. The Devil Centipede Emperor quickly drilled into the spatial tunnel. Run! Vern's heart was in his throat by now in shock. The giant elephant he was controlling roared first. Then he directly rushed out of the Demonic Centipede Emperor's attack area with the shield. This charge is also considered a skill. It was the giant elephant's talent. And at this point, he was considered to have briefly gotten out of the range of the Demonic Centipede Emperor's attack. But after the thrill comes naked greed. It was actually a space skill. If one could obtain its beast bone, then one's strength as a beast royalty would definitely be taken to the next level. The eyes of Wei Yan looking at Chen Feng and the Demonic Centipede Emperor at this moment were filled with blazing fervor. Gotta keep him. The space skill beast bone is mine. There was also that Black Mist demonic beast with a powerful attack. No, they definitely weren't demonic beasts. They were most likely magical beasts contracted to come. Vian had more access to secrets, and he quickly analyzed the true bloodline of Chen Feng's 2 magical beasts. But what shocked him the most was that Long Xia had actually appeared as a royal beast master who possessed 2 10-star magical beasts. Officials in the United States of America need to be notified of this as soon as possible. The plan for the destruction of Long Xia must also be accelerated. Otherwise, it would be difficult to press Long Xia in the future. How dare you freeze? The Shadow Demon bellowed. His figure flashed again, and his huge shadow blade swung high. Heavy fall. Wow! Vern's defense shield instantly shattered. The giant elephant's body visibly trembled. It should have suffered a dark wound. Humph! Dragon Summer's Imperial Beast Master. Your death is not far off. Vern's tone was extremely condescending. This was because he had already seen the blonde trio coming gradually closer behind Chen Feng. For 10-star Imperial Beast Masters, today this Long Xia Imperial Beast Master will die. No good. Chen Feng also felt the danger coming from behind him. There were a bit too many people on the other side, mainly because Shadow Demon looked strong right now, but he was actually still in a wounded state. In the last battle of his last life, Shadow Demon was the one who fought in the lead. If it hadn't been injured, a single strike would have broken the giant elephant's shield. Pity! Chen Feng sighed. Retreat! He shouted. You can't run away from killing one of my 10-star high-level Imperial Beasts. Veen shouted in the same way. Then a bird-like Imperial Beast appeared out of thin air. It swooped down directly towards Chen Feng. The speed was so fast that the Shadow Demon and the Demon Centipede Emperor were unable to turn around and rescue them. A close call. Chen Feng endured the pain in his body that was caused by forcibly impacting the second star. The next moment his figure flashed directly to the top of the Demonic Centipede Emperor's head. It's transient. 100-meter-long transient. A sliver of the imperial magic power within Chen Feng's body was instantly drained away. Nowadays, trying to maintain the summoning of 2 magical beasts was already beyond one's reach. Hurry up and take the shadow demon back into the Imperial demon space. Withdraw. Chen Feng shouted at the demonic centipede emperor. He didn't have much imperial magic power in his body, so the only way to solve the problem today was to withdraw first. Damn. The United States of America is really animals, actually deploying so many 10-star Imperial Beast Masters at once. Did they copy and paste their 10-star Imperial Beast Master? Lying on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head, Chen Feng said helplessly in his heart. Dragon Summer's Imperial Beast Master, daring to come single-handedly, you think you can still run away? The Kimchi Kingdom's 10-star pseudo-feminine Imperial Beast Master laughed rampantly. Then, 7 10-star Imperial Beasts simultaneously attacked Chen Feng on the head of the demonic centipede emperor. There are skills and physical attacks in them. Dragon Summer's Imperial Beast Master, daring to come single-handedly, you think you can still run away? The Kimchi Kingdom's 10-star pseudo-female Imperial Beast Master laughed wildly. As a royal beast master of a small country, he was often looked down upon by royal beastmasters of the same level from other countries. It also led to his rather deformed personality. At this point in time, in his opinion, Long Xia, the Imperial Beast Master, was already in a situation of certain death. Skills and the claws of the Imperial Beast intertwined into a web of attacks as Chen Feng lay on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. 10-star pseudo-maiden Imperial Beastmaster's taunts he heard. Looking at the attacks spreading out in front of him, he clenched his teeth. Shadow Demon. I'm going to forcefully use Shadow Prospect. Your injuries are bound to worsen, so I'll make it up to you when I escape. Chen Feng spoke to the Shadow Demon in his mind. With your remaining Imperial magic power, you only have 1.5 seconds of shadow time. The Shadow Demon reminded him and then said no more. After following Chen Feng for many years, although to outsiders Chen Feng was a ruthless person who decapitated beasts and reconditioned them, they all knew that he was very good to the 9 magical beasts he contracted afterward. The 9 magical beasts enjoyed, at all times, the emotional compensation from Chen Feng's heart for the 10 imperial beasts that had, at one time, been decapitated by his own hands. In the next second, the area covered by the skill, Chen Feng and the demonic centipede emperor suddenly disappeared. Boom! Skill air smashed into the ground. The imperial beasts that attacked with their own bodies also pounced. Where are the people? The square-faced blonde man's eyes glazed over. Then similarly had his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards where Chen Feng had been before. The place has been covered in soot. Nope. He's behind you. Pickle Country Hypocrite. Vern suddenly shouted through the smoke to the Pickle Country Hypocrite 100 meters away. However, it was too late. Chen Feng's movements never paused as he took the demonic centipede emperor back into space. And Shadow Pro made a move to instantly move behind the pseudo-maiden. The hypocrite only felt a pain in her chest, and then her entire body was lifted in the air. Like a rat picked up by a bayonet, he was lifted in the air. It wasn't a bayonet that picked him up, of course, but a meter-long shadow shinobi. At this moment, Chen Feng's arms gave birth to shadow blades, and the same ghostly blue light was emanating from his eyes. He was simply a shrunken shadow demon, the blade of a 10-star magical beast. What are you going to resist with? Chen Feng said coldly as he looked at the Kimchi Country hypocrite who was still struggling and trying to fight back. Without waiting for him to make any other moves, the shadow blade on Chen Feng's other arm flashed coldly, as if it were slicing through tofu. The mainstay of a nation was so easily taken care of by him. Heads on the ground. Although there was an element of sneak attack in Chen Feng's skill advantage, if it was in a situation where the 10-star Imperial Beast Master had defenses, his chances of success were indeed small. But anyway, he's succeeded now. Quickly pulling out the shadow blade that was stuck in the headless corpse, Chen Feng pushed his hand inside his pocket. In passing, he pulled out a bottle of blue potion. There really is! Chen Feng was surprised in his eyes. This was a rare potion that only 10-star Imperial Beast Masters could enjoy. It was an important resource officially issued to 10-star Imperial Beast Masters in various countries. A potion that restores the power of the Imperial Beast. Potions that returned the power of the Imperial Beast were quite rare in this world. They would only appear in the hands of 10-star Imperial Beast Masters, or Imperial Beast Masters with extremely strong backgrounds. Unfortunately, the main thing this thing replied to was the Imperial Beast power, and the Imperial magic power within Chen Feng's body had very little effect even though it could reply to it as well. However, it was enough to give Chen Feng a glimmer of life in the crisis at hand. Chen Feng directly drank the potion in one go. Then he directly summoned the demonic centipede emperor and continued to run. It all actually happened in a mere 1.5 seconds. Don't let him get away, Vern yelled as he looked at Chen Feng who had rushed out of the encirclement. This Long Xia Imperial Beast Master he had to kill. At this moment, not only did he need to seize the demonic centipede emperor's beast bone, he also needed to save his face. He was a United States of America title level 10-star Imperial Beast Master, and any disgrace in all his actions outside was equivalent to discrediting the United States of America. I, Wei N. Came here to extinguish the Dragon Summer Kingdom's Imperial Beast Master's chi. How can I be countered by the Dragon Summer Kingdom not to be extinguished? 4 fights against 1 were countered. If he didn't kill Chen Feng, he wouldn't have to hang around when he went out. With Wei Yan's order, the 2 blonde men hurriedly greeted the Imperial Beasts back to their sides, and the 3 of them chased towards Chen Feng at full speed at the same time. But the demonic centipede emperor, as a 10-star magical beast, you could say that its combat power was not good, but you may not say it runs slow. After all, it has the advantage of having a lot of legs. At full speed, the 3 VNs were directly left behind, completely unable to see the shadow of the demonic centipede emperor, but the footprints it walked on are still there. The 3 of them, however, didn't have to worry about losing them for the time being. I can't get rid of it at this rate. Chen Feng stood on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head, although the imperial magic power in his body was slowly recovering. However, it counteracted the imperial magic power consumed by maintaining the demon centipede emperor. There wasn't even any extra imperial magic power to allow the demon centipede emperor to use the spatial wormhole. At this rate, when the rep effect is over, we'll still be caught up. Chen Feng frowned, but there is no other way at the moment. 1 man and 1 beast just ran, with the 3 Venice slowing down behind them. They also saw that Chen Feng was simply at the end of his rope, and sooner or later, they would be caught up by them. At this moment, Chen Feng's brows were furrowed tightly, because along the way the environment changes from one to the next. I'm running into the territory of the magical beasts, Chen Feng realized in his heart. At this moment, for Chen Feng, there was 1 good news and 1 bad news. The good news was that as soon as he entered the area of real magical beasts, he could release the shadow demon and let it slaughter the lower-ranked magical beasts to devour them to recover from his injuries. The bad news was that he didn't have a chance to do any of this without getting rid of the 3 Venice, and he didn't have a chance to regain his imperial magical powers. To make matters worse, the 3 vines had caught up. Dragon Summer's Imperial Beast Master, you're dead. From more than a long distance away, Vine had already started shouting arrogantly. As long as you tie your hands, I'm sure Longxia officials will find a way to ransom you back, so why be obsessive? Vern yelled again. Well, my reinforcements will be arriving soon. Am I the only Imperial Beast Master in Longxia to enter the Beast Domain? Keep chasing. Be careful of all dying here. Although we have the habit of giving preferential treatment to prisoners, the advance is that you have to have a chance to become a prisoner. Chen Feng was not willing to show weakness. He didn't even know if there was any official support from Longxia, but the odds were that there was. In any case, it's best to let Vern know what's going on, because his imperial magic power bottomed out. Don't scare people, you don't have much imperial beast power left. Even if there's backup, I'll kill you before they get here. Veen looked at the demon centipede emperor, greed flashing in his eyes. At this time, the demonic centipede emperor had already shrunk his body to the size of a normal 10-star demonic beast because it was convenient for him to escape. This ability to become bigger and smaller reinforced Vine's determination to kill the demon centipede emperor to get the beast's bones. The next moment, it seemed that Vine couldn't wait. He stepped directly on top of the giant elephant's head and stomped hard. The entire person flew directly into the sky. Release his bird imperator. It was a bald eagle. The huge white-headed eagle flew extremely fast. It directly carried Vern as it rapidly approached Chen Feng. You're dead. I said so. As soon as Vine's words fell, the white-headed giant eagle transformed into a white stream of light and swooped down towards Chen Feng, who was on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. So fast, Chen Feng exclaimed in shock. If he were to instantly move again now, although he could dodge this attack, what about next time? What to do? He was anxious in his heart, and his mind was rapidly thinking about what else could be done to solve the crisis in front of him. Yet just at this moment of lightning, a dragon summer language came from the distance. 3 against 1. Do you think there's no one in my dragon summer imperial beast realm? After the sound, a huge white phoenix appeared above the sky, its entire body carrying white flames as it accelerated and swooped over at a speed that was comparable to twice that of a white-headed giant eagle. The target was aimed directly at the white-headed giant eagle, the sound of which was overwhelming, like a divine beast descending into the world. The white flames made the air around them blaze. Makes it hard to breathe smoothly. Not good. This is Longxia's 10-star Imperial Beast Master. Bai Yan, Vern exclaimed. Bai Yan being the title of this Longxia 10-star Imperial Beast Master. Why Titus is famous worldwide, because it was the only person who had achieved the title-level Imperial Beast Master with 2 10-star Imperial Beasts, and his 2 10-star Imperial Beasts were both 10-star high-ranking White Flame Phoenixes with S-class bloodlines. One egg twin. This allowed the 2 White Flame Phoenixes to work incredibly well together in battle. Knowing my Bai Yan's name, why don't you obediently bind your hands? The white-headed giant eagle in the sky stopped attacking Chen Feng. It hovers in the sky. Humph. Although you're a famous expert, we have 3 10-star Imperial Beast Masters on our side, and we're not afraid of you. Vern grunted. When he saw that only Bai Yan, a royal beast master, had come in support, he let out a breath in his heart. If it was just Bai Yan alone, he would at least have some certainty. Not to say that he would even kill Bai Yan together, but as long as the 2 blonde teammates dragged Bai Yan down for a moment, he had a high degree of certainty that he had killed Chen Feng. When Chen Feng died, his magical beast centipede would also die along with him, as well as that bizarre black shadow magical beast. Vern's mind kept calculating. Friend, can you still fight? Bai Yan also knew that it wasn't realistic for him to fight 1 against 3. He controlled the phoenix under his feet to land beside Chen Feng and asked Chen Feng, who was observing the situation. There is not much certainty, but there is a chance. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he slowly said. He turned his head to look behind him at the forest of magical beasts that was the land of magical beasts. If Bai Yan could temporarily stall the 3 VNs, he could release the shadow demon to enter the forest to slaughter the magical beasts and recover from his injuries. The forest was full of 5, 6-star magical beasts, and the highest was only 8 or 9 stars. The shadow demon could quickly recover from his injuries by devouring them, which was his gift. How? Bai Yan asked as he sized up Chen Feng. He thought Chen Feng would say to withdraw first. This 10-star Imperial Beastmaster was so young, why hadn't I seen it before? However, he was considered extremely powerful to have escaped all the way here under 3 Imperial Beastmasters. It appeared to be a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster hidden in the folklore of Longxia. Bai Yan secretly analyzed. He had come in rather hastily, and the higher-ups hadn't explained too much to him. They had just told him to come in quickly to support an Imperial Beastmaster who had a centipede Imperial Beast. Can you stall the 3 of them for 3 minutes? Chen Feng said looking at Bai Yan's face. If they could, then they'd all have to stay here today. What? Are you sure you're not joking? Bai Yan stared wide-eyed at Chen Feng. Sure, as long as you drag them for 3 minutes. Chen Feng said seriously. Humph. You were chased by us just now like a lost dog, and now you dare to speak up? Listening to Chen Feng's big words, VN in the distance became anxious. I don't know who it was that had a 10-star Imperial Beast killed by me, and I don't know who it was that had 4 fight 1 and had 1 killed by me in return. Chen Feng sneered. That really pokes Vine in the gut. You fart. The truth was the truth, and all he could do was curse. When Bai Yan saw this, he immediately understood what was going on. I didn't realize that this mysterious Imperial Beast Master was so powerful. He was actually able to kill one of them back in 1 pick, while also killing one of Vine's 10-star Imperial Beasts. If it were you, I'm afraid you'd have to run for it. Good, brother, since you've opened your mouth, I'll fight for you for 3 minutes even if I'm injured. I'd like to see how you're going to leave them behind. Bai Yan was also belligerent. If he could leave these 3 behind, then he would definitely receive a large amount of officially rewarded resources. And this Imperial Beast Master, I'm afraid, will be officially recruited after today. Too young. Has this kid had plastic surgery? He looked at Chen Feng's young face, and how he looked at it. It didn't look like the age that a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster should have. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Stall them for 3 minutes and wait for me to return. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he controlled the demonic centipede emperor and headed straight for the demonic beast territory. Where to go? You guys stop Bai Yan. I'll go get that kid first. Seeing how blatant Chen Feng was, Vine immediately controlled the white-headed eagle to chase towards Chen Feng. The other 2 also controlled the Imperial Beasts to attack Bai Yan at the same time. Humph. I said I'd drag you for 3 minutes. You can't run away. Bai Yan snorted coldly and carried his phoenix up into the air. The other ran off alone to stop Ben in his tracks. Fine. Then I'll kill you first. Vine looked at Chen Feng's back, which was fading away in the distance, and said angrily, 6 against 2. The 3 Vines battled with Bai Yan in an instant. Back to Chen Feng's side. At this time, Chen Feng had already reached the area where the magical beasts were active. Most of the plants here carry black veins, as if poisoned. It looks a little spooky. Don't dare delay. Call out the shadow demon directly. At this moment, the shadow demon was extremely weak, and the vortex at its heart location had shrunk to the point where it was the size of a palm. It was a manifestation of the serious injuries it had sustained. However, he was still 10-star strength, and he might not be able to fight killing 10-star magical beasts, but 8 or 9 stars was still simple. Recover from your injuries as quickly as possible. We only have less than 3 minutes left, Chen Feng said to the shadow demon. Demon Centipede Emperor, go help it kill together to save time to a minimum. Don't be greedy this time. Let the shadow demon recover from its injuries first. Chen Feng added another sentence. After saying that, the shadow demon and the demon centipede emperor scurried out together, disappearing into the forest. Chen Feng, on the other hand, found a large tree and sat down on his knees. Although it was only 3 minutes, The energy brought by the shadow demon recovering from his injuries and devouring the wraith would also have a very small portion of the imperial magic power fed back to him. Each of Chen Feng's magical beasts came with some recovery passive skills. This was also the reason why Chen Feng was powerful. At the same time, the path Chen Feng had taken was unparalleled amongst imperial demon masters. The skill bonuses brought to him by his 9 magical beasts, combined together, actually built him into a 10-star magical beast existence. Each one has a different role and different skills. That's why in his last life, he was known as the Imperial Demon Slayer. Have you ever seen an Imperial Demon Master go 50-50ths with a wraith with his human body? It's even sometimes a head stronger than even a wraith. Chen Feng is this kind of one-of-a-kind pervert. Howls were constantly coming out of the forest. It was the shadow demon devouring the demonic beasts. Chen Feng could feel the shadow demon's injuries recovering quickly. The 10-star magical beast's majestic life force was gradually returning. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the tree, had also recovered to half of his imperial magic power. Sensationally, the shadow demon's injuries had been fully recovered. It's time for a complete reckoning. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes, listening to the constant sound of skill pairings coming from outside the forest. He directly recalled the 2 magical beasts to his side. With his feet on the demonic centipede emperor, the shadow demon floated behind him and swept rapidly in the direction where the 4 white yen men were battling. Bai Yen, that kid is afraid that he has already abandoned you. You'd better tie up your hands. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and Vine said with a big smile to the struggling Bai Yen, "Bai Yen, you're too naive. Although you're the same Long Xia person as that kid, you're more than a little naive compared to him. And today, you'll have to pay for your naivety." After the round-faced blonde man finished speaking, he sneered and looked at Bai Yen, who was seriously directing the White Flame Phoenix in battle. He also felt that Chen Feng wouldn't come back. At least if he was Chen Feng, he would never come back. Humph. Are Dragon Summer's Imperial Beast Masters? Would they be the same as foreign trash like you who can't even mix their titles? You'd better think about how to escape in a while. Bai Yen was not at all moved on the surface as he said in a cold voice with a serious expression. Yet he was muttering inside at the moment. The kid looked young and faceless. "You're not really going to leave me here by myself, are you? You don't have much Imperial Beast power left. I'd like to see how much longer you can hold out." After finishing his speech, Vern directly controlled the 2 Imperial Beasts to attack Bai Yen with all their might. So did the other 2 blonde Imperial Beast Masters. It looked like they were going to kill Bai Yen here in one fell swoop. "I've got plenty of Imperial Beast power." Bai Yen controlled both phoenixes to release their shields at the same time. The 3 VNs attacked too violently, and at this point, even if they were as strong as Bai Yen, they could only be forced to parry. He could only wait for an intermission in this wave of the opponent's attack before he could have a chance to counterattack. "Still talking tough. No matter if that kid comes back or not, you have to die today. Don't worry, you won't be left alone for too long. Soon there will be a large number of Dragon Summer Imperial Beast Masters going down to accompany you," Vern said fiercely under his breath as he controlled the Imperial Beast to keep sending out skills. With the frequency of the trio's attacks now, it was only a matter of time before they broke through Bai Yan's defense. It could be the next second. It could be 10 seconds from now. It can't be too soon. Bai Yan was also frowning at this time, anxious inside. Just as he was pondering whether to retreat first, a familiar voice came from behind him. Who was it that said he had to die today? Chen Feng stood over the demonic centipede emperor as his voice came from afar. When Bai Yan heard Chen Feng's words, his heart was instantly delighted. Wasn't wrong about this kid. However, he was dealing with the attack of the 3 Imperial Beasts of Vine at that moment, and did not dare to turn back at all. He could only look ahead and open his mouth to shout, "Little brother, you've made me wait so hard. Let's kill these 3 scumbags together." He thought that now that Chen Feng had returned to help him share the firepower, he was 40% sure that he could leave the 3 VNs behind. "Your mission is complete. You can take a break." Chen Feng's words were shocking, and at this moment, he had completely returned to his previous life, that 1,000-year-old ancestor's state. The tone was as if he was conversing with his juniors. Bai Yan felt inexplicably a bit abrupt as he listened to Chen Feng's words. He looked towards Chen Feng, who had already reached him. His words, "Why does it feel like he's the title-level Imperial Beast Master and I seem to be a supporting character? Shadow Demon. Finish them off." Without giving the 3 VNs time to speak, Chen Feng gave a direct order. In an instant, the Shadow Demon behind him appeared in the battlefield. The same flew high, the shadow blade plunging straight into the clouds. Darkness descends again. Unlike last time. If anything, the last time was a dark night when the moon was just creeping up. Then this is the dark and windy night of the murderous moon. And in fact the level of darkness can be said to have reached a point where you can't see your fingers at all. The only source of light in the battlefield at the moment was Bai Yan's 2 white flame phoenixes, but it was also like a candlelight in the darkness. swaying as if it was going to be swallowed up by this horrible darkness at any moment. At this point, Bai Yan was already confused. His eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings by the light of the white flames from the phoenix. What the hell kind of skill is that? This side of space actually even lowered the temperature by a full dozen degrees. The cold was not like winter, but rather more like the gusty winds of a morgue. Is he a proper Imperial Beast Master? Are you sure it's not a cult? And that centipede Imperial Beast that emits a purple glow in the darkness. All of his Imperial Beasts are too vicious. 10,000 shocks floated through Bai Yan's mind at this time. Run! Vern had completely panicked. This skill was simply not something they could resist. Didn't you see Bai Yan, who was one of their own on the opposite side, looking dumbfounded? Late. A human voice that didn't sound like a human voice rang out icily. Those were the words of the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon finished, and the shadow blade on his arm swung downward. Several waist-thick black thunderbolts actually fell silently. At this point, the thunder was as muffled as if it had been silenced. In the darkness, the 3DNs and their Imperial Beasts could only feel a great aura of death falling from the sky. In the next instant, the 3 people and 6 beasts all turned into a handful of flying ash, dissipating into dust in the air. They didn't scream out, and the world was awfully quiet. The darkness faded instantly as they disappeared. As if someone had flipped a light switch inside the house, the area lit up instantly. It was as if that horrible darkness had never descended, but the chill in the air reminded Bai Yan that darkness had been here before. Bai Yan was really thoroughly confused. He had no less than a magnitude 9 earthquake in his heart at this time. His Imperial Beasts could talk. How is this possible? And this beast royalty skill? Wait, can he really call this an Imperial Beast? It's not too much to call it a demon god. My name is Bai Yan. I'm the 9th ranked title level Imperial Beast Master in Longxia. Please forgive me if I spoke out of turn before. Bai Yan had tried to lower his stance as much as possible at this point. With his insight, he could naturally tell that Chen Feng's Shadow Demon skill was more powerful than that. I'm afraid that this young man can compete with the first in line. Bai Yan put away his previous contempt for Chen Feng. He had a restrained expression at the moment. My name is Chen Feng, and my identity is, student, sophomore at the Northern Imperial Beast University. Chen Feng replied with an awkward sentence. With his current strength, it might be a bit too outrageous if he was just a student. He knew what the problem was, but he couldn't help it. He was indeed a student. Little brother, don't joke. If you want to hide your identity, you don't have to tease me like this. Bai Yan didn't believe it at all. He thought Chen Feng was hiding his identity. This is my student ID. The kind you can use to buy tickets at a discount, Chen Feng said, pulling out a red book from his pocket. Well, it is indeed a student ID with a steel stamp. It also had Chen Feng's little 2 inches attached to it. Bai Yan stared closely at Chen Feng's student ID. The mouth was open. Is this a student? He looked at the huge demonic centipede emperor under Chen Feng's feet, and then at the student ID card in Chen Feng's hand, and the slightly youthful, handsome face behind the student ID. There was a 5-second long silence. Senior is so elegant. Bai Yan stuttered and gave a thumbs up. He did end up believing that Chen Feng was a student, but didn't quite believe it. He took Chen Feng as a 10-star Imperial Beast bigot, the kind of person who ran to school to act like a bully because he was bored. I get it. This guy got plastic surgery to pick up girls at school. Bai Yan suddenly thought of something. He had bumped into Zhang Tai and by Crescent Moon on his way here. At that time, that watery little girl was exceptionally concerned about this Chen Feng. Got it. Case solved. This guy is really good at this. Bai Yan brainstormed a bunch of adult fun for a split second. He once again gave Chen Feng a thumbs up. I'll send you back over to the teleportation gate. Our other official 10-star Imperial Beast Masters are probably already here. Just teach them in addition to next. Bai Yan looked at the not-so-good-faced Chen Feng and hurriedly changed the topic. Your merits today. I will truthfully report them. After which the officials may discuss the issue of rewards with you individually. This is a necessary process. I hope you can understand. Hey, come on. Chen Feng knew that Bai Yan had truly misunderstood, but it didn't dwell on it. Those who are turbid are turbid, and those who are clear are clear. I am indeed a student. However, Bai Crescent's Imperial Beast problem had yet to be solved, and this was a task that old Zhang had set for himself. Let's wait until we go back and pick up White Crescent Moon, then come back and contract the Imperial Beasts. Chen Feng thought darkly. Soon, Chen Feng and his duo returned to the portal leading to Longxia. There are garrisons stationed here, but because of the stirring up of the Kimchi Kingdom and the United States of America's Imperial Beast Masters, this place is in a state of readiness at this time. Oh old Bai, can you ask for me? Where is White Crescent Moon? I still have to take her to contract a 2-star Imperial Beast. As the two of them walked inside the camp, Chen Feng said to Bai Yan. At this point, Chen Feng was already quite skilled with Bai Yan. The two had exchanged a lot of words along the way, so they were now quite familiar with each other. Bai Yan also took the initiative to leave Chen Feng's contact information. "I'll ask you." Bai Yan gave Chen Feng a big meaningful look. That look, a thief of a message. "See, it's true that he's gone to pick up students. What a flower to play with." Bai Yan never believed that Chen Feng was a 2-star Imperial Beast Master. Mainly the Imperial Beast Master thing. How much strength to contract how strong an Imperial Beast. Chen Feng now possessed 2 10-star magical beasts. Anyone who didn't recognize it would think that Chen Feng was definitely a 10-star big brother who had plastic surgery to go to school to pick up girls. And at this point in time, there is no such thing as a decapitation and reworking. After all, who had nothing better to do than to kill their Imperial Beasts and recontract them? This thing, the pain is secondary to the main chance of losing stars. With the probability of 10 stars dropping 9, who would dare to try it? Can climb to 10 stars, more or less some dead enemies. Drop 9 stars may not even wait to practice back it, will be directly blocked by dead enemies. Bai Yan's status was quite high, so he quickly asked where Bai Crescent Moon was. "Let's go. The girl is being housed in a camp outside of the beast domain." Bai Yan accompanied Chen Feng into the teleportation portal. The two returned to Blue Star. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation portal, Chen Feng saw Bai Xinyue standing alone outside the teleportation portal with a taut little face anxiously staring at his position. The worry in her eyes was materializing. That's for Bai Yan to see. An old cow eats young grass, and eats it quite soundly. The moment Bai Xinyue saw Chen Feng come out, she subconsciously ran towards him. She had tears in the corners of her eyes. She was truly worried that something had happened to Chen Feng. The moment she saw the sky turn dark after Chen Feng left, she had raised her heart to her throat then. White Crescent did not know that it was the skill of Chen Feng's magical beast. The next moment, she was already about to jump into Chen Feng's arms. She did not carefully observe Chen Feng's surprised expression at this moment, nor did he notice that Bai Yan's body actually flashed 2 steps to the side. The next second, a fragrant breeze drifted past her, its rose laced with a hint of chocolate. Blonde hair, long legs, that body, even wrapped in winter clothes, still couldn't hide her S-shaped tall figure. "Chen Feng, I thought I'd never see you again." Elena snatched a step ahead of her and jumped into Chen Feng's arms. Chen Feng was confused. White Crescent Moon was also petrified on the spot. Shiroyan leaned 2 steps to the side again. "He's really too good at it." Bai Yan heartily commented a sentence to Chen Feng in his heart. "I miss you to death. Let's be together. They won't let me in to find you, so I'll just have to wait for you here." Elena's mouth was agape. It was as if he had been greatly aggrieved. Chen Feng instantly slowed down as he pushed against Elena's face and forcefully pushed her out of his arms. Elena, on the other hand, hugged Chen Feng's neck and refused to let go. Behind her, the White Crescent Moon had tears on her eyes. "Who is this foreign woman? Get off me!" Chen Feng helplessly pushed against Elena's face, finally pushing Elena out of his body. "That, Crescent Moon, let's go ahead and contract a 2-star Imperial Beast for you." Chen Feng hurriedly pulled on Bai Xinyue and ran towards the portal. This chick, Elena, is so enthusiastic, passionate with a dash of exuberance. Doesn't she know how to rein it in like the Princess of England usually does? Hey, hubby, wait for me. I need to contract a 2-star Imperial Beast too." Elena held Chen Feng's hand at the last moment when he entered the Beast Domain. So in the end, Chen Feng entered the Beast Domain portal with one hand. He's so strong. Bai Yan looked dumbfounded. That foreign girl had a spirited personality, but he recognized the clothes on that body. All designer labels, all dressed up, at least 1 million, all customized models. Didn't they say that there were restrictions on 10-star Imperial Beastmasters leaving the country? How did he get this foreign girl? Bai Yan was caught up in infinite thoughts. "Introducing you. Her name is Elena. My, sort of a friend. Her name is White Crescent, my classmate and teammate." Above the head of the demonic centipede emperor, Chen Feng introduced the two women to each other. He also gave Elena glances from time to time. Chen Feng didn't want White Crescent Moon to know about any hints about him regarding his rebirth. Bai Crescent Moon watched Chen Feng and Elena constantly browbeating each other. Her heart was not in the right place. Inexplicable feeling. She wasn't sure why she suddenly wasn't very happy anymore. "Aha, we're just normal friends. Really just normal friends. Don't get any ideas." Elena nodded her head and kept repeating. She had already treated the Longxia girl in front of her as a love rival at this point. "Humph, Chen Feng is mine. We were lovers in our last life. No one can change that." "You cut the crap." Chen Feng blanked Elena. He was really afraid that this ninny would expose something. In the event that someone with an axe to grind knew that he had been reborn, it would likely be a hindrance to future development. Mainly he had the capital to wave now, but he wasn't invincible yet. It also needs to be obscenely developed to at least a 5-star level to be solid. Chen Feng thought like this. Hello, nice to meet you. I'll be your new teammate soon, Elena said, taking the initiative to extend her hand to Bai Crescent. How could White Crescent be as insightful as Elena? She's just a normal little girl, maybe even less mature than a normal little girl. After all, she had put her entire heart and soul into the Imperial Beast, so she had fallen into a disadvantage in terms of aura at this point. Hello, White Crescent silently extended her hand to shake Elena's, but Chen Feng was confused at this point. What? How can you be our teammate? You're a British nationality. How could Long Xia allow that? Chen Feng asked in surprise. I'm now a genuine Long Xia person. I've changed my nationality all for the sake of being with you. Elena didn't hide it at all, and spoke directly. My ID, made in 15 days. We'll be on our own from now on, she said excitedly. Hey, you cow. Chen Feng could only say helplessly in the end. Others didn't understand Elena's identity background, but he did. Elena's status in England is no less than that of a princess of a country. More accurately, it can be compared to the daughter of an ancient Zhao chancellor, who actually took the initiative to abandon the state of Zhao and join the state of Qin for the sake of an ordinary young man from the state of Qin. It says it's running to love and daring to love, but in the Anglosphere's point of view, it's more like treason. Okay? Come on. Let's take you two to contract a powerful imperial beast. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. He also reacted. Since he wanted to make up for the regrets of his previous life, it would be better to just let them contract magical beasts while they were still in the early stages. After all, if they were allowed to go on like this, it would only be for 100 years. They must die of old age. But if one went on the path of the royal devil, one would not be alone with them in the future. Chen Feng, I feel like there's a brand new energy in my body. Is it the imperial magic power you mentioned? Bai Xinyue weakly inquired to Chen Feng. Me too, eh? It feels like my body is full of imperial magic power, thanks to you. Chen Feng. Elena hugged Chen Feng's arm with a slightly seductive tone and said with a big grin. It's imperial magic power. But don't say anything to anyone about the matter of magical beasts and imperial magic power, and when it goes out, the officials will surely block news about it as well, Chen Feng said, smoothly pulling his arm out of Elena's white opie. Elena was full of indifference to this. She was used to it, but the more high-strung Chen Feng was, the more she liked it. For her part, Bai Crescent Moon stared silently, with the same attitude of not seeing on the surface. Crescent Moon, your magical beast is called Golden Scale Demon Butterfly, 2-star middle rank. Although the main gate combat power is not strong, but the skill is very rare. Its Golden Scale Poisonous Mist can range paralyze away the enemy who is one rank higher than it. Use it well as a group control move. And you, Elena, your magical beast is called Tongi Python, 2-star intermediate rank. The skill is the name, Togi. Anyone who looks into its snake eyes will briefly fall into an illusion, and unconsciously walk onto the bridge of Naiha in the underworld. The Yellow Springs, that is, its mouth. But be careful when fighting against the enemy. After all, the enemy could break free from the illusion at any time. The three of them stood atop the head of the demonic centipede emperor, and Chen Feng introduced the science to each of the two women. Returning to the teleportation portal, Chen Feng happened to encounter Bai Yan. At this moment, Bai Yan was accompanied by two arrogant-looking imperial beastmasters. Looking at the duo's faces full of dickishness, Chen Feng knew that it was assumed that these two were also 10-star imperial beastmasters. When the two saw Chen Feng's trio, both of them had condescending gazes and their heads were held high, because just now, they had been officially invited to guard this beast domain along with the Dragon Summer title level expert, Bai Yan. As a 10-star imperial beastmaster among civilians, this was equivalent to a child in the mountains taking the civil service exam. The duo was in the mood of, I'm so awesome, I'm finally eating country. The main thing was that from now on, their imperial beasts also had 5 insurance and 1 pension. The main thing is this gold. Of course it's not a royal beast pension or anything, it's a royal beast maintenance grant. The imperial beasts also require daily maintenance, such as those with fur needing to be washed, just like having a pet. Warranty money, put it this way. With this, even if he took the imperial beast to press his feet, he could come back with a small ticket and report the money to the official. The next scene, however, was something that threw the duo for a loop. Little brother Chen Feng. Back, the two groups were still 7 or 8 meters away when Bai Yan took the initiative to greet them. He hadn't been able to figure out exactly how old Chen Feng was until now. It was because Chen Feng's information had been officially set at the highest level of secrecy. As for Chen Feng's surface information, that's definitely false information. Who became a 10-star imperial beast master before graduating from college? That's what Bai Yan thought. Ah, it's old White. This is to take care of the aftermath? Chen Feng smiled and casually said, "Yes, I'm an official eater. How can I be as free as little brother Chen?" Bai Yan said and looked at the two women. By Crescent, Elena, who stood on Chen Feng's left and right. My goodness, what a beast, how does he do it? East meets West, and still not fight. Harm, I'm just an ordinary student. I still have to be busy participating in the Imperial Beast competition when I get back. Chen Feng sighed. Oh, brother, good mood, but you may have to be busy in a different way. Just now the upper side asked me to notify you that someone wants to make an appointment to see you for a while, and I'm here to give you a message to give you a head start. Bai Yan said. I knew this would happen. I'll go out first. Chen Feng sighed. When he was promoted to 2 stars to reveal his strength, he already expected that he would be pulled into a single chat by the officials. It seems that when you go out, you're afraid that you're going to be picked up. The two groups staggered away. After walking for a long distance, the 2 Imperial Beastmasters beside Bai Yan opened their mouths coyly to Bai Yan. Bai, who was that just now? He's the low-profile expert I told you guys about earlier, who killed 5 10-star Imperial Beastmasters flat on his own. Bai Yan explained with a smile. What? How can you be that young? 1 10-star title level. For ordinary 10 stars, Long Xia actually has this kind of hidden expert. The words of the two made Bai Yan. If he goes out this time, he will definitely be directly recognized as a new title level Imperial Beastmaster, and his ranking will probably be very high. The two regretted it. I should have known that it would be better to flatter Chen Feng just now. This is a missed opportunity. But who would have thought he was that young? Bai Yan looked at the two men's expressions filled with regret. The heart said one thing, it's not important to give you two a chance. What was I thinking? Chen Feng's trio had just left the beast domain, and he was picked up, and it was a helicopter pickup. The destination was the same place as Chen Feng's school. KY. Don't worry, Mr. Chen Feng, we will safely return the two ladies to school. The airplane slowly started up again from the tarmac of the Imperial Beast Management Directorate in Kyoto City. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was led into one of the offices of the Imperial Authority. Just a moment, the chief will be here soon. When the man finished, he left the office alone. The furnishings of the office were simple. A brown leather couch, a brown solid wood desk, and a wooden chair. Standard Long Xia official unit furnishings. And the Imperial Authority in Kyoto is the Ryusha General Imperial Authority. The Dragon Summer Imperial Beast Force was divided into 2 camps. One is the Guard, a combination of topsy-turvy teams guarding the exploratory beast domain. The other is the Imperial Authority, which is responsible for maintaining law and order in Long Xia and resolving external influences. And the Imperial Authority has a special duty to recruit potential Imperial Beastmasters and rate title-level Imperial Beastmasters. Click. The door was pushed open. Little brother. Sorry for the wait. The visitor was an old man with somewhat gray hair. Full of kindness, he looked like a very easygoing old man. However, the temperament carried a little bit of unruffled authority. Without waiting for Chen Feng to reply, the old man spoke again. My name is Chu Weigua, and my title is Dragon King, Chu Weigua said, extending his hand to Chen Feng. Chen Feng also took the initiative to shake up the official way of meeting. These basic manners are used to. Well, I don't want to take up too much time either. I just want to ask a few questions, and I hope you can answer me truthfully. After Chu Weigua finished speaking, he looked earnestly at Chen Feng. I'm sorry, some of this stuff is my personal secret and I can't promise to answer it all. Chen Feng first frowned when he heard this. The Dragon King, he had heard of in his last life, ranked number 1 in the Long Xia title-level Imperial Beastmasters. He was very strong. According to memory, he should have died in battle in the beast domain a month later. That's okay, I'll start with the first question then. After Chu Weigua finished speaking, he paused for a moment and continued. Are you a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster? No, currently I'm a 2-star. Chen Feng shook his head. This secret couldn't be hidden because the flesh of a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster was very strong. So Chen Feng directly showed his cards. So your 2 magical beasts, are they 10 stars? After Chu Weigua finished speaking, his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared into Chen Feng's eyes. He asked this subtly. A normal person would usually ask first, is your Imperial Beast a magical beast? However, only then would he ask if it was a 10-star. But he now synthesizes the 2 issues into one. It saved a part of the possibility of being refused an answer by Chen Feng. It's 10 stars, Chen Feng said indifferently. Here's your reward for this time. Also, one last question. Do you love Ryusha? Chu Weigua said, pushing an A4-sized list of rewards to Chen Feng. 90% of the top is blank. There are only 3 words in the center. Allowed to mention. Allowed to mention. Chen Feng glanced at the list in his hands. He jerked his head up to look at Chu Weigua again. These 3 words are not simple. They look like a reward, but they are a trap. If Chen Feng really proposed what he needed, it represents that his needy desires, or weaknesses, so to speak, will be completely exposed to the eyes of the officials. When a real need is presented, Chu Weiguai is perfectly capable of saying, sorry, not at the moment, but it can give you something else to make up for it. So Chen Feng is led by the nose and exposed to more needs. In the end, Chu Weiguai would be able to indirectly control Chen Feng by utilizing his official status to control what Chen Feng demanded. However, Chen Feng did not voice out his needs, instead answering Chu Weiguai's question first. Locking eyes with Chu Weiguai, he slowly spoke. Those who are not of my race, their hearts will be different. In this world, there is only one Long Xia. Chen Feng didn't say whether he loved Long Xia or not. He narrowed his eyes and made a double entendre. Ha ha, well, there's only one Long Xia. Our Long Xia has always had a special title. Are you interested? This title is estimated to be something only you can obtain. Chu Weiwei asked again. What title? Chen Feng gave a surprised cry. For every title in the Dragon Summer Kingdom, there was a big plan behind it. Only those who are strong enough and complete the program will receive the appropriate title. Like Bai Yan, who had once fought alone with 3 title-level 10-star Imperial Beast Masters from the Tianzhu Kingdom in a fistfight hard at the border between the two countries. It was only after that battle that the Celestial Kingdom came to its senses. And that program is called the Burning Zhu program. How about hearing the mission plan first? Seeing that Chen Feng was interested, Chu Weiguai was also delighted in his heart and first changed the topic. You know, all the major countries are stupid now, especially the United States of America. They've already started to move ahead, and the fusion of the beast domains has given them the mind to redistribute their resources and fight for more power of speech. Well, it shows, Chen Feng replied. Of course I know this. In my last life, you old boy was surrounded by the top 10 masters of the United States of America. At that time, I was still wondering how Long Xia suddenly started to develop obscenely and keep abandoning the beast domain. This led to the fact that afterward, Chen Feng and his generation of Imperial Beastmasters went through 100 years before they were able to regain their territory in the beast domain. My plan is to see if I can use the World Tournament as an opportunity for you to make a covert move and try to deal with some of the 10-star Imperial Beastmasters from prickly countries. Chu Weiguai said tentatively. I also know that it's dangerous, but at the moment, it's difficult for the 10-star Imperial Beastmasters of each country to leave the country, and the records of your battles in the Lian City Beast Domain have been blocked off as classified, so no one knows that you have the strength to kill 10-star Imperial Beastmasters. You're the only sentinel in the whole world who can do this kind of thing, and if you're okay with it, the treatment is whatever you want it to be. Chu Weiguai stopped speaking after he finished. Kill title level ones? Chen Feng asked. I'll give you any information you need. Just deal with those within your power while preserving yourself. But I'll say this up front. If you're turned against during the mission, well, the mission fails. I hope you don't leave a mess behind. Chu Weiguai's words were actually quite straightforward. Fail the mission, kill yourself for your trouble, and don't involve Long Xia. It was conceivable that if Chen Feng failed in his mission, he would be immediately expelled from his citizenship. When Chu Wei finished, he reached out and touched a switch on the wall. Instantly, all power supply equipment in the office stopped working, camera included. Now, what I'm going to say is that if you fail in your mission, there will be an old Imperial Beastmaster of the Dragon Summer Kingdom who will help you as much as he can as a friend. And if you die, then at the end of his lifespan this old Imperial Beastmaster will step in to avenge you. After Chu Weiguai finished speaking, he touched his gray hair and pressed the switch again with his other hand. The office lights up again, and he didn't have more than a few years left to live. Okay, I'll take that title. Chen Feng nodded and continued to speak. In addition, I'm going to make an early trip to the Neon Kingdom in the next few days. I mean going over there alone before the time when Zhang Daoyuan has an appointment with them. Then I'll give you the list of 10-star Imperial Beastmasters in the Neon Kingdom. And as for the title, I'll thoroughly publicize your name and title around the world when your mission is complete. Now you can take this voucher and go within the Imperial Beast Material State Treasury in the capital city to see if there is anything you need. Chu Weiguai nodded and finished, taking out a pass with a red stamp on it. Okay, Chen Feng took the pass, got up and said, by the way, magical beasts can also be contracted. The method of contracting is the same as that of demonic beasts. However, the first time the contracted body's imperial beast power is converted into imperial demonic power, it may be a bit of a rising sensation. In addition, I'll tell you a piece of news. For every 10-star magical beast you own, you will increase your own lifespan by 100 years. I believe that this piece of news will be very useful to you. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he turned around and pushed the door. Chu Weiguai stood frozen in front of the table at that moment. Chen Feng's last two words were like hammers, hitting his originally darkened heart. The words seemed to crack the rust on his heart. he would have been ready to leave the country anytime at the end of his life to blow himself up in a wave. But now, his heart was alive again. What kind of dragon summer will I see if I guard it for another 100 years? He muttered. 24 days passed in a flash. Chen Feng had taken quite a few goodies from the Imperial Beast Treasury in the capital city during this time. This resulted in the demonic centipede emperor and shadow demon being fattened up, and he himself had nursed his wounds back to health. It was possible to continue absorbing the imperial magic power transformed by the demonic centipede emperor. At this moment, Chen Feng was lying alone on the sofa within the villa. The team went to practice, and Chen Feng had the privilege of surpassing Elena, White Crescent and the others by too much, so Zhang Daoyuan was happy to do so. Anyway, when the World Series rolls around, he's done lying down and plating. Hey, Chen Feng, this kid really saves me a lot of heartache. Who would be stupid enough to put small shoes on such a nobleman's precious student? Zhang Daoyuan trained the 4 White Crescent Moon's cooperation while lamenting in his heart. And inside the villa, Chen Feng was lying on the sofa with a black notebook in his hand. It's the page with the names written all over it. The circled Elena's name was followed by the name of a Sakura Nation girl, Ryoko Ishihara. He picked up his pen and drew heavy circles around Ryoko Ishihara's name before closing the book again. Carefully put it back in your pocket. Took out his cell phone and started booking a flight to Neon tomorrow. Oban City. Nico. Chen Feng had just gotten off the airplane and was in trouble. In his previous life, that Ryoko chick met him in the United States of America base in Rope City. But that would have been 10 years later. Chen Feng now only knew that Ishihara Ryoko was definitely in Oban City, but he really didn't know exactly where she was. Remember what Ryoko had told him? She was imprisoned within the Koizumi family in Oban City for 9 years before being sent to the American base. She worked as a blood slave for 9 years to the head of the Koizumi family, Koizumi Masamichi. Well, Koizumi Zhengtao. It seems like that name was on the list Chu Weigua gave. Chen Feng stood in place, took out his cell phone, and began to check the list. He kept swiping the screen. There it is. Koizumi Masamichi, the patriarch of the Koizumi family, currently 79 years old, 10-star low-level Imperial Beast Master. The Koizumi family monopolized half of the Neon Kingdom's Imperial Beast material business, so they had the power to control everything in the Neon Kingdom. The blatant practice of taking 16-18-year-olds as blood slaves and exchanging their blood for their own in order to survive. Chen Feng looked at the information and frowned. This old boy is quite damned. For the sake of living 2 or 3 more years for himself, he actually grabbed a child to give himself blood, without a shred of humanity. I don't know how he became a 10-star Imperial Beast Master. Thinking of this, Chen Feng directly took the phone and dialed Chu Weigua. The call was answered quickly. Hey, Lao Chua, I've arrived in Neon. There's one called Koizumi Zhengtao. Yes, the patriarch of the Koizumi family. I want information on his specific itinerary. The faster the better. Okay, I'll wait to hear from you. Chen Feng hung up the phone. Not 5 minutes later, Chen Feng had an unfamiliar message pop up. It's Koizumi Shotokan's latest trip. It's quite efficient. I can't believe I don't have to go up and down the hierarchy for approval. But to send a message so quickly, it seems that this Koizumi has his own people around him. Chen Feng analyzed it in his mind. The itinerary is well labeled and includes Koizumi's daily routine. At the end of the message, though, there was a message that resembled a private suggestion. Contents, sir, can you help me dispose of Koizumi Masamichi's son by the way? That way I can control the entire Koizumi family. Yo! Chen Feng looked at the message and was instantly energized. That's at least second in command. You can. It was just as well that he himself needed to find out exactly where Ryoko was through the power of the Koizumi family. Yes, it just so happens that Azumi and Koizumi are going to the clubhouse for dinner tonight. So get ready. Chen Feng replied. Okay, I'll yell. Get the assassin after you've made your kill. That's our code word. And I'll contact you again when you leave. Looking at the messages sent, Chen Feng directly deleted the entire conversation. After that, Chen Feng casually found a ramen restaurant and ordered a bowl of ramen, and after eating it, he booked a hotel to land at a location farther away from Xiao Quan's house. The time turned to 9 o'clock in the evening. By now it was completely dark outside. Chen Feng stood in the dead center of the surveillance in the darkness and looked towards the clubhouse. It's a private clubhouse. There was only one floor, but even from the outside, one could tell that the interior was extremely luxurious. Put on the Humvee's special mask. Chen Feng's figure instantly disappeared in place. Chen Feng knew the structure inside the clubhouse like the back of his hand, including, of course, the room where the Koizumi Masamichi father and son duo were currently located. After 3 transients, Chen Feng was already standing outside the room. There wasn't much security at the clubhouse, just a few attendants. After all, it was too difficult for 10-star Imperial Beastmasters from other countries to leave the country, and Koizumi knew all the 10-star Imperial Beastmasters in Neon's own country. That's what makes him so emboldened. Knock knock knock. Chen Feng politely knocked on the sliding door. Who is it? Mr. Koizumi is having his meal, so there's no need to deliver any other dishes for now. A woman's voice came out of the house first. Sounds a little old. I'm sure it's in there. It's all eaten up. Thinking of this, Chen Feng directly stopped pretending. Shadow blades converged from the arms. Chen Feng directly pulled open the sliding door. Instantly, the 3 men and 1 woman in the room were exposed to Chen Feng's eyes, while Koizumi's father and son were among them. The other man and woman, Chen Feng did not recognize. By the looks of it, the young woman in the kimono should be Koizumi's wife, but this had nothing to do with Chen Feng. He's here to kill. Baka, who are you? How dare you come in without orders? Xiaoquan Zhengtao directly stood up and yelled at Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't answer at all. Command? It's polite enough for me to knock before I kill you. In the next second, he suddenly appeared behind the 70-something Koizumi Masamichi. Black knives in, black knives out. After pulling out the shadow blade, Chen Feng backhanded it. Koizumi Masamichi's son was also instantly separated from his head. Surprisingly smooth. But I don't blame Koizumi Masamichi for being careless, really. It's almost impossible for such a thing to happen. After settling the Koizumi father and son, Chen Feng was suddenly in a bit of a quandary. Damn, who's left of this man and woman who are on their own? Why don't you shout the password? I'll leave afterward. The woman was dressed in a kimono and had a white complexion, obviously a purebred neon, and didn't look much like one of their own. The man, on the other hand, with his short stature and lewd face, also had neon features, and didn't seem to be one of his own. The 3 just stared at each other for a second. Just as Chen Feng was pondering whether or not to try to settle Xiaochuan's wife by the way, he only saw Xiaochuan's wife suddenly scream. Ah, get that assassin. The sound is tremendous. The short man listened to the screaming voice, but he didn't dare to move, laughing to death. How the hell can this be an assassin? He came straight in with no doubles on, entered the house and killed people in cuckoo. They're not running away from us. They're staring at us. Who dares to arrest? And Chen Feng froze for a moment as he watched Koizumi's wife suddenly shout out the code word. Good lord. I thought one of our own was probably a tolerant gay man. I didn't realize it was actually a neon young woman with a big heart. What a great justice. After the code words are matched, it's just a matter of knowing who's on your side. In the next second, Chen Feng directly disappeared in place. When Chen Feng returned to the hotel, it was already close to 12 o'clock. After a brief wash, his phone rang. This time it was someone who called. Sir, I need to gather the forces of the Koizumi family tonight, and I will meet you personally in the morning. The other party was speaking in Longxiao language, and the voice was exactly that of a young woman. Okay, by the way, find out for me if there's a girl named Ryoko Ishihara in Oban. Around 18. Chen Feng thoughtfully added. Okay, the other person hung up. Chen Feng lay on his bed, now waiting for news from Ryoko. The next day, 7 o'clock, there was a knock on Chen Feng's room door. Are you still resting, sir? It was the young woman's tentative voice. Listen to the footsteps. They're alone. Chen Feng quickly walked to the door and opened it. This young woman had changed from last night's housewife look, and today she could clearly tell that she had dressed up carefully. I don't know. I thought she was here on a blind date. A flesh-colored halter-tight wraparound dress. The neckline was open and white. As you can see, probably in her late 30s, her body hasn't lost any shape at all. Can I come in? The young woman finished, glancing carefully from side to side. She was afraid of being followed. However, her appearance fell in Chen Feng's eyes, and it felt as if the two were in a hurry to communicate in depth. Too much of a thief. A recurring plot in neon movies. But Koizumi is dead. Come in, Chen Feng said as he gave way. The young woman nodded, then lowered her head and quickly entered the house, bringing with her a faint scent of cherry blossoms. After the young woman entered the house, she actually took the initiative to sit on the bed that Chen Feng hadn't had time to fold. Chen Feng turned his head after closing the door and was stunned. That sitting position reminded him of some overly aggressive movie scene. No, it's not the right script. Sir, my name is HB Kaihua. You can just call me Kaihua. I checked out all the ones named Ishihara, Ryoko and Osaka last night. Here's the information. Take a look. After Kaihua finished speaking, she pulled out a palm-sized book from her small bag and handed it to Chen Feng. Chen Feng opened the book. It was actually handwritten and had what looked like a small 2-inch photo pin to each page. She's got heart. Chen Feng looked at it carefully. Meanwhile, Kaihua also curiously sized up Chen Feng. In fact, for a second last night, she was genuinely shocked. Koizumi Masamichi, who was as powerful as a god in her eyes, was actually killed in seconds. And it was by the handsome, young schoolboy in front of him, second to none. Last night he was so cold, and now, He was just like a harmless sunny boy. The people of Nico are strong by nature, especially the women. Kaihua gradually worshipped the young man from Longsha in front of her in her heart, but she was quick to calm down, and she secretly pushed down the agitation in her mind. Kaihua, you're not young anymore, you don't deserve him, she admonished herself in her mind. But he could if he wanted to. She subconsciously squeezed and rubbed the white sheets with her left hand and began to ruminate again. Found it. So there you are. Chen Feng was suddenly delighted as he smoothly tore off the page of information, and even slipped the photo into his pocket. But when he looked up at the colored flowers again, he was confused. No, sister, why are you so red in the face? I have things to do. Do you have anything else? Chen Feng asked tentatively, hurrying to give his expulsion order. If we don't get rid of this bitch, I'm afraid it'll be really easy to have a 300-round battle. That's not going to work. That thing won't let you write. Well, as old as the wolves. Ah, no, no more. I'll be off then. After Kaihua finished, she picked up her bag and left in a hurry, as if she was running away. That girl, Ishihara Ryoko, must be his favorite girl. She's so happy. One of the most prominent traits of neon women, probably influenced by the culture, is that at any age, they love to ramble. Ryoko was in a very bad mood right now. She thought life really sucked. Just yesterday, she was given a free medical checkup organized by her community and found out that she had a blood problem. So she was sent to this clinic. The community said they could treat her for free, but they've already drawn over 600 milliliters of their own blood. If he was not a royal beast master, he was afraid that he would have fainted to death at this point. Ryoko was lying on the arranged, so-called clinic bed. Dizzy head. I don't want to heal. I want to leave. Ryoko screamed feebly to the outside. She wanted to try and remove the syringe stuck in the vein of her arm, but she couldn't. She really doesn't have the strength. Well, this is the last test. Hang in there, young lady. A large man in a white coat pushed his way in. He doesn't look like a doctor at all, but I don't want any more therapy. I have a part-time job to do. I need to make enough money for tuition as soon as possible. School starts in a month. Ryoko struggled to get up and said she was going to get out of bed. You may have to lie here for a while. And to tell you the truth, your blood is rare and very much alive, and is needed by some. The doctor said calmly as he roughly pushed Ryoko back into the hospital bed. It's illegal for you guys to do this. I am sure my parents will find me. Ryoko was horrified as she listened to the doctor's words, but she pretended to be calm. Oh, you don't have parents. Your parents died years ago. You don't have any relatives. So your downfall is predictable. Resign yourself to your fate. This is where you belong. The doctor sneered. He had long ago checked Ryoko's background. Well, I don't have time for this. You'd be somewhere else right now if the employer you just found hadn't suddenly died. But don't worry. I found another place for you to go. A base in the United States of America. And there's a big man there who's interested in you. Doc finished, pulling the strap under the bed with his hand and securing Ryoko to the bed. Damn you, you bastard. Let go of me. Ryoko struggled, but to no avail. She was only a one-star Imperial Beastmaster, and she didn't have much strength left. Stop yelling. Shout again and I'll cut out your tongue. He yelled. Ryoko was instantly brought to tears. She didn't dare to make another sound, but just stared hard at the big man. Don't worry. You won't die. You'll just contribute some blood every few days, and in the future, you'll be on the missing list. That's all. The big man fixed the last strap and he said to himself, Don't. I want to go to school. I want to. Oh, the young girl cried helplessly. You're just a bottom-of-the-barrel wretch. Cry. I understand. And when I sell you, you'll find out what you're really worth. The big man said, pinched Ryoko's cheeks, then said, Some people are born with a predetermined fate. Oh, really? Then why don't I believe in fate? Suddenly, a teasing voice rang out from behind the big man. The big man turned violently. Who are you and how did you find this place? He asked loudly. At the same time, his hands took up a defensive stance. He looked at Chen Feng warily. However, Chen Feng did not answer him at all. Instead, he said to the young girl behind him, Hey, young girl, need some help? Ryoko was pleasantly surprised as she listened to the flirty voice. Yes, please save me. The young girl was as if she had grabbed a lifesaver as she turned her head to Chen Feng and shouted, Of course you can. It's very simple, Chen Feng said with a smile. In the next moment, he appeared directly beside the big man. Shadow blade is out again. The blade pierced into the big man's abdomen. The big man's eyes widened as he slowly collapsed. See, it's that simple. Chen Feng smiled while helping Ryoko undo her belt. The sun hit his face. Ryoko froze as she looked at the youth in front of her, like seeing a god. However, the next moment, she suddenly looked horrified. You, There's someone behind you. There's someone behind you. Watch out. Ryoko's eyes widened as she saw an old man with white hair standing behind Chen Feng. His nose was huge. His white skin was drawn and his face was full of folds. It's an American. Ryoko's first reaction was to hold Chen Feng and roll over to the other side of the hospital bed. But Chen Feng was the physique of a 2-star magical beast, so how could she possibly hold him? The girl felt as if she was hugging a big tree with body heat, and she couldn't move a bit. However, in the next instant, she only felt herself being held by Chen Feng in turn. Then there was a whirlwind of heaven. In her dizziness, she dimly saw this boy who was holding her, flinging himself with one hand. A thin purple line flew out from his sleeve, which seemed to have no flight path. First, there were traces of it in the air, and then it simply disappeared in midair. When it reappeared, it had actually wrapped around the neck of that American Imperial Beast Master. It's very spooky looking. The next second, she broke out of her vertigo. Within the clear line of sight that was restored, that American Imperial Beastmaster was continuously scratching his neck with his hand, his expression pained. Don't be afraid. Hold it for a while longer if you like it, Chen Feng softly said. He stroked Ryoko's little head favorably. This little girl is still hanging on to Chen Feng. Ah, no need. Ryoko hurriedly loosened her arms around Chen Feng's neck. She was wearing a JK skirt at this point. No stockings. The soft, tender flesh of her legs was covered with sensitive nerves, and further up was a forbidden place. She could clearly feel the warmth of Chen Feng's large hands, as well as the warmth of Chen Feng's arms. The little girl blushed and hurriedly struggled to stand on the ground. Stop struggling. How did you get in here? Chen Feng asked as he looked at the old Imperial Beastmaster of the United States of America who kept scratching his neck. Humph. What are you calling for? Hurry up and get that thing off my neck. I'm a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster of the United States of America base. Do you Neon nations want to turn against the heavens? The old Imperial Beastmaster stopped scratching his neck as he turned his head to Chen Feng and said in a cold voice. This old man had mistaken Chen Feng for a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster from the Neon Kingdom. When Chen Feng heard this, he knew that this old boy had misunderstood and actually thought of himself as a Neon Kingdom Royal Beastmaster. That's good. His eyes rolled back in his head and he spoke slowly. Baka, I'm asking you, how did you get in here and what are you doing here? Chen Feng flicked his tongue with a thick Neon accent. Of course I came here to get my blood slave. I bought her. So hurry up and give her to me and get this damn thing off my neck. Or else even if the Prime Minister of Neon is here today, he won't be able to protect you. He felt that the young Neon Kingdom Imperial Beastmaster in front of him was a bit of a reverse Tiangang. It was as if the son had given the father a big slap in the face, and it made him feel angry. This is your Imperial Beast, isn't it? Do you know that releasing an Imperial Beast at will within the city is against international law? Do you want to be wanted all over the world? You stupid bastard. The old Imperial Beastmaster was completely in a tone of educating newcomers. But in fact, he was a bit abashed in his heart at this time. After all, this purple silk thread thick Imperial Beast was the first time he had seen it. The Blue Star Imperial Beastmasters had a convention that they couldn't just release their Imperial Beasts within the city, as they were huge and incredibly destructive, and could easily injure ordinary people. However, there were also some Imperial Beastmasters who intentionally contracted some small-sized Imperial Beasts, so that they could ensure that they would have a backup even within the city. The Imperial Beastmaster of the United States of America base, right? You have to understand. Your little life is in my hands now. Don't say some threatening words. I just released the Imperial Beast. What can you do? Chen Feng smiled and said. Not waiting for the other party to reply, he spoke again. Right. What's your name? Answer me. As Chen Feng said that, he took out his cell phone in his hand and opened the list of strong people from the Neon Kingdom that Chuegwa had sent him, which of course includes the American powerhouses in Neon. I can't believe you don't recognize me. You idiot. How did you get up to 10 stars? My name is Nathan. Remember that. You Neon idiot. Nathan wore a look of disbelief. His name was famous among the 10-star Imperial Beastmasters of the Neon Kingdom, as he was the third master of the United States of America base. The United States of America base had a total of 5 10-star experts stationed in Neon. Nathan? Found it. 10-star American Imperial Beastmaster. Chen Feng tapped the screen of his cell phone and smoothly typed a checkmark after Nathan's name. Koizumi Masatomo also has a checkmark on his name. Within the list, both names went from black to gray. The ones that hit the right number are dead. No, you're not from Neon. Nathan had already realized the problem at this point. He was instantly horrified. A foreign Imperial Beastman of yellow race, appearing in Neon. The answer cries out. You're a fucking Longshanks, he said with wide eyes. Damn it, how did you dare to show up in Neon Kingdom alone? You can't kill me, as long as you let me go. I can guarantee that I'll let you walk out of Neon alive. Nathan really panicked. the 10-star Imperial Beastmaster of the Kingdom of Longxia, infiltrated Neon. Man, this kid must be an eagle-crazed lunatic Imperial Beastmaster from the country of Longxia. That's crazy. Doesn't he want to die? Then he associated it with the news of Koizumi Masamichi's sudden passing yesterday. No, you killed Koizumi too, Nathan exclaimed. Shiba, I don't understand what you're talking about. Chen Feng smiled and said in pure kimchi, stop pretending you're a Longshanks and get your Imperial Beast off my neck. I'm not the only 10-star Imperial Beastmaster in the United States of America. If I don't go back to him within a day, he will definitely follow the clues. You'll be dead by then. Nathan poked at Chen Feng and threatened viciously. Once he realized that the young man in front of him was a Dragon Summer Kingdom Imperial Beastmaster, he had put all his hopes on his friend who had come with him. Chen Feng did not answer directly when he heard this. In fact, when he heard that there was also a United States of America 10-star Imperial Beastmaster on the big board, a hint of joy flashed across the bottom of his eyes. He rubbed his chin, pondering how to follow the trail after killing Nathan to do the same to the other American sentinel. Chen Feng clearly knew that by engaging in a sneak attack, he had an advantage, but once he was accidentally approached by his opponent first, he risked being seconded. A 2-star Imperial Demon Master's physical body was, after all, too poor. I'm kind of at full attack points, full speed points, 0 defense, and 0 durability. You can't make waves in the high end of the game. Steady. Now, young Imperial Beastmaster of Longxia, retrieve your Imperial Beasts and I guarantee you can leave safe and sound. But if you dare to take a shot at me, I guarantee you won't be able to walk out of any Ihong country. When Nathan saw that Chen Feng didn't say anything, he thought that Chen Feng was afraid, and he threatened again. What's the name of the 10-star Imperialist who came to the big board with you? John? Luke? Or someone else? Chen Feng asked as he once again looked through the list in his phone. John. It's John. He was once a top 10 title-level Imperial Beastmaster in the United States of America. You must not want to be hunted down by him. If you piss him off, you'll die a horrible death, Nathan said with a sharp, evil grin. He had already made up his mind at this point that as soon as Chen Feng retrieved the Imperial Beasts, he would contact John at the first opportunity when he got out and leave Chen Feng in any Ihong permanently. This damned Dragon Summer Imperial Beastmaster. He's such a reckless man who doesn't want to die. I see. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he smoothly put a check mark after John's name as well. Take back your cell phone. Demonic Centipede Emperor. Kill him, he commanded the Demonic Centipede Emperor in his mind. In the next second, Nathan, who thought he was about to escape with his life, suddenly felt a pain in his neck, as if he had been bitten by some kind of bug. Then his face instantly turned black and purple as he stared wide-eyed, his mouth opening and closing twice wordlessly. Bang! Lean back and fall to the ground. Humph. Idiot. I indeed can't get out of Neon because it's surrounded by the sea and I'd have to take a plane back. Chen Feng spat and placed another name on the Demonic Centipede Emperor. You can't keep the body. Eat it. After erasing all the clues, Chen Feng took Ryoko's small hand and left in stride. Meanwhile, in passing, she sent a text message to HB Colorflower, asking her to get another person to handle the scene. After Chen Feng left, a van appeared on the road outside this house. The car door opens and 3 short neon figures each enter the house clutching a gas canister. Soon, 3 figures walked out of the house and got into the van. Boom! The explosion was deafening. The 2 of them, Chen Feng and Ryoko, felt the ground tremble from 3 blocks away. Ah! Ryoko screamed suddenly as she was startled, thinking there was an earthquake. Don't be afraid. Let's go home. Chen Feng stroked Liangzi's little head and said softly. He could be cold to anyone, but only to Ryoko, because Ryoko, in her last life, had sacrificed so much for his nightmare organization. Codename, Dr. Ryoko Ishihara, affiliated with the organization, Dragon Summer Night Demon. Codename, Dr. Other than the first Imperial Beast, the other 9 were all magical beasts. 9 magical beasts, all with healing skills. In her words at the time, my life is his organization, is my organization. The nightmare needs a doctor. I will become one. Others questioned her, without the ability to defend yourself. Aren't you afraid to die? Standing behind him, I'm not afraid of anything. If the dangers ahead can't even be blocked by him, then what's the point of me living? Since everyone is standing by him, I'll just stand behind him. How did you know my house was here? You investigated me? Ryoko's little round face was all shock. Then she saw an image that shocked her even more, only to see Chen Feng bend down and gingerly take out a key from under the flower pot outside Ryoko's door. Then it plugs right into the lock as naturally as going back to your own home. You? How did you know my house key was here? The little girl was shocked. You're not a demented stalker, are you? She took 2 steps back. At this time, the little girl was scared and her 2 little hands fiercely gripped the pink bow on her chest. looking at Chen Feng as if she was on guard. Have you ever seen such a handsome demented man? And I don't like flat ones. Chen Feng looked at Ryoko breathlessly, his eyes sweeping over the confession at his small hand. I just don't have money for milk. It'll be big when I graduate. I'll be able to afford milk when I graduate. The cute little Ryoko snorted coldly, missing Chen Feng's body as she took the lead and stepped into the house. Little feet touching the floor made a series of ta-ta-ta-ta-ta sounds. Ryoko's house was a 50-square-foot apartment. It's the only property left by her parents. Ryoko entered the house, first pretending to be calm as she quickly threw a stream of white stockings, panties, and other intimate apparel from the couch into the cabinet. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you, she asked Chen Feng as if nothing had happened. But in her mind she kept praying. Never too expensive. Never too expensive. It wasn't that she was stingy, but she really didn't have a lot of money on her, and it was what she usually earned from her part-time job at the convenience store. It also includes living expenses after school starts. After all, you won't have time to work part-time after school starts, so she had to save and save until she was afraid to drink milk. Well, not drinking milk is just deadly. Just eat whatever you want. I like whatever you make. Chen Feng sat on the sofa and said with a smile. Ryoko sniffed and first lowered her head to look at Chen Feng before hurriedly opening her mouth to reply. Oh, I'll go down and get the ingredients then. At the same time, she mentally let out a long breath. In that case, buy some cheap ingredients and just make it taste good. She was confident in her cooking skills. Well, use this money to buy some more. I want to eat big lobsters tonight, Chen Feng said, pulling out a small pile of $10,000 denominated neon coins from his pocket. There are probably about 10 of them. No, I can't use your money. Ryoko looked at the neon coins in Chen Feng's hand and hurriedly pushed it away. But immediately afterward, she regretted it, because she doesn't have enough money. I'm afraid, to buy a big lobster, or, after buying the jumbo lobster, there's no money left for other ingredients. Hey, do as you're told and take it. Also, my name is Chen Feng. Remember my name, Chen Feng said, forcing the money into Ryoko's hand. I need to stay here for a few days. This is the food expenses. Afraid that Liangzi would not accept it, Chen Feng explained again. Okay, Ryoko nodded. There was still something in her mind, but the situation forced her to do so, and without taking this money, she simply couldn't buy the ingredients that Chen Feng wanted to eat. Holding Chen Feng's money, Ryoko first drew out 2 and put them in the side pocket of her skirt. The rest she carefully tucked behind the old TV on the wall. That's where she usually hides her valuables. Ryoko went out. Chen Feng sat alone on the sofa. After sitting for a while, the phone rang. It's Zhang Daoyuan calling. Hey kid, we're arriving in Oban at noon tomorrow. Why don't you go straight to the airport tomorrow? We'll meet there and go to the hotel I booked together. The cutthroat match with the neon team is scheduled for the morning after tomorrow. Zhang Daoyuan's voice came through the phone. Well, old Zhang. I have a place to stay. Chen Feng hesitated. Although Ryoko's house was rectangular, it also had a living room and bedroom area separated by a wall, so there was no problem with 2 people living there. 10-star Imperial Beastmaster John hadn't been dealt with yet, and Chen Feng wasn't at ease, so he wanted to protect Ryoko close to him. What? How can you possibly have a place to stay? No, you have to come. That little devil Elena is bugging me every day to bring her to you. I'm getting sick of her. Zhang Daoyuan's tone was full of dislike. Elena's true identity was known to him. He wanted to take the identity of the teacher to pressure Elena to make her a little more peaceful, not always screaming to see Chen Feng. Gibberish. Follow the devil like. However, Elena didn't give a damn about him at all. This long-legged girl even began to use the 2-star magical beast that Chen Feng had helped her contract to madly abuse Song Yi and Gao Liang's imperial beasts out of anger. And when White Crescent Moon saw this, she was even more unwilling to show weakness. What? You're the only one with a 2-star magic beast. I have 2. So Song Yi and Gao Liang's imperial beasts were miserable. After being abused by Elena once in the morning, it was hard to recover, but in the afternoon, he was abused again by White Crescent's wraith. Finally the 2 brothers came together. Come on, it's just jealousy. So, the 2 of them separated Elena and by Crescent respectively, and finished calling each of them with a mouthful of sister-in-law. Now the 2 women are sort of not against each other for a while. Okay, then I might have to bring another friend, so you can book another room. Chen Feng bristled. He didn't feel comfortable leaving Ryoko alone at home. After all, Oban still had a living American 10-star Imperial Beastmaster. John, who knows if he'll suddenly come along for the ride, though the chain of clues had choked itself. However, before disposing of John, Chen Feng was still habitually cautious. Bring a friend? Male or female? Zhang Daoyuan asked. Female. Ordinary friend. Chen Feng replied calmly. That's what you told me last time. That you and Elena were just ordinary friends. Zhang Daoyuan's voice rose steeply. The tone was full of questioning and disbelief. Chen Feng, I know you are young and have strength, but you kid, moderate yourself a bit. Teacher is a person who has come before. Zhang Daoyuan didn't know what to say. A princess of the Communion Order of the British Kingdom, Elena, was enough for him. The public sacrifice cult has a 10-star Imperial Beast Master in existence, so I can't afford to be offended. And now you're getting a neon one. Who knows what strange forces she might be. Don't end up being labeled a traitor. I can't afford to take the blame. This time it's really a common friend. So don't worry, old Zhang. Chen Feng punched his bag and said, well, Ryoko is still good. Okay, I'll trust you one last time. I'll book another room. After Zhang Daoyuan finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Ryoko's handiwork is very good. She specially made garlic-flavored prawns for Chen Feng, because she had just searched on the internet. It seemed that the Longxia people preferred to eat the garlic flavor a bit more. You've done a great job. Quickly sit down and eat together. Chen Feng saw the little girl sitting on her knees in front of the table staring blankly and not moving her chopsticks, so he opened his mouth to urge a sentence. The little girl nodded, and only then did she obediently pick up her chopsticks and carefully clip the plentiful and excessive dishes on the table and bring them into her mouth. It was as if Chen Feng was the master of this house. In addition to the jumbo lobster, there were 6 large courses on the table. It's all meat and seafood, nothing vegetarian. She swore she hadn't had that luxury in a long time. So happy. As Ryoko ate, she stole a glance at Chen Feng with her eyes. So happy. If only mommy and daddy were here. The two of them were in the middle of eating when the doorbell rang at Ryoko's house. Ding dong. Ryoko heard the doorbell and hurriedly got up, running to the door in 3 or 2 steps. Through the visual intercom, she saw 2 yellow-haired youths standing outside the door. One of them was also holding a large bouquet of roses. She froze. These two she recognized. Both were her seniors in high school, but both were now attending Obangasho University. One is called Ono Taiji and the other is Tetsu Tengu. The one holding the flower is Ono Taiji. Looking at the two outside the door, Ryoko's brow furrowed momentarily. Ono Taiji pursued her as a senior when she was in high school, but instead of chasing, it's more like pestering. Ono is stalking Ryoko because of his family's power and influence. Ono's father was a branch president of the Koizumi Foundation. The rights were great, and there were many Imperial Beast materials on this side of the Neon Kingdom's Great Board that had to pass through his hands before they could reach the hands of ordinary Imperial Beast Masters. This led to many Imperial Beast Masters flattering him, so his words carried a lot of weight in the circle of Great Board Imperial Beast Masters. After the unexpected death of Ryoko's parents, Ono pesters even more recklessly. However, recently he had been quiet for a while, and it was said that it was because they had sparred with someone in the Dragon Summer Kingdom and were deprived of their Imperial Beasts. Getting better. She thought Ono had given up, but now it seemed that he had just been hurt too badly before. Thinking of this, Ryoko also turned her head to look at Chen Feng at the dining table. He's from Longxia too, isn't he? Anadeji ding-donged. Ding-donged the doorbell at this point, ringing and ringing. Knowing that there was no hiding today, Ryoko took a deep breath and slowly opened the door. She tried to keep Anadeji out. The door opens. Ono Taiji squeezed right in, which caused Ryoko to be knocked back 2 steps by him. Anadeji then sent the flowers directly to Ryoko. Ryoko, we're going to rematch that team from Ryusha the day after tomorrow. I want you to go and cheer for me. We're going to win this time. I'm going to avenge Shimada-kun's death. Ono Taiji, please get out. This is my house. Ryoko was angry when she saw that Anadeji had actually entered the house directly without her permission. At the same time, she blocked Chen Feng and Ono's line of sight, sandwiched between them. Ono Taiji's family was very powerful in Oban, and she was afraid that if the other party saw Chen Feng, they would be jealous and cause trouble for Chen Feng. Ono Taiji? Chen Feng inside the room heard the familiar name and a figure bowing like a shrimp flashed through his mind. The name is a bit familiar. How many underlings did he pass out from the pain? Chen Feng put down his chopsticks, chewing on the lobster meat in his mouth, and got up to poke his head over to Ryoko at the door. Anadeji was just about to say something at this point when he felt Tengu suddenly stab himself. Tengu-kun? Because of the cover of the bouquet of flowers, he did not spot Chen Feng. He turned to Tengu and asked, Ono-kun, look at that guy. Tengu's eyes widened as he raised his hand to point at Chen Feng behind Ryoko. His face was all incredulity. Why is this kid at Ryoko's house? What? Anadeji cocked his head. Immediately afterward he took a step back with a yelp. Baka, why are you at Ryoko's house? This is so unexpected. This handsome face was all too familiar to him. Longxia's beast-killing enemy. Who did I think it was? So it's you. What's your name again? Chen Feng smiled as he walked up to Ryoko, pulling Ryoko behind him with his hand. Then looked condescendingly at the two. Ono and Tengu were somewhat deadly in height. about up to where Chen Feng's nose was. With such condescension, coupled with the fact that they had previously been disused by Chen Feng's demonic centipede emperor's imperial beast in Longxia, the duo instantly took a step back in fear. It's just a subconscious action. The damage caused by Chen Feng was too great for the duo. That's not true. This is a neon country. Why should I be afraid of him? Ono quickly responded that Oban was his territory. You're a Longxia man. You don't know your way around, and you dare to call my bluff? Thus, he instantly straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and braced his guts to angrily glare at Chen Feng. Baka, this is Nico, not Ryusha. Get the hell out of Ryoko's house or I'll make you crawl out. Ono fist pumped while giving Tengu a look. Seeing this, Tengu immediately understood and turned around, closing the door to Ryoko's house behind him. The two of them rubbed their fists together and forced their way towards Chen Feng. They had no intention of letting Chen Feng out. The day after tomorrow is the tournament. Just before the tournament to export bad anger, with the power of the Ono family and the big board, as long as they do not kill Chen Feng, it is not a big deal. When the time comes, casually give Chen Feng a trespassing, or something like that. Hat will be finished. Longxia could only eat a dumb loss. What the hell? Longxia can still send a 10-star Imperial Beast Master to kill over to avenge this kid. Ono laughed loudly. Oh no, what are you guys doing? This is my house. Seeing this, Ryoko hurriedly blocked in front of Chen Feng. She knew that Chen Feng dared to kill, but she still subconsciously blocked in front of Chen Feng. She was afraid that Chen Feng would get into trouble. After all, Ono was a local power in Dabin. If you just kill it, you're sure to get in trouble. After all, they're here and the surveillance outside is watching. Ryoko, go away. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because I give you a good face. I didn't use my family's power to force you because I want to get your heart. Don't be ungrateful and eat your heart out, Ono said, reaching out to peel Ryoko away. However, just as his hand was about to touch Ryuko's arm, Chen Feng stepped in. Chen Feng fiercely stepped forward, grabbing Ono's middle finger and folding it in the opposite direction. Ah! Ono instantly screamed in pain. Baka! Seeing that Ono had suffered a loss, Tengu shouted and threw a punch at Chen Feng's face. Both of them, a small baka, did not expect that Chen Feng would actually dare to make a move against them in Nehong. Doesn't this kid want to walk out of Neon in one piece? Ha! Chen Feng sneered and raised his other empty hand to directly catch Tengu's swinging fist. He gave it a hard squeeze. This grip was the force of a 2-star magical beast. How could the two of them possibly carry it? Ah! Not to be outdone by his good teammates, Tengu plummets out of the pain. The tones are all about the same as Ono. The two of them were half kneeling on the ground at this point, trying to cater to the situation and press their bodies towards Chen Feng. It's the only way to ease the pain a little. One was having his fingers broken by Chen Feng, while the other was having his fists clenched by Chen Feng. Ryoko, on the other hand, stood behind Chen Feng, covering her small mouth as she watched this in shock. Let go of me, Ono stuttered through the pain. His expression was twisted in pain. Yo, you're not convinced. Call Grandpa and let go of you if you do, Chen Feng said with a smile. No, it can't be. You're dead, Ono said in a harsh voice. He glared at Chen Feng with a hateful gaze. Backbone, I like it, Chen Feng said, holding Ono's middle finger and tugging and grabbing it. Instantly, amidst Ono's screams of pain, his index and ring fingers were also clutched in Chen Feng's hands. There was also the middle finger, which had been broken. In the center. Is it called this time? Chen Feng said with a smile. He exerted himself silently. Ah, Grandpa, let go of me. The one who spoke was actually Tengu, who was on the side. He was really hurt. Chen Feng was clenching his fists out of shape. Early goons suffer less. He's smart. Chen Feng glanced at Tengu beside him in surprise. Did I tell you to scream? I'm talking to him. Your voice doesn't count. Saying that, Chen Feng once again wrenched Xiaoya's fingers with a force. At the same time a leg kick is thrown to Ono's chest. Ono stifled a grunt. Instantly, he knelt in front of Chen Feng and buried his head on the ground. Agonizing. Call, Chen Feng said. Master, Grandpa. Ono gritted his teeth. He hated Chen Feng to the extreme at this point. Before, he had only wanted to beat up Chen Feng and leave some dark wounds. But now he swore that he would make sure that Chen Feng would not be able to walk out of Neon. So good. Chen Feng smiled and let go. Then he looked to Tengu. Tengu couldn't wait. Grandpa, he's really afraid of getting kicked. You see, Ono is kicked out of his misery. Hey, it's still you who knows what you're doing. Chen Feng looked at Tengu in surprise. This kid can really wimp out. He can judge the situation. Staying is not allowed. Chen Feng, I'll remember this revenge today. Be careful when you walk. Shanya was helped to raise his body by Tengu as he endured the pain and let out harsh words. The bodies of the two men, meanwhile, had moved to the door. ready to open it and run. What? You want to get back at me? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes at Ono. Humph. To tell you the truth, my father is the president of the Koizumi Foundation. In Oban, he is the sky. You Long Xia people, you need to look at the place even if you are spreading your wildness. The corner of Ono's mouth quirked up as he stated his reliance. You've already offended me. You won't be able to walk out of Nico. Your father is the president of the Koizumi Foundation? Chen Feng was surprised when he heard this. Isn't it a coincidence that the current owner of the Koizumi Foundation is the young woman? Colorful flower? Scared. I'll call my father right now. You're dead. Ono said, directly pulling out his cell phone. He didn't dial it right away. Call me grandpa and I'll consider letting you go. Ono-kun, there's me. Tengu sniffed and rushed out a reminder. He had also been bullied by Chen Feng just now and wanted to take out his anger. Yeah, you have to call him grandpa too, Ono added with a glance at Tengu. You guys are bullying me for not having any power in Neon? Chen Feng was surprised with a sentence. How dare they? The Koizumi Foundation is all mine now, don't they know that? Yes, it's true that they don't know. Yeah, just bully you. Say two grandpas first, or you won't be able to walk out of Nico. Looking at Chen Feng's surprised look, Ono smiled smugly. He thought that Chen Feng was stunned. When he was done calling his grandfather, he called his father and asked him to send someone to take the boy back and torture him for 2 days. The game is not until the day after tomorrow anyway. Oh, Ono's heart was huge. Chen Feng, on the other hand, was speechless as he looked at the giggling Xiaoyo. It's not like they're all sick, one by one, saying I can't walk out of Neon. Can't I just fly back? Since you said that your father is the president of the Koizumi Foundation and bullied me for not having a background here, I'll make a call as well and let's spell out our backgrounds. Chen Feng had a helpless look on his face as he pulled out his cell phone and dialed Kaihua. The call was quickly answered. Hey, find out for me if your consortium has a guy named, what's your father's name? Chen Feng looked at Ono in the middle of his sentence. It was true that he didn't know what Ono's father's name was and would have to ask now. Ono Ichiro. Ono Taiji replied subconsciously. He doesn't really have any background, does he? But soon, he put his heart in his stomach. No way, how could he, a Long Xia student, still have a background in Neon? Just kidding, he's just bluffing. Hear that? It's called Ichiro Ono. Seems to be some kind of president. Chen Feng put the phone to his ear and continued. What? What is it you're asking me about? He didn't offend me. It's his son who said he'd keep me from walking out of Nico, and said his father was heaven in Dayban. Well, that's how arrogant it is. Throw it in the sea, scrapping the imperial beast and sending it to prison is fine. Well, you're on your own. Chen Feng finished speaking and hung up the phone. Then he looked to the two Onos. Baka, how dare you bluff at the end of your life? You're dead. Ono's anger erupted as he looked at Chen Feng's calm demeanor. After cursing, he also dialed his father's number directly. Toodaloo toodaloo. No answer? Ono frowned. His father usually answered in seconds. This time how? He couldn't help but look at Chen Feng with a hint of doubt in his eyes. His heart hung in the air again. When Tanggu, who was on the side, saw this, he also suddenly tightened his spirit once again. He held onto Ono's body and moved back slightly, ready to run at a moment's notice. The next second, the call connected. Ono's face was instantly happy, and his hanging heart dropped, as did Tengu's. I told you, the kid was bluffing. My father is the president of the Ono Foundation. He hadn't seen anyone, since he was a child, who dared to call his father's bluff. However, the next moment, an unfamiliar voice made his heart instantly sink to the bottom. Hello, you must be Taiji Ono. I'm the attorney for the Koizumi Foundation. Your father may not be able to talk to you right now. He's been caught embezzling the Foundation's Imperial Beast's resources, and we're currently sending him to the Imperial Authority, so you can meet him later at the Oban Imperial Authority. The other party's words were cold and he hung up directly. Ono froze. How is this possible? Who the hell did he call? Tengu also froze. How can this kid have power in Neon as well? Ono's father is the president of a consortium branch. It was a position that had real power and had countless Imperial Beast resources passing through it every day. Only cronies of the Koizumi Consortium were promoted to that position, and the Koizumi Foundation. It's one of the 3 major consortia in Neon. Just how much background connections can actually make the Koizumi Foundation scrap one of its own cronies? Chen Feng looked at the two soulful people. He bristled. Killing them both here might have an effect on Ryoko. Better to wait until after the match. Well, one couldn't protect Ryoko and Nico all the time. One had to find a backer for the little girl. Thinking of this, Chen Feng slowly walked to the door. Holding the door open, he tapped Tengu on the shoulder. Tengu shivered in fear as he was instantly slapped awake. You two go back first. See you at the track the day after tomorrow, Chen Feng instructed. That look, not at all murderous and amiable. Come on, Ono-kun. Tengu hurriedly shook Ono, who was still in a daze. Okay, go, go, Ono said hurriedly as she looked back. In fact, he still had one more card, but right now they were too close to Chen Feng and he didn't dare to put in a hard word. After Tengu helped him out of the house, he looked at the surveillance outside before looking at Chen Feng again. There was a very deep hatred in his eyes. Chen Feng, you wait. This time, I'm going to make all of your Dragon Summer Team's Imperial Beasts die on the field. Also, my uncle is a Neon 10-star Imperial Beast Master. My father will be fine. You, on the other hand, definitely won't be able to walk out of Neon. I said so. Anadeji finally reveals his final card. His uncle is a 10-star Imperial Beast Master. What? Chen Feng was shocked. This kid actually has this background. Too good. What is your uncle's name? Chen Feng hurriedly spoke again. Shuichiro Kazushima. Ono said through gritted teeth. Fine. Where is he? Are you asking him to kill me? Chen Feng hurriedly pursued. At the same time, he looked down and took out his cell phone and tapped on the list. There's really a name for Shuichiro Kazushima. Chen Feng was delighted in his heart. Here's another one. In passing, he put a check mark after Shuichiro Kazushima's name. Well, Chuegwa had said that killing a 10-star Imperial Beast Master would reward 2 10-star demonic beasts. This time, when they went back, both the Demon Centipede Emperor and the Shadow Demon would have rations. It's nice. Ouch. The beasts are hard to raise. Humph. All you need to know is that you can't get out of Neon. Let's go. Tengu-kun. Ono learned his lesson this time. He had to hurry back now and contact Shuichiro Kazushima to save his father. But just as the two of them reached the stairway, Ono suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind him. Shit. How many times have I told you? I'm going back on a plane. Going back on a plane? Can't understand a human being. Chen Feng muttered and kicked the two down the stairs. The two men rolled down the stairs and froze, not daring to turn around. Ono doesn't even dare to put in a hard word. Time turned to the next day. Outside Oban Airport, Ryoko stood silently behind Chen Feng. Last night, she was shocked when she realized that Chen Feng was a student of the Longxia Imperial Beast team. No way. He's so strong. How could it be a student? How could a student kill a 10-star Imperial Beast Master of the United States of America base? How could a student have the background to move the Ono family's power in Neon? She stood behind Chen Feng, staring blankly at the small purple rope at Chen Feng's wrist. The purple rope was thin, just like ordinary jewelry rope. However, she knew that it was Chen Feng's Imperial Beast. How could a student have such a strange Imperial Beast? The purple bowl rope was of course the shrunken form of the Demon Centipede Emperor. This was Chen Feng's bottom card. His current physical body was still not enough for a 10-star Imperial Beast Master. But the Demon Centipede Emperor is good enough to watch. In a moment of crisis, it can be thrown out as a concealed weapon or made larger as a shield. It had even served as Chen Feng's belt in his last life. It was simply a must-have magical beast for low-star Imperial magicians traveling at home and killing 10-star experts. Chen Feng, what on earth did you do? Why did Neon Kingdom suddenly change the rules of the competition? Zhang Daoyuan frowned tightly as he walked out of the airport. He was followed by the 4 people of White Crescent Moon. This time, we're in danger, he said. So it's because you and Ono and the others got into a confrontation yesterday and this is their revenge? Inside the hotel room, Zhang Daoyuan and Bai Xinyue's group were sitting around the sofa in an impromptu meeting. Ryoko, on the other hand, stood silently behind Chen Feng. She didn't know Longxia language and could only observe everyone present with a dumbfounded look on her face. That's right, Chen Feng nodded. Zhang Daoyuan's brows furrowed as he was silent for a moment. Slowly, he spoke. Well, you've done a poor job of thinking about this matter. Do you know what you've done wrong? What place? Chen Feng was a bit confused. He didn't think he was at fault. He was about to be beaten. Couldn't he fight back? Zhang Daoyuan first revealed a look of hatred. Then his words changed. You should just completely waste them. Beat them until they can't take care of themselves. Big deal. Just go back to Longxia overnight and be done with it. A crappy cutthroat tournament. What can you do if you don't compare? When I was younger, I wasn't such a wimp as you. You said it yourself, didn't you? He continued. Yes. Chen Feng was slightly stunned as he nodded his head. I didn't realize the old boy was so steel. Directly abolished, this old Zhang is afraid to be a Longxia Hawk faction, right? That, old Zhang you're an eagle, right? Chen Feng asked tentatively. The 4 White Crescent Moon people also looked at Zhang Daoyuan in unison, showing a curious look. What hawks? Old me is a conservative. Old Zhang snorted coldly, his tone quite natural. He's always felt that the Hawks have been too conservative these past few years. Hearing this, the young men sitting in a circle were dumbfounded. Is this conservative? Ryoko was the only one in the entire room who stood behind Chen Feng in a daze. There was no way. The the language barrier. It's like there's something really cool going on, but I can't understand what they're saying. A pang of discouragement went through the little girl's mind. Okay, let me start with the rule change issue. Since we won before and we initiated the cut this time, the rules are set by others. Zhang Daoyuan sighed and continued. They know that our team has substitutes, so this time they switched to a lottery system of participation. And the purpose, as anyone with eyes can see, is to keep Chen Feng off the field. They weren't sure of winning against Chen Feng's Imperial Beasts, so they came up with this strategy, but luckily we have by Crescent and Elena. Their Imperial Beasts are very strong, and we're somewhat sure of that, but I'm afraid they have some other backhanded tricks up their sleeves. The other team's lead teacher is acting too confident. Zhang Daoyuan recalled the confident tone of last night's Sakata leader of the Daban team as he analyzed. Old Zhang, don't worry about it. First of all, it's impossible for them to have 3-star Imperial Beasts because it's impossible for their own level to reach 3 stars in such a short period of time. While Crescent Moon and Elena's 2 Imperial Beasts, let me put it this way, currently speaking, they are invincible under 3 stars. Chen Feng said with a smile. This was the gap between magical beasts and demonic beasts. I also know you're right, but I still feel unsettled in my heart. They're acting too confident. Although Zhang Daoyuan stretched his brows, he still felt unsettled in his heart. Soldiers will come and go, no matter what their backhand is. As long as they don't have the 3-star Imperial Beasts, they're bound to lose, Chen Feng said confidently. His words were a shot in the arm for everyone in the room. After all, the game starts tomorrow, and the military can't afford to be disorganized. Still, he decided to wait for a while for the people to disperse and let Kaihua help with the news. You're right, maybe I'm overthinking it. Zhang Daoyuan nodded. Only when everyone returned to their respective rooms did Chen Feng take out his phone and send a message to Kaihua, asking her to help find out what was going on. Kaihua's execution skills were strong, and soon, Chen Feng's cell phone rang. Pick up the phone. Any news? Chen Feng said. Yes, I found out that a few days ago, Ono Taiji's father, Ono Ichiro, stole and withheld a batch of special herbs. We call it the explosive rank grass. When given to the Imperial Beasts to eat, it will make the Imperial Beasts temporarily be in a state of excitement, and their battle power will climb up. Explosive rank grass? This was found in the beast region of the Neon Kingdom? Chen Feng was surprised. He had used Bakuji grass a lot in his previous life, but at that time, it should have been the first to be discovered by the Kimchi country. So how did it turn out to be the Neon country? Yes, it's unique to the Tokyo beast region, and we're the latest to discover it, and it's classified as a secret in the Koizumi Consortium. The colored flowers explained a sentence. Winter King Beast Domain. Chen Feng thought for a moment. When the Beast Domain fusion in the previous life of Lianxia was seized by the Pickle country to seize control of the Beast Domain, and shortly thereafter, the Beast Domain was expanded and fused again, but it was not known specifically what country owned the Beast Domain that was fused for the second time. Thinking of this, Chen Feng suddenly brightened up, meaning that the Beast Domain that had recently fused was the Winter King Beast Domain. This news must be notified in advance to that old boy Chu Weigua. He must be happy. I see. Thanks. Do you have anything else? Chen Feng opened his mouth and said, wanting to hang up the phone in a hurry and tell Chu Weigui the news. Well, one more thing. Colored Flower's voice was a little hesitant. Say, Ichiro Ono was bailed out by John from the American base. He's been secretly seeking favors for John as the president of the consortium, which I didn't anticipate. So I'm sorry I screwed up. Kaihua's voice was getting smaller and smaller as she blamed herself a bit for not doing what Chen Feng had arranged. She was helpless now. John, the 10-star Imperial Beastmaster status of this United States of America base, had too much power. Even in her position at this point, she couldn't shake people in the slightest. It is the crushing of absolute power and national status. Okay, I get it. So the bottom line that makes the big board team chest thumping is the exploding order grass, right? Chen Feng changed the subject. Yes. Well, you don't have to blame yourself too much. It's not a big deal. Chen Feng finished speaking and hung up the phone. Knowing the big board team's undercard, Chen Feng felt a bit more at ease. He turned his hand and dialed Chu Weigua. The issue of the beast domain merging again was the big deal. If Chu Weigua could not be notified in advance, when the beast domains fused, Long Xia would surely lose several Imperial Beast Masters. Beast domain scrambling is no joke. The call was quickly answered. Hey, Chen Feng I was just about to call you. Shaoquan Consortium, you did a great job. Come back and reward you with 2 10-star demonic beasts. Chu Weigua sounded like he was in a good mood. Although 10-star demonic beasts were rare, 2 of them were still within his reach. Instead, the Koizumi Consortium was now under his complete control, and he felt blood money. That's one of the 3 biggest conglomerates in Neon. The chess piece, the colored flower, had taken him more than 20 years to set up to this extent. Old Chua, You're a bit behind on news. Nathan I also killed. Kaihua that bitch didn't tell you? Chen Feng said leisurely. What? You killed Nathan too? Fine. It's just 4 10-star demonic beasts. I can afford it. Chu Weiguo on the phone laughed out loud. Going out and destroying 2 10-star Imperial Beast Masters in one go. This kid is too damn powerful. Nathan Sr. could have been a figure of extreme interest to Chu Weiguo. Why? Because just like the Chu Wei Kingdom at one time, most of the 10-star Imperial Beastmasters from various other countries would do something rather bottomless before they died of old age. They call it playing up or simply blowing yourself up. Whenever they feel like they're going to die of old age, they just go straight to treason and sneak off to another country to trade one for another. Or even one for 2 or 3. Depends on individual strengths. They're going to die anyway, and after this is done, the offspring will still be in the focus of the state. So why not? The major countries can't control this. Usually just announce overnight. This person has nothing to do with me. We can't control. He is treasonous. Then first there were all sorts of public apologies on the surface. And secretly the man's children and grandchildren were raised in the clear. Hate to come out in the whole 10 stars. Don't be happy for now. There's one more thing. The beast domains of Lian City may be fused in the near future. And the target of this fusion is the beast domains of Neon Winter King. And within the beast domains of Winter King, there's currently a special kind of herb. Explosive rank grass. When the Imperial beasts eat it, their strength will be briefly increased a bit. It's kind of a strategic material. Chen Feng calmly said. How do you know this news? Fidelity? When Chu Weiguo heard this, waves of shock were immediately set off in his heart. He was shocked. Beast domain fusion. Explosive order grass. It's all classified information. How did he know? Explosive order grass colorflower told him. But this beast domain fusion, he really didn't know. Fidelity. The source of information is absolutely reliable. Chen Feng said seriously. It can't be unreliable. It's all been done. Okay. I know. I'll tell you something too. The beast domain of Lian City is completely occupied by us. The portal of Kimchi country is blocked by us. Now it's come in one to kill one. It's been several days. With your intelligence, when the winter capital beast domain fuses again, it will be our long xias all the same. Chu Weiguo said with a big smile. He was in an extremely good mood at this time, feeling that he had really picked up a treasure by bumping into Chen Feng. If this kid grows up, he might mean a lot to Long Xia. Wait, is there an intelligence force behind this kid that I don't know about? He muttered something in his mind. He was the hand of the Dragon Summer Imperial Beast Realm, with intelligence forces all over the world, but he hadn't received this news in the first place. At this moment, Chu Weiguo was even more impressed with Chen Feng in his heart. This kid is not easy. By the way, old Chu, how are you going to utilize the Koizumi Consortium? Seeing that old Chu was silent, Chen Feng casually asked. Hey, there's nothing to think about for the time being. It would be nice if we could ship back all the Imperial Beast materials in their coffers, but that's simply impossible. Those materials are estimated to be worth at least tens of billions of dollars. Neon has a very tight hold on Imperial Beast materials. It's not up to Kaihua alone. Chu Weiwei sighed. The Koizumi Foundation was one of the 3 major forces in charge of Imperial Beast materials in the Neon Empire. There must be a lot of Imperial Beast materials in the library. If we can get them all back to Long Xia. Chu Weiwei didn't dare to think about it. It's a pipe dream. But Chen Feng dares to think. He not only dares to think, he also dares to do. Did it in my last life. Actually, old Chu, I have a way. If it goes well, there's a small possibility of emptying their material warehouse. But no matter what, at least some of it can be emptied. Do you want to hear it? Chen Feng's tone was full of temptation. When Comrade Lao Chu heard this, he instantly came to spirit. Say it, let's do this. Chen Feng spoke the entire plan in his mind. Chen Feng let out a cold laugh in his heart as he finished speaking. Heck, since Neon is trying to keep me out of the tournament in a backroom playground, I'll just go to the high end of the game. After listening to Chen Feng's 10,000 word long plan, Comrade Lao Chu was a bit hesitant. There is indeed a chance, but the fight is a bit big, and we may be the ones to lose. Are you sure? Why don't we first talk about how much I can share when things are done? Chen Feng smiled and changed the topic. There was silence on the other side of the phone for 2 seconds. Looks like you're pretty sure of yourself, so I'll spell my career and play big with you. You name a number. Old Comrade Chu asked through gritted teeth. 50-50. Chen Feng opened his mouth in a lion's den. A country with a fifth of a third of the Imperial Beast's resources, especially a top-ranked country like Neon. If he really wanted to divide it up like this, Chen Feng's personal wealth would instantly catch up with some small, backward countries. Who 5? Old Chu trailed off. Why is this kid bidding like a joke? 50-50? Why doesn't he go rule the world? It'll all be yours then. Then we'll each take a step back. 64. Chen Feng hesitated. Money this thing, the more the better. When the time comes, they are all replaced with 10-star demonic beasts for the demon centipede emperor to eat. Their own directly lie flat. You can, kid. I take my 40 years of career in the face of my top 10-star imperial beast master of Longxia to play with you. And you take a step back? Old Chu was all but laughed at by Chen Feng. This kid has definitely raised a huge power behind him. Otherwise what does he need so many resources for? Damn. I'll have to have my men look into this again someday. I'll take all the risks. If it fails, I'll retire directly. Success. You get 5%. That's it. I'm hanging up. Don't contact me until it's done. My heart is not good lately. I don't like to answer your calls. Old Chu was angry and hung up the phone directly. Oh. Chen Feng awkwardly removed the phone from his ear. This old Chu gas really big. Obviously you first let me open the mouth to say a number. You pay back the price on it. What angry ah. In fact, Chen Feng was stealing joy from this. When the time came to replace all 5% of this with 10-star imperial beasts for the demon centipede emperor to swallow, that energy might be able to top itself to the 2-star middle rank or even high rank might be possible. Well, 3 stars away is just around the corner. After this interlude of phone calls, the turn of the night, around 9 o'clock, Chen Feng, who was just about to go to bed, had his door knocked. When I opened it, it was actually Elena, the long-legged girl. She stood outside the door, her upper body draped only in a white shirt, the black underwear inside hidden, the collar 2 buttons less, revealing a white patch of towering. The white shirt covered her below her thin waist to halfway down her hips. Underneath, she wore only a black lace safety pant that came down to her thighs. 2 big white legs were standing there, a look of being a thief on his face. You're not sleeping at night. What are you doing here? Chen Feng swept a glance up and down and asked suspiciously. Ha? May. Elena instantly blushed. She did learn some of the dragon's higher language. No, I'm asking what's up with you. Chen Feng knew that she had misunderstood and hurriedly added a sentence. Couldn't sleep. Wanted to chat with you, Elena said, not caring if Chen Feng agreed or not. She lowered her head and went inside. Then the two just sat there on the bed, wide-eyed. That's when the door slammed again. Chen Feng was startled. Who is it? He yelled. You know, he and Elena were sharing a room, alone, in the middle of the night, and even though they hadn't done anything, they were inexplicably weak. Chen Feng, you opened the door first. The voice was suppressed very low, but one could hear that it was by Crescent's voice. What's she doing here? Chen Feng froze for a moment and then looked at Elena, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. I'll hide? Elena volunteered. No need. Chen Feng shook his head. He was not afraid of a crooked shadow. With that, he went to open the door. Opening the door, Bai Crescent was standing outside with her body lowered like a thief. What is it? Chen Feng said. Let's go inside and talk. I'm always thinking about tomorrow's game and I can't sleep a bit. She finished, and with a girlish shyness, she quickly rushed inside. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly when he saw this situation. I'm dedicated to fighting for my career, and each one of them wants to mess up my morals. Gotta find a way to get them out of there while keeping them safe. As an imperial demon ancestor who had lived for 1,000 years, how could he not see what these girls were thinking? Chen Feng turned his head to enter the house, but the next moment, he was confused. Where's Elena? Where was Elena on the bed at this point? He swept his gaze across the room. Nice guy, behind the white crescent moon, curtains on the other side of the bed, front and center. What about this? Calling Elena out now was designated to be misunderstood. What is it? I'm a bit tired. Chen Feng wanted to hurry up and detach these two nieces. Who knows if Ryoko will follow suit later? Luckily, Ryoko was good and she never came. On the contrary, it was Bai Xinyue who froze and chatted with Chen Feng until the third night. That is, a little after midnight. The conversation was full of intellectual insights into wraith combat. After 1 o'clock, the two ninnies were finally gone. Breakfast was provided in the morning at the hotel. The crowd finished eating and got up to head to their appointment for the game. The big board Coliseum. This Coliseum is no smaller than the one in the capital city. Zhang Daoyuan walked at the front, followed by the 5 Chen Fengs, coming directly to the Imperial Beast Master seats. Chen Feng looked at the audience confused. As far as the eye could see, the audience was actually filled with neon people, all of whom had come to watch the fight. At the edge of the field, there were even one of those cameras broadcasting live. The big board team there publicizing this. Ha! So confident? Looking at the blackened neon people in the audience, Chen Feng had the urge to directly summon Shadow Demon to send out a big move. In fact, he did this in his last life, but that was over Winter King. But it wasn't the Shadow Demon that struck, but his third magical beast. At that time, the entire Winter King was as if it had been attacked by the little boy back then. and Chen Feng had become directly famous because of that battle. Just as Chen Feng was reminiscing about his previous life, suddenly, the originally cluttered and noisy audience stood up in unison. With everyone watching, the big board team came in. Sakata led the four Ono into the Imperial Beastmaster seats with their heads held high as the entire room watched. Unlike how Chen Feng and the others were treated, as Sakata sat down, the audience boiled over. Some waved flags and chanted, while others pulled up banners and chanted the names of the four Ono men. In this scenario, even though there were 6 Chen Fengs on the side of the Dragon Summer Kingdom, it looked a bit shapeless and lost its momentum. No way. That's the downside of playing away from home, especially since people publicize it. Chen Feng didn't feel anything about it. Shadow Demon cleared the field with a single skill. Zhang Daoyuan was also as steady as an old dog. Elena had seen her share of storms and didn't feel much of anything. Instead, it was the three of them, by Crescent Moon San Yi, who were all clenching their fists and holding their breath in their hearts. A foreign country, alone and weak. This is what they clearly feel at this time. This little girl, Ryoko, subconsciously moved closer to Chen Feng. Zhang Daoyuan, it's been a long time. I didn't think you guys would actually dare to come to the tournament. Sakata walked over to Zhang Daoyuan and sneered. What's wrong with your student? Is this a disability? Doesn't Obito have any healthy Imperial Beastmasters left? Zhang Daoyuan similarly smiled and pointed at the two men behind Sakata. Ono and Tengu. The hands of the two men, at this time, are wrapped like dumplings. One is pinched and fractured by Chen Feng. One is even broken fingers. Baka. Zhang Daoyuan, don't be too arrogant. This is Neon. I'll make sure you watch your students' Imperial Beasts get killed one by one. I'll make them lie on the ground and experience the pain of losing their Imperial Beasts. Sakata's face was red with anger as he arrogantly pointed at the white crescent several people. Then, without waiting for Zhang Daoyuan to reply, he turned around and walked back to his team's area. In his mind, he had already sentenced Zhang Daoyuan to death. At the very least, Zhang Daoyuan, Chen Feng, these two people want to go back to Longxia. They have to leave something behind a little less. Just yesterday, Ono Taiji's father, Ichiro Ono, contacted him with John and said that he would also be attending the match today to sit for them, and reassure him that if the Longshanks are very jumpy, he and John will be sure to step in and make sure the Longshanks know who is in charge here. That's what Sakata relies on with reckless abandon. Old Zhang, we'll go ahead and draw lots. Chen Feng stood up and spoke to Zhang Daoyuan. After Chen Feng finished speaking, the five of them directly got up, and the four white crescent moon followed Chen Feng to the left and right, and went to the referee's position to draw lots, saying it's a lottery. Isn't it actually Neon's backroom maneuvering to take Chen Feng out of this tournament? As expected, the final result was not out of Chen Feng's expectation. He took his turn. Today's match consisted of, by Crescent, Elena, San Yi, and Gao Liang. However, Chen Feng was not annoyed by this. It was better this way. He turned his head to glance behind him at the VIP audience position. At the back of the VIP auditorium, there was a long tunnel, and with Chen Feng's eyesight, he could make out that there were 3 people who were heading in towards this side of the auditorium. 2 men and 1 woman. The female Chen Feng recognizes. It is the Hebei Kaihua. 2 male, one is John. The other Chen Feng do not recognize, but the face grows with Ono Taiji is very similar. It is estimated to be his father, Ono Ichiro. Chen Feng silently turned his head as if he didn't see it, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Everything was moving in the direction of the plan he and Chu Weigua had agreed upon. When he's done with this big job, he'll be promoted to 3 stars. Just around the corner, and Zhang Daoyu inside. He suddenly felt a vibration in his satellite phone, the one that was officially reserved for him in Longxia and didn't normally ring. Only use this communication when something special happens or when there is a special action. Zhang Daoyuan naturally covered his pocket with his hand, first looked around and saw that no one was paying attention before picking up the phone. I'm Zhang Daoyuan, he said. Hello, Comrade Zhang Daoyuan. My name is Chu Weigua. You should have heard of me. The voice on the other end of the phone was serious. It was actually Chu Weigua calling. You are Dragon King Chu Weigua. Good day, Chief. Zhang Daoyuan stood in awe. He himself was just a tiny 8-star Imperial Beast Master, and a number 1 person like Chu Weigua, who was even higher in rank than his immediate superior in the Pathfinder Corps, was completely the top-level existence of Longxia. He had some trepidation in his mind at the moment as to what this big man was calling him for. Well, there's a plan that you have to cooperate with, and if it's successfully completed, the resources for your promotion to the 9 stars, the country will cover it. Chu Weigua atmospherically said. Zhang Daoyuan's heart instantly thrilled at his words. The resources for promotion to the 9-star Imperial Beastmaster are fully covered by the state. You say. His expression changed and he coyly said. It's like this. Chu Weiguo spoke of Chen Feng's complete plan. Zhang Daoyuan was the more he listened, the more he felt that the style of this plan was somewhat familiar. Totally unlike the plan that the official Longxia gang of bigwigs came up with. It's too bad. It's not a pure piggy bank, only the large national killing pan. If this really succeeded, a set of moves in a row, the Neon Kingdom's imperial beast resources couldn't be said to have lost their pants. But it wasn't much better. At least for 3 or 2 years the price of the Neon Kingdom's imperial beastmaster resources must have skyrocketed is all. Alright, I promise to complete the task. Zhang Daoyuan suppressed the curiosity in his heart about the identity of the person behind the development of this pig-killing disc plan, as he replied, well, you don't need to have too many doubts. This plan is what that kid Chen Feng brought up. If he has any ideas during the implementation of the plan, you remember to cooperate is all. Chu Weiguo directly punctured Chen Feng's identity. After all, Zhang Daoyuan's identity was actually not ordinary, and with his rank, it did not matter if he let it be known that Chen Feng was the mastermind of this matter. The two hung up. At this time, Chen Feng had also just returned with a group of men and women, who were sitting on chairs. Zhang Daoyuan turned his head to look at Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng was sitting on the side with a harmless expression on his face. He couldn't imagine that underneath such a positive and sunny handsome face, he could actually come up with such a heartless state-level pig-killing disc plan. Fortunately, I didn't give this kid small shoes before. Who would have thought that he is not only black-hearted, but also has the background of Chu Weiguo, the top big brother Just as he was thinking, the audience in Neon was completely abuzz with the arrival of the 3 heavyweights. When the referee of the arena saw the 3 of them in color flower, he used the microphone he had on him to act as a direct host. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor that this grand tournament has caught the attention of 3 of our bigwigs in the Neon Empire. They are, Jaman Island Base, United States of America title level 10-star Imperial Beastmaster, John, the current head of one of the 3 major consortiums in the Neon Kingdom, and the 9-star Imperial Beastmaster who holds the title of our Neon Flower, Ms. Hebei Kaihua, and last but not least, our local celebrity of Oban, the head of the Ono family, the 5-star Imperial Beastmaster, Mr. Ichiro Ono. After the referee's introductions, the 3 men settled into the VIP seats in turn. That self-contained aura of a high-ranking person carried an extremely strong deterrent. Ms. Kaihua, I love you. Koizumi Foundation is invincible. The colored flowers are invincible. In the audience, most of the young Nikitos were expressing their love for the colorful flowers. It's really because Color Flower has been doing a fantastic job with her persona for a few years now, as she's the young neon otome who explicitly and implicitly sponsors all kinds of young neon otome from bad families. There were even frequent appeals to help those Imperial Beastmasters without backgrounds, to give them a chance for upward promotion. How can such women who are good-looking, powerful and look out for the majority not be popular in a class-solidified country like Neon? Chen Feng also took this opportunity to look at the VIP seats, but it wasn't the colored flowers he was looking at, it was John. How can you screw the old boy without a word? At this moment, John was a walking 10-star demonic beast reward in his eyes, a large portion of rations for the demonic centipede emperor. Alright, everyone be quiet. This match is due to the attention of 3 important people and the suggestion of Ms. Kaihua, so we are directly broadcasting the match live in real time in all of Neon and Longxia. The referee finished, paused, and continued. Next, I announce that the match between Neon and Dragon Summer is starting, so please ask the Oban team Sakata and the Dragon Summer Nation Zhang Daoyuan to arrange for their team members to summon their imperial beasts. As the referee finished his announcement, the Neonites in the audience yelled out their cheers for Sakata's team. Big board team, go for it. Big board team, fuck them. Neon will win, and Longxia will lose. The content of this cheer is infuriating to listen to, but it can't be helped. In a foreign country, everything is still results speak. Teacher Zhang, why do you feel like you're frowning sadly? The 2 Imperial Beast Masters, they can all watch through the live broadcast. Sakata looked towards Zhang Daoyuan and laughed, his tone arrogant to the extreme. This time, with the 3 big men in attendance, and the bottom card of the exploding ranks grass, it's a sure thing. The person he had lost in Longxia before, he wanted Zhang Daoyuan to experience it as well. Humph. Sakata, don't just talk tough. If you have the guts, let's add some color to the bet. Zhang Daoyuan began to follow the content of Chen Feng's plan to go through the process, and as he finished, he subconsciously swept his eyes at the colorful flowers in the VIP seats. Chu Weiguo had said that Kaihua would cooperate, but he was now a little unsure in his heart. After all, he could see who was the most popular in this just now. Who'd believe a guy like that if he's an undercover agent? Ha ha, Zhang Daoyuan, I think you don't see the situation clearly. In that case, I'll bet with you. I'll make sure that you lose everything and don't have the face to go back to Longxia. Sakata, Who felt that his bottom card was invincible, said contemptuously to Zhang Daoyuan. I'm not bullying you either. The two Imperial Beast Masters are all watching, so tell me how you want to bet. At this time, the referee from the Neon Kingdom also hurriedly moved his microphone closer to Zhang Daoyuan. He just wanted to wait for Long Xia to lose the match and lose his face. That's a pretty shady approach. Let's bet on the first game. I'll bet on the Imperial Beast resources worth a 7-star demonic beast. Do you dare to take it? Zhang Daoyuan exclaimed. What do I dare not take? I'm afraid you can't afford to lose. Sakata also had a bit of a background in Neon. Getting a copy of the Imperial Beast resources worth 7-star demonic beasts wasn't too difficult even though he had to tighten his belt as well. On the contrary, he felt that Zhang Daoyuan was sending him Imperial Beast resources, and he secretly cursed Zhang Daoyuan's idiocy as he rejoiced in his heart. Let's start the match then. Your bets are shown on the live broadcast of both countries. No one can deny it, the Neon referee said with an expressionless face. Tang Gu, you're on in the first match. Directly have your Imperial Beast eat the exploding rank grass. I'm going to make Long Xia Kingdom completely lose face this time, and make this Zhang Daoyuan have no face to return to Long Xia. Sakata whispered grimly into Tengu's ear. Tengu nodded at his words and let the Imperial Beasts in the Imperial Beast space swallow the explosive rank grass before releasing the Imperial Beasts directly within the venue of the beast fighting arena below. That was his newly contracted 2-star high-grade Imperial Beast, the Rhinoceros Beast. And after swallowing the exploding rank grass, the Rhinoceros Beast's strength had increased even more to the extent that it was only a sliver away from 3 stars. The aura is appalling. It drew a gasp from the audience. Li Yang, you're on this one, Zhang Daoyuan whispered. And at the same time, he hooked his hand to Gao Liang, signaling Gao Liang to stay closer. Gao Liang froze for a moment and leaned down in front of Zhang Daoyuan. Have your Imperial Beast go down and stall for 30 seconds? Then just pretend to be undefeated and admit defeat. Act woefully. That's an order. Zhang Daoyuan attached himself to his ear and whispered. Well, the essence of the kill tray. Letting the other guy get a taste of it first. Although Gao Liang was puzzled, he still nodded his head. Zhang Daoyuan was the lead teacher, and all tactics were up to him. He walked over to the fence and summoned his royal beast. In the next second, a tiger-shaped Imperial Beast of enormous size appeared in the field. It was a 2-star high-grade red-striped tiger with red stripes all over its body. Game on! As the referee announced the start, Tengu's Rhino Imperial Beast instantly charged at Gao Liang's red-striped tiger. As a result, a famously ferocious Imperial Beast like the red-striped tiger actually didn't meet the battle head-on, but instead began to turn and flee. That's speed. Not only is it fast, it's also quite nimble. A bit of feline blood after all. Tengu's rhinoceros actually had an advantage in speed because of the explosive order grass, but it was too bulky. The red-striped tiger ran east and jumped west, which caused the rhino beast to be a bit overwhelmed for a moment. The two sides were frozen like this for more than 10 seconds, and Tengu got anxious. The explosive order grass only had a duration of 2 minutes, and it looked like 20 seconds were almost gone. He's still trying to string 2 and 3 together. Hit it. Use your full strength. Don't reserve your strength. When the strength of the explosive rank herd passes, the weakened you will definitely be no match for it. Tengu fretted with the rhino beast in his mind. In the next second, the rhinoceros beast in the field suddenly made an all-out sprint, directly knocking the red-striped tiger out of the distance. This one instantly drew a roar of approval from the Neonites in the audience. Sakata stood in the seat of the Imperial Beastmaster and watched the corners of his mouth curl up as he watched the red-striped tiger that had been knocked far away. Yeah, that's it. Run it over. A resource worth a 7-star demonic beast is mine. Chen Feng's mouth also curled up. Yeah, that's it. Then hurry up and lose the first time and sweeten the pot a little bit so you can lose your pants after that. These audience members, the Neons don't give a shit. Isn't this the time to be up in arms and mocking? Slightly disappointed, he even wanted to sit in the audience and lead the gang of ne'er-do-wells in an uproar. The red-striped tiger in the middle of the field climbed up from the ground, shook his head, and didn't meet the battle, just ran. That's going to make Tengu anxious. He was still trying to kill Gao Liang's Imperial Beast. On Gao Liang's side, he kept counting the time in his mind. 27, 28, 29. Alright, Tiger, you pretend to be hit by him again. Look a bit more wretched. After that we'll admit defeat. Show's over. Good. After the red-striped tiger heard Gao Liang's words, he answered. In the next second, the red-striped tiger, which was originally running happily, suddenly slipped under its feet and lurched. Then he was knocked out by the charging rhino beast. Fly up high. But in fact, the moment the rhinoceros beast hit it, its 4 tiger legs themselves stomped hard on the ground. This mitigates fatal injuries and flies willy-nilly at the same time. And to an outsider, the counterintuitive action seemed as reasonable as a subconscious, ad hoc response. Then the red-striped tiger landed heavily on the ground, and also rolled twice, that big tiger's tongue hanging out feebly from its mouth. It looked like it was not lightly injured. Gao Liang was quick on his feet and directly took it back into the Imperial Beast space. Referee, I concede defeat, Gao Liang said, glaring fiercely at Tang Gu with an unwilling face. But it's all on the surface. Secretly. Not bad. Tiger, is it badly injured? He said in his mind. It's fine. Am I acting okay? Red-striped tiger replied naively. Yes. Not bad. When we go back to China, go old brother, and get you 2 white-striped tigers. I declare game 1. The big boards win. The neon umpire shouted at the top of his voice. The Longxia people are really unbeatable. Tengukuan is invincible. The big board team will win. The audience shouted. Some waving flags. Some whistling. The scene was pretty hot. Tengu's face reddened with excitement as he listened. Damn it! Zhang Daoyuan instantly got up and slapped the chair behind him with force. It looked like it was pissed off. Chen Feng raised his eyes and glanced at him. He thought, it's a pity that old Zhang didn't become an actor. Ha ha, teacher Zhang, the students on your team can't do it. We won easily. So please hand over our bets. Sakata laughed in a villainous manner and reached out his hand to Zhang Daoyuan. He was in an excellent mood at the moment, and everything was within his grasp. At this point, he had even seen Zhang Daoyuan and his students, like lost dogs, returning home in defeat a few hours later. Humph. Both countries are watching. There's no way I'll renege on my debt. When I return to my home country, convert it into Longxia coins and credit it to your card. Zhang Daoyuan let out a cold snort, and that face looked extremely bad. Ha ha, there's no rush. Your Excellency, if you're not convinced, we can still bet again. I just don't know if you dare or don't dare. Sakata's voice was so loud that it was heard through the referee's microphone, causing the entire arena to hear it. Some of the neon audience members who knew Longxia's language instantly followed suit and yelled, dare, dare, dare. Then there was all the neon spectators yelling in broken Longxia language. The scene was momentarily uncontrollable and emotions reached a breaking point. Sakata's face reddened with excitement as he was empowered by the sound. Zhang Daoyuan grimaced as if he was extremely stifled in his heart, slowly turning red. This difficult look of his was actually watched by the Imperial Beast Masters far away in Longxia through the live broadcast. The Dragon Summer Imperial Beast Masters who were concerned about this matter at this time were all extremely stifled. They can't wait to fly straight to Neon and just step on this island. What's there to be afraid of? Bet with him. That's it. Shit. It's pissing me off just looking at it. They're just bullying people based on the fact that our Longxia's Imperial Beast Masters are in a foreign land. It's so damn suffocating. Unlike the emotions of the audience in both countries, Kaihua in the VIP seat watched it all with apparent indifference, her face expressionless. Secretly, she swept her afterimage downwards to the back of Chen Feng, who was sitting in the seat of the Imperial Beast Master. 10,000 admiration rose in her heart for Chen Feng. Just a simple means to instantly manipulate the emotions of so many people. This expert sent by Longxia was too strong. It's not just strength, it's a dirty heart, the complete opposite of his sunny teenage appearance. For Chen Feng's plan, she was one of the people involved. She knew that the emotions of the crowd in the arena had now racked up Sakata, and he would lose his mind step by step, whether he was a clear-headed person or not, by the emotions of these tens of thousands of spectators. Finally up top, infinitely increasing the stakes, even himself, who knew the whole plan, was actually a little excited by the atmosphere of the audience. Longxia, this time, is really going to rise. Kaihua admired Chen Feng to the extreme at this moment. Fine, I'll bet with you, but I'm also going to add an Imperial Beast resource worth 9-star demonic beasts to the original bet. I dare you to bet on it. If you don't, that's the end of it. Neon trash. Zhang Daoyuan's eyes were red, as if he had truly lost his mind. Teacher, Bai Xinhui and Song Yi spoke up as they tried to stop Zhang Daoyuan. Zhang Daoyuan acted too much like these two uninformed simple cabbages who have no idea of the dangers of society. Needless to say, in the next match, Song Yi, you're on for me. Must win beautifully for me. Zhang Daoyuan waved his large hand to stop the two from continuing to speak. And actually, he plays it really hard. Don't laugh in order to empty the neon treasury. You must hold back. Zhang Duyun, he kept chanting in his mind. Damn, Chen Feng is so awesome. Even I have taken me flying. This time when I go back, I am sure that I will be rich. 9 stars are expected. Looking at Zhang Daoyuan's uptight appearance, Sakata had also been uptight for a long time. Especially when he heard that Zhang Daoyuan was going to bet on a resource that was worth 9-star demonic beasts. He felt that his spring had come. But there was a fatal problem before him now. And that was that he had no equivalent bet. No money to gamble my ass. But it's not a good idea not to bet. Now that both are watching. Especially with all these neon spectators on hand. If he wimped out this time, What face would he have as a teacher in the future? So Sakata looked over to John, Ono and Kaihua with eyes full of anticipation. That means obviously, 3 big guys, save me. Sure enough, it was exactly what he had planned to anticipate. Kaiha looked at the expectant look Sakata threw at her, her expression not becoming dark in her mind. Then she turned her head to both John and Ichiro Ono. There was an inquiry in his eyes. Both of you, it looks like Sakata-kun has encountered difficulties. With your vision, can our big board team win this time? Actually, I would like to help this Sakata-kun. That's actually a pretty good fit for Color Flower's persona in Neon. Loves to help Neon Sentinels in trouble. She's practically an angel. Ichiro Ono, because he had been held accountable by Kaihua, was angry in his heart, but the other party's position was there, and it was time to work together against Ryusha. He suppressed the hatred in his heart. Don't worry, Ms. Kaihua. This time our open team will win. I'll vouch for my credibility. Ichiro Ono. Your credibility? If you have credibility, who embezzled my Koizumi Foundation's Imperial Beast materials? Kaihua sneered, not even looking at Ono Ichiro. Ono Ichiro stopped squeaking at that. This time, if John hadn't arrived in time for the big board, he would have been lost, because Shuichiro Kazushima was on the front lines of the Tokyo Beast region. By the time he rushed back, maybe his own corpse would be cold. Thinking of this, Ono Ichiro instantly glanced angrily at Ono Taiji in the Imperial Beast Master seat. Pit stuff, Ms. Kaihua. Don't worry, I, John, can also guarantee with my reputation that the Dragon Summer team will lose this time. Old John, who hadn't said anything all this time, saw Ono get defeated and hurriedly spoke out to guarantee it. Oh, I can trust Mr. John's credibility. It seems like you're confident in these kids? Colorful Flower said with feigned surprise. Of course, because they have a surefire winning card. Long Xiao will surely become the laughing stock of the world this time. John spoke in a lofty manner. Good. Since Mr. John is so confident, I'll trust you, and I'll help Sakata-kun in this difficulty. After Colored Flower finished speaking, she stood up directly from the VIP seat. She took 2 steps to the iron handrail in front of her, condescendingly. Sakata-kun, I, Koizumi Foundation, paid your share of the bet for you. Win is on you, lose is on me. The Long Xiao people are so aggressive. Do you really think we have no one in Neon? The Colorful Flowers said that righteously. It's like a snowball in the sky. Sakata cried out in pain as he listened straight away. She really is our Neon goddess. Thank you, Ms. Kaihua. You are truly the most beautiful flower of the Imperial Beasts in our Neon. I will definitely keep your kindness to me in mind. If you need me in the future, please feel free to order. Sakata finished his speech and politely bowed to Kaiha, who was standing tall. Color Flower's righteous voice was loud, amplified by the microphone the referee was intentionally holding to receive it. All the Neon spectators in the arena heard it. The image of the Colored Flowers was once again tall. Ms. Kaihua is the most beautiful. The Koizumi Foundation deserves to have Ms. Kaihua as its head. Raise the power of my Neon. At this point, the colorful undercover flower instantly gained the adoration of all the Neon viewers. And this conversation was live. I believe that even if the King of Heaven came to say that Kaihua was an undercover agent now, no one would believe it. Colored Flowers looked at the audience boiling over as she sighed again in her mind. Chen Feng is bullish. Okay, everyone, let's get on with the game. The show, or the play, goes on, and Kaihua reveals a motherly demeanor as she resumes her seat. Humph, Zhang Daoyuan, let your next challenged student summon the Imperial Beasts. Sakata got his back straightened with the bet. He was calculating the time in his mind. He was in a bit of a hurry, because there were still 20 seconds or so left before the 2-minute potency ended. Song Yi, get ready, you go summon the Imperial Beasts, Zhang Daoyuan instructed Song Yi. However, just as Song Yi walked to the edge of the Imperial Beast Master's seat to summon the Imperial Beasts, Zhang Daoyuan spoke once again. Wait, I forgot to mention tactics, he said, taking 2 steps forward. He plopped down right next to Song Yi's ear. After you defeat this rhinoceros beast in a while, try to mainly wander and stall in the next one. Hold on for a few tens of seconds. And if you can't, just surrender. But one thing, it has to be lousy. Lousy, or fucking lousy. Zhang Daoyuan finished and patted Song Yi's shoulder. Well, I guess the rhinoceros beast reached impotence in 10 seconds or so. He pinched it in his mind. Sakata's side, on the other hand, is getting anxious. If we wait any longer, we're not going to lose this one. Not only would he not be able to obtain the 9-star resources, but he would also have to lose face in front of all the Imperial Beast Masters in both countries, and at the same time probably failing the goddess of colored flowers. You guys hurry up, he urged. Song Yi sniffed and then proceeded to summon the Imperial Beast. Wait, Song Yi. Behind him, Chen Feng, who was originally as steady as an old dog, suddenly opened his mouth. This gave Song Yi a whole blank stare, and the stance of summoning the Imperial Beast slowed down once again. What's wrong? Chen Feng, he asked, turning his head in confusion. He is trying to compete seriously to give glory to Long Xia. Ah, it's fine. I was just going to ask you what you wanted to eat for dinner, but I'm at a game right now, so we'll talk about it later. It's fine, Chen Feng said seriously. Well, there's about 5 seconds left. Ha. However, how could Song Yi know about the rhinoceros beast's impotence countdown? He scratched his head, unsure. He turned his head to the field and released his imperial beast. In an instant, a giant ape clad in a green forest appeared in the middle of the field. Green-scaled giant ape, 2-star high rank. Referee, call it a start. Sakata, rush. 5 fucking seconds left, right? 10,000 grass horses raced through his mind at this point. What was a generous amount of time to get high was lost in 10 seconds or so by the two psychopaths on the other side of the room. It's over. This is a loss. Sakata was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't just him. Tengu also had a bad look on his face. It's not that they're both sick, but it's not like he's the hero of a cool article. He can't rewind time. Tengu could only harden his heart and let the rhinoceros beast get on, but at this time has fallen into impotence. Rhinoceros beast. Feel the whole cow is set weak. The body was unusually heavy. Instead, the opposite side of the green-scaled great ape, rooting a brainless reckless-like, ran towards the impotent rhinoceros in big strides. Then, unimpeded, he wraps his arms around Rhino's neck for a small takedown, followed by an over-the-shoulder slam. The rhino beast can only be beaten passively upright. Then it pinned the weakened rhino beast to the ground, and with one hand out, Cuckoo whacked the rhino in the eye. It's completely overwhelming. Song Yi was dumbfounded. That easy? Then why was Gao Liang's imperial beast chased all over the field just now? He froze and looked back at Gao Liang. However, he saw that Gao Liang was also confused. He didn't know why the rhino beast was suddenly so weak. Wait, stop fighting. I admit defeat. Fujitani hurriedly retrieved the imperial beast. His rhinoceros beast's eyes were bruised. Baka. Fake match. He fought a fake match. I want my ticket back. Tengu was a Dragon Summer undercover agent. The Neon viewers were not having it. After winning the last game so easily, this one came up straight up unopposed and passive. What is this if not a fake race? It was the first time they'd seen it by letting the Imperial Beasts hang around and swing for the fences. What? You've got a Royal Beast card? In the Imperial Beast Master seat, Tengu's face was suffocated to the color of a purple eggplant, because all the Neon people in the audience were swearing at him. The language arts component of the discourse is extremely high. There were even those who wanted to rush down and beat him on the spot, but they were stopped by the security guards. Still, those people were clamoring to block him outside the arena when the match was over. This is the undercard you told me about? Playing a fake game? John, give me a statement. Colorflower was filled with anger at this point and instantly stood up from her seat, chest rising and falling rapidly. He turned his head to stare angrily at John, missing the elegance of the last second. You really are just like the Ono family. I now seriously suspect that you and Ono are working together to make fun of me. Although you are a 10-star Imperial Beast Master of the United States of America, I hope you understand that if I, the Koizumi Foundation, fight you to the end, you're no better. The colorful flower's tone was bad to the core. That furious glare, to outsiders, had the appearance that if this wasn't a public place, she would absolutely go completely berserk and curse. Seeing this angry look on Saihua's face, Ono on the side felt a bit stifled. He knows everything. It's just that the effect of the exploding order grass is overdone. But there's no way for him to say that in a public place. Ms. Kaihua. Ono lowered his head. He tried to open his mouth to explain. You shut up. Now your words sound like farts in my ears. Oh no. You're fine, John. And so are you. You'll just have to wait for the Koizumi Foundation's revenge. Colorflower didn't even give Ono a chance to speak. She puts on an air of exasperation after being publicly deceived. After all, she's a big shot with a big head. The man at the helm of one of Neon's 3 largest conglomerates. John had publicly guaranteed to her that he could win before the match just now. And it would have been fine if Tengu had unfortunately lost when the two beasts were fighting each other. But Tengu is now openly playing a fake match. This is not a public slap in the face is what? Treating the Neon audience like clowns? Making a clown out of the head of the 3 major consortiums, the goddess of colored flowers? And you too, Sakata and Tengu. Right, I'll remember your names. Colored Flower swept a condescending glance at the two below, in the seat of the Imperial Beast Master. She had been in a high position for a long time after all, and with that aura, Sakata and Tengu were instantly intimidated and dared not lower their heads to meet their eyes. The two of them, Chen Feng and Zhang Daoyuan, sat on the other side of the Imperial Beast Master seats, one of the two being the plan maker and the other a participant. Holy shit, This bitch is acting like a bitch. No, I should say it doesn't look like acting. The neon viewers present at that moment were also angry to the core because of Colorflower's words. Baka, denationalization, big board team, neon shame. Even the goddess of colorful flowers lied to them. They don't deserve to be neon. All kinds of curses are coming out of the woodwork. Ms. Kaihua, don't worry. It's just an accident. Please don't be angry. The bet for the last game. I'll just pay for it. John also knew that Colored Flowers was justified in being like this, and he rushed to reassure him. You'll pay for it? Am I, Koizumi Consortium, short of those little resources? John, are you treating me like a good girl? After Kaihua finished speaking, she directly turned her head to look at Zhang Daoyuan. Zhang Daoyuan, right? Give me your bank card number at the end of the match and I'll exchange the resources for the equivalent value and call you, she said. At this time, she looked quite like a superior person. Losing is losing. She can afford to lose. This made it even more disturbing for the neon viewers to watch. It felt like my goddess had been backstabbed in public. Damn John of America. Damn the Ono family. And damn the Oyabun Sentinels. The next moment, however, something happened that made them even more angry. Only Zhang Daoyuan swished and stood up, with a cold smile on his face. He said, Miss Kaihua, I only want the Imperial Beast resources. Money is the kind of thing that I, Zhang Daoyuan, don't lack. Yu Nihong won't even be able to afford to give this. Old Zhang said this with great skill, directly taking a personal grudge and elevating it to between both Neon and Long Xia. It sounds extremely harsh. Baka, don't be ungrateful, Long Xia people. That's just it. This is Neon Kingdom, not Long Xia. Speak politely. Immediately, there were viewers who retorted to curse Zhang Daoyuan. The Colored Flowers had just been backstabbed by their own people, and now they were being taunted by the Long Xia people. They were truly angry. But more emotions were directed at the actor Tengu, where it all began. Chen Feng was delighted to see the scene. Old Zhang is good. He can act. I'll add more fire. Then, only Chen Feng slowly rose as well. Neon trash, stop barking. If you don't like it, you come down and compete with me. All you neonites dare to do is bark under your American masters. In addition, I can prove that Tengu Kuan did not play a fake match, and that he has no relationship with our Longxia. Chen Feng stood up and said loudly in standard neon language. Taunt pull full. The words were amplified directly from the referee's microphone to the point where they could be heard throughout the arena. The referee rushed to cover the microphone in fear. He couldn't imagine how this Long Xia kid dared to dislike each other with tens of thousands of neon viewers. Baka, what are you? Security. Let go of me and let me kill this Long Xia trash. Chen Feng's words were like pouring oil on the fire, once again causing the emotions of the neon audience at the scene to rise by a large margin. It's like a neon athlete coming to our Longxia to compete, winning a small game, and then calling the Longxia audience all trash. That's the mood of the audience in Neon at the moment. The same could not be said for the live-streaming Longxia viewers. They all praised Chen Feng for being bullish. This kid is so topsy-turvy. Holy shit, he really dares. This is a foreign country. He's not afraid of someone targeting him behind his back. Chen Feng from the Northern Imperial Beast University, right? I'm powdered. I'll enroll in his university in the coming year. And inside an office in the country of Longxia, Comrade Lao Chu sat on a chair, holding a piece of watermelon in his hand, staring at the live broadcast screen with his eyes. While eating with gusto, he secretly smacked his lips. Good lord, these three can really act one after the other. If I didn't know what was going on, I'm afraid I'd be in a trap. Especially that Chen Feng kid. His mouth is really bad. 2 words to the tens of thousands of neon people on the head. Enough, that's it. Long Xia's Zhang Daoyuan, right? First John out of the Imperial Beast resources you won. In a moment I'll notify my friends in the United States of America to hand over the resources to the Longxia officials. When you go back you'll be able to receive them, and I guarantee that it won't be worse than you. John threw up his sleeves. He knew this had to be settled quickly and he didn't want to make any more entanglements. Well, let the game continue, John said as he sat back in his seat. Zhang Daoyuan, on the other hand, stood in place and saw the situation and said something bad in his heart. This won't work. The original plan was for John to persuade Kaihua again, and then Kaihua to half-heartedly believe John, once again building up Saihua's image as a good old boy and paving the way for the final escalation of the stakes. No, I have to do something. Then, old Zhang's eyes rolled and his aura changed, revealing an ugly face that Chen Feng's group of youngsters had never seen before. He's going to open the show, only to see old Zhang's waist stand up, his expression extremely beaten, arrogantly speaking slowly. The match can continue to start, but I just don't know if your Neon Kingdom still dares to gamble. If you don't dare, I won't force you. After all, when one is a vegetable, one has to stand upright when being beaten. And you guys, Neon, have always been pretty good at it. Chen Feng, they probably don't understand much, so translate and interpret for them in Neon. Old Zhang turned his head and said extremely arrogantly to Chen Feng, who was watching the show, how smart Chen Feng was. He immediately reacted and repeated the words in Neon with almost no delay. Then with his hands in his pockets and his nostrils turned up, he scanned the audience of any ne'er-do-wells with contempt. Then his eyes swept over Kaihua. Oh no! And finally landed on Sakata's side of the team. He pulled his right hand out of his pants pocket, clenched his fist, slowly straightened his thumb, and then turned his wrist. Thumbs down. Big board team. Trash. Neon. Trash. Underdogs. Unbeatable. That look and tone of voice is as dickish as it gets. What do you mean by attracting hate? It's called attracting hate. White Crescent's gang was stunned. This was a brand new version of something they had never seen before. Fellow student Chen Feng, teacher Zhang Daoyuan. Even Elena covered her small mouth with an incredulous look. It's really a brand new version. Baka. Ah. Sakata's eyes were red with anger. Oh no, and the others too. Neon viewers too. Longxia netizens, on the other hand, called out the nest. Are you two such dicks? Chu Weiwei's watermelon fell to the ground. Longxia title level 10-star Imperial Beastmaster. Didn't hold the watermelon steady, fell to the ground. Sakata's eyes reddened with anger, and his mind began to rage with impotent fury. It's still the same thing. He doesn't have the money. He felt sorry enough for Kaihua. His heart was raging with impotence, but his eyes still looked at Onoichiro, a look of help in his eyes. At this point the conflict has risen to a matter of face for both countries. Zhang Daoyuan and Chen Feng were too good at attracting hate. Originally as steady as a mountain, the 10-star Imperial Beast Master, Zhang sighed in his heart when he saw this. He couldn't sit still and slowly got up as he looked towards the arrogant and spirited Zhang Daoyuan. He felt like he couldn't do it without making a move. I, John, came to bet with you. I'll offer 2 10-star Imperial Beast resources. Long Xia's, can you catch it? 2 10-star Imperial Beast resources. This bet was considered a top-tier bet between individuals, with the exception of Chen Feng, of course, because the 10-star Imperial Beast resources were generally allotted by the state to Imperial Beast Masters and were not circulated outside. Their value was incalculable. Zhang Daoyuan quasi-no. John also counted on Zhang Daoyuan not being able to take it, so he said this, which was a disguised slap in Long Xia's face. Aren't you a bully? If you want to gamble, you have to come up with equal chips, or don't be arrogant. At the same time, it was also meant to be a friendly signal to the colored flowers. They are all upper-class people. The meaning is very obvious. First John also bet on the bet, and directly pressed the whole body, proving that I really do not want to pick you mean. Colored Flowers turned her head and swept an expressionless glance at John when she heard his words. Seeing this, John hurriedly smiled and nodded his head in response. He didn't want to really fall out with Kaihua. He also needed Nei Han's Imperial Beast resources. It's not worth offending one of the 3 major consortiums in Neon over a little misunderstanding. Poof. Color Flower snorted coldly and sat back down. That's kind of a tacit forgiveness of John. Old John's heart was glad. Unbeknownst to the clever one, he had already been lulled into a trap by the superb acting skills of Chen Feng's trio at this point. Zhang Daoyuan was also ecstatic in his heart when he saw this. I'm not afraid of you betting, but I'm afraid you won't get into it. Unlike inwardly, he was displaying an extremely difficult and defeated look at this time. 2 10-star Imperial Beast resources he indeed couldn't take. Below it was time for the official big brother of Long Xia to step in. What? Didn't Long Xia bring you enough money when he sent you here? Or did Long Xia not have any at all? I think you guys are nothing more than that. Sakata immediately opened his mouth to taunt him when he saw a big man coming down to help him. He was really holding back, especially that Long Xia kid named Chen Feng. He really wanted to rip his mouth off. Zhang Daoyuan didn't say anything. His face was suddenly gloomy, and he seemed to be a bit at a loss for words. Sakata was even happier to see this. Zhang Daoyuan, if you can't, it's better to just start the match. The 2 Imperial Beast Masters are all watching on the live broadcast, and since Long Xia didn't bring you enough money, you shouldn't force yourself. Well, after all, you're just a small Ryusha teacher, and they're just ordinary Ryusha students, so I can understand if Ryusha doesn't care about you guys. Sakata finished speaking, extremely relieved in his heart. However, he was still a bit lost, because although this compromised the face of the opposing Imperial Beastmaster and Long Xia, he didn't reap any actual benefits. Referee, get ready to start. This time we have Shimada in the ring for the big board, Sakata said slowly to the referee. Zhang Daoyuan, on the other hand, had not said anything, and in fact, he was waiting for Chu Weiwei's call. Yet Chu Weiwei's call was delayed. He was secretly anxious. On the side of the Chen Feng is also the brain is rapidly rotating. This old Chu is also too unreliable. According to the script, this time should be by the Long Xia official down. He turned his head to look at Song Yi, who was dumbfounded by the iron railing, and then, he suddenly thought of something. Right, this game is a sure loser. If you don't gamble, it's over. Although the Neon people are temporarily happy, the actual benefits are still gained by Zhang Daoyuan. They didn't let their emotions out. Hold them a game. The next game Long Xia official in the appearance of the next game. The old Zhang and then cooperate with the clamor. Will make this group of brats completely crazy. When the time comes, Color Flower can also rightfully come down and step in, escalating the situation once again. Thinking of this, Chen Feng instantly realized, old Zhang, go back and sit down first. He showed an extremely defeated and uncomfortable look on his face and patted Zhang Daoyuan, who froze in place. Zhang Daoyuan was slightly stunned as he had a questioning look in his eyes. The script isn't right, is it? I'm not going down? I'm sure there are bigwigs in Longxia watching the live broadcast. They definitely won't sit back and watch, Chen Feng said angrily. Chen Feng's hint was obvious enough. Let the bullets fly for a while. Zhang Daoyuan, who was old and cunning, was instantly figured out by Chen Feng's point. Sakata, just you wait. We're not done with this. He let out a scathing remark as he left with a brainless uptight look on his face. Sakata's heart got even better when he saw this. Ha ha, Zhang Daoyuan, this is Neon. I advise you to be more careful with your words. You Long Xia officials, you can't control this place. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and at this point under the field, the two imperial beasts were chasing one and fleeing the other. Although Song Yi had been confused as to why Chen Feng and Zhang Daoyuan were like this, he had followed Zhang Daoyuan's previous instructions to fight against each other. Delay is the main thing. His royal beast was a green Lin giant ape, while Shimada's royal beast was a 2-star, high-grade, gigantic python. Shimada called it the Yagyu Orochi, but that was just wishful thinking on his part. The python was actually drugged up to a high 2-star rank. If it hadn't eaten the explosive rank grass, it would have been torn apart by the green forest giant ape. Under the field, as time was gradually consumed, the green forest giant ape sold a break and was directly whipped away by the python with a tail. Gao Lian's red-striped tiger rolled twice, and the green Lin giant ape repeated the same trick and rolled 3 times. I surrender, Song Yi shouted and retracted his imperial beast. At this point, the neon crowd in the arena instantly boiled over. That's what this game is all about. It's the kind of game that should be a total beatdown. How can Dragon Summer's imperial beasts be stronger than Neon's? Are Neon's imperial beasts and imperial beast masters have a special bond? John also rushed to look at Kaihua in the neighboring seat, grinning and locking eyes with her. The meaning is obvious. See, I didn't screw you over. Colored Flowers made a show of stretching her brow. Well, it's all in the bag now. One counts. Sakata was also overjoyed, and he was just about to taunt Zhang Daoyuan again when he saw that Zhang Daoyuan on the opposite side was on the phone. Hello, Elder Chu. Yes, this is Zhang Daoyuan. Elder Chu, I am Zhang Daoyuan, old Zhang said as he grabbed the phone with one hand and covered the microphone underneath it with the other. His mood at this time was that of excitement, because there's nothing like standing in front of your country's backing and publicly pretending to be something you're not. What's this one called? Exotic pretenses. State licenses. However, in the next second, Xiao Zhang give the phone to Chen Feng. I'll have a word with him, Chu Wei said. Thus, with resentment in his eyes, old Zhang handed the phone to Chen Feng. That expression seemed like that of a little spoiled wife who had lost her favor. Hello, this is Chen Feng said as he picked up the phone. I'll get straight to the point. According to the think tank's extensive maneuvers through the battle for the imperial beasts in Lian City, the United States of America likely has the technology to predict the fusion of the beast domains. If we offer to up the ante, and if they do have the technology to do so, odds are good that John and Neon's do-gooders will offer to, well, escalate the match and move on to the beast domain of Winter King for an extra match. It's said to be a competition, but in reality, it's an attempt to take you guys as hostages and interfere with the battle for the fusion of the beast domains. But it would also verify that they did have the technology to predict the fusion of beast domains. But the problem is that if they really make this request, our country will be passive in this battle for the beast domain. Now, let me ask you, if you continue to escalate the betting fight as planned, are you sure you can handle this possible direction of development? Chu Weiguo said in a serious tone. Chu Weiguo's meaning was simple. If Chen Feng and the others really went to the beast domain plus, although it could verify that the United States of America had the technology to predict the fusion of the beast domain, but win or lose, it would put Long Xia in a passive position, which was the equivalent of sending hostages directly to Neon. However, if he didn't take the initiative to escalate the stakes now, there was a high chance that Sakata's side would propose another bet later on. Chu Weiguo did not know that his words had changed flavor in Chen Feng's ears. What? Master, another buffet? The demonic centipede emperor was hanging on Chen Feng's wrist at this moment. It heard everything. Ahem. It should be. Chen Feng slowly opened his mouth after answering the words of the demonic centipede emperor in his mind. Old Chu, leave it to me, it's not a big problem. If we can't beat them, I'll bring old Zhang and my classmates to circle them in the winter capital beast region, and we'll be done waiting for our Long Xia's imperial beastmasters to back us up. Chen Feng said with superficial modesty. Well, take old Chang and the others for a ride, and eat the Winter King beast domain clean. Good, Chen Feng, then pay attention to your safety and wait for our support. Chu Weiguo paused. I will also be participating in this operation. You must keep your life first and wait for my support. Old Chu was quite nice, and he cherished talent, especially the great talent of Chen Feng. Don't worry, I'll put saving my life first and wait for you all. Chen Feng replied naively. Afterwards, Old Chu explained to Zhang Daoyuan some more. The content is simple. Listen to Chen Feng. This caused Zhang Daoyuan to look at Chen Feng with an even more sultry look. No, I'm not. Who's the teacher? Can you do whatever you want just because you have a background? After hanging up the phone, not more than 10 seconds later, a face that was familiar to Chen Feng appeared on the large screen of the Colosseum. It is the picture of Chu Weiguo, the old man of Chu. Old John, it's been a long time. I didn't expect you to actually still be alive. Elder Chu's voice spread throughout the entire Colosseum. Seeing the person on the big screen, John swished to his feet, changing his previous appearance of being a lone expert. Chu Weiguo, are you idling out your farts? Don't say that. Just now the Imperial Beast Masters watching the live broadcast in Longxia were very displeased with your bullying behavior. So I came to find a face and wanted to bet with you. I don't know if you dare. Chu Weiguo revealed a helpless expression and said, Oh, tell me about it. John sniffed, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. He didn't care to get involved when the two sets of student teachers punched each other in the face. But the top 10-star Imperial Beast Masters of the two countries were a different story. This was a great opportunity to disgrace Longxia and bleed him out. He said with heartfelt excitement. Well, I see that it just so happens that the new head of your Neon's Koizumi consortium is also here. So why don't we take all the materials in your consortium's material storehouse as a wager? And I'll take out materials of corresponding value as well. Do you dare to take it? Chu Weiguo's eyes narrowed slightly as he finished speaking. The patriarch of the Koizumi Foundation will always be my husband. Masamune-kun. Kaihua stood up with an angry expression. She plays it high, doesn't look like she's undercover. Miss Kaihua. Take it easy. John first comforted Kaihua with a cry, then turned his head to Chu Weiguo and said, You represent Longxia? John's eyes were somber. Sure, so you represent the United States of America? Or is it Neon? Chu Wei countered. I represent the United States of America. Of course, and she represents Neon. John pointed to the colored flowers. Miss Colorful Flower, take his bet and listen to me. This is what I'm saying to you as a 10-star title-level Imperial Beastmaster of the United States of America. John said seriously. This, okay, fine. Colored Flower hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. This time this old den can't dump on me anyhow. Colored Flowers thought to herself. However, for this kind of large-scale event, I would like to let all of our Longxia's little ones participate in it. So I would like Chen Feng to participate as well. And of course, you guys can also draw over a student from the Winter Capital Seed Team. Chu Weiguo said tentatively. Humph. It doesn't matter. It seems like you're very optimistic about this one called Chen Feng, so let him participate. And I'll also transfer a participant from somewhere else. However, since the wager has already involved the wealth between the two countries, I'll also make a request. That is, to upgrade this tournament. It just so happens that the Winter King Beast domain is close to here, so we'll have a rematch. And it's also convenient for me to go and transfer a temporary player out. Do you Longxia still dare to take it? John said grimly. He silently glanced at Chen Feng's back. To be able to be looked at by the Dragon King of Dragon Summer. This kid must be something. It can't be this Chu Weiguo's illegitimate son. It didn't matter. When the beast domain competition was over and the two domains merged, he would be directly scrapped. Let Chu Weiguo's heart ache. Dare? What's there to dare? There hasn't been anything that I, Longxia, have ever wimped out on. Zhang Daoyuan, what are your thoughts? Chu Weiguo suddenly asked Zhang Daoyuan. Report chief. The battle will be won. Old Zhang suddenly dreamed back to when he was in the army, and directly rose to salute. It was something he felt. It was communicated long ago, but it still felt like an imminent threat. Good. Good luck with your triumph. Chu Weiguo said with a smile. I've already sent someone to approach your Koizumi Foundation to check the materials, and this bet will also be publicized all over the world, so no one will renege on the debt. Chu Wei said to John with a smile. Okay. I'll arrange for a helicopter to send the two teams directly to the Winter King Beast Domain Extra, and the match will be broadcast live throughout. John picked up the phone straight after that and started arranging for a helicopter. Humph. This time, it's just right to bring all the 10-star Imperial Beast Masters from the United States of America base with us, and when the beast domains merge, we will make Long Xia suffer a great loss. And that Chen Feng guy, I'll just go out and waste him when the match is over. This kid looks like a dick. He must be Chu Wei's illegitimate son. In John's eyes, Chen Feng had his hands in his pockets at the moment, crossing his legs, sitting back in his chair, humming a little song. It looks like a lot of fun. The helicopter was fast, or maybe it was just that Oban wasn't that far from Tokyo in the first place. At this moment, Chen Feng was humming a small song as he walked at the very back of the group. Ryoko had gone home, and Kaihua had just secretly texted him that she'd cover Ryoko from now on. Colorful flowers, this young woman is good. Chen Feng was relieved. Up ahead was the Beast Realm portal. The two teams of players walked through the portal in turn. Zhang Daoyuan, as a teacher, was secretly following Chen Feng's team to prevent accidents from happening during the match. The competition was simple. Two teams started from different routes and whoever reached the finish line first won. Hey, I can't actually encounter it until the end of the line. Chen Feng shook his head repeatedly in his heart. He was still thinking of just crunching the Ono crowd in neon directly halfway through. Gotta get to the finish line faster. And the drones in the sky. This stuff is so damn annoying. I have to shoot them all down when the race is over. Or else my MVP settlement footage will be viewed by the whole world. Chen Feng was still walking at the back of the line as he continued to calculate in his mind. At this point the beast domains hadn't fused. So since both teams were starting from the same point, in the beast domain, Chen Feng stood outside the Neon Kingdom's campsite and turned his head to look around. The Beast Realm portal was at the edge of a landmass, next to the Black Waters, which looked a bit eerie. It's the first time I've seen the middle sea of the beast domain, Gao Liang said as he curiously looked towards the Black Sea. How far this must be. You can't see the edge. By Crescent Moon said as she reached out and scooped up a handful of seawater. Miles, Chen Feng said. According to the memory of his previous life, this sea was 10,000 miles away from Longxia. When the beast domain fused, the fastest time for Chu Weiguo and their support would take half a day to arrive. What nostalgia. This place is simply paradise for seventh brother. The demonic centipede emperor wrapped around Chen Feng's wrist looked at the sea and muttered in Chen Feng's mind. Paradise indeed. In a moment we'll go straight to the target point and make a quick pass. After we win, have Shadow Demon take out all the drones and then start the buffet straight away. Try to level me up to 3 stars in this beast domain, Chen Feng said as he felt the flow of imperial magic power within his body. After the double transmission from the demonic centipede emperor and the Shadow Demon, at this point, Chen Feng had already recovered to the 2-star intermediate rank. It's better not to summon 7. I'm afraid dash. The demon centipede emperor's voice was drawn out. It is truly afraid. Chen Feng magical beast is the most vegetable and normal among the magical beasts. At least it looks like a magical beast. And from the Shadow Demon, the picture changed, covered in black mist, not like a wraith. The others were all boss-like as well, with only the demon centipede emperor looking like a small monster. Of course, this was compared to Chen Feng's other magical beasts. Just as the man and the beast were conversing, a discordant voice entered Chen Feng's ears. Dragon Summer's trash. Why don't you hurry up and get going? Lose so you can quickly get out of our Neon Kingdom's beast domain. The man who spoke was transferred from the Winter King team to make up the numbers. His name is Tetsuya Taniyuchi. He's a 2-star, middle-ranked Imperial Beast Master. The yellow hair hung down to his pale cheeks, kind of like a neon cowboy. Idiot. Chen Feng blankly glanced at Cowboy Taniyuchi Shuya. I know you. I heard that you also have a centipede Imperial Beast. I also happen to have one. So I'll let you see mine first. Taniyuchi Shuya finished speaking and directly summoned his own Imperial Beast. A huge red centipede, over 30 meters tall and hundreds of meters long. This head was considered big among demonic beasts. All of you come up here. This 1,000-poison centipede of mine. Not only is it strong in toxins, but it also runs fast, so we'll go straight to the finish line. Tetsuya Tani spoke to the 4 Ono Taiji. He jumped directly onto the red centipede's head. Chen Feng was speechless. Just this? Elena and by Crescent Moon also simultaneously showed a look of looking at a fool. What are you pretending? Tanai yelled from his high horse. He's usually a condescending person and never reads the match materials of foreign players. This resulted in his knowledge of Chen Feng remaining in a version that he had only heard of slightly. By now Ono and the others had started to pull him, but couldn't. How dare he? This fool. Ono and the others had seen Chen Feng's demonic centipede emperor from the footage of the Kinchi Nation's matchup, and they cursed in unison in their hearts. Hey, Chen Feng sighed. I'm not really pretending. He threw his arms out. In the next second, the purple hand rope looked like the demon centipede emperor fell to the ground. Big, Chen Feng shouted pretentiously. In an instant, the demonic centipede emperor, which was originally as tiny as a silk thread, began to grow larger at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it became the same size as the red centipede in the valley. Chen Feng held by Crescent with one hand and was tugged by Elena with the other. As the five of them jumped up to the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head, Guanyi looked at the red centipede imperial beast at his feet, and then at the demonic centipede emperor at the feet of Chen Feng's five. Humph. What's the use of being as big as my imperial beast? The red centipede imperial beast is the proper one. Tanai spoke up in an undying voice. Who told you that my imperial beasts are this big? Chen Feng finished, only to see the demonic centipede emperor's body underneath his feet skyrocket once again. Even though it was near the Neon camp, it wasn't like it was a Long Xia camp. The Neon Imperial Beastmasters in the camp only saw a huge purple centipede rising from the ground. They looked up and watched, tilting his head. His mouth opened and closed, unable to speak. Chen Feng controlled the demonic centipede emperor to set off directly to the target finish line. Tanai stood on the head of his red centipede imperial beast as he tilted his head, his mouth hanging open. With the tremor of the ground brought out by the devil centipede emperor's walk, he was paralyzed with direct fright. Luckily, Ono and the others were able to hold him up in time, which prevented Neon from losing face in public. At that moment, the five heard a loud shout over the loud rumbling. You say the red bloodline is pure, but my sister says the purple is more flavorful. It was far away. Chen Feng's voice. How does this compare? Are you guys brain dead? Dare to take on this kind of competition? This is a 2-star? Taniyuchi was confused. He was being held up by the four Onos and questioned loudly. Taniyuchi-kun, have your imperial beasts eat this? Let's set off as well. Ono Taiji glanced at a section of the demon centipede emperor's body that was still sweeping by and turned his head to the clueless Taniyuchi. At the same time, a large handful of explosive rank grass was stuffed into Gunei's hand. It is? Vale wondered. Ono sniffed and hurriedly whispered a few introductory words into Tanai's ear. A glimmer of brightness flashed in Gunei's eyes as he sniffed. Then, he directly threw the explosive rank grass in his hand in front of the centipede imperial beast's mouth, and had the centipede imperial beast swallow it directly. That burst of rank grass, at least 40 or 50, a completely lethal amount. Sure enough, as the red centipede swallowed the explosive rank grass, it instantly changed its aura. Not daring to waste time, Guanyi directly controlled the centipede imperial beast to set off. And at this time, inside the tent at the entrance of the imperial beast, John's eyes were full of strangeness as he looked at the demon centipede emperor, and a series of question marks floated through his mind. This is a 2-star imperial beast? It's bigger than even the old 10-star one. It's supposed to be the skill of becoming bigger and smaller, worthy of being the bastard son of Chu Weigua. He's dead. Long Champsia the flower. First John folded. While John was thinking, a group of people came inside the tent. John, we're here, and this time we will surely destroy Long Xia's honor. The group was roughly 24 people, black-skinned and white-skinned, but all of them were imposing, and all possessed the look of someone in a high position that could only be cultivated over a long period of time. Well, thank you all for your support now. The beast domain fusion is imminent. Long Xia will lose this time. You guys, I even got a few hostages. Among them is also Chu Weigua's illegitimate son. John smiled evilly. Some of these people are from the United States of America base and some are hired from other countries, but all of them are legendary 10-star Imperial Beast Masters. These 24 people had already caught up to the number of all the 10-star Imperial Beast Masters of Long Xia combined. That's right. Notify the live streaming media to give less footage to that Chen Feng. His Imperial Beast is too flashy. This is a 2-star Imperial Beast for fuck's sake? Inside the camp at the finish line, Ichiro Ono sat in deep thought in front of the broadcast screen along with the neon referee. Due to John's orders, at this point, Chen Feng's perspective had long been cut off. All the spectators outside the beast's domain could see was the big board team sitting on the head of a centipede, running towards the finish line with a great deal of sound and fury. The 1-star demonic beasts they met on the road were scared and scattered. Where's our Long Xia's team? Why is there no picture? I don't know. I was wondering about that. Damn Neon. Our Long Xia's Imperial Beastmasters are still too conservative. Why don't you even give us the broadcasting footage? I wish I could go over there and fuck it up. Within the live feed, the viewers on Long Xia's side protested. Although they couldn't see Chen Feng, Ono Ichiro could. Ono Ichiro was completely confused at this point. The route he had arranged for Chen Feng's team was originally the most dangerous route. The road was littered with 2-star demonic beasts. There were even 3-star ones, and the density was thievish. But this could give Chen Feng a lot of pleasure, or rather give the demon centipede emperor a good laugh. I eat. The demon centipede emperor once again transformed into gluttony mode. Opening its large mouth along the way, it continuously devoured the low-star demonic beasts that didn't escape in time. It's kind of a pre-buffet appetizer. Don't turn the corner. You're running off course. Win the race first. Chen Feng kept urging the Devil Centipede Emperor in his mind, who occasionally deviated from his route because he was swallowing too happily. The Demon Centipede Emperor gave a naive laugh and once again set the direction to continue eating furiously all the way. In fact, the distance of the race was still reasonably far, and with the speed of a normal 2-star Imperial Beast, it would take at least half a day to reach it with full force. This was still the case if they didn't run into 2-star demonic beasts caught in a bitter battle on the way. Ono Kuan, are you sure this is that Chen Feng's Imperial Beast? Do you think it's possible for him to be that Zhang Daoyuan's? The referee's brow furrowed tightly as he looked at Ichiro Ono beside him and said, "Nonsense. We were watching him summon the Imperial Beast. How can that be a lie? However, the skill of changing bigger and smaller shouldn't add to the combat power. But why on earth is it able to easily kill a 2-star demonic beast of the same rank?" Even if Ono Ichiro thought about it, he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. It looks like it's because he doesn't have enough vision, but it's really because he doesn't have enough vision. Or rather, Chen Feng, the Hungbi had exceeded Ono Ichiro's knowledge. Then what should we do? Are we still competing? Isn't this Long Xia team a solid win? The referee finished, skimming his lips. On the screen, at this point, Chen Feng and the others were only 1/3 of the way to the finish line. What made the referee even more speechless was that at this point, if the total distance was viewed in 3 segments, the length of the Demon Centipede Emperor's body accounted for 1/3 of it. God's view. It's like a purple progress bar. That reading speed is like having a membership on Baidu.com. It's fucking outrageous. On the flip side, the big board team, that red progress bar is just like not having a Baidu.com membership. Half the time you can't hold back 2 miles. I don't know, Ono Ichiro replied with a disoriented remark. He raised his arm and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. There's too much pressure. That's a bet on 1/3 of Neon's wealth. Why don't I just sentence them for cheating? I suspect that his Imperial Beasts might have eaten something like the explosive rank grass or something like that as well. The referee tried. There was no way around it. He was aware that the big board team was high on drugs, but now being high on drugs was no match for others. And thinking along those lines, he felt that Long Xia's was also high on drugs. This is not at all an effect that an unusual herb can bring out. This is completely open. If it continues like this, the 2-star demonic beasts on their path will soon be eaten out of existence. Ano Akiro's heart ached. Those 2-star Imperial Beasts were precious resources. It hadn't even been half an hour into this game and at least a couple dozen of them had been eaten. Originally, he had arranged for the Long Xia team to be abused on this road. But now, hell has turned into a cafeteria. Well, Shui. I have to say, Shui, the Neonians of this era, Shui, are still weirdly good. Shui, the Demon Centipede Emperor ate while lamenting to Chen Feng in his heart. Eat? Stop squealing for a moment and hurry to the finish line so we can move on to the next part. Chen Feng urged. That's the official start of the meal. Okay, Shui. Carrot Omega Carrot. As for Chen Feng's side, the 4 of Elena had already begun to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Brother Feng, thanks for taking the fly. Gao Liang rubbed his hands together and said, from now on, you're my wind brother. Thanks for taking the fly. Song Yi +1. That, Brother Feng, at the risk of asking, this Imperial Beast of ours, is it a 2-star? Gao Liang weakly asked. When Chen Feng heard this, he first raised his head and scanned the live streaming drones in the sky. Then he turned his head to look at the 2 of them, Gao Liang and Song Yi, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he said, how could it not be? Damn it! That Chen Feng guy, how could his Imperial Beast be so strong? At the starting point, John inside the tent watched the live video. People were numb. That centipede, killing 2-star demonic beasts was like playing, swallowed it from end to end like a candy cane along the way. John, that doesn't look like a 2-star Imperial Beast to me. This is bigger than even our 10-star Imperial Beasts. A black-skinned 10-star Imperial Beast master analyzed. Humph. He's that Chu Weigua's bastard son. His Imperial Beasts have the skill of becoming bigger and smaller. I guess there might be some other skills we don't know about. That's why he was able to swallow so many demonic beasts of the same rank. John raised his eyes to the Black Imperator and said with a cold grunt, do you think it's possible that this is just a magical beast? The Black Imperial Beast Master, one of the few of his breed with a brain, analyzed again. John first froze at his words, then he nodded. The probability is yes. It seems that Long Xia has already mastered the method of contracting magical beasts. No, this kid must be captured and forced to ask for the method of contracting magical beasts. Our United States of America's beast domain has also seen the appearance of low-star magical beasts. This kind of secret must be grasped by us. When John finished, he simply picked up the phone on the table beside him and dialed. Ichiro Ono at the finish line was working out what to do at this point when he heard the phone ring. He rushed to pick up the phone. Hello, this is Ichiro Ono, he said. I'm John. When Long Xia's team reaches the finish line in a moment, directly announce the result of the match and then choke off the live broadcast. Be sure to tackle that Chen Feng guy for me. I want him alive, John said fiercely. Ah, me? Ichiro Ono winced in his heart. He knew that Zhang Daoyuan was an 8-star Imperial Beastmaster. I can't beat it, can I? Don't worry. I'll immediately arrange for the 9-star Imperial Beastmasters guarding that camp of yours to assist you. At that time, even with that Zhang Daoyuan, he won't be able to turn any waves. John knew that it definitely wouldn't work with only one 5-star Imperial Beastmaster, Ichiro Ono. So he spoke up again. Ichiro Ono's heart was suddenly in the right place when he heard this. Good, then I'll go prepare now. Well, I'm heading over there right now, and I hope you've taken care of them by the time I get there, John said and hung up straight away. Then he stood up and looked behind him at the black and white 24 10-star Imperial Beastmasters. Gentlemen, let's get going. Split up into 2 groups. George, Baker, you 2 come with me. Everyone else, go support Shuichiro Kazushima and prepare for war with Ryosha. John finished, first editing a text message to Shuichiro Kazushima, then stride out of the tent with George and Baker in tow, aiming straight for the race finish. At the border of the Beast Realm, the place was blocked by a strange film that made it impossible to advance. A dozen wooden boats the size of fishing boats floated on the sea. Shuichiro Kazushima stood on one of the ships and felt the vibration of his cell phone as he pulled it out and glanced at it. Then, he raised his head, waved his hand, and shouted, "The Beast Domain Fusion program has been advanced, and the forced fusion equipment has been set up." Near the finish line, Zhang Daoyuan, who was originally hanging at the very back to protect Chen Feng and the others, directly jumped onto the back of the demonic centipede emperor. At this time, the speed of the demonic centipede emperor was not fast. At least the 8-star Zhang Daoyuan could keep up. "Yo, it's old Zhang," Chen Feng said smilingly when he saw Zhang Daoyuan who jumped up. The devil centipede emperor had told him long ago that Zhang Daoyuan was hanging back. That was why Chen Feng hadn't been speeding up his advancement, instead using roughly the speed of a normal 8-star Imperial Beastmaster. The purpose was to not let Zhang Daoyuan lose too much face. After all, old Chang is quite nice. He, you brat. Zhang Daoyuan smiled awkwardly. It's the end of the line. Let's go down, Chen Feng said. The devil centipede emperor slowly stopped advancing. Chen Feng's group jumped directly onto the ground, and in front of them was the campground at the finish line. As Chen Feng stood their ground, the demonic centipede emperor once again changed back to a purple hand rope and wrapped it around Chen Feng's wrist. Zhang Daoyuan swept his eyes at the demonic centipede emperor on Chen Feng's wrist, and a hint of envy flashed in the bottom of his eyes. This thing is simply a necessary magical beast for the Royal Beast Master's daily killings. At the entrance of the camp, Ono Ichiro had by now brought 7 neons to welcome Chen Feng's side with a smile. Long Xia's team, congratulations. I didn't expect you to win so easily. It really opened my eyes, Ono Ichiro said with a leathery smile. Well, that's fine. It's not on you guys. Your eyesight is already narrow. Chen Feng spoke in standard neon. Ono Ichiro's mouth twitched momentarily at his words. The neon referee following him was also shaking with anger. And, of course, there were the 6 camp mikados in yellow uniforms behind Ichiro Ono. All 6 of them looked at Chen Feng with a look of death at this moment. Those little guys from the big board team. We've already sent someone to pick them up. Let's wait for a while. When they arrive, I'll announce the results. Ichiro Ono waved his hand and hurriedly changed the subject. He was already going to be unable to resist the urge to ruthlessly tackle Chen Feng and torture him. What are we waiting for them to do? Just announce that we won and be done with it. The weak don't need shots. Chen Feng spoke again. There was mockery in that tone. It really brought Ichiro Ono down in front of the audience of both countries. Ono Ichiro instantly became furious at his words. And just as he was furious and wanted to scold Chen Feng, a hand suddenly crossed in front of him. Greetings, I am the 9-star Imperial Beastmaster, Kataho Nagai, of the Neon Kingdom Imperial Beastmaster Force, guarding this camp. Hokuto Nagai smiled and walked over to Chen Feng as he tried to pat Chen Feng on the shoulder. However, Chen Feng directly dodged it and slapped it. Long Xiao's Imperial Beastmaster really has personality. We don't need to wait for the big board team to arrive. I'll directly make the decision to announce that your Long Xia team has won. Congratulations. After finishing his speech, Hokuto Nagai looked at the flying drone again. I declare this match. Team Dragon Summer wins, Hokuto said, grabbing the drone in midair with one hand and aiming it at himself. But because of the problem with the drone's power, this broadcast will end here, and the team from Longxia will be sent safely out of the Winter King Beast region, and they will return to Longxia soon. Hokuto added with a sneer before simply turning off the live drone broadcast button. Then, under the eyes of Chen Feng and his party, he dropped the drone at his feet with one hand. Crush it hard with your foot. In fact, he couldn't wait to take a shot at Chen Feng. It was only because Chen Feng was too good at mocking. What a nice man to say something so pretentious in public in front of 2 nations. I'm a 9-star Imperial Beast Master. The dignity of a 9-star Imperial Beast Master was not something that this group of people could offend. However, just as he was about to strike, Chen Feng suddenly opened his mouth and, "Hello, let me ask, are we off the air now?" That statement neatly made a few of the Kataho men look slightly stunned. Why is this kid suddenly so polite? Well, it's over, Hokuto replied in a cold voice. So that means that whatever happens, no one out there knows about it, right? Humph. Of course, the moment I stomped on the drone, not a single piece of news could get out of this beast's domain. Oh, so you don't have any military contact equipment or anything like that? Chen Feng reconfirmed once more. Rumble. Suddenly there was a loud explosion that shook the sky. What's happening? Zhang Daoyuan was the first to take a step out in alertness, blocking in front of Chen Feng and frowning. Nothing, I guess something exploded. It's none of your business, Hokuto replied coldly. It seems that Shuichiroku and Kazushima has blasted the beast domain ahead of time, and the beast domains are starting to merge. Chen Feng was also slightly stunned as he listened to the loud sound and felt the tremor of the ground. It was the sound of the edge of the beast's domain crumbling. What's with the coincidence? The fusion time in the last life should have been a few days later than it is now. Could it be that they had a method that would allow the beast domains to merge earlier? It was good though. Any technological means would be prevented from spreading when the beast domains merged. Thinking about it, the next second, Chen Feng flung his sleeves. 9-star Imperial Beast Master, right? Kitao Koenchan. Ono hadn't finished his words, only to see that Chen Feng had already appeared in front of Beijo's body. The shadow blade on his arm stuck inside Beijo's chest. Beijo's entire body was lifted up high by Chen Feng. 9 stars? Chen Feng sneered and tossed Beijo aside, then a foot on the neck of Kitaho. Originally, Beijo already had a mouthful of blood about to rush up his throat, but was stopped back by Chen Feng. His eyes were wide with disbelief. Nothing more than that. Chen Feng kicked Beijo toward Ono. Ono's heart and guts were now in pieces as well. This kid is not a 2-star. He hurriedly tried to summon the Imperial Beast while using his arm to fend it off. But the next moment, it was the same way Kitao died. The 5-star Imperial Beast Master, the patriarch of the Ono family, was instantly secured by Chen Feng. Chen Feng knew that he was brittle, so he directly flashed his body in a series of flashes, and before a few others could react, he was already in with a black knife and out with a red one. Zhang Daoyuan looked at the sprawling corpses and fell into deep thought. The brain is down. Just now, that Inoue said he was a 9-star, right? Then I'm an 8-star. I don't know what kind of a teacher I am to him. Remember a few chapters ago he said he couldn't beat me but had no problem escaping, right? Oh, man, liar. Song Yi and Gao Liang were also frozen on the spot. Chen Feng's shock to them was too great. It's like your best buddy suddenly saying he's a sword immortal, and when he's done, he opens his dorm room window and gives you a public performance of flying with a sword. Just outrageous. Only the 2 women, Elena and White Crescent Moon, looked at Chen Feng with reddened faces, an expression of what should have been done on their faces. However, in the next moment, Chen Feng directly summoned the Shadow Demon. There were some more Neon Imperial Beast Masters in this camp, as well as the 5 members of the Oban team who were on their way here. These people need to be dealt with. As soon as the Shadow Demon appeared, Chen Feng gave a direct order. Kill. The finish line. Inside Camp Neon, the Shadow Demon stood in the air, the ghostly blue at his eyes carrying no hint of warmth. The huge shadow blades on his arms were already at the ready stage. It's waiting. The few remaining 5-star Imperial Beast Masters in the camp at this point still fantasized about summoning Imperial Beasts to resist the Shadow Demons. The Shadow Demon was also happy to let them summon the Imperial Beasts, which were all small desserts. Looking at the 5-star Imperial Beasts that were constantly being summoned, the Shadow Demon then made a move. The shadow blades of the 2 arms seemed to have turned into 2 dinner knives at this point, one stabbing, the other picking. Then an Imperial Beast was sent into its black maw. It was a joy to eat. The Neon Imperial Beast Master below was lying on the ground wincing in pain as his Imperial Beasts died one after another, like it was cheering up the Shadow Demon. Chen Feng brought 5 men and women eaters with him as he stood atop the head of the demonic centipede emperor, feeling the Imperial magic power that was constantly being transferred in from his body. His eyes were cold. Within this camp, there were about a dozen 5-star Imperial Beasts, and the Shadow Demon was not polite, swallowing them all in one gulp. After eating these 5-star Imperial Beasts, it didn't kill those 5-star Imperial Beast Masters at the first opportunity. It waited again, for surely they still had 4 3-star low-level Imperial Beasts that had not been released. That's all energy. Sure enough, after a slight reprieve of a few seconds, 7 or 8 Neon 5-star Imperial Beast Masters released their low-star Imperial Beasts in unison, wanting to run away. The Imperial beasts in this wave were of somewhat mixed grades, 4-star ones, 3-star ones, and even 2-star ones. The Shadow Demon waited for this, not giving the gang of Imperial Beast Masters from the Neon Kingdom the chance to get on the Imperial Beasts and run away. Its Shadow Blade swung once again. The same old trick was repeated, killing all the Neon Imperial Beast Masters in the camp along with all of them. Another beautiful meal. This gave the demonic Centipede Emperor a bad craving, but he had to protect Chen Feng and was not in a position to go up and grab the food. Let's go pick up the big board team. Chen Feng gave an order. The Demon Centipede Emperor immediately turned his body around, while the Shadow Demon floated in the air to lead the way. With Shadow Demon's height in the air, he could see the Oban team and their group who were advancing far away from the seashore. The speed of the Demon Centipede Emperor was so fast that the Shadow Demon simply pointed a direction and began to massively roam and slaughter all the way. The Devil Centipede Emperor, on the other hand, swallowed as he went. The two magical beasts were really treating this beast domain as a cafeteria at this point. Not polite at all. Even the occasional neon-scattered Imperial Beastmaster that he came across was swallowed in passing. Zhang Daoyuan stood behind Chen Feng as he barred his mouth. Another look at Chen Feng's back. This kid couldn't be like in the novels. Reincarnated from some old monster. It's outrageous. Who's an 18-year-old Imperial Beastmaster college student who can kill without blinking an eye in an enemy beast domain? Song Yi, Gao Liang and the two of them, on the other hand, had their eyes dribbling. Chen Feng, how did this kid train? So cool. Hug a thigh. Hug a thigh. Elena and White Crescent Moon, on the other hand, were constantly communicating with their magical beasts in their minds. Ask when they will grow to this level. But the answer from the two wraiths was simple. No way. Forget it. It's too hard for the wraith. Soon, the Demon Centipede Emperor had come face to face with the big board team. This is a location near the beach. The giant feet underneath the demonic Centipede Emperor plunged into the sandy beach, directly blocking the path of the big board team. Two large purple eyes stood tall, looking down on the crowd of big boarders. The crowd of big boarders instantly breathed in unison. Since the Shadow Demon was already killing high from afar at this point, it didn't appear in front of the big board team. Chen Feng, what do you mean? Anadeji looked up directly and questioned. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was guarded by the 5-star Imperial Beastmaster who had come to pick them up. That 5-star Imperial Beastmaster looked up at Chen Feng with a grave expression at this moment. Classmates of Longshanks, what are you? He said tentatively, but Chen Feng didn't even reply to his words. Instead, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I see that you guys are very arrogant in the Colosseum. So come on, release all of your Imperial Beasts and let's have a fight. There was a hint of teasing in that voice. Baka, Chen Feng, this is our Ni Hong's beast domain. How dare you act recklessly here? Ono Taiji said arrogantly. I said, release all your Imperial Beasts, or else, die. Chen Feng finished and then paused. That's right, there's you. You also release your Imperial Beasts. As he said that, he pointed at the 5-star Imperial Beastmaster in front of Ono. These arrogant words instantly angered the Ono Taiji crowd. Fine. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a skill of changing the size of the Imperial Beasts. This is what you said to let us release the Imperial Beasts. Don't regret it. Ono snapped despite the 5-star Imperial Beastmaster's obstruction. Let's all release the Imperial Beasts together. I'd like to see on what basis the Dragon Summer team is so arrogant to capitalize. Anadeji said, turning his head to give the crowd a look. He secretly pulled out the explosive order grass from his pocket, and this was what he relied on. Damn it, Ono, you guys shut up. The 5-star Imperial Beastmaster was in a hurry, but Ono's group of guys were so pampered that they really didn't listen to the words of ordinary people. Damn it, I don't care about you guys. The 5-star Imperial Beastmaster cursed and directly turned around and ran. That's called dry. Deserter. Ono Taiji looked at the fleeing 5-star Imperial Beastmaster and snorted disdainfully. Chen Feng took everything in, and in his mind, he reported the direction in which that 5-star Imperial Beastmaster had fled to the Shadow Demon. Let it take care of itself. The 5 Anadeji had released all of their Imperial Beasts by now, and each of them was in existence that had eaten the explosive rank grass. Ryushas, we've summoned all the Imperial Beasts. And then what? Anadeji sneered. The rest of the Debang team also had a sneer on their faces. They even released their dual Imperial Beasts. Before the demonic Centipede Emperor at this moment 10 2-star Imperial Beasts stood on the ground in unison. And then of course the buffet session begins. Chen Feng said with a smile. The Devil Centipede Emperor was excited when he heard this. It's finally its turn. The big mouth opened. The 10,000 feet rhythm. The body forward. Instantly even with the big board team of Imperial Beast Masters swallowed into the mouth. Stop it guys from Longxia, Neon Beast region. You guys actually have the guts to be so reckless. A loud shout came from the distance. That was John's voice. Chen Feng's ears twitched as he followed the sound, only to see three giant birds with different images in the distance were rapidly flying towards Chen Feng's side. As Chen Feng gazed, John was standing on the back of the giant vulture-like bird in the center. The other two giant birds had two people standing on their backs as well. It was George and Beck. The two were about the same age as John Sr. when the three were young. They were known as the Trident of the United States of America. The strength is quite high and it is well known all over the world. Master, Chewie, isn't it necessary to summon Big Brother's Shadow Demon back? Chewie, these three 10-star Imperial beasts across the street have a very strong aura, Chewie, and are flying. Chewie, I'm not good at fighting them on my own, Chewie. The Demon Centipede Emperor said worriedly as he chewed on the large plate team buffet. To mention a few things here, each of Chen Feng's magical beasts was a boss-like existence, but they were extremely parochial. For example, the Shadow Demon, whose home turf is night combat, is extremely powerful and perverse in the dark, and can unleash black thunder at will. However, during the daytime, he would have to use his skill to turn a range into night first before he could use black thunder. They can only play at full strength on their home turf. For non-home fields, well, it's no problem for one to fight 10 demonic beasts of the same rank, but it also depends on whether the enemy's skill is strong or not. It's like a man and a mouse. If there are too many mice, they can bite the man to death. The demonic centipede emperor's suggestion was exactly what Chen Feng had in mind. Seeing John approaching aggressively and quickly, Chen Feng hurriedly recalled Shadow Demon. At this moment, the imperial magic power within Chen Feng's body was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the 2-star high rank. Bold, Junior of Long Xia, how dare you be so arrogant in front of our American Trident? I think you're impatient with life. The three Johns flew close to Chen Feng, and Beck rebuked with great fury. Beck, what's the point of wasting words with the juniors of Long Xia? Directly strike to destroy this imperial beast of his. Just be careful not to get these Dragon Xia people killed. I still have to take them as hostages. John waved his hand and said with an evil smile. No sooner had John finished his words than he saw a huge black shadow cover the sky above him. He looked up. Steady as an old dog for many years, he was instantly frightened and his whole body shook. Fark, what the fuck is this? Off to the side. George tilted his head, his mouth hanging open. He'd lost his expression management. In the eyes of the three of them, they only saw the black shadow in the sky, like a demon god, carrying its own pressure, and the air around them seemed to freeze. In comparison, the 10-star high-level flying imperial beasts under their feet were conversely a bit weaker. Then, that demon god's arm was raised and plunged straight into the clouds with a loud rumble, and dozens of miles in a circle were instantly plunged into darkness. In the darkness, the three Johns could only hear their heads crackling like the sound of space breaking apart. Run! Old John was the first to react. Having lived for so many years, he could usually see the situation more clearly. Ask whose 10-star imperial beast can make the day fall into darkness. Ask whose imperial beast that has such an overwhelming aura. The oversized vultures under his feet instantly reversed direction and flew wildly for their lives. Baker and George reacted as well, both hanging about 20 meters behind John. Too late. 2 syllables escaped from the shadow demon's throat. Its arms controlled several black thunderbolts the thickness of a bowl and fell straight toward Beck and George. This thunder was loud when it was born, but when it fell, it was silent. The two Bakers just felt their breath catch and their adrenaline spike. How many years? How many years since I've experienced death so close? Quick defense! John, who was at the forefront, shouted. The two Bakers sniffed. A white barrier surfaced on the three's imperial beasts, and the light bloomed greatly. It looks like it's using the skill to its fullest potential. Boom! Rumble! The two loud bangs were accompanied by 2 black thunderbolts striking the white barrier outside of the two Beck's imperial beasts. Cracks appeared in the barrier between the two instantly. The defense is quite high, actually not shattered by the shadow demon's thunder at once. Above the head of the demonic centipede emperor, Chen Feng squinted his eyes at the front and muttered to himself. Zhang Daoyuan was the only one who heard Chen Feng's words. What's he surprised about? This kid? One blow did not shatter. 10-star high-level Imperial Beast Master's defense skill. This should be the normal situation. For same-ranked Imperial Beast Masters to shatter each other's defenses. Even if the strength of their skills differed greatly, they would have to use their skills at least 5 times. Shit, you're so strong. You still give me a shit about being a student. Am I worthy? Shadow Demon, don't let them escape. Chen Feng said fiercely as he felt the 1/3 of the imperial magic power in his body that had been instantly consumed due to Shadow Demon's use of the skill. Mustn't let the 3 old boys off the hook. Otherwise it's a loss. The Shadow Demon sniffed and gathered 5 thunderbolts at the same time, directly attacking the 3 Johns. 3 of them were directed at John, and the other 2, at Baker and George. Damn, Dragon Summers boy, you're not a 2-star. John cursed, and the vultures under his feet accelerated again. change direction directly to the sea. It was also at this moment that 5 thunderbolts instantly fell with the aura of destroying everything. Beck and George's shields were directly shattered by the thunder running through them, and that black thunder instantly made contact with the duo's heads. Boom! Both blew up at the same time, and the 10-star Imperial beasts under their feet were like kites with broken strings, paralyzed by the shadow thunder as they directly free fell towards the ground. Damn! Ah! John cursed as he felt the silent thunder above his head. With a clench of his teeth, he actually jumped directly from a height of several hundred meters. At the same time, he forcefully controlled that vulture Imperial beast to crash head-on towards the thunder. The shield outside of the vulture Imperial beast was instantly shattered, and its body trembled as if it had been electrocuted as it fell to the surface of the sea below. John, for his part, bit down on his sleeve in an effort to keep the pain at bay the moment he hit the surface. At the same time, he summoned another 10-star Imperial beast of his own. This was his strongest Imperial beast. It was a whale Imperial beast as huge as a water monster. However, this whale Imperial beast was not like a normal whale. It had 6 pairs of eyes on top of its head. It looks extremely weird. The moment the whale appeared, it swallowed the agonized John in one gulp and sank to the bottom without looking back. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the black waters, out of sight. Seeing this, the Shadow Demon knew that he was not good at water combat and said that it was a pity. The shadow blade at his arm plunged into the body of the electrified, charred, John's vulture wraith, directly bringing that magical beast to his mouth. He ate it in a few bites as if a person was eating a roasted pigeon. Then, it plugged up Beck's flying Imperial beast and threw it directly at the Demon Centipede Emperor's side. The Devil Centipede Emperor was delighted at the sight, not expecting that he had done nothing and had mixed up a 10-star Imperial beast to eat. He crawled forward to catch the body of the 10-star Imperial beast that had been thrown at him. Eat! Shadow Demon then plugged in George's 10-star Imperial beast again and ate it. The sky slowly brightened. What the two devils ate was converted into energy to level up for Chen Feng. At this moment, although Chen Feng still had 1/3 of his Imperial magic power left, he had also recovered a small wave as he advanced in rank to the 2-star high rank, recovered to roughly 2/3 of the way there. Well, it also allows Shadow Demon to use thunder twice at full power. That, Chen Feng, I base I've seen Neon's Beast Realm supplies warehouse at the campsite over at the Beast Realm portal. Let's. When Zhang Daoyuan saw how brave Chen Feng was, his heart instantly came alive. What? How big of a material warehouse? Chen Feng instantly became interested. He was now immediately promoted to 3 stars. After 3 stars, he would be able to make potions. Refining potions by the method of water refining. Some can enhance one's physique. Some can restore imperial magical power. And there is a wide variety. These potions, however, were not available in this era, so currently only Chen Feng knew the formula and refining method. Originally, Chen Feng was prepared to ask Chu Weigua for these materials after this time, but now it seems, no, Chu Weigua's side is still necessary. After all, I'm an adult, I want it all. It's huge, as big as a large factory building. I guess there must be something good. Zhang Daoyuan eyed it. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off immediately and get back the materials that belong to us. Chen Feng finished speaking and barked an order at the demonic centipede emperor. The target heads straight ahead in the direction of the neon portal. You can also eat some more demonic beasts on the way. 3 stars are expected. In the depths of the vast ocean, a super huge whale was swimming rapidly, bringing up a dark current beside it. This was already near the fringe of the beast domain. Shuichiro Kazushima and a group of 24 10-star Imperial Beast Masters invited by the United States of America sat on a boat, watching over the connection of the beast domains that continued to meld together in front of them. That's the direction of Ryusha, right? Shuichiro Kazushima looked ahead into the fog, his eyes staring straight ahead. The thought of being able to attack the Dragon Summer Beast region at the same time with 24 10-star Imperial Beast Masters excited him beyond words. Although Long Xia was a large landmass, it only armed itself and did not plunder the beast domains of other countries. Unlike the United States of America, they constantly plundered the beast domains of other countries, mastering a variety of unique specialty-grade Imperial Beast materials around the globe, and were financially strong. So the United States of America, in addition to the ostensible Imperial Beast Masters, they could actually mobilize to employ 10-star Imperial Beast Masters from other countries to help them fight. Don't worry, Wind Island. We will definitely make Long Xia suffer a big loss in this operation. I guess at this moment, Old John has already captured Long Xia's hostages and is on his way here. A black Imperial Beast Master said with a smile. Well, I'm just a little impatient. Shuichiro Kazushima nodded and explained. We're excited too. Ha ha, I'll tell you another piece of confidential information. We actually have another wave of 10-star Imperial Beast Masters that are making their move against the Bear Country. This is called a 2-pronged approach. A few days later, This world will be my United States of America's say, and then you Neon will also follow the glory. Don't worry. The Black Imperial Beastmaster finished and patted Shuichiro Kazushima on the shoulder. Shuichiro Kazushima was just about to say something when he suddenly felt the ship under his feet begin to shake violently. The sea, which had been relatively smooth, suddenly surged. What's going on? Kazushima Shuichiro was alarmed. There's no need to be afraid. This must be our old John returning. Joy came through the eyes of the Black Imperial Beastmaster. John was strong, the last generation of the American Trident, and with John, the Black Imperialist was like a cotton worker with a master, with a backbone. Even when standing in an endless field of cotton, you don't feel the slightest bit lost. Wherever the whip goes, that's where he aims. Shuichiro Kazushima and a group of American Imperial Beastmasters hurried to the side of the ship and looked down to the sea below. Only a huge black shadow slowly surfaced. It was none other than John's whale Imperator. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, the whale's big mouth opened, and John, who was like a dead dog, was spat out onto the deck by the whale. It was a rather lousy look, with no masterful posture whatsoever. The deck was momentarily silent. About John? The Black Imperialist called out tentatively. John seemed to have heard someone calling him. In fact, he had just passed out from the pain. The pain of the 10-star Imperial Beast being decapitated was difficult for John Olden to resist. It was a spiritual connection, and so cumulative over time. Not something that could be compared to the minor pain a random 3 or 5-star Imperial Beastmaster felt when he lost his Imperial Beast. Hissed John rubbed his head with his hand. He felt like someone was churning his brains out with a wallbreaker. John, what happened? Did the Imperial Beastmasters of Lancia attack from the portal side? Also, where are Belle and George? The Black Imperial Beastmaster asked anxiously. He picked John up in his black arms and held him in his arms. Dead, all dead, old John said slowly with fear on his face. That Long Xia's Chen Feng. He's simply not human. His Imperial Beast isn't a beast either. In this world, there can't be that kind of thing. He cried out with wide eyes and recollection. What the hell is happening? Water? Wind Island. Call for some water. The Black Imperialist said to Shuichiro Kazushima as he rubbed John's temples. Shuichiro Kazushima also had a serious look on his face at this time, and he hurriedly entered the ship and took a bottle of water out. The Black Sentinel took the water bottle and quickly unscrewed it. John licked his already dry lips. He was injured and soaked in seawater. It was the time to be thirsty. Gulping down 2 gulps, his spirits relaxed a little. Only then did he open his mouth to slowly tell the crowd about his chance encounter with Chen Feng. By the time John finished speaking, all the Imperial Beast Masters present were in disbelief. Kazushima Shuichiro, on the other hand, stroked his chin. Actually, I don't think he's invincible. Just now, John also said that thunder didn't penetrate Belle and George's defenses the first time, while the second time, it directly penetrated John's defenses. So what does that mean? Black Sentinel asked rhetorically. Doesn't this prove that Chen Feng's Imperial Beast, for the first time, has retracted its strength? But why would he withdraw his strength? If we were to face 3 10-star Imperial Beast Masters alone, we would definitely use our strongest skills directly, leaving no room for error. This means that Chen Feng's Imperial Beast use skill is very consuming, and I even suspect now that he doesn't have much Imperial Beast power left in his body. Shuichiro Kazushima was indeed very showy as he immediately tried to analyze Chen Feng's state at this moment. Says it all. Makes sense. The Black Imperial Beastmaster nodded. Moreover, there's an even more important point. That Chen Feng's Imperial Beasts definitely aren't good at water battles, or else he couldn't have let John escape. Shuichiro Kazushima added. So what do we do now? The Black Imperialist asked. Kill. Before Long Xia comes, let's kill back together. I don't believe that 22 10-star Imperial Beast Masters can't defeat one of him. Kazushima Shuichiro's words instantly reassured the originally silent United States of America Imperial Beast Masters. This Neon Sentinel has a point. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go now. John, what do you think? The Black Sentinel said as he helped John up. Kill back. Force them to the beach. Big deal. Lose a few 10-star Imperial Beasts. Drain that Chen Feng's power. I'm going to capture him alive and gouge out the secret of that powerful Imperial Beast. When the time comes, whoever's Imperial Beasts are sacrificed, we, the United States of America government, will make it up to you, John added. Thus, this group of people vastly summoned their respective 10-star Imperial Beasts and returned to the Beast Realm continent with an extremely spectacular momentum. Chen Feng sighed. After Chen Feng kicked and broke the core contact equipment within the camp at the teleportation portal, it was then completely announced that all resources within this campground belong to Chen Feng. Anyone who dares to disagree will stand up and say something. Well, they're all lying around, none of them standing up. Get it for me. Let the Imperial beasts eat those that can't be taken. Chen Feng gave an order. Elena was the first to release the Imperial beast Manticore. Bai Crescent was the second, followed by Song Yi and Gao Liang. Old Zhang looked at a warehouse of materials as also very greedy. If this is given to the Imperial beasts to eat, iron's certainly big tonic. So, with a blush on his old face, he summoned his royal beast to join him. Chen Feng, on the other hand, took a step to the very core of the warehouse. There was no mountain of material outside here, only a purple flower with a missing petal arranged within the glass. There was a label on the glass, unknown herb. Introduction, demonic beasts will go completely mad after eating it, and people are not allowed to eat it. Pending research. Research? Research my ass. This flower Chen Feng recognized. It was something that belonged only after the descent of the magical beasts. The grade was not high, belonging to 3-star herbs, but extremely rare. The name is Violet Row Magic Soul Flower. This thing was for refining medicine, and the effects of that potion could temporarily make a royal magician break through a star level for a short time, which was very powerful. I don't know where this Nihon kingdom found this Violet Luo Demon Soul Flower. It seems that in the future, we can collect other auxiliary medicines by the way. If one could configure a bottle of Ecostar Magic Soul Potion before advancing to 4 stars, then one would have an additional 10-star Magical Beast's bottom card. Thinking of this, Chen Feng hurriedly broke the glass and carefully placed the Violet Luo Demon Soul Flower inside his pocket. This kind of medicinal herbs, anti-manufacturing very much, only not so expensive, need what jade box and so on. With this Violet Luo Demon Soul Flower, Chen Feng couldn't look at the rest, which were mainly herbs and materials for demonic beasts. It's about as nutrientless to a wraith as eating a chili bar. Looking like Elena and the others wouldn't be able to finish their Imperial beasts for a while, Chen Feng walked out of the warehouse alone. At this moment, the Demon Centipede Emperor and Shadow Demon were killing people around them, but Chen Feng was still far away from 3 stars. If only there were more 10-star Imperial beasts. It's too little energy with all the low-ranked demonic beasts around here. Chen Feng spat out a sentence in his heart, but the next moment, Chen Feng instantly shivered in sweat, only to see the sea outside the camp, which was originally connected to the water and sky, was covered with 10-star demonic beasts in a row, rushing towards Chen Feng's side, at least 40 heads. Holy Nima! Chen Feng shouted in fear, turned around and ran towards the warehouse. At the same time, he remotely recruited the demonic centipede emperor and shadow demon back to the Imperial demon space. Laozi only said that a few more 10-star Imperial beasts would come, but he didn't say dozens of them. I'm knocking on Mrs. Li's door. Hurry up. We've stabbed a 10-star Imperial beast nest. In the warehouse, Chen Feng directly summoned the demonic centipede emperor, waving for Elena and her group to jump on. The devil centipede emperor's body instantly grew larger, directly bursting through the warehouse, and couldn't care less about the materials. However, at this time, those 40-odd 10-star Imperial beasts had already arrived close to the camp. Among them are those that fly in the sky, those that swim in the water, and occasionally a few 9-starred ones that run on the ground. The total number increased directly from over 40 to over 60. Of course, all of the additions were Imperial beasts of around 9 stars. It seems they really want to avenge John. What virtue or ability do I have that I can invite you to hold a grudge? Chen Feng was speechless and complained. Damn it, the 36th plan. Go for it. The devil centipede emperor accelerated with all his might and ran forward furiously. Shadow demon, on the other hand, followed in the air behind Chen Feng, breaking off at any time. But after running a short distance, Chen Feng discovered a flashy point. He realized that this group of 10-star Imperial Beast Masters actually didn't go ashore, but instead stood on the fish-type Imperial Beasts in the sea and continuously sent out flying birds and walking beast-type Imperial Beasts to chase after him. There are opportunities. Chen Feng, who had originally wanted to run away, suddenly felt joy in his heart. Shadow demon, whoever chases fast, kill them. Behind this are all 9 and 10-star Imperial Beasts. Great tonic, Chen Feng said excitedly. However, he still had the Demon Centipede Emperor running at full speed. The Shadow Demon sniffed, first turning his head to look back, then it slowed right down. 9 stars. The Shadow Demon spoke in a cold voice, and in the next second, it appeared above a 9-star Imperial Beast running on the ground, and a blade fell. Then he lifted up the Imperial Beast's corpse along with it and once again accelerated to follow Chen Feng. After a few bites of this 9-star Imperial Beast, the Shadow Demon once again turned back to observe. It can be weak to kill first. Thus, the 9-star Imperial Beast suffered. No, this won't work. The 9-star Imperial Beast can't force him to use his skills at all. An American Red Eye shouted. Recall all the 9-star Imperial Beasts. They've already run towards the island. It's desperate. John sneered. This was a ploy that John had come up with on the way, trying to find a way to force Chen Feng into one of the islands, and then slowly cannibalize Chen Feng. Consume him until the force is exhausted. John felt that this kid Chen Feng must have a very high status in Longxia. It seemed that he wasn't Chu Weigu's illegitimate son, but some Dragon Xia's hidden 10-star Imperial Beast Master. Longxia. The blame lies in the fact that you are too gullible to release such a powerful Imperial Beastmaster to enter the enemy camp alone. If he came with Chu Weigui to fight head-on with his own group, it would be hard to say whether he would win or lose. Oh, but now, Longxia will be defeated. John was happy in his heart at this point. They summoned back all the 9-star Imperial Beasts, Shadow Demon said. Then find a chance to kill 10-star ones. 5 of them. 5 of them and I'll be promoted to 3 stars. Chen Feng held his tongue and said, damn. It's been at least 800 years since I've let a 10-star Imperial Beast Master chase me this badly. 1. Shadow Demon shouted, his body appearing directly beside a 10-star flying bird Imperial Beast. The shadow blade cut straight through the neck of that flying bird. Demon Centipede Emperor. Proceed. It flipped its shadow blade and used the face of the blade to directly slap the 10-star flying bird Imperial Beast that had lost its head towards the Demon Centipede Emperor. That corpse flew in a direct arc towards the front of the Demonic Centipede Emperor. The Demon Centipede Emperor saw this and accelerated his speed by a few points, then suddenly crossed his head in a small range. In one bite, he bit and chewed on the flying bird's corpse, and the Shadow Demon had already dodged to the next 10-star Imperial Beast by now. 2. This time the Shadow Demon was digesting the loot himself. 3. I'll see who dares to chase. The Shadow Demon continued to attack one by one. No, if we chase after them in such a scattered manner, not only will we not be able to force that weird Imperial Beast skills, our Imperial Beasts will be broken one by one instead. Kazushima Shuichiro said anxiously. Never mind. They'll be on that island in no time. Oh, come on, let's go over there too. John sneered with a chesty grin. Master, ahead is an island connected to the land. Do we need to reverse our direction? The Devil Centipede Emperor's huge purple eyes flashed with a divine light. It asked to Chen Feng. Chen Feng first glanced back in the direction of the Shadow Demon. Absorbing 3 more 10-star Imperial Beasts will allow me to advance to 3 stars. They seem to have concluded that I don't know how to fight in the water, so they want to catch us up to the island. Then that's just right. Let's show them what it means to be the king of the sea. Chen Feng said with a smile. Go to the island with all your might. He excitedly gave a command to the Demonic Centipede Emperor. The Devil Centipede Emperor's entire body trembled when he heard this. The Emperor of the Sea, even if it should be called the God of the Sea. Shadow Demon, give me a direct skill. I'll break through 3 stars right away, so I don't have to worry about energy consumption. Chen Feng instructed the Shadow Demon in his mind. The Shadow Demon sniffed and immediately used his skill, and darkness instantly descended, covering dozens of miles. John, who was advancing toward the island in the middle of the sea, involuntarily trembled all over in terror. He was shadowed by Chen Feng. The other American Beastmasters were no better. They were expressionless on the surface, but their hearts trembled in unison. It turns out that old John had escaped with this horrible skill before. He really does have something. Die! Shadow Demon bellowed. The 6 Shadow Thunders were divided into 3 groups and fell straight down in unison at the nearest 10-star Imperial Beast. These 3 unlucky 10-star Imperial Beasts immediately shivered all over their bodies and instantly died. Follow! Shadow Demon inserted a 10-star Imperial Beast and threw it at the Demon Centipede Emperor once again. For himself, he dodged twice, and a Shadow Blade stuck up a 10-star Imperial Beast, devouring it with a big mouthful. As the 2 magical beasts gradually transformed their energy to Chen Feng, he felt an instant rush of Imperial magic within him. That's what it feels like to gradually regain 3 stars. At this moment, Chen Feng stood atop the head of the Demonic Centipede Emperor, motionless as if he had been immobilized. Teacher, Chen Feng seems a bit off? Song Yi was the first to notice Chen Feng's abnormality as he spoke out. Chen Feng, what's wrong with you? Zhang Daoyuan heard and hurriedly asked out loud. The 3 of them, Elena, also looked at Chen Feng with a concerned expression. Zhang Daoyuan took a step forward and grabbed Chen Feng with one hand while speaking. If it doesn't work, I hope everyone will try to finish themselves off and not fall into the hands of the enemy. I know that this is hard for you to accept, but, no more buts. That's it. Zhang Daoyuan first spoke in advance. It was the worst he could do. Chen Feng's hands were cold at this moment, and he only felt the power within Chen Feng's body rushing. As to why, he didn't know. No, this feeling? It's true that the Beastmaster promotion doesn't have this much energy, but this kid can't think in the normal way. He's definitely advancing. Zhang Daoyuan was instantly excited. Shit, I'm definitely living in a novel. Prologue advancement. Ha, that's fucking awesome. In the next moment, the originally frozen Chen Feng suddenly returned to normal. He turned his head, looked at Zhang Daoyuan, and smiled. Teacher, you like me? Get lost nah. Zhang Daoyuan shook off Chen Feng's hand. He was relieved that Chen Feng was fine. Master, it's time to arrive at the island, the demonic centipede emperor said as he stepped on the edge of the beach. Okay, let's stop here and wait for them. They're so aggressive but they're not blasting us with their skills at full power. They must be trying to catch them alive. The three-star Chen Feng said in a calm manner. In the next second, the seawater around the island brought up huge waves. Chen Feng, I'll give you a chance. We in the United States of America cherish talent. If you can join us, we'll let you live today. John's voice suddenly sounded in the distance, from far and near. Oh, John, is it? Just to let you know, you're surrounded by me. Chen Feng stood above the head of the demonic centipede emperor and sneered loudly. At this moment, the demonic centipede emperor raised his head high. It wasn't that it wanted to, and it knew that Chen Feng's three-star magical beasts liked to line up. Still talking tough at the end of your life. You only have 2 10-star imperial beasts. You've been seen through by us. The Black Imperial Beast Master shouted at Chen Feng. He scanned the 4 dozen or so 10-star imperial beasts surrounding the sea island and smiled smugly. Never fought a war so rich. How to lose? Hey, I was trying to keep a low profile. Prison gate, open. Chen Feng gazed at the sea and bellowed. In the next second, the originally calm sea suddenly boiled. Huge waves. It wasn't a suspended standing sea prison gate. Instead, it's flat on the surface of the ocean. This prison gate isn't that square looking either. It's round, like a huge bottomless pit with red edges. It appeared abruptly on the surface of the sea. The red edges were entwined by a dark blue chain. Boom! That bottomless pit instantly sank half a foot. Countless seawater poured in, forming a huge whirlpool. Recovery is a bit slow this time. Was it delayed by something? Master, I didn't see the wraith, but I heard the voice first. That voice was extremely magnetic and even had an echo. Those who don't know it think it's Ka preaching at the Great Thunderbolt Temple. The voice echoed in all directions, like the voice of a god or a demon, and it was impossible to distinguish its location. Quick! Attack! Kill Chen Feng directly! Don't hold back! John was the first to yell out. He was already trembling all over with fear at this point. A dark shadow demon beast had already caused him to almost die, and here came another one that could talk and felt ridiculously strong just by hearing its voice. Make a move! All of you use your skills. Kill Chen Feng, everything ends. Shuichiro Kazushima also shouted anxiously. In an instant, more than 40 10-star imperial beasts unleashed their skills in unison. The skills that covered the sky with colorful rays of light slammed towards Chen Feng's position in unison. Humph! A bunch of food. How dare you take on your master? After the sound, the sea level dropped half a foot at a rate visible to the naked eye. Yes, that's the entire sea level dropping half a foot. Curtain. One word came out. A water curtain composed of seawater rose up from Chen Feng's location. All attacks are blocked by water. That curtain of water was as transparent as a mirror. Chen Feng's side and John's crowd could look at each other, but John they couldn't attack. Just as John's party was all chilled, without waiting for them to react, the sea trembled once again. A turquoise blue palace made of water rose above the sea. Roughly, it looked at least a couple dozen miles wide. It was comparable to the body length of the demon centipede emperor. The height was equally appalling, plunging into the sky. It's more like a throne than a palace. This throne had 3 levels at a rough glance, with 10 steps on each level, each 20 meters high. On the highest step was a huge turquoise blue throne. On the throne sat a huge, humanoid wraith made of water. The upper body is humanoid, but the lower body is made up of octopus tentacles condensed from water. On each of the 3 flights of steps, 2 turquoise blue statues of mermaids made of water loomed on either side. The mermaid statue was extremely tall and had a beautiful appearance. They all had a violin made of water on their shoulders. The eyes of the 6 mermaids looked down in unison at the ant-like crowd of John below. The original beast wall consisting of more than 40 10-star imperial beasts looked as small and unusual as ants sitting around. Although he had expected it, the demonic centipede emperor still subconsciously swallowed his saliva. The brain instantly recalled the 2 words that this magical beast's big brother had told it. Platitudes. John, the gang has been pissed off. Can you call this a beast? You contracted Poseidon? They gulped and cringed in fear. And above the top of the clouds, the Emperor of Keikai looked down at John's group and the 40 or so 10-star imperial beasts. It pointed downward with one hand. Beam. The voice issued. Only 6 mermaid statues were seen aiming in unison in the direction Kai was pointing. The huge turquoise blue violin in his hand instantly played a lifeless syllable. In the next moment, countless seawater sprang up under John's gang, swirling and binding them like ropes, including their 10-star imperial beasts. Run! John yelled. But the next moment, something that terrified him happened. His whale, a 10-star high-grade whale imperial beast, was actually unable to break free from the rope made of seawater. So did everyone else. 22 10-star imperial beast masters, all from all over the world except for the United States of America. What was thought to be a surefire win turned out to be trapped by a longshanks. What scared them even more was that really a royal beast? Can it be called a beast? These 22 top human powerhouses instantly turned ashen. At that moment, the voice from the top of the cloud came out again. Food. Be food. In the next second, the water screen in front of Chen Feng was removed. The seawater was like growing hands, sending a dozen or so bound 10-star imperial beasts to the demon centipede emperor and the shadow demon. Eat, even though they were all prepared for me by my master. These count as my brother's treat for you. There are blessings to be shared. Thank you, Mr. Grams. The two devils shamelessly shouted in unison. Aha, Kai replied softly. He likes to be called Chief Gram. A group of John and the others watched as their imperial beasts were so taken by that monster at sea. All of them were scared and tingling all over. Some have even been scared out of their pants. Chen Feng, let go of me. I'm a United States of America Imperial Beast Master. John stuttered and shouted at Chen Feng. Kill. Chen Feng's mouth lightly spat out a single word. In the next second, all of the 24 10-star Imperial Beastmasters led by John shivered. All they felt was something thrust into their chests. Looking down, it was actually an inky blue seawater tentacle that had coalesced from the sea. Those tentacles looked extremely similar to the feet of Chief Kek's lower body, just a scaled-down version. Next, it was time for the official meal. The demon centipede emperor and the shadow demon ate with great joy. However, at this moment, Zhang Daoyuan and the others' hearts were not at all calm. I should say it's impossible to calm down. Old comrade Zhang was at that moment staring wide-eyed, his mouth open, his head raised, his eyes unblinking as he looked at Chief Ku on the cloud tops of the sea. This one is drawn in a style that doesn't fit in at all with the world's. Well, what should I call it? Is this thing really Chen Feng's magical beast? It's not too much of a stretch to say that the true god is present. Old Zhang turned his head again to look at Chen Feng, who was looking like he was enjoying himself. Since the three magical beasts, the demonic centipede emperor, the shadow demon, and Chief Ku were enjoying a 10-star buffet at this time, the imperial magic power within Chen Feng's body was rising crazily. This kid, he doesn't have a system or something, does he? Old Zhang had also read the netbook when he was young, and his mind kept rambling, and by Crescent's cherry mouth was wide open into a zero. She looked at Chief Ku, then at Chen Feng, and finally her eyes landed on Zhang Daoyuan's back. She suddenly felt as if the teacher in front of her, who had the status of an 8-star Imperial Beast Master, had aged a few points. She couldn't describe exactly what it felt like, but it was as if, anyway, she had lost her fighting spirit. With a sense of frustration, unlike White Crescent, Elena, the long-legged girl, felt safe in her heart. He should be able to take me and fuck the world over by now, right? Those tentacles are so thick, nothing like in the anime. Does he have this tentacle skill too? When exactly did he contract this magical beast? Song Yi and Gao Lian's states are relatively simple. The two of them were like two dumb geese, looking at Chief Ku on the throne, completely dumbfounded. Even thinking stopped. The crowd didn't say anything at this moment, all silent as they looked at Chen Feng and then at Chen Feng's magical beasts. Master, your rank, Chief Ku asked Chen Feng in his mind. I was reborn. My level was zeroed out, and it was not easy for me to recover to 3 stars, Chen Feng said helplessly. Rebirth? And what year is it out there now? 1,000 years ago. But probably because I was reborn, the speed of spatial fusion became faster. That's okay, Master. It just so happens that I would like to see the blue star of 1,000 years ago. There was a pause in Chief Kek's words. He also said, Master, why don't we just take advantage of the fact that certain enemy countries haven't grown yet? In the last life, they made our Long Xia lose a lot of money. Chief Grams asked tentatively. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Blue Star is dominated by seawater and you're the king of the sea. The only danger right now is that my level is too low to have enough Imperial Beast power to support you guys to release your skills at will. He. Chen Feng sighed. Ha ha, Master. If you were to return to the 10th star, what would you need us for? You yourself would be able to sweep across the blue star at will. Chief Ku said, his mind recalling the scenes from his previous life when Chen Feng fought. Have you ever seen a human body completely destroy a 10-star high-ranking magical beast? Have you ever seen a 10-star high-ranking magical beast being beaten and cried by a human? I've seen it. I've even been beaten and cried. Thinking of this, Chief Ku subconsciously glanced at Chen Feng. Perverted master. People are all imperial beasts and demons. But he's good. He's imperial himself. And the reason why they, the magical beasts, were extremely biased was that Chen Feng was trying to keep himself from being biased. Gain all-around skills. Master, you have been promoted to the 3-star high rank. Chief Ku reminded a word. Hey. Yeah. It's better to play like this and get promoted faster. Chen Feng sighed. He reached out and made a fist. Although he had been promoted to 3 stars, his physical quality was much worse than in his previous life. This was due to the lack of potions to aid in forging the body. In addition, there had always been a doubt in Chen Feng's mind. He had brought the gang of magical beasts back to life. So at this point the gang of magical beasts in their childhood state, did they still exist? And the guy above the 10 stars, what's it doing now? However, it would take some time to explore this, because from the demonic centipede emperor to the 4th demonic beast, they were all relatively young demonic beasts. They weren't even born at this point. Only Old 5 was born early and lived long enough. When it's 5 stars, ask Old 5 about where exactly it is at this point in the timeline, and then go over there and find out what's going on. Master, there's a group of people coming from the sea. They should be Long Xia people, but they're a bit far away, still 1,000 miles away. I know, that should be our Long Xia's support team. You can send us there. Chen Feng said thoughtfully. Well, keep a low profile, he added. Chief Keck sniffed, and instead of answering, he stood up on top of his throne and slowly turned his enormous head. Look in the direction of the Chu Wei support team. Only Chief could gently raised his arm and pointed in the air. The master said to keep a low profile. It recalled Chen Feng's words in its mind and instantly collected a few points of power. The next moment, the sea in the direction that Chief Keck was pointing to, the originally choppy waters were suddenly calm. Originally, the highest waves had to be 7 or 8 meters high, but now it was as smooth and quiet as the highway surface. A pavement made of seawater appears. Through the seawater, the fish demonic beasts that constantly swam by could still be seen below. That flat water surface was about 20 meters wide, but its length was straight up to the sky, and you couldn't see the end of it at a glance. On both sides of the leveled water, a statue of Chen Feng made of water rose up. All of them were over 30 meters tall and looked quite imposing, with each statue moving differently, and on each statue, there was more than just one character, Chen Feng. Some of them were unseen magical beast looks, and some of them were unseen human powerhouse looks. However, without exception, all of these images were fixed at the moment of Chen Feng's victory. MVP settlement screen. The statues were every 100 meters, one on the left and one on the right. They were all freeze frames of Chen Feng's battles over the millennia. Hey, demonic centipede emperor, let's go. Chen Feng breathlessly commanded the demonic centipede emperor. Good lord, what a way to dig up all my history when I said I'd keep a low profile. Well, it had indeed lowered its profile. What was usually a 100-meter tall statue had now shrunk to about 30 meters. Oh, or grams always no row. If not, the master level is not enough. Imperial magic power is not enough. This statue at least. The shadow demon could speak human words, but before it could finish its sentence, it was put inside the royal demon space by Chen Feng. Seeing this, the devil centipede emperor first reduced his size to a width of 20 meters, then directly stepped into the sea. The target, the end of the road, the beast area of Long Xiaolian City. Chu Weiguai is now torn. Quite a tangle, I should say. Just now, he, who was originally flying over the sea with a small group of 20 10-star Imperial Beast Masters, suddenly realized that the seawater in front of him had changed drastically. Then a path with an unknown end was formed with seawater, and on both sides of this road, every 100 meters, there was actually a statue of Chen Feng that was over 30 meters tall. It's indeed Chen Feng. All right, just a little old-fashioned? Is this the middle-aged version of Chen Feng? Elder Chu. This statue seems to be Chen Feng. Bai Yan stepped on his phoenix, scratching the back of his head in confusion. For his part, Chu Weiwei nodded. It's him all right, but there are other characters on this statue. What kind of demonic beasts are these? I can't believe I've never seen them before, he said in amazement. In fact, the old Chu head's current mood has long been like the sea around him. The waves are turbulent. This must be done by that guy Chen Feng. Could he be giving us directions? But this is it's too pretentious. How did you do it? I don't usually make such a big appearance, old Chu head muttered in his heart, but on the surface he was as steady as an old dog. I'll look like you're watching a small scene. Look, Elder Chu, there are still humanoid characters ahead, Bai Yan exclaimed in surprise, pointing at a statue 200 meters away. While the two were talking, the other 10-star Imperial Beast Masters in Long Xia's entourage were all in a daze. Chen Feng? Who's Chen Feng? I've never heard of this expert. Is this row so big? Doesn't it cost anything to use the power of the Imperial Beast? How dare you use it like this? And is this a skill or what? I've never seen anyone's 10-star Beastmaster letting their beasts learn a paving skill to pretend to be something they're not. Let's continue at full speed. The Neon Kingdom and the United States of America have recruited quite a few 10-star Imperial Beastmasters this time. This could be Chen Feng leading the way for us. Quickly go for support. Chu Weigua hurriedly detached himself from the shock and said loudly. The other Dragon Summer Imperial Beastmasters were all shaken. Elder Chu, This sea surface can actually be stepped on by us, just like flat ground, Bai Yan suddenly said excitedly. By now he had jumped off the phoenix and stepped on the pavement made of congealed seawater, stomping his feet repeatedly to test the firmness of his footing. Summon any imperial beasts that are good at running and rushing. Let's continue on our way. Chu Weiguo said again. In the next moment, many imperial beast masters directly withdrew their flying imperial beasts or fish imperial beasts and then released their land imperial beasts. Chu Weiguo's group started off again, approaching Chen Feng at an extremely fast speed. After about an hour, Bai Yan stood on the back of his phoenix and suddenly looked ahead with frightened eyes. What the fuck is that? Holy shit! He exploded. It really didn't hold back. In Bai Yan's line of sight, a huge turquoise blue step throne loomed ahead. Below the clouds were countless constantly writhing blue octopus tentacles. The tentacles had a huge body attached to them. Bai Yan subconsciously controlled the phoenix to break through the clouds. Then he was shocked. He looked up above the clouds, only to see the face of a turquoise blue Chen Feng, like a statue of the Prime Minister, looking towards him. Chen Feng. Bai Yan's brain was cluttered. His height at this point was only up to Chen Feng's waist even though he was already above the clouds. Big Chen Feng? Bai Yan rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't blinking. Is this the Chen Feng that my world is supposed to be about? In the next moment, a dozen 10-star Imperial Beast Masters riding flying Imperial Beasts rushed through the clouds. Brother Bai Yan, if we're not mistaken, this is also what you and Old Man Chu said. Chen Feng, right? I suppose, right? Bai Yan said uncertainly. It's approaching fast. A 10-star Imperial Beast Master in the group exclaimed. At that moment, Chu Lao also sat on a flying Imperial Beast and broke through the clouds. He looked towards the giant statue of Chen Feng that had changed from Chief Ku. Chu, Elder Chu, you didn't say before that our Long Xia's Chen Feng is this kind of existence. Right, he's not in human form, is he? An Imperial Beast Master swallowed and stuttered. Ahem, you guys stay here and don't move. I'll go check it out myself. Chu Weiguo coughed lightly and said without moving on the surface. Old Chu's mood was extremely complicated right now. Cluelessness, panic, confusion, disorientation, and a variety of other emotions were intertwined, but he couldn't say it. After all, the opposite side did look like Chen Feng, and he bragged about it in front of these old buddies before he left, saying that he had sent a low-profile super expert from Long Xia to arrive early in the beast region of the Neon Kingdom. Phew, I hope nothing unexpected happens. This must be Chen Feng. I'm going to explore the situation on my own, so that I don't have to have an accident and compromise Dragon Xia's high-end Imperial Beastmaster battle force. Old Chu set off in his flying Imperial Beast. After Lao Chu left, Bai Yan remembered what Lao Chu had told them about low-key masters before they left. Now it seems really low-key. Chu Weiguo flew towards Chen Feng in a hurry. Although he had already seen Chen Feng from afar, it still took 5-6 minutes to actually fly there. At this point, he was close to the range of Chen Feng. On the giant bird, he saw Chen Feng staring expressionlessly at himself at the moment. One good news, one bad news. The good news was that Chen Feng had stopped advancing and looked down at him, locking eyes with him. The bad news was that this Chen Feng didn't seem to recognize him, and his eyes were all cold as he stared at him. Chu Weiguo felt that he was as insignificant as an ant in the eyes of Chen Feng at this moment. Chen Feng? This number 1 Imperial Beast Master of Long Xia tensed his nerves at this moment and asked tentatively. To be honest, Chu Weiguo's ability to open his mouth in front of Mr. Ke was already quite respectable, and his mental strength was superb. It's like, one night, you suddenly realize your roommate is standing outside the window and you're not nearly the size of his heel. Those who are not in a good state of mind are afraid that they will be stared straight into a vegetable. Chen Feng didn't respond to Chu Weiguo at first. Master, there's an old man riding a bird who seems to know you. He's up in the clouds, Chief Ke said to Chen Feng in his mind. Let him down. It should be Old Man Chu, Chen Feng replied. The next second, opposite Chu Weiguo, Chen Feng slowly spoke. Go down. 2 words were spat out, and the sound traveled into Chu Weiguo's ears from all directions. Chu Weiguo subconsciously looked around warily. What? He felt like he had met a god today. It's me talking. Go down. The master is waiting for you. Graham always looked speechlessly at the little old man on the bird. It still sounds like it's coming from all directions and is completely unfocused. When Chu Weiguo heard this, he didn't dare to hesitate and controlled the Imperial Beast to dive straight down through the clouds. Chen Feng. He subconsciously didn't have the serious stance of the previous Dragon Summer's number 1 Imperial Beast Master. He surprised. In fact, what he was more elated about in his heart at this time was that Chen Feng was safe and sound. Zhang Daoyuan's team was also safe and sound. Old Chu, I knew it was you. Chen Feng, who was on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head, shouted. Zhang Daoyuan stood behind Chen Feng and also looked up at Chu Weiguo, whose hair was a little white in the sky. he sighed in his mind. This is the first Imperial Beastmaster of Long Xia. Nope. From now on this name goes to Chen Feng. One didn't know what kind of expression old man Chu would have when he learned that Chen Feng alone had exterminated Nihong. More than 20 10-star Imperial Beastmasters in the United States of America. Old Zhang was looking forward to it in his heart. He could already imagine Chu Weigu's shocked expression next. Also, I'm afraid that when this is over, the top brass of Long Xia will all turn into conservatives in a brainstorm. Radical conservatives. Old Chang was looking forward to it even more. A whole day had passed since the Neon Beast domain fusion. Now the Neon Beast region had completely become part of the Dragon Xiaolian City Beast region. There wasn't much of a reaction from the United States of America and Neon for the time being, mainly because Bai Yan was already blocking the Neon Beast domain's teleportation portal at this point. When one came in, he tasered one, followed by a set of fancy bondage. That look, like a squatting old six in some game. Inside Chu Weigu's office, an old man and a young man were looking at each other at this time. The expression was serious. So you have 7 more of these 10-star magical beasts? Old Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. Well, pretty much. There's one I haven't released either. Chen Feng nodded and said, but that's not important. Now talk about your plan. Chen Feng changed the topic. Not important? Old Chu froze slightly. It doesn't matter what matters. If it wasn't for the 3-star Imperial Beastmaster rank dragging your kid down, you'd be fucking blue star invincible right now. I'm afraid. So you can actually have 10 skills? Old Chu asked undeterred. Let's talk about this later. Let's talk about your plan first. Chen Feng waved his hand and continued to change the topic. Old Chu also knew that there were some things that were not good to ask about. Everyone had their own secrets. He sighed and put away his curiosity. According to my discussion with the highest level of Dragon Summer, tomorrow we will hold a world conference to, firstly, announce your title, and secondly, in the neighboring regions of Dragon Summer, form the Dragon Alliance. Didn't you say earlier that you wanted me to sneak into an enemy country as a student to assassinate the 10 stars? You can even fight 20 in one. So what's the point of assassination? It's time for Long Xia to rise, and you will be the first lord of the Dragon Alliance. Chu Weigui gave a dry smile and said felicitously, No, I'm not going to be the lord of any Dragon Alliance. I'm only 3 stars. I have to upgrade. I can't be dragged down by politics. Chen Feng hastily waved his hand in rejection. This thing is not even appropriate for a dog. A smart reborn will keep his head down and develop on his own, while the fools are already too bogged down with politics to practice. Hey, hear me out. Although you're the first Dragon Alliance lord, you're just a signboard. The one who truly manages the Dragon Alliance is still me. What about the treatment? Chen Feng asked directly after hearing this. Treatment? What kind of treatment do you want? Chu Wei said, playing dumb. He had a confused look on his face. Fine. Old Chu. You're playing mind games with me, aren't you? This kind of issue should clearly have been discussed by you guys a long time ago. Chen Feng gasped and laughed. You're a ghostly one. The treatment is of course on the same level as me. Second only to me in terms of privileges. After Chu Weigui finished speaking, he winked at Chen Feng. These words immediately shocked Chen Feng. Treatment on the same level as Chu Weiquok, with privileges only below Chu Weiquok. Old Chu is the highest level of existence in Long Xia. It took a lot more than just strength to get him to where he is today. It took brains as well. With the double addition, it is possible to reasonably deal with the gaming of the Imperial Beastmasters groups among the great powers. What's all the fuss? Do you want to know what your title is? I was going to say it at the launch, but it's okay to tell you in secret now. Chu Wei said with a smile. Tell me about it. Chen Feng slowed down and said, the higher-ups expect a lot from you. Before I tell you, I have to tell you something. Actually, I've dipped into your light this time. And now my title isn't Dragon King anymore. It's Dragon God. Old Chu said excitedly. Congratulations, Old Chu. Chen Feng said archly. And then there's your title. Old Chu's words changed. Chen Feng sniffed and perked up his ears to look seriously at Chu Weigui. Chu Weiwei stared into his eyes. Your title is? Dragon Demon. He slowly spat out a few words. Dragon Demon? Chen Feng was once again stunned. That doesn't sound like a decent title. The Dragon God is in charge of politics. The Dragon Demon is in charge of killing. There is yin and yang in the world. And there are civil and military affairs in the country. If Long Xia wants to truly rise, it needs a main killing demonic dragon. And the reason why Long Xia has been seeking stability is because it lacks a main killing Imperial Beastmaster. Long Xia has been waiting for you for hundreds of years. Chu Weiwei seems to have moved on. Drops of tears flowed from 2 sunken eye sockets on his aged face. The ingredients of those tears were known only to him. Contained within it are all the repeated circumlocutions to the United States of America and others in recent years. No country wants to be subjected to others. and no country wants its people to be treated unjustly. Old Chu he took it all in stride. When he was young, he was also a hothead, but he's been in this position for a long time, and he realizes that everything is not at all as simple as he thought. To use a phrase from the internet, Lao Chu, I'm really walking on thin ice for the rest of my life. AI. Old Chu, why are you still crying? Letting outsiders see it. They'll think that I'm bullying the old man. Chen Feng could understand Chu Weiguo's mood at this time. He reached over and handed Lao Chu a tissue. Ha ha, you kid. I'd better tell you what's behind this title of yours. Chu Weiguo wiped away the teardrops in the corner of his eyes and continued. Dragon Devil has the word devil in it, so you need to act as arrogant as possible in the future. Iron-blooded, as devilish as crazy, that's the Dragon Devil's persona. I'm not worried about that though. In the Neon Beast domain, your boy cleared out straight away, even killed the chickens in the campsite. Borna. Chu Weiguo recalled the scene when he led the men to clean up the mess. Borna. He cursed again in his mind. No, didn't I explain to you before? Those were all accidentally stepped on by the demonic centipede emperor. Chen Feng's old face blushed. Well, let's talk about your authority. Since you're nominally the Dragon Alliance's spokesperson and organizer, if there's a country in the vicinity that doesn't intend to participate in the Dragon Alliance, you'll be the one to personally go and have a single chat. Single chat, you know? Chu Weiwei said. Single chat? Got it. Chen Feng hurriedly nodded his head, the single chat scene from his previous life floating in his mind. It's the kind of single chat I'm thinking of. I guess. Yes, it's the kind of single chat you're thinking of. No need to look for more. Comrade Dragon Demon, Chu Weiguo said with a bad smile on his face. When that tone of his voice landed on the words Comrade Dragon Demon, he intentionally aggravated it by a few points. Understood, but you'll have to pair me up with a 10-star teammate when you're chatting solo, Chen Feng said cautiously. I'm still only a 3-star Imperial Beastmaster's body when all is said and done. And it's brittle. Gotta have a 10-star teammate as a shield. You can use it, but you can't live without it. Ha ha, this is simple. I've arranged Bai Yen for you. I see you're familiar with that kid. Chu Weiguo laughed again. Good, Chen Feng nodded. That's it for now. In the morning we've already notified the major countries in the world about the launch. The time of the launch will be at 8 o'clock tonight. You can go back to the lounge first, take a rest for the time being, and at 8 o'clock we'll go to the launch site together, Chu Wei said as he got up. Seeing this, Chen Feng first nodded, and on his way out, he glanced at the clock on the wall. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It's still early. Go back and rest first. Ahem. Hello everyone. I'm Chen Feng, titled Dragon Demon. This temporary lounge of Chen Feng's was a single room. A simple single bed with a quilt that had been made into the shape of a tofu block. He leaned right back against the covers, his eyes closed but not immediately asleep. He was thinking about some plans about the future. It was because in the battle at the Neon Beast domain, the Demon Centipede Emperor, Shadow Demon, and Chief Ku, the 3 demonic beasts swallowed a total of more than 40 10-star Imperial beasts. This led to his own direct breakthrough from a 3-star Imperial Beast Master to a 3-star high rank. It was estimated that after letting them eat about 10 more 10-star Imperial beasts, he himself would be able to successfully break through to 4 stars. This was actually something that would have made Chen Feng happy. But at this moment, Chen Feng couldn't be happy. Because of this quick recovery, he upgraded too quickly, fast enough to deviate from the last upgrade. To summarize in one sentence, he didn't have time to forge his body because he was upgrading too quickly. In his previous life, Chen Feng had taken the path of tempering his physical body to become as powerful as a magical beast. Or rather, his physical body alone had already reached the point of crushing an ordinary 10-star magical beast. Pretty sick. Coupled with the 10 10-star magical beasts he contracted through intentional pairing, his personal battle power could be said to be able to stand alone without summoning magical beasts. Don't look at the Demon Centipede Emperor, Shadow Demon, and Chief Kek, looking very hung, but compared to Chen Feng in his last life when he was a 10-star Royal Demon Master, he was still only punched. This was also the reason why Chen Feng's magical beasts were very strong, but they were all polite in front of Chen Feng, which was not just because of their masters. So at this time, Chen Feng felt that he had fallen extremely short compared to his previous life. Hey, after being reborn, I become a vegetable instead. To get on the path of the first life, or even surpass the last one, it was to make potions, bathing plus drinking. With the double enhancement, one could return to the peak state of his previous life. And with luck, surpassing his previous life was not impossible. Now that I'm a 3-star Imperial Beast Master, I can already use the water refining method to refine with 10-star ranked demonic beast materials and herbs first. And in the future, if I can discover high-star ranked demonic beasts, it won't be too late to use them as raw materials. Just the perfect transition. As his mind continued to ponder, Chen Feng slowly fell asleep. It was just after 7 in the evening when Chen Feng had just woken up naturally when the door was knocked on. It's Chu Weiquok's secretary. Mr. Chen Feng, Chief Chu is already waiting for you downstairs. It's time to depart for the launch. There was a seriousness in that sweet voice, giving people a feeling of closeness, but also some distance. Okay, Chen Feng got up and answered, smoothly folding the quilt neatly. Tofu blocks he could not fold, but dry tofu blocks he was good at. Flat. Well, that's how you should fold a quilt, and it's easy to sleep at night. He looked at his masterpiece and nodded in satisfaction. Arriving downstairs, without Chen Feng having to do anything, someone opened the car door for him. Old Chu was sitting in the back row, and Chen Feng sat on his butt as well. No words on the way. 8 o'clock. Dragon Summer World launch site. The stage was filled with reporters at this point. They come from all countries. They were very excited at this time because Longxia officials had never organized such a grand world-class launch. The official media of almost every country in the world had been officially notified by Longxia. This is so counterintuitive. Longxia has never been so high-profile. Instead, it's the United States of America that does this kind of thing all the time. Order in the venue. Silence. Below, the Dragon Summer launch begins. Please invite the Dragon Summer Imperial Beastmasters participating in this launch to enter the venue. With the passing of a majestic voice, there was instant silence in the meeting room. Chu Weigua, Chen Feng, and 3 Longxia diplomats came from backstage, then sat behind the table with the national flag on the stage. Chu Weigua sat in the very center, and then the second C-seat was Chen Feng. Chu Weigua this group of reporters recognize, the first Imperial Beastmaster of Longxia. Instead, it was Chen Feng, a young and unfamiliar face. That made the reporters momentarily puzzled. Who was this young man that he could actually sit with Chu Weigua? And by the looks of it, his status was not low. So young, this doesn't look like it's 20 at the most, does it? At this age in Longxia at the most, how could he be involved in politics and appear on such occasions? The reporters on the stage were all full of questions at this time. In Longxia, if you want to mix into a high official position, you have to be at least 40, 50 years old. Chen Feng's appearance caused them to feel suddenly unimaginable. Today, this conference, mainly, there are 2 things to announce, Chu Weigua said slowly. The reporters on the stage took out their notebooks and recorders, all full of seriousness. Hold your breath. First thing, Dragon Summer is ready to take the lead, along with neighboring countries, to form the Dragon Alliance. Once Chu Weigua finished his words, the reporters on stage all stared wide-eyed. It's outrageous. Dragon Alliance? They all breathed heavily, their eyes unblinking as they looked at Chu Weigua, waiting for the following. Chu Weigua swept the circle. This expression he was satisfied. At present, the world's various national beast domains have their own specialty materials, which are monopolized. And most of the countries in the Blue Star are in a situation where the materials they want are not available, and the materials they have are useless. Everyone is caught up in the dilemma of being dead set on their own acreage, only to end up doing the grafting for the bandits. The existence of the Dragon Alliance is to solve this situation, to help the neighboring countries, to remove foreign political interference, to independently manage the country's royal beasts' resources, to freely trade, to freely exchange, to give the royal beasts masters of each country, to freely grow in a positive environment. Chu Weigua's words were like a thunderbolt, and the reporters from the countries on the stage were instantly unsettled. Remove foreign interference and run the country autonomously. Who that was directed at was well understood by the journalists in the audience. May I ask? You said that it is currently only for the countries near Longxia that can join the Dragon Alliance. Will it cover the whole world in the future? One reporter couldn't hold back. He raised his hand and asked. But the words came out of his mouth and he immediately covered his mouth and sat down. He knew that he had broken the rules of the venue and that this was a serious matter. Especially at the venue of a big country launch like Longxia. More serious. You forgot the venue order. Chu Weigua smiled and looked at the reporter. The aura of a great nation that he brought with him instantly caused cold sweat to break out on the forehead of that small reporter. Even he felt his head start to tingle, tense to the core. Yeah, sorry, he stumbled. I forgive you. But there's no question period today. But you asked a good question. Chu Weigua smiled a warm, but dignified smile. As to whether or not the Dragon Alliance has a plan to cover the globe, this can be told for the time being. I don't know. I'm almost retired. And this kind of thing is not something that a little old man who will soon retire, can know. Okay, moving on to the second thing. As we all know, our Dragon Summer Imperial Beastmasters come and go. And this young Imperial Beastmaster beside me, he's the main character tonight. The true leader of the Dragon Alliance is him. Our Dragon Summer's youngest title level 10-star Imperial Beastmaster, Dragon Demon, Chen Feng. The future affairs of the Dragon Alliance. Long Xia side. All by the Dragon Demon to take care of, including the removal, interference in the internal affairs of the Dragon Alliance member states of the terrorist organizations. The Dragon Demon will personally go to help the Alliance to clean up. Make sure to do it. Cut off the roots and not spare any member of any evil rampant force, to the greatest extent possible. Leave no loose ends for the allied nations. Next, the representative of the Dragon Summer Dragon Alliance, Dragon Demon, Chen Feng, will speak. After Chu Weigua finished speaking, the reporters from the countries on the stage were instantly nonplussed. This young man was actually a 10-star title level Imperial Beastmaster, and the title actually had the word dragon in it. One must know that the Imperial Beastmasters of Long Xia who could carry the title of dragon character had been in the same lineage for hundreds of years. This time two actually came out at once, and by the sound of it, this young man was actually the main killer. Dragon Demon. Sounds like it carries a bit of evil bloodlust. The journalists knew that the world was really going to change now. Inside the venue, the atmosphere was a bit gloomy at this point. Chen Feng, who was sitting side by side with Chu Weigua, first yanked the microphone toward his body. Then he smiled a sunny, gentle smile. Sunshine to the reporters on the stage for a moment thought that Chen Feng was really an ordinary Long Xia cheerful college student. Hello everyone, I'm Dragon Summer's Royal Beast Master, Dragon Demon, Chen Feng. After Chen Feng finished speaking, his words lurched and he swept a circle of the reporters on the stage. Continuing, he said, I'm glad that it's an honor to be the second Dragon Summer Imperial Beast Master with the word dragon in his title. Likewise, it's a pleasure to be the first Dragon Alliance representative for Dragon Summer. It's a responsibility and a mission. At the time of this morning, we have sent invitations to all the countries around Long Xia, all the countries. As of now, we've also received feedback from them, and the vast majority are still very supportive of the formation of the Dragon Alliance, which I'm very pleased about. When Chen Feng finished speaking, he paused once again, and then, his eyes instantly became sharp. However, there are also some countries that have not taken a stand, and in my personal understanding, they should be in trouble. And next, I will personally go to them one by one to help and solve them. I, for one, am usually very nuclear good, so rest assured that I will use nuclear leveling to help certain countries in trouble, minus the foci of their illnesses, to become autonomous, free, and self-reliant, healthy, countries of the Dragon Alliance. Well, that's all I have to say briefly, so we'll see what happens next. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he pushed the microphone back into place and stopped speaking. When Chu Weigua saw that Chen Feng had finished speaking, he gave the same nuclear good smile, stood up, and took the lead to leave. Seeing this, Chen Feng also hurriedly got up and followed him, retiring together. The launch ended in such a puzzling way. The crowd of reporters then looked at each other. They were a little confused. Dragon Devil, looking a bit simply as the standard sunshine big boy of Long Xia. This kind of handsome boy, how can the title have a devil word? Was Ryusha joking? They all felt at this point that Chen Feng did not match the title of Dragon Demon. United States of America. Inside the Octagon building, the office of the highest-ranking Imperial Beastmaster. Fark, what the hell is going on? What happened to John and the others? And why does it look like nothing happened to the Imperial Beastmasters of Long Xia at all? It was a United States of America Imperial Beastmaster with white messy hair and a face full of folds. Chuan Jiangwo. Chuan Jiangwo is the strongest Imperial Beastmaster in the United States of America. Don't look at the person a bit old, but his 5 10-star high-level Imperial Beasts really aren't blowing smoke. The strength is super strong, and he's a notoriously strong person all over the world. I doubt they're dead. Across from Chuan Jiangwo, a guy with black skin and a somewhat long face said, Panama, do you know what you're talking about? John is the one who entered the Winter King Beast region with more than 20 10-star Imperial Beast Masters. Chuan, stop fantasizing. See the reality. Long Xia's Imperial Beast Masters are all assholes now. On the contrary, the Winter Capital Beast Domain then. Go in one without one. Doesn't this prove that Long Xia is victorious? Look at Chu Weigua's arrogant face. Don't you understand? Panama said, pointing to the television set across the couch in the room. What was playing on it was exactly what Chu Weigua and Chen Feng looked like during the launch. Chuan Jiangwo's face drooped at this moment. He wanted to say something but didn't open his mouth, looking like he wanted to say something. Panama is straight. Look, what does Long Xia mean by this at the Long Xia launch? Can't you see it coming? They're not kidding about the Dragon Alliance. We received word this morning that both Kimchi Country and Neon have been sent invitations to join the Dragon Alliance by Long Xia. So have they replied to Long Xia yet? Chuan Jiangwo spoke. No. I told them to pretend they didn't see it. And now, in addition to Pickle Country and Neon, India and Bear Country are also pretending they didn't see it. So let's wait for Long Xia's next reaction, Panama said. Humph. What reaction can Long Xia have? A young Imperial Beast Master is just a young one, sealed with a Dragon Demon title, and he really thinks he's a demon? If he dares to appear in front of me, I'll designate to beat him under the table. Inform the Kinchi and Neon countries that if this kid really dares to go, straight away he won't be able to get off the plane. Use fighter jets and Imperial Beast Masters to intercept him. From now on, Long Xia sent the application for a visit, but also all give me a refusal. This Dragon Alliance, in the end, or have to be unsettled. Let them Long Xia own shame to go. Chuan Jiangwo finished with a cold snort, his brows frowning even tighter. He was thinking about John. Alright, I'll send a message to Neon in Pickle Country, Panama said. Time turned to the next morning. Chen Feng dealt with the rest of the night in the lounge. In the morning, Chu Weigua's secretary took Chen Feng to eat the unit's breakfast. It was scrumptious, with fish, meat, fruit and vegetables. Mr. Chen Feng, this is the key to your villa. This is the key to the SUV that was equipped for you, and at the same time, we've sent someone to Lin City to pick up your mother. She'll be arriving in the afternoon. The secretary handed Chen Feng 2 sets of keys. Chen Feng took it and nodded, politely saying, "Thank you, you're welcome." Chief Chu said that he needs to talk to you in detail about the Dragon Alliance. He's waiting for you in his office. Okay, I'm on my way. Chen Feng answered and turned his head to go straight to Old Chu's office. The beautiful secretary did not follow. She eyed Chen Feng and watched his back. Such a sunny, cheerful, and kind big boy was actually a 10-star Imperial Beast Master. And Long Xia actually gave him the title of Dragon Demon. Devil, how he looks. He doesn't look like a devil. The beautiful secretary shook her head and turned to leave. Old Chu, you asked for me. Chen Feng pushed open the office doorway. Old Chu was currently holding a cup of tea and slowly savoring it. Seeing Chen Feng enter the room, he hurriedly put the teacup down, changing to a cheerful expression. Chen Feng, you're here, have a seat. Chen Feng nodded at his words and sat across from Old Chu. Chu Weigua saw Chen Feng sit down before he opened his mouth. There are 2 things. The first thing, the matter of the Dragon Alliance is progressing well. Currently there are only 4 countries, namely Pickle Country, Neon, India and Bear Country that have not taken a stance, and this is to be expected. These are the 4 countries I'll be moving in a little while to get a single chat with them. Chen Feng said expressionlessly. Well, I'm relieved that you're doing your job, but you should also pay attention to safety. The Blue Star is different from the Beast Realm. The Blue Star has firearms, fighters, carriers, submarines and so on, Chu Weiwei reminded. Don't worry, no problem. Just remember to arrange Bai Yen for me, Chen Feng said with a smile. He needed Bai Yen, a partner with 2 10-star flying Imperial beasts. That phoenix of his, he can fly faster than a helicopter. Well, there's a second thing. I've already found most of the 10-star Imperial Beast materials and herbs you asked me for last night, but I'm still short of 4, so I can't get them for now, Chu Weiwei said awkwardly. Which 4? Chen Feng asked. 10-star Spirit Breaking Grass. Currently only the Pickle Country's first Ear Beast domain has it, and this herb they have banned from Long Xia. 10-star Bodhi Wood, a specialty of the Indian country. They treat this thing like a treasure. All the damn offerings, and not for sale to the public. 10-star Ice-Breaking Bear Blood. Only one person has it, the #1 Imperial Beast Master of the Bear Country, Daniel. That guy won't bleed his own Imperial Beast for you, Chu Weigua said, shaking his head back and forth. He really couldn't figure out what Chen Feng wanted these things for. Lastly, the essence of the 10-star Black Pearl. We didn't find out where this stuff exists. Where did you hear about the existence of this material? Chu Weiwei asked curiously. There were actually materials that Long Xia didn't know about. But how did this kid Chen Feng know? Hey! The essence of Black Pearl is actually a specialty of a remote beast domain on the border between the United States of America and the Bear Country. If it's possible, please Old Chu, help me see if there's any in the black market, Chen Feng said with a sigh. All of these materials were what he needed to use before he was promoted to 5 stars. They were all top-notch materials for making body forging potions, and when he upgraded to 4 stars, he would need to take plus soak in such potions often, soaking the medicinal power into his body. When he was promoted to a 5-star Imperial Demon Master, his physical strength would be straight up to the strength of a 7-star demonic beast. When he came across a weaker 10-star demonic beast, he would be able to take on 2 moves. Well, I really don't know where you get all this classified information, Chu Weiwei sighed. Ha ha, okay, it's fine. So I'll leave now? Just go to Pickle Country first. Chen Feng changed the topic. Well, after convincing Kimchi Nation to join the Dragon Alliance, it's just the right time to get the Spirit Breaking Grass, 2 for the price of 1. Good. Bai Yan also happened to arrive in Kyoto. Right. This is your ID. Do you need me to send a request for a visit with Pickle Country? Chu Weigua handed Chen Feng's documents to Chen Feng and asked tentatively. Chen Feng opened the document. A large steel seal on it. Dragon Summer Imperial Beastmaster Unit. Dragon Summer Dragon Alliance Representative. Title Level 10-star Imperial Beastmaster. Dragon Demon. Chen Feng. Position, Deputy Chief of the Imperial Beasts Force. Yo, that's a hell of a post. Chen Feng was first surprised in his heart for a moment, then slowly spoke. No need. Bai Yan and I will fly over directly. Dragon Demon Diplomacy. No need for advance notice. Over the vast ocean. A red phoenix hangs high above. It spread its wings and swept through the clouds like a red kuanpeng. However, it is less fierce than the kuanpeng, but instead is more of a noble look. All the fish below could see was a faint red light cutting through the sky, occasionally bringing out a sonic boom. Are we just going to go straight through? Bai Yan asked Chen Feng tentatively. It was important to realize that at this point, the duo had already left the territorial waters of Longxia, and were immediately in the waters of the Qinchi Kingdom. Flying straight over like this, Bai Yan was a bit terrified in his heart. After all, Blue Star could have more than just imperial beasts, and there were firearms, fighters, missiles, and even nukes that the beast domain didn't have. Don't worry, be confident, I'll make a move, Chen Feng said with a smile. I may not believe in others, but I definitely believe in you. He. Bai Yan scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. He hadn't slept a wink last night to be able to climb up to this great god. Chen Feng, the title, Bai Yan, sounded bullish on the outside, but compared to Chen Feng's Dragon Demon, it was a world of difference. There was a saying in Longxia that all those who didn't carry a dragon in their title were mole crickets. The summary is that if the title doesn't come with a dragon, you'll still have to practice, and if you're a vegetable, you'll have to practice more. As Bai Yan giggled on his side, 3 Qinchi country fighters flew past the duo, bringing up a string of powerful air currents, but it didn't affect the white flame phoenix in the slightest. After all, Bai Yan's phoenix could be bigger than a fighter jet. It's a fighter jet from the Pickle Country, Bai Yan exclaimed. It's so exciting. There were a few Imperial Beast Masters on the Blue Planet who dared to be so reckless as to release Imperial Beasts directly on the Blue Planet. Following Chen Feng, this life was worth it. Don't be afraid. They don't dare attack us. Keep flying, Chen Feng said indifferently. He was calmly pressed at this point, without the slightest expression on his face. Yes, Bai Yan said exuberantly. Worthy of being a dragon demon. He was still so calm in the face of other countries' warplanes. The duo continued to stand on the Phoenix as they sped forward, and by now they could see the cities of the Pickle Country in the distance. The city was like a small black dot in the sky, but Chen Feng was certain that it was the city of Qinchi Kingdom. There are warships below. Bai Yan yelled again in warning. Chen Feng didn't reply, but instead looked towards the helicopter gunship taking off from the warship. Accompanying the helicopter were 2 10-star Imperial Beast Masters from the Qinchi Kingdom. They summoned 2 flying Imperial Beasts and sandwiched the helicopter between them as they were flying towards Chen Feng's side. At the same time, Chen Feng could clearly see that the countless guns on the warships below had been aimed at him. 6 more fighters flew in the distant sky, bringing out a sonic boom in the sky. It's a combination with a rather appalling aura. Dismounting? Chen Feng sneered. Prison doors, open. He gestured down toward his body. In an instant, a huge vortex appeared on the originally calm sea surface, causing even the huge battleships that originally stood on the surface to be constantly dragged by the vortex, drifting towards the direction of the prison gate. Saihachi, quick, full power. Our battleships are moving fast. Damn it, call the United States of America's troops. It looks like the Longxia guys are going to make a move. We may not be able to beat them. On the battleship, the command room was in instant chaos. In the end, they were just ordinary people, and it was the first time they had faced an Imperial Beastmaster in Blue Star, and it was also a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster of Longxia. Dragon Demon, the overbearing title, had spread around their ship last night. The 10-star Imperial Beastmasters and carriers from the United States of America will be here soon. Don't panic, the guys from Longxia won't dare to do anything to us. Don't mess up yourself. The commander-in-chief of the Qinchi Nation's ships shouted over a loudspeaker. Helicopter, shout to the Imperial Beastmasters of Longxia immediately. Quick, roger that. In the next second, first 6 battles swept past Chen Feng, bringing up a gust of wind. Chen Feng remained calm and collected. For his part, Bai Yan's little heart was pounding. It's so damn exciting. 6 fighters, a destroyer and 2 cruisers, and 8 smaller ships. Ask any Imperial Beastmaster who has ever faced this. Moreover, there was a helicopter gunship and 2 10-star Imperial Beastmasters were flying towards them. Grass. Worth it. Bai Yan was so excited that his chi and blood churned as he flushed red and stole a glance at Chen Feng. And Chen Feng was still a calm batch with no red face at this time. This look instantly made Bai Yan's heart admire him. Bullshit. It's really the Dragon Demon. This unperturbed appearance deserved Long Xia's title of Dragon Demon. At this time, the helicopter had already arrived in close proximity to Chen Feng and the two of them. Imperial Beastmaster of Dragon Summer. You have set foot in the airspace of Kimchi Kingdom. Please retrieve your Imperial Beast immediately and return to Dragon Summer. If you insist on summoning the Imperial Beasts, our side will be considered to be in a state of being attacked, and we have the right to respond with a counterattack. Imperial Beastmaster of Long Xia, you are known as. That's a warning that Pickle Country repeated 3 times. The 10-star Imperial Beastmasters of the Kimchi Kingdom on both sides of the helicopter also made a stance to attack at any time. The feeling on both sides at this point was one of saber rattling. Chen Feng didn't say anything as the helicopter from the Pickle Country hovered. When they saw that Chen Feng did not speak, they were all nervous to the extreme in their hearts. The Kimchi countrymen on the ship were all sweating nervously. Chen Feng's aura was too sufficient, coupled with the huge, over 100-meter whirlpool on the surface of the sea. They kept swallowing in unison. Never in my life did I think I'd be able to do something so intense. In the next second, the original whirlpool of seawater suddenly boiled. The sea keeps climbing, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, even higher. The huge waves froze the original formation of ships back a few hundred meters. 6 fighters were climbing around Chief Kek. Inside the ship's command room, the commander-in-chief of the Kimchi Nation's fleet listened to the constant data reports coming back from the fighter pilots in his ears. Report, total index. This Imperial Beast is at an altitude of 500 meters, 600 meters, 700 meters, 900 meters, 1200 meters. At the last report, the data was 13,000 meters. The commander-in-chief of the Pickle Country was confused. 13,000 meters of Imperial Beasts? Long Xia has contracted Poseidon? At this point, everyone in the Sea Pickle Nation was trying to breathe sharply. Some even dry-heaved. It's the result of extreme tension. They all felt numb throughout. Even the lobes of his lungs were numb. Now even if they were to pull the trigger, they couldn't do it. The 6 fighters flew straight away. The commander-in-chief of the Pickle Country stiffened in the command room. In his ears, the sound of rapid breathing coming from the fighter pilot's channel. My name is Dragon Demon, and this time I came to our Kimchi country with no ill intent, but rather to discuss the formation of the Dragon Alliance with your country. The voice came from all directions, truly like the voice of a god or a demon, making it impossible to capture the exact location. This was of course what Chen Feng had utilized Chief Ku to say. However, Mr. Ku was usually the one who expressed himself outside of Chen Feng, and at this time, he also followed Chen Feng's timbre and passed out the words. The commander-in-chief of the Pickle Country didn't reply right away. He was waiting for the people in the United States of America and the top brass in the Pickle Country to deal with it. It was out of his hands. He now finally realized why Long Xia had suddenly taken a high profile. Long Xia, the Dragon Demon, matched his title. Chen Feng also knew that the people in this ship probably didn't have the right to make decisions. Guess we'll just have to wait for the good talkers for now. In the next second, a huge column of water rose above the sea. The column of water was 100 meters wide and rushed straight to Chen Feng's feet. Above the water column carried a turquoise blue table with 4 turquoise blue stools beside it. Chen Feng led Bai Yan to jump onto the water column as if he were stepping on the ground. The 2 men sat down leisurely. Chen Feng was incomparably calm from start to finish. On the other hand, Bai Yan was thrilled. Is this something I can enjoy? In front of Stonehenge, there were first 2 Pickle Country 10-star Imperial Beast Masters and a helicopter gunship, and behind the helicopter, a whole formation of Pickle Country ships, ready to go. The gun was aimed at the 2 men, and behind Chen Feng, a gigantic octopus-footed Chen Feng that was 10,000 meters tall sat on top of his throne, looking down on everything. Sci-fi, fantasy, Imperial Beasts, it all fucking comes together. Right now, even if Chen Feng told Bai Yan that he was a god, Bai Yan would believe it. Damn. I didn't think I'd be lucky enough to hold this kind of leg when I'm this old. Next time I visit a grave, I'll have to burn 24 extra medieval coins. On the other side of the blue planet, inside the octagon, Panama was on pins and needles at this point. Chuan was also sweating a bit, for no other reason than that both of them have received a request for help from the Kimchi Kingdom. Long Xia's Dragon Demon is over the territorial waters of the Kimchi Kingdom. Fark, what the hell is Ryusha up to this time? This is too counterintuitive. Get me Long Xia's Chuegwa, Chuan Jiangwo said, grabbing the landline phone and placing it to his ear as he spoke. I'm sorry. Chuegwa's side replied to be temporarily busy and unable to answer. A female voice came out from inside the phone. Chuan Jiangwo sniffed and slammed the receiver on the dialing button in anger. Chuan, don't get excited. I've already called the nearest carrier formation over. They'll be here soon. I don't believe that a 10-star Imperial Beastmaster from Longxia can still carry the bombardment of the carrier formation, Panama said in an aside. Don't be afraid. All hold steady. The United States of America's carrier formation is coming. Inside the command room of the Kimchi Kingdom's fleet, Chief Commander Park Ko-chang looked at the 16 carrier planes whistling in the distance and shouted excitedly. Aircraft carrier formations are no chump change. That really has real top-notch firepower. Especially the carrier fleet of the United States of America. You can say he's bad, but you can't say he's a vegetable. Bai Yan was sitting next to Chen Feng at this moment, looking at the 16 shipboard aircraft whistling in the distance, his expression gradually becoming grave. Chen Feng, the United States of America's carrier formation is here. This isn't right. Normally the United States of America should have sent out the Imperial Beastmasters. Bai Yan muttered. Blue Star has a default rule that it's usually Imperial Beastmasters versus Imperial Beastmasters, and the technological means are never more than a deterrent. The reason why the Imperial Beastmasters of the Blue Planet hadn't revolted was because they were afraid of the nuclear bombs, missiles, and other large-scale weapons of the major countries. For example, a major power once said that anyone who dared to oppose it would bulldoze the Blue Planet with nuclear bombs. Sending out the Imperial Beastmasters? They have to count too. Chen Feng skimmed his lips and said, in the Battle of the Neon Beast region, Chen Feng had destroyed over 20 10-star Imperial Beastmasters by himself. Where did these Beastmasters come from? Of course they are all recruited by the United States of America from the next country's base, and from all over the world. Imperial Beastmaster of Longxia, you have violated the first article of the International Imperial Beast Law, which prohibits the release of Imperial Beasts in Blue Star. Article 10 of the International Law on Imperial Beasts, manipulating Imperial Beasts to invade the territorial waters of other countries. This is the United States of America carrier formation, and with the right to euthanize you, we have preferably chosen to place you under arrest. So please put away the Imperial Beasts immediately or we have the right to open fire on you. The 16 carrier planes of the United States of America whizzed past Chen Feng in groups of 8, simultaneously delivering ultimatums to Chen Feng. Bai Yan was genuinely a bit terrified at this point as he looked at the blacked-out carrier formation in the distance. There was no way around it. If Chen Feng's magical beasts were metaphysical-oriented visual and psychological impacts, that American carrier fleet is the visual and psychological impact of the technological direction. Bai Yan could see a very complete carrier formation in the distance. 2 carriers, 4 cruisers, and more than 20 destroyers and frigates combined. And that's just scratching the surface. Large carrier formations of this configuration are typically equipped with about 180 to 300 carrier aircraft. There may even be nuclear ballistic missile submarines lurking below the surface. 1 or 2 of them. Bai Yan never thought in his life that he would ever see this battle. As if to deter Chen Feng and the 2 of them, after the 16 carrier planes flew past the pillar where the 2 of them were, 16 new carrier planes flew in immediately afterward. Then there was wave after wave of carrier planes that swept past the 2 of them, bringing up strong winds that constantly whistled around them. What to do? Bai Yan forced himself to look at Chen Feng in a calm manner. He was in a batch of panic in his heart at the moment, and Chen Feng became his only backbone. Oh, kill! Chen Feng let out a cold smile and took off the word kill. Then, a huge prison gate suddenly appeared from the air. It was the prison gate of the Shadow Demon. Leave no one alive. We don't need a terrorist organization in our Longxia region. Chen Feng was still sitting on the stool at the top of the water column at this time as he said flatly, Kimchi country's troops will stay first, and if they don't attack, leave them alone for now. Chen Feng added. In the next second, the sky plunged into darkness and the sea became boiling. In the darkness, countless huge aquamarine blue translucent octopus tentacles stretched out from the surface of the sea, slapping the American carrier formation. The large tentacles were at least several hundred meters long, and when they slapped, there was a whirring sound. There was also the sound of crashing waves in the mix. The sky, on the other hand, was constantly filled with tiny black thunderbolts falling. It was not like the bullthick thunder within the beast domain before, but up to 100 toothpick-thin, undetectable black thunderstorms. In an instant, the sky was stitched through by countless tiny black threads. The ships on the sea were then swept up and slapped to pieces by the huge tentacles. Explosions, wind whistling, and the crashing of the sea, 3 sounds interspersed with a thin, unheard human scream. Chen Feng looked calmly at the darkness and fire in the distance from the water column. After this wave of pussyfooting around, there was less than a third of the imperial magic power left in his body. If there were still living forces on the other side, the big deal was to let Bai Yan take himself and run. He kept searching in his mind, and Bai Yan was completely confused at this point. He stated that he had never lived more in his life than he did today. I'm afraid Chu Lao hasn't even experienced this. Bai Yan subconsciously pulled out his cell phone and clicked on the video. Just this one image was enough to brag with other 10-star Imperial Beast Master buddies for the rest of his life. It was dark and not much could be recorded, but that's what made the effect all the more shocking. On the ship of the Kimchi Nation, the Commander-in-Chief, Park Kook-chang, was too scared to stand up at this point. Long Xia's 10-star Imperial Beast Master Bai Yen was stunned dumbfounded at the sight of this image. Not to mention him being an ordinary person. Park Kwok-chang sat paralyzed in the command room, his brain gradually deprived of oxygen. Who am I, Park Kook-chang, to be allowed to experience this in my lifetime? In fact, that was what all the Kimchi Kingdom soldiers were thinking at this time. Some were even so scared they were foaming at the mouth. They had seen the Imperial Beasts, and they had seen the Imperial Beasts release their skills. Ships they've seen, American carrier formations they've seen, but at this point in time, this situation, surely it is not a movie. The United States of America's carrier formation, which was comparable to a steel castle on the sea, had actually been completely abused by a Long Xia Imperial Beast Master. I'm afraid, at the moment, only a nuclear bomb can deal with him. Chen Feng's 2 magical beast attacks did not last long. It was a lopsided situation after all. Only a minute or so passed before the light shrouded the waters anew, the tentacles sprouting from the waters as if they had never been there. Bai Yen at this time then looked in the direction of the original United States of America's carrier formation. The sea was full of scattered shipwrecks floating on the surface. There were also blue waters laced with a few shades of red and black. Friends of the Kimchi country, don't be afraid. I am the Dragon Demon of Long Xia. I have helped you to eliminate the evil pirates. This time I sincerely invite you to join the Dragon Alliance. I hope that you don't not recognize, I hope you will actively participate in the Dragon Alliance for win-win cooperation, Chief Ke said, mimicking Chen Feng's voice. Park, Commander Park, what do we do this time? Across from Chen Feng, a Kimchi 10-star Imperial Beastmaster beside the Kimchi country's helicopter gunship stuttered as he asked Park Kwa-chang over the intercom. This pickle country's 10-star Imperial Beastmaster was forcibly holding back the urge to urinate at this time. He was completely numb. He could clearly see Chen Feng's appearance. This damn thing was only 18 years old, right? How did Long Xia raise such a pervert? Nishibachi, how come my 10 stars don't look quite like his 10 stars? Contact Prime Minister Park Bu-win immediately. On the Kimchi Nation's ship, Park Kook-chang reached for the satellite phone and said, "This is Prime Minister Park Bai-yan." The call was connected. Without the need for Park Kwok-chang to open his mouth to report on the situation, Park Bu-win, who was the Prime Minister, was the one who had already monitored Chen Feng's movements through satellite video. Prime Minister Park Bai-yan had actually been watching the battle at the surface of the sea. Don't look at the fact that he was far away from the pickle country at this time, far away from the sea where Chen Feng was located, but in fact, he had already taken refuge in an underground bomb shelter in the mountains. The wrath of a great nation can't be stopped by anyone, even with the United States of America's carrier escort. But if Long Xia really wanted to launch an attack on the Kimchi Kingdom, he would basically keep the sparring time to a few minutes. After all, their Kimchi country only looked bigger on the map. But now that the carriers of the United States of America are gone, I am Naval Commander Park Kook-chang. I am currently confronting Dragon Xia Chen Feng. The United States of America carrier formation has been instantly dismantled by the other side. I request an immediate retreat or to join the Dragon Alliance as soon as possible. Park Kwok-chang still has some military qualities. He is still thinking of waiting for his superior's order to retreat before escaping in the face of this situation. The main reason was that he could see that Chen Feng didn't want to move him. This made Park Guk-chan's lifted heart drop a little. Please invite Mr. Dragon Demon to the first ear for an interview. Prime Minister Park Bai-yan thought for a long time and finally spoke slowly. Park Bu-win is not a fool. He knows this is a chance to get rid of the United States of America. There weren't many 10-star Imperial Beast Masters in the pickle country United States of America today. Plus Chen Feng had just exterminated the United States of America's carrier fleet. The double boost caused Park Bu-win's heart to thrill. If this is the right move, then he or she can go down in the history of the Kimchi Kingdom. Above the water column on the surface of the sea, Chen Feng had his hands in his pockets at this time, waiting for Kimchi Nation to reply. Bai Yen, on the other hand, stood beside Chen Feng excitedly, raising his chest to his chin in a fox-like manner. I've never felt so fucked up in my life as I do today. Soon, a broken Long Xia language reached Chen Feng's side. Comrade Dragon Demon, our Prime Minister, Mr. Park Bu-win, would like to meet with you in the Kimchi Kingdom. That's Park Guk-chan's voice. Lead the way. Chen Feng nodded. In the next moment, the chief Kek behind him disappeared, and the shadow demon similarly disappeared, and at his wrist, a small purple rope instantly emerged. It was the demon centipede emperor disguised as an ornament. 30 minutes later, inside the tallest building in the first ear, Chen Feng met with Park Bu-win alone. Park Bu-win was polite the entire time, polite as a grandson. You can't even believe that this guy, who is usually always stone-faced and serious on TV, has such a dog-licking side. When you're done with the 2 American Imperial Beastmasters within the first Ear Beast domain, I'll be the first to announce Kimchi Kingdoms joining the Dragon Alliance. Park Bu-win swore. There were a total of 2 beast domains in show air, and one had already fused with the beast domain of Long Xiaolian City. This first ear another beast domain and the last beast domain in the pickle country. The whole country of Kimchi now depends on this beast domain to stay alive. That 10-star spirit breaking grass. Chen Feng had just gotten halfway through his sentence when he was immediately interrupted by Park Bu-win. It's all yours. This material is being hijacked by the United States of America Imperial Beast Masters. We usually can't do anything about it. When you dispose of them, the spirit breaking grass can take as much as you want. Park Bu-win fawned. Good. Then thank you, old Park. Chen Feng heavily patted Park Bu-win's shoulder twice, then pushed the door and leave. After Chen Feng left, Park Bu-win instantly slumped back into his chair. Although Chen Feng had just acted sunny and good at talking, but he had seen with his own eyes how, a few minutes ago, Chen Feng had done away with the United States of America's carrier formation in 3 or 2 hits, and it's smiling the whole time, sitting on that strange column of water. Didn't bat an eye. Ryusha, a real devil has come out. Back to Chen Feng. At this moment, Chen Feng was sitting on White Flame's Phoenix, flying within the first Ear Beast domain. 2 Kimchi Kingdom 10-star Imperial Beast Masters followed on the left and right. They were none other than the 2 10-star Imperial Beast Masters who had been in the skies above the sea, next to the Kimchi Kingdom's helicopter gunships earlier. The 2 were leading the way for Chen Feng. However, they didn't dare to strike up a conversation with Chen Feng. It was really because Chen Feng's previous tactics had scared the duo silly, so much so that I missed this opportunity to hug my leg. They didn't speak, and Chen Feng was happy to do so, just so he could slowly recover his imperial magic power for a bit. Chen Feng reached into his pocket and pulled out a 9-star herb that he had smoothed over at Chuwegua's to restore imperial beast power. Throw it in your mouth. It's like eating a dip. This stuff replies to imperial beast power very top, but replies to imperial magic power, not so much. It was good that Chen Feng's star level was not high, and when converted, although the duration of the recovery became shorter, the amount of imperial magic power that was returned was quite considerable for Chen Feng at this time. No! In the blink of an eye he had returned to half of his imperial magic power. You really have to have a background to get out of this world, and it's a lot easier in every way. Chen Feng sighed a sigh in his heart. Mr. Dragon Demon, the United States of America's 10-star Imperial Beastmasters are in the camp ahead. A pickle country Imperial Beastmaster said. Alright, you 2 just wait here. I'll go clean them up, Chen Feng said indifferently. The Imperial Beastmaster of the Kimchi Kingdom was slightly stunned at his words. Mr. Dragon Demon, we can go and trick them out and then kill them in a sneak attack so that we can kill them before they summon their Imperial Beasts. No, I just want them to summon the Imperial Beasts. You guys wait here for me and don't wander off. How can I upgrade if I don't let them summon their beasts? Chen Feng muttered a sentence in his heart. It was said that these 2 10-star Imperial Beast Masters of the United States of America had a 10-star Imperial Beast each. By letting the magical beast swallow 10 more, he would almost be able to advance to 4 stars himself. Hey, it would be nice to have a few more sieges. However, this kind of thing, Chen Feng was just thinking about it. The last time was when the enemy group came in a wave. If the enemy was coming in a small group consistently, then Chen Feng's imperial magic power would definitely not be enough. By then, not only might they not be able to upgrade, but the odds were that they would be blasted to death by the opponent's skills. Chen Feng came outside the tent in front of him in large strides. 10-star Imperial Beast Master of the United States of America. Your Grandpa Dragon Demon is here, Chen Feng shouted inside. The next moment, a group of 5 people walked out of the camp. 2 United States of America 10-star Imperial Beastmasters and 3 Kimchi Kingdom 9-star Imperial Beastmasters. Due to Chen Feng's quick arrival, at this time, these 3 Pickle Country 9-star Imperial Beastmasters were still unaware that their country had joined the Dragon Alliance. Shiba, Long Xia's Imperial Beastmaster, how dare you spread your wildness here? Let's see if I don't waste you, one of the 3 arrogantly said. The 10-star Imperial Beastmaster who had followed Chen Feng from afar heard this clearly. The 2 were instantly startled at this point. Shit, why is this 9-star little old man in his own country so brave? The duo hurriedly trotted to Chen Feng's side. The 3 9-star Pickle Country little old men immediately showed joyful faces when they saw the duo. It's our Kimchi Country's 10-star Imperial Beastmaster coming, one of them said in surprise. However, in the next moment, the 3 were slapped in the mouth by the 2 10-star Imperial Beastmaster Kukuka who rushed in. One side of the fan, and the other side of the West 8. West 8, dirty swearing. A few seconds later, the 2 dragged the 3 little old men who had been slapped into a pig's head to Chen Feng. Sir, I'm sorry, you continue, one of them said politely. Chen Feng nodded at his words. What do you kimchi country mean? A United States of America Imperial Beastmaster saw the situation and saw a hint of something unusual. He asked, frowning. It's like having a dog you own that suddenly turns around one day and stands in front of someone else, baring its fangs and woofing at you. Who are you guys? Why are you encroaching on our kimchi country's beast domain? It's fortunate that Dragon Summer's dragon demon big brother has come to solve the scourge for us today, or else it would really give you guys a bad case of arrogance. A 10-star kimchi country Imperial Beastmaster pointed at the American Imperial Beastmaster just now and said, the American Imperial Beastmaster was speechless. The two were a little confused, not understanding for a moment what was going on. Kimchi Nation backfired? Bai Yen, you go first. Without waiting for the two American Imperial Beastmasters to react, Chen Feng instructed Bai Yen. Bai Yen was stunned at first. An immediate nod followed. It must be that Lord Dragon Demon wants to grind me. He's so good to me. In the next second, Bai Yen directly summoned two 10-star phoenixes, spitting out fireballs and blasting them towards the two American Imperial Beastmasters in front of him. Fark! The two 10-star American Imperial Beastmasters cursed at the same time when they saw the fireball flying head-on. They hurriedly summoned their respective 10-star Imperial Beasts to respond to the White Inferno Phoenix's fireball attack. In an instant, two fireballs bombarded the two 10-star Imperial Beasts on the other side, and as Chen Feng took everything in, he secretly nodded his head. Not bad. White Flame's attacks were moderately strong, not being able to kill the opposing Imperial Beastmaster in seconds, but also giving them time to summon their Imperial Beasts. If it was himself or his own magical beasts that made the move, I'm afraid that the opponent wouldn't even be able to summon the Imperial Beasts. Taking him was really the right thing to do. Alright, old Bai. Leave it to me next. Chen Feng held out his left hand in front of Bai Yen and took a step forward. In the next second, a huge red prison gate appeared from the air. The shadow demon flew out of the prison gate. It was extremely fast and rushed straight towards the two 10-star Imperial Beasts in the United States of America. The two Kimchi Kingdom Imperial Beastmasters only felt a blur before their eyes as a black figure crossed their vision. Put. When the two looked ahead again in the direction of the American Imperial Beastmaster, they saw that the shadow demon had already lifted the duo's Imperial Beasts high in the air. On each of the left and right shadow blades, there was a 10-star low-rank Imperial Beast of the United States of America. In front of the crowd, Shadow Demon began to feast. The two 10-star Imperial Beastmasters of the United States of America fell to the ground in pain, holding their heads together because they had lost their Imperial Beasts. Feeling the Imperial magic power within his body rise slightly, the corners of Chen Feng's mouth lifted up. Old Bai, kill them, Chen Feng said with a smile as he looked towards the two 10-star Imperial Beastmasters of the United States of America who had fallen to the ground. Bai Yen sniffed and nodded silently. Controlling the phoenix hovering in the air was two fireball overdoses at the two American Imperial Beastmasters below. Bai Yen knew that this was Chen Feng giving him credit. Just killing these two 10-star low-level Imperial Beastmasters would be a considerable amount of merit when they returned to Longxia. That's a big leg to hold on to. United States of America. Octagon. The two of them, Chuan Jiangmo and Panama, were kind of really sweating at this point. The news of the Kimchi Kingdom joining the Dragon Alliance was shown on TV. At the same time the duo had just received the news that the carrier formation they had dispatched had been sunk by Chen Feng. Panama, what do you think should happen? Chuan Jiangmo was out of ideas at this point. Panama sniffed and looked down and thought for a long time. That Chen Feng will definitely make his next move. Let's deploy another carrier formation, along with 4 10-star high-ranking Imperial Beastmasters, and together we'll go to ambush him outside of the Kimchi Kingdom's territorial waters. Will this work? You've seen his Imperial Beast. It's too fierce. It doesn't seem to be of the same quality as ours. Chuan Jiangwo frowned and continued. Do you think there's a possibility that it's a magical beast? Panama instantly froze as she listened to Chuan Jiangwo's words. Wraiths? In the United States of America's fused beast domains, the most current highest-starred magical beasts were only 5 stars. But the problem is that it really doesn't look like it. That purple centipede of his looks like a magical beast. The other two, not so much. That form of existence is beyond our current knowledge. Panama analyzed. Whatever. Just do as you say. I don't believe that 4 10-star high-ranking Imperial Beastmasters plus a carrier formation can't get him killed, Chuan Jiangwo said with an exasperated slap on the table. If that's not possible, send 2 carrier formations over and give me a direct fire on him then. Chuan Jiangwo added. 2 teams? We've already lost 1 team. The United States of America only has a total of 8 carrier groups. If we lose these 2 more, then our tech-oriented deterrent will be greatly reduced, Panama said with difficulty. Humph. Panama. You think too highly of that Longxia man? There are 4 other 10-star high-level Imperial Beastmasters accompanying him. Dragon Demon. Ha, he's dead this time. After Chuan Zhangwo finished speaking, he directly picked up the phone and began to give orders. This is the spirit-breaking grass? Inside the high-star material warehouse of the first ear beast domain, Bai Yan looked at the spirit-breaking grass piled up all over the ground and let out a surprised voice. These are just 7 or 8 stars. Chen Feng leapt over the spirit-breaking grass at his feet and walked towards the opposite front at an open, half-man tall safe. He reached out and took out the only 10-star spirit-breaking grass laying inside. Turning around, he displayed it to Bai Yan. Look, this is only a 10-star spirit-breaking grass. The leaves of the spirit-breaking grass were long and striped, and the difference was that the veins on top of the leaves were flowing with blue energy that could be seen with the naked eye. As for the 10-star spirit-breaking grass in Chen Feng's hand, the blue veins looked much thicker than the other low-star spirit-breaking grasses. This warehouse is huge. It's not easy for the two of us to make the trip, so take some more. Chen Feng calmly put the 10-star spirit-breaking grass into his pocket and said indifferently to Bai Yan. Bai Yan was first stunned, then immediately delighted. Quickly grabbing 2 handfuls of 7 or 8-star broken spirit grasses on the ground and putting them in his pocket. This stuff is simply not available in Longxia due to the monopoly in the United States of America. Although this would definitely be shipped to Longxia in the future, taking some back now would still earn a high price. The value of the spirit-breaking grass was that after a royal beast master swallowed it, it could drastically increase the power of the royal beasts in his body. But this thing could only be eaten once per person. But how old is Bai Yan's pocket? Seeing this situation, Chen Feng sought to gather all of his partners from his previous life together in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Feng shouted at the 2 Kimchi Kingdom 10-star Imperial Beast Masters at the doorway. Oi, bring 2 sacks. And so, by the time the 2 Chen Fengs reappeared on the Sea of Kimchi Kingdom, White Yan's phoenix already had 2 more fully loaded sacks on its back. It was full of all kinds of Imperial Beast materials, and all of them are 5-star quality or higher. In Chen Feng's words, well, we're helping the Pickle Country destroy a terrorist organization, so consider these as payment. You won't be able to use them all yourselves anyway. The 2 flew through the air. Let's go directly to Neon, Bai Yan asked. Let's go back to Longxia first and put these back. They're a bit of a pain in the ass to carry around, Chen Feng said helplessly. Soon, the duo flew to the public sea. Suddenly, Bai Yan yelled, "Look out!" Accompanied by Bai Yan's shriek, the Imperial Beast Phoenix directly deflected its flight trajectory. It made a zigzag change in the sky. Only a surface-to-air missile was seen sliding underneath the Phoenix. It almost hit the Chen Feng duo. Worthy of being old Bai. Your reaction is fast. Chen Feng first complimented Bai Yan. In fact, he was ready to let the Demon Centipede Emperor grow bigger and wrap the duo in defense at any time. It's still almost compared to you. Bai Yan scratched his head and made a modest remark. In the next second, below the sea where the 2 of them were, missiles and carrier planes with fires on were all hitting them in a brainstorming manner. Hold the grass. Bai Yan was instantly confused and he could make out missiles with smoke trails all around him. The target was precisely his and Chen Feng's side. Poof! Chen Feng snorted coldly. This was a situation he had expected. At this point, his imperial magic power was back to full strength. The 2 main prison gates reappeared. One sinks in the sea, the other floats in the sky. In the next instant, before those bullets, rockets, and missiles descended, a water curtain rose up in front of Chen Feng. Some mole crickets are just ants. How dare they presume to harm my lord? That was Chief Kirk's voice. The next second, explosions followed one after another. The water screen in front of Chen Feng was covered in cannon fire. Bai Yan stood within the water curtain in surprise at this moment. No shit. He turned his head to look at the calm-faced Chen Feng, and then looked at the exploding cannon fire outside the water screen. Outwardly calm, it was inevitable that the waves would once again roil within him. His hands subconsciously gripped the 2 sacks. Humph! Outside, the shadow demon grunted coldly as the darkness reappeared. Black thunderstorms doused the 2 groups of carrier battleships around them. Huge octopus tentacles tumbled out of the water. Fark! How come his Imperial Beast skill has such a wide range? The 4 10-star high-ranking Imperial Beast Masters accompanying them cursed as they were shocked in their hearts. Before they set off, the 4 of them had already watched the video of Chen Feng's sparring match. They were certain that according to the principle of conservation of energy, Chen Feng's Imperial Beast skill was so powerful that it was already at its limit from reaching the last battle. Chen Feng sank the last carrier formation, which was 2 kilometers away. So this time, they even pulled right back to a range of 6,000 meters for safety. Triple the distance. But what about the results? Looking down at the translucent tentacles that kept churning out below, there was also the filament-thick black lightning that kept falling in the sky. All 4 of them panicked. Are we still on? One of them said hesitantly as he dodged a flying thunderbolt. Up my ass. Hurry up and run. The other person finished speaking and directly ran away in his flying Imperial Beast. with one person leading the way. It's not much of a burden for the others to run. As a result, the 4 United States of America 10-star high-level Imperial Beast Masters fled before the battle, and the direction of their escape was in the direction of the Neon Island of Okinawa. Just as Mr. Ku and Shadow Demon were having a good time, Chen Feng's phone rang. This caused Chen Feng to faintly stare, subconsciously picking up the phone. It's an unfamiliar number. Hello? Chen Feng opened his mouth in confusion. Hello, Deputy Senator Magic Dragon. This is the Long Xianing Province Carrier Formation. I am the Chief Commander of the formation, Liao Ziyuan. We have discovered that you have encountered with the pirates, and the Ning Province Carrier Formation is heading towards your position to support you. Chen Feng was once again stunned. Alright, come on. My side is full of big fish. Chen Feng said. The 2 United States of America carrier formations, although shot to pieces by Chief Kirk, contained technology that was still valuable to study. Hanging up the phone, Chen Feng had already finished the unsuspecting battle without waiting for Long Xia's carrier formation to arrive. Fight. That's it? Bai Yan said in shock as he saw the water curtain dissipate. Oh, my god. 2 American carrier groups, 6 kilometers away. A phone call. Gone. Lanchar will really take off this time. Bai Yan once again looked at Chen Feng's pampered face. There were only 2 words of adjectives in his head at this point. Bull B. That imperial beast of his. One fights to turn off the lights, and one is invincible at sea. 6. Let's wait. Long Xia's fishing boat is coming, Chen Feng said indifferently. Bai Yan nodded. A few minutes later, the Long Xia flag was flying over the sea. Here comes the fishing. The corners of Chen Feng's mouth lifted. Let's go back, he continued. In the next second, a red stream of light flew over Long Xia's fishing boat. The Long Xia soldiers on the fishing boat all raised their heads in unison and looked towards the red stream of light. Salute! It was only after the visualization of the red streams of light completely disappeared into the sky that the fishermen began to cast their nets to catch fish. Old Chu, I'm back. Before the door to Chu Weigua's office was even pushed open, Chen Feng's voice had already entered the room first. Ha ha, you kid. It's me who underestimated you. These 2 fights are beautiful. The United States of America's Chuan Jiangwo is frantically calling me, but I didn't answer. When Chu Weigua saw that the visitor was Chen Feng, he said with a loud laugh, Ha, why are you still carrying a sack back? Old comrade Chu was surprised to see Chen Feng, who had walked into the house, carrying a 1.5 meter tall sack. That sack was wider than even Chen Feng's person. It looks like it should be pretty heavy. This is a local specialty I brought back from Kimchi country. Chen Feng placed the sack at the doorway, pulling the mouth of the bag into a knot by hand. Wait a minute, let me see the souvenirs? Pickles? Seeing this, Chu Weigua took 3 steps to the sack, and then had to peel it open to take a look. Chen Feng secretly said a miscalculation. I should have known that it would be better to send the sack home first. The villa that Chu Weigua had assigned to Chen Feng was not far from here, which was also convenient for Chen Feng to meet with Chen's mother. Looking at Chu Weigua, who was peeling open the sack with a look of interest, Chen Feng secretly screamed in his heart that it was not good. This old kid shouldn't tell himself later that you're a college student and I'm an old man, so you'll share my share. Old Chu opened the sack and instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air. You kid ended the Kimchi Kingdom treasury? Good lord, at a glance, there's no material of less than 5-star quality. What? You want to build a country? No, I'm just a specialty of Kimchi country. I brought it by the way. I'm just part of it. That boy Bai Yan also carries a sack back. Chen Feng shifted his fire and said, well, don't take mine, go to Bai Yan. That kid is a bully, take his. That, Chen Feng, look, you were a college student with good character before, and I'm so old, why don't you share my share? Chu Weigua said, and his big hand reached into the sack, desperately trying to fill his boarded-up coat pockets. One grab, and he mumbles, I also have a 3-year-old grandson and a 1-year-old granddaughter. What can Chen Feng do? Old Chu is not bad. He even gave him a villa. Catch it. Get it back sooner or later. Old Chu filled both pockets before turning back to his desk and sitting down. It seemed to be a bit of a bad look, so he pulled out 2 more large black plastic bags from the side of the table. Then with a brain, he transferred all the Imperial Beast materials, herbs, in his pockets, but that only fills 1 black pocket. Old Chu was slightly stunned when he saw this. Surprisingly, it only filled 1 pocket. The next moment he fastened the pockets containing his materials and carefully placed them under his desk. Then rising, with the black pocket clutched in his hand, he again walked toward the door. When Chen Feng saw this, he, who had already taken his seat, instantly got up and dove onto the sack. This time I can't let old Chu be pretending. You'll have to support a bunch of people yourself in the future. Ahem. I'm not pretending to be you. I'm going to go out for a bit. You wait here for a while. Chu Weigua's old face blushed, opened the door and went out. In fact, he was not to blame. Lao Chu was usually a clean person, although his status was high, but his family was rather not very rich. You can only sustain yourself and your family for daily use, but trying to spare too much is simply not possible. It's hard for someone in his position to have countless eyes staring at him from below and above. Chen Feng looked at Chu Weigua, who had hurried out the door, and inexplicably felt a heartache in his heart. Now that's an official old imperial beast master of Longxia. With that thought, he pulled out his phone, dialed Bai Yan. Hey, old Bai, where are you? Just outside the compound? Going home? Wait there for a while. Old Chu seems to be looking for you for something. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone with a bad smile. Old Chu is back. He returned with a plastic bag full of imperial beast materials. He wasn't happy at the moment though, a look of sadness that crept onto his face. Hearing someone open the door, Chen Feng, who was sitting on a chair, turned around and looked back. The first one to come in was Chu Weigua, who was carrying a pocket, and behind Chu Weigua was Bai Yan, who was carrying a sack. Seeing that Bai Yan had followed him back as well, Chen Feng first froze in his heart. Didn't Old White say he was going to go home and save the material first? How's this following Old Chu back? And what's with this look on Lao Chu's face? Suddenly unhappy? Old Chu? Chen Feng spoke tentatively. Something's wrong. Kaihua and your little neon girlfriend are being watched by the neon royal family, and there might be the United States of America behind it. Chu Weigua threw his pockets to the ground and sat on a black leather chair and frowned. Little girlfriend? You mean Ryoko? Well, it's that little girl named Ryoko Ishihara. I think they're targeting you specifically. After all, you were once close to your little girlfriend at the neon tournament. Chu Weiwei nodded and said, No, she's not my girlfriend, Chen Feng retorted, then immediately got up. No, Kaihua is someone who has made a mark, and Liangzi has even cooked for me. Bai Yan, let's set off now. Old Chu, send me the information on the island's royal family, as well as the information on the Americans behind it. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he pulled Bai Yan and was about to head out. Hey, I haven't gone home yet. Where do I put this sack of precious materials? Bai Yan said anxiously as he was tugged by Chen Feng's arm. He didn't want to put the sack on Chu Weigua here. He and Chu Weigua are also considered old acquaintances, just based on their relationship. If this sack is placed here, when we come back, it's not certain if it's still there or not. With his understanding of Chu Weigua, when the time comes, Chu Weigua will definitely have to say, oops, here come a few old brothers, and they all want to grab a couple of handfuls on their way out. Can't stop. I'll pay you back later when I'm rich. In response, Bai Yan can only laugh. You can get rich in this way of being an official? Why don't you hug someone else? What's wrong with always hugging your brother? You're not good enough even when you're given the chance. Put it here first, Chen Feng said when he saw Bai Yan's death grip on his sack. No, put it here and it's gone, Bai Yan said through gritted teeth. Mr. Bai, don't be shy. Don't worry, I have my old Chu to watch over you. What are you afraid of? Chu Weigua smiled and broke Bai Yan's hand while leaning that sack next to Chen Feng's sack, then pushed Bai Yan. Don't worry, I have surveillance in this house. It can't be lost, Old Chu added smilingly. You see, Lao Chu have said so. He is so old, can still pull down the face to put your materials or not in their pockets. Even if you do not believe Lao Chu, that is not there is monitoring it, Chen Feng said, smoothly pulling Bai Yan and left. No, Chen Feng, you don't know him. Neon State. The two women, Kaihua and Ryoko, were sitting in an office at the moment. This is the office of the Neon Royal family. Ms. Kaihua, Ms. Ryoko, we have investigated that the two of you actually had close dealings with that dragon demon from Ryusha a few days ago. Now I need you to tell the truth. What exactly is your relationship? And Miss Kaihua, that betting fight, I suspect that it was the work of you and Longxia colluding. Say, are you already having an affair with that dragon devil Longxia? Amber Yasuji loudly questioned the two women. At this time, he was the only 10-star Imperial Beast Master left in the Neon Kingdom, and he felt deeply uneasy about the upcoming dragon demon, but fortunately there were just now. For 10-star high-level Imperial Beast Masters came from the United States of America. This reassured Yasuji Abe a little. More importantly, through investigating Chen Feng's information, he discovered that this dragon demon of Longxia actually had a period of close dealings with the Shaoquan group's Hebei Kaihua, as well as this pure and lovely Ishihara Ryoko during the period of the competition disguised as a student. With the principle of not letting any possibilities go by, he investigated the two women in detail. It was discovered that Hebei Colorful Flower actually had a record of sneaking to the hotel where Chen Feng was staying at the time. There's also a record of Chen Feng and Ishihara Ryoko living together for one night. Yasuji Abe thinks this is a big find. These two women, they have definitely been given by that dragon Summer's dragon devil. This is a good chance to hold the dragon demon at bay. I just don't know if that dragon demon cares about the two girls, so I have to try and find out first. Tetsuya, keep an eye on these two women for me. I'm going out for a bit. Yasuji Abe commanded coldly to Tetsuya Yamayama, who was behind him. Toru Yamayama was also a royal beast genius who joined the Imperial camp a few years ago, and although he was only 5 stars now, he was deeply trusted by Yasuji Abe. Yes, Toru Yamayama bowed his head in response. Yasuji Amber nodded in satisfaction and pushed the door open. The dragon demon might come to Nei Hong at any time, and he had to contact the 4 10-star Imperial Beast Masters of the United States of America who were far away in Rope Island to discuss how to deal with Chen Feng. Above the deep blue sea, huge waves followed one another. Chen Feng stood on Bayan's phoenix, holding his cell phone in his hand and slowly sliding it. Displayed on the screen were the profiles of the 4 10-star Imperial Beast Masters of the United States of America, and all the members of the Neon Royal family, as well as Yasuji Abe. Suddenly, a message popped up. Contents: Kaihua and Ryoko are invited by the Neon Royal family to a residence of the Oban Royal family. Informants claim that Neon Prime Minister Yasuji Abe has arrived at the Oban residence, and that Kaihua and Ryoko may be in danger. Locating the Atami residence. Looking at the content of the message, Chen Feng's heart suddenly tightened. Bai Yen, speed up. Let's go to this location. Chen Feng tapped the location in his phone and handed it to Bai Yen. Bai Yen took the phone and glanced at it, then looked up to see Chen Feng's grim face as he nodded. Mentally, he said to the Imperial Beast, full speed ahead. In the next moment, the phoenix under the duo's feet turned into a red stream of light and flew at full speed towards the big board, the royal residence. At the same time, the 2 consortiums of Panasonic and Miyamoto, 2 of the 3 largest consortiums in Neon, are not quiet. They've all received news of a possible betrayal of Neon by the suspected current head of the Koizumi Consortium, HB Kaihua. The patriarchs of the Matsushita and Miyamoto consortiums, Yuichi Matsushita and Fumita Miyamoto, both secretly meet at Oban. It took only 5 minutes for the two to harmonize the information obtained by their respective family informants in the Imperial family and make the decision to annex the Koizumi Foundation. Say it and do it. While HB Kaihua and Ishihara Ryoko were under house arrest at the royal residence, the outside world had already begun to divide the Koizumi Foundation's major industries. There was certainly an authorization from the royal family, or else the two families wouldn't have dared to do so. Ahead is the Neon Kingdom, Bai Yen said as he looked at the land that appeared in front of him. Go down, Chen Feng said grimly. Bai Yen didn't know what Chen Feng was thinking, but he could tell that Chen Feng wasn't in a beautiful mood at the moment as he nodded his head and ordered the Phoenix Imperial Beast to descend to sea level. When the Phoenix descended to the height of the sea, Chen Feng summoned 3 magical beasts at the same time. In a blink of an eye, the waterways that had once been on the sea of the Winter King Beast realm reappeared. The Devil Centipede Emperor stepped on top of that waterway. Chief Ka's huge throne stood behind the Devil Centipede Emperor, and the Shadow Demon hovered between the two. Chen Feng smoothly jumped onto the back of the Demonic Centipede Emperor. He had wanted to utilize Bai Yan's Phoenix Imperial Beast to enter Neon in a low-profile manner so that he could reduce unnecessary casualties. However, he thought about it. What does the casualties of the Neonites have to do with my Dragon Summer Dragon Demon? Neon Domestic, where it borders the sea. The sea raised 100 feet of waves and poured into the Neon metropolis. Wherever the waves passed, every 100 meters, there were 2 Chen Feng statues on the left and right rising up from the sea. The direction in which that wave was pouring in pointed straight at the Daban royal residence. Inside the Neon metropolis, wherever the waves passed, large buildings could be seen collapsing, some of which were Neon sentinels. They wanted to summon the Imperial Beasts to escape, but the waves surged in extremely fast, and there were very few who could react and run out of the range of the wave. 100-foot waves, at least 300 meters high as far as the survivors could see. The wave was not rectangular, but was 100 feet in the center and gradually lowered on both sides, parallel to the ground. The overall look is more trapezoidal. The Devil Centipede Emperor accelerated with all his might, and the survivors on both sides of the waves could only raise their heads and see through the water, vaguely seeing a huge and incomparably long black shadow of a monster walking over the waves. The warplanes of the Neon Empire took off from the major bases, and the tanks, artillery, and anti-aircraft guns were all aimed at Chen Feng's side, where the Demon Centipede Emperor's head was located. The next moment, all they heard was a loud, ethereal Longxia language ringing out in all directions. The Dragon Demon is on business, and even you dare to overrate yourself and challenge the demonic authority. That's the sound that Chief Grams made. In the next second, countless Nihon Kingdom 8-star and 9-star Imperial Beast Masters summoned flying Imperial Beasts and rose up into the sky, rushing straight towards where Chen Feng was. The artillery, tanks, anti-aircraft guns, and warplanes all poured their firepower towards Chen Feng's side. They had even disregarded the lives of their fellow countrymen who had survived the waves from Chen Feng's feet. Kill! Shadow Demon spat out a single word. It was audible for 10 miles around. Chief Keck manipulated the seawater to keep pouring over the neon land. Only in the middle of the sea would the power of his released skills be great. It could also help Chen Feng conserve the imperial magic power within his body. Wherever the sea water passes, there are huge octopus tentacles rising up from the ground. And the roots of those tentacles are as thick as a small car. And the length is as high as 100 meters. Shadow Demon, on the other hand, was looking at the sunset in the sky. When he finished shouting the word kill, he realized that the sky was already a sunset scene. The land was plunged into darkness as the last corners of the setting sun hid in the sea. The world of shadow demons has descended. Without the need to use skills, it constantly absorbed the darkness around it. The body of the shadow demon, which was originally only 100 meters tall, gradually grew larger. Split. The shadow demon raised his arms, 2 arms with shadow blades open. In the next second, countless 100-meter-tall shadow demons actually condensed out of the surrounding darkness. Then all the shadow demons flew in all directions, then raised their arms at the same time. Electricity. This time it wasn't a few dozen miles away, because it was nighttime in neon. Darkness covered the entire neon. There was no need for the shadow demon to summon darkness again, as countless black lightning bolts appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, black thunderstorms were falling on all places where there were neon imperial beastmasters, warplanes, tanks, and other military equipment. There was no sight of blood staining the earth. There was, instead, just a silent extra smear of scorched blackness in the darkness, heaped down on the ground. 90% of the imperial beastmasters in the Neon Kingdom were killed in battle, and even more ordinary people. There were no cries, no yells, because they didn't have time to make any noise at all. And the power supply facilities in Neon are paralyzed at this moment. Permanent paralysis. How can a wraith, a world boss level wraith, be weak? It seemed that one of them was very kind. If that was the case, in the previous life, Blue Star wouldn't have had a continent of land pierced by those ordinary magical beasts. Mankind would not have been plunged into a dim, desperate 500 years. Davin was not attacked by the Shadow Demon, which was authorized by Chen Feng. At this moment, the Devil Centipede Emperor carrying Chen Feng and Bai Yan had arrived at the entrance of the royal residence. Towering walls of water surround the entire residence. Summer Dragon Demon is here. Why don't the Neon Royal family come out and kowtow? Chief Keck's voice was overbearing. Chen Feng actually just wanted to say that it would be fine to have the Neon Royal family come out. But Chief Kirk's brain is self-translating. Chen Feng, you devil, do you want to start a world war? Yasuji Abe's voice trembled as he grabbed Saiwa's neck with one hand and Ryoko's with the other. He stood outside the attic of his residence and looked up at Chen Feng. Bloodshot eyes. He's scared. Fear. But he knew that at this point, he could only gamble that Chen Feng cared about these two women. For his part, Toruya Yamayama stood behind Yasuji Abe, looking at the back of Abe's head with an expressionless face. When Chen Feng saw this, he let out a long breath in his heart. By the looks of it, both women were unharmed, so all he had to do was to instantly move over and kill Abe Yasuji in seconds. The kid behind Yasuji Abe was a bit of a problem. Though, he was close behind Yasuji Abe, who could easily be blocked by his sword if he instantly moved over like that. Just as Chen Feng was thinking about how to make Jing-Er move, accidents happen. Only to see that the youth behind Jing-Er actually flew up and kicked Jing-Er's ass. Giving Jing-Er a kick in the dog's ass, both hands subconsciously relaxed and lost control of the two girls from Kaihua. Although Chen Feng looked a bit confused, he still seized the opportunity. In the next second, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Jing-Er, who was originally leaning forward trying to stabilize his balance. It was Chen Feng. He shadow blades into Yasuji's heart, then pulled out slowly. Kaihua was also quick to react. When Chen Feng killed Jing-Er, she had already pulled little Ryoko and came behind Chen Feng in 2 steps, looking at Chia along with Chen Feng. But the next move instantly confused everyone, only to see Chia suddenly salute Chen Feng, reporting to the Dragon Demon Vice Senator. My name is Chia, codenamed Male Gun, and I'm affiliated with the Dragon Summer Pathfinder Corps' Intelligence Division. Now applying to return to the team. Standard Longshanks language. 3 large question marks appeared on the heads of Chen Feng, Kai Hua, and Bai Yan respectively. As for why Ryoko wasn't confused, of course she didn't understand Ryusha. You wait a moment. Chen Feng waved his hand, pulled out his cell phone and dialed Chu Weigua. With old Chu's identity, even though Male Gun belonged to the Pathfinder Corps Intelligence Office, he should have some knowledge of his identity. Waiting for Chu Weigui to pick up the phone, Chen Feng directly opened the question. It was confirmed that the boy was indeed one of our own. Chen Feng hung up the phone and nodded. Then an interesting idea came into his head. As things stood, Neon's leader had been exterminated by himself. Now Neon, The rest of the royals are in Tokyo. And again, Toru was the perfect replacement for Yasuji. And there's Color Flower, a capable woman. You know, if the colored flowers can measure one consortium, they can take care of 2, or even 3. Why don't you just go along and destroy the other 2 consortiums in a while? In the future, Neon will be managed by Chia, and Colorflower will be in charge of the Imperial Beast's resources. It's perfect. Che also, right, you do not return to the team for now. Your mission content changes. From now on, you will stay in Neon, and popularize 9 years of compulsory education for the survivors. Well, this kind of small island country education really can't keep up. Tomorrow I'll ask Lao Chu to donate some Longxia textbooks and Huanggang test papers to Neihong. Chen Feng stroked his chin and said seriously, and you, Kai Hua, come with me in a moment to exterminate the other 2 major consortia in Neihong. In the future, Neihong will simply leave you with a single consortium, so that it's easy to manage. Deputy Senator Dragon Demon, I have news here. The patriarchs of the Matsushita and Miyamoto consortiums are in Oban, and I know exactly where they are. Che also said, that's just as well. You lead the way. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he embraced the charming Kaihua in one hand and the petite and cute Ryuzi in the other, instantly moving back to the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. After letting go of the 2 women, he silently pulled out a handful of herbs that returned the power of the imperial beast from his pocket and stuffed them into his mouth. We've got a busy night ahead of us. Chen Feng sighed a sigh in his heart. With Tetsuya leading the way, the demon centipede emperor's countless big feet stomped through the city of Oban to where Matsushita and Miyamoto were. The 2 had actually discovered the demonic centipede emperor early on, but they didn't run the first time. The duo thought that Chen Feng was going to find trouble with the royal family and had nothing to do with them. None of them had ever seen Chen Feng. Black blades of shadow sliced silently by, and neither man even had a chance to speak before they straightened up. Chen Feng struck out sharply. He still had to go to Rope Island tonight. There were 4 10-star high-level Imperial Beast Masters from the United States of America. According to the information, these 4 people, there were 6 total of 6 10-star Imperial Beasts, 4 of high rank and 2 of low rank. If these 6 were swallowed, along with the 2 10-star Imperial Beasts that he had previously killed in Kimchi Kingdom, it would be 8. Later on, he would find another opportunity to let the Demon Centipede Emperor them swallow 2 of them, and he himself would directly rise to 4 stars. When the time comes to go to the Indies and the Bear Country, you'll have some more tools too. It was important to realize that where these 2 countries bordered Longxia, they were both predominantly land-based, and it wouldn't be Chief Ku's world then, leaving Kaihua, Ryoko, and Tetsuya to deal with the remnants of the Neon Imperial family and the forces of the 2 major consortiums in Oban. Chen Feng headed directly to Jaman Island. Comparatively speaking, Neon's population was already small, so Chen Feng chose to ride by Yan's Phoenix Imperial Beast to Rope Island this time. After all, there had to be some left for Kaihua and Chi as well, otherwise they'd both be naked. Red streams of light cut through the neon black night sky. The direction of that stream of light was none other than Jaman Island, Indian country. Singh, as a 10-star high-level Imperial Beast powerhouse of the Indian nation, he was very happy at this moment, because just now, the United States of America was finally willing to sell him the Beast Domain fusion device they had just developed. Although Chuan Jiangwo of the United States of America said that this item could only be used once apiece, Singh was still exceptionally happy. Didn't Longxia send me an invitation to the Dragon Alliance? Since you dare to call it the Dragon Alliance, then I dare to form an Indian alliance out of it. Singh decided to first use the Beast Domain fusion device to fuse the 2 beast domains on the border of the 2 countries, and then directly bring people to take over the fused beast domain. Then announce to the world that my Indian country is just better than Longxia. The beast domains that your pickle country can't grab, we in India can. The beast domains that your Neon Kingdom can't grab, we can in the Indian Kingdom. When we gradually erode all of Longxia's beast domains in the future. In the future, even the United States of America and the Bear Country will have to call me Brother Een. Singh's brown skin was dotted with a red dot on his brow. He fantasized in this way about the great Indian nation he had in mind. He is currently in the capital of India, New Delhi. Reaching out and pulling out the phone, Singh called a helicopter. At the same time instructed the Indian country idle 9 10-star high-ranking Imperial Beast Masters. Together with the distance from the Dragon Summer Tibetan Province Beast Domain, the nearest one of the Indian country Beast Domain. By the way, I remember that we assembled small hydrogen bombs in that beastly area. Didn't we? Singh asked over the phone. Well, it's good that it worked. I'd love to release a hydrogen bomb in the beast's domain once to try and see what it's really like. He smiled and hung up. Small hydrogen bombs, although their power had shrunk, were not something a 10-star Imperial Beast Master could resist. Only India would look into doing something so heartless. The hidden province Beast Realm was the same Beast Realm that Chen Feng had saved Elena from earlier. This beast region had heavy snowfall all year round, and although there were fewer herbs and such, there were numerous demonic beasts. There was no lack of 10-star demonic beasts present among them. However, only Chen Feng knew that there were still 10-star magical beasts inside. Humph! Dragon Summer Dragon Demon is here. You and other district pirates, occupying the islands of my Dragon Alliance members for many years. Why don't you come out and suffer death? This, of course, was said after being translated by Chief Graham's brain. Jaman Island is part of a separate island, surrounded by the sea on all sides, and this kind of place is just the perfect place for Chief Keck to play. In the darkness, Chief Keck sat on top of his throne, his voice vibrating in all directions. The Sentinel of the United States of America didn't show up. Instead, endless flames continued to rise up from within the United States of America base after Chief Kirk finished speaking. It's just a shell. All calm down. Chief Kirk finished, waving his hand. Endless sea water rose up from all directions and surrounded the base of the United States of America. In the next moment, 6 black shadows rushed out from the United States of America base. 3 that run on the ground and 3 that fly in the sky. These 6 black shadows were none other than the Imperial Beasts of the 10-star Imperial Beast Masters of the United States of America. It's you guys who are waiting, Mr. Cook coldly grunted. And when he finished, he once again waved his hand. Countless tentacles gushed out from the sides of the water wall surrounding the surrounding bases. The 6 10-star Imperial Beasts immediately released their skills and blasted at the tentacles coming from all around. You Imperial Beast Masters of the United States of America, do you only hide in the back and let the Imperial Beasts come out to die? Shadow Demon smiled disdainfully. Compared to them, in his previous life, after Chen Feng's 10 stars, he was at the forefront of every fight. That's the difference between master and master. In the next second, the Shadow Demon directly swung his shadow blade from the air and rushed towards the 3 Imperial Beasts flying in the sky. Under the suppression of the bloodline, this number of 10-star Imperial Beasts was a complete giveaway. Not even 20 seconds later, the 6 10-star Imperial Beasts became rations for Chief Ku and the Shadow Demon. But Chief Ku, this devil, was nice. It gave a 10-star low-rank Imperial Beast to the little cutie, the Demon Centipede Emperor. As the youngest oldest brother of the most vegetable, the Devil Centipede Emperor had actually been very much favored by his older brothers. This little old man tearfully ate the Imperial Beast sent by Chief Keck. 2 more to go, Chen Feng muttered in his heart as he felt the rising power in his body. Shadow Demon, go clean up whatever is alive in there. There is quite a bit of technology in the United States of America in here that has value for research. Chen Feng gave a command to the Shadow Demon. 3 minutes passed. Shadow Demon returned to Chen Feng. Master, there is a warehouse inside. Warehouse? Material warehouse? Chen Feng was delighted in his heart. Yes. Ha ha, let's go, Old White, and bring you another fortune. Chen Feng happily jumped off the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. Bai Yan hurriedly followed behind Chen Feng. At this moment, old brother Bai Yan's heart was in a state of euphoria. Honestly, he felt that he had reached the peak of his life at this point. This is more than a layup. How can I describe it? You have to at least put in the skills to lay down a win. I'm fine with that. Just hang out the whole time and be done with it. The only thing out of place is a bit of pain in the jaw and constant shock. He himself followed Chen Feng all the way to the bottom of the level by clearing the monsters and crushing them, and then directly started taking the loot. If you compare this to a game, Little Generation is no longer enough to describe Chen Feng. He is definitely Tong Tian Generation, or the open-ended kind. In the United States of America base warehouse, the low-star material duo couldn't even look at it. It has to be 5 stars or more. Did you bring the sacks? Chen Feng asked as he looked at the piles and piles of high-star Imperial Beast materials placed in the huge safe in front of him. No. In the darkness, Bai Yan spoke out in embarrassment. I'll be damned. I can't believe I forgot to bring my sack. I can't even understand lying down. It's okay, let's go out and look for it. There should be crates of ammo in this base. Dump out a few. It should be enough. Chen Feng waved his hand and said. By the time the duo reappeared on the surface of the sea, on the back of the Phoenix, they were surrounded by 3 more oversized suitcase-sized arms cases. This thing was previously used to hold ammo for bazookas. Chen Feng took out the bazooka ammunition inside, which was now filled with high-star Imperial Beast materials. 2 boxes of Chen Feng and 1 box of Bai Yan. One of Chen Feng's boxes was brought for Chu Weigua. Old Chu is really pitiful. One does not know how to fish for oil and water. Tang Longxia 10-star high-level top Imperial Beast Master. Every day can only hang around in the office. Want to go out to rob. Getting materials to make money are not time. Poor. Really poor. The 2 were flying through the air when Chen Feng's phone rang. Pulling out his cell phone, he saw that it was Old Chu calling. What is it? Old Chu, Chen Feng said as he put the phone to his ear. What? Has India always been so brave? To actually dare to openly reject Long Xia's invitation to the Dragon Alliance. They're about to make a big move. Okay, I'm going back. It's fine. I'll go back and get some sleep, just so I can go to Indy tomorrow and talk alone. By the way, I also brought you souvenirs. Neon souvenirs. What a pocketful. Am I that mean? Just wait until I get back. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he hung up the phone, and at this time, far away in Long Xia's Kyoto, Chu Weiguo's office, old Chu hung up on Chen Feng. Hurriedly, he dumped the 2 loads of Imperial Beast materials and the urea back into each of the 2 dried-out sacks. The calmness that an old Imperial Beast master should have surfaced on his face. Once he had folded the urea bag of Sentinel materials back into the 2 sacks, he turned and walked back behind his desk. Smoothly, he folded 2 urea bags and tucked them into the gap between the white wall and the desk. After doing so, old Chu reached out and pressed the master switch on the wall. The surveillance in the house was activated again. He then happily leaned back in his black leather chair and waited for Chen Feng to return. This kid, needles don't poke, and he knows to bring me souvenirs. Thinking of this, Lao Chu felt still a little upset in his heart. He then picked up the 2 black pockets on the ground that contained the Imperial Beast materials and once again came to Chen Feng's sack. Press the Imperial Beast material inside with your hand. Then he dumped all the Imperial Beast materials from the 2 black pockets into Chen Feng's sack. Maybe the pressure just now was a little too strong. At this time Chen Feng's sack looked still not too full. Old Chu frowned a bit and smoothly grabbed 2 handfuls of Imperial Beast materials from Bai Yan's sack and put them into Chen Feng's sack after. Only then, satisfied, did he return to sit in the black leather chair behind his desk. He hummed a little song as he waited for Chen Feng to return with the souvenirs. So not wrong about this kid. I'll have to bring my grandchildren over to recognize him sometime. Old Chu, I'm back. Before Chen Feng's person even entered the office, his voice reached Chu Weiguo's ears first. Behind him, Eryang was carrying 2 large crates full of neon souvenirs behind his back. Chen Feng was also barely holding a large slatted wooden box with one hand. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but the box was too wide to hold. Chen Feng pushed the door and walked into the office. Smoothly, the crate was carefully placed on the floor. So did Bai Yan. This, Chen Feng, inside this box. Halfway through Chu Weiguo's sentence, Chen Feng directly raised his hand and waved it, saying, all of them were brought back from Neon Jaman Island. 1 box for each of the 3 of us. With that, Chen Feng smoothly lifted the lid of a box, revealing the Imperial Beast materials stuffed inside. Good. Chu Weiguo excitedly stood up from his chair, then quickly walked to the box. He reached up and stroked the material at the top of the box, a hint of red in the creases of his face. It was still all 5-star or higher Imperial Beast materials, which was much too high than on his salary. No, it's Mrs. and Mrs. Takagami too much. The next moment, old Chu coughed lightly. With aplomb, he put the lid back on the box. He turned and returned to his chair behind the desk. How come so many materials are missing from my sack? Old Chu, did you take it? Bai Yan held the mouth of the sack he had previously placed at the corner of the office in both hands and said suspiciously, nope. What am I doing with that thing of yours? Chu Weiguo sat on the chair and said it rather naturally. That's not right. Chen Feng, why has your sack become bulging? Bai Yan placed his hand flat on his own sack and then panned towards Chen Feng's sack. It's at least 10 fucking centimeters shorter. Nonsense. Chen Feng's sack was originally full of materials. Well, this is nothing more for you. I have something to talk to Chen Feng alone. Chu Weiguo said still calmly. As the saying goes, a big official can crush a person. And besides, Lao Chu is also an old acquaintance with Bai Yan. The dog took it. Bai Yan muttered as he picked up the sack on his back, picked up another box of materials, and left at a quick pace. Chu Weiguo remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard Bai Yan's mutterings, waiting to witness Bai Yan go out. It was only then that old Chu nodded to Chen Feng and opened his mouth, saying, Chen Feng, you have exceeded all of our expectations of you. He had a grave expression on his face. Without waiting for Chen Feng to open his mouth, Chu Weiguo added, the way you acted in the kimchi and neon countries, well, how should I put it? The conservative side is very pleased with you. What about the Hawks? Chen Feng was curious. Eagle faction. Eagle faction probably means they want to just sucker punch you, but I gave it all a no, because I think you're better off the way you are now, with some freedom, Chu Weiguo said. Thank you, old Chu, that's what I thought. Well, you're welcome. In addition, do you still lack any Imperial Beast resources? I can apply for all of them here for you. As long as Long Xia has them, just open your mouth. Chu Weiguo knew that Chen Feng had made a great achievement this time, and that this kind of merit could no longer be measured in terms of money, completely solving 2 of Long Xia's heartbreaking problems with the power of 1 person, so it wasn't too much of a stretch for Chen Feng to want any reward. Well, I don't really want much. As long as I get those materials I mentioned before together as soon as possible. Chen Feng stroked his chin and said in a deep voice. It was indeed what was needed. In fact, what he wanted the most was high-star magical beast materials, but at this point in time, he was afraid that there were none in the world. Pondering, Chen Feng suddenly had a flash of light in front of his eyes. By the way, old Chu, I want you to help me with something. It's definitely fine for you to step in on this. Chen Feng looked up and said, tell me. Old Chu revealed a look of interest as he raised his head and locked eyes with Chen Feng in reply. My father seems to be in one of our Long Xia's pioneering regiments, and I want to transfer him back to stay with my mother. Chen Feng said seriously. In fact, Chen Feng had another layer of meaning, which was that at some point in the future, Chen's father would disappear. In a previous life, the official word was sacrifice, but no bones were brought back. This was normal for the Pioneer Corps, and a portion of the Imperial Beast Masters were being devoured by demonic beasts or magical beasts, so there would be no way to transport the bones back. Well, I'll have to transfer Dad back to be with Mom in this life. Doing this kind of thing now by virtue of who you are is perfectly qualified. Well, this, Chu Weigua stroked his chin. His face suddenly became a bit difficult. What? Old Chu, is this difficult? Chen Feng asked suspiciously. Actually, let me be honest with you. Your current status is also qualified enough to know the secrets in this area. After Chu Weigua finished speaking, he continued to speak. Actually, I have long investigated your background information. You're suspicious, like you've suddenly risen to power. So I looked into your father and mother again. Your father is affiliated with a high-star pioneering regiment in the 10-star beast domain of Border City. But unfortunately, just a month ago, around the time you went to the special recruitment center to do your testing, your father was reported confirmed missing by the squad he was in, up the chain of command. After Chu Weigua finished speaking, he looked straight at Chen Feng. He was watching Chen Feng's face. First of all, because of Chen Feng's father's special status and reported disappearance, this kind of thing is usually not taken out straight. This can affect the family's mood. After all, they generally think the worst. Besides, Chen Feng's father's identity was supposed to be confidential, and even if the family was to be told about this kind of thing, it would be after about a year. It was only after officials confirmed that the missing person could not be found that they gave a low-key account of everything with the family and secretly handed out a large pension. How is it possible? There was no loss, sadness, or other emotions that Chu Weigua had imagined. Instead, Chen Feng instantly stood up and said incredulously, it's something that's already been confirmed, and since your father has been missing for a month, there's no way it could be wrong. Chu Weigua spoke up. Old Chu, are you sure this is true? Tell me how my father he disappeared. Chen Feng asked again. How can that be? In his previous life, Dad came home once after a couple of years. Even if the world pattern had changed because of his rebirth, the beast domain where Dad was from was in a remote frontier city. There was no way that the effects of what he had done could be transmitted into that beast domain. Hey, in fact, in the deepest part of the Border City beast domain, we found a strange passageway that was supposed to lead to the magical beast's territory, and your father was part of one of the first expedition teams that went in. It is said that your father was the first to enter that passage at that time, and by the time the others went in, your father could no longer be found. And up until now, your father has not been seen coming out of that passage, so he was ruled missing. And that passage has been temporarily blocked off because of the full environment inside, which Imperial Beastmasters can't adapt to for the time being. As for the rest, it's top secret and I can't talk about it, but you can see for yourself and just try not to go into the passage, Chu Wei said with a sigh. Chen Feng froze for a moment when he heard the words, then turned around and picked up the sack to hold up the material box and spoke. I'll go home to see my mom first. I still have to go to the Indian country tomorrow. I'll go to the Border City beast domain. Chen Feng knew that was probably all old Chu knew, and he wanted to find the time to personally make a trip to the Border City beast region. The Beastmaster can't adapt? Chen Feng secretly pondered. The depths of the Border City beast domain. If one remembers correctly, that was exactly the location of the battlefield from his previous life before he was reborn. It was only that the battlefield of his previous life was much deeper than the depths of the current Border City beast domain. It was 12 o'clock at night. Chen Feng returned to his new home in the capital city in a low mood. Mom should have been picked up by now. Chen Feng placed the box of high-star materials in his arms at the door and reached out to open the villa door. A pungent, light aroma of rice pounced on Chen Feng's face the moment he opened the door. That was the fireworks that belonged uniquely to Chen Feng's family. In fact, everyone's home has a different flavor of fireworks. Growing up, things are different, and apart from photos that can evoke tears in a wanderer's eyes, it's the smoke and mirrors that bring the most tears to the eyes. Yo, who did I think it was? So it's Little Wins who's back. I thought my son had grown up and gotten rich, so he wouldn't come back. Mother Chen said with jealousy and pouted her lips. She's actually still awake and is sitting on the couch with the TV on, playing with her cell phone. I've just been a bit busy these past 2 days. Chen Feng scratched his head and said, busy? It's good to be busy. You don't come back. I'm still your father. You love to come back. Chen mother continued to pout and retort. My father? Chen Feng suddenly didn't know what to say for a moment. If the news of my father's disappearance were to be told to my mother now, she would be plunged into great sorrow. The two don't always see each other, but they are quite in love. So it's better not to tell mom about this just yet. Chen Feng pondered in his mind and decided. Yeah, you're back late. Your dad, that bad thing, just left in the morning, and he brought his son a special gift, and wouldn't let me open it. Said he wanted you to unwrap it yourself. I didn't even. Mother Chen said, got up and dragged her slippers and walked to her bedroom on the first floor. A few seconds later, Mother Chen walked out holding a long jade box. The box was pale green in color, with a few hints of light blue lines running through it. Chen Feng fixed his eyes to see that the box was about almost 2 meters long in length and about 30 centimeters wide. But what surprised Chen Feng the most was that what flowed from that box was actually imperial magic power. Only imperial magic shows blue veins. However, this is not the time to be surprised. But listening to Mom, Dad actually just left during the day. Isn't Dad missing? If Mom hadn't taken out this jade box that flowed with imperial magic, then Chen Feng could have thought that Mom was probably thinking of her husband and hallucinating. But now, Mom, are you sure this is what my dad left when he came back during the day? Are you sure that person is my dad? Chen Feng asked 2 questions in a row. Silly, this can still be false. Your father came back and stayed all morning, and even praised you for being great. But at noon he took an impromptu phone call, saying that there was an emergency in the army. So he went back. Mother Chen said and gave Chen Feng a blank look. Nah, open it up and see for yourself. Your father prepared a gift for you. Mother Chen shoved the jade box into Chen Feng's hands and said in a tasteless manner. Chen Feng hurriedly took the jade box, and the moment it entered his hand, he was surprised to find that the feel of the jade box far surpassed any material. This is not the jade quality that Blue Star should have. It was cool and soft in the hand, as if it were a living creature, and the ever-flowing blue imperial magic. Chen Feng swore that in his previous life, he had seen this kind of situation, or there was an occasional piece or two on certain uncommonly seen rocks in the depths of the beast domain after it had all fused. But those are just rocks. This kind of material that flowed with imperial magic like jade was the first time he had seen it. Taking 2 steps to the sofa and sitting down, Chen Feng placed the strange box on the coffee table. Carefully lift off. The lid and the box are as if they have been finely machined, and fit tightly together until they are opened. Overall it looks more like a jade tablet. Take the lid of the box carefully and set it aside. The next moment, Chen Feng's breath caught as he looked at the contents of the box. It was the kind of rush that carries a sense of suffocation. There is nothing like silk inside the box, something that carries wrapped valuables. Rather, it's just completely solid, as in hollowed out and sculpted outlines. Inside the silhouette, to the rough eye, it looks like a long knife, a blade the color of white bone, with long thick blue veins running between the grooves of blood on it. That was actually a near-solid imperial magic power that was several times stronger than on the box. The hilt of the blade is red, shaped like scales and layered, and looks quite handy while it lasts. Around eye like a fish as I moved up and down where the blade joined the hilt. Chen Feng could be certain that the eyes were definitely looking at himself. But compared to that, the most bizarre thing was the end of the hilt, which was like the mouth of a 7-star eel, with sharp teeth. It seemed to be gnawing at the box that carried it. What the hell is this? Chen Feng was shocked beyond words in his heart. If Dad came back as a zombie, it's not enough that he brought back such a weapon? Is this a weapon? Can this weapon be as strong as my shadow blade? Chen Feng swore that he had definitely never seen this thing in his previous life and had never even heard of it. Then, the blank-brained Chen Feng saw a note taped to the inside of the box lid. Chen Feng pulled it off smoothly. Content, your performance, Dad is very satisfied. But the blue star is just the starting point. The beast domain descent is a mystery. Demonic beasts, magical beasts are also a mystery. The people on the blue planet are just sitting on their asses. Dad is out of the novice village and looks forward to meeting you in the future. This knife, it is, well, it's kind of probably has the potential of a U-rank magical beast. You can try to contract it, and it will become a great help to you. As for the U rank, after 10 stars it is called a U, and a U has 10 stars. It's still weak and only has 4 stars, so wait until you've recovered to 4 stars before you need to harness it. After reading the content on the paper, Chen Feng's heart instantly churned with huge waves. Starting point, Enigma. Sitting in the well, novice village, level U. He breathed heavily and subconsciously tried to reach out to try and pick up the hilt. However, in the next moment, the scales on the hilt of that blade suddenly stood up, and each and every one of them was as sharp as a small knife, and the eye where the hilt meets the blade, that I stared wide at Chen Feng, gradually turning scarlet. Chen Feng had the feeling that he must not pick up this blade-like magical beast at this time. Otherwise he's definitely the one who gets hurt. A long breath came out, trying to control his breathing, but his mind was still agitated. He picked up the lid of the box and put it back on. When I go to Indy tomorrow, it will probably be 4 stars. But the problem was that one already had a 4-star magical beast. Could one really contract an additional one? His mind was a little scrambled right now. This knife looks sharp, and I don't know where your father bought it. Mother Chen spoke up at this time. Who knows? Probably robbed it. Chen Feng spoke blindly. Chen Feng vowed to restore his strength back to 10 stars as soon as possible. In his previous life, the 10-starred man did whatever he wanted with panache. The 3-star now is like a brick in Long Xia, moving wherever he is needed. No! It's still 6 in the morning. Chen Feng was then woken up by a phone call from Chu Weigua. Something big has happened. The beast domain on the border of the Tibetan province has suddenly merged with the nearest Indian beast domain. As the dragon demon of Ryusha, you're going to go along for the ride and fix it. That's what Lao Chu said on the phone. That tone was quite relaxed. It's really just commanding leadership. Once upon a time, the old Chu, when he heard about the fusion of the beast domains, was bound to be frightened and serious in his response. It was different now. Since old Chu had understood Chen Feng's strength, he had gradually become calm and collected. Isn't it just a beast domain fusion? Our side chose to send out Chen Feng. Above the Dragon Summer airspace, White Driver Yen and Chen Feng stood on the Phoenix Imperial Beast. The speed flew fast as he sped towards the Hidden City Beast region. In less than 2 hours, the duo had appeared outside the Hidden City Beast domain. The duo was randomly teleported since the beast domains were merging. Chen Feng was walking alone on the snow at this moment. He took out a map and identified his current location based on the surrounding terrain. After roughly determining the location, Chen Feng summoned the demonic centipede emperor and began to rush towards the depths of the beast domain, occasionally passing by hordes of low-ranked demonic beasts on the road. Without Chen Feng's orders, the demonic centipede emperor took the initiative to eat them on his own in passing, eating and rushing along the way. By the time he arrived at the Dragon Summer Pathfinder core base camp deep within the beast domain, Chen Feng was already just short of the energy of roughly one 10-star demonic beast from being upgraded to 4 stars. With regards to ascending to 4 stars, Chen Feng's feelings were actually very complicated. As if by divine providence, the 10-star magical beast unsealed by his 4-star Imperial Demon Master happened to possess the ability to manipulate ice and snow. It's too much of a coincidence. And the thing that messed with Chen Feng's mind the most was that because of her skill specialization, she had been injured the most in the battle in her previous life. That battle was probably fought until the latter half of the battle when Chen Feng had to take the extremely injured her back into the royal demon space. Chen Feng was now somewhat unsure whether this ice beast domain could recover her injuries or not. She's too hurt. When he passed by this Dragon Summer Pathfinder core base camp, Chen Feng did not enter. Instead, they crossed over this camp and went straight into the deeper reaches of this beast domain. Look! What a big centipede! It's the dragon demon officer coming. The few Imperial Beast Masters who stayed behind to guard the camp said in a shocked voice. Everything was just an interlude. And after Chen Feng continued to go more than 20 miles deeper into the beast domain against the gradually growing wind and snow, only the ground suddenly trembled with a rumbling sound. Chen Feng followed the voice and looked forward. With his height above the demonic centipede emperor's head, he happened to be able to vaguely see a large group of creatures in the distance rushing towards Chen Feng's side. This is? Wraiths! Chen Feng exclaimed as he fixed his eyes and quickly distinguished that it was actually a group of magical beasts in front of him. There were around 20 to 30 magical beasts in that group, with white fur and the size of an enlarged version of a polar bear. The difference was that they all had long white unicorn horns growing on top of their heads. 7-star magic beast, one-horned ice demon bear. Chen Feng instantly recognized the species of this group of magical beasts. Strange. How could a group of 7-star magical beasts appear here? He gave a doubtful cry in his heart, but he still said open the meal to the demonic centipede emperor in his mind. In the next second, the demonic centipede emperor launched himself with full force, charging straight into the unicorn ice demon bear's bear group. Saying that it was a starter meal was actually not a lie at all. And a minute later, the demon centipede emperor had eaten the group of 7-star magical beasts all by himself. The imperial magic power continued to transmit, and Chen Feng instantly broke through to 4 stars, feeling the imperial magic power surging within his body. Chen Feng sighed. 4 stars now. He looked to his right and left at the white snow, and the next moment, a huge ice crystal encased prison gate appeared. As that prison gate appeared, the snowflakes in the air around them instantly began to float haphazardly in the air. It was as if they had been greatly disturbed. The ice crystal-encased prison gate wasn't big. One could even say it was abnormally small, almost as tall as Chen Feng. In the next second, a breathtakingly beautiful wraith slowly walked out of the prison door barefoot. Then, he directly jumped into Chen Feng's arms. Blue-white hair fell to her waist, and on top of her head was a pair of cool antler-like horns made of frozen ice. Her eyelashes, and even the hairs that could be seen all over her body, were bluish-white. The skin is cold white. His height only reached Chen Feng's neck, and if he added the pair of ice horns on top of his head, it would probably reach Chen Feng's chin. She jumped into Chen Feng's arms and wrapped her arms around his waist. His face was pressed against Chen Feng's chest. However, the strange thing was that one of her hands and one of her feet were not flesh and blood, but consisted of transparent ice like crystal. You can even see through to the inside, where it flows, a line of dark blue magic. But most of those magic threads were broken and not continuous. This is what she looks like when she is seriously injured. King, she said. It was a pleasant sound. You're badly injured, Chen Feng said as he pulled her icy crystalline hand from behind to view it. No harm done. Everything is meant to be. Where are we? Are you retracing your steps again? She asked as she first shook her head and then tilted her small face up to look at Chen Feng's face. I was reborn. Reborn to when I was 18. How is your injury? First absorb the power of ice and snow here to recover quickly. Chen Feng explained his sentence before caring. King, I'm happy to see you again. I'm too injured to fight for you again for a while. She bowed her head and said. Chen Feng's heart instantly thumped when he heard this. Her name is Snow Maiden and she calls herself Wraith. The reason why she had become Chen Feng's royal demon was that she had initiated all of this. In fact, with her strength, she ranked at least in the top 4 among Chen Feng's magical beasts. But when he contracted with her, Chen Feng did not waste a single soldier. Truth be told, he thought this snow woman was a human at the time, because aside from her antlers, she's completely indistinguishable from a normal human. It's possible to communicate, to have feelings, to have body heat. Chen Feng was just about to say something when he heard a low roar from the sky, the low roar of the wind. The low growl had a hint of piercing shrillness to it. This sound, Chen Feng looked toward the sky. The demonic centipede emperor also looked towards the sky. It's a hydrogen bomb. The demonic centipede emperor's height advantage was there, and it instantly recognized what was flying in the distance. It's been alive for hundreds of years, and it recognizes basically all human technology. What? Go! Chen Feng was instantly startled as he hurriedly said, a hydrogen bomb is not something he can handle at this point. If the Snow Maiden wasn't injured, he wouldn't be afraid of this hydrogen bomb. But now that the Snow Maiden was severely injured, Chen Feng didn't want to add to her injuries. It can't go away. King, it's fate. The Snow Maiden looked to the sky and said calmly, King, I will not die. It will only be a short sleep. The priest had said that I would be reborn in the fullness of time, she said to herself. But Chen Feng couldn't understand what she was saying at all. Isn't she a wraith? Sacrifice? Let's go first. It's fine. Let the demonic centipede emperor fend it off. It can hold it off, Chen Feng said. King, this thing has radiation. At the moment only I can handle it. Even if the demon centipede emperor blocks the first wave of damage, he won't be able to block the subsequent radiation for you. She paused. I am, in fact, considered a half-wraith, and I took the initiative to make a contract with you based on the instructions of Grandfather Sacrifice. I have a name. My name is Dear Shue. King, you will one day go to the true world of the imperial beasts, and the sleeping me will guide you on your way. Frost Domain, Dear City, Dear Jin, that's my father's name. Please take me to him. Dear Shue finished speaking and hugged Chen Feng once again. After a second, she stayed and let go of Chen Feng. Then ice blue eyes looked to the sky. Ice damage deflection. Ice armor of metaphysical ice. Ice frost soldier. 3 voices later, the wind was blowing furiously in the sky. Countless snowflakes were swept on the wind toward the still-flying hydrogen bomb's location. And on Chen Feng's body at that moment, an ice blue armor emerged. Head to toe, top to bottom. And that's not all. Just moments before the hydrogen bomb impacted with those snowflakes, the mushroom cloud instantly appeared in the sky and expanded at a rate visible to the naked eye. But in the next instant, the expanding mushroom cloud collapsed steeply and completely disappeared into the air with a snowflake at the center. Then, super far out, too far to see with the naked eye, Chen Feng first saw a huge light rise up into the sky. After a few seconds, there was a loud rumbling sound, and in another few seconds, an airwave with countless white snow swept towards Chen Feng. However, when those white snow were just about to approach Chen Feng, they were suddenly fixed in the air. Subsequently, countless Chen Feng-like snowmen rose from the ground. The snowmen slowly turned transparent, and they actually transformed from snow to ice. A few seconds later, thousands of ice sculptures of Chen Feng appeared around Chen Feng, each one holding an ice spear. Chen Feng knew that this was the Snow Lady. No, it was dear Shueshue's skill. Soldier of Frost. Each of them had the strength of an 8-star magical beast. At this time, the snow around Chen Feng was gone, revealing the frozen solid dirt at the very bottom. But Chen Feng couldn't be happy at all, because dear Shueshue's body was shaky at this point. She fell backwards. Chen Feng hurriedly hugged dear Shueshue, who had fallen on her back. Any feelings? There must be. Deep feelings? The two spent a total of 481 years together. King, this is the first time I've seen you shed tears. With her cold white hand, dear Shueshue reluctantly raised it and touched and rubbed the corner of Chen Feng's eyes. Nonsense. I'm just worried about the mental pain I'll suffer if you die. I've experienced it 10 times already and it scares me to think about it. Chen Feng said. You lied. Every time you lie. Your tone is such a relaxed look. Dear Shueshue punctured Chen Feng's lie. But don't worry. I'm not really dead. I'm just sleeping. I said I'll get a new life in the bloom. And you can try contracting other magical beasts now. When I see you next, I will definitely be your wraith again. She spoke rather easily. Good. Then hurry up and tell me how to make you a newborn, and where the frost domain you mentioned is, and how I can get over there. Chen Feng said seriously. I don't know how you're going to get there. The passage I came from has collapsed, but you'll reach the frostlands one day. For sure. Dear Shueshue finished and wanted to continue saying something, but in the next second, a light flashed, and her body began to completely freeze. Chen Feng felt that the contract with dear Shueshue had disappeared, but it was as if the Imperial Demon Space belonging to her was still there. Try to take dear Shueshue back into the Imperial Demon Space. In the next second, dear Shueshue's body disappeared. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you back to life, Chen Feng said with firm eyes. The Devil Centipede Emperor looked at the duo throughout. Sister Snow she's just sleeping for the time being. Look, these soldiers of hers aren't gone yet, Chen Feng said as he looked at the ice sculptures. I can feel that my ice armor and these soldiers won't be around for long. It could be 3 hours. It could be 5. So let's get going. That hydrogen bomb was supposedly thrown by the Indies. They need to pay. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he jumped onto the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head and headed straight for the range of the beast domain of the Indian kingdom. Chen Feng didn't believe in destiny. If India didn't use hydrogen bombs, dear Shueshue wouldn't have fallen asleep. The Devil Centipede Emperor was like a rapidly moving train at this moment. And on it, besides the Chen Feng on top of its head, there were thousands of ice sculptures of Chen Feng with the strength of an 8-star magical beast. Bypass that radiation zone. Passing by the radiation zone, Chen Feng commanded. All the way to the middle of nowhere. Probably all blown up or radiated to death. 30 minutes later, Chen Feng finally arrived at the location of the portal to the Indian kingdom. The portal is surrounded inside the Indian camp. Kill. Leave not a single one breathing. Chen Feng looked at the Indian Imperial Beastmasters coming and going inside and said in a cold voice. Because the Devil Centipede Emperor was 100 meters tall, 2 Indian Imperial Beastmasters arrived on their Imperial Beasts just as it reached the far side of the camp. It was probably cross-examining Chen Feng. But in the next second, countless icemen holding ice spears surged down from the Demon Centipede Emperor. The 2 Indian Imperial Beastmasters and their Imperial Beasts were instantly penetrated by the ice spears thrown by the icemen. The icemen didn't stop their steps, and as they passed by the 4 corpses, the iceman who had just thrown the ice spear pulled out the bloodied one in his hand, and followed the large troop to rush inside the Indian camp. This was a battle without any suspense. An 8-star demonic beast, comparable to a 9-star demonic beast. Outside the camp, the demonic centipede emperor shrunk down and transformed into Chen Feng's hand rope, wrapping it around Chen Feng's wrist. Chen Feng stepped into the campground on the red-stained snow. Now, there was not a breath in the camp except for him. This time it was really subjective. Not even the chickens were left behind. Even the basketballs they use for daily entertainment were poked and prodded with spears. Chen Feng looked towards the portal. Charge out and kill New Delhi, Chen Feng once again said in a cold voice. In the next second, thousands of icemen rushed through the portal. Only after all the ice people had entered the portal did Chen Feng stroke the ice armor on his body and step into the portal. This is the border city of India. Because of the existence of this beast domain, there were many Indian Imperial Beast Masters gathered here. The portal to the beast domain was guarded by 2 Indian Imperial Beast Masters. The 2 were talking and laughing at the moment. It was a light job, as no one dared to mess with the Beastlands portal. The 2 are talking about the feat of their idol, Singh, who is attacking Long Xia with a hydrogen bomb. But in the next second, 2 ice men with ice spears suddenly rushed out of the portal, directly picking the duo up high. Then there were countless icemen continuously rushing out of the portal. Quick! What the hell is this thing? All summoned the Imperial Beasts to meet it. The Indian governor of this camp shouted as he stood high above looking down at the chaos below. But in the next second, an ice spear whooshed and shot straight up, instantly piercing through so Indigo Imperial Beastmaster Chief. That force was used skillfully, and after the ice spear pierced through this Imperial Beastmaster, it was inserted right into the wall behind him. Then, an Iceman suddenly jumped straight up from below, stepping over the body of this Chief Imperial Beastmaster and pulling out the ice spear stuck in the wall in his hand. Then turn around and jump off the high ground and continue to participate in the carnage. What was the concept of the strength of an 8-star magical beast? At this moment, the ice blue thousands of ice sculptures were like a blue torrent. Chen Feng did not kill ordinary civilians, but he also did not spare a single Imperial Beastmaster who stood in their way. As long as you strike out at them, even if you have a bird-like Imperial beast that can fly and escape, you will still be pierced by the ice spears that are thrown. With this blue torrent in front of him to clear the way, Chen Feng stood at the head of the demonic centipede emperor looking out ahead in his ice armor. The target is none other than New Delhi. No matter what buildings, plants, cars, trains, or anything in the way were in front of them, they were all cleaned up by the blue torrent. If one were to look down on Indo from above, one would see that at this point in time, a line with a blue head and all purple behind it is rapidly cutting Indo in a diagonal slash. The Indian kingdom was certainly not ambiguous, immediately sending waves of Imperial Beastmasters to fend off and meet the battle, stopping Chen Feng from advancing. Hundreds of 5-star Imperial Beastmaster troops, with no return. Hundreds of 8-star Imperial Beastmaster troops, with no return. 30-man 9-star Imperial Beastmaster troop, 25 were killed in battle. 5 9-star Imperial Beasts were seriously injured by the ice spears and managed to escape back. Sing, get me in touch with Sing. Damn it, what the hell is he doing in the beast domain? Why would he release this weird shit from the beastlands? Fusion, I'm fusing Tapmom. Sindri, the king. Sinji cursed and told his underlings to contact Sing in the beast domain. Report, that beast domain is unreachable so far because the outside of the portal has been guarded by those strange ice people. Our Imperial Beast Masters can't get in. Can't get in? If you can't get in, then give me all the 10-star Imperial Beast Masters in the entire Indian country. I don't believe that 10-star Imperial Beast Masters can't still kill that strange thing. Sinji said angrily. Summon the 10 title level Imperial Beast Masters that are guarding within the Indigo Beast domain for me. Have all of them move out, and directly block this group of damned blue monsters halfway for me. And behind them, the one with the centipede head is a royal beast master. Dragon Summer's Dragon Demon right. Get him for me. King Singi was really angry. This person from Long Xia was too arrogant. And what angered him even more was that Long Xia actually dared to release this kind of lunatic. Well, since Long Xia is acting in such a manner, I'll kill this so-called dragon demon of yours first, and then I'll openly ask you, Long Xia, for compensation for the damages. Yes, the man responded, then picked up the phone and began to contact the 10-star Imperial Beast Masters that were guarding the other beast domains within the Indian kingdom. An hour later, Chen Feng had traveled most of the way by now. Master, there's a team of 10-star Imperial Beast Masters ahead, the demonic centipede emperor suddenly said with excitement. I see. A total of 13 10-star Imperial Beasts. The Indian kingdom really looks up to me and actually sent me so many magical beast rations. Chen Feng nodded his head and said indifferently, Master, let me take the shot. Don't bother your two brothers with this small scene. The demonic centipede emperor added. It was afraid that Chen Feng would summon Chief Ku or Shadow Demon, and then it would have to pick up some leftovers to eat again. Not enough to eat. Not enough at all. Fine. Then I'll leave it to you, Chen Feng said with a smile. How could he not see the demonic centipede emperor's small mind? He just didn't point it out. After all, in the future as the level rises, this little old brother of the demon centipede emperor is still destined to pick up the rest. Let it be cool now. And the gift dad left himself. The weird knife? I also wonder what the effect will be after the deed is done. And the world dad went to. Is it the world dear Shua said she went to? Contemplating this, Chen Feng jumped down from the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. Just let the demon centipede emperor fight alone. In the next second, the demonic centipede emperor moved. He directly made use of his spatial skill and was originally more than 2,000 meters away from those 13 10-star Imperial beasts. But in the next moment, the demonic centipede emperor directly rushed out from behind them by breaking through space. Those 10-star Imperial beasts could never have imagined that their enemies had this kind of spatial skill. In an instant, the demonic centipede emperor swallowed 2 of the smallest-sized monkey's 10-star Imperial beasts. The 2 minions were only 10 stars low level, and the demon centipede emperor didn't even need to chew after swallowing them. The remaining 11 10-star Imperial beasts were all of high rank, and they were controlled by their respective Imperial Beast Masters as they quickly retreated to both sides. But the demonic centipede emperor didn't give them a chance at all, only to see its body still in space. its huge head opening from side to side with those huge fangs. Any imperial beasts that touched them all turned purple rapidly all over their bodies and lost their ability to move. But there was a 10-star flying imperial beast that ran away. After all, it's flying from the sky. It was an eagle-shaped 10-star imperial beast. In its body, the 10-star imperial beast Master Shaq looked down at the other 9 companions who were all but wiped out, and fell into a state of great fear. This is simply a fucking monster. What the hell is that purple centipede? Why can you single-handedly take on our 13 10-star imperial beasts? This is too outrageous. All the brown-skinned Shaq wanted at this point was to escape this nightmare as quickly as possible. Yes, he really suspected he was dreaming, but the shouts of his 9 friends below let him know that it was all true. Just as Shaq was glad that his 10-star imperial beast was a bird-like imperial beast that specialized in flight and could escape with his life. In the next instant, he only felt a sweetness in his throat. A black blade came through his chest. Shaq turned his head with wide eyes, wanting to see, in the last moments of his life, what was going on. Turning his head slowly, Shaq could only see part of the rear. It was a young face wearing light blue basalt armor with black shadow blades set into both arms. The armor wrapped around his entire body, translucent, reflecting a faint shimmer in the sunlight. Is this skill? Shaq's brain was rapidly losing the ability to think, and with a tilt of his head, he lost his connection to the world. King Sinji was confused at this point. Just now, when he heard his men say that 10 title-level Imperial Beastmasters had arrived at the battlefield to intercept the other side, he had even thought about how to demand compensation back from the Dragon Summer Kingdom when he had exterminated that group of damn things. And that Dragon Xia person. Quickly, contact the Long Xia officials for me and contact Shu Weigua, Sinji exclaimed in horror. The man under his command didn't dare to delay when he heard Sinji's words, so he picked up the phone and called Shu Weigua. Hello? You are? Shu Weigua was answered in seconds. The voice inquired out with a hint of doubt. Yet is it really true that Lao Chu didn't know who made the call? Of course not. Sly old Chu was just playing dumb. Didn't you, India, publicly announce that you would not join the Dragon Alliance? Lao Chu was angry. Chu Weigua, I'm Sinji from the Indian Kingdom. Sinji shouted and introduced himself. His tone sounded bad, cause it was urgent at the time. After all, at a later date, Chen Feng was going to step on the new derriere he was in. But on the other end of the line, there was a sudden tirade of abuse. Damn, how does he know my name, and dare to pretend to be the King of India? Nowadays the fraudulent phone calls are too rampant. I am a Long Xia people. You pretend to be the King of India to cheat me. Why don't you say that you are the first emperor of Qin? I DQM. The next thing Sinji heard was a beep from the phone. Damn it, dial it back again for me. Sinji froze at first, then cursed and said to his men. The phone dialed back again, but this time no one answered the phone. Sinji was confused. Do you really think I'm a scammer? I am the King of India, not the King of Burma. And what the fuck Qin Shi Huang? Change your number. Give me a different number to play. Sinji said in an undying voice. The next second, the phone was picked up again. Hey, Chu Weigua from Long Xia? This is Qin Shi Huang. Not, to the Gave it another hang. What the fuck Qin Shi Huang? Sinji felt that he shouldn't have studied Chinese. Had it been in Hindi, there would have been no such awkwardness. I'm afraid I'm really being taken for a fraud this time. Just as Sinji was thinking about trying to contact the rest of the official Long Xia, his phone rang, picked it up and looked at it. But it was actually Chu Weigua calling back. Sinji picked up the phone excitedly. Hey, without waiting for him to finish, Chu Weigua spoke first. Hello, I'm the King of the Indian Kingdom. XING, now I'm stuck in Long Xia. Help me download tomato novels, brush my book with gifts. When I withdraw my cash and buy a ticket back to the Indian Kingdom, I'll appoint you as the great general of the Indian Kingdom, and I'll have enough resources for imperial beasts. Chu Wei said. Sing's brain went down for a moment. No, you've got nothing better to do than treat me like a scam caller. You're Singi, who am I then? King Sinji, send him a video request, the henchman wisely reminded. Sinji's eyes lit up as he sniffed. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? XING hurriedly sent a video request to Chu Weigua while speaking. I'm really Sinji. Let's turn on the video to verify. There was a brief silence on the other side of the phone before a single word came out. Good. So the video picked up. Sinji was overjoyed. Greetings, Mr. Chu Wai Kwok. See, I really am Sinji. As in the fake. Sinji started by angling his head and shining what he thought was a handsome face at himself left and right. However, in the next second, Chu Weigua's words made him confused once again. I brown. AI change faces it. Cattle ah. Now the cheaters really are all high-tech. I have already called the police. You wait, you dare to video with me. You are finished. Chu Weigua pretended to be shocked. Ha! Shinji's expression instantly collapsed. It looks worse than eating 2 pounds of shit. He first missed his head to look at the distance Chen Feng had traveled in the satellite positioning. It's already coming soon to the new Re. It's bad. It's really coming at me. Although there were still a few close 10-star royal beast masters in the palace at this time, they were simply unable to give Shinji any bottom line. People even 10-star title level imperial beast masters have seconds. Their own Wang Du, these 2.5 people, probably could only satiate that imperial beast of his. Look, Chu Weiguo. I'm really Shinji, as in fake, and this isn't an AI face swap or a scam. Please stop the advance of your dragon demons in Longxia as soon as possible or Shinji said, lost for a moment. What can you do if you don't stop yourself? Die for Chu Weiquok? Do you Longxia wanna cause a world war? Shinji was made to yell. Chu Weiguo sniffed, and suddenly his face became serious. After all, the other party is a big shot, and the same is true for himself. What is said is like water that is thrown out, and he should be careful with his words, or else he will make a big mistake. You threatened me? Chu Weiguo's eyes narrowed in seriousness. I didn't. I just want you to tell the dragon demon to stop, and I promise to forget about it. Shinji said with the mouth of a cooked duck. Neither of the past? Chu Weiguo laughed. No. I mean, I won't dwell on it too much, and I'll publicly announce that I'm joining the Dragon Alliance. Xing gritted his teeth. He panicked. Really panicked. He felt that Chu Weiquok had gotten up a murderous streak. Fine, but I can't control that kid. I can't beat him either. And we're not part of the same system. Chu Weiguo revealed a helpless face and said, What? Then you're still. So what do you say I do? Shinji said. What he was trying to say just now was, so you're still so loaded? But he hard to hold back. The family has come in a killing god. And then Offenda life is afraid of straight. In fact, I've heard that kid's ambition is world nuclear leveling. He wants to make all of the high-star imperial beast resources around the globe interoperable. He wants to create a cooperative and win-win imperial beast world. Chu Weiguo nonsense. That's great. I was thinking the same thing. Can you give me his contact info? I'll talk to him myself. Shinji is really annoyed with Chu Weiguo. What time is it? The knife is on my neck. And you old boy are still talking officialese to me. Whose good man's ambition is to work together for the world to win. You don't go too far. All he wanted now was for Chen Feng to call and personally communicate with him remotely. It wasn't that he didn't want to send someone over to deal with Chen Feng. Rather, he saw that 10-star imperial beast masters, without even having the time to put in a harsh word before the battle, were all taken down by the other party with their beasts. He doesn't take calls from strangers, so it's useless for me to give it to you. Chu Weiguo waved his hand and said, but I do have a clear path to point out to you. It may not always work, but you can try, he added. Oh, old Chu, you tell me. Xing's eyes lit up as he said, this kid has a fetish for collecting rare imperial beast materials from various countries. Doesn't your country have 10-star lindenwood? Give him 2 sacks of it and it'll probably impress him. I'm not being a lion. I can't get a single one of these if you give it to him. I'm just pointing you in the right direction. We're not in the same system. Old Chu said with a look of regret. Shinji heard this and instantly froze on the spot. His face stiffened for a moment as he spoke in embarrassment. This is too much. Why doesn't he go and grab it? Damn. You just said this kid loves world peace. Chu Weiguo was a human savant, and he instantly saw Xing's brokenness. The first thing this Shinji actually said was not that there were none, but that there were too many. In a difficult way. That means this guy really has 2 sacks of 10-star Bodhi wood. Yes. Only India has produced this stuff in the last 100 years and never sold it to any other country. Thinking of this, Chu Weiguo's face changed, revealing a look of regret. Hey, you don't know him, Dragon Demon. He's a demon. He's just there to rob. Old Chu finished, once again shaking his head in regret. Then doesn't anyone in your Longxia control him? Shinji said in undying disbelief. Control? Who cares? This kid is fucking invincible. If you can kill him, it's all yours. Old Chu was once again helpless and pretended to have a look of abhorrence on his face. Hey, let me send you a video. This is what he did in Pickle Country and Neon. Chu Wei added. With that, he sent over the video of Chen Feng summoning Gram and Shadow Demon in Kimchi Country and Neon. Shinji subconsciously clicked on the video. In the next second, he and the men in the room were sitting on the floor in shock. In the late afternoon, the warm, soft sunlight poured over the mountains and rivers of India and the crowded cities. Today was supposed to be an ordinary day out of 365 days in Indo, but because of the arrival of the Longshanks, the day becomes special, forcibly paddled from an ordinary day to a humiliating, suffocation-filled one. Dragon Demon. The title of this Dragon Summer Imperial Beastmaster would be remembered by all of India from this day forward. Also from today, the heads of state and imperial beast masters around the world will be familiar with this dragon summers. Dragon demon. Like a big mountain. It made the low-star imperial beast masters fearful, the high-star imperial beast masters chilled, and only the imperial beast masters of Longxia felt that their hearts were full of honor at this moment. What a nice country to be born in. Nice times. The originator of all these changes, Chen Feng, was currently standing on the head of the demonic centipede emperor leisurely following a phone call. Hey, Lao Chu, what's up? Call me at this hour. I'm killing it here in Zindeli. Chen Feng's gorgeous ice armor, coupled with those cold eyes and temperament, along with the thousands of ice sculpture soldiers on the ground, was as majestic and domineering as a general who had conquered from the cold hell. This was in stark contrast to the relaxed way he answered the phone. What? 2 sacks? Can. But also you old chua, this bamboo bar knocking, really is the old treacherous giant. Huge. Ha ha. 6. Halfway through his words, Chen Feng realized that Chu Weigua was a unit of his own side, and almost used the words improperly, and then laughed out loud to hide his embarrassment. But said a 6. Chu Weiquok didn't care, and after the two of them had talked for a couple of sentences, I'll hang up first then, Chen Feng said, hanging up the phone and slipping it into his pocket smoothly. Chen Feng looked up and gazed ahead. I didn't expect this Xing to actually have so much Bodhi wood in reserve, but too much of this stuff wouldn't be of much use. But don't take it for nothing, leave it for someone else. For example, Li Eryang, Elena and the others. It's a matter of finding an opportunity to get the gang together, dividing up the resources and putting them to good use. In his last life, he didn't know that there were other worlds besides the beast domain, and since he was reborn, it was better to make preparations early. Chen Feng pondered in his heart, while still wanting to go the one-man route. Friends also need the ability to defend themselves against the unknown changes ahead. That is, 1 bell later, 2 military helicopters gradually appeared in Chen Feng's field of vision from the distance. Here we go, Chen Feng secretly said. Camouflage appearance. Side by side, Chen Feng fixed his eyes to see that between the 2 helicopters there was a huge golden-yellow banner facing the wind. Blurry black characters were printed on it, and because the distance was too far, Chen Feng was unable to read its contents for a moment. Only after a few more seconds did Chen Feng fix his eyes and gaze at the huge yellow banner tied between the 2 helicopters. On it, in bold black letters and block letters, it reads, Welcome, Dragon Alliance Dragon Demon Deputy Senator, to visit the Indian country. After reading the content, Chen Feng instantly gave a cry of darkness, worthy of being the head of a country, afraid that he would destroy the airplanes sent by him in passing. He actually thought of this method. It's only a few words, but the words are subtle. Sinji's direct use of the Dragon Alliance, rather than Longxia, represented the fact that India had recognized the existence of the Dragon Alliance. You know, just last night, the Indian nation had announced its refusal to join the Dragon Alliance. It's the equivalent of saying no with your mouth and then chiseling in the next second. And the punch in the face comes quite literally. As for the Dragon Demon Deputy Senator, the 4 words not only contained Chen Feng's title, but also added Chen Feng's official position of Deputy Senator in Longxia, which was a disguised recognition of Chen Feng's identity and rank in Longxia. The word visit is even more subtle, summarized as, Brother, please take the Imperial Beast, I am overcome, come into the house and sit down. Chen Feng squinted at the words on the yellow banner and was speechless in his mind for a moment. In the next moment, 2 helicopters hovered in front of Chen Feng. When the pilots inside saw that Chen Feng did not make an attacking move, they all let out a long breath. One of them grabbed a walkie-talkie and said something to the tower. Then, behind the 2 helicopters, a bird-like imperial beast sped by. On that bird-like imperial beast stood 2 men, none other than Sinji and his men, next to Xing, 2 authentic Longxia sacks, loaded with full. Inside is clearly the United States of America cannot buy the lindenwood. When the flying bird came close to Chen Feng, Xing hurriedly controlled the imperial beast to descend to the same height as Chen Feng. Sinji was currently dressed in a gold-dotted tunic, with a soft red muslin scarf wrapped around his head, and a dark blue jewel hanging in front of his brow. This is considered the highest form of etiquette for Sinji, showing as much respect for Chen Feng as possible. Sinji, reddish-brown skinned, stood on the back of the bird and first bowed deeply to Chen Feng. Greetings, Mr. Dragon Demon. Welcome to the Indian country. This is the generous gift I have prepared for you, a special product of the Indian country, 10-star Bodhi wood, Sinji said, giving a look to the men beside him. The henchman first gulped and raised his head to carefully glance at Chen Feng before bending down to pick up 2 sacks of lindenwood and taking 2 steps to the edge of the bird's back. He fixed his feet and first looked at the demonic centipede emperor at Chen Feng's feet. Didn't dare to continue to step to the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. He was a little trembling, The demonic centipede emperor's appearance was too terrifying. Thank you King Sinji then. I had wanted to borrow some Bodhi wood from you this time as well, but I didn't realize that the two of us would want to go together, Chen Feng said with a smile. Yeah, it's quite a coincidence, Sinji hastily agreed. Then the words of his henchman who was pointing towards the demonic centipede emperor who didn't dare to take a step to the top of his head lurched. Throw it over here. I originally wanted to borrow some linden wood from you, but I didn't expect to have you give away so much instead. You're really a good person. Chen Feng pretended to show a look of gratitude. Oh, it's not that the relationship between our two countries is here. We are all neighbors. We are all members of the Dragon Alliance. This linden wood, you can just take it and use it. Sinji was generous on the surface, but his heart was secretly dripping blood. 2 sacks of linden wood was 100 years of their country's accumulated reserves. The linden wood had the effect of nourishing the flesh of high-star imperial beasts, as well as having a healing effect. When using it, there is a chance to stimulate the potential of high-star imperial beasts. The most important thing is that medicine is 3 times poisonous, but this linden wood is non-toxic. Just this point, it can already be called a miraculous medicine. Watching his men throw the 2 sacks at Chen Feng, Sinji silently averted his head to the side. Chen Feng reached out and took the 2 sacks that flew in, opening them to see that they were indeed 10-star Bodhi wood. Closing the mouth of the band, Chen Feng cupped his fists at Xing. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your generous gift, but my main reason for coming here this time is to inquire whether your country has encountered any obstacles regarding joining the Dragon Alliance, and that I can help its output in a small way by passing through. His tone was polite, with a chivalrous air of readiness to do both. Xing sniffed and hurriedly opened his mouth. There's nothing hindering me. I, India, am willing to join the Dragon Alliance. No obstacles? Then why did your country suddenly and publicly refuse to join the Dragon Alliance at the latest? Chen Feng suddenly turned his words around. Which pot was the wrong pot? Dragon Demon is joking. Really no obstruction. Last night was just an accident. I've already sent the abominable guy about last night's direct message of rejection without asking me to jail, Sinji said with a pained face, like he wanted to join the Dragon Alliance from the bottom of his heart. Well, since your country is willing to join the Dragon Alliance, there's nothing more for me to do, so I'll return. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he waved his big hand. The ice armor on his body turned into points of light in the next second, and the thousands of ice sculptures on the ground similarly exploded with a bang. Snowflakes drifted in the sky, and they were all turned into ice sculptures from the explosion. As Xing and his men looked at everything below, their hearts once again grew a bit more fearful of Chen Feng. Sure enough, he created all these ice sculpture soldiers. Chen Feng thundered as he controlled the demonic centipede emperor and turned around. All that was going through his mind right now was that he was 4 stars up and could contract the nice-shaped magical beast left behind by his dad. He would like to see what other abilities this so-called U-rank potential magical beast had other than its appearance like a sword. And as Xing looked at Chen Feng's departing back, he finally raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. This devil. It's finally gone. The heat of the tea slowly steamed from the ceramic teacups. Lao Chu was in a good mood today. After Chen Feng brought him a sack of neon souvenirs yesterday, the Indian souvenirs arrived right away today as well. Chu Weigwa stretched out his hand and pinched half of the fist-sized ceramic cup with 3 fingers. Hiss hoo hoo. Shallow took a small sip of the hot tea. From the corners of his mouth that had been raised and could not be lowered, it could be seen that old Chu was in a good mood today. Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie a red ribbon. May good people have good luck every day. This is the ringtone of the cell phone that Lao Chu just changed. He reached for the cell phone next to his teacup and squinted to see that it was Chen Feng calling. Thumb tapped the connect button. Hey, Chen Feng, what's the location? After Chu Weigwa finished, he picked up the tea with one hand and took another sip. It's still 2 hours to Kyoto. Baiyan is still in the hidden province beast domain. Random teleportation. I called myself a helicopter and came back. You have someone contact Baiyan. Tell him not to wait for me. I'll go back by myself. Chen Feng's voice came out from the phone. That's all there is to it. Well said. After Chu Weigwa finished, he chatted with Chen Feng for a couple more sentences, and the two of them hung up the phone. The phone had just been put back on the table, and the next second it rang again. Picking it up, it was the #1 beast sentinel powerhouse of the bear country, Daniel, calling. And Daniel's icebreaker bear blood was exactly one of the imperial beast materials that Chen Feng needed. Calling at this hour. I guess I couldn't help myself after seeing the misery in India. You know, although Bear Country didn't reject the Dragon Alliance's invitation, they didn't agree to it either, and have been dragging their feet here by pretending not to know. Chu Weiwei picked up the phone in passing. Hey, Daniel, why did you suddenly remember to call me? An old man of Longxia, Chu Weigwa said smilingly. A friend from Longchampsia. I missed you and dialed your number. A not-so-standard, somewhat tongue-flicking Longxia accent came out from the other side of the phone. The voice sounded about 40 years old. Slightly raspy, but mid-range. Oh, I've missed you too, Daniel, but I've got things to do today, so why don't I get in touch some other time? Chu Weigwa multiplayer fine you Daniel nothing can call me? As expected of old Chu, Daniel on the other end of the phone was anxious as soon as he heard that Chu Weigwa was going to hang up the phone. Wait, old Chu, I meant to ask about the Dragon Alliance. Dragon Alliance? The Dragon Alliance is not under my control. You'll have to contact the Dragon Demon for that. That kid is in charge of the Dragon Alliance now, Chu Wei said with a smile. But you're the only friend I have in Longxia, old Chu. We all know what status you have in Longxia. For the sake of a friend, can you reveal what exactly is the attitude of that Dragon Demon of yours? Daniel pleaded. In fact, Daniel wasn't a wimp at all. He had always felt that he was the strongest Imperial Beastmaster in the world. But since he had just watched what Chen Feng had done in India, he had also obtained footage of Chen Feng's clips in Kimchi and Neon through other channels. After a closer look, Daniel was confused. This bear-like Imperial Beastmaster was completely nonplussed. Good lord, when did Longxia come out with such a pervert? At first glance, it looks like the kid says 20 more, right? 3 10-star high-ranking Imperial Beasts at the age of 20? No, that was never an ordinary Imperial Beast, especially that guy in the sea, comparable to a god. What an attitude! I'm telling you Daniel, you sure can't beat him, admit it or not, Chu Wei said with a smile. Admit. So what is his attitude? And also, are you sure he is a Longxia person? It's the first time I've seen a Longxia person doing things so. Daniel wasn't very proficient in the Longxia language and couldn't find the words to describe Chen Feng for a moment. Hey Daniel, I have to tell you, just wait, this kid will definitely go to you. I'll stop it, and no one will be able to stop it. Right now he's the #1 Imperial Beastmaster in Longxia. What should I do then? I'll have someone just announce that I'm joining the Dragon Alliance, Daniel said matter-of-factly. He had completely wimped out ever since he had watched Chen Feng's sparring video. Can't beat it. Can't fucking beat it. Instead of being a deadbeat, you should join involuntarily. Hey, actually, he wants your icebreaker bear blood, and even if you let the Bear Kingdom join the Dragon Alliance now, he'll still go to you alone. Chu Weiwei sighed again. What? Daniel's voice was shocked. He didn't expect Chen Feng to actually have this kind of plan. Not waiting for Chu Weiwei to open his mouth, Daniel grabbed the first to say, how much does he want? Old Chu, you help me ask. I give him just, don't come to me. I'll be there in 2 days. My friend's Imperial Beast has a child. I have to go with the portion. The portion, you know it, just don't have time to see him. I've heard that it seems to take 2 large buckets. The one on top of the drinking fountain, you know, right? The one around 20 liters. He was muttering at the end of his shift yesterday that he'd take 2 buckets home with the unit and leave them to go to Bear Country. I don't know exactly. You wait for him to come over to you himself. All I can say to you, Daniel, is give your ice-broken bear some tonight? Dates. That stuff replenishes the blood. Hey, Chu Wei finished and sighed heavily once again. What? 2 buckets? Did he use it for bathing? No. Daniel sounded shocked. I don't know. You wait for him to go. Don't worry. He has a skill. It's pretty cool. His arm comes with a black blade and black blade out. Bleed a thief. And it's very sharp. Your icebreaker bear can't feel the pain. You prepare a good medical kit, or stop the bleeding of the royal beast material on it. Don't list it. You tell him not to come. I'll send a helicopter to deliver the blood to him tomorrow. 2 buckets, right? I got it. Daniel hung up the phone hastily. He and Chu Weigwa had known each other for a longer time, and putting aside their positions, they were considered friends. He knew that Chu Weigwa didn't usually joke around. Combined with the previous downfalls of Pickle, Neon, and Indy, Daniel decides to make a big deal out of drawing blood. Brother, bear with me, or tomorrow it will be black knives in, black knives out. Outside an ice-covered cabin in the bear country, Daniel said to the ice-broken bear, which stood 100 meters tall, sitting in the doorway, and within the claws of the icebreaker bear, a very small tablet computer was playing the very same images of Chen Feng, Chief Grams and Shadow Demon's abuse in the island and Kimchi countries. Smoke it. It's only 2 buckets. Stab the artery in my foot. That place bleeds fast. The giant bear handed the tablet back to Daniel, then reached out with his massive paws and plucked the fur from his big feet, revealing the ever-beating skin inside. That's where the artery is. A man and a bear, half a lifetime of fighting in the north and south. The bullish bull, the low, that is also unambiguous. What? You mean the bones of a master? How much is that thing worth? Old Chu, I'm back. Still the familiar voice. Still the familiar push of the door. Still the familiar sack. Chen Feng pushed open the door to Chu Weiguo's office and entered the room. After entering the house, Chu Weiguo was the first to tell Chen Feng about Daniel. You do not know. I was the first time to see Daniel. That guy bowed his head. He also said that you are not to take a bear blood bath. Ha ha, happy me. That thing comes with ice attributes. What good man dares to take a bath with that thing? Chu Weiguo laughed out loud, and while looking through the lindenwood in the sack, he spat at Daniel while learning words for Chen Feng. Since I don't have to go to bear country tomorrow, I'll just go back and rest for now, just in case I have something else to do. Chen Feng was speechless and didn't continue to take Chu Weiguo's words as he chose to carry a sack of lindenwood on his back and went straight home. As a matter of fact, icebreaker bear blood Chen Feng did use it to take a bath. Well, it's better to go home and contract that knife-shaped magical beast from a foreign land first. Icy cold air pumped down his nose and into his lungs. The reddish haze in the sky was reflected above the white snow. This was a flat farmland on the outskirts of the capital city, and since it was winter, the original land was then covered with a layer of white, and at the end of the endless white expanse, you can see the red sun falling between the clouds. There was only one set of footprints on the snow, and that was Chen Feng's. He stood in the center of the snow and, making sure no one was around, he reached down and removed the jade box strapped behind him, bending down to place it in the snow. Opening the jade box, the blade-shaped magical beast remained the same as before. Nothing had changed. The eyes in the center of the hilt and blade were now glaring at Chen Feng. This thing, is it really considered a magical beast? Chen Feng muttered in his heart as he looked down at the strange fellow in the jade box. A 4-star magical beast that looks like a sword. Natural-born weapons, right? As we all know, both demonic beasts and magical beasts are not easy to tame. And before contracting a magical beast, it was even more necessary to conquer the magical beast first, so that the magical beast could be willingly contracted. This guy's eyes are so wide, looks like he has hard bones, worthy of being a magical beast that Dad got from a foreign land. Chen Feng could tell from its eyes that its heart was full of defiance. First I eat my fist. In the next second, Chen Feng suddenly shouted and punched the blade demon's glaring eyes. The punch wasn't said to be heavy, but it used 80% of its force. The jade box was made of an unknown material that was so hard that it withstood 80% of Chen Feng's 4-star Imperial Demon Master's force and actually did not break. Raising his fist, the knife demon remained wide-eyed, but his eyes were red by now, with a faint hint of tears swirling around them. After taking a punch, Blade Demon was instantly confused. No, why are you hitting me? He pondered with wide eyes. Still glaring at me? It really is a magical beast with a rigid character that is difficult to tame. Eat another punch from me. Chen Feng swung out another punch, specializing in the eyes. The Blade Demon lay quietly inside the jade box. It was a 4-star magical beast, and at this moment, Chen Feng was also a 4-star magical beast's physique. One of the two carries with skill, the other fights with skill. Truth be told, Blade Demon was helpless right now. It wanted to say, hey, just direct contract. I don't need to be conquered by you. Your father has already conquered me. But the problem was that it couldn't speak human language at its current level. It wasn't like Chen Feng had contracted it, and he couldn't communicate mentally. Looking up at the sandbag-sized fist swinging from above, Knife Devil Nu closed his eyes and tried to squeeze out a tear. It was using this way to silently tell Chen Feng that it could be contracted. At that moment, Chen Feng's fist had already solidly struck above its eyelids. Yo, there's still defense. Chen Feng let out a cry of surprise as his fist came into contact with the top of the Blade Demon's rough eyelids. But more than that, he was happy that the eyes, as the most fragile part of the body, at the same level, this sword demon could actually resist his 2 punches. What's more, he could feel that the rough, black and red, lizard-like eyelids of the Blade Demon actually had an amazing defense. Not bad for a magical beast with the potential to surpass the U rank. Not bad. I just don't know what the skills are. Thinking of this, Chen Feng pressed one hand on the blade, while the other pounded the Blade Demon's tightly closed eyes. He was getting more and more shocked the more he fought. He had already thrown 5 or 6 punches with all his might, and this sword demon was actually still able to defend himself. One should know that with his 4-star Royal Demon Master's strength, even if he was hitting a tank, he would be punching one. Finally, just as Chen Feng was about to swing his next punch, a strange syllable came from his ears. Cut! Chen Feng's ears twitched to make sure that he hadn't heard it wrong, and that it was the voice coming from the Blade Demon. Cut! Is it showing disdain for my power? Cut! Another strange syllable. Well, so just right, right? Come. If your Grandpa Chen doesn't beat you up and wipe your tears in the box today, I'll take your last name. Chen Feng was instantly enraged. If it wasn't for the fear of accidentally killing this sword demon, he would have summoned the demonic centipede emperor out. In the next second, Chen Feng once again swung his fist to pummel the blade demon's eye position, and occasionally knife demon lands a volley of punches to the mouth. However, the knife demon's mouth was long at the end of the hilt, and it was full of sharp teeth, so Chen Feng didn't dare to touch it, in case this thing was highly poisonous, and it would be bad to get scratched. Cut, 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 I'll let you cut, serve or not. Speak, aren't you high and mighty? If you can talk, why do you still pretend to be a mute? Chen Feng asked as he fought. A huge punch landed on top of knife demon's tightly closed eyes. It swore it had never been so suffocated. Cut, I didn't say cut, I said deed. No, if we are beaten like this, sooner or later, we will have to suffer from internal injuries. This kid's physical strength is really fucking top, almost catching up with the gang of imperial demon geniuses in the foreign domain. At this moment, the blade demon's thoughts turned sharply, and it felt that it could change its words to remind Chen Feng. Shit, the old man's all beat up and talking. Serve or not. Chen Feng was also a bit tired. This guy's eyes were really hard. After throwing so many punches with his own full strength, this sword demon remained unconvinced, with hard eyes and a hard mouth. In the next moment, only the knife demon's mouth full of conical sharp teeth moved. Another syllable was issued. Yo, it's over. Grass. I told you I couldn't talk. The syllables were issued, and the knife demon immediately screamed in his heart that it was not good. What I wanted to say was covenant. The covenant of the covenant. From the time it was born, it never hated its mouth full of sharp teeth, and was even complacent about it most of the time. But today it really wanted to slap itself, but unfortunately it didn't have any hands. Sure enough, as expected of the blade demon, in the next second, Chen Feng's fists came pouring in like a raging wind and rain. I'll let you yo. Mocking ha. One man and one beast froze until midnight. Chen Feng was tired of fighting, and blade demon was tired of his heart. Its tears were wowing out at this point, even flowing in the middle of the jade box and sliding down to its blade. Looks like it's almost done. Chen Feng let out a long breath in his heart when he saw that the blade demon in the jade box was finally no longer taunting. It was worthy of being a magical beast that Dad had gotten. Its character was really stubborn. In the next second, he surged the imperial magic power in his body and his intention attached to it. Pact, he shouted in his mind. Blade demon couldn't wait at this point. Truly, it never thought it would one day have such a strong desire for a contract with a human. There was a hint of perversion, relief, suffocation, and other complex emotions in that longing. Under the bright moon, in the snow, inside the jade box, a flash of ghostly blue flashed across the blade demon's body. The contract has succeeded. Chen Feng was overjoyed. He couldn't wait to communicate with this sword demon. Skills, origins, and that mysterious foreign land. The blade demon would surely know at least part of it. Agitated, he attempted to communicate with the blade demon's mind. A knife demon? He said. IF asterisk 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 U. UF asterisk 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 ING. Big dumb. I'm so you. Knife devil speech is extremely excited. Chen Feng this side and there is no banning function. Here omit 1,000 words. On the way back to King City. So that means my dad took you from someone else? Chen Feng sounded surprised as he held the hilt of the knife demon in his hand. That hand feels pretty good. Yes, at that time, your father and that group of big family sons bid for me in the auction, but maybe I ended up being bid too high. Plus those people taunted your father a few more times then. Then he blocked the gates of the city and robbed the guys until there were no pants left. Well, just literally no pants left. Robbed them all. Knife demon swallowed his saliva. It is true that like father, like son, gene this thing is pure fucking hereditary. These two men are sunny and handsome, but they do everything. Both pass by a stream of thoughts. You two are through and through, but my eyes are fucking glazed over. What about the rest? What else do you know? Chen Feng asked. I don't know anything else. I lie in the jade box every day. What do you think I can know? The blade demon's tone was bad, as if he was still angry about what had just happened. Well, okay, so what's the other land probably like? Ha, that you always know. Chen Feng could not suppress the curiosity in his heart and continued to ask. The foreign realm dash, the blade demon's words lurched. Magical beasts run rampant. Countless imperial demon masters. Countless opportunities. Killing, intrigue, dirty dealings, and strength is paramount. The only rule followed there is strength. Background. But you have good talent. You are already a 4-star imperial magician at a young age. It might be better to go after 5 stars. At least you won't be bullied by those big family children. Knife Devil gives his own advice. Really? Then how does this kind of strength of mine compare to those geniuses of the exotic region? Chen Feng was excited. 50-50. There aren't a lot of geniuses in the exotic region who reached the 5-star royal demon master at your age. Blade Demon said truthfully. But you don't have to worry. You have me. With my skills, the two of us will beat those exotic geniuses at least 60-40. Blade Demon's tone was as proud as it could be. Oh, they also have 10-star magical beasts? Chen Feng asked in surprise. That didn't. No, what do you mean by that? You have a 10-star magical beast? After the Blade Demon replied smoothly, he suddenly realized that something was wrong and hurriedly asked. Kidding aside, a 5-star Imperial Magician can only contract 5-star magical beasts. This is the rule of the world. This kid is probably faking it. Ah, there is. Chen Feng's tone was flat. I don't believe it. Blade Demon replied breathlessly. Cut. Chen Feng let out a syllable from his mouth. In the next second, Chen Feng's left hand that was not holding a sword shook, and the demonic centipede emperor appeared in his palm. The pupils of the Blade Demon's eyes focused, subconsciously looking towards Chen Feng's left hand. What? You also have a 10-star magical beast. The Blade Demon was shocked and stuttered. Good lord. It's pretty damn true that like father, like son. What? Who else have you seen that has one? Chen Feng asked rhetorically. Never seen it. How many 10-star magical beasts do you have? Blade Demon changed the topic. For 10 stars, there are 9 of them, I think. Chen Feng counted dear Shua in and pondered. The 10th wraith was already beyond 10 stars, so it was correctly 9. 9? The Blade Demon's heart shook tremendously. Bad. I thought I came to Blue Star to pretend to take the flyer. How did I become the most vegetable? No, my talent is unrivaled. My future potential is unlimited. I'll become a big boss sooner or later. It consoled itself in its mind. Yes, 9. You are my 11th magical beast. Chen Feng's tone remained flat. Phew. Okay, I'm your 11th magical beast. Wait, how is it the 11th? Blade Demon reacted again. Because there's another one that's about you rank. It's quite powerful. From now on you'll be the youngest oldest brother in my magical beasts. Don't be afraid. They'll cover you. Ha! Knife Devil felt that tonight was simply his own dark night. Dude came from a foreign land, where dragons and tigers were fighting, and both humans and magical beasts were countless geniuses, and those with potential were numerous. And Blade Demon's potential in the other world is definitely not low. Its power is not how strong it is by itself, but when it is contracted with the Imperial Demon Master. The two are superimposed so that the Imperial Demon Master has a short period of time, beyond the strength of the same level. Short for, popping beans, or as the game calls it, the boss transformation phase. But now it seemed as if he had no chance of being able to make Chen Feng use his skill. 9 10 stars, 1 U rank. The Knife Demon was ashamed of himself. It seems like it's going to be carried away. It's alright. I'll let you grow to 10 stars faster. In Blue Star, I'm invincible. Chen Feng stroked the blade of the Knife Demon and comforted. Actually, I actually have a specialty skill that might help you. Knife Devil introduced himself. Tell me about it. My blade has no attributes right now, but you can attach attributes to me, such as letting me swallow fire-attributed Imperial Beast materials. Then my blade will have flame damage, and with one slash, you can even smell the scent of your enemy's flesh. It said proudly. This was its strongest talent. Its incomparably sharp blade, coupled with its growable attributes. It was simply a superior magical beast to strengthen the Royal Beastmaster's principal attack. Any element will do? Chen Feng asked with a flash of light in his eyes as he heard the words. Flame? That shit is so trashy. Chen Feng thought of another. Additional damage unique to Blue Star. However, he was a little skeptical that this sword demon would be able to hold his own when the time came. Anything. Ice. Fire. Water. Electricity. Poison. Etc. Any element will do. Blade Demon said confidently. That, radiation. Can it be? Nuclear radiation. Chen Feng asked tentatively. Nuclear radiation. It's a dead giveaway. And even if you don't die, you won't be able to have kids in the future. And you'll even have gradual organ failure. Even a 10-star Imperial Beast Master couldn't carry this thing when it stuck to him. If it's really possible, when the time comes, we'll just fill up the radiant attribute, and the knife will cut off our children. Even if he didn't kill the other party for a short time and let him escape, it wouldn't matter. There is an old saying in Long Xia that if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring, and it is your future that I, the blade of radiation, am cutting off. Bashful. Radiation. Radiation? What element is that? Blade Demon sounded puzzled. It always felt like it was going to be in big trouble. Strange feeling, but it didn't think too much about it. Hey, don't care what element. As long as it's an element, I can attach it. But I can remind you that you can only choose one element. You can't change it, so you can decide. Alright, since you said so, I'll go get you the radiant elemental materials. Chen Feng nodded his head repeatedly as he heard the words. His heart was so happy. Well, if you can get more of them, my growth will be faster too. Go for it. When I grow up to Yaya rank, I will definitely be a great help to you. Blade Demon painted a pie for Chen Feng. Don't worry, you can be a great help to me even if you don't grow to the UU rank. Chen Feng replied with a face full of seriousness. Well, radiation. This thing doesn't need to slash a mouth. When the time comes, just stick it on the enemy's body like this. It's bound to decapitate the enemy's future. Thinking of this, Chen Feng hemmed and hawed and pulled out his cell phone. Hey, Lao Chu, get me 2 pounds of uranium. I'll enchant it. Freedom and having a life are intertwined in this country. Welcome to the Holy Land, the United States of America. Warm white light shone in the gold and brown dominated office, with maroon gold trimmed curtains drawn quite tightly. At this point, Chuan and Panama were sitting on either side of a solid wood desk, the two of them staring at each other. There was a file on the desk with a flash drive sitting on top of it. On the cover of the document, a string of Americanisms is written. Dragon Summer Dragon Demon Information File. Level of confidentiality. Highest. This information was easy for Chuan to get. Of course it wasn't a failure of secrecy on Long Xia's part, but rather Chu Wei's intention to make the information public. Laughing, a pervert like that. What else can you target him with other than nukes? Who dares to target him? Even Chu Wei wanted to shout to the world on behalf of Chen Feng. Who else? There is indeed no one else. Chuan Jiangwo feels that he definitely cannot beat, even if the addition is Panama. 2 against 1. Cannot beat. What to do? Panama. Say something. The few fine yellow hairs on the top of Chuan Jiangwo's head were sticking up messily in all directions, which was worrying. The laptop on the desk endlessly looped the images of Chen Feng waving his hand to destroy the United States of America's carrier formation, as well as the image of combing the Indian nation's center points. Chuan swore that he didn't feel free now. Long Xia, or rather the dragon demon, was like a huge mountain pressing down on his chest, causing his breathing to be obstructed. What to do? It's hard to do. Panama was at a loss for words for a moment. Chen Feng's strength completely exceeded his knowledge. Individual strength against the technological crystallization of one of his countries. Play na. Chuan Jiangwo sniffed inside before stroking the yellow hair on top of his head twice. He knew it was useless to ask Panama to think of anything he couldn't decide himself. The atmosphere in the office froze again. Both of them could hear even each other's breathing clearly. Chuan Jiangwo reluctantly reached out and picked up the table. Chen Feng's paperwork. He quickly flipped through it. Repeatedly. No weaknesses. How can there be no weaknesses? He tried to find out the weaknesses against Chen Feng, and he knew that the United States of America would not be able to have a chance to turn around the day Long Xia had Chen Feng. When the Dragon Alliance is truly established, the United States of America's layouts in various parts of the world will be removed little by little. The end is that the United States of America loses its supremacy completely. After a long time, Chuan Jiangwo suddenly slammed the file on the table, jerking to his feet. Difficult to do. Then don't even do it. Panama looked at Chuan Jiangwo, who suddenly stood up in surprise. Panama, let's make the call right now to scale back military spending everywhere, and then put all that reduced military spending into space fusion devices for me. While Long Xia is now within the Dragon Alliance and Big Brother's position is still unsettled, let the neighboring countries fuse all of their closest beast domains to Long Xia with Long Xia. I'd like to see if he, a dragon demon, can still split up. When that happens, Long Xia will surely be caught in the quagmire of fighting with multiple so-called allies for the fusion beast domain at the same time. Chuan Jiangwo finished his sentence. First his words stuttered as he looked at Panama's shocked face and continued. In addition, fusing all the beast domains in our United States of America as well. When the time comes, we only need to guard the perimeter and establish a defense line within the beast domains. And the beast domains that are fused into one will have countless resources waiting for us to reclaim them. That was a very clever move on Chuan's part. Long Xia's land was originally large, and with the many domestic beast domains, it would have been necessary to send high-star imperial beast masters to guard the major beast domains. If the beast domains on the border of Long Xia near other countries were to merge at the same time, then at that time, even if it was as strong as Long Xia, it would be caught in the quagmire of beast domain contention for some time. At the same time, because of the existence of the Dragon Alliance, don't you, Long Xia, as a big brother, take care of your little brother? Even if the fused beast domains of the two countries each guarded their own area, don't forget that between the two beast domains, there is still a part of the place that is magic beast territory. The resources of this place. To whom? Long Xia? On what basis? If they were fused one by one, then no one would be able to compete with Long Xia, but if they were fused at the same time, it was hard to say. And in contrast, the United States of America. If all the beast domains within the United States of America's territory were truly fused into one, at that time, The United States of America could utilize the time that Long Xia was left to fend for itself to seize the opportunity to develop its native imperial beastmasters. Chuan believes that this may be the way to return the United States of America to world dominance. Chuan, oh my god, you're simply too smart. This is a brilliant solution. Not only does it stall Long Xia, but it also creates a super long development time for our United States of America. Panama had a light in his eyes as he gushed his praise. Then what are we waiting for? Let's arrange to take action now. By then, the United States of America beast domains are all fused. We can even develop technology-oriented weapons inside. When the beast domains all over the world are fused, maybe we've already built nuclear bombs inside. He, Chen Feng, can still carry a nuclear bomb? Chuan Jiangmo said confidently. The air of a winter morning is extraordinarily cold when you inhale it into your lungs, but it carries with it an indefinable freshness of flavor. Outside Chen Feng's family villa, it was snow-covered. Last night, it snowed. Hot tofu brains and donuts are set on the table. Outside the window, Chen's mother was alone with a broom as she cleared the snow from the entrance of the villa. It doesn't have to be a full clearing, just sweep out a walkable footpath. Probably because there were still a few days to go before the new year. The happiness in Chen's mother's heart was already written on her face. Looking back on the year, it has been a year of great joy. Chen Feng graduated from high school, gained the status of Imperial Beast Master, was specially recruited by Long Xia's Imperial Beast University, and was promoted to the seed team early again. Now, it's actually going straight to early graduation and a state meal. However, there were some things that were officially blocked by various countries, so Mother Chen only knew at the moment that Chen Feng was very talented and had become a minor official in the Long Xia officialdom. AI, my son has made a fortune. Long Xia has also been in the news for the past 2 months. It should be really powerful. My son is catching up with good times. I don't know if there's any danger in that official position of his. Where Dragon Summer Imperial Beast Masters were concerned, they were basically hovering on the most dangerous front line, either the border, or the beast domain, or even other war-torn countries' peacekeeping. But my son should be an idle official, and I hope it stays that way, but don't be like his father, who doesn't come back once every few years. Mother Chen was greatly relieved when she confirmed that Chen Feng was an idle official based on the fact that he came back to sleep every day. Squeak! It was the sound of the cottage door being pushed open. Chen Feng was seen wearing a down jacket and pushing out the door. Chen's mother turned her head. What are you doing? Are you still going to the office? Well, Lao Chu said that the unit has sent out New Year's goods, so I'll go and get them. So I guess the last few days until sometime after New Year's will be a break. Chen Feng replied softly. Annuals, uranium, and 2 barrels of ice-broken bear blood. However, Chen Feng is prepared to leave a bucket for Chu Weigua. After all, this thing is his old Chu licked his old face to talk to someone else. Danny simple-minded her, and even cajoled and cheated to get it. But why is it that 2 things are yearly? Of course, it is because Lao Chu said that a pound of uranium is $5 billion American dollars? 2 pounds is definitely not available, but we'll certainly get some for Chen Feng. First things first, this thing is radioactive. Come tomorrow and talk about it in person. Besides, if you ask for uranium you won't get any other yearly goods. This thing is too expensive. $5 billion American dollars is just its market price. This thing has a price. That's what Chu Weiwei said last night. However, Chen Feng still wants to spit out a sentence. Who unit annual goods issued uranium? This thing radiates. I'm afraid it might mess up and send people away. On the way, Chen Feng was still a bit uneasy. Blade Demon, are you sure you can master the radiant element? He asked, trying again in his mind. Don't worry, as long as it's an element, I'm fine with it. Radiation is it? This kind of element. I'm definitely fine with it. Blade Demon actually didn't understand what radiation was until now, but he thought, no problem, that stuff could still be as badass as an exotic elemental? But again, it was eager to perform down because it had been struck by Chen Feng's 10-10-star magical beasts, and the knife demon's mouth, at this point, was even harder than its blade. You've also seen my mouth full of sharp teeth. Tell you this, no matter what elemental imperial beast material it is, with this mouth of mine, I can give it a chew. It once again proves itself in one sentence. Chu Weiwei turned the couplet over on the table, wipe the paste, pick up the spring scrolls and stick them one by one on the doorframes. He loved the hands-on feeling. As a child, he used to follow his parents to put up spring scrolls before the new year, and at this time he has a spring scroll, which he wrote by his own hand. This made him feel a greater sense of accomplishment in his heart. Chen Feng walked through the corridor, and at a glance, he saw Chu Weigua, who had just finished putting up the Spring Festival couplets. Old Chu, Happy New Year, Chen Feng said, looking to both sides of the door, the red paper and black characters of the Spring Festival couplets. At a glance, Chen Feng was instantly attracted to it. This one looks like it was written by Lao Chu. In the upper line, the dragon rises and the phoenix dances, and the imperial beasts come from the 4 seas and the 8 wastelands. In the next couplet, a flight to the sky, the beasts and demons of the world. Crossword, submerged dragon in the abyss. The black letters written in thick ink are strong and powerful, a change from the previous conservative style, and the top and bottom lines carry a sense of hawkishness. The banner above it, on the other hand, is more of a warning reminder of something. Chen Feng, come, quickly enter the house. Chu Weigua turned his head to see that the visitor was Chen Feng, and hurriedly pushed the door to guide Chen Feng in. Upon entering the house, Lao Chu went to the bathroom to wash his hands before sitting back in his black leather chair. He looked at Chen Feng. Daniel's 2 buckets of ice-broken bear blood. It was delivered last night. I heard it was smoked overnight. When you leave in a while, you'll get it from the doorman on the first floor. Chu Weigua said. I'll just take 1 bucket. Keep the other one for yourself, Lao Chu. It's New Year's Eve. Consider it my New Year's gift to you. Chen Feng said smilingly. Then I'll be polite. Chu Weigua was not polite. With people who were on good terms, being too polite would instead be a raw deal. Especially young people in Chen Feng's age group. And that thing you said last night about uranium, can I ask what you're going to do? That thing? There's radiation. Even if a 10-star Imperial Beast Master dabbles in it, it doesn't take too long. It's just an instantaneous contact. And if you don't die, you'll be without half a life. Chu Weigua said cautiously with a serious expression. Well, newly contracted a magical beast to use as fodder for it. Chen Feng didn't say too much. This kind of perverted killing move, he habitually hid it for a while. A magical beast that eats uranium? Chu Wei finished, reaching up and scratching his head. Playing? Who's eating uranium? Can it resist? No. Chen Feng couldn't be understood by common sense. When he said he could eat, he could eat. Thinking of this, Chu Weigua put down the surprise in his heart. It's still your magical beasts that are powerful. Old Chu gave a thumbs up and complimented. Is there any more of these magical beasts out there? Fix me one too, he added. Well, Old Chu is really envious now. Envy to the point of having the feeling of wanting to finish Chen Feng off and then directly inherit all of Chen Feng's magical beasts. Where did he get all these magical beasts from? It's so damn strange. It wasn't that Chen Feng hadn't been investigated. The problem was that this kid was either fighting or pretending, never cultivating, never contracting magical beasts. Old Chu sometimes really suspected that this kid would not have any system in the novel or something like that. That wraith of his is sick. No. After the fusion of the beast domain, a large number of magical beasts. Old Chu, you go directly to look for the end. Always stumble upon a potential. I'm also a fluke gain. All luck. Chen Feng hurriedly waved his hand in explanation. His biggest secret is where the wraith came from. Can't tell. Alright, then I'll try my luck in the beast domain some other day. Chu Weigua made up his mind and replied seriously. He really wanted to go now. There was no way around it. Chen Feng's magical beasts were too coveted. Alright, go. I'll take you to get the uranium. You pick up a bottle of icebreaker bear blood and bring it with you. The uranium is that old guy's treasure. His grandson is also a royal beast master. If you bring a bottle of icebreaker bear blood, you'll make sure that he obediently surrenders the uranium. Chu Weiwei gave a word of caution. He was going to take Chen Feng directly to the place where the uranium was refined, and see his old friend on the way. The helicopter's propellers slowly stopped turning. Chu Weigua brought Chen Feng to a mountainous underground base. The journey was unimpeded, and after passing through several barriers, the heavy alloy door was pushed open. It's a room full of monitoring equipment. The walls were covered with electronic screens, and below them, rows of buttons were neatly arranged. In front of the device, an old man with a full head of slightly disheveled white hair, dressed in a white coat, had a serious expression on his face, and his eyes were glued to the screen. Both hands rested on top of the button like they were ready to press it at any moment. Seeing this, Chu Weigua first raised his hand and stood still, signaling Chen Feng not to lean forward. He knew that the old brother was caught up in his work again and could not be disturbed. Chen Feng did not say much when he saw this, as he stood quietly behind Chu Weigua, curiously scanning the surroundings. This was the first time he had ever been to this place. In my last life, I'd been busy upgrading, dry humping, and pretending to be a good guy. And in this life, I've been busy upgrading, dry humping, pretending to be a good guy, and packing up souvenirs. No time for places like this in 2 lifetimes. If it wasn't for the need for uranium, he probably wouldn't have come here in his life. 30 minutes later, after the old white-haired man raised his hand to press a button on the console, he turned around. Old Chu, when did you get here? And why do you have so much free time to wander into my hole in the ground today? After he saw that the visitor was Chu Weigua, he immediately took 2 steps forward and disliked Chu Weigua's chest twice. Still as sturdy as ever. Worthy of an imperial beast master. This little brother is? He looked at Chen Feng curiously. Old you, let me introduce to you. This is our Dragon Summer's strongest 10-star imperial beastmaster. Dragon Demon. Chen Feng. This is our Longxia's chief engineer who specializes in nuclear. Yu Hongchang. Yu Lao. Chu Weigua smiled and introduced each other. The strongest? What? Old Chu. You can't make it? Yu Hongchang was obviously familiar with Chu Weigua, and while he was surprised, he joked, "You're the one who can't, and this time I'm here to get some uranium." Chu Weiwei replied with a smile and continued, "No, I want it." He does. He wants it? It's radioactive. What do you need it for? Suicide? Yu Hongchang missed old Chu and looked at Chen Feng. Seeing this, Chen Feng took a step forward. Good New Year to old you. I was in a hurry when I came. It's not. It's the New Year. So I brought you some small gifts, Chen Feng said, directly taking out a mineral water bottle of icebreaker bear blood. This is the icebreaker bear's blood that Daniel gave me, and it's all I had, so I brought it along. As for the uranium, truth be told, I contracted a magical beast that needs to eat uranium to grow, which is why I begged old Chu and came all the way here to find you. Chen Feng's tone was polite with a hint of closeness, combined with his sunny boyishly handsome face. He is amazingly approachable. This, Yu Hongchang looked toward the bottle of icebreaker bear blood in Chen Feng's hand. Daniel, the #1 imperial beastmaster of the bear country. He had heard of him. He sent Chen Feng the blood of his own imperial beast? And a mineral water bottle? It's like a mother taking her own child's blood directly and giving it as a gift. This kid, he's got so much face? What's more, Daniel gave him a mineral water bottle of bear's blood, and he actually used it all for himself. What else could Yu Hongchang say at this point? He felt that the young man in front of him was full of sincerity. Ice-broken bear blood. This is the only one in the world. You can't buy it even if you have money. Its value is, in some respects, much higher than that of uranium. He suspiciously turned his head to Chu Weigua again. Take it. We're all on our own. This is also a little bit of my brother's heart, Chu Weigua said with a smile. Damn. This kid's a real liar. If old Chu knew Daniel sent this kid 2 whole vats of bear blood. Oh, I'll have to watch out for this kid from now on, Chu Weigua muttered in his mind. Well then, thank you little brother Chen. But with uranium, you need documents from the top, and if I send it personally, it can't be too much, Yu Hongchang said through gritted teeth. It's not that he can't send it. He's this identity, status, and Chen Feng's identity isn't simple. Plus there's still the Chu Weigua layer of identity in place. It's okay to move a little bit, but certainly not too much. After all, this stuff is all documented. Don't worry, can't make it difficult for you. This is a document from above. I applied down overnight, but it says to let you make your own decision on whether to allocate and the exact amount. Chu Weigua handed the document to old Yu. Lao Yu took the document and nodded. Okay, no problem then. How much do you want? If it's really for a magical beast, I'd suggest 1 gram or half a gram. Try it first. I honestly haven't seen a magical beast that can eat uranium, old Yu suggested. The old man was the most aware of the radiation. This thing, not to mention eating, even if the skin touches, no matter whether it is a human or a magical beast, will be in a short period of time, vomiting, dizziness, shock and other kinds of abnormal reactions, and then quickly exhaustion and death. Regarding the matter of Chen Feng's magical beasts eating uranium, to be honest, he was old enough not to believe it. When Chen Feng heard this, he thought for a moment. Okay, then let's try half a gram first. He opted to play it safe this time. If he could indeed attach radiation to the knife demon, then when one goes to the mysterious foreign land, buddy, I heard you're a genius of the younger generation? I wonder if the future has ever been cut short. I'm going to cut off your children and grandchildren, and you'll be sick and dizzy. Can you handle it? Well, the wraith couldn't even carry. Chen Feng, are you sure that magic beast of yours can really resist the radiation? At this time, Yu Hongchang, Chu Weigua, and Chen Feng had already put on thick radiation protection suits and iodine injection filters. This is essential equipment for defense against nuclear radiation. The room was dry and empty, and the walls around it were built with super thickened, radiation-resistant material. At the far end of the room, black drawers made of unknown materials the size of a wall were arranged in order from smallest to largest. It looks a bit like in a Chinese medicine store. The chest of drawers for herbs. The difference is that these drawers are arranged by size and are filled with uranium. Chen Feng was full of curiosity as he observed the wall of black drawers in front of him, and on each drawer, in addition to the round handles used to pull them out with force, there was also a metal label attached. 0.1G, 0.2G, 0.3G, and so on. No problem. Just try half a gram first. Chen Feng still had curiosity in his gaze, but on his lips, he replied to Hongchang. Okay, A somewhat muffled sound came from Yu Hongchang's protective suit. He walked over to the drawer that said, 0.5 grams, and reached out to pull it. The drawer was pulled out and inside was a black shelf. Several middle finger-sized, test tube-shaped, fully enclosed metal devices were arranged on the shelf. Yu Hongchang reached out and carefully took out a metal test tube, which was as natural as a closed iron rod. He pinched the top of the metal test tube and twisted it slowly. The metal test tube, which had been tightly sealed, kept revealing the threads inside as he quartered it. When he completely unscrewed the metal test tube, Chen Feng discovered that an extremely small silver-colored pellet was placed inside. Seeing this, Chen Feng hurriedly released the blade demon. In the next second, the knife demon appeared out of thin air in Chen Feng's hand. Is that uranium? The first second the blade demon came out, he was immediately attracted to the uranium in Yu Hongchang's hand. It felt hot and a little uncomfortable. But carry on. Yes. Are you sure you can eat it? Chen Feng asked cautiously once again. Of course you can. Such a small piece. I think you're looking down on your blade. Blade demon confidently spat. Hearing the knife demon's words, Chen Feng immediately turned his wrist, the tip of the blade facing downwards and the sharp-toothed mouth at the end of the hilt facing upwards. The knife demon also cooperated by opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. Elder Yu, put that piece of uranium in, Chen Feng said. Chu Weiguo looked at the sword demon in Chen Feng's hand. Nothing changed on the surface, but in his heart, he exclaimed in shock. What kind of magical beast is this? It's actually in the shape of a sword. Outrageous. I don't know where this kid got this kind of strange magical beast. Chu Weiguo made up his mind that he would definitely go to the beast domain to try his luck when a few days passed. This is a magical beast? Yu Hongchang was puzzled on his lips, but his movements did not stop idly. He took a step in front of Chen Feng and carefully poured the half-gram of uranium into the knife demon's mouth. As the small silver-colored particles entered, the knife demon immediately felt a spice in his mouth. It started chewing with its sharp teeth, but it's the more you chew, the spicier it gets. Spicy, as we all know, is painful, but the knife demon was holding on for dear life. Dry chewing and not swallowing. He felt a fishy taste in his mouth. He felt as if his teeth were loosening, and he felt really damn spicy. Seeing that Blade Demon had been chewing, Chen Feng was afraid that something would happen, so he hurriedly said seriously to Blade Demon in his mind, "What is it? Is it okay? Don't try to be brave if you can't." He cared. There was no way around it. The knife demon looked really out of place with this all chewing and no swallowing. Chen Feng knew that when humans ate something they didn't like, or was extremely hard to eat, and were too embarrassed to spit it out, they would chew it a few more times. The Blade Demon sniffed and turned his eyes to look at Chen Feng, then slowly uttered two words, "Hiss not hot, Gollum." To show that it really wasn't spicy, it forced the uranium to be swallowed into the hilt of the knife. Are you alright? Chen Feng asked carefully. "It's fine. My stomach is warm and cozy," Blade Demon said casually in Chen Feng's mind. "Damn, why is this stuff still hot in the stomach? Blanche, that's a great magical beast you've got there. It looks like it can really resist nuclear radiation. It's so special." When Yu Hanchang saw the knife demon swallow the uranium in his mouth, he couldn't help but crouch down and reach out to caress the snow-white blade twice. Chu Weiguo was also wide-eyed from the side. The heart was full of envy. This kind of magic beast, Lao Chu, wanted too. Can it take any more? Is half a gram not enough? Yu Hongchang stood up and inquired to Chen Feng, the traits of a scientific researcher. He was now very interested in seeing where the limits of the knife demon were. "What is it? Can we eat it again?" Chen Feng asked to the knife demon in his mind. "Why not?" Knife demon replied with a stiff upper lip. In fact, it now felt soft all over. However, the life longed to be strong. Under the invisible pressure of being Chen Feng's 10-star magical beasts, it chose to mouth off to the end. "Then how much more this time?" Chen Feng asked. "And then so much just now. I can tell that it's expensive, so I'll save it for you." The Blade Demon continued to talk tough. "It's okay, you don't have to think about how expensive it is, just eat it, for you. Even if you want 2 pounds today, I can get it for you," Chen Feng said with bravado in his heart. Blade Demon first froze, then his thoughts turned sharply. No need. Honestly, I don't have much of an appetite today, and that thing doesn't taste good, so it's better to come with as much as I just did first. Knife Devil babbled. "Good," Chen Feng responded before looking up at Yu Hongchang. "Elder Yu, just half a gram more." "Half a gram? Okay, this magical beast of yours is really something. 1 gram of uranium is equivalent to the energy released from the complete combustion of 500 tons of coal. It can actually withstand such powerful energy. Unheard of. I really want to dissect it to study it." Yu Hongchang is an old scientific research man. Used to say what is in his heart, not hidden at all. Chen Feng could only smile in response to this. Yu Lao is joking. This is my magical beast. Old Yu had by now taken out another metal test tube and unscrewed it. He poured the uranium from the test tube into the knife demon's mouth again. Got to add money? He joked. Don't buy. Give as much as you want and don't buy it. Chen Feng flatly refused. Why do I feel, chewing, my teeth, chewing, a bit loose, chewing. Chen Feng, you help me to see, chewing, if my teeth are really loose, chewing, gulp. The knife demon swallowed the uranium in his mouth again. Your teeth. Chen Feng looked down at the knife demon's mouth. Looks like it's starting to fall off? As if to fulfill Chen Feng's words. In the next second, the knife demon's mouth full of sharp teeth fell to the ground with a clatter. I knocked Li. The blade demon spat out a mouthful of old blood before he could finish. Bah! Then, the blood from its mouth couldn't stop flowing onto the hilt of the blade, Chen Feng's hand, and finally sliding down to the blade. Blood dripped and fell from the blade to the ground. The bleeding continued to increase and eventually had gone from drops of blood to streams of blood. This bleeding, Chen Feng said. I feel as if I'm going to pill. Blade demon interrupted Chen Feng. Can you spit it out? Chen Feng was instantly anxious when he heard this. He hurriedly turned the tip of the knife upward and the knife demon's mouth downward, trying to get it to spit out the uranium. Yet the toothless knife demon was dead silent. No spitting. Blade master, I must absorb it today. The blade demon also came to be ruthless as it forced itself to shut up. Said nothing about throwing up. It thinks it can top that, probably can. In the hilt of its knife, it has the ability to absorb energy. Radiation was also a type of energy, so it could feel the energy rubbing off on its body at this time. That's a lot more awesome than those otherworldly crap materials. It sees this as an opportunity. Damn. The mortal sword still needs to be refined by burning fire, spitting out 3 liters of blood to make the magic blade. I'm still on the bar today. The blade demon roared in his heart. Chen Feng, this magical beast of yours, is it vomiting blood? Yu Hongchang looked at the puddle of red blood on the ground in a confused manner and asked in a low voice. Chu Weiguo also hurriedly looked at Chen Feng with a serious expression. Yes. Chen Feng nodded solemnly. Then, get it to the infirmary of the imperial beasts. Lao Yu is a really good person. His first reaction was to pull Chen Feng toward the exit. Chu Weiguo also looked at Chen Feng nervously. Do you need to go to the infirmary? Chen Feng was unable to make a decision for the time being, mainly because he could tell that this knife demon was determined not to spit out the uranium. At this moment, the blade demon's eyes were red, and that look was definitely not good. Chen Feng was unable to empathize with the situation, but was shocked by the blade demon's resilient character. It was so damn ruthless. It was no different from his previous life when he had decapitated his own imperial beast. Following the 10 magical beasts, he knew that he had collected another ruthless character here. Looking at the tightly closed corners of the blade demon's mouth where a trace of blood was still flowing out, Chen Feng decided to go to the infirmary and wait. At the very least, if the knife demon couldn't help itself, it could always start a save on it. The trio jogged all the way to the infirmary. Inside was a young woman, imperial beastmaster in her 30s, wearing a white lab coat and a slight tangle of dark hair that hung down her back. Elder Yu, what are you doing? The young woman scanned the 3. At this time, the 3 of them, Chen Feng, were still wearing thick protective clothing. He's got a problem with this magical beast, so prepare yourself and wait to be resuscitated at any time, Yu Hongchang said as he pointed at the sword demon in Chen Feng's hand. The female doctor looked towards the knife demon in Chen Feng's hand and didn't know what to say for a moment. She felt a million curiosities. Wraith, isn't that a knife? However, she still suppressed the doubts and curiosity in her heart at the first time and prepared some imperial beast medicines to save the magical beasts. Wraiths, she was also seeing them for the first time. Used to just hear about it. Do you need to save it now? Though it felt like there was no way to save the knife. I didn't learn. Still, she asked the first time she tried. She thought to herself, no, she would simply douse this so-called magical beast with something that had healing properties. No need. Wait, Chen Feng waved his hand. He could feel the heat surging through the scale-covered hilt. The bone-white blade gradually turned gray. Within the blue lines on the blade's body, energy continuously and rapidly rushed and circulated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blade demon grits his teeth and, well, bite his lip. It was holding back, its belly burning as if it had swallowed charcoal. 4-star high, 5-star low, 5-star medium, 5-star high. It wasn't until the lower 7 stars that it felt the energy in its belly no longer burn. By now he had lost several layers of his blade, and 2 shimmering lights, blue and green, intertwined on the scales of the hilt. The pupils of the left and right eyes where the blade joined the hilt changed to a fluorescent green color. At the end of the hilt, the sharp teeth in his mouth grew again. Now, even its fangs carried a hint of glowing green veins. Chen Feng subconsciously shook his arm. With this shaking, a large portion of the blade's grayish-white color fell off, revealing the strange new growth of the blade inside. Blue veins of magic and fluorescent green veins of radiation intertwined and entwined. They are attached to the entire blade, extending all the way to the tip position. At this moment, the blade demon looked rather evil. Ha 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 ha, all the pain is turned into power. Nirvana immortality. Nirvana immortality. At this moment, the blade demon's hoarse voice laughed out loud, interspersed with a few moments of dementia after a great disaster. That's real life. Longshanks. Chen Feng's 4 people heard it truly. The 3 people other than Chen Feng were all staring round-eyed at the sword demon in Chen Feng's hand. It can talk. It can actually talk. Chu Weiguai had seen the scene of Chen Feng's magical beast spitting out human words in a video, so he wasn't too surprised. More rather envy. On the other hand, Yu Hongchang and the young woman had huge waves churning in their hearts. When had the two ever seen this metaphysical scene? A magical beast spitting out human words. They felt that today was an eye-opener. Chen Feng, quickly try our strength at this moment. The blade demon once again spat out human words eagerly. Here, follow me. Next door is the practice room, which has alloy humanoid targets, as well as low-star demonic beasts for practicing sparring. Yu Hongchang said hurriedly. The 4 of them moved to the underground practice room. This exercise room was surrounded by raised platforms on which various handles and machines for testing strength were placed. In the middle of the practice room was a deep circular pit of about 20 meters, and at that moment, there were 2 demonic beasts fighting each other inside. On the high platform, besides the soldiers practicing and testing their strength, there were a dozen or so people who were looking at the 2 beasts fighting each other in the deep pit with a look of excitement. After entering the practice room, Chen Feng's trio first undid the protective clothing on their bodies in place before slowly walking to the edge of the deep pit. The group of warriors saluted and greeted when they saw that the visitors were Yu Hongchang and Chu Weiguai. When they saw Chen Feng, they all froze. There was no other way. The name of Dragon Demon might have a small reputation among scientific researchers like Yu Hongchang who indulged in research every day. But for these warriors who revered force, they are also beast royalists. Ah, the Dragon Demon's name is as big as thunder. At one time, they only worshipped Chu Weiguai. But now, a Dragon Demon was their goal, their idol. Look, that's a Dragon Demon, isn't it? One of the warriors said in surprise. Holy shit, it's still true. Go back and get your cell phone. I want a picture. Greetings, Vice Senator Dragon Demon. Knowing better, he had already reached Chen Feng and started saluting. Looking at the restless warriors, Yu Hongchang didn't expect Chen Feng to be so popular. He hurriedly raised his hand. Ahem, all be quiet. Whose imperial beasts are practicing sparring below? Report. Mine. A lanky, inch-haired boy stepped forward and stood at attention. Well, the Dragon Demon needs to try the blade. I wonder if you could stop for a moment. Report. I'd love to. The inch-haired guy finished shouting, and in his excitement, he instantly put away his own imperial beasts in the pit. Only one sparring demonic beast was left inside. Please, Chief, try the knife, the inch-haired boy exclaimed. When he shouted this, all the fighters were attracted to his attention, and those practicing punches and kicks and testing their strength from afar all looked over to Chen Feng's side in unison. There was only one question in their minds. Testing the knife? How? They did not think of the knife demon in Chen Feng's hand in biological terms. Instead, they thought that Long Xia had researched some kind of biotechnology, and this was to test the knife. Quick, Chen Feng, let's go down, Blade Demon said excitedly. Chen Feng sniffed, and in the next second, his figure disappeared in place. Teleportation. When the crowd reacted, they saw that Chen Feng had already stood across from the demonic beast in the pit with his sword demon in hand. It was a 5-star high-level earth giant bear demonic beast, specializing in defense and strength. It's a perfect target. Chen Feng, let me show you how this awakened natural skill of mine works, Blade Demon shouted. Armor, it shouted, only to see that with the sword demon in Chen Feng's hand as the starting point, countless blue and green bloodlines intertwined like bloody vines, wrapping Chen Feng in the blink of an eye. If anything, the ice armor on Chen Feng's body was a symbol of holiness when he was in the Indian kingdom. Then the armor that the Blade Demon extended at this moment was the armor of killing that the Blood Prison Demon possessed, maroon in color, full of raised bumps, green, blue, and blood. 3 streams of light intertwined on its exterior. This armor wrapped Chen Feng completely, including his head, revealing only 2 slender scarlet streamers. That looks kind of like red-eyed venom. Chen Feng felt like his body was being stabbed by something. Instead of pain, the power skyrocketed. Blade devils, weapon-shaped magical beasts with symbiotic traits, natural skills, armor, elemental enchantment, with a symbiotic attribute. It was at this point 7 stars lower. Its back-feeding power hardened the instantly 4-star Chen Feng to the rank of a 6-star Imperial Demon Master in a short period of time. The Imperial magic power surged within Chen Feng's body. He did not choose to instantly approach the opposite earth giant bear. Instead, he stomped his feet like a blood-colored stream of light, and in the next second, the blade of knives and demons flicked across the giant bear's arm. Chen Feng stood behind the giant bear and stood still to collect his sword. He interestingly didn't choose to kill the giant bear in one move. Attacking the giant bear's arm is to try out the power of this radiant enchantment. The giant bear only felt a red light flash before its eyes. It was a bit confused. It felt that the human was playing a trick on it. However, just as it wanted to turn an attack to retaliate against the human who had played it, its head spun. The huge body, boom, fell to its knees. The cut at the left arm began to rot, while it began to vomit like a human. It could have been a second, or it seemed like two. Anyway, it died in uncertainty. That state was something it had never experienced before. Just dizziness, just vomiting, just a little bit of rotten skin. He didn't attack my vitals. With this strange feeling, it died. Old you. Is there a 10-star demonic beast? Give me one. This one is too weak. Chen Feng tilted his head and shouted at Yu Hongchang above him. Old you. Is there a 10-star demonic beast? Give me one. This one is too weak. Chen Feng's words, spoken quite naturally, were laced with an almost substantial confidence in his tone. Using the human body of a beast master to battle a 10-star demonic beast. From the time the beast domain had descended to the present, those who had fronted up against demonic beasts of the same level could not be said to be unavailable. But none of them had survived. If not, why do we all still have imperial beasts? Why don't we all just exercise our bodies? However, the physical body of the imperial beast master is not as weak as one would think. It's just that due to various reasons, even if they are at the same level of the imperial beast master, due to the different imperial beasts, the specialties of their bodies are also different. Maybe some are better at speed, some are better at power, and so on. There are no 10-star demonic beasts, but there are 2 8-star ones. Come on people, release an 8-star demonic beast for the dragon demon head. Yu Hongchang shouted. Release both together. Chen Feng flung the knife demon in his hand, the blade bringing out a cracking sound in the air. Okay, did you hear what the dragon demon said? 2 8-star demonic beasts are released together. When Yu Hongchang heard this, his heart grew even more expectant of Chen Feng. He had watched as Chen Feng killed that giant bear just now. Although he didn't know much in the field of imperial beasts, he was at the top of the list in the world regarding nuclear. A weapon with radiation attached, or a magical beast. Yu Hongchang was excited. If all the Dragon Summer Imperial Beastmasters contracted to this kind of magical beast, he didn't dare to continue thinking about it. As the large iron gate inside the pit slowly rose, 2 8-star demonic beasts slowly stepped out within the alloy-built passageway. Chen Feng held a sword demon in his hand, and when he fixed his eyes on the armor, it was actually a bird-like flying demonic beast and a long snake demonic beast. The 2 demonic beasts obviously lived well here and didn't seem to have experienced any battles. This is also normal. This underground base is not mainly Imperial Beast Masters, and is located in the hinterland of Longxia. The location is top secret. Can have 5-star Imperial Beast Masters to assist in security? Has been considered a key care. And how could a 5-star Imperial Beast Master need an 8-star demonic beast to practice with? So it was as if these 2 8-star demonic beasts were being bred. Not only do you not have to risk your life as a chaperone, but you are treated like a grandpa with good food and drink. After seeing the 2 8-star demonic beasts walk out completely without any signs, Chen Feng's figure directly disappeared in place. And when he reappeared, he was already stepping on the back of the 8-star bird demonic beast in the air, with his legs rooted underneath his feet as if they were in horse stance, and with both hands gripping the hilt of his sword. Chen Feng thrust the sword demon into the back of that bird demonic beast with all his might. The 8-star it didn't react at all. The flesh was already not strong, and it was instantly pierced by the blade. It wanted to say that it was careless and didn't flash, but the life and death battle carelessness once in this life is finished. That bird demonic beast flaps its wings twice in the air. It wanted to turn Chen Feng down, but what was with that sudden feeling of vertigo? The huge wings on the left and right became powerless in seconds. It crashed down, head to the ground, wings still trying to flap, but to no avail. Boo! It's dead. Everyone on the high platform above the pit was silent. Although it had been anticipated, the crowd did not expect the 8-star demonic beast to actually fail to make a single move under Chen Feng. They were in shock, but Chen Feng's side wasn't finished. There's still a serpentine 8-star demonic beast around. Hiss. The serpentine demonic beast wasn't a fool as it saw Chen Feng so simply take care of its bird brother who was of the same level as it. Immediately wrap your body into a coil, protecting his abdomen and revealing the firm, shiny scales of his back. This was already its strongest state of defense. It gulped its forked tongue, revealing the sharp teeth in its mouth as it looked towards Chen Feng. The 2 fangs carried super strong venom, and he figured that if he could spray this human across the room, then he still had a chance. But is there really a chance? Only to see Chen Feng rush in at a fast run, his blade waving, 3 consecutive slashes, quickly slashing through the scales of the snake demon beast. The snake demon beast was startled, but when it saw that Chen Feng had chosen to jump away after 3 slashes, it subconsciously looked underneath itself, the location that had been slashed 3 times by Chen Feng. I'm not hurt? It even carefully sensed where that had been scratched. Seems to be unharmed. Not even a scale off. It was a little puzzled, but it doesn't matter. It's ready to counterattack now. It seemed that this human was able to kill the bird demonic beast of the same rank as it solely because of the bird demonic beast's low body defense, unlike himself, who had scales all over his body. That's it. Dead bird. Before, it hadn't bullied itself much on the basis of its ability to fly. With a curse in its heart, the snake demon beast began to control the contraction of the poison sac in its mouth as it prepared to spray its proud venom towards Chen Feng. Humans, nothing more. Just when it was arrogantly trying to show off its great power, the accident appeared. A sudden chill ran down his body. A dark brown scale slowly fell to the ground. Then came the second and the third. Starting from the location where Chen Feng had attacked, the range of scales shedding continued to grow larger. It was instantly startled and wanted to stop it, but the scales on that body were like stockings with holes in them at this point, not just unable to be sewn up to stop it. It even started getting bigger and falling off more and more endlessly. Boo! There was another loud bang, and the huge snake's head, like a little brother who had fought all night, fell helplessly to the ground. The original hard-feeling snake head was replaced with a hint of softness. Its eyes are black and large. It stared in horror straight ahead at the human with blades in hand and armor. Humans? When did they have such powerful means? What's wrong with me? What's happening? It couldn't figure it out. Or rather, no demonic, magical beast could figure it out. Because in their world, there is no such thing as radiation. The word may not even exist. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that the giant snake frothed, stared and died. Above the deep pit, there was a deathly silence. At this point, everyone held their breath. 3 knives. Head dragon demon. He just casually swung 3 slashes so lightly. The 8-star snake demon beast, within 5 minutes, had all of its scales fall off, foaming at the mouth and died. What's this? Is it a skill? Is it a special technique? Or something else? They couldn't figure it out. And even though they were working at this underground nuclear site, they didn't think in terms of radiation. After all, they had no knowledge of this. Shouldn't a weapon combined with radiation equal a nuclear bomb? The dragon demon head is invincible. Dragon summer is invincible. 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 Finally all the warriors shouted in unison. The imposing, loud and neat shouts shook the entire practice room slightly. The young woman nurse changed her reserved look and also shouted in unison with the crowd of warriors with a red face. Old Yu and Old Chu are already old, although the surface cannot pull the identity to join in, but also both are red in the face. In the heart of the silent cry, such an atmosphere infected everyone present. The heat steams and the warmth fills the entire bathroom. In the middle of the 20 square meter bathroom, there was a large wooden barrel with a light blood red color, and a few linden logs were floating on the blood red. Chen Feng was holding a teacup in his hands, and the remains of the spirit-breaking grass were floating in it. Well, it's just a matter of the essence of the black pearl, or else it's really just a bubble bath and milk tea. At this time, a small half-month had passed since the knife demon swallowed uranium. The new year is over, but there's still tomorrow's lantern festival to go. Chen Feng. This was considered to be a small long vacation. There was no fighting, no pretending. All there was just the constant insistence on taking a bath every night. The icebreaker bear blood had already been used up by him for most of the barrel. Chen Feng could feel that his physical quality had truly doubled at this point. The 4-star Imperial Demon Master was using 10-star herbs and materials. Moreover, these herbs and materials were still specialized for the Imperial beasts. However, the essence of the Black Pearl had yet to arrive, so Chen Feng's body had yet to reach the strength and potential of his last life. Chen Feng stood up from the barrel, naked, with the mist covering most of his sides. He stood in the center of the barrel, letting the pale red color of his body slowly trickle down. Across the street is the mirror, white skin wrapped around slightly bulging muscles, the appearance of which did not look like the kind of bullfrog-like muscle man in the gym. Instead, it's more like the muscular look of a do-it-yourselfer from the army. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chen Feng would smile. It's big again dash. He murmured to himself with satisfaction. Such big muscles were just right. In fact, he didn't like big muscle blocks that he couldn't even touch in the back. To a sentinel, that kind of muscle was a complete burden, a breach created specifically for the enemy. Chen Feng, open the door. I've brought you a towel. Open the door. Our mom has cooked the dumplings. Accompanied by a series of urgent knocks on the door, Chen Feng turned his head towards the bathroom door. Through the glass, a delicate figure, the outline of two slender legs. Needless to say, this was Elena Benna. Everyone else goes home for Chinese New Year. Not Elena. With the natural advantage of a prominent family and the weak foreigner's idea of going home for Chinese New Year. Here she is, she comes with huge gifts, and a cheerful personality, and two long legs, butting to muddle through, and even 1-2 punch the already soft heart of Chen's mother. Good family background, cheerful and educated, big and tall, white, and dead set on Chen Feng. Just tell me, when these things are combined, can Mother Chen hold her own? Not to mention Chen's mother. It would be hard to settle on any mother of a son. So, Elena stayed. Originally, Mother Chen felt that this didn't seem too good, and she was still a bit wary. But when Elena said that she had come to Longxia alone to study abroad just to meet Chen Feng, and that she hadn't seen her mother for a long time, Chen's mother instantly empathized, remembering that once upon a time, she had been her own mother. And so it was that Elena, the little wit, managed to live in. Chen Feng, if you don't say anything, I'll come in. You must be trapped by the beasts in the bathroom. Let me save you. Seeing that Chen Feng didn't answer, Elena gave an inch and said, yes, she is super active. But that was Chen Feng. If it was anyone else, heck, she wouldn't even look at it. If you dare to come in, you'll go back to the dormitory to sleep tonight, Chen Feng said with an iron heart. This little ninny is really getting ahead of herself. Humph. I'm going to find my aunt and hang my towel here, she grunted. It's so hard to blend in. I'm most afraid of being sent back to the dormitory. White Crescent is home for New Year's Eve, all alone. No, do you think I'm blind? You're so big and tall standing in the doorway. Do you think I can't see? Chen Feng looked at Elena's shadow. That didn't move a muscle. He said that he was looking for Chen's mother, but he didn't move anywhere at all. You are just craving my body. Oops, got caught. Go, said Elena as she left in embarrassment. Seeing this, Chen Feng then stepped out of the bucket and came to the door. He observed there was indeed no Elena outside the glass. Indeed, it's gone. Elena, this bathroom door seems to be stuck. He tried a sentence while twisting the lock on the door. Let me try. I'm the best at dealing with malfunctioning door locks like this. Elena's figure suddenly appeared outside the bathroom door. Then there was a series of clicks and clacks of screwing the locks on the door. Oops, got caught. I was passing by, catching a coincidence. Go. The little ninny immediately realized that she had been recognized and hurriedly slipped away. She was just now hiding behind the wall next to the bathroom door, just waiting for Chen Feng to open the door and she would, go further. Well, she meant further in the relationship, not distance. Definitely not. What was once snow-covered is now melting thinly. The early morning air carries a smell of everything coming back to life. Today is the Lantern Festival, and in the morning Chen Feng had a beautiful meal of soup dumplings. He sat paralyzed on the couch, his cell phone in his hand, contemplating what to do next. Now that the neighboring countries had all joined the Dragon Alliance, there was no reason to kill their 10-star Imperial beasts for the time being. Currently, one's rank was at the low 4-star level, and the only way to quickly advance to 5 stars was to continue killing and devouring. If he couldn't go outside to make waves, then he would have to go into Longxia's beast domain to advance a bit. But the essence of the Black Pearl is not yet available, so it would be nice to make a trip to the United States of America. Essence of the Black Pearl. This should be in Frolita's beast domain, but I've heard that the Imperial Beast Masters of that Fro state are very much alive, and I don't know if that's true or not. While thinking, the cell phone in Chen Feng's hand vibrated. He lifted his hand to his eyes and looked at the screen of his cell phone. It was Chu Wei calling. Could it be that it's time to go to work? Chen Feng picked up the phone in confusion. Hey, old Chu, he said. Chen Feng, it's not good. The beast domains between our country and neighboring countries suddenly merged at the same time. All of those countries that just joined the Dragon Alliance. Simultaneous fusion? Chen Feng sat up violently from the sofa. What about the beast domain in the hinterland of our dragon summer? He continued to ask. There was no such thing as the current situation in the previous life. The fusion of the beast domains of the neighboring countries with the Longxia border. This was definitely someone's doing. None of the beast domains in the hinterlands show signs of fusion. It's the United States of America. It's them that's doing the trick. The intelligence shows that their beast domains in the United States of America have also fused, but it's the beast domains between the major states and the United States of America itself that have fused. Chu Weigua gritted his teeth. So old Chu, what do you want me to do? Go to the neighboring countries of Longxia to deter them? Chen Feng said tentatively. Despite what he said on his lips, a more interesting approach actually came to his mind. I do think so. I want you to step in and deter them. At least, not to let them attack in groups. The big deal is that each guards their original beast domain. Chu Weigua also knew that this method was still treating the symptoms but not the root of the problem. The problem was that now forcibly deterring them was only a short-lived way of dealing with them, and in the end there was still a need to go back to the fused beast domain, and the question of who that resource in the middle belonged to. It couldn't be that Chen Feng could exterminate them one by one. It would be fine if he could kill the extinct species, but the problem was that Chen Feng couldn't detach himself, and such an approach would only sow the seeds of hatred. Old Chu, there's actually another method of deterrence, Chen Feng said with a light smile. You say, the back of this matter is definitely the United States of America messing around. Aren't their beast domains fused together? I'll go over there and kill him 7 in and 7 out. Killing a chicken to make an example of a monkey. Not to mention my equivalent of killing an eagle to make an example of a chicken this time. You first pacify the neighboring countries, and when I'm done killing the eagles from afar, the chickens at our doorstep will naturally subside completely. Chen Feng sneered. This, Chen Feng, the solution is a good one, but do you know the dangers inside? Chu Weigui is worried that even if Chen Feng is bullish, there will eventually be a time of exhaustion. The United States of America beast domain combat. There is no retreat. All the enemies. If you want to return to the country, you must really kill a 7 in 7 out to end. Dangerous? The danger is them, Chen Feng categorically said. He knew that the fusion of all the beast domains in the United States of America was quite large. Magic beasts, demonic beasts, and all kinds of high-star materials must be countless. And this is the perfect time to go to the United States of America. It was also an opportunity for him to advance. Maybe this time, he could recover to 5 stars, 6 stars, or even 7 stars. One word, kill. Alright, I know. Good luck with your triumph. Chu Weigui didn't discourage or anything. He knew that Chen Feng was not the type of person who was young and impulsive. The danger was certainly there, but he must have had a tremendous amount of certainty to dare to do so. At the same time, Chu Weigui also knew that if Chen Feng really returned triumphantly this time, then the name of the dragon demon would truly be formidable. Long Xiao will also completely sit on the throne of the world's first. At that time, it will be the scene of 100 countries. The free air accompanied by a warm breeze blew across Chen Feng's cheeks. Standing next to the asphalt road in the state of Flow, Lake City, Chen Feng felt that the air he inhaled into his lungs carried a flavor of freedom. None other than a bald little black man was fighting with an old white-haired man in 2 gardens across the street. Blackie had a lot of brown peanut butter smeared on his hands. The two of them lay on the sloping grass, the young and strong Kuro showing all the advantages, the old white-haired man having by now turned into an old brunette. A brown peanut butter mask had also been forced on his otherwise white face by Kuro. Xiao Hei, who already had the upper hand at this point, knew that the old man had already feared the peanut butter in his hands. He's allergic to this stuff on his hands. Seeing that the old man had gradually given up resisting, Blackie then got up, proud of himself. Yes, the last time he bought fake peanut butter, not only did he not beat this old man, he even got a summons from the police. This time he was sure that what he had in his hand was definitely real peanut butter, because it was a small peanut butter making machine that he had purchased for a huge knifelier after he got out of the police station and spent 3 days choosing the best peanuts and fly and making the peanut butter by hand. The goal was to defeat this old thing in front of him, who had beaten him twice. Hey, damn you, I advise you to leave me alone in the future. You're old and allergic to peanut butter. From now on, this garden, I'm in charge. Blackie stood up and kicked the old man in the back, raising an eyebrow. Chen Feng stared blankly at Xiao Hei across from him. This kid, he looks a little familiar, like he's seen it on a video. Chen Feng's long Xia face was so conspicuous that Xiao Hei instantly felt like he was being watched by the outsiders across the road. He turned his head. Hey you, talking about you, what are you putting together? Watch out, I'm going to beat you down. Just like this old guy, Kuro said, kicking the defeated old man on the ground again in the process. You're talking to me? Chen Feng was speechless. I'm just taking a look. Why can't I? Of course, you skinny guy. I think you want to get your ass kicked today. Xiao Hei rubbed his fists. He was kind of high today. He used to be the one who got his ass kicked. It was the peanut butter that gave him the power to swell beyond measure. Abandoning the old white-haired man at his feet, he pulled another packet of homemade peanut butter out of his pocket and spread it on his hands. While rubbing his peanut butter-stained hands, he came before Chen Feng. It looked like he really wanted to take a shot at Chen Feng. Just as he came close to Chen Feng and wanted to continue to be arrogant for a few more moments, in the next second, he felt a sudden coldness on his thin black neck. A long knife was at his neck. You Long Xiao's friend, I just came to bring you some of my homemade peanut butter, so don't get mad. Chen Feng held the knife demon in his hand, the blade resting on Xiao Hei's shoulder. Blackie instantly didn't dare to move a muscle. Hey friend, I was just kidding. This is my homemade peanut butter. Want to try it? Seeing that Chen Feng did not reply, the eyes of Xiao Hei, who was being held by a long knife, instantly became clear. He extended his peanut butter-smeared hand towards Chen Feng with a rather flattering expression. This Long Xia man, too scary, came up and pulled out his knife. Strange, where did he hide his knife before? Hey, Long Xia's guy, say something. I'm at least a royal beast master. You can't bully me like this. He instantly became anxious when he saw that Chen Feng hadn't said a word and didn't put away the knife that was next to his neck. You're a royal beast master? Chen Feng came to be interested. This was the first time he had seen such a rookie imperial beast master. Fighting old men with peanut butter on their hands. Of course, I was once a 3-star imperial beast master, working within the Fro beast domain, so I advise you to hurry up and take your knife away, or you'll be in trouble. Xiao He looked at Chen Feng's surprised appearance and immediately spoke out a warning. A 3-star beast master needs a buff to fight an old man. And you're lying here? Chen Feng sneered. 3-star imperial beast master. Who believes it? I really am. And I'm an elite who has guarded the beast domain's material storehouse. Only now I'm down and out. So don't underestimate me. With a hint of excitement on his face, Little Black hurriedly explained. What? You said that you've guarded the material storehouse of the beast domain of the flow state? Then have you seen the essence of Black Pearl? Chen Feng was instantly energized as he asked. Chen Feng knew that he had sneaked into the United States of America, and it wasn't difficult to enter the beast domain, so the big deal was to kill his way in. But to take the essence of the Black Pearl straight he needed a leader. And Blackie, well, fits that role. Of course I've seen it. We have a lot of essence of Black Pearls in that camp storehouse. And there's even a 10-star quality one. Little Black's chest puffed out, a few moments of pride showing on his face. At his rank, he was proud enough to be assigned to work at the materials depot. Oh, then tell me, where is that camp located in the Fro Beast domain? Chen Feng asked, following Little Black's words. He wanted to take Black's words in his stride. The essence of the black bead was exactly what he needed. So when he entered the beast domain in a while and went to that camp, he would directly borrow it. Eating this essence of black bead before 5 stars, his body's potential would only be completely stimulated. When he rose to 5 stars, along with his 5th magical beast skill, it wasn't impossible to battle a 10-star demonic beast with bare hands. And if he was holding a sword in demon and wearing a demonic armor, it would be even more unbeatable. This trip to the United States of America will also be smoother then. Well, it would be nice to get Blade Demon to 10 stars as well. Who am I to tell you? No, wait, you Longshanks, do you want the essence of the Black Pearl? Shat, Xiao He suddenly reacted. He exclaimed in surprise. You're smart, so you lead the way. Chen Feng patted Xiao He's shoulder with the back of his blade and said with a smile. Oh, my friend, could it be that you want to go to the beast domain $0 purchase? A flash of excitement suddenly surfaced on Xiao He's face. I just want to borrow some essence of the Black Pearl. Don't insult my reputation. I never take anything from others for nothing. Chen Feng was speechless and shook his head in explanation. Well, never take anything from anyone for nothing, and every time you borrow, you send your enemies on their way. By the way, the free be kind. In this way, there will be no grudges and no messy things in the future. Oneself continues to pretend on earth, and the enemy family lives happily in hell. What a beautiful thing. Wow, I see. I can help you. My friend, I know the location. I'll lead the way. Blackie was instantly excited, showing an I get it expression. Your strength? Chen Feng was a little embarrassed. This little Blackie still misunderstood. He didn't like $0 purchases, but he didn't dwell on that much, instead shifting to the question of Blackie's strength. After all, how could a 3-star Imperial Beast Master, who was serving in the Beast Domain camp, even need to smear peanut butter on his hands to beat up an old man? Hey, you're talking about this, I'll be honest with you. I hate the United States of America. Blackie let out a long sigh and began to narrate the reason why he had become a vegetable. Originally, the small black was originally in the warehouse of the camp warehouse work, responsible for daily patrols to guard the warehouse, is a free work. Xiao He is a warm person, and once a Royal Beast High School in the United States of America brought students who had just awakened the talent of royal beasts to his beast domain to see the world. But we have to eat at noon. But the cook in the camp he was in at the time was on vacation, so enthusiastically, he volunteered to take on the temporary job of making student happy meals. The officer trusted him at the time. Blackie, remember to make the student happy meal. These are the future soldiers of our United States of America. This meal must make them happy. This is the first priority. Yes, sir. Blackie was quite excited at the time. He made a rather hearty happy lunch. After lunch, the kids were all floored, lusting after each other, and quite happy, looking at the drooling, haphazardly together children. The officer was confused, and so was the lead teacher. Damn it, Blackie, what the hell did you put in your rice? The officer was furious. Xiao He was scrapped by the officer on the spot as a royal beast, expelled from the beast domain, and reduced to an ordinary human. And the kids, after being sent to the hospital to be detoxified from the aphrodisiacs, were sent to rehab. It was said that the Imperial Beast University in the United States of America at that time, that entire year vacated hundreds of Imperial Beast student slots. Damn it, it was the officer who asked me to make them student-happy meals. They all ate happily then and happily afterward. Chen Feng, my friend, don't you think I did the right thing? Blackie was sitting in the main driver's seat at the moment, driving the car he had just borrowed from the old man neighbor, and said in exasperation. Chen Feng was speechless for a moment. Worthy of the state of flow, my friend, there is absolutely nothing wrong with what you did. They are indeed happy. Humph, you'll have to take it out on me when you meet that officer later, but I really admire your guts. Aren't you afraid you won't get out of the United States of America? No fear, aren't you afraid of going back to prison? Chen Feng asked with a shake of his head. Of course I'm not afraid. I now consider myself a female. I must enjoy my female rights, and if I am to be imprisoned, I must be imprisoned in a female prison, Blackie said, pulling out the blonde wig he had already prepared from his pants pocket, holding the steering wheel with one hand and putting the wig on his head with the other. Then, he glanced at Chen Feng again, revealing a look of an old sister-in-law who disliked people. It was like saying again, what are you looking at, you shorty? Name? Ned. Gender? Female. Female? You discriminate against me? Black Ned's dark face instantly turned black and red, his long blonde hair hanging down on either side of his black and red cheeks, adding a bit of intimidation. She felt like she was being discriminated against, and this beast realm teleportation gate checker definitely didn't have any respect for her. Sorry my friend, I didn't discriminate against you. You do look like a woman. My eyes glazed over. The grunt who had taken the inventory spoke against his will. He didn't want to talk too much to Ned. The whole thing would be taken to court. The big soldier immediately shifted his sight to Chen Feng. Longshanks? Name? G.I. Joe asked. Due to the information blockade, on this side of the United States of America, there weren't many people who recognized Chen Feng amongst the ordinary people and royal beastmasters without a background. The United States of America's top brass are afraid of compromising their leadership position in the country. That's what they always do. Hey you guys, this is my friend. He's Asian. Damn you. He has individual rights in the United States of America. It's just a matter of entering a shitty beast domain. Why don't you go interrogate someone else? You're ignoring human rights aren't you? We pay taxes. Xiao He knew that Chen Feng's status was not good enough to step in, and she immediately pushed the big soldier. The G.I. Joe's entire body took a step back as he was pushed. Blackie is too arrogant. Chen Feng silently moved his fingers twice as he prepared to start killing at any time. Secretly coming to the United States of America. It looks like this is the moment to start pulling knives. However, that big soldier was pushed so hard by Blackie, and instead of being enraged, he took out his tablet. Then the number of times he entered the beast domain will be credited to you. Humph, guys who have been deprived of their imperial beasts, may you die inside. G.I. Joe, who could look up Ned's information through his tablet, said with a cold grunt. He thought that Ned was definitely mentally deranged because he had been deprived of his imperial beast, and he didn't want to pay too much attention to this kind of person. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, but at this point Ned was shit for brains in his eyes and was prone to getting himself in a foul odor as well. Damn black guys. Only after seeing Chen Feng and his duo enter the beast domain did the big soldier curse loudly and angrily. With a flash of light in front of them, Chen Feng and his duo entered the beast domain. Ha ho ho. Standing in the campsite of the United States of America within the beast domain, Chen Feng took a deep breath. There was a hint of a strange odor in the air that came uniquely from the magical power of the former world after the descent of the wraiths. Of course this was just a metaphor. At this moment Chen Feng looked at the endless expanse outside of the campground. He felt as if he had returned to that point in time in his previous life when the magical beasts had just descended. In the beginning, all the major countries were thriving. All of them were fully exploiting the resources of the beast domain and competing for the land in the beast domain. It could be said that they were in the beast domain, which was equivalent to establishing a land outside of the Blue Star once again. Considering that after his trip to the United States of America, he was going to that so-called exotic place. At this moment, 1,000 words converged into one sentence. Old Devil Chen Feng. He has returned. After the 5-star Imperial Demon Master, he would truly be invincible in Blue Star. No fear of nukes. No fear of so-called man-to-man, wheel-to-wheel combat. Having lived for 1,000 years, Chen Feng understands one thing: when developing, be obscene and cautious, and when invincible, do as you please. What about making too many enemies, you ask? How do you clean up the seeds of hatred you've planted? Chen Feng wanted to say, all in hell why enemy? As for those who survived to stay and live, Chen Feng would use the powerful, unrivaled, crushing, crowning power that uniquely belonged to an imperial demon master. Make them cringe, make them afraid, make them subservient. If you add a time limit, it would be forever. Ned, do you have any friends in this beast domain? Chen Feng smiled and turned his head to ask. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Of course not. The only friend I have at the moment is you, the dragon summer guy, Ned replied with a superficial smile. However, what he had in mind was that after Chen Feng really robbed the camp where the essence of Black Pearl was stored and killed his previous officer, he would report Chen Feng the first time he left the beast domain. He would even stab Chen Feng in the back. At that time, he would surely receive a large reward that would clothe and feed him for the rest of his life. I was coerced by the Longshanks. I am the victim, so Ned thought. Oh, you're a good friend of mine, too, old chap. Chen Feng glanced at Ned with great interest. Having lived for 1,000 years, he could certainly see Ned's small mind, and he was calculating in his mind to send Ned on his way when the essence of the Black Pearl arrived. While it was also possible to put a knife to the other's neck, that was a bit of a hassle and contained some instability. Ned, after all, was much more obedient at this point. He would have taken himself to that camp. Then let's get going now. I can't wait, Ned exclaimed. Well, go. After the two of them exited the camp, Chen Feng lingered and glanced back at the American camp behind them. Just, keep you guys for a little while longer. After exiting the camp, Chen Feng did not continue to hide as he directly summoned the demonic centipede emperor. The huge body scared Ned so much that his legs trembled. He somewhat regretted that he was still too young. This imperial beast master of Long Xia didn't seem to be something he could backstab. Then reported instead. And, well, see what action is taken then. Come on up, my friend, and take that direction right. Chen Feng smiled warmly and grabbed Ned's hand like an old friend while bringing Ned to the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. Ned was once only a 3-star imperial beast master. When had he ever seen such a scene? He was instantly shocked and sat down. Yes, Ned shuddered in response. It took a while for Ned to slow down. He raised his head to look beside him. At this time, although Chen Feng looked like a teenager, his temperament was greatly changed. Ned felt that there was something different about the man in front of him than before, but couldn't say exactly what had changed. Strange. He wondered a sentence in his mind. The Devil Centipede Emperor speed is very fast. Full speed forward. Not to 10 minutes. The front of the convenience of a hanging United States of America flight camp. Is this the place? Chen Feng turned his head and smiled warmly at Ned. Well, this is it. The materials you want are in that storage area. Ned nodded, reaching out and pointing to a white concrete house in the campground. At the very back. This campground was considered relatively large. Chen Feng scanned from above. There were at least 22-story villa-like houses. There were a couple other oversized warehouses, but the one that looked conspicuous was definitely the white concrete house at the very back. It was over 3 meters high and covered an area of at least 200 square feet. Good. Then let's begin. Chen Feng smiled and said in a flat tone. Start SH. Before Ned could finish his sentence, he saw a strange long knife appear in Chen Feng's hand. Then, without waiting for Ned to react, a wind sound cut through his ears brushing. Ned instantly felt his vision grow higher. Me? Why am I flying? And whose black headless body is that? Looks like it's mine. And the last thought that flashed through his mind was, the sky. Why is it suddenly black? Have a good trip, friend. In the darkness, below the shadow demon and above the demon centipede emperor's head, Chen Feng swung his wrist twice, shaking off brother Ned's blood from the blade demon's side blade. He knew that the United States of America had one less $0 buy enthusiast and one less black taxpayer who prized spiritual freedom. Looking at the camp in front of him, Chen Feng did not let Shadow Demon immediately launch an attack, but took advantage of the dark cover of Shadow Demon launching its skills at this moment to reach the door of that concrete-built warehouse in 2 instantaneous movements. There were certainly guards present at the door at this point, but the fact that even the 3-star Ned can be sent to guard the warehouse is enough to show that the United States of America is very confident about the security issues within its own beast domain. Therefore, the low-star Imperial Beastmaster of unknown rank at the entrance of the warehouse had the raw meatballs on his shoulders shaved off with a single slash from Chen Feng before he even had the chance to raise the alarm. Without any hesitation or lingering, after resolving the guards at the entrance, Chen Feng broke open the warehouse door with 2 slashes. Big step in. Inside, there were supposed to be other men guarding the warehouse, which by now was lit by the chandelier on the roof. Fark, why is it suddenly dark? A balding American sentinel stood at the chandelier switch and wondered. As he spoke, he also heard the sound created by the door being broken open by Chen Feng. The bald sentinel turned his head to where the door was. Hey, it's not shift time. How did you? That was the end of it. Those were his last words. The bald imperialist's eyes widened. He really didn't see anyone come in. He only heard the door open. Then he felt a long knife pass through his heart, the blade penetrating his body. With the last of his strength, he bowed his head. The bone-like blade still had a trace of blood from the artery at his heart. There was no pain, only a feeling of dizziness and extreme breathlessness, which was the effect of the radiation properties. He could also make out that the long knife at the heart position in his chest was actually slowly turning, the blade slowly going from vertical to a 90-degree plane. He's breaking my heart? Thoughts run fast, and all these thoughts, too, flashed by in just a second or so. The next second, he stopped breathing, and the bald taxpayer, down the line, Chen Feng slowly drew out his longsword, and now he was the only one left gasping for air in the warehouse. The essence of the black bead was placed at the far end of the square space within the warehouse, visible at a glance. The guys even framed this 10-star quality essence of black pearl in a decorative frame. It was hanging on the wall. In the decorative frame is a framed photo of Chuan Jiangwo smiling and observing the essence of the black pearl with 2 fingers pinched. Only, Chuan Jiangwo is a flat picture, while the essence of the black pearl is a 3-dimensional real thing. A delicate square gift box sits on the floor below the decorative frame hanging. It also says, "Wishing Kawakienko Hai Pai Perja Dai." It appeared to be the highest officer of this camp who wanted to give this world-famous painting to Chuan Jiangwo as a birthday gift, but was cut off halfway by Chen Feng. Luckily coming in time, Chen Feng took a few steps forward and held the knife demon's wrist and turned it in a circle. The blade cut a fist-sized circle directly into the decorative frame, and in the center of the circle was the essence of the black pearl. The essence of black pearl fell, and Chen Feng caught it in his hand. Just by listening to the name, one could tell that it was a black bead which was produced from the body of a clam demonic beast on the seashore of this beast domain, and this 10-star quality essence of black pearl was snatched from a 10-star clam by the highest officer of this camp, a 10-star imperial beast master. After a great battle, the essence of black pearl arrived, but at the moment, Chen Feng could not eat it right away because there was still a layer of water refining link. This was a skill given to Chen Feng by Chief Ko, using super high-pressure water, compressing, sculpting this essence of black pearl, removing the impurities within, and finally being able to take it with confidence, including the water and other materials that Chen Feng had used in his previous bath. All of them had been purified using the water refining method. As the last material arrived, Chen Feng slipped it into his pocket and pushed the door out of the warehouse with his knife. By this time Camp America had long since turned on its emergency lights. 24 Imperial Beast Masters and over 40 Imperial Beasts surrounded the outside of the camp, and they were confronting the Shadow Demon and the Demon Centipede Emperor. These 20-odd American Imperial Beast Masters, although there were many people and many beasts, none of them dared to make the first move. They all stared blankly at the Demon Centipede Emperor and the Shadow Demon. The highest they could be was only a 9-star Imperial Beast Master, while these two on the opposite side were 10-star guys by the looks of them. They tacitly chose, the enemy does not move. We United States of America Imperial Beast Division also does not move. Well, these two don't look like amiable magical beasts, but someone had already informed the top, and their 10-star officer would be back with help to support them soon. As the group's spirits tightened, a voice came from behind them. Yo, everyone's here. Did you all summon the Imperial Beasts here? Chen Feng held his longsword in his hand and with a smile on his face, he slowly stepped out from the camp and opened his mouth. Yes, all of them were released. These two are definitely 10-star magical beasts. Now that we have opened up all of the United States of America's beast domain, I didn't expect that the first time a 10-star magical beast appeared it would be encountered by us. Ha, bro, why do you look a bit familiar? Dragon Xia descent? The speaking 9-star Imperial Beast Master of the United States of America asked suspiciously. No, I'm a pure Long Xia person, of Long Xia nationality. Chen Feng shook his head and said truthfully. What? How did you get in here? At those words, all the American Imperial Beast Masters were instantly startled. This beast domain camp of theirs was not open to the public, so there's no way to let the Longshanks in. That's how it came in. As Chen Feng spoke, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. The knife demon whistled through the air, the white shadows of the knife flashing in quick succession in the light of the camp's entrance. The first one to be seconded was that 9-star American Imperial Beast Master who had just spoken. Damn it, he's a death squad sent by Long Xia. Damn, this kid is crazy. How dare Long Xia kill him? The dozen or so Imperial Beast Masters who had not been killed in seconds had extremely high combat qualities and instantly reacted to attack Chen Feng. However, at this moment, Chen Feng's entire body was covered in demonic armor, and his hand held a sword demon. The magic armor was thick and heavy, making Chen Feng look instantly taller by a few points, and that sword demon was held by him as if it was one size smaller. Roughly, it looks more like a sharp toy, but the attributes of the knife devil is true. The crowd. Chen Feng does not seek a hit, only to hit. Hanging radiation status. The body swam and the long sword slashed continuously. 5 seconds later, The dead man was on the floor foaming at the mouth. Those that didn't die fell to their knees and vomited in agony and dizziness. As for their imperial beasts, like them, they were being killed by Chen Feng's 2 magical beasts in a crazy mess. In the arena, after only 6 seconds, there was not a single person who could stand against Chen Feng. No 10 stars? Chen Feng shook his head. It seemed that he had come coincidentally, and the 10 stars within the other side's base just happened to be out. Gotta wait and see here. 10-star experience. Can't miss it. Chen Feng knew that the news that he had entered the United States of America's beast domain at this time must have been known to the higher-ups in the United States of America. He wasn't going to keep it a secret though. It would be nice for the world to know. After a few more seconds, the camp fell into dead silence. Chen Feng sat on the boulder outside the camp as he decided to wait for the 10-star Imperial Beast Master from the United States of America. During this period, he could complete the water refining of the essence of Black Pearl in the meantime. Thinking of this, Chen Feng took out the essence of Black Pearl from his pocket, opened his palm, and moved his mind slightly. Only a stream of water appeared out of nowhere, lifting the black bead from the bottom to the top. Then 4 more streams of water came out of thin air from the 4 directions of his palm, continuously washing away the essence of the black bead that was being dragged up. These 5 streams of water seemed to appear out of nowhere, magical and unusual, but in fact, it was just Chen Feng who had inherited the skill of co-general, mobilizing and converging the moisture in the air. Everyone can try it as long as the degram is totaled. If Chen Feng's star level was high in the future, it would be possible to use this method to refine people and use it as a means of attack. Inside the octagon, the lights are on. Chuan Jiangwo received incoming reports that someone was messing with the range of the beast domain in the state of Fro. Chuan Jiangwo thought, what's the point of telling me such a trivial matter? But the henchman suddenly flung out 2 pictures of the wraith. Chuan Jiangwo took a look and went numb. The whole Jiangwo was numb. How did this guy come to my beast domain in the United States of America to spread his wildness? I can't believe there is no record of entry. Damn, he must have smuggled him in. And the Ned who brought him into his beastly domain. Fucking black guy. Chuan frowned as he sat down in the plush chair. Just moments ago, Panama had set off, and he was going to personally kill Chen Feng. For the sake of stability, Chuan Jiangwo had summoned the entirety of all the 10-star Imperial Beast Masters that he could mobilize that traveled the surrounding countries to participate in killing Chen Feng. Currently, led by Panama, a 10-star Imperial Beast Master hunting team of 50 people converged. This was already equivalent to the top power of a small half of Blue Star. And Chuan Jiangwo had deployed almost all of the Imperial Beast Masters that the United States of America could control, only to hunt Chen Feng. At the same time, he publicized Chen Feng's wildness in the beast domain of the United States of America on the internet. He's going to ask for an explanation from Longxia officials, and he also publicly stated that the United States of America would send people to round up Chen Feng, and might even kill him within the United States of America beast domain. Chen Feng has seriously provoked the national prestige of the United States of America, and he will be punished on behalf of the United States of America. Chuan also said that Longxia should make a statement as soon as possible, that the dragon demon is a famous master of your Longxia, and that Longxia needs to make compensation to the United States of America. And Longxia's Chu Weiguo immediately commented on this. He immediately called an emergency briefing. Duct tape? I'll give you duct tape. Longxia Feng, will provide 10 boxes of transparent tape assistance to the United States of America. No charge. At the same time Chu Weiguo also said, given that the productivity of the United States of America in recent years is indeed a serious decline, he will, in his personal name, free of charge to Comrade Chuan Jiangwo donated a box of opaque adhesive tape, for the enrichment of the diversity of the United States of America tape. After the meeting, Chu Weiguo faced the media pointed out that between the big countries pay attention to equality and mutual assistance. For tape such low-end industrial commodities, Longxia can be a long-term supply for the United States of America. Note that all of the above are the original words of Lao Chu. He was keeping his mouth shut about Chen Feng, who seemed to be focusing all of his attention on focusing on the productivity of the United States of America. So now Chuan Jiangwo's hair was blowing up with anger. How could he not see that Chu Weiguo was playing him? Or rather, playing the United States of America. He swore that Chen Feng would die. If Chen Feng escaped, then the United States of America would become a complete laughingstock in Blue Star. And other countries are already sitting back and waiting to see what the two countries will do. Yes, whoever loses is a joke and turns into clown country in seconds. But most of the country doesn't see Chen Feng escaping. After all, it's common knowledge that you can say eagle sauce is bad, but not eagle sauce food. It's done. Chen Feng sat on the stone, looking at the quenched and reorganized essence of Black Pearl in his hand, and said excitedly. The sky was no longer dark at this point, but the Demon Centipede Emperor and Shadow Demon were still accompanying Chen Feng. Why haven't they come yet? In his heart, he spat out a sentence. All waiting for 10 minutes. But the United States of America's 10-star Imperial Beast Master actually did not come. It's better to eat the essence of the Black Pearl first, so as not to have a long night. In the next moment, he raised his hand and was about to throw the essence of Black Pearl into his mouth. Fark, put down the essence of Black Pearl. A sudden shout caused Chen Feng's raised hand to freeze. He turned his head to look in the direction of the sound, and in the sky, 2 United States of America Imperial Beast Masters were stepping on the bodies of 2 10-star eagle demonic beasts. Chen Feng was able to recognize that these were 2 white eagle demonic beasts unique to the United States of America. However, these 2 could not order Chen Feng, and in the next second, Chen Feng raised his hand and threw the essence of Black Pearl into his mouth. Due to being refined by water, the essence of Black Pearl crunched at this time. Choose twice. Grunts. Chen Feng directly swallowed it. What? Above White Eagle. Charlie was alarmed. This guy actually swallowed the essence of the Black Pearl that was given to the Imperial Beast. Isn't he afraid to die? However, he turned around and spoke with a big smile. Ha ha ha, Dragon Summer's Dragon Demon? I see it's nothing more than that. Are you planning to commit suicide by swallowing the black bead because you know you can't escape? Charlie, as the highest officer of this camp, although he felt grief for the deaths of his men, Chen Feng's suicide by swallowing the black bead had dulled this grief in his heart, for no other reason than that he felt he was going to be promoted. Chuan Jiangmo had given a deadly order that Chen Feng must be killed. Whoever kills it will be focused by the United States of America. Charlie, should we make a move to give him a ride? The 10-star Imperial Beast Master on the other white-headed eagle asked eagerly. What Charlie thought of? He thought of, and it was just him and Charlie here. When Chen Feng died, the credit went to both of them. No need. He swallowed the essence of the Black Pearl. He's bound to die. Brian, you're always sullen. Charlie laughed. At the same time, he turned his head to look at Chen Feng's 2 magical beasts, the demonic centipede emperor, and the shadow demon. These are 10-star magical beasts, right? I've never seen them before. They must have good skills on them. When Chen Feng dies, they should rightfully belong to me. Charlie mulled it over in his mind. Below, Chen Feng looked up at the 2, greatly speechless. After swallowing the essence of the Black Pearl, he felt his entire body surge with imperial magical power, and the power in his body continued to increase like a gushing fountain. In the next second, Chen Feng suddenly froze. What an upgrade. Originally a 4-star low rank, he was suddenly and inexplicably topped to a 4-star middle rank. It shouldn't be. It didn't have that effect in the last life. Could it be that you ate too late in your last life? Past the prime of strengthening your body? Don't want to think too much about it. It's always a surprise to be able to suddenly go up a small level, killing these 2 10-star Imperial Beast Masters overhead. It was estimated that there was a large force of Imperial Beast Masters from the United States of America behind them. 5 stars, can't wait. Thinking of this, Chen Feng no longer delayed. Kill their Imperial Beasts first. Smiling and laughing is annoying to look at, he said to Shadow Demon in his mind. The words fell, and the devil moved. The 2 who were still smiling suddenly felt the huge black shadow they saw above Chen Feng's head disappear. Then, 2 thick black shadow blades would simultaneously run the 2 white-headed eagles through, like a dinner knife with meat stuck in it. In the next second, the shadow demon controlled its power and casually threw it away, and instead of flinging the white-headed eagle off of the shadow blade, it only flung the 2 Charlies to Chen Feng's feet. Shadow Demon began to feast. The Charlie duo, who had been smiling 1 second ago, were now lying on the ground, holding their heads and screaming. Shadow Demon was taking bites left and right, raining them down as if he were eating roast pigeon. The 2 Charlies were rolling left and right, like a roast on a griddle being dipped in seasoning. After Shadow Demon finished eating, Chen Feng saw that both of Charlie's men had passed out from the pain and rushed forward to kick the 2 men. He's going to wake the 2 up. Master, why don't you just kill the 2 of them? The demonic centipede emperor was puzzled. Idiot, both of them are 10-star Imperial Beast Masters. Within their Imperial Beast space, there must be other Imperial Beasts. It can't be wasted. The road ahead is vast. After 5 stars, upgrading can be slow. Chen Feng laughed and cursed as he explained. Oh, the demonic centipede emperor responded naively. Charlie and the 2 were woken up by Chen Feng's hard kick. The 2 of them were no longer in their previous lofty and gray appearance at this moment. They looked up at Chen Feng and did not dare to speak for a moment. While his heart was shocked that Chen Feng was not dead, he felt that Chen Feng was quite perverted. Damn! He ate what the Imperial Beast ate and didn't die. Is he a demonic beast? Or is it a demonic beast? You guys, I'll give you a fair shake. Release all of your Imperial Beasts and give you an escape plan. Chen Feng revealed a sunny smile, looking fair and kind. You're really giving us the chance to release our Imperial Beasts? But I still have a 10-star Imperial Beast, Brian said stupidly. Damn it, Brian, are you scared out of your mind? How could you say that out loud? Charlie called out to his piggy bank as he listened to Brian's words. If they didn't let Chen Feng know that they still had 10-star Imperial beasts, perhaps they could really escape without any problems. But now, fucking dumbass Brian. Oh, you still have a 10-star Imperial beast. Then do you have one as well? Chen Feng let out a surprised laugh and turned his head to look at the black-faced Charlie. He didn't expect that there were surprises. No, there is. Charlie gritted his teeth. At this point, even if Chen Feng could tell that he still had a 10-star Imperial beast, then he, Charlie, would have to bite the bullet and say no. He was betting that Chen Feng believed in him, and as long as Chen Feng could relax his guard on him for a moment and focus more on Brian, he would have one more hope of escape. Good. Then you guys release the Imperial beasts. Remember to release them all. Oh, my 10-star magical beasts are no joke, Chen Feng reminded with a smile. In the next second, the two Charlies on the ground suddenly climbed up, and without any warning, 7 Imperial beasts appeared out of nowhere. 2 of them attacked Chen Feng. 3 of them rushed towards the Demon Centipede Emperor and the Shadow Demon, and the other 2 each took the 2 Charlies' lives and ran wildly. Both of them gritted their teeth. They knew that the Imperial beasts that were released would surely die, and they had to carry the intense mental pain that would come from another death of the Imperial beasts. But could it really be stalled? Of course not. The 3 Imperial beasts that rushed towards the demonic Centipede Emperor and the Shadow Demon were instantly swallowed up just like a human sliding a tiger. The 2 Imperial beasts that attacked Chen Feng were then resolved by Chen Feng's 2 slashes. Then Shadow Demon brought out a black residual shadow. 10 stars right. He appeared behind Brian, his knife rising. Even the person with Brian's elephant demon beast, all split in half. Damn it, stupid Brian! Charlie screamed in his mind while his mind was moving. He jumped up from the Manticore Imperial beast underneath him while controlling the Manticore Imperial beast to pounce on the Shadow Demon. Charlie Man was in the air and didn't wait to land when once again a white-headed eagle Imperial beast appeared. And He-Man was also 10 stars. The white-headed eagle soared up into the sky. Ha ha, damn Lon Xia people, you're dead. Our Panamanian head of the United States of America has already led 50 10-star Imperial Beast Masters from various countries. On their way here, the next time we meet, it will be your death. You fool! Charlie, thinking he had escaped with his life, excitedly yelled out taunts and put down harsh words. However, in the next second, a long blade turned into streams of light and shot straight up into the sky. It was instantly thrust through and into his chest. Put, a 7-star blade demon that couldn't cut through a 10-star Imperial Beast. Couldn't it still zap through your 10-star Imperial Beast Master? Stuck in his chest by the knife demon. Charlie looked down, followed by dizziness. He tried to cough but couldn't. Escape. That was the only thought in Charlie's mind. In the next second, he and the 10-star white-headed eagle underneath him simultaneously lost their breath and landed vertically. Dropping to the ground, Chen Feng stepped forward and pulled out Charlie's chest knife demon. 50 10-star Imperial Beast Masters? He was excited. 50 10-star Imperial Beast Masters. This kind of power was enough to crush any existing nation in Blue Star. Even if it was Long Xia or the Bear Kingdom, if they were to be attacked suddenly by this force, they would suffer heavy losses. Although this kind of thing was almost impossible to happen. After all, the major countries were basically keeping a close eye on the 10-star Imperial Beast Masters from other countries. In fact, for Chen Feng to sneak into the United States of America, it can only be said that the United States of America is careless. Who would have thought that an important person in a country would suddenly play smuggling to another country? It's not a joke. This was like Xuan Zhangwo suddenly traveling across the ocean in a small fishing boat and coming to Longsha by himself. And even more outrageous was that after he came to Longsha, he suddenly broke into the Longsha military camp single-handedly. This is outrageous. Totally unexpected. I just don't know if Xuan Zhangwo really did it, and if the sentry in the barracks who captured him counts as a third-class merit. Chen Feng was both excited and thrilled about the arrival of more than 50 10-star Imperial Beast Masters a little while later. Fear was not felt at all. But the other party was 50 10 stars after all, and the 10-star Imperial Beasts they summoned added up to less than 200 upwards. 200 only. What a concept. 6 stars are expected. However, for the sake of stability, Chen Feng decided to go to the seaside for the battle. After all, it was the home field of Chief Kek, standing on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head to come to the seashore of this beast domain. Chen Feng waved one hand towards the sea. In the next moment, Chief Kek's prison gate surfaced under the surface of the sea in the distance, which caused the surrounding seawater to start pouring into the gate continuously. Then the waters above the prison gate began to boil, and the next second, Chief Kek was sitting on top of its throne rising above the surface of the sea. On either side of the throne's 3 steps, 6 turquoise-blue mermaids carry violins on their shoulders in a lifelike manner. On the shore, the Blade Demon's big eyes looked at the Demon Centipede Emperor, then at the Shadow Demon, and finally looked at General Ku, who was pulling his full weight in terms of aura as well as platitude, on the surface of the sea. Oh, no, I'm the worst, it said darkly in its mind. You're the guy who took the place of the fourth sister. Shifka's head was above the clouds, and it slowly lowered its head to look at the sword demon in Chen Feng's hand and asked, "Fourth sister?" Blade Demon's head was confused. What fourth sister? Its eyes looked towards Chen Feng, hoping that Chen Feng would explain. It's not a topping. Dear Shuai is just dormant. When we finish this trip to the United States of America, we'll go to the foreign land and look for a way to awaken her, Chen Feng hurriedly explained. He didn't want to lose any more of his magical beasts at this point in his life like he had in his previous life. Ruthless and unscrupulous is just how he treats his enemies, even in his last life. If it wasn't for the fact that he was about to be eliminated by the times and he was carrying too much, he wouldn't have cut himself off from the Imperial Beast. Well, we are all ranked by our strength. Right now you are the most inferior. From now on you will be with the little centipede piece. It is enough to protect you. Your ranking is 11. Mr. Ko replied in a high and cold manner. Well, Blade Demon replied awkwardly. I've become the most unfamiliar. I'll have to get Chen Feng to take me to eat some more uranium when I get back. This time, I must take a big bite. It's fine. You'll have little problem sitting at a table with the demonic centipede emperor. Shadow Demon stood in the sky and said with a solid heart. He, the demonic centipede emperor then let out a giggle in its heart. It was very happy. Finally not the most vegetable. Listening to the exchanges of the four magical beasts, Chen Feng also slowly opened his mouth. When the enemy arrives in a moment, don't hold back. The imperial magic power in my body is full right now. All of them use their skills. Kill as many enemy imperial beasts as you can for me. Swallow them as you kill them. I want to directly ascend to 5 stars. Fifth brother, Shadow Demon said with instant surprise at his words. Fifth brother. The demonic centipede emperor shrunk his head. If the fifth brother was there, this battle would have been easy, but unfortunately the enemy is going to suffer. Chief Kek rarely spoke without putting up a fight, and it was convinced by several of its brothers above it. It's just that fifth brother is a big fan of fairness. It spoke in its mind. Fair? What are we talking about fairness with the guy from Longxia? He's going to die this time. Jesus can't stop it either. Panama rode the vulture demonic beast and said coldly to the fellow imperial beast master beside him. In a moment, don't give him a chance. Just blast him to death with skills for me. Panama had seen how powerful Chen Feng was, and he turned his head to yell behind him again. By the way, is the live drone ready? Panama added. Get ready. Always be prepared to turn on the camera and broadcast the footage of us abusing Chen Feng to the world. Panama Imperial Beast side by side. A female Imperial Beast Master replied. She was holding a drone in her hand, just waiting to see Chen Feng. She would release it and start broadcasting live. Well, you've done a good job, Luo Shi. This time I'm going to make Longxia never be able to raise his head, and make Longxia lose face in front of countries all over the world. I want Shuai to know that without Chen Feng, he can't stand alone. Panama said through clenched teeth and clenched a black fist. There are so many of us. Chen Feng will surely die this time. I don't know how he dared to come to our United States of America beast domain alone to spread his wildness. Is Longxia stupid? Roxy analyzed the sentence suspiciously. Humph, how can it be stupid? They are relying on Chen Feng's strength to be powerful and contracted a magical beast before us. But so what if it's a magical beast? Longxia surely couldn't have imagined that we, the United States of America, would have directly mobilized 50 10-star beast masters to surround and kill Chen Feng this time. Alright, turn on the live stream. I've already seen Chen Feng's magical beast. This idiot, his huge magical beast, is his fatal weakness, doesn't know how to hide it at all. Panama commanded while pointing a finger towards the seashore where Chen Feng was. The huge body of Chief Kek was all too familiar to him. Seen it more than once on video. Outside, Blue Star, with Panama turning on the live feed and relaying it to all the nations of the Blue Planet. At this moment, all the people standing at the top of Blue Star were boiling. They had 10-star Imperial Beast Masters, leaders of various countries, and some warlords from war-torn lands. 50 10-star Imperial Beast Masters, surrounding and killing one 10-star Imperial Beast Master in Longxia. Looking at the black and 10-star Imperial Beasts on the live broadcast screen, this was simply a 10-star beast tide. At this moment 99% of the Blue Star bigwigs who were watching the live broadcast felt that Longxia, that Imperial Beast Master, was finished. In front of this United States of America 10-star Imperial Beast team, no matter if there was anyone, any country, it was feared that they would only be crushed, except maybe for Longxia and Bear Country. And Bear Country, a cabin in the woods. Daniel, the guy who had given Chen Feng 2 buckets of icebreaker bear blood. He frowned deeply as he watched the live feed from the TV show. Is Longxia stupid? Is Chen Feng stupid? What the hell was going on? How could he go to the beast domain of the United States of America alone and be foolishly discovered? Daniel exclaimed that he had suffered a blood loss. It was so hard to get on good terms with Chen Feng and send 2 buckets of bear blood. Now he was afraid that it would be a waste of money. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed Chu Weihua. He's going to ask what's going on. Ryosha, what the hell are you doing? Longxia, Kyoto. Chu Weihua's office. Across the white wall, there was a freshly installed projector on the wall, which was showing live footage from the United States of America. Below the projector, one small military bench was placed side by side. Lao Chu was sitting in the best viewing position, and behind him, there were 3 rows of people sitting right in front of him, which had to add up to a dozen people in total. They were all 10-star Imperial Beast Masters of Longxia, all of them friends of Old Chu, both those who served the official government and those who were civilians. Squeak! The door slammed, only to see Bai Yan come inside with a melon and fruit tray in his hand. Everyone eat, don't worry about eating, Chen Feng is fine, Bai Yan said with a smile. At the same time the fruit plate in his hand went out the door. Lao Chu took a piece of watermelon and Bai Yan hurriedly kicked the trash can under Lao Chu. Today is a good day for anything your heart desires. Old Chu's cell phone rang. Hello? He said as he put down the watermelon and picked up the phone. It's Daniel. Old Chu. What the hell are you doing? Daniel said in an eager tone. Eating watermelon and getting high, Chu Weihua said, tapping on the video function. The next second Daniel's sharply reddened face appeared in Chu Weihua's cell phone. Chu Weihua laughed and took a shot around the house with his cell phone. Daniel was confused. He's really eating watermelon. Old Chu didn't lie to me. No. It's got nothing to do with me. No. Chen Feng has fucked his way to the United States of America. What's wrong with you guys? Go get support. Reacting. Daniel exclaimed. What's the point of us going? Chu Wei said with a smile. Old Chu, this watermelon is sweet. Try it. If you can't send some to Daniel by mail too, remember to ask him to exchange it with Siberian potatoes. Bai Yan interjected. Daniel heard it. He heard it all. It's over. Longxia is crazy. All crazy. A hand of good cards. First out of the king bomb. Left in the hand of 3 children. Old Chu. Chen Feng shouldn't be given up. Although he doesn't look like a decent, even a bit of a pretender, and maybe repugnant to your style of doing things as well. But you can't give him up. Let's work together. I'll gather the 10-star Imperial Beast Masters from the Bear Countryside. You gather the ones from Longxia. We'll go directly to the United States of America to ask for someone. We must rescue Chen Feng. I can gather more than 20 10-star Imperial Beast Masters here now. That's my entire network now. Daniel fretted. He thought that Chen Feng was reckless in his actions, and that he might have been abandoned by Chu Weihua because of a disagreement with Chu Weihua when it came to dealing with international issues. Daniel, you're very good. You're a friend that I, Lao Chu, didn't make in vain. Just for these few words of yours, I'll repeat them to Chen Feng when he comes back. Well, we're going to watch the live broadcast. You also prepare some snacks and stuff. Enjoy learning about Chen Feng's maneuvers. Chu Weiwei smiled and joked. Well, Daniel, the dish is just more practice. Your vision is still poor. Hey, learn it, read it, it's all knowledge. Chu Weihua put himself down at this moment and joked with Daniel again in the attitude of a friend. Daniel, this guy can handle something really on. All of you, use your skills and slam them on Chen Feng. Blast him to death remotely. Panama shouted from the beast's domain. In the next second, countless fireballs, rocks, water arrows, water balloons, and lightning bolts all smashed into Chen Feng. Their attack distance was also limited, so the distance between them and Chen Feng was actually not too far at the moment. Kill. Let me ascend 5 stars first, Chen Feng said in a cold voice as he held the sword demon in his hand. Humph. Think you're safe just because you're standing on land? Chief Ko first sneered, while at the same time setting up a water screen in front of Chen Feng to block the flying attacks. Tide. It shouted again, and the sound instantly echoed in the ears of the Panamanian crowd. In the next second, countless seawater spread to the land. Huge tentacles rose up and attacked them straight at Panama. Land Imperial beasts move back. Those with long-range skills stand in front. All of them attack Chen Feng for me. Watch out for the water tentacles. Flying Imperial beasts lift off for me and rush over together. Imperial beast masters don't go first. Pay attention to resisting the mental sting from the death of the Imperial beasts. Panama yelled and kept giving orders. As Panama's words fell, there were instantly 13 royal beast masters in the sky, jumping from the air to the land, while the flying royal beasts under their feet and those with no one to ride on them instantly formed a 10-star flying royal beasts air attack team. Panama didn't let his vultures attack. He needed to direct the fight from up here. In the next instant, more than 30 10-star flying Imperial beasts rushed straight towards Chen Feng like a swooping formation of fighter jets. They were also quite huge in size, and when gathered together, They could be said to cover the sky. Humph. I'm the one who controls the sky. The shadow demon was not the least bit afraid of this. Stepping upright in the air, the shadow blade was raised high in the air, accompanied by a loud rumbling sound. Dozens of kilometers in a radius were instantly plunged into darkness. Countless black thunderbolts intertwined like layers of perfectly arranged sticky bird nets. Those 30 or so flying imperial beasts had to pass through this tiny world of black thunder if they wanted to attack. The thunderstorm was dense, but there was still an occasional 10-star flying imperial beast rushing to Chen Feng covered in wounds. However, they were simply unable to break through the water curtain in front of Chen Feng. At this time Chen Feng's hand knife devil looked hot, blood boiling. It cannot wait to immediately long legs rushed out to kill him, a 7 into 7 out. Compared to the sword demon, this fellow, the demon centipede emperor, was leisurely. Without having to protect Chen Feng or worry about being attacked, his task at this point was to eat. Take a big bite. There were those who were killed by the shadow demon's thunderbolts, and those who were dragged hard by Chief Kek's tentacles. In short, at this moment, other than the blade demon, Chen Feng's 3 magical beasts all had blood and flesh in their mouths. Chen Feng felt that the imperial magic power in his body was rising miserably at this moment. Almost there. Almost there. Going up to 5 stars soon. He was excited in his mind. The air had long since drifted up with the lingering scent of blood, and the tentacles on the ground that had sprung from the tide of Chief Kek's control were all tinted a few shades of blood red. Don't be afraid. Hold on. He's just one person. We'll compensate you for all the losses if we wear him down. Panama's eyes were red and his mouth roared. His tactic was to exhaust Chen Feng and pile up Chen Feng with 10-star imperial beasts. He knew that even if Chen Feng's magical beast was powerful, using the skill would require extracting the power from Chen Feng's body as part of the support for the bridging skill. Panama does not believe. You Chen Feng magic beast is indeed strong, but the imperial magic power in your body can still not be infinite. According to the conservation of energy, if a magical beast releases a powerful skill, then the imperial magician loses more imperial magical power. In fact, there is also a way to instantly replenish the royal magic, and that is to make a breakthrough in the proximity. But you, Chen Feng, are 10 stars, how do you make a breakthrough? Panama just took that and made such an offensive strategy. Kill. The next wave of flying imperial beasts. Kill them for me. Keep going. Don't stop. Land imperial beasts. Keep retreating for me. Don't get attacked by that tentacle. Imperial beast masters all retreat. Don't have unnecessary casualties. Panama can be described as very commanding. Immediately after his order, all the imperial beast masters and land imperial beasts once again retreated in unison. And above the sky, 20 more bird-type 10-star imperial beasts appeared. Similar to the previous wave. This time they once again swooped down towards Chen Feng like a death squad. Chen Feng stood behind the water curtain as he moved his wrists. Why does this scene seem a little familiar? Kind of like the scene where a neon fighter jet once committed suicide by attacking the United States of America. Well, sure enough, only the weak use that tactic. As he pondered, Chen Feng felt the power within his body suddenly reach a critical point. In the next moment, the imperial magic power that had been nearly empty just a moment ago suddenly skyrocketed. Like a rushing river and sea. Like a gushing spring, a sense of power filled Chen Feng's body. 5 stars. Here we go. Alright, no need to waste skills. Stepping into the 5 stars, Chen Feng said to the 3 imperial beasts with a smile. With Chen Feng's order, Shadow Demon and Chief Ku immediately retracted their skills. The sky brightened and the waters receded to reveal a large expanse of land. Only the demonic centipede emperor was still burying his head and dazzling fiercely. The land imperial beasts strike. Chen Feng is exhausted. Panama shouted in surprise as she watched the sky brighten and the waters fade. The loss of more than 50 10-star flying imperial beasts had finally exhausted Chen Feng. It's all worth it. Chen Feng, your time to die has come. Panama stood atop his vulture, charging at Chen Feng in unison with the more than 200 10-star imperial beasts running on the land below. At this moment, all the imperial beast masters present were gritting their teeth. Chen Feng was too strong. Those skills just now really scared them. Without Panama to direct them, they would surely have scattered and fled. Dragon Summer Dragon Devil. It's really not just words, but just as they rushed towards Chen Feng, vaguely, only Chen Feng could be heard shouting, "Prison gate, open!" In the next second, an oversized prison gate that reached 1,000 meters appeared beside Chen Feng. Although the pillars of this prison gate were also red, they weren't purely cylindrical. They looked like they had been struck by something and were full of huge palm, fist and footprints. Huge chains of pure black wrapped around it. And darkness reigned in the prison gates. Just as they were in shock in Panama, they only heard an elegant voice slowly coming from them. Master, the food guys this time, it's a bit inferior. I still like to enjoy magical beasts. As the voice fell, a giant that was 1,000 meters tall slowly stepped out. with 4 eyes and 4 arms. This looked intimidating. But what was even more unbelievable was that he was actually wearing a huge human suit, despite its vicious face, with a total of 4 teeth, top and bottom, showing outside of its lips. It had an air of giving off a very good vibe. Under careful feeling, it actually had an extremely polite, elegant feel to it. Panama, they were still charging forward, and they looked up at the 4-eyed giant in front of them. Fark, what the hell is this? Panama was shocked. He had never seen Chen Feng summon this thing before. A bad feeling rose in his heart. But the next second, I heard that actually speak slowly. Welcome, to my fair gladiator, foodies. The giant's left 2 hands were on his chest and he bowed slowly to them in Panama. Panama, as well as the 50 10-star accompanying royal beast masters, hadn't even waited to react, but they saw the surrounding scenery change instantly. There was no longer Chen Feng in front of them, and they found themselves actually in a super huge gladiatorial arena. This is by no means a beastly domain. Panama looked around at the super huge gladiatorial arena, somewhat in the style of ancient Rome, and was shocked. The other imperial beast masters and the 200 or so imperial beasts did the same. Across from them, 10,000 meters away, the giant slowly rose and straightened his back. He's that kind of positional distance, and he's actually still within the gladiatorial arena. Foodies, welcome to my gladiatorial arena, where, at the moment, 98,073 battles have been experienced, of which the dead demonic beasts, 342,112, and the dead magical beasts, 214,805. They have a minimum of 5 stars and a maximum of 10. And you are my 98,074th fight in this gladiatorial arena. Then, given that there are so many of you, I will take away your right to fly in order to be fair. I will take away your right to recover in order to be fair. And in order to be fair, I will finally take away 10% of your speed. But there should be a fee for any gladiatorial arena. So every second you are in the arena will have a sliver of power taken from you as a base maintenance expense to me, the owner of the arena. Alright, rules spoken. The jousting begins. Alright, rules spoken. The jousting begins. Guardian's tone was extremely calm and elegant. Its aura gives off that feeling of elegance with a hint of hidden brutality. Conservative was its name, which it had given itself, and it had been called this before it had met Chen Feng. In the next second, Shohan moved, a giant body that stood 1,000 meters tall, and took the first step, not moving too slowly or too fast, the same speed as an everyday walk. At the same time, all 4 of his hands began to undo the top 2 buttons on the huge suit on his body. Dang! As Shohang's left foot landed on the ground, a thick sound of war drums followed. The sound of that drum came from nowhere, but it filled the entire gladiatorial arena while shaking the hearts of the Panama side's imperial beastmasters and imperial beasts. Dang! Guardian lifted his right foot, it landed, and another war drum sounded. It stepped forward at the same time. Its 4 large hands kept gracefully unbuttoning its chest, revealing the hideous crimson muscles inside. Dang! 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 The rhythm of the war drums grew faster and faster, and so did Shohang's pace. The suit it was wearing was undone by it and waved its hand and threw it to the ground, sending out a loud bang vibration and bringing up an extremely strong wave of air. The belt of the Guardian is gold with the word Guardian engraved on it. It was bare-chested, with 4 stubby arms exposed, and it began to boost, faster and faster and faster. The drums of the gladiatorial arena grew in tempo with its steps. That drumming was mind-blowing, gradually intervening, controlling the rhythm of all heartbeats. The heart contracts when the drum stops and expands with the drum. When Shohang actually ran, the drum suddenly paused briefly on the last beat, and then let out an extremely deafening thud. The sound was so loud and sudden that the entire Colosseum was shaken up with smoke half a meter high. Panama, as well as the 50 imperial beast masters, including the more than 200 10-star imperial beasts beside them, had already been intimidated by the sound of the drums at this point. The frequency of their heartbeats gradually merged with the frequency of that drumbeat, and when that final thud sounded, all the 10-star low-grade imperial beasts in the beast group instantly let out a mournful roar. As for Panama as well as the 50 imperial beast masters, they also felt their hearts slamming and shrinking to the extreme, followed by swelling to the extreme along with that huge final drumbeat. Pffffffffff. There were several people in a row who were not physically fit, and they instantly covered their hearts with their hands and spat out blood. On the other hand, Shohang set up his stance and ran with all his might, finally turning into a giant red shadow and rushing towards Panama and the others. In the tattered audience of the gladiatorial arena, 4 figures quietly appeared at that moment. It was none other than Chen Feng, who had a sword and devil in his hand, the demon centipede emperor, the shadow demon, and Chief Ku, a man and 4 beasts. The demonic centipede emperor was perched on top of a huge stone pillar in the dilapidated audience of the Colosseum, while Chen Feng stood on top of its head. The shadow demon floats over the ragged audience, while Chief Keck brings in its throne. Well, it's quite a row to have your own luxury seats. Luckily this gladiator arena is big enough, and Chief Keck's position, a VIP position reserved specifically for it by Shohan, was quite exclusive. This is what Chief Graham swiped his face and begged his Shugong fifth brother to get for him. Chief Ku, the Shadow Demon, and the Demon Centipede Emperor. The three magical beasts were currently staring downwards with their eyes tightly fixed. They know that 5 is open for dinner. Although the knife demon was held in Chen Feng's hands, he was also staring at Shou Heng's direction with wide eyes. So strong. Is this the legendary, innate skill of that wraith of the Guardian clan? I can't believe it has been upgraded to this point. Knife devil level is not high, but see a lot of knowledge. Exotic magical beast community is numerous. Powerful community is more like hair, and the guardian of the beast race. In these powerful community can also rank to the top 100. More importantly, they are mysterious. Because of the existence of this natural skill of theirs, they spend most of their time cowering in the gladiatorial arena of the most powerful leader of their pack. And when they get hungry, they randomly pull unlucky magical beasts of the pack within their range as rations. Every time one pulls, it is a magical beast clan, and the beasts of the guard are quite warlike and exceptionally united. No matter if it's a single fight, or a group fight, it's all very good at it. Together with the natural skill, they were rare in number but had few natural enemies. If you can't, it's a fair duel. Humph. I'm not so bad. When I'm 10 stars, I'll definitely be able to become a big help to Chen Feng. Blade Demon cheered himself up in his mind. While the Blade Demon pondered, Chen Feng did not watch the battle under the arena as he frowned and continuously scanned each and every building in this gladiatorial arena of the Guardian of Eternity. Most of it collapsed. The seats in the auditorium were all shattered, and the pillars around it were broken and cracked. It can be said that the eyes are raised in disrepair. In the last battle of his previous life, Shohan could be said to be the prima donna, charging the hardest. It pulls its current big brother, yes, the big brother, into the corner for a flurry of punches and kicks. The two beasts fought in the gladiatorial arena, just beginning to fight in the darkness of heaven and earth, and the way the arena looked now was the result of that battle. To fully recover, there was no telling how many more demonic beasts and magical beasts Shohan would need to slay. Chen Feng shook his head as he sighed in his heart. The thinking of one of the 4 devils actually happened in a flash of lightning. At that moment, the guardian below had already charged into their beasts in Panama. There is a huge difference in height ratios between the two sides. Like a grown, strong man entering a chicken coop, and a chicken coop for little chickens at that. But after all, they were 10-star demonic beasts. Their strength was not imaginary, and many of them were storing up their strength from the ground to jump up and attack Shou Heng. Shou Heng's 4 fists kept on swinging, carrying unreadable residual shadows. Not in the least bit weak to the 10-star imperial beasts that jumped up. It either punched it into a bloody mist, or turned both fists into palms to smash it, or slapped both palms together and flattened several 10-star imperial beasts in its palms at the same time. If 4 hands aren't enough, you use your elbows, and if your elbows aren't enough, you use your feet. Those 10-star imperial beast juice that slowly landed after being slapped into a bloody mist and scattered in the air, blended into the gladiatorial arena as they landed. For every few that landed, a detailed part of the gladiatorial arena was restored, or a crack in a pillar, or a broken wall. 10-star imperial beasts were constantly dying in the field, and the imperial beastmasters on Panama's side all wailed as if they were chanting for Shou Heng's bravery. Shit! Panama stood at the back of the crowd as he looked around. It's really banned from the air. His 10-star vulture imperial beast had actually become a walking chicken. Damn! What about this? Endless remorse welled up in Panama's heart. If only we had let Chuan Jiangwo come at that time. But there was no use regretting it now. Shohan was as if he had turned on Matchless, constantly grabbing imperial beasts from the ground in mid-air and stuffing them into their mouths. With over 200 imperial beasts, he couldn't use all of them to restore the gladiatorial arena. He had to eat half of them to recover from his internal injuries. It hadn't suffered too much during the last battle in its previous life, and what it had lost the most was the facilities of this gladiatorial arena. A portion of the damage it takes in this gladiatorial arena can be apportioned to the gladiator. It's kind of fair to it as a gladiator owner. Chen Feng, where are you? Don't kill. We surrender. We admit defeat. Panama looked at the only dozens of 10-star imperial beasts left, which were shivering in place like little chickens to be slaughtered, as well as a large portion of 10-star imperial beast masters on the ground who had fainted and passed away. He really had a heart attack. Monsters, all fucking monsters. His wraiths are monsters, and so is he. Chen Feng's entire family could be monsters. Ha ha, Ha ha ha. Panama suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. He's crazy. Scared crazy. He no longer continued to beg for mercy, but just looked ahead at the still killing kilometer giants giggling dementedly. Chen Feng took it all in. His expression didn't change much. If he had been the one to lose the battle, he would never have ended up better than Panama is now. In the gladiatorial arena, as Shou Hong swallowed the last demonic beast into his mouth, the trip to the United States of America was complete with Chen Feng winning. At this moment, the imperial magic power within Chen Feng's body skyrocketed. 5-star low, medium, until it drew up to high, when it came to a slow halt. Despite the surprise and the quickness of the upgrade, he was only at the beginning of his ascension to the higher ranks, and there was still a long way to go before the 6 stars. Demonic beasts below 10 stars were no longer enough to satisfy Chen Feng. It would be great if there were 10-star demonic beasts. He searched. Master, thanks for the meal. The guardian remained elegant as it put on its suit again and gave Chen Feng a deep bow. The ferocity just now was in stark contrast to the graceful constancy at this moment. Well, there's no need for that. Chen Feng waved his hand and said, Master, your star rating, are you again? Shou Hong didn't say all the words. It just looked at the demonic centipede emperor with all 4 eyes at the same time. Another sweep of the shadow demon hanging in the air. It then broke its 2 large fists and let out a crunching sound, as if it wasn't worried at all that Chen Feng was going to decapitate it. It even wanted to help Chen Feng get rid of the demon centipede emperor and the shadow demon. 2 rookies. 5th brother, stop it. The devil centipede emperor and the shadow demon were alarmed, and the 2 demons shouted in unison at the same time. Ha 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 ha. In the next second, Shou Han laughed out loud. It was actually just joking with the 2 little old men. Shou Hong was the most sentimental of Chen Feng's magical beasts. Allowing it to kill the demonic centipede emperor was simply a joke. In the past, when it had followed Chen Feng through the hard times, it would even rather starve than break the legs of the demonic centipede emperor to feed its hunger. I've been reborn and brought you all with me. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled. Reborn? Shou Heng's expression changed in surprise. Well, it's 1,000 years ago. The Blue Star Imperial Beast period. Except that my rebirth has accelerated the world, and the United States of America has begun to force the beast domains to merge. Chen Feng slowly said. Oh, Shou Han nodded thoughtfully. Where's 6th sister? Dear Shue, she's fallen into a deep sleep, and we need to go to a place in the other world called Frost World Deer City to awaken her. Chen Feng explained a sentence. By the way, this is our new partner, Knife Demon. Chen Feng's words changed as he held up the knife demon in his hand and introduced it. Come, Blade Demon old brother, call 5th brother. The demon centipede emperor hurriedly interjected by showing off his status. 5. Brother 5. Blade Demon said. Well, 11th brother, you are very good. A magical beast that the master needs, but your level is a bit low. Come, 5th brother will give you a meeting. The guardian said, raising a huge hand to reach inside the suit. It fumbled around for a moment, then inside the inside pocket, it pulled out a super small piece of meat chipped, with the size of its fingers. This meat chipping would take 2 fingers to pinch, but the meat chipper was a description of its proportions, whereas for a knife demon, it was a long strip of meat as big as its blade. This? Graham always felt a hint of familiarity on the chipped meat. Shadow Demon and Chen Feng both stared wide-eyed at the giant meat chipper as well. Well, this is, I tore it off my big brother's body. It's just right for 11th brother to eat. Shooken chuckled. Big brother, on the body, ripped off, of, Chief Grams was instantly nonplussed. That big brother, wasn't it the magical beast that Chen Feng had contracted in his last battle in his previous life? Nice guy. 10 stars to hit the U level. Tore a piece of shredded meat down. Gramps always knew how strong this big brother was, and it was amazing that 5th brother could do this. Not bad for a 5th brother. Shou Hong handed the shredded meat to Chen Feng, and as Chen Feng reached out to take it, he began to scrutinize this shredded meat. There was still a powerful magic flowing from this, carrying an extreme life force. It was worthy of being the blood and flesh of a UU rank magical beast. Even the sliver was probably enough for the Blade Demon to upgrade. Originally, Chen Feng wanted to let the Blade Demon continue swallowing uranium, but now it seemed unnecessary. Hey, if I had known that Shou Hong had this good thing, I wouldn't have let the knife demon swallow uranium, and directly let it swallow this thread of flesh and blood, so it might be able to inherit one of that guy's attributes. At this point, Blade Demon couldn't wait. Its mouth had long been open. Chen Feng helplessly glanced at the adorable knife demon and stuffed the end of the meat strip into the knife demon's mouth. Great guy, hand-fed by the owner. A trace of envy flashed underneath the demon centipede emperor's eyes. It seemed to have thought of something, and in the next second, it shrunk in size and directly wrapped itself around Chen Feng's wrist, waiting for the next time. I'll let the owner feed it too, it decided in its mind. and Blade Demon was eating like a champ at the moment. This stuff is so much better than uranium, mainly because it's not spicy to the mouth, stomach, or teeth. At this time, the level of the Blade Demon swished upwards, like eating spaghetti. The Knife Demon sucked the strip of meat into his mouth while chewing on it. This stuff is just a little chunky. Then, 8 stars, 9 stars, 10 stars. In the end, the Blade Demon's rank stopped at the middle 10-star level. Its blade shed another layer of gray cocoon. Chen Feng shook the blade. The gray cocoon slipped away, revealing a brand new bony blade inside. This time, the bone-like blade exuded a sense of thickness, not reflective or flashy, but with a hint of hardness and sturdiness. Indeed, it's what a weapon should be. Lord, Master, I seem to have gained another attribute. Blade Demon stuttered incredulously. Even its own heart was now flooded with horror. It can't be. How can there be 2 attributes? Nope, I can be so awesome. Ah ha ha ha. The Blade Demon laughed wildly in its heart while its eyes looked towards the demonic centipede emperor on Chen Feng's wrist. When I get 10 stars, we may not be brothers. Blade Demon is all anti-bone and is bound to be an older brother's demonic beast. What attributes? Chen Feng instantly uttered in surprise. I don't know. Master, you go out and try killing a random demonic beast? The Sword Demon was actually confused as well. This extra attribute actually made it impossible to perceive, as if that attribute was suspended outside the blade. Only if Chen Feng had tried it himself could he be clear about the exact effect. Good. Chen Feng nodded. Seeing this, Shou Hong waved his hand, and the scene was directly like an illusion in the water, transforming into the appearance of Chen Feng's battlefield in the beast realm before in the layers of ripples. However, there weren't any demonic beasts present in the vicinity, all of which had been scared away by the aftershocks caused by the previous great battle. There was only one drone hovering in the sky. The drone's camera turned east and west, finally settling on Chen Feng, who had just appeared. In its Blue Star's live broadcast screen, Chen Feng suddenly appeared at this time. Panama disappeared. 50 10-star Imperial Beast Masters disappeared, and the army of 10-star Imperial Beasts approaching 300 disappeared. Long Xiao's Chuegua and Bai Yan and the others had a big determination in their hearts and once again gnawed on the watermelon. Daniel drew another bucket of bear blood and prepared to deliver it to Chen Feng personally. As for the other countries, they are all still watching and waiting to see if any new changes emerge. Chuan Zhangwo, on the other hand, was staring blankly at the image in the monitor, clenching his fists and clenching his teeth with a grave expression. There are no more demonic beasts to test the sword in this place. Let's go. Let's go to the campsite at the exit of the beast domain to test the sword. As Chen Feng said that, with a flick of one hand, the demonic centipede emperor, who had already become smaller and was waiting to be fed, reluctantly grew larger once again and acted as a mount. Hey, it's broken. It's a ride again. Oh, the demon centipede emperor cried in silent pain. Inside the beast's domain, at the portal, outside the camp in the United States of America. This is the portal camp to Flaw. The weather within the beast domain was very uniform, and aside from the occasional appearance of 1 or 2 low-star demonic beasts, the warm climate here was very suitable for human habitation. For the United States of America, today was supposed to be a day of great joy, for no other reason than that the country of Long Xiao was about to change its name to the country of the Joker. Their top Imperial Beast expert, Panama, had brought 50 10-star Imperial Beast Masters to surround and kill Long Xiao's Dragon Demon, but it was not to be, and from all that was in front of me, the clown was actually myself. The clowns of the world gave birth to Gotham, and Gotham has always been an integral part of the United States of America. At this moment, the American Imperial Beast Masters in the camp, never mind the low and high stars, they summoned their Imperial Beasts in unison and stood outside the camp. The dozen or so crooked Imperial Beasts looked quite imposing, at least to outsiders it did. However, at this time they were all drenched in sweat. On the opposite side, Chen Feng held a strange long sword and was clad in demonic armor as he stood atop the head of the 100-meter-tall centipede emperor downward to stare at the United States of America Imperial Beast Masters who stood outside the camp. To Chen Feng's left, the Shadow Demon stood in the air, its eyes bubbling with ghostly light scanning the Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beast Masters in the United States of America in front of it. To Chen Feng's right, the word elegant was written in near substantial letters on the face of the kilometer-high Shou Hang, explosive muscles hidden by his suit. He looked like a thuggish gentleman at this point. Chief Ko was still in charge of the platoon, with 2 huge water-flowing high walls surrounding the entire camp on the left and right, and a dozen or so low-star Imperial Beasts that confronted Chen Feng outside the camp. So, at this point, a few little old Americans were sweating, but at the same time, they also wanted to spit out loud. What are we little caramels to confront you, lol, and circled us with a wall of water. Hey, it's worth a lifetime to be taken so seriously by a dragon demon. Chen Feng stood atop the head of the demonic centipede emperor, his demonic armor covering his cheeks, and it was impossible to see what expression he was wearing at this moment. In the next second, Chen Feng suddenly appeared beside a low-starred lion imperial beast outside the campsite with his long sword in hand. The blade was thrust across the room and the arm was slightly hard. The 7-meter-tall lion imperial beast was stabbed in like tofu, and then a huge scar was exonerated. Even the bones in its body were cut flat. This lion imperial beast still had a backbone and didn't even grunt until it died, directly tipping to the ground. Unfortunately, its owner doesn't have its kind of temperament. Only hearing a pained yell from the crowd, the man instantly curled up on the ground, holding his head and rolling around, bringing up a large amount of smoke and dust. Chen Feng frowned at the sight and his figure flashed again. White knife in, red knife out. Who made you so capable of screaming? He muttered. The owner of that lion imperial beast simply stopped screaming when he was struck by the sword. And when the other United States of America imperial beast masters saw this, no one dared to come forward to help avenge the attack or desperately resist. They stood in neat rows, just like the chiefs on parade, and the main one was well behaved. It doesn't feel like it. Chen Feng within the demonic armor waved his hand and flung the sword demon in his hand, shaking off the beads of blood from his body and frowning. He didn't feel any special attributes emerging from the blade demon, which puzzled him. How about, Master, try chopping another one? Blade demon said seriously. It sounded as if it already knew what its new attribute was. Oh, you know what your new attribute is now? Chen Feng said, raising his head to scan the surrounding imperial beasts in a circle. Well, it's absorbing the power of the imperial beast, or the power of the imperial magic, and then converting it to this you. The blade demon explained a sentence. Just now, it might be that the imperial beast's level was too low, plus the power in their body is too much inferior to that of a magical beast, so you didn't feel it. Chen Feng's heart instantly rejoiced when he heard this, and he casually instantaneously moved to another imperial beast. The knife rose and fell, and this time he intended to carefully feel the change of imperial magic power in his body, accompanied by the pained grunt of a United States of America imperial beast master covering his mouth. Chen Feng finally felt that the imperial magic power in his body had indeed increased by a fraction. He could feel that when he stabbed the sword demon inside his opponent's body, the imperial magic power inside him immediately received feedback and increased a bit. The increase is not in imperial magic power for upgrades, but for daily consumption. Back to the blue knife. Right. What's most useful is that the knife demon doesn't need to strike the opponent. It just needs to be allowed to make contact with the opponent. Good attributes. Chen Feng was excited in his heart. It was just the attribute he needed. He was too short of blue to support a long battle, and with the attribute of blade demon, when he arrived in the foreign land later, fighting against magical beasts or the natives of the foreign land, it would be considered an additional layer of insurance. The royal magic does not stop fighting. Master, my magic armor can also defend against the attacks of magic beasts of around 10 stars, Blade Demon said again with bragging rights. What? Chen Feng was surprised out loud. This was another unexpected delight. However, after briefly thinking about it, Chen Feng felt that this was reasonable. After all, the Blade Demon itself had risen 10 stars, and the demon armor was something derived from it, and it made sense to have 10 stars of defense. After sorting out his thoughts with a sword and devil in hand, Chen Feng decided to first leave the beast domain and return to Long Xia. It was believed that through this battle, Long Xia was considered to have truly risen in Blue Star, rising like never before. Alright, I'm going to go out and take you guys back into the Imperial Demon Space first, Chen Feng said to Chief Ku and the other magical beasts in his mind. What about them? Shou Hong extended both of his arms on one side, simultaneously pointing at the several low-star Imperial Beast Masters of the United States of America standing at attention, and their shivering Imperial Beasts. Them? Do you guys want to eat them? Chen Feng didn't even bother to make a move to kill these few low-star boys at this point, being too lazy to do so, not to mention the fact that we'll have to collect protection money from the United States of America later on. These are good laborers. In the old days, the cabinet grew cotton, and today there are low-star boys in the United States of America who exploit the resources of the beast's domain. I don't eat. Chief Grams was the first to take a stand. I eat. The demonic centipede emperor was the second to speak, but it held its words back hard in mid-sentence, for the shadow demon interrupted it directly and said, "Who eats this low-star garbage? Not even for a dog. Yuck." This caused the devil centipede emperor's words to stutter, and he hurriedly turned his words around. That's it. Ninth brother is right. I don't eat either. After the devil centipede emperor finished speaking, he directly shrunk his body and once again transformed into a purple hand rope, which was obediently placed around Chen Feng's wrist. Shit, almost lower than a dog's generation. It mentally spat out a sentence. That's not right. Am I not scolding a few brothers a bit? I'm glad I didn't say it out loud. Chen Feng walked towards the teleportation portal in large strides. He had already retrieved all the magical beasts except for the demonic centipede emperor and the sword demon back into the imperial beast space. He did not let the magic armor retreat because it could defend against 10-star attacks, and Chen Feng was afraid that Chuan Jiangwo would jump over the wall and block him outside the teleportation portal. 10-star skill paste face. He thought he couldn't carry it at this point. Holding the sword demon in his hand and clad in his demonic armor, Chen Feng walked into the teleportation portal. Outside the teleportation door, Chuan Jiangwo had been waiting for a long time. Beside him, several armored tanks, accompanied by left and right, and countless barrels of artillery were aimed at the portal in unison. He himself summoned his 10-star high-grade Lightning Eagle Royal Beast and flew in the air. Standing by, his Lightning Eagle was his most powerful imperial beast in terms of attack, with a white head and black wings, and a yellow beak that constantly flashed with electric arcs. Chuan Jiangwo was the first to move to come after Chen Feng appeared out of nowhere in the beast domain. He didn't know that Shou Hong had the gladiator skill present, and he couldn't estimate how strong Chen Feng was, but he knew one thing. That was that no matter how strong Chen Feng's magical beast was, its own fleshly body was ultimately different from his magical beast. So Chuan Jiangwo came, the portal was that big, and Chen Feng would either have to come out of this portal, or come out of one of the other portals after the fusion. But judging from the live drone feed, Chen Feng would come out of this beast domain. In the next second, a humanoid figure did walk out of the portal. Although he was wearing strange armor, Chuan Jiangwo knew that this was Chen Feng. Attack! Chuan Jiangwo shouted. Tanks, bazookas, firing in unison. The Lightning Eagle Sentinel beast he rode in the sky also spat lightning from its mouth and blasted straight at Chen Feng. Chuan Jiangwo was betting that Chen Feng couldn't dodge his dying attack. Instead, it was already like this, and Panama and the 50 Imperial Beastmasters didn't know where Chen Feng had gotten them. The United States of America is considered to be a complete confrontation with Long Xia, and this time one of the two must bow down before this matter can be eased. Must kill Chen Feng, or seriously injured would be fine. This kid is so sick. Chen Feng just looked outside and saw so many gifts greeting him. There's shells, there's lightning. Man, there's no one in the United States of America, right? The bee-busting tanks are all over it. This thing is not to mention that he has armor. Even if he doesn't, he is not afraid of this broken shell. Only the lightning bolt was okay. Ha ha, Chuan Jiangwo, you're thinking about fart eating. You think you can kill me? Chen Feng laughed out loud as he stood his ground without flickering. As for why you don't avoid it, because you're not afraid. Of course. As for why you're not afraid, you can't break the defense. So what's to be afraid of? Boom boom boom. A series of explosions followed. Chen Feng stood in the middle of the explosion with a face of enjoyment. His arms were spread wide, and he held the knife demon in one hand, his forehead raised. Well, it had the flavor of when he was a 10-star royal demon master, pretending to be a bully everywhere. It's so nostalgic. On what kind of character someone who is powerful and has lived for 1,000 years should have? Articulate? Smile and hide a knife? Or is it a deeper understanding of the world? A great strategist? In fact, none of them are. Only those who have fear in their hearts will step in and worry about the left and right. An invincible person should maximize his benefits while following his heart, not being a devil or a Buddha, but only seeking the true self. Having lived for 1,000 years, Chen Feng knew that there were two types of invincibility. If you are invincible in strength, you can crush everything and break through the shackles of the rules of the world. If you have no enemy in your heart, you can be dashing and free, transcending carnal desires without fear of hardship. Chen Feng loves to pretend, so when double invincible, then he can pretend to understand the pussy and pretend to be dashing and comfortable under crushing everything. The dust rose high, the ground stopped shaking, and the lightning stopped falling. The sick fire that lasted a minute finally stopped. The smell of gunpowder filled the nostrils and lungs of Chuan Jiangwo, the little old man. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked closely at the area in front of the already blasted black portal that was gradually dispersing. Dead? He didn't hear Chen Feng's voice, so he had a sentence of doubt in his mind. But the next second, for him, Chen Feng's demonic voice came out from the black smoke. Don't be so naughty next time, Jiangwo. Chen Feng's tone was frivolous as his words fell. Having actually appeared directly in the sky, on the back of the lightning eagle, Chen Feng first lifted his foot and kicked Chuan Jiangwo, who had yet to react. Then the sword demon in his hand stabbed vertically downward. The power of the 10-star imperial beast was transmitted from the hilt of the blade into the demonic armor, and finally transformed into imperial demonic power, which was transmitted into Chen Feng's body. The amount of this imperial magic power had actually offset the consumption of Chen Feng's use of an instantaneous transfer just now. Chen Feng was overjoyed. Does this mean that in the future, one's own flesh will really be comparable to a 10-star magical beast? This knife demon, it's very useful. Chen Feng's heart was clear. He was more confident about going to the foreign lands in the future. The Blade Demon could feel Chen Feng's mood at this time, and it mourned in its heart for all the players of the other world, with a cool 5-star appearance, but actually possessing 11 10-star magical beasts, the strongest reborn Imperial Demon Master from the Blue Planet. Chen Feng, boo! Kawakian smashes into the tank. He clenched his teeth and snapped his fingers into the flesh of his palm to keep himself awake and not pass out from the pain. Boom! There was another loud bang as Chuan Zhangwo's lightning bird smashed into the tank. Chen Feng had already bent down and squatted beside Chuan Zhangwo by now. In fact, this old boy is quite interesting. He is a businessman. Cool money. The previous life is also this old boy abdicated. The United States of America is only gradually waging war, showing their fangs. Does it hurt? Chen Feng asked with a light smile. No, it doesn't hurt. Chuan Zhangwo gritted his teeth, covered his head with one hand, and forced his mouth to speak. Chen Feng, don't fool me. Kill me or die as you please. I only beg you to keep my family alive. You take all my family resources. I only have one daughter. Please just don't move her. Chuan Zhangwo knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to live today, and he directly gave up resistance and said, Ha! Chen Feng laughed again before slowly speaking. I just killed your family. Your family fortune is still mine. Chuan Zhangwo was speechless. His face grew ironic, and teardrops rolled indisputably from the corners of both eyes. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Gradually they converged into grooves on his large pale face. Harm, why are you crying? Don't worry, I won't kill you. But, Chen Feng hadn't intended to kill this little old man who loved to mess with money. The United States of America needed someone with a voice. How tiring to kill him and have to find another one. Long Xia's manpower still needs to mine Long Xia's native beast domains, and the beast domains in the United States of America need to be mined by the Americans themselves. Pay your protection money on time and be done with it. I, the United States of America, am willing to join the Dragon Alliance. Chuan Zhangwo lived to be so old. What couldn't he see? He exclaimed at once. Fine, fine. Then we'll be good comrades of the Dragon Alliance from now on. Chen Feng smiled and patted Chuan Zhangwo's shoulder. This old boy is really on the ball. Then I'll convene a worldwide conference here, just so that Alliance Master Chen can attend together as well. After the conference, I will discuss with you the compensation for your unpleasant trip to the United States of America. Chuan Zhangwo endured the stinging pain in his brain that had yet to subside, hurriedly got up and opened his mouth. Well, that's fine. As soon as possible then. Chen Feng nodded. I'm sure the old comrades of the Guardian don't know what's going on by now. I'm afraid his jaw will drop when he sees me show up at the United States of America launch. Chen Feng decided in his mind not to tell Chu Weigua about this first. Well, just let him see the results directly. Surprise him. Thinking so, suddenly Chen Feng felt a vibration from the phone in his pocket in his magic armor. Chen Feng froze. Such a coincidence. Could it be Chu Weigua calling? He reached out to touch his phone, and the magic armor automatically disintegrated partially at the same time, and Chen Feng smoothly pulled out his phone. A look at the phone. It was actually Eryang who hadn't had time to contact him for a long time. Hey, what's up, Yoko? It just so happens that Chen Feng also wants to go back and group these little friends together, and the resources are all sent out. At this time, Eryang's phone call came at the right time, so he could make an appointment to meet after returning to China. Chen Feng, something big has happened. On the other end of the phone, Eryang's tone was quite anxious. Chen Feng listened to Eryang's tone of voice, first slightly stunned, then jumped down from the tank before speaking. What's the big deal? Yes, it's Lu Yu. Lu Yu, he recognized a godfather who was engaged in scientific research. As a result, it turned out to be an undercover agent sent by the United States of America. Oh, Chen Feng was once again stunned, and then a flash of memories from his rather long ago past life was evoked. You continue. A smile surfaced on Chen Feng's face, and as he said so, he also turned his head to look at Chuan Zhangwo behind him. When Chuan Zhangwo saw Chen Feng turn his head to look at him, he hurriedly revealed a super sincere smile. He had not heard the content of Chen Feng's phone call. Well, this godfather of Lu Yu's used to often get resources for Lu Yu in terms of imperial beast resources through his own connections, and Lu Yu was also grateful to people, so he recognized his righteous father. But just yesterday, this godfather of his suddenly told him to let Lu Yu go to his mom's place to get a copy of the seismic shockwave map near Lin City. Lu Yu's mom's name is Lu Shu. She works at the Earthquake Bureau. You remember, Eryang said with a flurry of words. Remember. You continue. Chen Feng agreed and once again looked back at Chuan Zhangwo. The voice on the other side of the phone reappeared. The seismic wave map is something that seems unimportant, but it can be analyzed through the seismic wave map generated by the earthquakes in recent years to find out the location of the various military and civilian secret facilities around Lin City. Underground. and whether or not there are any new underground bases under construction in recent years. Luyu, that boy went back that night after the reaction. This is not undercover. Or ordinary people want shockwave map, what is the use? Wipe your ass or paper hard. So he finished with me. The two of us together. Yesterday in the middle of the night directly infiltrated into his godfather's home. In his godfather's computer. Found his godfather and a United States of America address of the mailbox has a record of frequent contact. And the record. All involved in our Longxia scientific research aspects of the unique results of the data. Luyu was on fire. Which damn near became a traitor. So he backhanded his godfather, reported. And now his godfather was arrested. But with his godfather contacted the United States of America but found out as a whistleblower Luyu. But also take the life of Luyu's parents to threaten Luyu. We're both confused right now and had no choice but to call you. Eryang sighed deeply as he slowly finished telling the story. Eryang, don't be afraid. Brother will help you with this, Chen Feng said in a relaxed tone after listening to Eryang's call. If it was a few days ago, this would not have been so easy. Mainly because the other side was hiding in the shadows. But not anymore. Your leader, Chuan Jiangwo, is in the hands of me? Chen Feng, ha. Now it's just a matter of words. And by the way, you can also knock Chuan Jiangwo. How do you handle Chen Feng, we are brothers. You do what you can. If you know a good make connections, introduce them to Luyu. That kid is too embarrassed to open his mouth with you. Oh, there are good things that do come from connections. And they're all around me. So see for yourself. After saying that, Chen Feng smiled and opened the video function. Come, brother Jiangwo, move forward a bit, Chen Feng whispered to Chuan Jiangwo behind him. Chuan Jiangwo sniffed and hurriedly took 2 steps to follow, and came in front of the cell phone to be in the same frame as Chen Feng. At that moment, Eryang's face also appeared in the cell phone. When he saw Chuan Jiangwo, who was close to Chen Feng's face, Eryang's brain instantly went down. If it was anime, he would have a bunch of yellow question marks over his head at this point. Who would have thought that the classmates who had not seen each other for a month or two, good buddies, and when they videoed him again, people were next to Chuan Jiangwo. Chen Feng, is this a doll? You don't like women anymore? Eryang's face was filled with shock. Brother, you've changed and become somewhat strongman lockman. Boy, Chuan Jiangwo has the same style. It still looks like it's of equal proportions. Wow, doll my ass. Chen Feng could tell that Eryang didn't believe it, and immediately cursed with a laugh. Then he turned his head to look at Chuan Jiangwo. My friend said that the undercover agent you sent to Longxia threatened him. Jiangwo, this is something I have to ask for an explanation from you. Chuan Jiangwo froze at his words. I just asked Lonhart for the tape 40 minutes ago. I'll give it to you. He wouldn't dare actually give the tape though. Hand over the list of all the undercover agents. Forget it. You can pass it to Longxia yourself. Chen Feng waved his hand, then pushed Chuan Jiangwo's big face away with his hand. The next second, a plaintive exclamation of surprise came out of the video. Oops my ass. Chen Feng, you're awesome. Really Chuan Jiangwo. I'll get you. Eryang's pupils shook. Well, digest yourself. Young people are just poor-minded. Can't carry things? What's the surprise? It's not a base fuck. Chen Feng smiled and said, pretending to be profound in the process. Afterwards, he made a brief agreement with Eryang to return to Longxia to have dinner together before Chen Feng hung up the phone. Chuan Jiangwo, on the other hand, stared blankly at Chen Feng. What? That's handing over the spy network my old comrade has worked so hard to build? Damn, that kid deserves to die. Threatening anyone but this pervert's friend. Still at this juncture, Jiangwo now wants to kill that threatening Luyu guy and dismantle him. Both. No. Solve. Hate. There is no way. The day still has to be lived. Chuan Jiangwo wiped the beads of sweat on his forehead and took Chen Feng to open the conference. Today, we, the United States of America, announce that we are joining the Dragon Alliance completely, and at the same time, we advocate that all the countries of the world join together to join the Dragon Alliance. Let's all be united globally to develop the Imperial Beast business and mine a brand new Beast domain. At the same time we will also take the Beast domain fusion device and share it with Longxia. Next, we have Mr. Dragon Demon to speak. Chuan Jiangwo was dressed in a suit and stood behind the podium. After these words were said, he turned his head and strutted down the stage, nodding to Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded in response as well before staggering up to the podium and breaking the microphone with his hand. Ahem. Hello everyone. I'm the Dragon Demon of Dragon Summer. I believe that in the past there were many people who didn't know my identity, or hadn't seen me at all, but it doesn't matter. In the future, Blue Star, if there is anyone who is not convinced, just come to the Dragon Alliance and look for me. In addition, I would like to express my deepest condolences to Panama and to the countries for the death of the 50 10-star imperialists. And I would like to say to the United States of America and to the countries to which the 50 10-star imperialists belonged, I am sorry for your loss. Let's observe 3 minutes of silence for the 51 fellow Dragon Alliance members who were killed. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he was the first to take the lead and close his eyes. What it meant to kill and kill the heart, Chen Feng embodied it to the fullest. Xuan Zhangguo was numb at this point. That's not true. You killed the man. Shit. You led the moment of silence. Fark you. Also, out of the fucking 50 people, there is not even one guy of Long Xia descent that is related to you. So you propose a moment of silence. Why don't you say a donation? In his heart, he spat, but Xuan Zhangguo knew that Chen Feng's mouth was saying silence. But in reality, he was knocking him, the United States of America, and the United States of America's minions, 51-1 and was countered and finished with a group kill. In the future, it's obvious who's the father and who's the son at Blue Star, so keep a low profile. On the other side of the screen, all the 10-star Imperial Beast Masters of Blue Star and the officials of various countries were all blindsided. Everyone questioned. No, that's not the attitude the unruly Eagle Jam should have. Chu Weiwei forgot to chew the watermelon he had just put in his mouth. The fruit plate in Bai Yan's hand fell to the ground. Daniel disliked the needle he had just pulled out after pumping a bucket of bear blood into the ice-broken bear's artery again, then grabbed another empty bucket to follow the blood. The hatred in Shinji's eyes was all gone, and it all turned into fear. The neon resource transfer master sheet in Colorflower's hand slipped quietly from her grasp. Ryoko subconsciously helped pick it up from the side, but when she saw the image of Chen Feng and Xuan Zhangguo together on the TV, she was also instantly fixed in place. Li Eryang, Lu Yu and Han Xiaoli, the three of them were looking at their cell phones in the dormitory, their jaws hanging long in surprise. Wang Yuyen, on the other hand, tilted her head and looked at the large screen on the wall of the cafeteria, momentarily forgetting to pick at the chicken leg rice that was still steaming on her dinner plate. Zhang Daoyuan pushed open the door of the school lounge. Saw by Xin Yue, Elena, Gao Liang and others did not go to the training, just wanted to open his mouth to teach a lesson, but saw the image of Chen Feng and Xuan Zhangguo in the television said at the same time silent condolences. But also the mouth is a mouth to say nothing. As for Chen's mother, she was in the villa emotionally clutching the love token given to her by Chen's father, muttering, out of the blue, "It's a good thing. What a great success." The plane crossed over land, sea, mountains and plains. There are villages, cities, forests and lakes below. There are those who are buried in the fields planting, and those who are in a hurry, rushing to get to dinner, work, appointments, and home. There are all kinds of animals and all kinds of plants. In the airplane, Chen Feng looked through the glass at the miniaturized world below. He knew that he had upgraded very quickly in this life, so quickly that his friends, his companions, in his previous life could not catch up with him. It was as passing as the rapidly flashing beauty of the mountains and rivers below. Let's just form another night demon before we go off to the foreign lands to make a name for ourselves. There was no telling what the future would hold. These companions, supplied with nightmares resources, would surely be able to grow even stronger than in their previous lives. From the United States of America when he was on his way out, he talked to Xuan Zhangguo, the future output of resources from the United States of America's beast domain. Long Xia 3, Night Demon 1, United States of America 6, didn't take things too far, wanted too much, because Chen Feng knew that if he wanted the United States of America to be truly controlled by Long Xia, strong force was certainly possible. But a more prudent way is for the Long Xia officials to take advantage of Chen Feng as a backer, so that all the things of Long Xia, eating habits, festivals, and all kinds of ethnic cultures, etc., can just invade into the lives of ordinary people in the United States of America. Whether it's from movies and anime, or daily written news, video content, it extends into each other's countries. Chen Feng's killing of Panama may indeed cause a portion of the United States of America to develop a hatred for Long Xia, but as long as you slowly make the average person in the United States of America like Long Xia culture, and make Long Xia's things become the trend for young people in the United States of America, then, when 1 generation, 2 generations, or even 3 generations change, this hatred, absolutely, will be slowly minimized. There may still be a germ of hostility, but the vast majority of it has indeed been weakened. I'll have to get Lao Chu to donate some money to the United States of America someday. Just take it from the protection money the United States of America gives. Healthcare is expensive in the United States of America. Let him donate some money to build some hospitals, schools, and other cheap public resource facilities. Huaxing Shield First People's Hospital, Old Jean San First Experimental Primary School. Hey, I'm sure it had a huge impact. At least, when children from the United States of America study abroad in Longsha, they will definitely say, hey, our cheapest and best hospital in Huaxing Shield is also called the First People's Hospital. After taxiing for a while, the airplane finally slowly stopped at a private airport in the capital city. Chen Feng saw that outside the airplane, the two of them, Chu Weiguo and Bai Yan, were already standing at the disembarkation gate waiting for him. Chen Feng, Chu Weiguo came up and gave Chen Feng, who had just gotten off the plane, a big hug. It could be seen that old Chu was quite emotional at this time. Not only did Chen Feng give Long Xia a long face, but just now, the countries that had fused with the beast domains on the borders of Long Xia had united to show their goodwill to Long Xia. Some were willing to sell the fused beast domain directly to Long Xia or discuss joint mining. Some simply ceded the beast domain to Long Xia, while they themselves directly withdrew their troops and exited the beast domain, not even moving the military facilities within their country's camps, leaving them all behind for Long Xia. Excited about what old Chu you old boy, mentality cannot you see what this is, Chen Feng said, smoothly pulling out a small pile of documents from his pocket and slapping them on Chu Weiguo's chest. What's this? Old Chu raised his hand to take the document, puzzled. See for yourself. Chen Feng blinked his eyes and smiled. Chu Weiguo sniffed, opened the file, and looked down to take a closer look. This is clearly the protection fee treaty that Chen Feng signed with Chuan Jiangwo. In the future, Long Xia will collect 30% of the imperial beast resources that the United States of America earns from mining in the beast domain every year. Time limit until Chu Weiwei is out of office. At that time, Chuan Jiangwo heard this time limit request and immediately and cheerfully expressed his agreement. He thought Chen Feng was really stupid. Chu Weiguo, this old deng still has a few years to live. This ordinance Chuan Jiangwo signed, but he didn't know that as long as Chu Weiguo contracted a magical beast, one would increase his lifespan by 100 years. Letting old Chu out of office? Oh, old Chu has 5 empty imperial beast positions uncontracted at this time, so he wants to wait until the treaty expires, 500 years from now. And the reason why it was written until Chu Weiguo stepped down. There was actually another reason why Chen Feng just wanted Chu Weiguo to stay in this position. In the future, after he went to a foreign land, Chu Weiguo could always help take care of Chen Feng's Night Demon members. No one can take his place, even if old Chu gets confused and makes a big mistake later on. With this document in place, it's a get-out-of-jail-free card, and no one can touch him. Not to mention the fact that the shrewd old Chu simply wouldn't make a big mistake. And this Night Demon is? Chu Weiwei asked suspiciously, pointing to another name on the document. This kid actually gave 10% of the United States of America beast domain output to this organization. Could this be the organization behind Chen Feng? Chu Weiguo pondered in his mind. I'm going to gather the friends around me. The future world is changing uncertainly, and I've gained so many resources before. Those friends of mine, their qualifications are also good. I'm going to focus on cultivating them. Chen Feng said truthfully. Isn't this the organization behind you? Chu Weiwei asked what was in his heart in surprise. What organization? What are you talking about? Old Chu? Chen Feng asked back suspiciously while looking at Chu Weiguo's face. It's the organization behind you. Otherwise how did you contract the 10-star magical beast? Chu Weiguo finally couldn't hold it in. If you have an organization, just say so. Who can beat you now? You're the first big daddy of Blue Star. What's the point of keeping a low profile? I really don't have an organization. As for the 10-star magical beasts, this is confidential. I'll tell you later when I see the situation. Chen Feng replied breathlessly. He knew that Chu Weiguo was overthinking this. However, after saying this, Chen Feng thought of another important issue. That is, since the magical beasts followed him and were reborn, do they, as children, still exist in this world? This involved something in the dimension of time, and Chen Feng was curious about it. The demon centipede emperor don't look like he's the most vegetable, but that's completely false. It's just the most vegetable in fighting. Running away it is not a dish at all. After all, it is a spatial skill, not a joke. And when it comes to temporal stuff, it's even more subtle. After excusing himself and saying goodbye to Chu Weiguo, Chen Feng hurriedly spoke to Shou Hong in his mind. Shou Hong, you have lived the longest. Where are you at this time? In the beast domain. Now that we are reborn, I am reborn in my own body, but you are not. We should go and take a look. We might be able to discover the secret about time. Master, I've actually been thinking about what you said, and we can indeed go and take a look. In my past life at this time, I should be at. Shou Hang's words stuttered, as if he was thinking. Then, he slowly spoke again. It should be deep within the border city beast domain. The depths of the border province beast domain. Chen Feng muttered in his mind as he listened to Shou Hang's words. He remembered that the entrance to the foreign domain was also deep in the beast domain of the frontier province. It seemed that when going to the foreign domain, one could stop by and explore the depths of the beast domain of the frontier province. Chen Feng had the same decision in his mind. When he returned to his home in the capital city, The time came to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Back, seeing that it was Chen Feng who opened the door and entered the house. Mother Chen smiled and took the lead. Aha! Chen Feng nodded and answered. Mother Chen wanted to say something else, but as the words reached her mouth, Chen Feng's phone was the first to ring. Chen Feng stomped his heels on each other with both feet and took off his shoes, changing into his slippers while smoothly pulling out his cell phone. It's Chu Wai calling. Hello. Chen Feng slid the screen to pick up the phone. Chen Feng, your formation of the night demon has already been done. The above has given you the green light specifically this time. You know, our Longxian normally does not allow for this kind of private large-scale Imperial Beastmaster organization, Chu Weigua first said, and then continued. However, but the above said that since you formed the organization, simply notify the world well. Tomorrow we will hold a conference again to announce the recognition of the United States of America to join the Dragon Alliance at the same time, but also announce that the Dragon Alliance welcomes countries around the world to join. When the time comes, you take this opportunity to announce the establishment of the Night Demon, and externally, the Night Demon exists in the form of your Dragon Demon's personal guards. Well, thank you, old Chu. After Chen Feng heard Chu Weigua's words, gratitude once again rose in his heart. Old Chu, don't look old, but he's really fast. In the time it took himself to get from the airport to his home, the other party had already finished communicating with the top. The two didn't exchange too many pleasantries. They just agreed on the time and place of the launch party at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning and then hung up the phone. Originally, with Chen Mother's character, she would have questioned Chen Feng today after he had just returned from the United States of America. However, she uncharacteristically made a large table of dishes in silence and ate them in silence with Chen Feng. The whole time, apart from asking Chen Feng if he would like a drink or a beer or something like that, he didn't say a word. Chen Feng also didn't tell Chen's mother at the dinner table about his plans to go to a foreign land. He was prepared to talk about it later. The duo just experienced a silent mother-son harmony. In the evening, Chen Feng called all of his good brothers, including Li Eryang, Lu Yu, Han Xiaoli, and Wang Yuyan from Lin City. It also included Gao Liang, Song Yi, Bai Crescent, Elena, and of course, Zhang Daoyuan from the capital city. As for those outside of Ryusha, it was only Kaihua and Ryoko. In fact, there were a few more names on that black notebook. They just hadn't been born yet at this point. And there's a new member of the nightmare in this life. For example, Zhang Daoyuan, Gao Liang, Song Yi, and Kaihua. Chen Feng is ready to let Bai Yin in to join the Night Demon. One Zhang Daoyuan is not enough. The Night Demon still needs time to grow. Let Bai Yin sit in the town. Just right. Coupled with old Chu behind him, Chen Feng could also completely rest assured that he would be able to travel to the foreign lands without any worries. Only after making an appointment to meet in the capital city the day after tomorrow did Chen Feng hang up the last phone call. The capital city is brightly lit at night, where countless young people with dreams are working hard. They are not willing to be ordinary, and they converge here for a variety of reasons. And every day, countless more people leave the city. Some, to make a fortune and start their own business back home. Some, who have fought so hard that they return home to heal. But there are also a very few people who endure what ordinary people cannot endure. Living on sky bridges, sleeping in bridge caves, and fighting for a chance to completely turn over a new leaf among the countless so-called geniuses from all over the world who converge here. As for the foreign domains, there were likewise countless geniuses, complex forces, blood edges and blades, and cruelty and abnormality. Chen Feng had a dream tonight. I dreamed of waking up dear Shueshue, of finding my father, and of setting off a bloodbath in a foreign land. In the end, he dreamed of exploring why the beastlands had appeared, why the wraiths had appeared, and how the other world was related to the blue planet. Dreamed. Chen Feng woke up when a ray of early morning sunlight ruffled the curtains of Chen Feng's bedroom, squeezed in through the cracks, and sprinkled on his face, sweeping away the exhaustion from earlier. He slept comfortably this sleep. After breakfast, under the watchful eye of Chen's mother, he drove the SUV and headed to the venue of the conference. Although there was a morning rush hour present, but Chen Feng's home was too close to his place of work, so he was not late. Everything is just right. Changing into his officially prepared executive jacket, the launch about the Dragon Alliance began. After a brief opening, the reporters weren't too surprised when Chu Weigua said that the Dragon Alliance would welcome the United States of America as well as countries around the world to join the Dragon Alliance. After all, the United States of America had made a statement before, and Chen Feng had attended the United States of America's conference at that time. Okay, that's all about the Dragon Alliance. There's another big event below. It's about the Dragon Demon. So let Comrade Dragon Demon himself say it. Old Chu spoke with an easy smile. Chen Feng, who was seated in the C seat, heard this and first nodded to Chu Weigua before breaking the microphone in front of him with his hand. Hello everyone, It's Dragon Demon. What I'm about to say is simple. First of all, special thanks to Long Xia, thanks to the world's countries to the Dragon Alliance's support, especially the United States of America as well as the Bear Country. Long Xia would like to work together with the two countries, and gradually improve the internal construction of the Dragon Alliance. The development of care for the weak and small members of the Dragon Alliance for the Beast Area Resources Sustainable Development, and to make an important role as a role model. After the words of thanks, let's talk about me again. I intend to establish my own personal guards in Longsha, and the members are from Longsha and also from Neon. I would like to say that the members of the Dragon Alliance are originally a family, and I hope that the countries that originally have hatred will also put aside their own hostile behaviors, and cooperate with each other for mutual advancement. Chen Feng's words were finished and beautifully spoken, but that's for outsiders, and anyone with eyes to see knows that damn you boys have wiped out the entirety of Neon's high-end fighting force, and punched through an island in the process. Who is in charge in Neon now? Don't you know yourself? You shelve it ah! In their hearts, they understood what was going on, but no one dared to refute Chen Feng. There was just applause, shouting, and flag waving. On the other side of the live broadcast screen, the leaders of the major countries and the high-star Imperial Beast Masters knew that it was time for them to send something to Long Xia, the Dragon Devil. The name of my personal guard is Night Demon, a very righteous name, and tomorrow at noon, I will be hosting a reception at the Kyoto Hall, and all of my friends are welcome to actively participate. Chen Feng pushed the microphone outward when he finished speaking, and then the conference ended. Chu Weigua, Chen Feng, and the others exited the stage. This may not seem like much, but there is a lot to learn. Who says Chen Feng doesn't have language arts? The last words he said were full of verbal art. Very righteous name that translates to, we are a righteous organization and you, at any moment, could be defined as evil. All friends are welcome to actively participate. Which translates to, those who don't actively participate, don't want to be friends, do they? Anyway, the word is out. Whether you want to be a good partner in justice or a positive true friend, whatever. At this moment, the 10-star experts from various countries were sitting on pins and needles, including Chuan Jiangwo, who was far away in the United States of America. From the end of the launch, the day will be destined to be anything but ordinary. Countless official high-star Imperial Beastmasters around the world, as well as those in the private sector who wanted to flatter Long Xia or Chen Feng, were all preparing gifts. They were to attend the reception ceremony organized by Chen Feng tomorrow. They want to be good partners in justice and active true friends of Chen Feng. The time has come again for the evening. Inside a large hotel near Chen Feng's home. This is the property of Song Yi's family. When he heard that Chen Feng was going to have a banquet for his friends, Song Yi told his old man on the spot that this restaurant should not be open tonight, and informed him that it was Chen Feng who was going to have a banquet for his friends, and he himself was one of Chen Feng's friends. Song Yi old man heard, immediately said, son, this hotel is yours after tonight. You can deal with it as you want. You've got a friend who's so awesome. You should have said so. From now on, in Kyoto, not to mention other things, even in the hotel and restaurant industry, we are not walking sideways. Thus, this 20-story, superbly equipped grand hotel for food and drink was allocated to Song Yi's name in the evening. So now, the entire grand hotel, which no longer receives guests, is closed for business, and before Chen Feng came in the evening, a batch of fresh boutique ingredients had been imported, and in addition, Song Yi had asked the staff to sprinkle the hotel inside and out. In this way, the already gilded hotel became even more gilded. Tonight Chen Feng invited all of his close friends. In addition to his peers, the older ones are Chu Weigua, Yu Hongchang, and at the bottom, there are Bai Yan, Zhang Daoyuan, and Kai Hua. The group of people gradually became acquainted under Chen Feng's mutual introduction. Some people who would not have crossed paths in their previous lives have crossed paths at this point. Tonight Chen Feng drank a lot of wine. Everyone drank a lot of wine. Zhang Daoyuan and Bai Yan went to chat and rest. Chu Weigua and Yu Hongchang also simply ate and left. Kai Hua, on the other hand, looked at Chen Feng and then at the four little girls beside Chen Feng before returning to her room on the grounds that she was sleepy. At the dinner table, Lu Yu hugged the newly acquainted Song Yi, curled his tongue and said something not quite clear. Song Yi had a red face and nodded his head repeatedly, not knowing if he had really heard it or if he had falsely heard it. Li Eryang, on the other hand, was pulling Han Xiaoli, Gao Liyang, and blowing madly. The topic of conversation for the three was to name how much Chen Feng pretended when they were with him and how they watched him pretend. For example, at that time, during the Imperial Beast Special Recruitment Examination, Chen Feng's pretentious appearance when he first summoned the demonic centipede emperor. For example, during the 100 students, competing for the ranking battle, Chen Feng's appearance when he was like a god descending from the heavens to save Han Xiaoli. As for Wang Yuyan, Bai Crescent, Elena, and Ryoko, the four women were all looking at each other at this point, confused with each other. Wang Yuyan and Bai Crescent Moon had similar personalities, and the two of them chatted and laughed with each other. Elena's warmth and passionate demeanor complemented Ryoko's inarticulate demeanor. The two had also met in Neon, so they exchanged words at this point. Only Chen Feng, look left, look right, good guy, all have company right, isolating me dragon demon. This is to be placed in the blue star anywhere, on this kind of meal. Who dares not take care of Chen Feng? Not all have to be all flattered Chen Feng. Smile and chat. It was the same group of guys that didn't care about Chen Feng's status or his achievements. When you're bullshitting, they'll compliment you on your bullshitting and lick their big faces to let you take him on in the process. They don't walk away from you when you're not bullshitting and find ways to bullshit with you. That's true friends. If you are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. On the second day, the reception was held as promised. Song Yi and Lu Yu were in charge of collecting the gifts, and Elena, Bai Crescent, Wang Yuyan, and Xiao Liangzi, the four of them were in charge of looking beautiful. Li Eryang, Han Xiaoli, and Gao Liyang are responsible for guiding the guests in, and of course there were others who helped keep the venue in order. Gifts piled up in another room adjacent to the reception venue. All of them were 10-star quality Imperial Beast materials, and there were even 24 10-star demonic beasts outside that had been injected with anesthetics and electrocuted at all times, and were locked up inside the beast cages, with a room of 400 square feet. It was originally estimated that putting gifts should be more than enough, but Chen Feng did not expect that so many people could actually come. The people who came were 8 stars, 9 stars, and 10 stars, but the gifts, all of them, were 10 stars. There were some small countries where their own country's highest-ranked royal beast master was only 8 stars, but they gritted their teeth and took out 10-star quality royal beast materials in order to wrestle Chen Feng into a good mood. You could say it's a real bloodbath. Chuan Jiangwo, Daniel, the two are here in person today. Chuan Jiangwo took a list of gifts. Too much. All the specialty 10-star materials of the states of the United States of America. The names added up to have occupied the length of a sheet of paper. And Daniel, who carried a bucket of bear's blood in his left hand and a bucket of bear's blood in his right, like a poor clown. He looked at the list of gifts that Chuan Jiangwo had handed Song Yi, and then looked down at the buckets of bear's blood in his 2 hands. Hiss damn good for you Chuan Jiangwo. Roll technology, roll royal beast master level even if, give gifts you damn also roll right. Your mom. I really fucking convinced I do not list. After Daniel hurriedly put down the bear's blood, he hurriedly borrowed a pen and paper from Song Yi and wrote a long list of materials with a big wave of his hand. Then together they were given to Song Yi. He wrote in Xianghua language, but Song Yi had a cell phone to translate, so it wasn't much of a problem. The materials on it are 1 more than what Chuan Jiangwo sent, and if you count the bear blood, it is 2 more, and it is steadily pressing Chuan Jiangwo. Daniel blankly glanced at rolling King Chuan Jiangwo, turned around, and headed for the hospitality hall. Soon, the reception officially began. It was said to be a reception, but it was actually Chen Feng inviting the members of Night Demon out one by one to introduce them once more, in order to tell the masters of various countries, watch out, these are my people. In the future, put a bright move. Some people can be moved, but some people, you move them, you won't have to move later. The reception was a success and the Nightmare Organization was declared. The leader, Chen Feng, a title-level Imperial Demon Master with the title Dragon Demon. High star members, 9-star Imperial Beast Master, Zhang Daoyuan, and 10-star title-level Imperial Beast Master, Bai Yan. Low star members, Wang Yuyan, Bai Crescent, Elena, Ryoko, Li Eryang, Lu Yu, Han Xiaoli, Song Yi, Gao Liyang. As for Colorful Flower, her identity was too special. After all, she was explicitly a high-ranking official of Neon, so her identity was not explicitly stated. But really, everyone understands what's going on. After that, Chen Feng had a few more days of fun in Kyoto with this group of close friends. That day, Chen Feng suddenly received a call from Chu Weigua. Chen Feng, the border city beast domain is in bad shape. Deep within the beast domain, in that mysterious teleportation portal, a humanoid monster has emerged, and several 10-star Imperial Beastmasters fought with him, but none of them were a match for him. He's going on a killing spree in the border city beast region, plundering the resources of the beast region. Hearing this, Chen Feng bid farewell to the crowd and immediately set off for the border city beast region. The border city beast domain was now in a state of total lockdown. Both the inner and outer camps of the beast domain portal were filled with 10-star Imperial Beastmasters who had been temporarily deployed. Bai Yan is also included in this list. He held down the camp within the beast domain, his eyes unblinking as he stared at the real-time images coming from the depths of the beast domain. In the monitor hanging on the wall, only a human-looking youth holding two green-colored scythes with translucent withered leaf-colored wings on his back could be seen slaughtering demonic beasts and the occasional low-star magical beasts passing by. 8-star demonic beasts, 9-star demonic beasts, 5-star demonic beasts, and 6-star demonic beasts were all killed by him in a second, just like cutting vegetables. Bai Yan's brows were furrowed because just now, the Long Xia 10-star Imperial Beast Master who was guarding this beast domain died in battle. This human-looking youth with wings on his back had actually killed the 10-star Imperial Beast Master and his Imperial Beasts with a devastating force. Old White. The door to the camp's monitoring room was opened. The visitor was Chen Feng. Chen Feng, you finally came. Take a look. This guy is too perverted. A 10-star Imperial Beast Master will be seconded even if he meets him. That pair of scythes is simply incredibly sharp. And his wings, he even flew up just now, Bai Yan said, being pulled over to a chair by Chen Feng. This guy has the wings of a praying mantis but a human appearance. It's so strange. I really suspect that it's the product of the birth of a certain Imperial Beast Master in the Indian kingdom who is suffocating. Chen Feng sniffed and immediately turned his head to look at the screen. Although wings were born on his back, the other party was human in appearance and even wore human clothes. Ever tried a long-range attack? Chen Feng asked as he looked at Bai Yan. Tried that. Sent out two 10-star Imperial Beast Masters with flying Imperial Beasts before. And their Imperial Beasts all had long-range skills. Bai Yan nodded seriously. What's the result? As a result, that guy flew straight up. If it wasn't for the fact that our two 10-star Imperial Beastmasters were far enough away from him and were familiar enough with the terrain, or else they really would have ended up being killed by him as well. A flicker of luck flashed across Bai Yan's face. Have you figured out all his skills? At this moment, Chen Feng was already ready to move in his mind, but before he set off, he still wanted to learn a little more about the enemy. For the time being, I only know that he can fly, his scythe swings fast and is quite sharp, and a 10-star Imperial Beast isn't enough in front of him, but not much else. Alright, give me a copy of the map of the beast domain here. I'll go and meet him. Bai Yan sniffed and reached into his pocket to pull out a map of the beast domain, handing it to Chen Feng. While placing the map in Chen Feng's hands, he once again spoke seriously. I'll go with you. I have flying Imperial Beasts. No, I'll just go by myself this time. You'd better guard this place. If I really can't defeat the other party, I think it's perfectly fine to escape, Chen Feng said confidently. The Devil Centipede Emperor escaped at full speed, but he was not slow at all. If he used his spatial skills, with the amount of Imperial magic power stored in Chen Feng's body right now, it was not a problem to instantly move a small 10,000 meters at a time. Okay, then be safe. Here's the other side's location, Bai Yan reminded, then smoothly slipped a cell phone-sized device that displayed the location into Chen Feng's hand. He eyed Chen Feng as he walked out of the camp. After leaving the camp, Chen Feng directly summoned the demonic centipede emperor, aiming straight for the red dot in the locator. The gigantic demonic centipede emperor traveled unhindered through the beast domain. 10 minutes later, the demon centipede emperor arrived at the location of the small red dot. The winged youth had long seen the arrival of the demon centipede emperor, who had stopped moving a minute ago. It seemed to be waiting for Chen Feng. When the two of them met up with Chen Feng, the winged teenager suddenly shot up into the sky, holding the scythe with both hands. He flew to the same height as Chen Feng, who was on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. Hover, you're from the Wu family? Without waiting for Chen Feng to speak, the other party unexpectedly took the lead. The Wu family? Chen Feng was first stunned when he heard the words. The Wu family? He hadn't heard of them, but on second thought, since the other party thought he was from the Wu family, there must be a reason. How about, I am. Whose family are you from? Chen Feng agreed straight away, although he was surprised in his heart that the other party could speak, and that it was still in Long Xiao language. Chen Feng did not show it on his face. He intended to use this as a way to get a word in edgewise and ask for the other side's details. I'm from the Tang family, Tang Wu, and since you're from the Wu family, it's all good. Tang Wu's appearance was like that of an 18-year-old youth, looking exceptionally young, not unlike Chen Feng at this time. He finished his sentence and actually let out a long breath as his chest rose and fell. Chen Feng took in the scene. Tang Fifth? How did you get in here? Chen Feng opened his mouth familiarly. His tone was like a family affair. I found a cliff at the edge of our Tang clan's territory, and there was a hidden stone cave in the middle of the cliff. I thought that there would be some kind of magical beasts and herbs inside, but I found a hidden teleportation portal in the depths. After that portal, it's here, Don V explained. By the way, Brother Wu, how did you get here? What is this place and why are there so many unevolved magical beasts? Tang Wu asked enthusiastically as his words changed. I also came in through the portal in that cliff, and have been exploring this space alone since I came in. Oh, is Brother Wu alone? Aren't you afraid that your Wu family relatives will worry if you come out alone? Don V asked tentatively. Ha ha, what are you worried about? My Wu family is big. Outside I just need to reveal my Wu family identity. Who dares to touch me? Chen Feng suddenly laughed out loud, speaking as if it were true. He is actually also confused. What Wu family? And Chen Feng has nothing to do with chicken hair. Never even heard of it. At this point, Chen Feng had already concluded that this Tang Wu must be a foreigner and could not stay. If we put him back, Blue Star will suffer. The other party looked at the age of 18 or 19, yet he already possessed the ability to decapitate a 10-star Imperial beast. This kind of enemy, it was better to send him off early. That's right, Brother Wu is a son of the Wu family, and he's a horizontal existence in the bug domain. That's the benefit of a top-tier family. Tang Wu was envious and gripped the scythe in his hand, and Chen Feng captured another keyword, bug domain. The Wu family was a top-tier family. It seemed that this bug domain was divided into countless lineages as powers. I just don't know if there are any other forces besides the Seiya. Ha ha, old brother Tang doesn't have to be envious. Your Tang family isn't bad either, Chen Feng said blindly with a smile. Who cares if he knows it or not? Just praise it and be done with it. Ha ha, yes, sooner or later, my Tang family will rise, Tang Wu said, his face looking like he had let his guard down as he flapped his wings and flew towards Chen Feng. As he flew above the demonic centipede emperor's head, he slowly dropped down and stood opposite Chen Feng. When Chen Feng saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that something was off with the other party. The next second, only to see Tang Wu like lightning, even swung the scythe straight into Chen Feng's neck. Chen Feng had prepared for this, and the right-handed blade demon suddenly appeared. Then he instantly moved behind Tang Wu, and his long knife picked straight at Tang Wu's heart. Tang Wu was startled and hurriedly put his other hand holding the scythe behind his back, using the scythe to fend off the knife demon in Chen Feng's hand. But the next moment, he was blocking a loneliness. It was because Chen Feng had instantly moved to his left side again. At this time, Tang Wu's movements were still the same as if he was swinging his right-hand scythe in the air and holding the scythe behind his back to block with his left hand. So the left side became his gap, his soft underbelly exposed to Chen Feng, who had instantly moved to his left side. Chen Feng was unambiguous and thrust a knife straight into his opponent's left soft underbelly. Chen Feng, who had experienced countless bloody storms in his previous life, had his combat experience completely drawn out, and with the addition of instantaneous shift, the other party's melee battle with him was completely a class act. After the long knife was plunged into the opponent's ribs, Chen Feng followed it up with a turn of the knife. He had just plunged the blade in vertically, and under this turn of the blade rotated 90 degrees directly in the opponent's body. At the same time that the blade became horizontal, Chen Feng once again took a forceful step to the rear and drew the blade diagonally. There is also something to be said for drawing the knife diagonally to the rear. For one thing, the opponent's dead center was right at the back, and no matter how the opponent turned to deal with it, he would not be able to counterattack to Chen Feng. Secondly, this is likely to scrape the other party's cervical vertebrae, and if the other party's physique is not good, he is afraid that his spine will be cut directly along with it, and he will be paralyzed by serious injuries. Even if the spine hadn't been severed, at least some of the nerves in that spine would have been tragically killed. However, this Tang Wu did have a few moments of combat experience. He actually turned his body at the same time as Chen Feng as he took a step to draw his sword, simultaneously taking a step to the side. In this way, the crisis of the spine being cut was diffused, but he didn't know that Chen Feng's sword was enchanted. When this slash went down, he first instantly felt that the imperial magic power in his body had dropped by 1/20th. 1 in 20 isn't a lot, and it's crucial in a two-man matchup. You know, two experts of the same level fight against each other until the late stage. The fight is who is experienced, who hides more skills, and who is rich in imperial magic power. Chen Feng this one sucked a complimentary down. This is not necessary to really cut 20 knives, as long as 5 or 6 knives, 8 or 9 knives down, Tang Wu will be directly into a dead end. After all, using skills during battle also requires Makoto magic, and this state Tang Wu was in now was his skill. Similar to the armor that Chen Feng's blade demon brought to Chen Feng, Tang Wu's skills are wings on his back and a scythe in his hand. Tang Wu also understood that he would surely die if he went on like this. He sidestepped and waited for Chen Feng to draw his sword. Directly ignoring his injuries, he flapped his wings and flew into the sky. It's amazing he wasn't instantly affected by the radiation. Chen Feng was surprised by this, but the other guy only flew for 3 seconds, and then the radiation power came up. Tang Wu's wings in the sky were flapping slower and slower, while he was wailing and vomiting in the air, even blood and rice. What's wrong with me? Damn, is there another toxin on that knife? Was that an instantaneous transfer he used just now? Wasn't that the Wu clan's magical beast's return to ancestry skill? And how did he qualify to contract such a magical beast? That kind of skill clearly only exists in legends. Countless questions intertwined in Tang Wu's mind. But the next second, he was suddenly unable to stir his wings anymore and fell vertically from the sky. Boom! His body hung off a few branches and smashed on the ground. Seeing this, Chen Feng stepped forward with his sword. That's it? Chen Feng thought that the other party was from a foreign land and could withstand the radiation damage for a little while longer. It ended up fluttering its wings twice and hanging up. Damn! If I had known this kid was such a rookie, I would have fought him with my bare hands. There's a lot of things you haven't asked yourself. It could only be said that Tang Wu had appeared overly bullish in the surveillance footage, which, coupled with Bai Yan's seriousness, had given Chen Feng a whole lot of caution as well. Oi, really dead? Undeterred, Chen Feng patted Tang Wu, whose eyes were tightly closed on the ground, with the blade. However, Tang Wu closed his eyes tightly and didn't say a word. Looks like it's really dead. Chen Feng sighed helplessly. Then he turned his head to the sky. Bai Yan, it's done. Pull the person back to slice and study. This kid is from a foreign land, he shouted, knowing that Bai Yan could definitely hear him. The next second, the tracker in Chen Feng's pocket rang. Hey, Chen Feng, I'm on my way. Bai Yan's tone carried excitement. This thing even has intercom. Chen Feng sighed as he looked at the tracker in his hand. I won't wait for you here. I have some business to attend to. A trip to the depths of the beast domain. And after that I'll head to that mysterious portal. Chen Feng spoke into the tracker. By the way, remember to give this letter to Chu Weigua. As Chen Feng spoke, he smoothly pressed a letter underneath Tang Wu's corpse before jumping on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head once again. Heading deeper into the beast domain, he decided to see if the little keeper existed before going through the portal to that so-called worm domain. Insect domain Wu family, frost domain dear family. It seems like the other side of the portal is wonderful. Chen Feng sighed a sigh in his heart. On the way, he kept communicating the direction of the position with the guardian in his mind. It wasn't until 2 hours later that there was no telling exactly how far it had gone. Anyway, the demon centipede emperor was always moving at full speed. Almost there, Chen Feng said first, then directly summoned the Shohung out. Guardian, can you see if it's around here? Chen Feng asked. Indeed it is around here, but I habitually stay in the gladiator arena all year round and don't come out hungry. We need to look carefully to see if there are any spatial rift points around here. Spatial rift points. When conservation uses the gladiator arena, it operates by tearing a point in a space and then extending its interior. The Guardian expands this spatial rift point by constantly upgrading, hammering, and expanding the gladiatorial arena with any transformable power. And while hammering and expanding, his body would continue to go through space sharpening and become stronger and stronger. It's like Yu Gong, the old man who digs up mountains all day long. Not to mention his IQ, but at least he's physically strong. He's got the strength to carry. Spatial rift point, can you feel it? Chen Feng knew that at this point in time, with his imperial demon rank, he was still unable to perceive the spatial rift point. The skill granted to him by the Guardians was also a gladiator, but it was so damn advanced that Chen Feng couldn't use it at all right now, and he had to have at least an 8-star imperial magical power to be able to support the gladiator. But that's just the exception. Let me feel it. Guardian spoke with all 4 eyes closed tightly. The leaves rustled in the breeze. The forest was unusually quiet at this moment, with only the sound of Chen Feng's breathing and Shou Hang's thumping heartbeat. After about 30 seconds, Shou Han suddenly opened all 4 eyes wide. Found it, he exclaimed. Who wouldn't be excited to see their future self meet their former self? It's something no one can resist, the curiosity of exploring the mysteries of time. Shou Hong first pointed in a direction ahead, and then took an extremely exaggerated 2 large steps forward. One step was more than 800 meters. Then he slowly crouched down, a huge finger in the air. This is it, he said to Chen Feng. The height of this position was just above the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. It was a height that Chen Feng could reach. When Chen Feng heard this, he stared and squinted at the void that Shou Han was pointing at. He couldn't perceive the spatial rift point, but that didn't hinder the excitement in his heart at the moment in the slightest. Can we go in? Chen Feng said. I'll try. Shou Han nodded. In the next second, Shou Hang's huge body suddenly disappeared from its place. Then, Chen Feng also instantly disappeared, leaving the demon centipede emperor himself outside in a daze. Looking at the air above his head, as well as the blue sky and white clouds, Chen Feng only felt the scenery change in front of him, and then, a sense of age rose in his heart. It was an extremely wonderful feeling. Chen Feng wanted to open his eyes, but realized that he was unable to control his body. This space, it seemed to have frozen, or rather, the time within this space, seemed to have frozen. Then, Chen Feng felt himself drifting with time in this space. This space was now like a small boat in the river of time, carrying Chen Feng and Shou Han as they continued to drift forward. Ha ha ha, This demonic beast actually has this kind of skill. Demonic Centipede Emperor. Do him for me. It's almost like coming to the Roman Colosseum. Explode the soldiers. Explode the soldiers. Where are your ice soldiers? Summon them all. Wound him before attacking his lower three. Stick his balls with ice spears. 1,000 meters tall. Ha ha, I, Chen Feng, have contracted this magical beast. Elena, go up and top me twice. Ryoko, milk me. My fucking insides are shattered again. Mr. K, give me water. All over his face. Don't let him breathe. Chen Feng could hear that his ears were actually full of the shouts he had once heard when he had fought for the sake of contractual conservation, and the shouts of Elena and the others. It's like dreaming back 1,000 years. What Shou Hong heard in his ears at this time, however, was very different from Chen Feng. Kill them. It was dear Shue's voice. Don't worry, I'll create an opportunity for you guys. It was Chen Feng's voice. Boss, make a move. They're attacking again. The Devil Centipede Emperor's anxious voice was mixed in. Ku, help me stop them. Wait for me to recover from my injuries. That was actually Fourth Brother's voice. What the hell? What the hell is going on and why does it sound like that? Shou Hong suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of grief in his heart. The shouts of their 10 brothers, the sound of the water flowing from Gram Total Skill, and the shattering sound of dear Shue's soldiers. Various voices intertwined. The Guardian tried to open its eyes. It wanted to see what was going on. Who in the world could have pushed them so far? But it couldn't control its body or open its eyes at all. It was unknown how much time had passed, and at this point, Chen Feng and Shou Hong no longer had any concept of time. The shouts in each ear faded. In the next second, Chen Feng felt that the invisible chains bound to his body and soul, condensed from time, suddenly disappeared. All he felt was relief throughout his body. Conservation feels the same way. When the man and the beast opened their eyes in unison, and they eagerly tried to see what was going on around them, they realized that they had already retreated from that spatial rift point. Chen Feng was still standing on top of the demonic centipede emperor's head as before, while Shou Hong was in a crouching motion. Master, how did you two get out so quickly? The devil centipede emperor's tone was puzzled. Chen Feng's eyes carried shock as he turned his head to look at Shou Hong beside him. Shou Hong similarly looked at Chen Feng. They all had a strong look of shock in their eyes. How long have we been in there? Chen Feng asked. Less than a second. I think. Is there a childhood 5 in there? The demonic centipede emperor asked in doubt. At this time it is a bit confused. These two out of how all look like they have never seen the world expression. This is just a second. In the end, what is inside? I can't believe it shocked the master and fifth brother so much. I don't know. Chen Feng shook his head. Indeed, I don't know. The guardian stroked his chin with one large hand and nodded his head in seriousness. The demonic centipede emperor was speechless. I don't know. What are you two shocked about? I thought there was a female centipede in there. What's in there then? The demonic centipede emperor asked again. Its curiosity is sort of piqued. Nay. Chen Feng didn't know how to describe it as he shook his head once again and replied. I don't know. All I heard was everyone shouting and killing. The sixth sister. The fourth brother. And I think there were other brothers. But I couldn't hear them. Guardian said with a similar shake of his head. Chen Feng suddenly froze as he listened to Shou Heng's words. Is that not the voice you heard when we met? When I contracted you? No. I heard voices that I can confirm we never experienced. The Guardian also sniffed slightly as it shook its head and replied. No. What are you two talking about? What sounds and no sounds? Why am I so confused? The demon centipede emperor listened to the two's clouded conversation as it interjected. However, Chen Feng had no time to think about how to answer the demonic centipede emperor at this point, because he was confused himself. By now he was in deep thought. It is certain that the voice one hears is definitely from the past, but one could also say it is the future, more accurately explained as past lives. If one uses oneself as a timeline, then those voices one hears are the past, and the voice the guardian heard, could it be the future? For a moment, Chen Feng breathed heavily. Voice of the future. That future. What's going on? Shou Hong, can you hear who we're battling? Chen Feng suddenly turned his head and asked. He was ready to nip the enemy in the bud. I don't know. There's not even a name. Just intermittent shouts of murder. Shou Hong shook his head. It knew that Chen Feng was trying to exterminate the enemy ahead of time, and it had the same thought itself, but it was true that it hadn't heard the enemy's voice. AI. Chen Feng sighed at his words. Forget it. Let's go find that portal and check out that so-called bug domain. Chen Feng, who has experienced 1,000 years, understands one thing. Don't let anyone or anything disrupt your planning arrangements at this time, and disrupt your state of mind at this time. Time will tell. Time will prove everything. And when the tree of time blossoms and bears fruit in the future, we will know for ourselves whether the seeds are good or bad at this time. The Devil Centipede Emperor once again became a mount as it carried Chen Feng, traversing the depths of the beast realm and heading straight for the portal that led to the other realm. On the way, Chen Feng collected Shou Hong into the royal devil space. When the demonic centipede emperor arrived at the teleportation portal, Chen Feng ordered the demonic centipede emperor to reduce in size into a hand rope state again and bind it to Chen Feng's right wrist. This portal was originally set inside the mountain because it was previously guarded by the Pathfinder Corps, so it had been expanded into a giant hollow around it by now. It was the pioneers who hollowed out this mountain. Chen Feng resumed the steady state of his previous life at this time. He summoned his sword demon, and the magic armor covered the surface of his body. He was mentally tense so that it would be easy to deal with any emergencies that occurred after traveling through the portal. After everything was ready, he then took a step into the portal with his sword and demon in hand. A shimmering light flashed before his eyes. In the next second, in Chen Feng's eyes, the surrounding scenery kept changing. When the space and scenery finally settled, Chen Feng knew that this was probably that insect domain boundary. He took one step out of the portal and his surroundings had turned into a narrow cave 2 people wide. Knife in hand, he groped his way slowly forward. A reddish light gradually appeared ahead. Chen Feng knew that it was the entrance. His own father must have traveled this road. And then there's dear Xue, whose home is also in this world. Being curious about the unknown made the forward exploring Chen Feng's heart grow excited. This feeling is inevitable for anyone. It's as if you're just getting into a new game, and you're yearning for a higher level map. When Chen Feng finally arrived at the entrance of the cave, the next second, he was shocked. At this moment, there were several huge vines coming down vertically at the cave entrance, with roots as thick as thighs. It was through the gaps in these several vines that the red light was reflected. Plucking the vines with the body of his blade, he poked his head out. Outside, Chen Feng realized that the cave was actually in the middle of a 10,000 meter high cliff. This cliff below the people, even if the eyesight is good, probably cannot see this cave. Really hidden to the extreme. It seemed like that Tang Wu probably wouldn't have been able to find the cave if he didn't have flying skills and a lot of luck. The cliffs were indeed spectacular. A view not found on Blue Star. The section of the cliff was as neat and unusual as if it had been cut sideways by a long, sharp knife. Chen Feng was unable to see how exactly this was formed. He looked ahead of the cliff again. It would have been far to the west, with a reddish haze filling the sky and the setting sun half hanging in the clouds. The great land between the setting sun and the cliffs is full of forests, mountains, and vaguely visible bits of villages and cities. It seems that there is no danger for the time being. Chen Feng first let out a long breath. Then he looked down at the bottom of the cliff, vertical to 90 degrees to an abyss of 10,000 meters with no bottom in sight. But it was hard to defeat Chen Feng. He directly held his long sword in one hand clad in his demonic armor and leapt down. In the air, he was like a demonic god descending to the world, and he had a bit of momentum. The feeling of weightlessness continued to reach Chen Feng's brain. The tip of the tree beneath him gradually enlarged. Just as he was about to approach the tip of that tree, Chen Feng directly and continuously used his instantaneous transfer diagonally downward in the air to cushion the potential energy from the fall. It was only after 4 instantaneous transmissions that Chen Feng stepped on the ground and stabilized his stance. It was only at this time that he realized that, originally, the tree was so high that the tallest actually had a height of 700 or 800 meters. It was as thick as a turret and less than a few dozen meters wide. It's so shocking. Stepping on the dead leaves on the ground, Chen Feng discerned the direction and attempted to march for a while. As he was descending, he saw a curl of smoke rising from a very distant place ahead. He wanted to find a populated area quickly. After all, he was unfamiliar with the area. Moreover, listening to Dad, this world has an existence beyond the 10th star. And since there are people beyond the 10th star, then there must be magical beasts beyond the 10th star. In case there was a Yaya-class magical beast in this forest, I was afraid that I wouldn't be able to run away. In his previous life, he was the one who fought with Yulan and reincarnated himself, stepping on giant fallen leaves larger than a man under his feet. Chen Feng gradually explored forward. There was no birdsong or animal hissing in this forest. Along the way, Chen Feng could only hear all sorts of insects in his ears. There was the crisp nibbling sound of kaboom kaboom. There was also the sound of bugs crawling. The buzzing of wings is there too. Is this forest full of bugs? Chen Feng was puzzled in his mind, traveling forward quickly for a while longer. This way Chen Feng was considered to have seen the world. It was indeed full of bugs, worthy of the name Bugland. As small as the size of a fingernail cap, and as large as 100 meters. Some of them resembled the bugs of the Blue Star. Some, on the other hand, did not resemble bugs at all, but the armor on their bodies reminded Chen Feng. The old man is the worm. Moving on, the forest was indeed too big, and the sky was getting darker. Chen Feng decided to still use the demonic centipede emperor to catch up. The demon centipede emperor was wrapped around his wrist, and he raised his hand and flung it away. The demonic centipede emperor flying towards the ground gradually grew larger in the air. Instead of turning into its original 100-meter tall size, it was just enough to turn into a size that could carry Chen Feng. Chen Feng was also afraid that in case his size was too big, he would easily cause unnecessary trouble. When he first came to the insect domain, it was better to be careful and keep a low profile, and when he found out later that there were indeed no experts, it would not be too late to pretend to be an expert. Sitting on the demonic centipede emperor, the forward speed was indeed much faster. The magic centipede emperor's 10,000 pairs of big feet were as good as all-terrain tires. It travels unimpeded through this forest. It's like coming home. As it moves forward, occasionally, it steps on the trunks of the large surrounding trees, just as it was running high and stepped on the side of a 20-meter-wide giant tree. Suddenly, the trunk of that giant tree actually moved as if it was alive. The sudden movement of the trunk of the giant tree really frightened the demonic centipede emperor. It controlled its body to move quickly across to the side. Chen Feng was also startled and turned his head to observe. In the next second, Chen Feng sucked in a breath of cool air, only to see that the trunk of the tree suddenly split into 6 giant feet with a bark-like appearance. From a distance, a 100-meter-high tree trunk, an equally 100-meter high, like a giganticized bamboo worm, was slowly rising. Holy shit! Chen Feng exploded on the spot. Move! Immediately afterward, he drank. Seeing this, the demon centipede emperor's direct skill was used as it crashed through the space in front of it and reappeared from several thousand meters away in front of it. The 2 times the skill was used, it was a small 10,000 meters away, and the huge bamboo worm behind him was directly thrown away without a trace. Experience told Chen Feng. Facing an unknown level of enemy, it is never good to fight in this forest. The magical beast's perception is sharp. In case of really long time to fight, it will lead to other magical beasts. He will be in a bitter fight by then. Most importantly, this place could be full of magical beasts, not demonic beasts. Who knows if the demon centipede emperor and the others can fight? In case the foraging U rank was attracted. Well, he, Chen Feng, had directly transformed into a buffet from the blue planet. After feeling that there was no danger, Chen Feng's heart finally relaxed. It was late at night, and he stood atop the head of the still marching demon centipede emperor, his hand-held sword and demon, carefully on guard. Suddenly, a shout attracted into his ears. Help! You, do you really dare to kill me? It was an extremely pleasant female voice, but there was panic in the voice. The sound came from far to near and was extremely fast. By the time Chen Feng reacted, the other party had already reached Chen Feng's immediate vicinity. There are others. There was surprise in the woman's voice. She fixed her stance and looked at Chen Feng. My friend, I'm Tang Clan City, Tang Ro, please save my life. The woman's voice was pleasant, and her face belonged to the upper middle class. If compared to the net face of Blue Star, it belonged to the upper posture. Save you? Chen Feng's tone was somewhat playful when he heard the other party's name. Stop. Today you will surely die. The Tang family killed my family's wives and children for the sake of a magical beast insect egg, and forced me into this insect forest. I, Wan Bing, swear that anyone from the Tang family that I encounter in this insect forest will die. Behind Tang Ro, a middle-aged man chased after her with a loud shout. What? There are still outsiders. When Wan Bing saw Chen Feng, his heart was startled and he hurriedly paused in his stance. The Tang family all thought that he, Wan Bing, had long been killed in the insect's mouth, and if the Tang family knew that he hadn't died yet, they would surely send a squad of 10-star royal demon masters to surround him. Damn it! Wan Bing cursed in his heart. He looked at Chen Feng with an unkind look in his eyes. Handsome guy, let's work together. Kill this guy, and after helping me out of danger, Tang Ro will be rewarded generously. Ever since I met up with him, he's been hunting me down without a second thought. It's horrible. Tang Ro blinked, looking at Chen Feng with a hint of chutzpah in her eyes. He's a 10-star Imperial Demon Master, chasing after a 9-star like me. How shameless. Tang Ro added one more sentence in a flirtatious voice before she gradually approached the side of the demonic centipede emperor at Chen Feng's feet. At the same time, she intentionally showed off her shapely figure and ruffled the hair that hung lightly around her ears. She felt that Chen Feng, at such a bloodthirsty age, would definitely be attracted to her because of her beauty and end up helping her. In the past, when she was in a similar situation, there were almost always fools who came out to heroically save her, which was her natural advantage. What's more, there was still the Tang family identity in place, and the other party would definitely give a slight helping hand. You're from the Tang family? Brother Tang Wu, do you recognize him? Chen Feng asked with interest. Don V? That's my brother. Tang Ro listened to Chen Feng's words and instantly felt a great sense of relief in her heart. Steady. This guy turned out to be a friend of Fifth Brother's. Oh, Then jump up yourself. Chen Feng smiled. At the same time, he stood at the position of the demonic centipede emperor's head and gave a step to the side, signaling that Tang Rou could land at this place. What kind of trust is it to let someone ride in one's own magical beast? Tang Rou was overjoyed as her huge chest rose and fell a bit, intentionally exposing herself to Chen Feng's condescending viewpoint, before rising and leaping. Your Excellency, do you really just want to get into this muddy water? The Tang family killed my entire family. They are all bone eaters. Wan Bing was a middle-aged looking man with a short black and white half-complicated head of hair. The loss of his family had caused him to turn white overnight and become the haggard vicissitudes of his present appearance. The beard is as old as a savage. He looked at Tang Rou, who had already leapt into the air, his heart trembling as his mind quickly thought about how to respond. The magical beast at that youth's feet looked like it was a 10-star, and it was a centipede magical beast. Could it be that he was a son of the Wu family of the insect domain? It's not a good idea. And just as Wan Bing was in a dilemma, a sudden scene in front of him caused him to fall directly into a stupor, only to see the leaping Tang Rou, when she was about to land on the devil centipede emperor's head. A long knife actually went straight through her heart. It was our Chen Feng who struck, but that wasn't all. The next second, Wan Bing heard a passage that he would remember for the rest of his life. You think that mere beauty will make me favor you? Do you think that the power of the district will make me extend a helping hand to you? What are you a thing? Relying on a set of skin just, a family power just, the world of skin hundreds of millions of sets, how many families, and why I cherish you this set of skin, fear you this side of the family power. Chen Feng snapped 3 times, and as the words fell, he slowly pulled his sword out before kicking the wide-eyed and incredulous Tang Rou off the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head. The force was so great that it made a bang sound. The falling Tang Rou didn't close her eyes until she died. She didn't understand why in the world this youth in front of her was like this. Wan Bing was also dumbfounded. He had a lot of battle experience and had read countless people, but he had hardly ever seen one as ruthless and decisive as this youth who was so unpredictable. Looking at that youth's appearance, this kid had at least been killed by the Tang family all over the place. Most importantly, this kind of behavior should never be seen in a young man of this age. When he kicked Tang Rou, he didn't have the slightest bit of emotion in his eyes, as if Tang Rou was originally a corpse. You, under the name of Wan Bing, dare I ask the name of the Imperial Master? Wan Bing raised his head and looked archly at Chen Feng. Imperial Master, the honorific title amongst the Wormland's Imperial Masters, generally only for those who admire their peers or those who are higher in rank than themselves. Under me, Chuan Jiangwo, Chen Feng replied. Chuan Jiangwo? You're not a member of the Wu family? Wan Bing's expression froze at his words. No, Chen Feng shook his head. Tang Wu recognized himself as a member of Wu's family, and this Wan Bing also recognized himself as a member of Wu's family. His face was unchanged on the surface, but his brain was racing. Could it be because of the demon centipede emperor? Centipede, the Wu family, and that Tang Wu, holding a double scythe that bore some resemblance to the mantis. While thinking, Chen Feng jumped from the top of the demonic centipede emperor's head to the ground. Then he naturally bent down, put his hand into the coat pocket of Tang Rou's corpse, and fished out 2 gold coins and 5 silver coins. On both coins, the face value is printed on one side and the centipede head on the other. It seems that this is the coinage of the Wormlands. 2 golden coins with the word 1 printed on them. The 5 silver coins, on the other hand, are stamped with 50. Putting all the coins into his pocket, Chen Feng then stood up straight and looked at Wan Bing. That's right. Wan Bing did not react to Chen Feng's actions as he first nodded his head in response, then added, Imperial Master Jiangwo, whether you are a member of Wu's family or not, I've made you my friend. It's just that nowadays I'm living a downtrodden life and can only live on in this big mountain. So for the time being I won't be able to entertain you, Imperial Master. Wan Bing said, a touch of helplessness flashing under his eyes. That's okay. By the way, I've been practicing in the deep mountains for years, so I'd like to ask what year it is now? Chen Feng attempted to ask the first question. Now, it is now March 16th of the 135th year of the Imperial Demon Calendar. Wan Bing didn't think much as he directly stated the present time. He felt that someone as young as Chen Feng, who already possessed a 10-star magical beast, must be a cultivation maniac with excellent talent. It was normal for a cultivation fanatic to forget about time when he was cultivating in this deep mountain. Imperial Master Jiangwo, are you done practicing and returning to the town? Wan Bing asked again. Yeah, want to go back to human territory, have a few days of leisure, and by the way, if I get the chance, want to visit the Frost Domain. Chen Feng's tone was natural as he intentionally steered the topic to the Frost Domain. Frost Domain? That place is too far away. Right. What are you doing going to that kind of icy place? Are you going to propose marriage, just like that Wu family's son? The sense of caution in Wan Bing's heart was completely removed. Chen Feng also put away the demonic centipede emperor, and the two of them came together, walking side by side together towards the outside of the forest. What's the point of proposing? It's just to go and see what's going on. Chen Feng shook his head on the surface, but muttered in his heart how the plot was so cliched. He had just arrived in the insect domain and encountered this bridge of the young master proposing marriage. Is the next episode the one where the Wu family's son messes with himself and gets killed by his gaga mess? He had read the novel for a few days, so his mind jumped around and rambled. I see. It seems that old brother Jangwo is also a man of nature, but the frost domain can be a bit far away. If you want to go to that place, you'll have to at least take the Wu family's centipede carriage. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded in agreement. There was a look on his face that said indeed, this is the way it should be. Seeing Chen Feng recognizing his words, Wan Bing subconsciously spoke again. But the centipede carriage is not open to the public. If you want to ride it, I'm afraid you'll have to join the Wu family to mix up an official position first. Indeed, Chen Feng nodded, silently memorizing this information in his mind. The two traveled forward for some time and finally reached the forest border. Brother Jangwo, this is as far as I can send you. I can't be discovered by the Tang family, so I won't be traveling with you. If you follow this road straight ahead, it's Tang family city. There's a place to land there. Wan Bing said with envy in his eyes. He hadn't actually talked to anyone in a long time. Ever since he was forced into the forest, he had spent his days in the company of magical beasts. To be precise, it is the company of bugs, eating wild fruits and nibbling on lowstar bug meat when hungry, and drinking water from forest springs when thirsty. Fortunately, there was a small portion of lowstar bug magical beasts whose meat was so tasty that it was comparable to an Australopithecus in the sea. Well then, thank you elder brother Wan, and good luck with the peak. Under the night, Chen Feng's figure quickly disappeared in the eyes of the 10,000 soldiers. As he watched Chen Feng's figure disappear, Wan Bing also lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Hiding in this forest all day is indeed not an option. Thinking of this, Wan Bing decided to take advantage of tonight's night and escape far away from the Wu family's territory to see if he could seek refuge in the Wu family. Chen Feng's speed was on full blast, and at this point, with 5 stars, he was running faster than a car at full speed. By now there were already occasional flickering lights ahead, and homes with closed lights were beginning to appear on both sides of the compacted dirt road. A little further on, the scattering of stone houses began to become dense. Occasionally, buildings similar to the ancient Longxia's tavern style appeared. Unlike ancient buildings, though, most of the buildings here are embellished with carvings of magical beasts. Even the light source under that roof was made from the corpse of an unknown magical beast, the palm-sized wraith bug, its head threaded through a rope, hung from the eaves of the house, its body glowing a translucent yellow. 2 of the bug's original finger-thick black teeth had been sliced in half, with a small strip of black cloth tied to them. Black cloth and glowing bugs swayed in the wind. Chen Feng was as if he had entered the Grand View Garden, walking forward with curiosity on his face as he surveyed the surrounding scenery that he had never seen before. Looks like the black cloth is for turning off the lights. Trying to keep the light from emanating, you wrap a black cloth around that bug body, which is not as convenient as an electric light, but is quite characteristic of the buggy domain. After walking a bit further, a strange city appeared in front of Chen Feng. The towering walls blocked Chen Feng's view. At intervals on the walls, a glowing bug hangs. Chen Feng realized that the city wall was not made of bricks or stones either. He walked to the entrance of the city while looking around. If he wasn't mistaken, the walls were actually built with countless huge black armor shells. Each piece of armor was 100 meters tall and carried a sense of suffocation when viewed from below looking up. However, what shocked Chen Feng the most was the gates of this Tang clan city. The gates were actually made from the head of a giant, unrecognizable beetle. Or maybe it was simply the head of a giant beetle that was chopped off and placed here as a gate. The beetle had a huge black giant horn on top of its head, and its mouth was flat underneath and filled with sharp fangs above. If you want to enter the city, I'm afraid that the only way to enter is through this worm's mouth. Stop. City entry fee, 10 silver coins. At the entrance of the city, 2 imperial magicians guarding the city stopped Chen Feng. Both of them were of 5-star cultivation, with a ghostly character of Tang printed on their chests. Chen Feng nodded without saying anything more, reaching out and pulling out a silver coin of denomination from his pocket and handing it to one of them. 50? The guardian imperial magician who received the money froze at first. Then he swept Chen Feng's attire up and down. Because he had traveled through the forest earlier, Chen Feng was a bit of a mess at this time, with his clothes and face covered in some dust. Well, 50 can't be found, so go in first, and you won't have to pay the exit fee when you come out, the man said, obediently slipping the silver coins with a face value of 50 into his pocket. Tangclan City was a small boundary. Not many big shots usually came, and the city was full of his Tangclan's people. This city guard was confident that in this acre of land, The person who dared to mess with the Tang family hadn't been born yet, so he boldly put all of Chen Feng's 50 denomination silver coins into his pocket. Besides, his Tang family had 4 10-star imperial magicians. In addition to the newly promoted, outgoing Tang 5th Gongzi, there were 3 other 10-star imperial demon masters sitting in the city. Seeing this, Chen Feng also knew that he was afraid that he had been slaughtered. He glanced at the face of this guardian and made a dark note that without more words, he bowed his head and entered the city. It's better to wait until we get a feel for this town. Chen Feng pondered for a moment in his mind and slowly walked into the city. Once inside the city, there was a small 3-story residence right at the city gates. Chen Feng directly stepped inside. The store is built of wood. The trees in the insect domain were numerous and huge, and it was feared that they wouldn't even use a single one to build a small 3-story building. Entering the first floor of the residence, there were more than a dozen tables in the hall and 2 separate elegant rooms on the right. The counter, on the other hand, is on the right. Hello, staying at the store. Behind the wooden counter, a fellow collecting money looked at Chen Feng and asked, well, come to one of the guest rooms. Can you do the dishes now? Continuously rushing, Chen Feng was already a bit hungry at this point. There is 1 guest room left, 2 silver coins a night. Food can be made. What would you like to order? The fellow said, rolling out a menu in his hand. Chen Feng also took out a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to the fellow before picking up the menu. But the next second, Chen Feng was in trouble. Damn. Speaking Longxia language and not using the word Longxia is it? In Chen Feng's eyes, he only saw that the menu was full of rows and rows of unfamiliar small words that looked like cockroaches crawling. Some of them are so damn inflected, they're just like painted words. Saying that it was written by a bug, Chen Feng believed it. This is the kind of word that will be despised by teachers, parents, and classmates at Blue Star. It was worthy of being the world of an imperial magician, where words had developed to such a ethereal level. But the menus are up, so I can't help but order this, and this. Chen Feng reached out on the menu and pointed to the names of the 3 dishes that were closest to each other and had the shortest names. This will not reveal that you can't read. Then he dropped the menu casually on the counter with a subdued look. Guest, don't make fun of me. The fellow looked at the dishes Chen Feng had ordered before giving an awkward smile. In the middle of the night, you order a bowl, a set of chopsticks, a spoon. You don't order food? The mate scratched his head in confusion. It was the first time he'd seen someone joke with him like that, and it was just kind of new. Amount. Chen Feng looked at the 3 strings of text that were right next to each other and his old face blushed. Shit, this is a big fucking shame. Not who put the fucking cutlery in the menu. Bugdom featured right. Damn. No regulatory authority to do whatever you want right. But Chen Feng who has a thick skin. Did I mean these 3? I meant the 3 up here. Is your light a little dim, or are you too sleepy at night to see? Chen Feng's face slumped as he placed his finger on the menu and tapped 3 more times. Sorry, guest, I'll have the backroom make it. Misread it before. The fellow saw Chen Feng's serious look and was really fooled by Chen Feng for a while. Am I really mistaken? Not daring to think too much, he hurriedly turned around and fetched the room sign before leading Chen Feng upstairs. The 2 went up to the 2nd floor. This is your room, 203, said the fellow. I'll go serve you, the fellow said, turning to go downstairs. Wait, I have something to inquire about with you, Chen Feng hurriedly said. You say? The fellow stopped and turned to look at Chen Feng once again. I'm from a faraway place. I want to ask if there are any ranked imperial magicians in this Tang family city of ours. I want to pay a visit. You rank? How could that be? How could you rank be in this kind of bird shit place? There is no you rank, but there are 4 10-star imperial magicians, the mate replied with a light chuckle. Oh, which 4? Chen Feng's eyes lit up when he heard this. The first is the Tang family's old master and the previous generation's head of the Tang family, Tang Bing. The second is the current head of the Tang family, Tang Shi. The third is the Tang family's grand elder, Tang Shan. And the fourth, as the fellow spoke, his tone faltered as he added, the fourth is the genius of the younger generation of the Tang family, Tang Wu. But I heard that young Master 5 has gone to practice in the bug forest, and is temporarily out of the city. Oh, Chen Feng was first stunned at his words. Tang Wu was 10 stars. Why did it feel like this imperial demon master was a bit weak? When the fellow saw Chen Feng faintly staring, his eyes twinkled. This Tang family's imperial demon masters all upgraded quickly, but their strength doesn't work because none of them are pure-blooded humans. But nowadays, in this world, pure-blooded humans who have awakened their imperial demon talents are few and far between. Nowadays, it's the world of half-human, half-wraiths, the mate said, smoothly rolling up the sleeve on his arm, revealing a piece of black armor inside. This dude, actually, isn't a pure-blood human either. With the words of the fellow, Chen Feng immediately thought of how dear Shueshue looked, half man, half ice, head with two horns. It seems that this world is a lot wilder than one would expect. Chen Feng gradually thought about it crookedly. Soon, the dishes Chen Feng ordered were brought inside. It's great that it's all unrecognizable ingredients. And another one is worms in a fishing sauce? Holy shit! Chen Feng tried boldly. It's pretty tasty. As he ate, Chen Feng pondered over the fellow's words. That gatekeeper was probably relying on the fact that he had 4 10-star Imperial Demon Masters behind him, so he dared to pit himself against his own money openly and honestly. Tang Wu had already been killed by himself, and now there were at most 3 10-star Imperial magicians in the city. He himself was immediately promoted to 6 stars, and if he could swallow them and their magical beasts, he was afraid that he might be able to directly advance. Didn't that fellow say that they were also half human and half wraith? So I'm sure there must be a lot of experience in swallowing them. First time in this world and ran into such a soft persimmon list of big brother. Chen Feng hard itch. More importantly, this Tang Clan city was too close to the portal and was a hidden danger. The location of the portal being known by anyone from any bug domain would turn into the bane of destroying Blue Star. Wait until tomorrow and go out again to observe and observe. If there's nothing potentially dangerous, one can appropriately look for Big Brother List 1 to pop some gold coins. With such a plan in his mind, Chen Feng fell into a deep sleep after eating a feast of bugs. By noon, the bugs outside the window had been squeaking and quaking their wings all morning. Chen Feng woke up leisurely. He was in high spirits at this time. It's time to poke around some more. He got dressed and pushed open the door to his room, the room number plate in his hand. It's mealtime and the downstairs is full at this point. Most of them, though, had a twisted Don written all over them. Looks like they're all Tang family members. But isn't this crowd a bit too exuberant? Chen Feng threw the room number plate onto the fellow's counter. Check out, he said. Is the guest not staying tonight? The fellow asked. Shouldn't be living. No need to find the money. Chen Feng replied. Definitely do not live. There is no accident. Tonight to find list of Big Brother after the explosion of gold coins. Ichuan Zhangwo will disappear to go to the Wu family city. Then figure out how to get to Frostwick. Chen Feng didn't eat at this house and didn't recognize the words. He was afraid of ordering another bug. At the very least it should have been a different, more upscale, decent restaurant. Since it was already the latter part of the night when he entered the city last night, Chen Feng did not notice the situation within the Tang Clan city at that time. But now, as he stood on the not-so-busy street, looking at the scenery on both sides, he was blown away. The street was wide. It could be as wide as 2 trucks, and the road was paved with green stones. It also looked quite neat and tidy, no worse than the streets in the big cities of Blue Star. On both sides of the wide street, what truly shocked Chen Feng were the rows and rows of cages made of white animal bones. Most of the cages held insect beasts that Chen Feng did not recognize. Continuing forward, Chen Feng was even more shocked. Hiss! He suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Near the center of the city, in white bone cages on both sides of the street, were no longer bugs and beasts, but instead, children, women, and sturdy adult males. They sat paralyzed in their cages, slumped and unclothed, their exposed skin bearing several whip marks. However, compared to this, what shocked Chen Feng even more was the fact that most of them had an organ on their bodies that did not resemble a human. Some bear insect wings, some have tentacles on their heads, or have hands like hooks and locks. Slaves? Half human, half wraith? Even Chen Feng was wide-eyed, stopping to look at the half-human, half-demonic beast in the cage. It seemed that he had stopped by for a bit too long, and the shopkeeper thought that Chen Feng was coming to buy slaves. He took 3 steps out of the store. It was an old fellow in his 40s. Sir, looks a bit strange. Are you looking to buy a slave? Chen Feng sniffed back. Let's see first. Can you introduce me first? Could be. After the old fellow replied back, he began to give Chen Feng a detailed introduction. He started by pointing to 2 15 or 16-year-old, half-human, half-insect maidens in the front of the store, inside the bone cage, both of them with wings behind them, looking a bit like human-sized elves. These 2 little things came in a few days ago outside of the city. Their parents couldn't pay their taxes, so the Tang family took them both against their debts, and I ended up collecting them. The 2 little things are female, aged 15 or 16, and their words can be understood. If you buy them back, no matter if they are used as maids, or fed to magical beasts, or warmed the bed or something like that, they are all of top quality. Young sir, why don't we go inside and have a seat first? Tell me what you need. I have other types of slaves in my backyard, and we also have magical beasts, so you'll be satisfied. The old man was dressed in a long coat, with a few whites on his head, and at a cursory glance his face was somewhat kindly. But Chen Feng, being from the Blue Star, Although he was already trying to integrate into this world, a hint of congestion could not help but still rise in his heart. It's a bit of a stick-in-the-mud feeling, and it's hard to get used to it for a while. Well, I'd like to see more of it. Old man, please introduce me to more. Chen Feng adjusted his mood in the blink of an eye. At this moment it was more important to inquire more about the Tang family and the rest of this world. As for saving these slaves, he, Chen Feng, was not a savior and was not obligated to do this. Please come in. A light flashed in the old fellow's eyes when he heard Chen Feng's words as he staggered a step away and reached out to invite Chen Feng into the store. Chen Feng nodded and stepped into the store. The store's displays aren't much more complicated than that. In a square space, as soon as you enter, you can see the counter directly in front of you. A large brown wooden board hung behind the counter. There were several rows of wooden signs hanging neatly on the boards. Each wooden sign had a string of words written on it that Chen Feng did not recognize. Those were probably the names of slaves and magical beasts. On the left and right sides of the store were 3 stone tables with china cups and jugs of water, which were for entertaining guests. The old fellow introduced Chen Feng into the room. Young sir, sit here. Let's talk about your needs first. The old fellow saw that Chen Feng was neatly dressed and thought that he was a big customer. The demand is not urgent first. This time I came in a hurry. I didn't bring too much money in my pocket, but I wonder if the old gentleman can introduce me to the situation of this Tang family city? Chen Feng said. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a 50 denomination silver coin and placed it on the table, then pressed his 2 fingers onto the silver coin and slowly pushed it towards the old fellow. The old fellow's face first changed when he heard that Chen Feng was not buying slaves, but after seeing the silver coins that Chen Feng pushed in front of him, he immediately revealed a smile again. Little Imperial Master said something. It's just some news. What do you want to know? Feel free to ask. The old man, I am worried that there is no one to talk to. My heart is bored. As the old fellow spoke, he reached out and picked up the silver coin and slipped it into his pocket. I would like to ask what makes our bug domain different from the other domains. To be honest, I have traveled from the frost domain to see the world, and I know very little about this place. Chen Feng smiled and once again took out a 50 denomination silver coin and pushed it towards the old fellow. You? What are you? The old fellow was a bit confused when he saw Chen Feng push in another silver coin. He had seen people with a lot of bravado, but it was the first time he had seen a master like Chen Feng who threw money around while chatting. It was important to realize that a 50 denomination silver coin was almost half a year's expenses for an ordinary person. So he gazed again, looking up and down at Chen Feng, although a bit oddly dressed, but the fabric was delicate, raising his hands and throwing his feet to show his confidence, and so generous. It was probably the son of one of the big families in the frost domain. The old fellow's mind was immediately made up. Take it and just answer my questions. Chen Feng's tone was resolute and his face was smiling. Well, if you say so, little Imperial Master. I'll be cheeky for once. As the old fellow spoke, he first got up and poured Chen Feng half a cup of tea, then held the cup up with both hands and bowed down to place it in front of Chen Feng. Only after doing so did he once again pocket the silver coins on the table. Frost Royal is 10,000 miles away from our bug region. I don't know what's going on over there, so I'll introduce you to the bug region I know. The old fellow poured himself a cup of tea as well, and he took a sip. You're probably coming from the Wuclan city side, and you should have been able to see along the way that the humans in our bug domain are actually half human, half bug, and almost every one of them carries an organ of a bug magical beast. And the biggest family in the insect domain is the Wu family. The reason why they can become the #1 family and control the entire insect domain is because the Wu family is a pure-blooded family, and their battle power is extraordinary after cultivating to the UU level. It's not something that can be compared to us miscellaneous bloods. Well, you can start with the slaves. Chen Feng nodded and said as he pushed another silver coin over. Compared to the Wu family, Chen Feng felt that there was no rush to understand at first. He wanted to know about the slaves more than anything else. In case Big Brother Pengjiai's family had a lot of 10-star slaves, then what the hell was the point of playing? You are too kind. This I can't accept. The old fellow was blindsided on the spot when he saw Chen Feng take out another 50 silver coins and push it in. Take it, Chen Feng said with a straight face. He didn't care about the money at all. He cared more about the accuracy of the information. And the money, anyway, was there for Big Brother List 1? As for whether or not it would be considered a person being stupid, in today's brutal times in the Wormlands, such a person wouldn't survive more than 2 episodes. Everyone was long in the head, so the old fellow actually knew in his heart that the other party was using this way to hammer him, letting him know that the identity of the person in front of him was not ordinary. Why don't I go to the backyard and get you some pastries? You're like this. I have a guilty conscience, the old fellow said. Not caring if Chen Feng agreed or not, he immediately turned around and went to the backyard to get the pastries. The old dude went fast and came back fast. This pastry of yours is good, Chen Feng said, smoothly pinching up a pastry and turning around to throw it into the cage at the doorway. A reward for you, he chuckled. The pastry was so golden that the slop-eating slaves usually didn't get to eat it. When a pastry was thrown into the cage, the two little guys immediately looked up at Chen Feng, and one of them glanced at Chen Feng, wiggled up and took the pastry. She broke off a large portion and shared it with the little girl next to her. The little girl took most of the pastry and swallowed it on the spot. The other girl, on the other hand, took 2 careful nibbles before carefully placing them inside the ragged pocket at her waist. Inside the room, Chen Feng saw the 2 men eat the pastry, and after making sure that it was not poisonous, he also pinched up a piece and savored it. Seeing this, the old fellow wondered if he had seen Chen Feng's purpose, as he also pinched up a piece and ate it while slowly opening his mouth. For slaves, in our store on this street, we only have slaves with a maximum of 5-star Imperial Demon Master rank. Any higher, you'll have to go to the Tang clan to take a look. The Tang clan has slaves with a maximum of 8 stars. It's just that the price is on the expensive side, the old fellow said in detail as he ate his pastry. Then how did the slaves of the Tang family come to be? Own captive chant. They will collect taxes from the dozen villages outside of the city every half a year. Those who can't pay up will capture their children. Those who don't have children will capture adults, and when they capture them back, those who have talent will be raised. Those who don't will be sold directly to those Imperial Demon Masters as their magical beasts rations. Wouldn't that be a quick catch-all? Can't catch them all, because the gang of commoners outside the city have to work hard to have children if they don't want to be captured and fed to the magical beasts themselves. So they have several children to raise in almost every family. The old fellow finished and took a sip from his teacup. Why don't they run? And isn't having a baby still holding them back? Run? The entire bug domain is like this. Where can they run to? It's not like they are you, little Imperial Master. With your status and position here, the bug domain is 10,000 miles long. They can't run out even if they run their legs off, and they might even be eaten by magical beasts halfway. The old fellow sneered. Chen Feng, on the other hand, nodded his head without asking any more questions, because he knew that the group had been crushed under the great power, and they didn't even have the royal demon talent to rise up and fight. This cruel situation is not something that anyone can fix either, and only after the wheel of time has run over them, the next reincarnation, perhaps, will be somewhat better. Well, let's finish up with the Don family. Chen Feng asked the last question. It's time to ask around for information on the top one big brother. The Tang family. The old fellow spat out 2 words before his words faltered. Under Chen Feng's strange gaze, he got up and closed the store door behind him, and only after closing it did he sit back in his seat. The Tang clan is generally not something we vendors can discuss, but since you asked, little Imperial Master, then I'll go into detail. The old fellow finished and sighed. The Tang family is a family that was passed down 1,000 years ago, and I heard that it was a top family before, but during the siege of the demonic beast emperor, it suffered a great deal of damage, and the clan went from pure-blooded to its current half-human, half-beast appearance. However, the Tang family has always been ambitious. In order to enhance their strength, by any means necessary, their magical beasts do not eat omnivorous food, all of them catching the neighboring humans as feeding grain. If you want to go to the Tang clan, you have to be careful as well. This is not the Frost domain. I heard that the Tang clan also has the habit of capturing people who have traveled here to make rations for magical beasts. Then why don't they feed their own magical beasts with other magical beasts? Chen Feng was puzzled in his heart as he heard the words. Because the worm domain's magical beasts are not as nutritious as the half-human, half-beast humans. When a human upgrades to an astral level, they have both the energy of the magical beasts and the energy of a human imperial magician in their bodies. Although the two energies normally hold each other back and weaken the strength of the mixed blood Imperial Demon Masters, they have a higher nutritional value if used as magical beast rations. Chen Feng's eyes lit up when he heard the old fellow's words. There's still this, he said in shock. Then if a 10-star magical beast is compared to a 10-star miscellaneous blooded Imperial magician, who has higher energy? Of course it's a mixed blood royalist. The old fellow replied in the affirmative. But a 10-star miscellaneous blood Imperial Demon Master is not something you can just encounter. And even if you do, the strength is extraordinary. Like our Tang family city. I'm afraid that only the Tang family has 4 miscellaneous blood Imperial Demon Masters. Alright, I know the rest. You don't need to say anything about this. Chen Feng immediately interrupted. One last question. How many magical beasts have the Tang clan's 10-star Imperial magicians contracted? Little Imperial Master is so good at joking. Of course it's a magical beast. Could it be that the Frost Domain's mixed-blooded Imperial Demon Master can't contract more than 1 magical beast? The old fellow suddenly wore a speechless expression. Can a mixed-blood Imperial Demon Master only contract 1 magical beast? Chen Feng was somewhat confused. Of course, because of the battle of the demonic beast emperor 1,000 years ago, anyone who was cursed by the demonic beast emperor to be of mixed blood can only contract one demonic beast. Isn't that something that the world knows? The old fellow spread both his hands and looked at Chen Feng. Then, his eyes suddenly froze as he looked at Chen Feng. Wait a minute, this little imperial master was obviously a cockney, but didn't know about such common sense issues. He suspiciously looked at Chen Feng again, but at this glance, he realized that Chen Feng didn't seem to have the organ parts of a magical beast on his body, and was completely a normal human. The old fellow's heart steeped. Young imperial master. Hardly. Could it be that you are a pure-blood imperial demon master? He suddenly rose with a prancing start, his eyes looking at Chen Feng in shock. Then, his eyes transformed into horror as he hurriedly pulled out the silver coins that Chen Feng had given him earlier from his pocket, respectfully bowing his head as he took a step in front of Chen Feng. Plop! The old fellow suddenly knelt down on both knees, holding 3 silver coins in both hands and lifting them in front of Chen Feng's face. Royal Master, it's because I'm a dog-eyed fool who doesn't know pure blood. I beg you to let me live. I don't want the silver coins. Those slaves in the backyard. You can take away whatever you like. Please be magnanimous. Royal Master. The old fellow's tone trembled, and his hands and legs trembled uncontrollably. He knew that the pure-blood royal demon masters were all members of the top families in each domain, and that they were like godlike existences, not something that could be compared to them. The mixed bloods, whether it was the frost domain, the bug domain, or any other domain, they were all controlled by the pure-blood family. In this cruel era, pure blood is a symbol of kingship, a true godlike existence. Although the pure-blood families were also constantly fighting and often died, if they knew that a pure-blood had been assassinated by a mixed blood, or even just bullied and disrespected, then, the pure-blooded families would all unite and kill that mixed-blooded person on the spot, along with all 9 of his clans. That's why the old dude was suddenly so scared. This fear, it's in the marrow of my bones. It wasn't as if there were no mixed-blooded families rebelling against the rule of pure-blooded families in the millennia of history, but the result of the rebellion was the extermination of the family. Even the chickens and ducks in the backyard and the fish in the pool, all of them were exterminated for you. Cough. Get up. I won't kill you and I don't want your slaves, Chen Feng said, reaching out to put the silver coins in the old fellow's hand, which had not yet warmed up. All of them were taken back and put back into his pocket. When the old fellow saw Chen Feng take back the silver coins, his heart immediately sighed in relief. It was also the first time he had ever seen a pure-blood imperial demon master, and at this moment, Chen Feng was in his eyes, just like a villager on an ancient frontier meeting an imperial emperor. Is this a pure blood? What an aura! Sure enough, all over, there wasn't a hint of a magical beast. The old fellow took 2 steps back on his knees and slowly got up. He still had his head half lowered, not daring to look Chen Feng squarely in the eye. Alright, how does the Tang family go? Although Chen Feng didn't understand the exact reason, he was able to analyze 1 or 2. It seems that purebloods are quite a bit more noble than mixed bloods. Look at the old man. Once you're out the door, just follow the road ahead. Want, I'll give you a ride? The old fellow stuttered and asked tentatively. Fine, then thanks a lot. Chen Feng readily agreed. With that, another silver coin tried to pull out, but realizing that the old man wouldn't dare to take it either, he put it back in his pocket. The old fellow sniffed and hurriedly went forward to push open the store door and show Chen Feng the way. He thought his luck was about to run out, that hitching a ride on a pureblood would be a step up for him, but he didn't know that this time he was giving the Tang family, bringing a big daddy over. This pure blood, it's going to the Don's family for a copy. Chen Feng, on the other hand, smiled as he followed behind his old buddy. On his way out he took another pastry and casually dropped it into the bone cage by the door. The temperature in Tangja City is a bit hot at this time. It was about 1 in the afternoon. The sun was hanging high, and the caged slaves were doing their best to huddle in the shade under the blazing sun. They are still humans in the end, and the water in their bodies will evaporate quickly with prolonged exposure to the sun. If they got sick from it, those slave shopkeepers wouldn't take pity on them and take them to some doctor. Instead, the slave store owners would just lower their prices and sell them as magical beast food. This is done because they themselves are cheap to get in and not worth being treated, and because being sick means being out of shape. Selling such poorly made slaves is a way to trash your own brand. Chen Feng and the old man walked down the street. When the other shopkeepers along the roadside saw that the old fellow actually didn't look after the store, but instead accompanied a young man wandering around in this Tang clan city, they were all greatly surprised. Looking at the old fellow who was so popular next to him occasionally, Chen Feng felt a sense of surprise in his heart. You have a wide range of connections in this city. It seems that this life of yours is indeed nourishing. Chen Feng turned his head and looked at the old fellow with a smile on his face. What are you talking about? Imperial Master. I'm just trying to make a living. The old fellow smiled bitterly at his words. The people of the bug domain are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The lowest class is naturally the untalented common peasant who is the main target of exploitation. And slave traders like the old fellow are considered to be one step above. But their lives are not easy. They don't exploit slaves. They don't exploit ordinary people. And those lineages, they will exploit them as slaves. Above the merchants are the likes of the soldiers guarding the city, with a bit of officialdom, and some talented imperial magicians. They had the backs of all major and minor lineages, like dogs on chains. Within the territories of the major lineages, they were arrogant and domineering, and when they encountered the next 2 classes of people they struck out with a heavy hand. They wagged their tails when they meet a real member of the family. Further up, it's going to be a bit more complicated, involving the size of the family, the number of allies, and most importantly, the strength of the power. By the way, can you tell us what we pure-blood royal beastmasters are like in your eyes? Chen Feng laughed lightly, a hint of curiosity showing on his confident face. It was as if an extremely good-natured prince was making a private visit in a microcosmic manner to gauge the people's sentiments. Chen Feng's performance was spot on, and the old fellow sniffed and looked up at Chen Feng's smiling face. He could even say that he felt a trace of easygoing sunshine and warmth on its face, which made him unconsciously drop his tension in his mind. What does it look like? Untouchable, exalted, holding the power of life and death, the absolute leader of the domains. The old fellow spoke a lot of vocabulary in a row, which caused Chen Feng to once again have a new perception of the relationship between purebloods and mixed bloods. Isn't this the relationship between the emperor and the commoners, between God and man? Chen Feng thought that he had gathered useful information, and he felt that this was a point that could be utilized. But just at this moment, suddenly, a loud shout made interrupted Chen Feng's thoughts. All out of the way. Chen Feng clearly felt that the loud shout actually caused the well-connected old fellow to tremble. He was momentarily interested. Subconsciously, he turned his head to follow the sound, only to see that not far behind, a large group of people were walking in the direction that Chen Feng was standing. The group was at least 70 to 80 people at a cursory glance, but at least 60 of those 70 or 80 were dressed as slaves. Their wrists and ankles were fastened with thick chains, and their clothes were in good and bad condition, but most of them bore the marks of having been hardened by a whip. At the front of the procession there were 3 board-dressed imperial magicians walking at the front, all 3 toed and uniformed in their clothing. The aura is the same as the guy guarding the city. Behind the 3, the slaves were chained together by a large chain, as if they were grasshoppers strung on a thread, their heads lowered and their expressions dull as they kept taking steps. At the very back of the line, 3 huge caterpillar-like magical beasts crawled slowly side by side, with chains strapped to their bodies, which extended backward, dragging a 4-wheeled square-bottomed cart. The 4-sided base is made of solid wood, with beams erected at all 4 corners, and the tops of the beams rest on a pagoda-like finial. Below the top cover, the black veil hangs slightly, and it carries a red pattern like the veins of a leaf. This is not ordinary black yarn thin cloth, but a special material like cicada wings, presumably made from the wings of some kind of magical beasts. Within the black veil, a middle-aged male imperial demon master was half lying on a reclining couch like an emperor. Below the reclining couch, 2 exquisitely dressed, sheerly clad women knelt on a pink futon on a 4-sided board, one holding a fruit plate in both hands, high above her head, with her forehead slightly lowered. The other kept picking up the cut, peeled fruit from the fruit bowl and bringing it to the reclining couch, to the man's mouth. The man chewed the fruit in his mouth, and every time he did so, he only chewed but did not swallow, and when he had chewed out the pulp inside, he spat it into the other hand of the woman who had fed him the fruit. The woman took the fine crumbs that the man had chewed on the reclining couch in her hand, and then carefully dumped the nutrient-less crumbs in her hand into the small wooden bucket beside her. This scene is truly extravagant, but the vendors on both sides of the street froze and didn't dare to raise their heads to look at the springtime of the 2 women in the car. They all entered the house and bowed their heads, not daring to make the slightest transgressive movement. What an extravagant fellow! The scene in the back once again gave Chen Feng a new perception of the insect domain. He's a member of the Tang family? Chen Feng stood in the middle of the road, letting the old fellow keep pulling, but he did not move at all. He was in the middle of the road by now. Yes, he's the Tang family's grand elder, Tang Shan. I guess he got bored staying at home and returned from collecting taxes himself. The old fellow rushed a word of introduction. Should we let? The old fellow was interrupted by Chen Feng before he could finish his sentence. What? You said he's Tang Shan, that 10-star imperial demon master Tang Shan of the Tang clan? Chen Feng exclaimed. Positive. Exactly. The old fellow hurriedly replied with a sentence. Well, you go and hide over there. I'll take care of him first, then we'll go to the Tang family. Chen Feng smiled broadly and said as he reached out to point to the alley by the side of the road. Ha! Disposal. Disposal? The old fellow was first stunned when he heard this, but he couldn't care less and hurriedly walked quickly towards the alley. Seeing that the other party obeyed, Chen Feng stopped looking at the old fellow and turned to face the direction Tangshan had come from. The sword demon was summoned in his hand. The devil armor quickly climbed over Chen Feng's entire body. Ahead is the Tang family's grand elder, Tangshan. Chen Feng shouted as he held his sword demon in his hand. In the black veil, Tangshan on the reclining couch froze at his words. Who was this man in armor who actually dared to stop him in Tang City? Humph! Who are you? Tangshan confirmed that he hadn't seen this guy in armor in front of him, and without getting up from his reclining couch, he opened his mouth to ask in a stern voice. My name is Chuan Jiangwo. I've heard that your excellency is a 10-star imperial demon master of the Tang clan, and I've come to ask for advice. Chen Feng flung the long blade in his hand, and there was a buzzing sound in the air. How to teach? And who am I to teach with you? Do you know that fighting is forbidden within my Tang clan city? You have already violated the Tang clan's taboos by flashing your weapons and magical beasts. That's a capital offense. Tangshan sneered and instantly added a charge to Chen Feng. He rose from his couch and looked at Chen Feng with ill will in his eyes, a hint of greed hidden in the ill will. Arms wraith. Gotta catch this kid and ask him how he got it. Tangshan was well aware of the rarity of weaponized magical beasts, but more importantly, weaponized magical beasts would also be quite a tonic if they could be fed to his contracted magical beasts, and might allow his magical beasts to inherit a trace of the additional attributes of weaponized magical beasts as well. To curry favor is to curry favor. If you don't want to curry favor with me, I will force myself to curry favor with you. Your mouthy rules are for the weak. I am not included in this. Let's both divide the highs and lows, and also decide life and death. As Chen Feng said that, he flung his long sword, and in the next moment, he directly rushed towards the very front of Tangshan's team. Put. 3 sounds later. 3 heads. The 3 at the front of the Tangshan team didn't react at all and claimed their boxed lunches. Chen Feng did not directly use instant transmission to kill Tangshan. This was the method he was going to use, so that Tangshan wouldn't dare to be too bold and summon his magical beasts. This was how Chen Feng would be able to obtain the most imperial magic power. You dare to kill my clan. You won't be able to walk out of Tang Clan City. Tangshan didn't have any emotional pity for the death of the 3. What there is only the feeling of shame that the face of the identity of a high-ranking person has been violated. This Tang Clan City, it's been a long time since anyone came to cause trouble, so it seems you're a fellow who has forgotten the Tang Clan's wrath. Tangshan's face showed helplessness as he reached out and plucked away the black gauze curtains, jumping down from the car in one step. The other Tang Clan imperial magicians accompanying them to maintain order had long ago dragged the slaves to the side of the road to make room for Tangshan. The Tang family's wrath? I'll let you see today if my Chuan family's fists can extinguish your Tang family's fury. Chen Feng laughed lightly and stood in place. When the roadside traders saw this, they knew that there might be a big battle. They all dared not speak loudly and left with their heads bowed. Hurry up. Tangshan is going to make a move. This man is so bold. He dares to come to Tang Clan City to sow his wild oats. He's dead. The traders quickly left while muttering about not looking favorably on Chen Feng. The Tang family's dominance in this area was too strong. This was the edge of the bug domain. The sky was high, and the Tang family had ruled this place for 1,000 years with only 10 stars. In this millennium, the Tang family has prevented all the imperial demon masters who had the chance to be promoted to the 10th star from dying prematurely at the 9th star. Except for Wan Bing, the fish that escaped the net. What is this little pure-blood imperial master up to? The old fellow hiding in the alley looked at what was going on outside, and his person was confused. You're a pure-blooded royal demon master. Just directly reveal your family's identity and be done with it. This Tang family will still obediently give you face and bow down to you. But what is the meaning of this hidden identity challenge? If you die, I am afraid that the entire Tang family city for 100 miles will have to be buried with you. 10,000 10-star grass mudhorse magical beasts floated through the old fellow's mind at this time. He does not know Chen Feng where there is any identity, family, even this Chuan Jiangwo this name, are given by themselves. Well, Chuan Jiangwo right? You have a lot of guts. Don't cry later. In a while I will definitely feed you a little bit to my magical beasts as food. Tangshan laughed. He could tell that the other party was only at the level of about 10 stars. In this Tang family city, even if he couldn't beat the other party alone, there were still the 2 10-star imperial demon masters of the family head and the old ancestor around. Cut the crap and hurry up and summon your magical beast. Chen Feng waved his hand. He couldn't wait. Let me show you. My 10-star red-blooded mantis. Tangshan snorted coldly, then bellowed. In the next second, beside Tangshan, a giant mantis with red veins suddenly appeared. The mantis stirred its wings and flew through the air. The red twin sides at the forefront were quite sharp, with a hint of cold light on them. By now the shadow of the mantis in the sky had obscured most of the city. Countless people looked up and watched. They all knew that something big was about to happen. In the courtyard of the Tang family, the family head, Tang Shi, walked out of the house. He looked up to the sky and seemed to realize something. In the next second, he made a few dodges and ran in the direction of Chen Feng, back to Chen Feng's side. At this moment, Chen Feng was instantly delighted when he saw that his opponent had already summoned the Imperial Demon. This mantis demon beast of yours is not bad. It looks just like you. It's definitely a great tonic. Chen Feng began with a compliment. Then, he was heard shouting, "Prison doors, open!" In the next second, the prison gate belonging to the shadow demon appeared out of nowhere. Clatter! The sound of chains came from inside the prison gate. Ah! Tang Shan was suddenly startled at the sight. How do you still have magical beasts? He shouted with wide eyes. At this moment, Tang Shan was already confused. 2 magical beasts. Contracted 2 magical beasts at the same time. Shit, he's a pureblood. What? Is it strange to have 2 magical beasts? Chen Feng smiled and said with a bland face, that mantis of yours has a red bone blade, and this shadow demon of mine also has a shadow blade. Let's compare whose magical beast weapon is sharp. In the next second, Chen Feng gave shadow demon an order in his mind. Humph. Weak demonic beast. As the shadow demon spoke, its body transformed into a huge black trailing shadow. Poof! The mantis magical beast was a 10-star magical beast after all, and its reaction was not slow. He's still a far cry from shadow demon, though. The mantis wraith had swung up one scythe blade to block the shadow demon as it approached, while the other scythe blade slashed straight through the shadow demon's head. He tried to pin shadow demon with his blade and blade arm, but shadow demons have a trait that ignores solid attacks. And so it was that the mantis wraith made a bad move, and his head flew high in the air. As it flew up, it could even see how its scythe blade passed through the shadow demon's head. Hang the wall. It was the last paragraph of the mantis wraith's thoughts. As the headless mantis demonic beast's body fell, it smashed into the ground, crushing pieces of houses. Tang Shan also instantly held his head and screamed in pain. So vegetable? Chen Feng looked at Tang Shan and then at the corpse of the mantis demon beast. He didn't expect to meet such a rookie opponent when he first arrived in the bug domain. Are all mixed-blooded demon masters this good? Then the old man's nervous. My ass. At this moment, Chen Feng was messed up. Start the meal. Chen Feng immediately slowed down and shouted while throwing his arms out. The magic hand rope centipede emperor is flung by him at Tangshan, who is holding his head. After the devil centipede emperor landed on Tang Shan, his 2 small purple eyes flashed with a hint of greed. Boy, he smells so good, the demon centipede emperor muttered in his heart. Then he couldn't wait to take a bite out of Tangshan's neck. Tang Shan's face instantly turned the color of a purple eggplant. He leaned back and fell to the ground. The poison of the demon centipede emperor was really no joke. The battle was just so simply won. At this moment, the demon centipede emperor and the shadow demon dazzled with a big mouth. While Chen Feng felt the ever-rapidly surging increase of imperial magic power in his body, he also had a rough impression of the 6 stars in his mind. It seemed like killing 1 more person and 1 more beast would be almost enough to get 6 stars. However, the 10-star miscellaneous blood Imperial Demon Master is a bit of a dish. I don't know if a miscellaneous blood you ranked Imperial Demon Master can he or she beat it. Just as Chen Feng was thinking longingly, another loud shout rang out in his ears. Bold, spreading wildness in my Tang family city. What kind of family are you from? The person who shouted was precisely Tang Shi, who rushed here, and he was also muttering in his heart at this time. Damn. What's a pure-blood Imperial Demon Master doing here? However, Tang Shi had his own thoughts in his mind. Now that old ancestor Tang Bing had just risen to U rank and possessed a U rank magical beast, while he himself also had a 10-star magical beast. This pure-blooded teenager only had 2 10-star magical beasts. This Tang family of mine is high in the mountains and far away from the emperor. So let's first find out if there are any other people following the other side. If not, Tang Shi looked at the shadow demon in the sky, as well as the blade demon in Chen Feng's hand. And a hint of greed flashed in the bottom of his eyes. He had heard that some disciples of the world's families loved to sneak out and sneak around. Although Tang Shi was shouting harshly with his mouth and seemed extremely arrogant and greedy, he was actually quite life-thirsty. While he yelled on his lips, he reached out and summoned his magical beast. His magical beast was of the same breed as the dead Tongshens. It looks pretty much the same. Both had red stripes on their wings. Only his one was more blood red in color. This was a sign of breaking through to the Yaya level. Quickly, control the slaves to retreat to a safe place. Our clan leader is here. This kid is dead. He killed Elder Tang Shan and alerted the patriarch. He won't be able to walk out of this Tang family city. What are you looking at? Run the fuck up. You wasted slaves. The Imperial Beastmasters and Tangshen's team all had a great deal of confidence in their hearts when they saw that their own patriarch had arrived. As they debated, they began to drive the slaves to safety, questioning you. What lineage are you from? Tangshi had summoned his own magical beast by now, and when he saw that Chen Feng wasn't answering, he shouted again. Tangshi believed that he had already summoned his own magical beasts. An old ancestor Tang Bing would surely come because he saw himself summoning magical beasts in the city. This was indeed the case. And U-level Tang Bing was already on his way here at this time. I'm Kawakawa Jangwo. Chen Feng smiled and finished speaking to Tangshi as he waved his hand. Kill. His tone was cold and decisive. Wait. Tangshi was dumbfounded on the spot at his words. He was still thinking of delaying for a while, waiting for Bing Tang to come to support him. Why is this man not a martial artist? Isn't it said that the disciples of the great families all have a share of modesty of their own? What are you waiting for? Fuck him. Together. Chen Feng looked at the shadow demon that had already made its move, turned his head and swept his eyes at the demonic centipede emperor on Tang Shan's corpse. The devil centipede emperor was getting high. It thought that this new type of food was really damn tasty and mellow. The skin is so tender and tender at the same time. It's amazing how two flavors burst and mingle in your mouth. It's really delicious. Absolutely great tonic. However, it snapped out of its intoxication and emotion the first time it heard Chen Feng's words. Here comes the little centipede, shouted the demon centipede emperor in the centipede language that only he could understand. In the next second, its body appeared directly on Tangshi, on the neck, to be precise. Egu, you also smell good, the demon centipede emperor sighed while biting on Tangshi's neck with an ow. Tangshi was still cursing Chen Feng in his mind at this moment, but he suddenly felt something bite his neck. Bitten by a bug? In an instant, Tangshi's heart was filled with strangeness. But how could my 10-star Imperial Demon Master's body have its defense broken by a bug? He subconsciously put his hand out and touched his neck, but the hand was halfway up, but it felt suddenly heavy. Ha! A flash of confusion flashed through his brain again. Then Tangshi fell asleep, following in the footsteps of Tang Shan. His wraiths also ended up in a similar situation as Tangshen's wraiths. The Shadow Demon was, after all, a boss rank amongst the 10-star magical beasts, and this time it used 2 slashes to easily finish off Tangshi's magical beast. Shadow Demon was also beginning to enjoy his post-battle feast at this point. On the other hand, the slaves in Tang Clan's imperial magicians on both sides of the street, as well as in the distance who were still retreating, were now completely confused, having been shocked by the strength of Chen Feng's magical beasts. Suddenly, and I don't know who shouted, "Pure blood! He's a pure blood royal demon master! There's a pure blood imperial demon master coming to punish the Tang Clan!" The sound was probably coming from the direction of the slaves. With this shout, it was as if the slaves were suddenly ignited by a starry prairie fire, and they all boiled over. Run, everyone, run! The Tang family chief and the Grand Elder are dead. The Tang family is finished. The slaves in Tangshen's ranks were instantly in disarray, fleeing in all directions. On both sides of the street, the caged slaves all had a glowing look in their eyes, and they didn't know how they managed to get their strength out of thin air. All gripped the bone bars with both hands and shook the bone cage that held them with all their might. Some were even yelling for help. This riot instantly led to the Tang family city chaos. The city patrolling the Tang family imperial magicians, regardless of low star high star at this time all on the way to. How could Tang Bing say that he was also a U rank? His reaction and speed were extremely fast. He had already moved when Tangshi summoned the magical beast. But the problem was that Chen Feng didn't give Tangshi a chance to stall for time at all. And just as soon as Tangshi summoned the magical beast, he was killed by Chen Feng. What Tangshi wanted was to summon a magical beast to stall for time. And Chen Feng thought, yo, not bad, actually we'll summon the magical beasts themselves, really save a lot of time. The devil centipede emperor had gotten a bit bigger, big enough to just about swallow a person in one bite. Tang Shan was a corpse at this point, and the next time he was seen was in the form of centipede feces, appearing in the land of the bug domain. After swallowing Tang Shan, the demonic centipede emperor came to Tang Shi's side. It opened its big mouth and made a gesture to swallow Tang Shi as well. Slow. You retarded demonic beast, you still dare to swallow my Tang Clan chief. Tang Bing was extremely fast, and as he spoke, he had already reached out and slapped at the demonic centipede emperor's head. Gulp! The demonic centipede emperor didn't hesitate at all, and after swallowing Tang Shi's corpse, he directly made an instantaneous transfer back to Chen Feng. Burp. Although it couldn't speak, it bitchily burped at Tang Bing, who had slapped his palm empty. Instantaneous. Space skill. Tang Bing instantly had horrifying waves welling up in his heart as he looked towards Chen Feng and exclaimed, could it be the Wu family's hidden pure blood genius? His hands couldn't help but start shaking at the thought. But in order not to let Chen Feng see his fear, Tang Bing put his hands behind his back, his face unchanged. "Are you a member of the Wu family?" Tang Bing asked as he looked at Chen Feng with his hands behind his back like an expert. "Space Skill Centipede Wraith." Tang Bing is one of the few old guys who has lived for more than 900 years, although his strength is not good, but he is half human and half magical beast. The main one is a dish and can live. So although he hadn't experienced that battle of the demonic beast emperor, the history of it, he knew exceptionally well. The Spatial Skill Centipede Magical Beast, that was the magical beast that the first generation of the Wu clan's oldest ancestor had defended in the beginning. It was because of that centipede magical beast with spatial skills that the Wu family's old ancestor had not only survived after that great battle of the magical beast emperor, but had also laid the foundation of the current Wu family. Let the Wu family rule the bug domain for 1,000 years. The Wu family? I'm not. In Shimokawa Jangwo, Chen Feng smiled and shook his head. After that, he still had to go to Wu's house to rub his car to Frost Domain, so he had to leave a good impression on people. Chuan Jangwo? Chuan. Tang Bing's mind raced, but after half a day of searching, he didn't think of any pureblood families with the Kawasaki surname. Unable to search for Chen Feng's origins, Tang Bing was in a dilemma at this point. Do it, in case this Chuan Jangwo is really the son of the Wu family's hidden identity, then his Tang family will be finished. Do not do it, in the pure blood family, and there is no Chuan Jangwo this surname. Now goated. Spread out Hiau rank. By a 10-star guy killed 2 of his closest clansmen after, but still do not dare to go against people. That is too shameful. While Tang Bing was hesitating, Chen Feng's side was a sudden faint flash of light in his eyes. The reason he was actually talking to Tang Bing so much was because he was waiting for himself to ascend to 6 stars. In his heart, he thought that he had risen to 6 stars just to take Tang Bing to practice. It's done, Chen Feng suddenly muttered in a small voice. Became what? Tang Bing, as a U rank, naturally had extraordinary strength, and he heard Chen Feng's muttering, even if that sound is very, very small. You can hear it? Chen Feng was puzzled. Nonsense. Old ancestor, I'm a great imperial demon master. Can't I still not hear the whispers of a 10-star like you? As Tang Bing spoke, his eyes suddenly stared intently at Chen Feng. He stared slightly. Having also lived for a small 1,000 years, his brain was absolutely fine. In an instant, he utilized Chen Feng's surprise to conclude that Chen Feng did not have a backstage. This Chuan Jangwo had definitely never seen a U rank, and actually didn't understand the strength and signs of a U rank. It's killable. The mark of a great imperial magician with light golden pupils. This was due to the fact that the soul was sublimated and the physical body began to metamorphose after U rank. Chen Feng was a bit confused. Master, the golden color of the pupils is a U rank symbol. Don't you know that? The blade demon in Chen Feng's hand suddenly said. I don't know, Chen Feng answered truthfully. Didn't you say that you also lived for 1,000 years in your previous life? The blade demon's tone was incredulous. In the last life, no one has ascended Yu's level in Blue Star yet. Humph, dumbfounded fellow, killing my Tang family elder and family head. Today I, Tang Bing, will try to kill a rootless pureblood as well. Tang Bing's attitude suddenly changed as he made a sudden move against Chen Feng. Master, be careful. 3 voices rang out at the same time, coming from the blade demon, the demon centipede emperor, and the shadow demon. After all, Tang Bing was at Yu level, and his strike was so fast that the demonic centipede emperor knew that Chen Feng would not be able to dodge out of the way. Thus, only the body of the demonic centipede emperor instantly grew larger as it clenched its teeth and used its back to block in front of Chen Feng. Yu level. Damn, old man is going to die. Although he hadn't fucked the boss head on in his last life, he had seen the wounds that several of his other brothers carried on their bodies. It asked itself, any brother it cannot beat? Not to mention 8 brothers together was Yu level big brother cleaned up miserable. Even the master was reborn from the beating. Damn, maybe today is the anniversary of my demon centipede emperor's death. But is this really the case? Of course not. Only to see Chen Feng suddenly grabbing one of the demonic centipede emperor's legs and feet with one hand. The one person and one beast appeared 100 meters away with a flash of their bodies. Chen Feng was certainly on constant guard against Bing Tang. From the moment Tang Bing first appeared, Chen Feng was already mentally tense. U rank. Ha ha, such a dish. Chen Feng, who was standing in the distance, suddenly laughed out loud while dropping the demonic centipede emperor on the ground in his hand. You're arrogant. Tang Bing was instantly infuriated as he listened to Chen Feng's mockery. The qi and blood surged and attacked Chen Feng once again. His right foot slammed into the ground, and as the bricks crumbled underneath his feet, Tang Bing, like a cannonball, held a single sickle and swung it at Chen Feng's head. He's going to split this Kawakian guy in half. A dish is a dish. You rank. How come you don't even have a spatial confinement? Chen Feng laughed out loud. and while his figure was flashing, he opened his mouth again. Spatial confinement? Hee, you're a kid with a big mouth. I can see that you're just a wild boy with no common sense at all. Whose rank has spatial confinement? That's a titanium star level skill. Tang Bing had lived a long time and knew a lot, and immediately replied with a sneer at Chen Feng. He had already determined that Chen Feng was just a pureblood with genetically returned genes without any common sense. Killable. Titanium star grade? What grade is that? Chen Feng was suddenly confused. The thing you contracted yourself. What? It's not Yulan? Ha, dirt cold kid. Old ancestor, I'm not obligated to be your science teacher. Die. As Tang Bing spoke, his right hand suddenly flung itself into the air. In the next second, a blood-red light door appeared in the air, and within the blood-red light door, a mighty pressure instantly dispersed from it in all directions. Chen Feng suddenly felt his heart tighten. He stared wide-eyed at the red door of light in the sky. That was it. This was the feeling of a U-rank magical beast. Although it was not as strong as the pressure from the last battle in his previous life, Chen Feng could also feel it. That was the suffocating feeling that belonged uniquely to U-rank magical beasts. Damn it! Chen Feng wanted to walk away as a last resort for a split second. But suddenly, a voice appeared in his mind. Master, let me go out and try. That voice was none other than Chen Feng's sixth magical beast, ranked fourth in terms of strength. Named, Royal Blood. Emitting. Good. Chen Feng sniffed and nodded his head as he pointed to the sky. Sixth prison gate. Now, he snapped. As the words fell, before Tang Bing's U-ranked magical beast could walk out, the opposite side of the light door he had summoned, a prison gate that was even more blood-red than his red light gate appeared out of nowhere. The two gates overhang each other and are spaced 100 meters apart. However, in terms of aura, Chen Feng's prison gate was much more magnificent and bloody, suppressing Tang Bing's red light gate by more than a head. At this moment, there was constantly scarlet blood slowly flowing down from the pillars of the prison gate, flowing through the chains, flowing through the base, and finally constantly dripping down on the houses below, on top of the land. Hee, making a fool of yourself. Tang Bing laughed coldly, immediately ordering his U-ranked magical beast to come out in his mind. He wanted to suppress Chen Feng while deterring the escaped slaves, and also knock the slave merchants in the city in the process. He wanted to tell everyone around this Tang clan city that he, Tang Bing, leveled up. The mantis in the light gate slowly flew out. Its body was a pale gold intertwined with blood red, and the same two huge pale gold scythe blades flashed with cold aura. Chen Feng could feel that a pressure suddenly rose in his heart. The devil centipede emperor was also staring with wide eyes as he raised the small half of his body to look at the golden red mantis in the sky. Blade demon's eyes were fixed on mantis as well. Without words, it felt a tremendous pressure. It was only at the 10-star middle stage. Only the shadow demon, looking at the golden red mantis, seemed to show a hint of disdain in his eyes. Good dish. The shadow demon suddenly spoke out, its voice traveling in all directions. Tang Bing was just about to open his mouth to retort, but was interrupted by a loud laugh. Ha, eighth brother is right. It's indeed a bit of a dish. Is this considered rank? The voice was bizarre, not resembling a human voice, but it traveled clearly. It was from Chen Feng's prison door. In the next second, a bloody man made of red blood walked out of the prison door. This blood man was only 100 meters tall, with red blood surging through his exterior, covering his entire body. It's simply just a humanoid made of blood. Damn, this is. Tang Bing suddenly looked at the bloody man with great alarm. He seems to know something, but as if his brain had been rushed down by the appearance of imperial blood, he kept mouthing this as endlessly. Oh, what a weak U-rank. Just try my newly assimilated U-rank skill on you, Imperial Blood said, extending his bloody finger towards the red gold mantis across the room. Blood. Chaos. The voice was faint and eerie without a trace of emotion. The true skill of the Imperial Blood is to absorb the blood of any creature and then assimilate from that blood a skill that belongs to its stylistic traits. And what it was using now was a skill it had assimilated from the blood of the boss it had managed to get in the Great War in its previous life. Although it was only one of the skills, Royal Blood had seen how strong it was. It was already planning to not assimilate any more blood, and in the future, it would use this skill that it had assimilated from the boss. Bing Tang's red gold mantis didn't even put Royal Blood in his eyes, and he didn't even look at Royal Blood when his skill was used. It was only because although Imperial Blood was born in a weird way, it was not class after all. One could not feel the power of the U-rank until one reached the U-rank. The U-rank red gold mantis first laughed coldly, and then felt the blood within its body stirring. It felt like the blood in its body was flowing backwards. No, it's not. It's turbulence. That's grade strength. Grade body. How could it be brought into play by the skills of a tiny 10-star magical beast? It vibrated its wings in agony, and its two large sides waved even more wildly. Press down. I'm Yulan. Red Gold Mantis also has its own share of condescension. It has landed on the ground at this time, madly waving its scythe arm randomly. It was trying to use centrifugal force to normalize the blood that was flowing erratically in its body. It had felt clearly, slowly suffocating because of the haphazard flow of blood. Damn! Chuan Jiangwo, what have you done? What the hell kind of skill is that? Tang Bing looked at his magical beast's agonized appearance and went crazy yelling at Chen Feng. Will it work? Chen Feng, though he could also tell that royal blood skill was bullish. A modified version of one of the skills of the last magical beast he contracted. But the royal blood was only 10 stars after all, and it seemed unlikely that a 10-star magical beast would dry out the U rank with a single skill. The imperial magic power in his body now brushed down. Royal blood sniffed and looked at the blood head of the red gold mantis, shaking his head slightly. Tell Shou to come out and settle the fight. I'm too one-dimensional with this skill. If only I could get another drop of blood from the boss. As the imperial blood spoke, blood slowly flowed down from the corners of its head, a mouth made of congealed blood, like a harpy. It probably really thinks so. Aha! Chen Feng nodded at his words. Holding the wide-eyed blade demon in his right hand, he pointed his left hand towards the void. Guardian! 2 VIPs! Chen Feng bellowed. You level! He added. In the next second, at the moment when another prison gate appeared out of thin air, a tall figure violently rushed out from the prison gate. Bang bang bang! Huge footsteps. The sound was ear-shattering and urgent. Countless rooms were turned into house cakes in an instant, and were stepped on by it. Meeting, the running Shou Hang's 2 huge right arms raised straight up, aiming in the direction of the red gold mantis and Tang Bing. In an instant, Tang Bing and the red gold mantis, who was waving his scythe arm haphazardly, only felt the scenery around them change abruptly. This is... Tang Bing was once again confused. As an old vegetable imperial magician who had lived a relatively long time, he instantly recognized the race of the Guardian. How in the world did he contract this magical beast? No, there's also that black shadow demonic beast, the centipede demonic beast. Damn it, what exactly is his identity? Could it be the illegitimate son of some reclusive top imperial magician? Thoughts kept flashing through Tang Bing's mind, but this was Shou Hang's territory. Tang Bing only saw the 4-armed demonic beast in the distance in front of him, suddenly running while taking off the huge suit on his body, and shouting something fair in his mouth. U rank! Ha ha! U rank! Shou Hang shouted excitedly. To U rank! It's so unfair! So unfair! And to be fair, I'm going to deprive you of your extreme speed, extreme strength, and, well, recovery ability as the master of the gladiatorial arena. Shou Hang said, running and at the same time glancing at Chen Feng, who had just appeared in the audience. It was asking Chen Feng if he had enough imperial magic power. Chen Feng in the audience nodded his head. Seeing this, Shou Hang spoke again. The cost of your use of the gladiatorial arena will be paid for by the imperial magic within you. As Shou Hang's words fell, his huge figure had already rushed to the side of the golden red mantis. With 4 arms, it has a natural advantage in fighting. It was taller than a red and gold mantis. So as it approached the gold and red mantis, the 2 large hands at the bottom, left and right, suddenly crossed their fingers and clasped together. Finding an opening, the clenched fist slammed vertically into the red and gold mantis head. It used 10% of its force, so even the UU-ranked red gold mantis, with blood flowing chaotically in its body, was smashed and its body sank violently. Damn it! Seeing this, Tang Bing cursed from the side. He knew that he had to make a move and couldn't be wary of Chen Feng anymore. His wraith is in danger. Tang Bing on the ground suddenly exerted his legs and flew into the air. But he was immediately surprised again. The air here, so muddy. He felt his speed, his strength had decreased. At the same time, he could feel something intangible that was constantly draining the support level of imperial magic power from his body. Though that was just a hint of it. Ah, what kind of wacky skill is this? Tang Bing shouted, and while in the air he blasted his fist at the Guardian. Although Shou Hang's body was huge, it was only 10 stars, and instead of choosing to receive it hard, he made a quick sidestep to dodge Tang Bing's decelerated fist. Guardian's intention was actually to just not get attacked in the vitals, but it actually dodged. This caused Shou Hang to faintly stare. That good? Are they really UU rank? It remembered how miserable it was when it was bloodily abused by the boss in its previous life. Shou Hang was naturally good at fighting and had extremely fast reactions, and although it was slightly stunned when it dodged Tang Bing, it subconsciously kicked at the abdomen of the red gold mantis that had just gotten up with a nesting kick. With a thud, red gold mantis body planted. Seeing this, Shouho began to pursue the fight. Your master attacked me and I hit you, and you're still a Yulan? Ha! Shou Hang is a persimmon to pick the soft pinch. Swinging fists, straight fists, nesting feet, double wind slamming ears. All kinds of moves, all light blood chaos state of the red gold mantis body to greet. You level red gold mantis. At this time are confused. Not. How do you always hit me You fucking hit my master It went from shutting up and being condescending in the beginning to thinking about smoothing out the blood and then counterattacking. By now the nose was bruised, and the translucent, slightly reddish golden wings were cocked up from the beating. It tried to stir its wings several times to take off, but it was caught by Shohan by its long legs and dragged with a powerful over-the-shoulder drop. The Guardian's fighting philosophy and fighting style is actually quite primitive and very plain and simple. It could be said to be exactly the same thing as street fighting. One hits many, kite dodging attacks while shining a hard hit on one. What insidious comes to what? It also just didn't find out where the red gold mantis's balls were. Otherwise it would have kicked up a notch and served it. However, the golden red mantis was U-ranked after all, and although it took a beating, it didn't kill it. Tang Bing, on the other hand, was red in the face, holding his mouth tightly shut as he kept attacking towards Shou Hung. Finding the right opportunity, he suddenly stomped the ground again and flew up while blasting at Shou Han's side. He had waited for this moment for a long time, and he used all the power of Yulan. The light in the eyes of Tang Bing in the air shone brightly. He didn't believe that this 10-star four-handed demonic beast could resist his full-strength punch. Just as a flash of joy surfaced on his old face, Shou Hong was too late to dodge. Old man, 2 against 1 and you still want to sneak attack? That icy voice traveled from Tang Bing's back to his ears. It's Chen Feng. Only to see Chen Feng holding the sword demon in his hand and using instantaneous transfer to appear on Tang Bing's back in midair. The magic armor wrapped around his entire body. While stepping on Tang Bing's back with both feet, the knife devil in his hand descended vertically, stabbing Tang Bing's neck with all his might. He clutched the hilt of his sword with both hands, and in midair, Tang Bing was like a human skateboard. Pust. Tang Bing felt his body slam down, and his neck followed suit. Instead of piercing his neck and breaking through his defenses, the knife demon slashed sideways and made a gash in his artery. Skin in, skin out. Didn't scrape a blood vessel, but what did was left a thumb-length cut. Tang Bing hit the ground with a bang. Chen Feng then instantly moved to pull away. He knew that the enchanted damage from the nuclear radiation should have hooked the old man up, worthy of being U-ranked, as hard as a bastard. Chen Feng sighed with a sigh as he held the sword demon in his hand. It seems that the U-level's defense is really no joke. Ha ha, Chuan Jiangwo, you're underestimating the UU rank. Your blade demon is only 10 stars, trying to break through my defense. Naive. Tang Bing got up from the ground with his hands supporting him. If that's right, your blade magic is also the additional attribute of absorbing imperial magic power, right? It's a pity. You're up against me. If it's a same level fight, you're really invincible. Tang Bing patted the dust on his body and gently touched the tiny, narrow wound on his neck. Ha, he let out a soft laugh. It looked like today he was going to complete the decimation of purebloods while possessing the corpses of several legendary rare magical beasts. His red gold mantis. I'm afraid it's really going to evolve. What was the death of 2 10-star clansmen? Now he was at the UU level, and the red gold mantis was looking to evolve. The U rank not only allowed him to become a true emperor of the land in this remote place, but also gave him the ability to have children once again. When the time comes to get some women, what family can't he? Bing Tang, build. In the future, the Tang clan would be full of children born from the genes of U-rank powerhouses. While he was longing, Tang Bing suddenly felt a hint of something wrong. He subconsciously touched the wound on his neck again. Chen Feng, who was in the distance, saw Tang Bing's movements and his heart rejoiced. Here we go, the old man's on a roll. I didn't realize that nuclear radiation worked on the UU class. Are you alright? Chen Feng suddenly asked. Humph, old ancestor, I'm good. It's useless if you change your attitude now. You're dead. Tang Bing shook his head. He was actually feeling a little soft all over at the moment. Well, just his mouth was hard. Oh, you have a hard mouth. Chen Feng laughed and mocked. Red Gold Mantis felt that he was about to recover. Right away. Bear with me a little longer. The 2 large, shiny eyes on its head stared intently at all of Shohan's, and its body rolled laboriously as it kept backing up. In an instant, it saw its master, Tang Bing, actually bragging with the kid across the street. Shit, I'm getting my ass kicked and you're having a friendly conversation across the street? Can't I even get a little bit of balance in my heart if you scold him twice? Stupid master. Fucking living for nothing. A pang of disappointment ran through the Red Gold Mantis mind. It didn't know that Tang Bing wasn't having a good time at the moment. He felt giddy. How he was as drunk as he was. Is this kid's knife poisoned? For a moment, Tang Bing did not dare to step forward to actively attack Chen Feng as he silently operated the imperial magic power within his body. The vertigo of trying to dissolve. Are you alright? Chen Feng asked again. He was observing the reaction of U-rank powerhouses who had been exposed to radiation. and he was counting the time in his mind. This data would be very helpful in the future when fighting against other U ranks. Humph. I'm fine. Insidious brat. You dabbed poison on your sword. Tang Bing said with a forced calmness on his face. Sort of. He. It's just a 10-star trash poison. You're dead. Tang Bing sneered. When I kill you, I'll be the only one with my hands in this Tang clan city, and your magical beasts will be devoured one by my red gold mantis. And in the future, my Tang family will have countless geniuses, and with my Yaya class bloodline in place, it will definitely bring the Tang family to the next level. Bing Tang continues to stall. After ascending to Yaya level, genes would be optimized, and it could also be said that the level of life would be qualitatively improved. There's a greater chance of having a well-talented imperial magician offspring. Wait then. When Chen Feng heard this, he first froze, and then graciously pulled out his internetless cell phone from his pocket. Open the album where the pictures of the beautiful women are stored. Tap on a photo that's enough to make most men spurt blood. Then point the phone screen at Bing Tang. As for the question of why Chen Feng's cell phone has photos of beautiful women, this is of course the pre-birth Chen Feng, brushing the video when he saw it, and sharing it with his friends to watch while also downloading it to his cell phone by the way. Tang Bing had never seen a cell phone before, and he saw Chen Feng suddenly take out an iron brick, slide it twice, and then suddenly aim it at himself. Tang Bing was shocked. Poof. He raised both of his hands in front of his chest in a defensive maneuver while his eyes focused on Chen Feng's phone screen. In the next second, Tang Bing was confused. Makeup plus beauty plus filters plus uniforms. Although Tang Bing had lived for nearly 1,000 years, where in this insect domain was this technology, he didn't think he'd ever seen such beauty. The clean clothes, the soft skin and face. He was at this point like a primitive man watching a movie, with his cerebral cortex constantly undergoing great stimulation. It was the old dead tree that had just blossomed, and this Chen Feng sent a gentle breeze and rain. What do you mean by this? Do you want to bribe old man with a beautiful woman? Tang Bing suppressed the agitation in his heart, while secretly resisting the dizziness brought about by the radiation. He asked Chen Feng tentatively. The blood in his body did speed up though, so he was even more dizzy. Chen Feng looked at the luminescent color that kept slowly surfacing on Bing Tang's face as his finger kept slowly sliding on the phone screen. A picture of the girls with their own distinctive features kept changing in Bing Tang's eyes, occasionally scratched to a scrub video. Chen Feng also intentionally amplified the sound. Although there was music in the Wormlands, it was all elegant music, and even in those extravagant places, their music was monotonous and unusual. So, Tang Bing sank. This kid in what place got so many beautiful people to stay in the picture? And what is that lump of iron that makes such a rhythmic and marvelous sound? Chuan Jiangwo. What the hell do you mean? Tang Bing was furious. He felt that Chen Feng had seen that he was poisoned and was playing him. It doesn't mean anything. Didn't you just want to have children? Do you feel it now? Chen Feng asked tentatively. By now that green glow had penetrated into Tang Bing's veins, his face was as if he was wearing a mesh green fluorescent mask. This old man. He really is an old man with an old heart. Chen Feng sighed with emotion. What does it feel like? Tang Bing was first stunned at his words. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. Feel underneath you right away. He remembered clearly that ever since he had been promoted to U rank, every morning, he himself possessed the power of Prime. It is reasonable to say that looking at the beautiful woman in Chuan Jiangwo's lingering photo, one should have a hint of reaction. Tang Bing secretly wondered in his heart. Fortunately, U-ranked Imperial Magician could control his body. Thinking of this, he silently operated the Imperial magical power in his body to surge to the Prime. In the next second, Tang Bing's mind collapsed. Where's my Prime? Tang Bing's face became gloomy all of a sudden, complemented by the light green fluorescent light on his face. He bowed his head slightly, secretly using his Imperial magic to travel through his body as he searched for the strange toxin. He knew that he was truly poisoned. The insidious Chuan Jiangwo. And our Chuan Jiangwo was standing 100 meters away from Tang Bing at that moment. His face relaxed. Tang Bing, is it standing? Chen Feng perfectly integrated into the bug domain's language system as he slowly spat out 4 words under his breath. Tang Bing sniffed and immediately snorted coldly. Humph, don't know what you're talking about. Fight if you want to. Tang Bing looked up at Chen Feng, trying to put on a sharp look. He threw up his sleeves, when he really looked like a strong man. Master, you're fucking poisoned. Can't you see that your face is green? Red Gold Mantis dodged Shohan's punch and found a time gap. Its eyes swept towards the standing Tang Bing, communicating reminders with him in its mind. It felt like it was going to have a big day. How can you be with such a stupid master and not even know about the poisoning? Nuclear radiation. The effects in the body's reaction state are similar to poisoning, but no toxins can be found present in the body. Looking at the faltering Tang Bing, Chen Feng knew that this was an important card for him to use in the future to deal with Ye-class Imperial Demon Masters. In the next second, Chen Feng's body finally moved. He had thoroughly collected the important data on how long the U-level could resist radiation. His body instantly flashed behind Tang Bing, and his leg covered in magic armor kicked straight at the back of Tang Bing's head, who had already completely fallen into vertigo. Boom! Tang Bing was like a badminton flying in the air, shooting straight into the distance. Me? What's wrong with me? I'm a U rank. I'm a U rank. How could a poison exist that threatens the U rank? The airborne Tang Bing struggled to try and control his body while being horrified in his mind. However, the radiation was already deep and he felt a wave of vomiting coming over him, and his person was spinning around in the sky. Then, he sensed that his face was tightly grasped by a large hand, and his body was violently reversed, with his head as the point of landing, and his whole body rapidly fell down. The owner of this hand was, of course, Chen Feng, who, while kicking Tang Bing away, once again instantly moved to the side of the flying Tang Bing, like a basketball player grabbing a practice ball. He carried the knife demon in his right hand, and his left hand had 5 fingers spread out, covering and grabbing Tang Bing's face. Boo! There was another loud bang, and the field went up in smoke. Tang Bing's U-level body was sturdy, but he was hit by radiation and couldn't move while his life was on the line. Can lose the ability to resist his, although it can only be passively beaten, but not immediately die. Although at this point, Chen Feng could have chosen to let the demonic centipede emperor swallow Tang Bing and slowly digest it. However, whether it was Tang Bing's rank or the radiation effects on Tang Bing, it made Chen Feng not dare to choose this method to kill Tang Bing. Therefore, after Tang Bing's head was pressed into the ground, Chen Feng raised another foot to stomp vertically on Tang Bing's stomach. Pust! Tang Bing was trampled in the center by Chen Feng's foot, and both ends of his body buckled violently under the force. His head also cocked up in the air from the ground. Chen Feng ended with a kick, followed by a swing of his left hand, grabbing a handful of Tang Bing's hair, lift his body toward the sky. At this moment, Tang Bing's body was like a launched rocket that shot up into the sky, powerlessly shooting upwards. Chen Feng first looked up at Tang Bing, who was rising vertically overhead. While he carried caution and coldness in his eyes, his heart was amazed at the tenacity of the U rank. It's not even dead, but he still had a backstroke, only to see Chen Feng's right wrist holding the sword demon turn handsomely, and in the next second, he instantly moved directly to Tang Bing's side in the sky, swinging from side to side. The blade was in shadow. The two men's bodies continued to rise and then fall. Chen Feng's blade kept swinging, and it was specifically impossible to see how many blades he had swung in total. It's just that his arms are already bringing out stumps, and in the residual shadows, every blade Chen Feng swung out would suck away a trace of imperial magic power from Tang Bing's body, because Tang Bing had consumed quite a bit of imperial magic power before. Soon, all of the imperial magic power in his body was drained, not a single drop left. Without his imperial magic power, Tang Bing was like a turtle without its armor. Now with each swing of Chen Feng's blade, not only would he be able to smoothly break through Tang Bing's flesh and skin, but his body would also simultaneously increase by a trace of pure energy, which was true, upgraded imperial magic power. The azure energy continuously passed from the blade into Chen Feng's body. 6-star low rank, 6-star middle rank, and finally Chen Feng's rank was stuck at the peak of the 6-star middle rank, just a hair's breadth away from rising to the 6-star high rank. I believe that when Shou Hang swallowed that red gold mantis, he was afraid that he would be able to ascend to the 7th star. Chen Feng in his duel landed on the ground, and the picture at this point was extremely contrasting. Chen Feng's face was full of spring, his body's imperial magic power stirring. Tang Bing, on the other hand, was as gray as a dying old dog, curled up on the ground with a few rags hanging from his body. He was covered in slash marks, and all of them were skin in skin out. In the next second, Tang Bing's neck suddenly slumped and he died, not knowing whether he died of pain or withered to death from the radiation. The red gold mantis, who was still pulling against Shou Hang, also suddenly planted his body. It wanted to say what the hell was wrong with it that it could get such a master in its life. A man and a beast are supposed to be in the springtime when they come across such an outrageous hanging wall. If I had known this, I should have advised my master to put up with this pure-blood imperial demon master in the first place. It knew that Tang Bing lost because of carelessness, because of greed, because he usually indulged the Tang family too much and messed with people he shouldn't have messed with. The enjoyment of the golden red mantis is now owned by Shouhan. The imperial blood took only one drop of the golden red mantis blood and inhaled it into its body before it shook its head. It's so trashy. No better than Big Brothers, it's got a look of disgust on its face. Chen Feng shook off the blood on his blade and also exited the gladiatorial space. He felt the imperial magic power in his body growing miserably. At one point it was about to break through to 7 stars. However, just as the image flashed before his eyes, he returned to the worm domain. The sight around him shook him to his core. It's still the same main street of Tanja City, but the slaves all around, the Tang family's minions, were all gone. The old buddy who brought him here is nowhere to be found. Only to see Chen Feng surrounded by nearly 20 middle-aged looking mixed blood imperial demon masters surrounding him. Each one is imposing. The moment Chen Feng came out, they even released Yaya level pressure in unison, demonstrating their strength while deterring Chen Feng. What's going on? Chen Feng was startled as to why so many Yaya levels had suddenly appeared. In the next second, in front of Chen Feng, a sedan chair was slowly carried out, and a few U-rankers made way for an opening for the sedan chair. The palanquin was ornate, crafted from unknown purple-tinged animal bone throughout, embellished with exotic gems. Compared to the sedan chair Tang Shan had traveled in before, this one was more than 10,000 times more gorgeous. Pa, pa, pa. A series of claps rang out from the sedan chair. Not bad, very good. To think that even in this remote place of my insect domain, there are teenage heroes appearing. This time is really a worthwhile trip. The voice was handsome, and it didn't sound very old, probably around 20. He didn't come out of the sedan chair, so he didn't see his real face for the moment. Friend, give your name. That handsome voice sounded again. Chen Feng first swept a glance at the U-ranked miscellaneous blood imperial demon masters around him before slowly opening his mouth. Chuan Jiangwo. He didn't have the slightest expression on his face, and he looked quite calm. Chuan Jiangwo? Jiangwo, ha ha, good. Dang, that's a good name. Dang that you've met a good time. The handsome voice complimented with a big smile. It then began to introduce itself. I am the 17th branch of the Wu family, an 8th generation direct disciple. My name is Wu Zhong. I came here today to recruit the Tang family, but you actually destroyed the main Tang family vein. Jun Lang's voice gradually became low, as if he was questioning Chen Feng. The Wu family, as the top family controlling the bug domain, had a lot of internal strife. Recently, the pure-blood lineages in the 4 northern regions of this country were all screaming for a reorganization for some reason, to restore the human system that existed before the demon beast emperor was destroyed. So their Wu family also established a state, but the bug domain forces were disorganized, and although they were all led by the Wu family, there were many factions of the Wu family, and it became a problem to know exactly who the bug domain families were mixing with. So the first bloodline of the Wu family acted one after another, wanting to have a say in the future of the Wu kingdom. They had to have the most support from their lineage. This was also the purpose of Wu Zhong's visit to subdue the Tang clan. Wu Zhong, the Tang Bing lineage was indeed exterminated by me. So it was exterminated. What do you want? Chen Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he listened to Wu Zhong's words. His bottom line now was that his body's imperial magic power was full, and he was about to break through to the 7th star, so he definitely couldn't beat it. But if you want to instantly escape, there's absolutely no problem. However, the next sentence of that handsome voice caused Chen Feng, who was ready to run away, to freeze for a moment. Ha ha ha, truly a young hero. Your natural talent is even more outstanding. If I'm wrong, you're now a 7-star imperial demon master. Right, and you're still a pureblood. Strange, not to mention how you managed to suppress the U rank with 7 stars of power. Pure blood alone makes this Gongzi exceptionally curious about you. I've never heard of a pureblood family with the name Chuan in this world. The handsome voice said, only to see the gauze curtains of the sedan chair he was in suddenly being ruffled. In Chen Feng's eyes, a handsome young man with a handsome spirit and clear eyebrows bent out of the curtain. The youth was dressed in green and jade robes, and his skin was as fair as that of an ancient royal family. On the right arm of his jade robe, on the surface of the pale green fabric, purple and gold threads intertwined, outlining a hideous, purple centipede. That way if one were to find a reference to compare with, there was no doubt that it was only the demon centipede emperor, or rather, that was simply what the demon centipede emperor looked like. Chen Feng looked towards the youth on the sedan chair, surprised by his appearance while in his mind. He kept starting to interrogate the demonic centipede emperor. Why are you tattooed on that youth's shirt? I don't know. Wow. Come to think of it, is there anything you haven't told me yet? Chen Feng felt that this Wu family must have some connection with the demonic centipede emperor, and he tried to dig into the other memories in the demonic centipede emperor's brain. I really don't know. Master, before I was with you, I ate and slept in the beast's domain until I woke up and was beaten by you and Elena and the others. The demon centipede emperor said pitifully. Cough. Alright, Chen Feng coughed lightly in embarrassment in his mind. There's no way. Contracted beasts. First beaten. Beaten honestly, this is normal. But the question now was how to answer Wu Zhong's words. And when Wu Zhong saw Chen Feng scowling, he spoke once more. Could it be that your excellency is the pride of a certain pure-blood family from another domain? Wu Zhong's eyes were sharp as he looked at Chen Feng like a knife, as if he wanted to see through and poke Chen Feng. No, but I exterminated the Tang clan. Chen Feng shook his head. He didn't explain anything, because any explanation now would raise suspicion, and it was better to be honest than to do the wrong thing and refuse. Chen Feng, who had lived for 1,000 years, understood one thing. The upper class plays the game of self-interest. How to maximize their own interests, the interests of their own camp, is how they will choose. Hatred, affection, love, friendship. None of these things are as important as self-interest. There is seemingly no emotion in this, and there is emotion everywhere. Chen Feng was betting that Wu Zhong did not take revenge for the Tang family at the first opportunity after he had destroyed the main vein of the Tang family that he had intended to recruit. It just proves that the Tang family doesn't matter. Profit does. Chen Feng, who killed Tang Bing, might bring higher profits for Wu Zhong. So as long as Wu Zhong was a higher power and had the mind of a higher power, then he wouldn't turn his back on Chen Feng. And with high profit comes high risk. 7 stars killing 10 stars is understandable. 7 stars killing you rank. This is a bomb. Or a bomb so young. Wu Zhong listened to Chen Feng's words and fell into deep thought for a moment. He reached up and rubbed his chin. His brain racing, weighing, suddenly appeared in their own domain of the mysterious pureblood genius. Strength against the sky. Potential against the sky. Talent is feared to be even higher than their own allot. Kill? Or cooperation? He said he didn't belong to any pureblood family, which was like a big lie. And how true it was. At this moment, the aura of the surrounding 20 mixed blood yaya levels did not diminish, but Chen Feng was blatantly unmoving. It was as if they didn't feel threatened at all. The thinking Wu Zhong raised his head as he looked at Chen Feng. This Chuan Zhanghua was actually still simply calm and abnormal in the face of 20 U-rankers. It seemed that he still had a backhand. Being able to escape the backstabbing of 20 U-rankers, Wu Zhong's heart, again, sank. Wu Zhong, who had been constantly experiencing inter-family deception since he was a child, knew that the youth in front of him was likely to change the future trajectory of his life. It may soar to the heavens, or it may become a stepping stone for the advancement of other full-blooded branches within the family. The atmosphere became a little dull for a moment. Even the 20 U-ranked miscellaneous bloods followed suit and breathed slightly sharply. After a long time, Wu Zhong suddenly felt a lightness in his body. He reverted to his previous appearance of being unperturbed by change and looked up at Chen Feng. Well done for exterminating. He suddenly laughed out loud. This Tang Bing with the Tang clan usually doesn't do a lot of evil, and it's only right that you were destroyed by your friend today. Brother Zhangwo, I wonder if you would like to lead the Tang family and stand in for me. Wu Zhong narrowed his eyes and smiled. His face was like a spring breeze, looking with a hint of intimacy. Chen Feng then shook his head when he heard this. I'm sorry, Brother Wu. I don't aspire to do this. I've heard that the frost domain is covered in ice and snow all year round, and that the heavens and earth are all white, like a worldly wonder. So I've been wanting to go to the frost domain for a little bit of a trip. Chen Feng did not say the real purpose of going to the frost domain, but his reasoning seemed reasonable to Wu Zhong. There's no winter in Bugland. No snow. Bugs everywhere. It was true that there were many people from the bug domain who were curious about the frost domain. He had been curious about it as a child, but family infighting had led to him not having the time to go to the frost domain to satisfy his curiosity either. However, Chen Feng's words brightened his eyes. The frost domain was tens of thousands of miles away from the bug domain, and the other party wanted to go to the frost domain while he was deep in the bug domain at the moment. The distance was too far, so the only way was to ride in their Wu family's centipede carriage. Brother Chuan, if you want to go to the insect domain, I have a way. My Wu family's centipede carriage can help you reach the frost domain within half a month. But, Wu Zhong's words came out in a rush. But what? Chen Feng was waiting for Wu Zhong to say this, so he picked up the conversation. But the centipede carriage isn't for everyone. Even me, I had to apply to the Elder Council before I could do it. But I see that you are also a young genius, and it is fate that we meet. So why don't we befriend each other? And with this relationship, when our status climbs higher in the future, wouldn't we be able to sit in the centipede chariot just like that? Wu Zhong said, looking at Chen Feng with sincere eyes. He was not high in the family, and though he had a good head on his own, it was hard to beat 4 hands. The sons of the top-ranked families did not have titanium star-ranked imperial magicians following them around, but the slightly lesser titanium rank was still available for them to instruct. Himself, on the other hand, could only drive the U rank, when really the sky is the limit. So Wu Zhong thought that his chances were not within the clan, but outside. That's one of the reasons he even comes to these remote mountains. Ha ha, then wouldn't I be high on the list? But family infighting, it's just you and me. Chen Feng did not say any further, his voice gradually drawing down as his eyes swept towards the surrounding mixed blood U rank, without an ounce of emotion, as if they were looking at garbage. His heart was moved. This was a step up, though he himself could be in deep trouble. He knew it. The quagmire was indeed a shortcut for him, although it was laced with interests up to 100%, but it's definitely an opportunity to reach the sky if you grasp it properly. Maybe they will rise to the U rank themselves, or even higher. For the time being, there are indeed only the two of us. I wonder, Brother Chuan, if you would dare to come to the sedan chair? Wu Zhong's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately ruffled the black veil that hung slightly over the door of the sedan chair with one hand while extending an invitation to Chen Feng. Why not? Chen Feng wore a smile on his face as he calmly walked towards the palanquin in large strides, the magic armor chasing on his body fading a little with each step. When he walked to the front of the palanquin, the demonic armor had all but faded away, and the long sword was put away with a fling of his hand. Only the demonic centipede emperor, transformed into a hand rope, was hidden on Chen Feng's wrist in his sleeve. Wu Zhong did not know about the existence of the demonic centipede emperor, and when he saw that Chen Feng was actually so calm in the face of 20 U rankers, as well as himself, a direct descendant of the Wu clan, he couldn't help but think highly of Chen Feng. A few more points in his heart. Indeed a young genius. Brother Chuan just has the guts to make Mr. Wu admire him. Wu Zhong thought that if he were himself in this situation today, he would not dare to put down his guard so much and boldly enter the sedan chair of others. Therefore, he lowered himself to set up his identity and personally lifted the sedan chair curtain for Chen Feng, and only after Chen Feng entered the sedan chair did he follow him in. This scene was also unparalleled in the Bug domain. The Wu family, top family, the status of supremacy, this is equivalent to the ancient prince, actually ran to the frontier. To lift the sedan chair curtains for the commoners is a reason. The 20 mixed blood Yaya ranks had sideways glances at this moment. They couldn't understand why their masters had lowered their status so much. There is a lot of room in the sedan chair. Jade beds and couches, wooden tables and benches were fully furnished, and they were embellished with glittering jewels. Unlike ordinary stone jewelry, Chen Feng could feel that every piece of jewelry used for embellishment in the sedan chair was produced from magical beasts. Many of them exuded the luster and might of U-grade materials, worthy of being a top family. This sedan chair, I'm afraid that it can top the lifetime expenses of tens of thousands of ordinary people in the Bug domain. Chen Feng sighed a sigh in his heart. Brother Chuan, sit, Wu Zhong said, reaching out and pulling a stool from under the mahogany table. Chen Feng didn't push back. He directly bent down and sat on it. After the two of them had taken their seats, they only heard a shout from outside reaching Chen Feng's ears. Rise the sedan chair. After the shouts, there were 4 U-grade imperial magicians lifting the sedan chair. This scene was really extravagant. As if that U-rank was so worthless. Chen Feng was in the sedan chair. He couldn't see this scene. At this time, Wu Zhong had already poured half a cup of tea for Chen Feng. The two of them served tea. Brother Chuan, there are some things that are not easy to talk about outside, and there are no outsiders here now. So, Wu Zhong said, his face hesitant, but there's no harm in saying so. Chen Feng sipped his tea before putting down his teacup and said, well, in fact, I came out this time, ostensibly to gather the forces of the mixed blood clan, but the real purpose is because of the clan examination. Examination? Chen Feng froze slightly. An examination of the future succession to the throne after the founding of the kingdom of Wu. Wu Zhong said, his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared into Chen Feng's eyes, locking eyes with him. Only one spot? No, there are actually 10 slots, but in order to obtain an inheritance slot, you need to pass an examination. Wu Zhong continued. So what's the test about? For the time being, all I know about this first level is that it tests our eyesight. That is, the ability to recognize people. The family let us out to search for talents in the world, and when we find them, we return to the family. And you, Brother Chuan, are the talent that I, Wu Zhong, am looking for. 3 days from now is the deadline to go out, and at that time, the family will rank your potential through the test. If you can rank high, Brother Chuan, I can open the next level of the examination. Wu Zhong slightly gripped his teacup and said with a calm demeanor, oh, that is to say, taking in plans is a lie, and searching for the world's talents is the real thing? Then what is the content of my test? Chen Feng's eyes turned slightly as he surprised a sentence. Actually, it's all true. Taking in the mixed blood clan is true, and seeking out the world's talents is also true. As for the content of the test, the Bug domain honors strength, so I guess it's a category of competition for survival. When Wu Zhong finished speaking, his words were stuttered and he continued to add, but brother, don't worry. This time, the family has a rule that the person we choose has the highest U rank. With brother's battle performance just now, surviving the test is not expected to be much of a problem. What about a fight where you injure or kill your opponent? Chen Feng sniffed and asked again. Ha ha, the world of Imperial Demon Masters is inherently cruel. Death is death. Death is a skill that is not as good as others. Brother Chuan does not look like a person who is afraid of death. Wu Zhong laughed out loud and looked at Chen Feng's face. Oh, That's good. Chen Feng was overjoyed as he listened to Wu Zhong's words. He had just gotten a taste of the U-ranked miscellaneous blood imperial demon masters and U-ranked magical beasts. If he could kill a few more U-rank in that so-called examination, wouldn't he be able to get back to the 10th star very soon? It is even expected to sprint to the Ye class. However, Wu Zhong's words also made Chen Feng feel a hint of other unusual feelings. According to reason, the Wu family should have been the topmost family in the bug domain, and although it hadn't set up a country before, it was better than setting up a country. So this making or not making a country means absolutely nothing. But if it's pointless, why does the Wu family insist on doing this useless thing? Even the top lineages of other domains seem to be doing the same. This is so weird. What exactly was the reason that could make a top family like the Wu family do so, rather than letting the family juniors get caught up in infighting and killing each other? The reason is what it is. Chen Feng suddenly fell into deep thought. This was too wrong. He keenly smelled a hint of conspiracy. In his previous life of 1,000 years, he had enough experience in all aspects. He was besides young in appearance now. In fact, Chen Feng's mind was not at all inferior to that of the Wu family's elders, old ancestors and the like. Thoughts raced, and all sorts of limited information intertwined in his mind. Suddenly, Chen Feng thought of a hint of possibility. Previously, the Tang family's people knew that he was a pure blood actually remained so unruly, as arrogant as a snake in the ground, and even tried to exterminate him. That's a big departure from what that old dude described as the relationship between pure blood and mixed blood. From here, one could try to deduce that although the bug domain was ostensibly dominated by the Wu family, through an unknown amount of time of development, at this point, these miscellaneous blooded imperial demon master clans had already feathered their own nests, and they had already been foolish enough to make a move. They might not be as in awe of the pure blood Wu family. They wanted to unite to exterminate the Wu family or replace it. The Wu family, on the other hand, responded to this situation by allowing the family juniors to infight in the name of nation building. The juniors, on the other hand, subjugate the clans to make them take sides by force, dividing their unity so that they can't combine together effectively. You were thinking of revolting, but then the crown prince suddenly came in person and told you to hang out with him. So what's the point of revolting? Against the possibility of ashes and ashes, follow the prince to mix, although they have to contribute, but it is also equivalent to a step to heaven. I believe that even if a family is smart enough to think of this possibility, they will be helplessly forced into it, because in this world, the smart ones are in the minority, and when the smart clans raise the flag and try to rebel again, they might be surrounded and exterminated by the mixed blood clans backhandedly the next day. And when the juniors fought, it was also the time when those mixed bloods fought, the moment when the inheritance truly fell to Wu Zhong and the others. Those miscellaneous blood clans would also stand behind their respective Wu clan juniors due to interests, hatred, and killing and fighting prevented the vast majority of clans from establishing cooperation anymore. There is no way to work together on Earth for at least a couple of generations, and in the end, the Wu family established the Wu kingdom, both collecting the mixed-blooded families and solving the hidden dangers of the mixed-blooded families that had accumulated for 1,000 years. The most terrifying point was that from the beginning to the end, the Wu clan's top imperial demon masters only needed to sit in the Wu clan and shock the 8 directions. They almost didn't need to make any moves at all. Good. What a Wu family. What a buggy domain. What a pure-blood family. This trick of using the body as bait, contradiction shifting and kingly power building is really wonderful. It's wonderful. Thinking of this, Chen Feng's face remained unchanged as he suddenly raised his head and glanced at Wu Zhong, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, with great significance. He wondered if this Wu Zhong would also think of this level, or if the rest of the bug domain, for that matter, would think of this level. That's a great move by the pure-blood families. It's impossible for everyone to be sober in this world, and the vast majority of people are jerks all their lives. Both exist in the same world, from small families to entire countries, planets, and if the clear is mixed with the muddy, then it can only be clear within the muddy. So in the end, it looks like it's still muddy. Chen Feng felt this quite deeply. Why does Brother Chuan have such a look in his eyes? After being stared at by Chen Feng for a long time, Wu Zhong was suddenly covered in vicious chills. Does Chuan have a love affair with a dragon and a young? Nothing. By the way, are we arriving at the city gates? Chen Feng shook his head and changed the topic. Wu Zhong sniffed as he reached out and plucked away the curtain to go outside. Yes, we're already at the city gates. Wu Zhong shrunk back and said, stop for a moment. I have something to take care of. Chen Feng suddenly summoned the sword demon to hold in his hands. Good. Wu Zhong responded. Stop the sedan chair. He shouted from the sedan chair. The sedan chair stopped. Wu Zhong with a curious gaze as he watched Chen Feng walk out of the door of the sedan chair. Get out of the sedan chair. Yo, master. It's you guys coming out. One of the Tang Clan city watchmen trotted over to this side of the sedan chair. He had a fawning look on his face. There were also some ordinary civilians beside him who wanted to enter the city, but they were all stopped by him, and he left them at the gate without releasing them. This city guard was the same unlucky guy who had pitted Chen Feng before last night. As he ran, he happened to see Chen Feng walking down from the sedan chair. Without waiting for him to speak, the next second, the knife rose and fell. Heads and bags of money fly through the air. Chen Feng reached out and took the money bag. First opened it and looked at it. It was full of silver coins, all kinds of denominations, but most of the silver coins had black stains attached to them. Presumably, they were turned in by the regulars. In the next second, Chen Feng reached out and pulled out all of the silver coins from his money pouch before sprinkling them in front of those civilians waiting to enter the city. Reward yourselves, and whoever dares to snatch it from you will end up no different from him. As Chen Feng spoke, he kicked the decapitated body of the city defender away and glanced at the other city defenders. Only after doing this did Chen Feng return to the sedan chair. Okay, go. He chuckled. 3 days had passed in a hurry, and Chen Feng had thoroughly seen the speed of the centipede carriage. This is the centipede carriage that is used exclusively by the Wu family to catch the road within the bug domain. And Wu Zhong said that this is only a medium-sized one. And if you want to go to other domains, you need to take a super large one. That is, the top of the line one. However, Chen Feng was still greatly shocked by this. He wanted to say, this is not a centipede carriage. It is clearly a centipede high-speed train. This Wu clan actually built special roads in the bug domain for this speedy centipede demonic beast. One after the other is extremely straight and goes in all directions. And the Wu family city, too, was quite large, covering an area Chen Feng secretly estimated that it was about as big as the Blue Star's 4 capital cities. Unlike the poor and remote Tangjia city, Wujia city was bustling with activity and a wide array of goods as far as the eye could see. It is no longer a single trade in slaves and magical beasts. Food, drink, fun, all of it. Brother Chuan, let's report to the Wu family elders pavilion first. Wu Zhong pulled Chen Feng and the two of them walked through the Wu family palace complex. Looking at the tall buildings and fences around him, Chen Feng was tempted to say, Wu family, have you been wanting to build a country for a long time? Who the hell is this? The family lives in the palace, all the way to the elders' court. At this time, the elders' pavilion was already abuzz with people. Outside the main hall of the elders' pavilion, several young men stood in place. They all looked so similar to Wu Zhong. Looks like they're all juniors in the Wu family. And beside them, a middle-aged man stood beside each of them. Each middle-aged man was standing tall with his head held high. His face was confident, and his body was emanating an aura that belonged to the U level. Chen Feng could sense that among them, every single aura was much higher and thicker than Tangbing. It seems that they are Yulan high-ranking. Chen Feng came to a conclusion in his mind. Next, Wu ran. At the entrance of the hall, an old man of some age, holding a strange little insect in his hand, shouted to the outside of the hall. This is the 182nd elder of our Wu family. His name is Wu Ya. Wu Zhong introduced in a low voice beside Chen Feng. Chen Feng nodded at his words before speaking. This is also part of the assessment? Well, it's just a simple measure of your talent for royal magic, which is also considered part of the test scoring. But this is not a big problem. I believe that with Brother Chuan's talent he will definitely be able to win a high score in this test. Wu Zhong had seen Chen Feng kill Yu rank with his own eyes, across realms, with his 7-star Royal Demon Master rank. Oh, with Brother Chuan's talent, this test, Wu Zhong, will surely be able to gain the upper hand. Wu Zhong was confident in his heart as he subconsciously raised his head up, chest high, just waiting for Elder Wu Ya to call out his name. Big problem. Chen Feng suddenly had a twitch in his heart. Doesn't he know what kind of talent he has? The others thought he had filled in his D-grade talent a few times blindly when he signed up for special recruiting at Blue Star earlier, but only Chen Feng himself knows that. Damn, lousy is really D-grade. His rank, all of which he had desperately suffered countless hardships and injuries in exchange for. It could be said that the 1,000 years of struggle in his previous life could have been completely written into an inspirational web article. Category-wise, it's definitely the Urban Brainstorm Sentinel category. However, he didn't say this out loud at the moment. After all, in his last life, he had measured the Imperial Beast talent, and this Imperial Demon talent, he really hadn't measured it yet. In the next second, Elder Wu Ya's shout interrupted Chen Feng's thoughts. Wu Ran's chosen one. Talent, top grade. Wu Ran's first level. First plus 1 point. Next, Wu Tao. When Wu Ya finished speaking, he only saw another youth walk out with a middle-aged man in the plaza of the Grand Hall. The middle-aged man had a confident look on his face. He held his hand out. Seeing this, Wu Ya did not drag his feet and directly placed the small insect in his hand on the middle-aged man's wrist. The little bug gave a light bite to the middle-aged man's wrist, then sucked in a mouthful of blood that gushed out from the wound. Wuya's face remained unchanged. This little bug was one of his imperial demons, with the ability to identify the enemy's talent. He was also ordained as an elder by the Wu family because of this. After communicating with the little bug, Wuya slowly opened his mouth and shouted once again. Wu Tao's chosen one. Talent. Excellent. Wu Tao's first pass. First add 2 points. Elder Wuya paused after shouting. And again. Next. Wu Zhong. Wu Zhong immediately became excited at his words as he pushed Chen Feng beside him. Brother Chuan. Get on. Let them see what kind of talent it is to be at the 7-star abuse you rank. Wu Zhong's heart was happy at the moment. It is estimated that Brother Chuan's talent is at least above extreme grade. Could it be Earth grade? Or that legendary heaven grade? Wu Zhong didn't dare to think about it. And Chen Feng didn't dare to think about it. Ahem. Well, you're a little prepared for this too. Brother, this is my first test. Chen Feng laid it out for Wu Zhong. Ha ha. Well. Then it's all up to Brother Chuan to perform. Wu Zhong clearly misunderstood. Wrong by a billion points. He, cousin Wu Zhong. When Wu Tao left, he happened to pass by Wu Zhong. He coldly laughed and patted Wu Zhong's shoulder, calling out his cousin without expressing anything more. At this moment, Chen Feng was already standing in front of Wuya. Chen Feng's young appearance made him stand out. Is this kid a UA grade? Or 10 stars? Is he a teenage genius? As Wuya thought this, he subconsciously glanced at Wu Zhong who was smiling confidently below him. It seems to be a juvenile genius. Wu Zhong, this junior may have seen gold. Although Wuya was thinking in his head, the movements of his hands didn't stop for a second. He grabbed Chen Feng's outstretched wrist before placing the little bug on it. Chen Feng felt his wrist being lightly bitten by a small insect without much pain. He just stared unblinkingly at the little bug on his wrist, wondering in his mind what level this little bug was, and if he gave it to the demonic centipede emperor to eat, he didn't know how much experience he would increase. However, in the next second, Wuya's face suddenly changed. He retrieved the small insect from Chen Feng's wrist. With a serious face, he looked down at Wu Zhong. Wu Zhong, is this the person you chose? Are you sure? Wuya shouted loudly and his tone was quite serious. Uncle Wuya, I'm sure. Wu Zhong's face was confused. He didn't know which act Wuya was singing. Now that there is still time until sunset, and there are quite a few mixed blood U rankers in the Wu family with good talent, don't you want to give it some careful consideration? Wuya could be said to be benevolent. He could only do this much. I'm sorry, Uncle Wuya. I'm sure I won't consider it. Brother Chuan and I have been brothers for a long time. I've decided on him. Wu Zhong replied loudly and seriously. Fine. That's it then. He, Wuya said inside. I thought to myself, this life is over. The person chosen by Wu Zhong. Chuan Jiangwo. Wu Zhong shouted as he added his words from below. Well, Wu Zhong's chosen one. Chuan Jiangwo. Talent. Extremely unimpressive. Rank 7 stars. Wu Zhong. First 3 points deducted. After Wuya shouted, his eyes closed and flung his sleeves, not even looking at Chen Feng. Next, he shouted in a cold voice, as if he was extremely disappointed in Wu Zhong. Outside the hall, Wu Zhong's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly stiffened. The other teenagers were also full of incredulity, then burst into laughter. Chen Feng, on the other hand, blushed in his old face and silently walked to Wu Zhong's side, gently patting his shoulder. He was tempted to say, my condolences, brother, but it can't be that the object of the festival is yourself. If you talk about other things, Chen Feng can be proud of himself, but when it comes to talent, Chen Feng can only admit, don't think highly of Miao. Lao Tzu's life is all about hard work and sweat, no talent at all. Chen Feng now only wants to seriously say to Wu Zhong, brother, don't panic, wait for brother to mess kill. Wu Tao had already walked outside the palace courtyard, but when he heard Chen Feng's talent, he suddenly turned his head back as he shouted at the dumbfounded Wu Zhong. Cousin Wu Zhong, don't worry, tomorrow Chuan Jiangwo will also participate in a single-player confrontation survival match. If you can kill 3 you rank, well, then the points you deducted today can be made up. You have to believe in brother Jiangwo. Ha. That was quite a solid statement. And Wu Tao left with a big smile. Oh, in the same level want to kill. How difficult. Especially after you level, which is not the hand did not have a little skill. Listening to the mocking sounds of Wu Tao coming from behind him, as well as the jeers of his fellow clansmen around him, Wu Zhong felt that his face was already about to hang up. He was a mess inside. He couldn't understand why an Imperial Demon Master who could kill a U rank at the 7-star Counter-Strike would paradoxically possess such garbage talent. Wasn't that an outrageous thing to say? He felt as if he had fallen for a big pussy. Chen Feng, on the other hand, could only stand beside him silently at the moment, with a hint of coyness and embarrassment on his face. Chen Feng's expression was really because, looking back 1,000 years, he had seen for the first time in a person what it meant to stand as a minion. That 18th year, outside the Hall of Elders, stood as minions. Brother Wu, are you alright? Chen Feng really couldn't help himself. This kid is still too young to be calm. Hasn't he ever heard the famous saying, before the end of the world, you and I are all bulls. No, we are all dark horses? Wu Zhong was startled back to his senses by Chen Feng's voice. He turned his head to look at Chen Feng. Brother Chuan, let's leave this first. Then the two were side by side, traveling outside the confines of the Great Hall. Chen Feng followed Wu Zhong all the way to a chambers, which was Wu Zhong's residence. Still full of bug domain features, even the green bricks on the ground outside the chambers were meticulously carved with giant centipede patterns. This bedchamber is also quite large. A row of 4 rooms. Wu Zhongping time to live on the right side of the room. The remaining 3. One is for guests, one for the occasional mother, and the last, the Wu Zhong happy house. It's normal for the sons of big families to have their own happy houses in this insect domain. Leading Chen Feng into the guest room, Wu Zhong then turned around and closed the door, then turned to look at Chen Feng once again. His face became serious. Brother Chuan, give me some insight. How much certainty do you have against the U rank? Also, that magical beast of yours, Brother Chuan, is it a guardian clan magical beast? Wu Zhong had seen a lot of things and had heard a little about the race of the conservatives. Heavenly magical beasts are also divided into groups. The guardian clan magical beasts are extremely difficult to find, let alone will be contracted. The main reason in that they are living in groups, and this kind of perverted space skills, and compared to the weapon clan's blade demon, although it was also precious and rare, for the sons of super families like Wu Zhong, it wasn't really said to be very hard to find. The reason why the blade demon was precious was because the 4 northern domains were, in fact, originally the 5 northern domains, and the battlefield of the Great War 1,000 years ago was in the 5th domain, called the artifact domain. At that time, the artifact domain had the highest strength and countless top-tier imperial demon masters, and it was also they who unveiled the first battle of the human race against the demonic beast emperor. Well, you asked how many points of certainty. Chen Feng listened to Wu Zhong's words as his mind continued to think. He had only fought with Yaya class low rank. As for the middle and high ranks, he hadn't come across them either. Why don't you start by telling me about the U rank and the ranks above it? And what is the difference between the smaller ranks within each grade? As you know, I'm from the mountains, so I really don't know much about this. Chen Feng was once again embarrassed. He had no concept of the grades from 10 stars upwards. This thing, it was hard to assess. Good. Wu Zhong nodded. He didn't expect Chen Feng to even know this. Could it be that Brother Chuan was really a child who came out of the mountains? Did he just pop out of a rock? 10 stars upwards. It's U rank, titanium star rank, and further up is domain rank, and the domain level is also the highest level in our current world. Among them, for each of the big levels, there were 3 small stages, low, middle, and high, and the difference in strength between each small stage was also very large. The difference between the low and middle ranks of the U rank, when the strengths are converted, is like a 1-star beating a 3-star, so it can probably be understood that way. Wu Zhong explained carefully. Chen Feng listened attentively. He nodded. This information was important to him. At least when he encountered the enemy in the future, he would not be in 2 minds. He would have a clearer judgment on whether to be reckless or to run. Well, it seems that we have to find a chance to try what level the U rank middle stage is. I guess we have to call all the current magical beasts and beat them up in a group to win. Then, being of the same U rank, how big is the difference in strength between mixed blood and pure blood? Chen Feng asked again. The higher the level, the greater the difference in the number of magical beasts contracted, the more obvious the gap between the 2 strengths. Under 10 stars, 6-4 open. After the titanium level, like butchering dogs, with only 1 skill they have. Although they upgrade fast, their skills are too few. A titanium-ranked pure-blooded Imperial Demon Master can fight against at least 3 to 4 titanium-ranked miscellaneous-blooded Imperial Demon Masters at the same time. And if the skills are special and the magical beasts are rare breeds, it's said that there were a dozen or 10 of them 1,000 years ago. Wu Zhong spoke with longing in his eyes, as if he was longing for the times of 1,000 years ago. I see, but I definitely don't have a problem hitting a U-rank low stage. If it's a middle or high stage, I still have to get my hands on it before I can tell. Chen Feng also gave a reply at this time. He spoke steadily, and there was even a shrinking component. He predicted in his heart, if he was to let the magical beasts beat up the group, a hit on the middle rank was probably not a problem. With more experience in the middle rank, one could become a perpetual motion machine through the blue-sucking nature of the blade demon, and quickly recover to 10 stars. Getting stronger. but the premise is that energy to keep up. The spirit, if a long battle tired and exhausted, even if hard as prime, will only think of sleeping first unless the sky will be moving on its own above. But don't worry, brother Wu Zhong, no matter if it's a middle or high rank, I'll definitely have no problem staying alive. He added another sentence with confidence in his tone. Besides, there's an old saying in my old hometown that before the dry heavens are settled, you and I are both oxen and horses, Chen Feng said, patting Wu Zhong's shoulder with a lofty look on his face. A cow horse? What kind of magical beast is that? Is it powerful? Wu Zhong looked towards Chen Feng. At this moment he suddenly felt the confidence in Chen Feng that made him follow suit. It's awesome, and plentiful, and strong, and it's considered a divine beast. Early in the morning of the second day, Wu Zhong brought Chen Feng to eat a high-class meal with the most distinctive features of the insect domain. Wu Zhong said the name of the meal was Whole Worm Banquet. It was customized by him specifically for Chen Feng in Wujia City, in order to wish Chen Feng a triumphant return. Brother Chuan, your test location is on the outskirts of our Wu family's ancestral land. You must be careful. It was originally a place for us, the juniors of the family, where there are many bugs and beasts, both large and small, and each of them carries a poison. I was fortunate enough to have been there once at the time of my bar mitzvah, and it damn near became a taboo day. On the road, Wu Zhong had a serious face, and the experience he had at that time was still fresh in his mind. On the outskirts of the ancestral lands, why are they full of poisonous insects? Chen Feng asked curiously. Because deeper down is where the first generation of our Wu family's old ancestor and his centipede demonic beast sat down. Legend has it that at that time, the old ancestor and his magical beast were severely injured after battling against the magical beast emperor. Knowing that he would soon die, so he then drew together with his magical beast to induce the fusion of a drop of highly poisonous true blood and integrated the highly poisonous true blood into the ancestral land for the purpose of breeding the centipede magical beast for the benefit of us, the descendants of the Wu clan. Our Wu family's magical beasts are all centipedes, and the contract is inexhaustible precisely because of a drop of our old ancestors' highly poisonous true blood. Wu Zhong's face carried a touch of pride. The Wu clan's oldest ancestor is domain level. Chen Feng asked tentatively. Domain level? Ha, that's just the current peak, not the top peak it once was. My family's old ancestor, back then, was a legendary realm master level, on the same level as that demonic beast emperor, and there's still a domain lord level great realm in between domain lord level to boundary lord level. Otherwise, why do you think that a single drop of the old ancestor's true blood is why it has been able to benefit our Wu family for 1,000 years without defeat? Wu Zhong's expression became even more proud. This is the honor belonging to the family. Is a generation of Wu family leader alone created the legend? No one dares to question this denigration. If there is, it will be an enemy. Chatting along the way, the two of them came to a centipede carriage, and at this time, quite a number of people had already gathered by the huge centipede carriage. At a cursory glance there are as many as 100 or so. Alright, we've arrived at the gathering place. Brother Chuan, I can only send you here. For the sake of fairness, we, the sons and daughters of the family, have been ordered not to enter the outskirts of the ancestral ground to watch the battle, and we can only wait here for the results. Brother Chuan, you, just do your best. I've investigated. Among the people involved this time, there are not a few you rank low middle rankers. No one else knows that Brother Chuan is pure blood. This is our advantage. Wu Zhong buried his head in Chen Feng's ear and whispered. Last night he also figured out that since he had chosen, he should believe in himself and also believe in Chen Feng. It's always better to look ahead than to just go for it. And when you get the results, everything will be clear. Good. Wait for my return. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he directly jumped onto the centipede carriage. The centipede chariot is really just the name. The thing is just a giant centipede with the package covered on its back. Chen Feng jumped onto the centipede carriage, casually found a private room, and pushed the door to enter. Each booth is separate, so there's no need to worry about outsiders or anything. After about a few minutes, Chen Feng heard a shout coming from outside. All those who have been chosen by the Wu family's direct lineage, immediately get into the centipede carriage. We're leaving now. A minute later, the centipede carriage was already in a traveling state. Chen Feng sat in front of the window and looked at the scenery flying by outside. But in his mind, he pondered on what Wu Zhong had said earlier. A drop of highly poisonous true blood from the Wu family's ancestor. Benefit the Wu family for 1,000 years. Boundary master level. Forget it. Although it was coveted, it was just a thought. And even if they did get it, the demon centipede emperor and the others might not be able to eat it. Chen Feng shook his head, leaving his unrealistic fantasies behind. Right now, it was more practical to think about how to pit against a U-ranked miscellaneous blood imperial demon master in a while. Well, let's pick on the lone fucker first. After encountering it, It is straightforward for the Guardian to pull it into the gladiatorial arena for the first time to talk alone. The plan is simple and not complicated to implement. On the way, Chen Feng communicated with his 7th magical beast, ranked 3rd in strength. After all, in a battle in his previous life, this guy had taken a lot of damage for himself, or he wouldn't have survived to the end. Now that it was there, Chen Feng estimated in his mind that even if he encountered a UU-ranked high-level miscellaneous blood, he would be able to attempt to fuck it up without committing any offense at all. After about an hour or so, the centipede carriage slowly stopped. Chen Feng knew that this was the place. He pushed the door open and stepped out of the box. The same was true for the Imperial magicians in the other boxes. Everyone was curiously surveying the outskirts of the Wu clan's ancestral land. This is the first time the Wu family has allowed outsiders to enter the place. Alright, all stand on the centipede carriage and don't move. Just listen to my next words. At the forefront of the centipede carriage, an old voice reached the ears of Chen Feng in the crowd. At this moment, everyone fixed their feet. Unseen, but the voice traveled far. What kind of strength is this Imperial Demon Master? My name is Wu Hai. I'm the 2nd elder of the Wu family. I'm sure some of you must have heard of me. This event will be done by me alone as the inspector, and the rules of this time are also customized by me at my sole discretion. Wu Hai's voice traveled in all directions. Beside Chen Feng, several people immediately exclaimed in shock. It's actually Wu Hai. He's a titanium star-level high-grade pure-blood demon Imperial Master, and he's only one step away from that legendary domain level. Why would an Amakage of his stature come to an event like this? Damn! See the idol. Noise grew in the centipede carriage, and everyone was talking about why a world-class behind-the-scenes bigwig like Wu Hai would come to such a small-scene event. This is outrageous. Chen Feng also heard a thing or two in their broken words, and he stroked his chin in thought. Okay, all quiet. I'll go over the rules. Wu Hai's voice rose again. After he finished speaking, the Imperial Demon Masters on the centipede carriage all instantly quieted down. The rules are simple. The vast majority of you in the room have a domino with a centipede design on it in your desks. The person who gets the domino gets a point, and the person who kills a person gets a point as well as inheriting that person's kill score. The dominoes have an automatic scoring function, so don't lose them. Yo, and those without dominoes, naturally, can't be scored. As for why there is a small percentage of people who don't have dominoes, well, people have them and you don't. And it's the difference in starting point that gives you the incentive to struggle. Wu Hai said it rather easily, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the purpose of this was clearly to get everyone to kill each other. Those who don't have a domino must grab it first to score points, but those who do can say they don't have a domino to stay alive and save points. But in this case, who would believe you didn't? So whether or not there's a domino, kill it and find out. Okay, the time limit is 3 days. After 3 days, those who can come back here, turn in their dominoes. I will rank everyone according to their ratings, and those who can't come back, live here forever. In a moment, the centipede carriage will continue on its way, not at a fast speed, so everyone can jump off the centipede carriage at any time and choose their favorite initial location. All go get your respective scoring dominoes, Wu Hai finally added. When his words fell, everyone turned around at the first opportunity to return to their respective private rooms. So did Chen Feng. He turned back to the booth and opened the drawer under the table in front of the window. Pulling it open, sure enough, there really was a white domino inside. A purple centipede with 100 legs was printed on the domino, but only the body of this purple centipede was colored purple. Its legs were not colored. It seemed that it should be that for every person killed. One of these centipede legs would light up. The domino's palm size. Chen Feng pawed with his hand, but also quite handy. Do not know what is inside the structure. Actually can record the number of kills. He then placed the dominoes in his pocket and carefully tucked them away, turning his head to look out at the mountainous landscape that was once again constantly receding. By now there were already Imperial demons jumping down. Catch up early rather than late. Chen Feng thought about it and got up to push the door. Outside, he saw that the Imperial Demon Master in the private room next to him was also already standing at the edge of the centipede carriage at the moment. The man seemed a little hesitant. Seeing that Chen Feng had also come out, he first turned his head to look at Chen Feng before directly releasing an aura that matched his strength, let out a cold snort, and directly jumped down. It is the middle rank of the Eryang class. This wasn't a low level, and the man's intention was to tell Chen Feng, "Don't jump with me, I'm not the most novice." And as Chen Feng felt the aura that was a few points stronger than Tangbing's, joy instantly flashed across his eyes. Yo, Eryang middle rank. Chen Feng hurriedly jumped off the centipede carriage right after him. The speed of the centipede carriage did drop quite a bit, but it was still fast. As soon as Chen Feng landed on the ground, he realized that his good neighbor had disappeared. There was a small distance between the two men's landing spots, and the good neighbor had already scampered into the forest ahead of them. In fact, the good neighbor was also too careful. He didn't even pay attention to what Chen Feng's composition was, but just habitually cautious to treat Chen Feng as the same level of royal demon master. Without even sensing Chen Feng's level, he simply ran out of sight. Running quite fast. If only I were a U rank low level, that way I could release my aura and lure him back. Chen Feng shook his head helplessly. Then he stomped his feet and hurriedly chased after his good neighbor in the direction he disappeared. It was a pity that he was only 7 stars now. His gross aura couldn't even be released, and he couldn't even use his body as bait if he wanted to. Damn it, you should have sensed me. I've never seen such a wimpy U rank. On the centipede carriage, people still kept jumping off all the way. The Wu family's second elder, Wu Haimian, had a smile on his face at this moment as he stood on the centipede's head at the very front of the centipede carriage. As he watched one U-ranked miscellaneous blood jump down, his eyes gradually narrowed. After all of the last mixed blood Imperial Demon Masters had jumped out of the centipede carriage, only his pale old hand was suddenly and slowly raised. The centipede carriage slowly stopped. Then, with a stomp of his feet, 2 translucent wings manifested behind him, and his entire person soared into the sky. And the direction he disappeared in was actually the junction of the outer and inner perimeter of the Wu clan's ancestral land. On the outskirts of the ancestral land was a whole forest of insects. It didn't look too different from the bug forest outside the Tang clan city before. However, Chen Feng's observation was subtle, and he realized that the air in this forest was actually mixed with an extremely light purple color. Could this have been affected by the drop of highly poisonous true blood of the Wu clan's ancestor? Chen Feng's figure was rapidly leaping through the forest, and at this moment, he was already fully armed. A devil with a sword in his hand and a devil's armor in his body. He was only 7 stars, and his speed was obviously much worse compared to the U rank. That's why I didn't catch up with my good neighbor for a while. It was even left behind by the good neighbors. In fact, Chen Feng could use instantaneous transmission to chase after them, but it would be too consuming of imperial magic power, and he didn't want to do a money-losing deal, so he kept hanging back behind the big one, and he just couldn't believe that the other guy would keep running like that. The good neighbor in front of him had already noticed that he was being followed. Damn it! Is that kid stuck on me? He wants to kill me so badly? He himself had clearly released his aura of the U-rank middle stage. Why was he still like a dogskin plaster? Do I look like some kind of very novice Amakoshi? Good neighbor, his brain pondered, as he kept weighing in his mind whether to turn back and go back to strike down the barker first. Otherwise it's going to be a problem sooner or later if we keep following it like this. The two of them ran for 20 minutes one after the other. And now the good neighbor was finally pissed off. Damn, kid, you're a bully. He suddenly stood his ground and summoned his magical beast. It was a huge, mountainous super 7-star ladybug that excelled in defense. You made me do it, kid. He gritted his teeth in his mind. He had come to the outskirts of the ancestral land with his own goals and more important things to do. Not to break heads, battle, and fight to the death with these silly mixed blood Imperial Demon Masters. Originally, he was thinking of letting Chen Feng retreat from his difficulties. But he didn't expect this guy to fucking know what to do. The good neighbor stopped moving and summoned his beast. That was why Chen Feng could see the other party's position from a long distance away. What a big flower-covered bug! Chen Feng exclaimed as he ran. At the same time, he hurriedly explained in his mind to the demon centipede emperor, the shadow demon, and the other magical beasts that were in the imperial demon space. All get ready. This time it's a group fight. The other party is of the middle U rank. Don't give it a chance. I'm getting close to the other side. Guardian, you're ready to pull. Chief Grams will be attending this time as well. Get some water for it. Outside, Chen Feng's figure ran out of stumps. The next moment, he was 100 meters away from his good neighbor. Oh, you dog skin plaster. I ding-wang in the bug domain mixed for 100 years. I have never seen your kind of running to send. Halfway through the words good neighbor, he only heard Chen Feng suddenly let out a shout. Prison gate, open, guard, pull him. Then, only the kilometer-high prison gate belonging to the Guardian suddenly appeared in the forest. Without waiting for his good neighbor Ding Guang to react, he saw 2 large hands poking out of the prison door, one on top of the other. And before Shou Han could reveal his whole body, he had already pointed his hands at the position of Ding Guang and his magical beast Ladybird. You're bound to die. Ding Dang was shocked. He was just about to speak but suddenly felt the surrounding scenery instantly change. The next second, he appeared in the guarded gladiatorial arena. The gladiatorial arena was extremely wide, but within the originally all-ground fighting grounds, there was a zone that had turned into a large lake at the moment. This was the exclusive territory of Chief K. The true size of the gladiatorial arena was 10,000 meters, and this new lake, it was a small 1,000 meters wide, enough for Grams to always cast. This lake configuration, in a previous life, had been built to be a good one, and Chief Kirk hadn't fought here much. What kind of ground is this? Ding Wang exclaimed again, but halfway through his sentence, he was interrupted by a shout. Fuck him. It was Chen Feng's shout. Ding Wan's reaction was also quick. He had revealed his defensive stance at this moment, his hands in front of him, cautiously watching and surveying his surroundings. The same was true for his Eryang ladybird magical beast. After Chen Feng shouted, the lake in the gladiatorial arena began to boil, and countless lakes of water surged upwards out of thin air, finally coalescing into the appearance of Chief Ku. As he sat on top of his throne, the lake began to spread towards the land, spreading water as high as Chen Feng's feet. He wanted to make the entire gladiatorial arena its main battlefield. Not too deep. Shou Hong took off the huge suit he was wearing and charged straight at Ding Wang. As it ran, it kept yelling at the same time under its breath. Fair or something. Anyway, Ding Wang suddenly felt as if he had been set weak, and his ladybug felt the same way. The Devil Centipede Emperor, on the other hand, was entrenched around the battlefield, ready to sneak attack at any time. The Shadow Demon floated in the air, and it had thrown one arm up in the air as the Guardian ran. Thunder come, it bellowed in a stern voice. Then, the gladiatorial arena was instantly plunged into darkness, and Ding Wang only felt that his eyes were dark, and there was a might gradually gathering above his head, as if it would press down at any time. In the darkness, the figure of Imperial Blood appeared silently, converged by blood, and stepped on top of the waters of General Kek. Its red, blood-congealed feet continued to mingle with the water, and the entire waters gradually turned red in the darkness. Ding Wang was in absolute darkness, feeling the water that gradually didn't go over his feet. His shoes were already wet. He had a sudden bit of panic, or rather, confusion. He was a mixed-blooded Imperial Demon Master, and even though he was U-ranked, he had never fought a pure-blooded Imperial Demon Master, so he has always been 1v1, 2v2, the state of the fight, even if it is a group battle. He has never seen so many special effects, so cool skills. For a moment, he questioned, that kid across the street, was he really a mixed-blood Imperial Demon Master? What the hell is going on? Ding Wang couldn't tell the difference for a moment. Due to the presence of Imperial blood, the air was immediately filled with a bloody odor, and Ding Wang panicked even more. He was completely shocked by Chen Feng's magical beasts. This set of streaks. It was a scene he had never seen before. Just as he was pondering whether to attack or defend, a strange two-word syllable came to his ears. Blood, chaos. The voice was cold, as if it had drilled out from the underworld, through the cracked earth, and finally reached his ears. Ding Wang suddenly felt that the blood in his entire body was restless, followed by a sudden uncontrollable turbulent flow. So did his ladybug wraith? Humph! Ding Wang grunted stiffly at the pain. Sweat instantly poured from his forehead. It hurts too much. What a skill! In fact, Ding Wang was not a dish. He was only temporarily blinded by Chen Feng's set of combinations, and the first thing he did after his blood messed up was to run his body's imperial magic power, wanting to smooth out the turbulent flow of blood. However, in the next second, Ding Wang felt a strong wind suddenly rise beside him. It was the astral wind brought up by the guard. The four-handed Shohin first directly lifted the Ueho-level ladybug in the air, and then quickly grabbed at Ding Wang with one hand. It tried to throw Ding Wang into the air as well. However, it was just now because the first thing it lifted was the ladybug, so the huge hand that grabbed at Ding Wang at the moment was directly dodged by one of Ding Wang's superb backward steps. Damn! You guys are so damn insidious. Ding Wang was momentarily confused by this set of combos. He had realized at this moment that although the other party had many skills and was loud, their uniform level was not high, and the state of blood chaos within his body was surprisingly fast at the moment, being constantly smoothed out by his U-rank mid-stage imperial magic power. In 10 seconds at most, he'll recover. But want to kill me? Kid, I know who you are. That 7-star Imperial Demon Master, is it? I didn't expect you to have so many strange demons. Ding Wang was still yelling at Chen Feng as he retreated. However, he was halfway through saying this again when suddenly, a sharp pain came from Ding Wang's waist, then its whole body was sent flying in the sky at the top. It's the Demon Centipede Emperor. It traveled through space at the moment, drilling out of thin air from behind Ding Wang, and it toppled against Ding Wang's back, opening up a spatial rift in front of it once again, and at the other end of the spatial rift was the sky, beside Ladybug. Although the Devil Centipede Emperor had topped Ding Wang, it didn't dare to open its mouth and swallow its opponent, because it knew that Ding Wang was a U-rank. Although it knew that its meat was fragrant, it did not dare to enjoy it greedily. However, it still secretly used 2 of its teeth and lightly bit the location of Ding Wang's waist. It's hard, but it smells good, which is why Ding Wang's loins are in severe pain. The Devil Centipede Emperor completed its mission after topping it high in the air, and its figure began to rapidly become smaller before it continued to fall downwards. As it fell, it once again tore through a very small crack in space and burrowed in. It's its tried and true means of escape. Extremely small equals stealth equals relative safety equals not being a hate target. High in the air Dingguang people are numb, not poison numb. The demon centipede emperor did not break through his defense. The reason he is numb is that he does not know how he was made to come up. It's just a pain in the back. And then, I'm in the air. But that wasn't the end of it. Chen Feng's magic beast sex streak continued. Thunder, fall. The shadow demon's voice was like the dark thunder that had been brewing in the air for a long time. The words fell. The thunder fell. Two huge black thunder pillars smashed down from the sky, one covering Dingguang's entire body while the other struck the ladybug's head. Dingguang, who was baptized by the shadow thunder, suddenly had a numbness in his body, and at this moment, the blood that had immediately smoothed out the turbulent flow in his body was like a wild horse that had broken free from the restraints of the imperial magic power. Turbulence again. The ladybug originally wanted to lift its wings and fly, catching Dingguang while also dodging the thunder. But the next second, it realized how the hell it couldn't open its wings. In fact, Shou Heng's 10-star rank couldn't really prohibit the flight ability of a UU rank ladybug. But Shou Heng was a smart magical beast. Can't ban a big skill like ladybug flight? But he can narrow it down and ban the wiggling of the joints on the root of the opponent's wing. So that's why ladybugs can't spread their wings. If flight is disabled, the effect is that the ladybug can flutter its wings, but has no flight effect. At this moment, before the man and beast baptized by the pillar of thunder could withstand the entirety of it, they heard another voice coming from them. Water, refine, Mr. Grams said in a single word. Its voice was like the words of a god, filling the ears of Dingguang and its magical beasts for a long time. This is the real watchword of Mr. Keck. Under the thunder pillars, 10 huge water pillars rose up into the sky, 5 rushing towards Dingguang and 5 towards the ladybugs. This caused the water on the floor of the gladiator arena to be drained instantly. The 10 water pillars were like 10 water dragons, constantly passing through Dingguang and ladybug's bodies. Dingguang was small in size, and the impact of the water was not small at all as his entire body was dunked in the water column. Like in Blue Star, the power of the water jet is there for all to see. That was why even Dingguang, who was at the middle level of the U rank, felt a tingling pain all over his body. Worst of all, the water was filling his nose, his ears, and even Dingguang struggled to tighten his legs. It's humiliating. It's so humiliating. What was his identity and why did he have so many strange magical beasts? No matter what he is, he must die. I have important things to do. I can't afford to delay. Thinking of this, Dingguang gritted his teeth and closed his breath. His body's imperial magic power running wildly as he endured the pain of the blood chaos, the pain of the water refinement, and the tingling of the thunder. Slowly he allowed himself to move through the thunder. Ladybug, add defense to my old man, he said to Ladybug in his mind. In the next second, Dingguang's body slightly lit up as a light-colored golden aura lit up around him. Above the golden aura, 7 points of light flashed continuously. That was Ladybug's only skill. The 7-star light shield. That's the only skill it has. After Dingguang had a light shield to protect his body finally had some mobility. He slowly moved his head out of the range of the lightning first. While breathing in air, he shouted in a vicious voice, "Kid, you're damn dead. No one can save you today." Dingguang let out. Well, only to see Chen Feng's body suddenly appear in midair, the knife demon in his hand plunging straight into Dingguang's mouth. Who said that a 10-star mid-ranked sword demon couldn't break through Eryang defenses? That's just the wrong place to attack. Chen Feng held the sword demon in his hand, still in its original manner, with a thrust and a turn. It didn't stab through Dingguang's mouth, but it did cut his tongue. Dingguang mouth first sweet, then spicy. Then Chen Feng vigorously pulled out the knife devil, dashing flash to the distance. Ding broadly grinned. Your rank. It's too bad. It's all too bad. Dingguang's words were quite piercing, like knives in Chen Feng's heart. Chen Feng also knew this. Leveling was his only shortcoming at the moment. What? You ask if talent isn't also a shortcoming? Of course not. Chen Feng never believed in talent, and he believed that the vast majority of Imperial Demon Masters were not yet at the level of spelling talent. They haven't even gotten past the part where they spell sinister. Talk about talent. You're right. My rank, for the time being, does seem to be the short end of the stick, and it's on me for always playing at the top end of the game. But you're not the top end of the line. Chen Feng smiled and replied in a cold voice. Without waiting for Dingguang to reply, Chen Feng once again sent out a cold voice. It's time to end it. After these words were said, the originally dark gladiatorial arena suddenly appeared with two close together, huge, one sun and one ghostly blue two lights. The yang's extremely harsh, the phantoms cold as ice. Ding Guang stared wide-eyed at the two gigantic heads. One was a dragon head born with golden eyes, and the other, a phoenix head masked by a ghostly white silk. The two heads share the same body, which is also kilometers high. The body was extremely bizarre. It was clad in a tattered edged tarp of unknown material that was half gold and half ghostly blue, like the cloak of an old god. A huge arm protruded from each side of the slightly draped tarp. One was like the red sun, radiating a warm golden shimmer, on which the veins bulged, looking at the holes and powerful, no less than the giant arm of Bai Shoheng. The large golden hand at the end of that arm held a huge scroll that looked like it had broken off a small section. The arm on the other side of the cloak was the complete opposite. It was a delicate and silky, emitting an ethereal blue glow of a woman's arm, and just the smooth skin that was exposed carried a sense of regality. In her delicate hand, she likewise held an object that appeared to be a broken end, a ghostly blue cross. The cross is down to 3 heads, but at each end, there was a thin, extremely tiny thread, also of a ghostly blue color, hanging down lightly. Threads passed through the crevices of delicate and elongated fingers, draped across the waist of the huge body, and finally faded into nothingness at the level of its knees. The aura of this demonic beast resembled a god or a demon, just not a beast. After it appeared, everyone from Chief Ku down the line to the demonic centipede emperor subconsciously trembled. Ding Guang looked towards this magical beast. For a moment, his mouth fell open, his brain stopped thinking, his body was left to the attacks of Surin and thunder, and only the imperial magic power in his body was still automatically smoothing out his turbulent blood. This was Chen Feng's 7th magical beast, the young dragon and the phantom phoenix, twinned in one egg. The young dragon and the phantom phoenix were too strange-looking. At this moment, Ding Guang and his ladybug wraith were compared to it as if a commoner player had met a tycoon player. Anyone could see that none of Chen Feng's magical beasts were simple. What kind of person are you in the end? You're clearly a pure blood, so why would you even participate in this kind of inspection test that doesn't have the slightest meaning to you? Ding Guang felt the fiery heat inside his mouth, on his tongue, as he yelled. He thought that Chen Feng's identity must be extraordinary, and that he was by no means nameless. To have so many rare and powerful magical beasts at the same time, and to be such a young imperial magician, could it be that he was a pure-blooded heavenly pride that had snuck out of another domain? Ha! Chen Feng let out a laugh. He didn't answer Ding Guang, but only passed a wink to Yang Long Yufeng. He knew that when fighting, the most important thing to avoid was talking too much nonsense and giving the enemy a chance to counterattack. Having received Chen Feng's order, the next second, Yang Long Yufeng made a new move. Only 2 huge heads slowly brought their bodies together to turn as they simultaneously looked towards Ding Guang in the air. The head of the phantom phoenix, with the aura of a beauty, did not open its mouth. It was just quiet, its eyes gazing at Ding Guang through the ribbon in front of it. The yang dragon was otherwise. Its golden eyes widened, first focusing on Ding Guang, but then quickly turning to the ladybird demon beast next to Ding Guang. The ladybug demonic beast also locked eyes with it at this moment. It was thinking in its head, are they really all magical beasts like me? The 4 sides stared at each other for about a second. Yang Long suddenly let out a long humanized sigh. Hey! Its voice wavered, sounding neutral with a regal sense of justice. This sigh was like a divine voice entering the ears, and it sounded like it would be easy for the magical beasts to empathize with it. Ladybug actually felt a wave of sadness from this sigh. It didn't understand why there was such a strong emotional undertone to the other's sigh. The ladybug rose with a hint of emotion, and without waiting for it to continue pondering deeper, the tall yang dragon spoke again. It looked down at the ladybugs in midair like a magical beast god with a golden glow. Little ladybug, you were originally free, but because of the contract, you have endured 100 years of suffering for this half-human, half-beast mongrel blood, in which you have gone through countless bitter battles of life and death. And every time you have been at the front, you think you volunteered, but do you know that your covenant is as a shackle of thought? As a prison of the soul? Not worth it. It's not worth it. Yang Long's voice was full of sorrow and pity. In the presence, its words could only be heard by the ladybug and Chen Feng, the owner of the young dragon pixie phoenix. Chen Feng's other magical beasts, including Ding Guang, the owner of the ladybug, could just see the yang dragon's mouth slowly opening and closing. This time, Yang Long's words were really like a magic voice, pouring into the ladybug's ears from all directions. Ladybug's heartstrings were plucked by Long Yang. It peeked at Ding Guang, and then once again looked at the benevolent Yang Long above it, and it had a doubt in its eyes that it didn't know why Long Yang didn't attack itself, but instead took pity on itself. But there's no way to break the contract. Little ladybug, it's a big world, but it's full of cruelty. But look at this world in my hands. This is an exclusive world that I have created specifically for the indentured, enslaved magical beasts of this world. When Yang Long finished speaking, The scroll it was grasping in its hand suddenly opened up within Ladybug's viewpoint. An absolutely beautiful landscape scenery appeared. It was like a paradise for the magical beasts. Definitely the best habitat for the magical beasts. Where there were no humans who contracted them. There were only demonic beasts and magical beasts. The ladybug looked at the scenery that appeared within the scroll, as if it were alive, and it was moved. AI. It's a pity that this world of mine is still in its infancy, and I'll have to work on it alone for a long time, maybe 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Yang Long sighed once again. The ladybug listened to Long Yang's words and felt the sadness in them. It suddenly felt that Long Yan was so tall and holy. It is the bodhisattva of our magical beasts. Can I help you? For the first time, Ladybug tried to speak to Long Yang. Yang Long sniffed, but he gently shook his head. But we can more than likely equate. How about I help you sever the shackles of your contract, and then we work together to perfect the new world I hold in my hands? In the future, I will also keep looking for like-minded magical beasts with us. Such an exchange. Are you willing? Yang Long finished speaking and looked at Ladybug. Willing. Ladybug cut in. Good. It's Yang Long's luck to have this Tao-aligned and like-minded demonic beast. Let go of your defenses. Let go of the resistance in your heart. And let me help you break free of your chains. Yang Long made a bold statement. In the next second, the scroll in its hand shone brightly with golden light. And then that golden light covered the ladybug directly. Ladybug felt warm all over. It felt the breath of a new world. So beautiful. So happy. At this moment, it gave up all defense and gave up resistance in its heart. Its body gradually broke away from the range of the water refinement and thunder pillar in the golden light, and even broke free from the fair rules of conservation as well. It stirred its wings and endeavored to fly overhead, the tattered scroll in Yang Long's hand. As it approached the scroll, its body grew smaller and smaller as the golden light gradually narrowed, but it didn't care. Like a moth, it pounced on the scroll. Ding Guang was dumbfounded at the moment. Is really stupid. Ladybug, what's wrong with you? What the hell happened? He yelled. He had realized something was wrong, but in his eyes, he didn't see any movement from Yang Long at all. The faucet just locked eyes with his ladybug for a moment, finally shaking the scroll in his hand. Why are ladybugs just, taken in? The ladybug did not answer him, and still flew upwards. Damn it, say something. Ladybug, what the hell is wrong with you? Ding Guang cursed as he used his mind to forcefully control the ladybug, trying to make it return. But that sense of control sank as silently as a small stone cast into the sea. Ladybug, attack! Attack! That way is the direction of the enemy. Ding Guang was helpless and reminded loudly as he shouted his heart out. Damn it! What the hell are you and what have you done to my ladybug? A sense of despair was born in his heart at the moment. There was nothing more frightening than having one's magical beast disobey and get out of control. But the next moment, he heard words he had never heard before in his life. That's what Ladybug said. And there was indifference in its tone. Master, you've gone a bit too far. I've been fighting for you for 100 years. Now I've just found a like-minded friend. It has helped me to unlock the shackles that you have bound me with. And from now on I'm free from bondage. So goodbye. No, goodbye forever. The ladybug finished and cast her head into the reel without looking back. The scroll's golden light slowly converged and dissipated. It eventually reverted back to what it had been before, except that where no one had noticed the tatters of the scroll, a subtle corner shimmered, as if something had filled it in. Ah! Ding Guangton's red eyes roared madly. The roar tore at his heart and his face.